Sumu woke up in his 600 square meter bed. The crystal chandelier on the ceiling reflected a luxurious luster in the sunlight. His eyes were empty as he stared at the chandelier, hiding a trace of exhaustion after extreme satisfaction. He casually pushed away the pale, white thighs pressing against his chest. 12 stunning beauties, top stars, models, and school beauties lay sprawled on the bed, but he felt nothing. He reached out and pushed aside the pure school beauty blocking his way, then picked up the practical tutorial on clinical hypnosis that had been pressed down on him. "Honey, stop reading. Aren't we more interesting?" The woman teased with a laugh, but Sumu's brows furrowed in displeasure. He snapped his fingers lightly, and 12 figures vanished instantly, leaving only the sound of turning pages in the large room. 2 hours later, he tossed the book aside, frowning and muttering, "Only a few tricks work." He slumped back onto the mattress, the boredom of utterly lost desire washing over him again. He got up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window 100 meters above the ground. His handsome face was sickly pale, and his figure was as thin as a vampire aristocrat. Overlooking the bustling city, he pressed the red button on the remote control BOM. Deafening explosions rang out one after another, mushroom clouds rose, and white light engulfed the entire city. Sumu calmly admired this apocalyptic scene, the weariness in his eyes lessening slightly. When he opened his eyes again, he was lying on a small bed that was only 1 meter wide. Yellowed walls and an old wardrobe had replaced the luxurious palace. This was not a rebirth, but simply the end of a dream. A year ago, Sumu, an ordinary student who was an orphan, discovered that his dreams were omnipotent. He could create worlds with a single thought, including beautiful women, power, and otherworldly realms, and the time flow in his dreams could reach up to a year. But after more than 100 years of ultimate enjoyment, he grew tired of it. The people in his dreams were all NPCs based on his thoughts, with no surprises whatsoever. So he sought thrills and killing, but still found himself bored. Even more strangely, his body grew weaker day by day, suffering from constant headaches and nosebleeds, while his mental strength increased rapidly. Hospital examinations yielded no results, and he could only reduce the time he spent dreaming, but his body continued to deteriorate. It wasn't until he fainted, bleeding from all 7 orifices, that he realized he had contracted a strange disease causing unlimited growth in spiritual power, and his physical body was already beyond its limits. Now, sitting on his small bed, feeling the loss of control over his life, a smile played on his lips. Wonderful. At the desk, bright red blood dripped onto the notebook. Sumu's cheeks were flushed with a sickly redness. A severe headache made him tremble all over, but his eyes gleamed with excitement. He gripped his pen and wrote rapidly. Lifespan only 7 days left. The 368th time I woke up from a dream, my mental strength increased by a percentage again. The 4th conjecture about the dream. I always dream when I fall asleep. When I wake up from a dream, my mental strength is replenished and increases by 1%, regardless of whether it is consumed. He closed his notebook and reviewed his previous summaries. One must dream before falling asleep. Expending energy in dreams reduces mental strength. The physical body is a container for mental strength, and exceeding its limits will cause damage. Now his container is on the verge of collapse. Ordinary exercise and drugs are useless. He can only relieve the pain by consuming a lot of mental energy every day, like his bladder is about to burst, and only emptying can provide temporary relief. The sound of a car engine came from downstairs. A luxurious black car pulled up in front of the dilapidated apartment building, and 2 men in suits with black snakes tattooed on their necks got out. Passers-by quickly made way for them. It was the Snake Gang, the most notorious gang in District 13, known for its ruthless methods. The 2 men carried the wheelchair into the apartment building and went straight to Sumu's bedroom. "Boss," the 2 men exclaimed enthusiastically. "Say your title." Sumu frowned. "Yes, leader." He put on tinted glasses, concealing his deep-set eyes, and as he stood up, a wave of dizziness washed over him, causing him to fall back onto the stool. The 2 men carefully helped him into a wheelchair and carried him into the black car. Inside, Sumu leaned back in his seat, his headache slightly relieved, and began to plan how to further deplete his mental energy. In the dimly lit hall of the Viper Gang headquarters, Sumu sat in a wheelchair, with a wall behind him etched with dark gold Ouroboros patterns. Candles around him emitted a faint scent of jasmine. Hundreds of burly men in suits and ties, their faces etched with Ouroboros tattoos, stood in neat rows, their eyes fixed on him as if in pilgrimage. "Leader." This is Sumu's daily routine of expending mental energy hypnosis. Months ago, relying on his superhuman mental strength, he taught himself hypnosis, and, starting with individual underlings, gradually took control of the entire Viper gang. For him, who had once been a heavenly emperor and a supreme being, controlling a gang brought no sense of accomplishment. It was merely a tool for dissipating mental energy. He pulled out a pocket watch with an Ouroboros pattern, its gold chain dangling as it swayed from side to side. Everyone, look at this pocket watch. The burly men's eyes all locked onto it. The aromatherapy, the Ouroboros symbol, the tinted glasses obscuring their vision, all these methods were aimed at diverting attention and weakening their psychological defenses. Sumu lowered his glasses, his deep eyes gleaming under the enhancement of his spiritual power. An invisible spiritual fluctuation, like a small snake, slithered into everyone's minds. The next moment, all the burly men knelt down in unison. Long live the leader! The resounding shouts echoed throughout the hall. Sumu let out a soft breath. The emptiness brought on by the intense consumption of his mental energy made him feel refreshed, and he actually stood up from his wheelchair. He raised his hand to signal, and the cheers stopped abruptly, leaving only the burly, bald man with a scar on his face, Zhao Chao, the second in command of the Viper gang. Hey you, any news about what I asked you to do? Sumu asked. Zhao Chaoyao respectfully replied. Reporting to the leader, the two men who were tailing Yang Dongqing went missing. Their bodies were found yesterday at the junkyard. Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly. His long-dormant interest finally peaked. What was the cause of death? Zhao Chaoyao took a deep breath, a look of fear flashing in his eyes. Both of them had their heads blown off by a blunt object and multiple fractures throughout their bodies. The evidence at the scene points to Yang Dongqing. But the forensic doctor said the manner of death was strange. There were fist marks on the bones, as if they had been killed by iron fist gloves. Finally found it. Sumu chuckled silently, a faint light gleaming behind his brown-tinted glasses. Zhao Chaoyao's expression changed. You mean he's a superhuman? But I've investigated, and he's just an orphan, a poor student, and very similar to you. He spoke softer and softer, afraid of angering Sumu. Sumu ignored his fear, picked up the crystal wine bottle, poured himself a glass of red wine, took a small sip, and then frowned as he put it down. He didn't like red wine anyway, and was just using the alcohol to numb his nerves and relieve his headache. No need to keep watch anymore, he said, swirling his glass. Ordinary students can't leave a fist imprint on bones with their bare hands. This isn't innate superhuman strength, it's extraordinary. And the next step? Hunting for the extraordinary. Sumu downed his drink in one gulp, his tone casual yet resolute. Zhao Chaoyao trembled, both excited and nervous. A black sedan drove along the dilapidated streets, with black smoke billowing from the chimneys of the low houses on both sides. Pedestrians, dressed in gray-blue overalls, looked numb, and occasionally a woman stood out by a pink lamp. Sumu looked out the window, pondering. The Star City where he lived was divided into upper and lower districts. The upper district was full of elites, while the lower district was filled with factories and garbage dumps. Superhumans were legends to the people of the lower district. He desperately needed Yang Dongqing's extraordinary power. Only such a powerful physical body could bear his ever-growing spiritual strength and allow him to survive. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of the elite middle school. The words on the bronze plaque were already blurred. This elite school, in District 13, was essentially just a place to train factory workers. Sumu, dressed in black casual wear, stepped out of the car leaning on a snake-patterned wooden cane, the gold and diamond-encrusted Ouroboros dial on the top of the cane particularly eye-catching. The latest Thunder X600 luxury car attracted whispers from the students, some of whom sourly called him the narcolepsy sickling. But no one dared to speak loudly, rumored to be closely associated with the Viper gang and a lost aristocrat. No one knew that he wasn't just putting on an act by using a cane. His body had long since given way to the immense pressure on his mind. As they approached the teaching building, Jiang Yu, the class beauty with short, shoulder-length hair and a dark blue school skirt, ran up to them, clutching a pink letter tightly in her hand, her face flushed. Sumu, are you feeling better? Jiang Yu mustered her courage and handed over the letter. Sumu, I like you. As soon as she finished speaking, she caught sight of the Ouroboros pattern on the cane, and her eyes instantly became empty. She whispered like a puppet. Leader, Yang Dongqing arrived at school 10 minutes ago. The next second, she reverted to her shy demeanor, nervously awaiting a response. Sumu chuckled. As a student, you should prioritize your studies. He gently pulled down his glasses, his dark eyes looking directly at Jiang Yu. The tears in her eyes instantly stopped, and she nodded blankly. You're right. As they entered the teaching building, the students who had been playing in the corridors quickly moved aside. A boy rushed past them, whispering, Leader, Yang Dongqing is in the restroom. A girl following behind suddenly froze as she passed by. Leader, Chui Hao and his group are extorting him in the restroom. Su Mu's expression remained unchanged as he continued to walk slowly like a nobleman, heading straight for the restroom. A muffled groan came from inside the restroom. Su Mu used his cane to lift the curtain, and a boy with bloodied fists walked towards him. It was Yang Dongqing, his target. The two exchanged a glance. Yang Dongqing frowned as a warning, and then walked away with his head held high. Su Mu entered the stall, where 3 boys with dyed yellow hair lay groaning beside the toilet. He lightly tapped the ground with his cane, and a strange spiritual wave spread out. The 3 boys' eyes instantly went blank. Leader, what happened? Chui Hao, the leader, replied. We extorted money from Yang Dongqing, but he didn't pay and even beat us up. I told him not to leave after school, and I was planning to call some gangsters from outside the school to ambush him. Su Mu laughed silently and turned to leave. In the last row of the classroom, Su Mu gazed out the window. The middle-aged, balding teacher was reading from the textbook, while the students were either sleeping or chatting. Only Yang Dongqing sat in the front row, lost in thought, occasionally writing something in his notebook. This classmate, who had once been timid and hesitant, had suddenly become arrogant in the past 2 weeks, as if he had been reborn. Suddenly, Yang Dongqing's expression changed slightly. He clutched his chest, revealing fear, and raised his hand to ask for leave. Teacher Wang, I need to go to the restroom. He hurriedly erased the writing in his notebook, got up, and left. The moment the footsteps faded, the classroom fell into a deathly silence. All the students stiffened and turned their heads, their eyes fixed on Su Mu. Leader, what did he write? Yang Dongqing's deskmate and the student behind him answered in unison. A dream. A nightmare. Su Mu's eyes flickered slightly. Yang Dongqing had been missing for a week half a month ago, and after returning, he broke free from Su Mu's hypnosis. The entire school, including the security guard's dog, had long been hypnotized by Su Mu to deplete their mental energy, but Yang Dongqing was the only one who escaped the net. He conducted multiple tests and confirmed that Yang Dongqing's changes were concentrated in his physical body, and he did not detect any hypnosis on a mental level. Interesting. Su Mu's lips curled up. If he also gained extraordinary abilities through dreams, how could he resist the urge to sleep? The cane tapped lightly on the ground, and the classroom returned to its noisy state. Su Mu gazed out the window, his conviction growing stronger. Yang Dongqing's physical strength was his only hope for survival. The school bell rang, and Yang Dongqing left the classroom without a word, his brow furrowed with anxiety. At the school gate, Chui Hao, his face bruised and swollen, was waiting with dozens of people who dragged him into an alley. Su Mu sat on the top floor of the residential building, quietly observing through binoculars. Zhao Chaoyao and 2 burly men in black stood to one side, with a pure-looking girl in an inexpensive dress standing beside them. In the alley, Chui Hao's older brother, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, patted Yang Dongqing on the shoulder. He had just finished saying, young people's impetuousness is not a good thing, when Yang Dongqing twisted his wrist and broke it, his shrill scream echoing throughout the alley. The thugs grabbed sticks and attacked, but Yang Dongqing charged in like a human tank. His fists landed and blood flowed freely, and the sticks struck him with a metallic clang. Su Mu withdrew his gaze and looked at the girl. Is this the person you were looking for? Boss, her name is Jasmine, the top courtesan at the brothel. Zhao Chaoyao urged. Quickly call her boss. Jasmine greeted the boss with a charming hello, boss, but Su Mu interrupted her with a frown. Put away your worldly airs. What I want is a pure, innocent beauty, with a touch of stubbornness and brokenness. Zhao Chaoyao hurriedly knelt down. Your subordinate is incompetent. Jasmine also panicked. I didn't have much schooling, I just played a student. Never mind. Su Mu waved his hand. Tell me your mission script. Jasmine quickly replied. I pretended to be a good girl who dropped out of school to work. My father is a gambler, my mother is sick, and my younger brother is in school. I was forcibly taken away by a customer while singing at a bar, and I met Yang Dongqing for help. It's vulgar but effective, Su Mu interrupted. But you have to immerse yourself in the role and have the vitality to fight back. Jasmine took a deep breath and closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the dust and grime had vanished. Her eyes were filled with tears, but her gaze was defiant, like a blade of grass in a storm. Not bad, Su Mu praised. Keep this up, go down and rehearse. That night, Yang Dongqing, wearing a baseball cap and mask, went out to seek revenge, but heard cries for help in a secluded alley. You reap what you sow, he thought, and was about to leave when he heard a thug say, that girl looks like a student. So he immediately turned back. In the pitch-black alley, moonlight illuminated a scene of crime. Jasmine was pinned against a wall by two thugs, her eyes filled with despair. Yang Dongqing rushed out like a ghost, knocking the thugs away with two punches, and coldly snorted, "Get lost." The thugs scrambled away. Jasmine slumped to the ground, sobbing. When she looked up, her tear-streaked face startled Yang Dongqing, and a protective instinct welled up within him. "Thank you for saving me." She struggled to her feet, her ankles red and swollen, and she almost fell after taking only 2 steps. Yang Dongqing instinctively put his arm around her, the warm and soft flesh in his embrace, making him blush. "I'll take you back," Yang Dongqing blurted out. Jasmine initially hesitated and refused, but fell again due to her injured ankle and was picked up by Yang Dongqing. Under the moonlight, the two walked in silence, the atmosphere enchanting. Suddenly, the girl spoke. "My name is Nan Mo." "That's a beautiful name," Yang Dongqing remarked, savoring the moment. In a distant residential building, Sumu lowered his night vision binoculars, a smile playing on his lips. He could read lips and had taken in everything. He instructed Zhao Chaoyao, "Investigate Nan Mo. She's not as simple as she seems." The next day, at the headquarters of the Viper Gang, Sumu, who had just finished hypnosis, sat in a wheelchair, his face as pale as paper, but his eyes unusually bright. Zhao Chaoyao brought Nan Mo in, and she nervously scanned the burly men in black in the hall. Things went very smoothly, and he didn't suspect anything, Nan Mo said quickly. "I let him stay overnight, and he slept on the floor. Later in the night, I let him sleep on the bed and didn't touch me." She pointed to her still red and swollen ankle. The injury was not faked. "What's too easily obtained is not cherished. You did a great job." Sumu looked her over. "Your acting is very realistic. Is it related to your experiences?" Nan Mo's face stiffened, and Sumu continued. "I've investigated you. Your gambling father was beaten to death by debt collectors, your mother died of illness, and your brother cut ties with you. You used to be a student who loved poetry and music. Reality is crueler than fiction." Nan Mo was silent for a moment, then gave a bitter smile. "You already know. I want to change the way of payment." Su Mu changed the subject. "Qingxin Machinery Factory owes money to the Poisonous Snake Gang and plans to pay off the debt. Your brother works there, and after the deal is done, we'll make him the factory manager." Nan Mo's heart skipped a beat, realizing this was a warning, and she quickly agreed. "I'm willing. Tell me about Yang Dongqing's unique qualities." Nan Mo pondered for a moment, then uttered a single word. "Hard." "Insolence." Zhao Chaoyao roared. "How do you know it's hard if you haven't slept together? The leader is asking about its extraordinary qualities." Nan Mo hurriedly explained. "I meant his skin is as hard as steel." Sumu narrowed his eyes, asked no further questions, and told her about the follow-up plan. Nan Mo looked worried. "You want to kill him?" "Just a few questions." Sumu's smile was icy, his eyes behind his brown-tinted glasses devoid of warmth. Nan Mo dared not question him further and respectfully took her leave. At night, in the dilapidated bungalow, Nan Mo, wearing an apron, was busy in the kitchen. Yang Dongqing watched her figure and felt a long-lost sense of relaxation. After dinner, Nan Mo said she was going to sing at a bar, and Yang Dongqing blurted out, "Can you not go? If I don't work, will you support me?" Nan Mo joked. Yang Dongqing's heart warmed, and he clenched his fist. "I'll support you." Now that he was a superhuman, money was readily available to him. He went out to rob the rich to help the poor and earned more than 50,000 yuan. He was overjoyed and wanted to go to Moonlight Bar to buy Nan Mo a new dress, but found that the bar's door had been smashed and the interior was in a mess. "Where's Jasmine?" Yang Dongqing roared, grabbing the waiter by the collar. "She was captured by the Viper Gang," the boss said, trembling. "They have black snake tattoos on them, and they said someone saved you last time, but no one can save you this time." Yang Dongqing instantly flew into a rage and stormed towards the Viper Gang headquarters without looking back. After he left, the bar fell silent. The owner dialed a number. "Boss, the prey has taken the bait." In the monitoring room, Su Mu held a glass of red wine, while Nan Mo across from him carefully savored her steak. "It'll be a while before Yang Dongqing heroically saves the damsel in distress," Su Mu said calmly. Nan Mo put down her knife and fork. "You really won't kill him? He's a good person." Su Mu smiled. "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person either." In the surveillance footage, Yang Dongqing, his eyes bloodshot, stormed into the corridor of the Viper Gang headquarters. A group of burly men in black, wielding steel knives, swarmed him, the knives striking his head with a clanging metallic sound, causing only a few strands of hair to fall. "This is exactly the power I need." Su Mu's eyes gleamed. Yang Dongqing cleaved a steel blade in two with his bare hands, charging like a tank. his fists tearing flesh and blood apart wherever they landed. Even with mortally wounded, the Viper gang members still frantically rose and charged forward. For our leader, a man in black, his chest shattered, still struggled to attack with his teeth, but was ultimately killed by Yang Dongqing's punch to the head. Yang Dongqing's face was icy cold, but his fists trembled slightly. He had never seen such a fearless enemy. In the monitoring room, Nan Imo watched the scene and vomited violently, her face pale. Why did you do this? So many people died, and all you care about is steak. Haha, interesting. Sumu laughed. These scumbags are just wasting air by living. It's their honor to die for me. He turned to the burly man behind him and asked, Are you honored? The burly man knelt on one knee, his face filled with fanaticism. Glory. To die for the leader is the highest honor. Nan Imo felt a chill run through her body. She sensed an arrogance emanating from Sumu, as if everyone else were his toys. Meanwhile, Yang Dongqing had cleared the first level and was heading towards the second, each level concealing ambushes and traps. The second-floor corridor was engraved with dark gold Ouroboros patterns, and candles emitted the scent of jasmine. Two burly men in black, each wielding a pistol, fired bullets that only sparked at Yang Dongqing, revealing metallic-looking skin through the holes in his clothes. Two burly men charged at Yang Dongqing with grenades raised high. After a loud explosion, the smoke cleared, and Yang Dongqing was unharmed. But he couldn't help coughing up blood. His internal organs were not invulnerable. On the third floor, two men in firefighter uniforms engulfed Yang Dongqing with flamethrowers, but he emerged from the inferno, charred black and hairless, yet still incredibly fast. The two men then detonated grenades, causing Yang Dongqing to cough up blood again, but his mobility was not significantly affected. Nan Imo was shocked. This is a superhuman? She looked at Sumu, only to see him with a playful expression and no fear whatsoever. Aren't you worried he'll come looking for you? Nan Imo asked. Instead of worrying, I'd rather look forward to it, Sumu laughed. What will his reaction be when he sees his beloved woman unharmed and has even eaten an M9 steak? That'll be very interesting. Nan Imo's face turned pale. She understood what Sumu meant. Yang Dongqing would eventually find out about her betrayal. The fourth layer is a specially made poison gas. His internal organs are fragile, and he may not be able to withstand it, Sumu added. Nan Imo said, What if he manages to hold on? Sumu laughed even harder. That would be even more interesting. I'd probably be torn to shreds. His eyes sparkled with anticipation, like a child looking forward to the fun at an amusement park, which sent chills down Nan Imo's spine. Playing a game of choosing one of two? Sumu suddenly looked at Nan Imo. Do you think I can win over Yang Dongqing, or will he tear me apart? Nan Imo's heart tightened. She had long suspected that Sumu had ill intentions. I don't know, and I don't want to choose. I allow you to tell Yang Dongqing that there is poison gas on the fourth floor. Sumu tapped his fingertips on the table, his voice tinged with amusement. You can make up a lie about being coerced by your younger brother, and then suddenly realizing your mistake, shed a few tears and apologize, and he will definitely forgive you. Nan Imo felt a chill run through her body. This man was treating her and Yang Dongqing like toys. What exactly do you want? I'll give you a chance to live. Sumu shrugged. If I lose, you and he can live happily ever after. If I win, your brother will still be the factory director. Now choose. The surveillance footage showed Yang Dongqing heading towards the fourth floor. Nan Imo hurriedly got up, but was stopped by Sumu as she reached the door. Have a farewell drink. He handed her a glass, which Nan Imo drank in one gulp before turning to leave. Chief, are we really going to let her deliver the message? Zhao Chaoyao asked with a worried expression. Do you think poison gas can stop a superhuman? Sumu tapped his bald head. The fourth level isn't big. Yang Dongqing can run through it in 20 seconds at full speed. Even the Iron Gate won't stop him. Zhao Chaoyao suddenly realized, and hurriedly said, Then let's run away quickly. Sumu sneered. Nan Imo is the real fourth level. Yang Dongqing, his body charred black, arrived at the fourth floor and immediately spotted Nan Imo standing at the exit. Moly, he exclaimed excitedly, about to rush over, but Nan Imo sternly stopped him. Don't come any closer. There's poison gas here. How did you end up here? Yang Dongqing stopped in his tracks, filled with doubt. I'm sorry, I lied to you. Nan Imo cried, tears streaming down her face. Sumu is the leader of the Viper gang. He used my brother to threaten me into setting a trap to capture you, but I didn't want you to die. Yang Dongqing remained silent for a moment, then abruptly stepped into the fourth floor. The iron doors at the entrance and exit slammed shut instantly, and pale purple poisonous gas began to spread. He sneered at the camera, held his breath, and transformed into a blur as he rushed towards the exit, his steel body slamming heavily against the iron door. Bang! The deformed iron door was smashed open, and Yang Dongqing, carrying the frightened Nan, ran wildly to the 5th floor, leaving the poisonous gas far behind. Silly girl, it's because you're here. He looked tenderly at the tearful person in his arms. Nanmo's heart skipped a beat, and she took the initiative to kiss him. In the monitoring room, Sumu smiled and sighed. This is love. Chief, should we run away? Zhao Chaoyao asked worriedly. He failed the 4th challenge and instead stumbled. Sumu said with a mysterious smile. He's going to meet the male lead now. On the 5th floor, after the two separated, Nanmo urged. Let's escape quickly. Yang Dongqing sneered. The one who should be running away is Sumu. He dared to use you. I'll make him pay the price. He pulled Nanmo along, step by step, towards the depths of the 5th floor. How did you escape? Yang Dongqing asked. Nanmo's eyes darted around. The people guarding me went to deal with you, so I pretended to go to the toilet and ran out to report to them. The two walked deeper into the 5th floor, where 2 rows of burly men in black, wearing gas masks and armed with guns, stood before a massive, dark gold Ouroboros wall. Upon seeing them, they all made way. Zhao Chaoyao pushed a wheelchair out, and Sumu, who was in the wheelchair, was pale-faced, holding a snake-patterned wooden cane. His smile was handsome, but carried a chilling undertone. Sumu, Yang Dongqing's murderous intent was palpable as he shielded Nanmo behind him. It's a pleasure to meet you, classmate. Sumu toyed with his cane. Shouldn't you be thanking me for introducing you to Jasmine? Enough with the nonsense. How do you plan to die? Don't rush me. Let me hear your terms first. Sumu said calmly. I want to ask, how do I obtain extraordinary power? 1 million for clues, or 10 million if that's not enough. Kill you, and the money's mine. Yang Dongqing sneered. Since we can't reach an agreement, then there's no need to talk anymore. Sumu waved his hand. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of gunfire rang out, bullets striking Yang Dongqing and sending sparks flying. Although he could withstand the bullets, the impact forced him to retreat repeatedly. Half a minute later, the gunfire stopped. Yang Dongqing, panting heavily, was about to make a move when he saw Sumu pull out a dark gold Ouroboros pocket watch. It's almost time. Sumu stood up and walked towards him, leaning on his cane. What do you want to do? Yang Dongqing asked, feeling wary. Don't you feel dizzy or tired? Sumu's smile deepened. Yang Dongqing's expression changed drastically. He did indeed have these symptoms, but had previously attributed them to his injury. What exactly is going on? You think Nanmo's farewell drink was for nothing? Sumu's voice carried a hypnotic magic. That drink contained a potion that can suppress supernatural powers. Your current weakness is just the beginning. Nanmo trembled, looking at Sumu in disbelief. Yang Dongqing's pupils contracted, the fatigue in his limbs grew stronger, and his vision began to blur. You cheated. He tried to fight back, but found his body growing heavier and heavier. Chapter 16. Are you sure you're taking me hostage? You've been poisoned. Sumu's voice was calm and unwavering. Yang Dongqing's eyes widened in anger. Impossible. I didn't inhale the poison gas from the 4th floor. Who said the poison is on the 4th layer? Sumu's smile deepened. Yang Dongqing suddenly looked at Nanmo, who trembled and turned deathly pale. Did you cook this? His voice was hoarse, his eyes filled with disbelief and pain. It wasn't me. I ate it too, Nanmo hurriedly explained. But Sumu interrupted her. You vomited once. The poison isn't in the food. It's on your lips. Nanmo froze instantly, then exclaimed in horror. It's that glass of red wine. You smeared poison on the rim of the glass, put it on my lips, and then deliberately made me drink it again. You were drinking red wine with him while I looked so pathetic? Yang Dongqing asked, distraught. Which of your words are true? Sumu added, like a dagger to the wound. Not just red wine, but also M9 steak. The illusion of love shattered instantly. Yang Dongqing mustered her last bit of strength and lunged at Sumu, only to be easily dodged and fall heavily to the ground. Now it's my turn to ask a question, Sumu said, slowly approaching. Go to hell. Yang Dongqing roared. Don't hurt him. Nanmo suddenly rushed over, grabbing Sumu's clothes and pleading. Just as the two were gazing deeply into each other's eyes, she suddenly pulled out a dagger and held it to Sumu's neck. Release Yang Dongqing, or I'll kill you. Zhao Chaoyao and the others froze instantly. Sumu suddenly grabbed her hand and slashed the dagger at his own neck. Blood gushed out, and Sumu fell to the ground, his face still contorted with fanaticism. Clap, clap, clap. Applause rang out. A man in black removed his gas mask, revealing Sumu's pale face, a brilliant plot twist. Nanmo trembled as she turned the body over. It was a strange man who bore a striking resemblance to Sumu. Yang Dongqing suddenly realized. You're also a superhuman. Your previous sickly appearance was all an act. Sumu neither agreed nor disagreed, and ordered his men to drag the two away. Take them to rest. Chapter 17, The Substitute. Zhao Chaoyao was still in shock. He looked at the corpse on the ground, then at Su Mu in front of him, when suddenly he heard Su Mu's voice behind him again. He turned around sharply and saw a burly man in black taking off his mask. He also looked like Su Mu and was disassembling his bulletproof armor. A wise man does not stand under a dangerous wall, Su Mu said calmly. But your deception, poisoning, and manipulation of emotions don't seem like those of a gentleman. Zhao Chaoyao swallowed his words, quickly flattering. The leader's double is excellent. Whether it looks like him or not is not important. What's important is the hypnosis. Sumu put on his brown-tinted glasses. The calming candles at headquarters, the Ouroboros symbol, and Nan Mo's advance notice were all foreshadowing. They're looking for a stand-in because they're afraid the superhumans might have some trump cards up their sleeves. Then what about the poisoning? Zhao Chaoyao pressed. What if Nan Mo hadn't kissed him? There's no poison at all, Su Mu explained. Like the water-dripping sound murder experiment, psychological suggestion is enough to make him show symptoms of poisoning. He was already exhausted from fighting all the way, inhaling calming incense, and holding his breath to kiss, so the hypnotic suggestion would naturally make him dizzy and weak. Zhao Chaoyao seemed to understand but not quite, and asked again. Then why didn't you just hypnotize Nanemo directly, and instead let her choose? Sumu stopped in his tracks, and his voice drifted over. I like surprises. The struggles of human nature are what make things interesting. A life where everything is controlled is too boring. Chapter 18, Jasmine. Very moist. In the Viper Gang's dungeon, Yang Dongqing was chained to a steel chair with iron chains as thick as a baby's arm. A man in a white coat stepped forward to report. Boss, he inhales paralyzing gas every hour, and he can't move a single finger now. Sumu, you despicable scoundrel. Yang Dongqing's eyes widened in anger, but he felt utterly powerless. Ignoring his anger, Su Mu said calmly, if you're not afraid of death, what about Nanimo? Yang Dongqing trembled violently, his muscles bulged, and the chains rattled as he was pulled. If you dare touch her, I will tear you to pieces. The man in the white coat exclaimed in shock. Impossible. Paralyzing gas is effective even on elephants. Sumu put on a gas mask and gestured for a higher dosage. After the white smoke filled the air, Yang Dongqing went completely limp. Sumu leaned close to his ear and whispered, Jasmine, it's so moist. Yang Dongqing's pupils contracted sharply, and even though his whole body was paralyzed, his eyes still blazed with boundless hatred. Sumu pondered. His power seemed to be related to his emotions and willpower. Chapter 19, Cruel Punishments. Jasmine, it's very moist. Those 5 words were like a spark igniting and explosive. Yang Dongqing, whose eyes had been unfocused, suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot, and a terrifying power surged from his body. The chains were pulled so hard they rattled, and the entire dungeon trembled slightly. Leader, he's about to break free. The man in the white coat turned pale with fright. Sumu remained unmoved, a sudden realization flashing in his eyes. Yang Dongqing's strength was indeed linked to emotions and willpower. He calmly ordered, bring Jasmine here. As soon as Nanemo, dressed neatly, entered the dungeon, Yang Dongqing's rage immediately subsided. Molly, are you all right? He asked urgently, his eyes filled with worry. I'm fine, how about you? Nanemo looked at her lover who was chained up, tears welling up in her eyes. Seeing that Nanemo was safe and sound, Yang Dongqing's power gradually subsided. Sumu, I'll tell you whatever you want to know, just release Molly. I don't like things that are too easy to get. Sumu shook his head and instructed his men, send Jasmine back to her room, prepare a bottle of red wine and an M9 steak, and don't let anyone approach without my order. After Nanemo was taken away, the deathly silence of the dungeon was quickly broken by laughter and chatter. A row of scantily clad, alluring women surrounded Yang Dongqing, flirting with him in every way. Hey handsome, don't be so fierce. Those muscles are so hard. Let me touch them. Yang Dongqing's expression shifted from rage to blushing, then to utter frustration. In the monitoring room, Zhao Chaoyao stared in disbelief. Chief, is this the torture you were talking about? Ordinary punishments won't hurt him. They'll only make him angrier and stronger, Su Mu said calmly. What I want is not submission, but to weaken his willpower. Hours later, Yang Dongqing's eyes were bloodshot. He was panting heavily, and his throat was parched. Seeing this, Su Mu changed the women to continue, to prevent him from getting bored. Only when Yang Dongqing had completely adapted did he order the women removed and begin the next round of torture. This time, A cold-looking man entered, holding a box of powder. Without a word, he poured it on Yang Dongqing. Instantly, an intense itching spread throughout his body, and his uncontrolled, maniacal laughter echoed through the dungeon. Several more hours passed, and Yang Dongqing laughed until his voice was hoarse and he was utterly exhausted. He finally understood that this kind of non-violent torture was far harder to resist than physical pain. Click! The dungeon door opened again. Yang Dongqing looked on in terror as Sumu slowly walked in, carrying a thick stack of books. Sumu, you. Yang Dongqing's anger was barely rising when it was suppressed by the other party's calm gaze. Chapter 20. Just a trigonometric function. As a student, your biggest responsibility is to study. Sumu interrupted him, pushed up his glasses, and looked every bit the model class monitor. You're at the bottom of the class and dragging everyone down, so I'll tutor you after class. You're crazy. What the hell am I supposed to learn? Yang Dongqing cursed. Sumu shook his head, took out a math workbook and spread it in front of him. Solve this trigonometric function problem. The formulas are all in the book. If you can't solve it in 15 minutes, I'll cut off one of Jasmine's fingers. Yang Dongqing's expression changed drastically, and he roared, How dare you? I always keep my word. Sumu took out his pocket watch and placed it on the table. Now, the timer begins. The chance to save her is in your hands. The cursing stopped abruptly. Yang Dongqing stared at the exercise book, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. The problem was, in triangle ABC, angle A equals 60 degrees, A equals 3, and B equals square root 3, find the measure of angle B. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. He scratched his head, his mind completely blank. The despair of a struggling student was on full display at that moment. Sin B equals B times sin divided by A, square root 3 multiplied by sin 60 degree. He kept muttering to himself until the very last moment, when he suddenly roared, Angle B equals 30 degree. I got it. Sumu pushed open the door and entered, clapping with satisfaction. Congratulations, you saved Jasmine's finger. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out another problem. 15 minutes. If you can't solve it, cut off one of her toes. 1, 3, 8, 20, 48, 112, 256. 1. Find the general term formula. 2. Find the 20th term. 3. From which term does the value begin to exceed 10,000? Sumu, you bastard. Yang Dongqing's eyes were bloodshot, but he could only look down at the question in despair. The next morning, Yang Dongqing hadn't slept a wink. He'd stayed up all night, forced to master a bunch of profound secrets, trigonometric functions, arithmetic and geometric sequences, linear equations in 2 variables, leaving him with sunken eyes, a numb face, and lifeless gaze. Even when the woman reappeared, he showed no reaction. In the monitoring room, Sumu, seeing this, knew the time was right. Superhumans possess extremely strong mental resistance. Only by weakening their mental state to the extreme could deep hypnosis succeed. He rose and headed towards the dungeon. Thump! The door opened. Yang Dongqing trembled, extreme fear appearing in her eyes. Suddenly, she gagged, No, I don't want to do math problems anymore. Sumu nodded in satisfaction. It seems you have digested this knowledge. Now, it's time to move on to the final stage. Yang Dongqing seemed not to hear, mechanically reciting. Sine, cosine, tan, cot. Chapter 21 The Bronze Law, Heart of Steel. Bite. A delicate, dark gold openwork pocket watch flicked from Sumu's fingertips and landed in front of Yang Dongqing. The pocket watch was connected by a thin chain, the end of which was held in Sumu's hand. With a little force, the dark gold pocket watch began to swing. It swings very slowly, but very regularly, each swing precise, like the second hand on a clock face. Look at it carefully. Sumu's deep voice rang out. At the same time, he took off his brown glasses, revealing a pair of deep and beautiful eyes as black as obsidian. Whether it was my imagination or not, those eyes seemed like luminous pearls in a dimly lit dungeon, faintly emitting a ghostly glow. A massive spiritual force began to spread throughout the dungeon. Yang Dongqing subconsciously glanced at the dark gold pocket watch in front of him. His eyes followed its swaying motion, his mind gradually drawn in, slowly. His eyes were fixed on the pocket watch. The silent darkness spread, gradually engulfing everything, and even Sumu, who was right in front of him, seemed to disappear into the darkness. Gradually, the dark gold Ouroboros on the pocket watch came to life. It wriggles and twists in the darkness, intertwining and crisscrossing, mysterious and extraordinary. Now, Sumu's eyes flashed, and a massive amount of spiritual power surged into Yang Dongqing's mind like a tide. silently leaving an Ouroboros symbol in his mind. The dark golden Ouroboros seemed to be reflected in Yang Dongqing's pupils before slowly disappearing. Phew! Su Mu let out a long breath, feeling unsteady on his feet, as if his body had been hollowed out. As expected of an extraordinary being, even after experiencing such inhuman torture, they still have considerable mental resistance. Fortunately, they succeeded. He shifted his gaze to Yang Dongqing, whose eyes were lifeless and blank, like a soulless doll. Yang Dongqing, Su Mu said slowly. His words were like commands to activate a puppet. The moment they were input, Yang Dongqing's lifeless eyes gradually regained their color, a fervent fervor. Leader. Su Mu smiled silently, but he didn't indulge in his joy too much, because he needed to obtain extraordinary power as soon as possible, since he didn't have many days left to live. How did you become a superhuman? I became an extraordinary being in the nightmare world. Nightmare world? Su Mu frowned slightly. So it really was related to his dream? He remembered his dream. Every time he fell asleep, he would inevitably enter a dream, and each time he entered a dream, his mental strength would increase. What is the nightmare world? He asked his second question. The nightmare world is the world after you fall asleep. It is a world made up of countless nightmares, filled with all sorts of bizarre, terrifying, and incomprehensible nightmare monsters. As he said this, a hint of fear appeared on the face of this arrogant superhuman. This surprised Su Mu. The fact that Yang Dongqing could still experience fear under hypnosis meant that the fear brought to Yang Dongqing by the nightmare world had penetrated to the bone. Yang Dongqing took a deep breath and said again, I don't know when it started, but the boundary between reality and dreams has been broken. This has led to things in dreams being able to invade reality, and people in reality being able to mistakenly enter dreams. You mean, nightmare monsters are also hidden in the real world? Su Mu recalled the various rumors he had heard before. Those absurd and unbelievable terrifying events were often talked about by students. However, at that time, he was so engrossed in his dreams that he didn't care about reality at all. That's right. If people can enter the nightmare world, then the monsters of the nightmare world can naturally invade reality. Can you imagine that kind of fear? The nightmare deep within your heart, the thing you fear most, suddenly crawling out of your dreams one day, or you falling into a real nightmare, facing the nightmare in your heart head-on. That feeling. It's simply. The fear on Yang Dongqing's face intensified. That's absolutely brilliant. Su Mu's suppressed excitement dispelled Yang Dongqing's fear. He suddenly felt a sense of anticipation for the nightmare world. He had long forgotten what fear was. In the more than 100 years in the dream world, he experienced everything in the world. In the later stages, in order to consume his mental energy, he constantly created terrifying monsters or images to stimulate himself. The consequence of this is that his emotional thresholds become infinitely high, making it difficult for even the strongest fears to affect him. To be honest, this feeling is very boring. When nothing in the world can stir your heart, it's like being a monk or a eunuch. This is not a detached state of mind that is unmoved by external gains or losses, but rather a boredom and weariness after having had enough of everything. How do I enter the nightmare world? Su Mu asked expectantly. Sleep. You can only enter the nightmare world while you're asleep. It's like a nightmare you'll never wake up from. A month ago, I woke up from a deep sleep and found myself in the nightmare world. There were other people like me there, who also entered while they were asleep. We encountered a group of terrifying monsters inside. They ate people, they all died. Yang Dongqing's expression grew increasingly fearful, and he even seemed to be showing signs of breaking free from the hypnosis. Su Mu narrowed his eyes slightly and quickly changed the subject. How to become an extraordinary being in the nightmare world. The Bronze Law. Yang Dongqing uttered a term that Su Mu found unfamiliar. What is the Bronze Law? I don't know. A look of confusion flashed in Yang Dongqing's eyes. It's like a huge net hidden in endless dimensions in the nightmare world. It is all-encompassing and omnipresent. As long as you connect to the Bronze Law, you can become a superhuman. Su Mu's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. He could understand every word Yang Dongqing said, but he couldn't understand them when they were put together. Bronze Laws? A vast net? How do we connect to the Bronze Laws? There is no fixed method. It all depends on individual talent. Those with high talent will sense the Bronze Law and connect to it upon their first entry into the nightmare world. What about those with lower talent? Those with low talent may need to enter the nightmare world multiple times to connect to the Bronze Law. There is another type of person who has no talent and will never be able to connect. How many times have you been to the nightmare world? Once. Su Mu. So you're saying Ming is a genius? Are all superhumans like you, possessing bodies of steel? Yang Dongqing shook his head, My extraordinary power is called Iron Will, which is a relatively common kind of extraordinary power. After obtaining Iron Will, my physical attributes were enhanced in all aspects, and my body became comparable to steel. This physical strength can also be temporarily enhanced by willpower, emotional fluctuations, etc. Chapter 22 Yang Dongqing. You don't want anything to happen to Miss Jasmine, do you? Sumu seemed to be thinking about this. It seemed that Yang Dongqing was able to unleash his power after being paralyzed, and hearing that Jasmine was moist was related to this. Iron Will. Iron refers to a body of steel, while ambition refers to the strengthening of that body through willpower and emotion. Simply put, the more intense the emotions, the stronger the body of steel, or the more resolute the will, the stronger the body of steel. The bronze laws are all-encompassing, and the corresponding supernatural powers are also numerous. However, I don't know exactly what they are. Even this information is thanks to one of the Nightmare Apostles who came from the upper city, who told me about it last time. Nightmare Apostle? Is that a nickname for people like you? Yang Dongqing nodded. Anyone who has entered the nightmare world, whether superhuman or ordinary, is called a Nightmare Apostle. This is an ominous title, because all Nightmare Apostles will eventually die in nightmares. Why? The person from the upper city said that every day in this world, some unlucky people dream of becoming Nightmare Apostles, entering the nightmare world in their sleep. This is completely random, and anyone can be one of them. Moreover, once entered, it's like being infected with a curse. One will enter every so often, experiencing nightmare after nightmare until death. Is there any way I can enter the nightmare world? Yang Dongqing shook his head again. There's no way. Nobody knows how to enter the nightmare world, just as nobody knows how to get out of it. Being chosen as a Nightmare Apostle seemed completely random, with no discernible pattern. Hearing this, Su Mu's expression darkened. Is it possible to become a superhuman without entering the nightmare world? Yes, I heard from that person from the upper city that there are some extraordinary individuals hidden in this world, and none of them are Nightmare Apostles. How did they become superhumans? I only know part of it. The man was killed by the nightmare monster before he could finish speaking. His exact words were that these superhumans in the real world are a bunch of cowardly freeloaders who grew up by sucking the blood of Nightmare Apostles. Yang Dongqing pondered for a moment. His tone was very angry at the time, as if he was very resistant to the identity of the Nightmare Apostle. That resistance was not only about facing the nightmare monster, but also about how people in the real world would also be detrimental to the Nightmare Apostle. Su Mu's eyes flickered. Sucking the blood of the Nightmare Apostle? Was it the literal meaning, or? Give me some of your blood. Yes, leader. Yang Dongqing did not hesitate at all. He stretched out a finger and used his nail, which was as sharp as a blade, to make a sharp cut on his wrist. In a room filled with medical equipment and experimental devices, a man in a white coat is conducting various experiments with a dropper, holding a test tube filled with blood. How is it? Su Mu asked, leaning against the corner of the wall. Chief, this blood is no different from ordinary blood. At most it's just a bit healthier. Drink it. Yes, leader. The man in the white coat drank the blood in his hand in one gulp. Su Mu waited for him for a full hour, but nothing changed. It seems that the previous statement did not mean vampire literally. He now faces two paths. One is to go to the upper city to investigate information about superhumans and learn their methods to gain superhuman power. The other is to find a way to enter the nightmare world and become a superhuman. He chose the second path with almost no hesitation. There is a natural barrier between Shangqing District and Xiaoqing District. It's not just about having money to get in. You need money, connections, and influence to obtain a residence permit in Shangqing District. Of course, this was not a difficult task for him. It only took a little time. However, after entering, investigating the information about the superhumans would take some time, and time was what he lacked most right now. He had already spent 3 days capturing Yang Dongqing, and he only had 4 days left to live. For Su Mu, none of the above reasons are actually the fundamental cause. The real reason he chose the second path was, who could resist a nightmare world where death was always a possibility, mysterious, terrifying, and thrilling? When he heard Yang Dongqing's description of the nightmare world, his long-dormant heart finally began to beat again. But how can one enter the nightmare world? Or rather, I've actually been in it all along. For a moment, Su Mu thought of the dream he had every day. It was so real that it didn't feel like a dream, but it was completely different from the nightmare world that Yang Dongqing had described. In my dreams, everything is there except for danger. I can have whatever I want. According to Yang Dongqing, the only way to enter the nightmare world is through luck. If your luck is bad enough, you can dream about the nightmare world and then enter it. The problem is that as soon as I fall asleep, I enter that omnipotent dream, which is equivalent to directly blocking out the nightmare world. He pondered for a moment, and an idea gradually took shape in his mind. Sumu returned to the dungeon. When he met Yang Dongqing, he was surprised to find that Yang Dongqing had broken free from hypnosis. Keep in mind that only an hour has passed. You bastard! What did you just do to me? Yang Dongqing roared in shock and anger, clearly still shaken by the hypnosis he had just experienced. The feeling of being completely transformed is more terrifying than losing one's life. Sumu stared at him. Such high mental resistance. Are all extraordinary beings like this? Or does Yang Dongqing's iron will have a certain resistance by its own? Never mind, it's not important. He never intended to keep Yang Dongqing as a puppet forever. To him, there were very few interesting people in the world, but it was precisely these people who made the world colorful. He was tired of the feeling of controlling everything. This was the case when he did not completely control Ninimo before, and now he naturally would not completely control Yang Dongqing's thoughts. However, while he was unwilling to control her, it didn't mean he would let Yang Dongqing go. The two have become enemies, and letting go of an enemy would be a foolish thing to do. So Sumu began to use another method, psychological suggestion. Compared to the coercive nature of hypnosis, psychological suggestion is undoubtedly covert, difficult to detect, and can ignore mental resistance. Simply put, hypnosis is the forced control of another person's mind, which will cause resistance at the mental level. Psychological suggestion is a subtle form of brainwashing, distorting your thoughts and making you accept things naturally. Just like in the workplace, if your boss assigns you a task outside of your job description and you resist it, your boss has two ways to deal with you. One is to use their power to pressure you, telling you to get out if you don't want to do it, or to make things difficult for you. Another method is to use psychological manipulation, PUA, on you, saying that learning more things is never a bad thing, and that you are being trained so that you can play a greater role in a higher position. The relative strength of the resistance to either approach is obvious. So, Sumu is now planning to use PUA. No, psychological manipulation on Yang Dongqing. He sat on a chair to the side, his hands folded as he leaned on a snakeskin cane, calmly gazing at Yang Dongqing, and slowly said, Yang Dongqing, you don't want anything to happen to Miss Jasmine, do you? Chapter 23 Pleasant Cooperation. Yang Dongqing's expression suddenly changed. What are you trying to do now? Clang, clang, clang. The iron chains wrapped around his body trembled wildly. It's nothing, just a little bit of insignificant compensation. Yang Dongqing's chest heaved violently. He suppressed the urge to burst into curses and gritted his teeth, saying, What compensation? You arrested me, and now you want compensation from me. Sumu's face showed surprise. I invited Miss Jasmine over for a meal, to have red wine and steak, but you came to my door without any explanation, broke into my house, and started a killing spree. Tell me, shouldn't you compensate me? That's an invitation? You're clearly stealing it. I simply made a phone call to invite Miss Jasmine over. So you also used threats. All right, don't worry about these trivial details. Just tell me whether you'll compensate me or not. Pay. Yang Dongqing's face turned ashen. Although he was a poor student, he understood the principle of being at the mercy of others. Sumu nodded in satisfaction. Given that you're a penniless wretch, all you can sell is your body, so working for me for 3 years will be compensation. For Sumu, 3 years is enough. He can already control Yang Dongqing now, let alone how much his mental strength will increase in 3 years, provided that he can survive. Work for you. Yang Dongqing's expression softened slightly. This meant that he would not die for the time being, and Jasmine would be safe. He only wanted to pretend to agree now and wait for an opportunity to take revenge later. Sumu seemed to see through his thoughts and said calmly, You should also know my abilities. Dealing with an ordinary person like Jasmine is a piece of cake. To be honest, I have already planted a thought in her mind, a thought of suicide. If you harbor any evil thoughts, Jasmine will commit suicide for me. Yang Dongqing's expression suddenly changed. Bastard, don't hurt Jasmine. Come at me if you dare. What a touching love story, Sumu exclaimed. In that case, you should think even more about Jasmine. She loves you so much that she even dared to betray me for you. Such a good girl. Her life and death are in your hands. If you agree to work for me for 3 years, I will set you free after 3 years. Yang Dongqing's face was grim and uncertain. He remained silent for a long time before finally saying, I promise you, but if you don't keep your promise or hurt Jasmine, I swear that even if I'm shattered to pieces, I will make you pay the price. Sumu smiled slightly. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you. At the same time, a subtle glint flashed in the eyes hidden behind the brown glasses. An invisible spiritual force began to emanate fluctuations. He was using psychological suggestion on Yang Dongqing to reinforce his thoughts. For Yang Dongqing at this point, there were two choices. One was to believe that he would be free in 3 years and then cooperate sincerely. The other was not to believe, then to cooperate in name only and wait for an opportunity to betray him. The effect of psychological suggestion is to reinforce the idea of genuine cooperation, making Yang Dongqing more inclined to choose the first option. Who do you want me to kill? Your rival. Don't be so violent. Who says gang leaders have to kill people? I still love peace, and your job doesn't involve killing. That doesn't sound like something you would say. Your first task is to help me enter the nightmare world. Yang Dongqing was shocked and remained silent for a long time, leaving aside whether I can do it or not. Do you know what entering the nightmare world means? Enough with the nonsense. I have my own plans. If I'm not mistaken, the sudden palpitations you experienced during class earlier were a sign that you were about to enter the nightmare world again. Yang Dongqing nodded silently, and after a long while said, Nightmare apostles will sense when they are about to enter the nightmare world, and they will usually enter 2 to 3 days after the sense is generated. You said before that entering the nightmare world is through sleeping and dreaming, but what if you don't sleep? Not sleeping can delay the onset of sleep, but who can stay awake forever? People will die if they don't sleep. Sumu did not comment on this. There are even extraordinary people in this world, so it is not unusual for someone to never sleep. However, Yang Dongqing has only recently come into contact with extraordinary people, so his understanding of the information is naturally limited. When entering the nightmare world, does the spirit enter while the body remains in reality? Or do both the spirit and body enter together? Yang Dongqing shook his head. I don't know either. I've only been to the nightmare world once, and who can observe whether their body is lying in bed while they're asleep? A slight glint appeared in Su Mu's eyes behind his brown-tinted glasses, and a thought suddenly formed in his mind. He wondered if his body was still lying in bed sleeping when he entered that dream of infinitely increasing spiritual power every day. Verification is also very simple. Just install a camera in the bedroom. However, now is not the time to verify. Yang Dongqing continued. I feel that the mind and body should enter together, because the nightmare world is a completely real world. It's like traveling through time. The injuries you get inside will also be carried out when you return to reality. You just said that we would enter the nightmare world in 2 to 3 days. Today should be the 3rd day, right? Yeah, because I didn't sleep last night, otherwise I probably would have gone in last night. Why didn't you sleep last night? You. Yang Dongqing glared angrily. Why the hell am I not sleeping? Didn't you make me study math all night? A mysterious smile curved Su Mu's lips. All right, don't worry about such trivial details. Just get ready to cooperate with me as we enter the nightmare world. Yang Dongqing frowned immediately. That's impossible. Nightmare world is entered randomly. As far as I know, no one can choose to enter it on their own. Su Mu smiled mysteriously. You don't need to worry about that. I have my own plans. Night. Inside a luxurious room, a dozen or so men in black stood in a neat row, led by Zhao Chaoyao. Leader, as you instructed, I have gathered all the elites of the Viper Gang, Zhao Chaoyao said respectfully. Su Mu carefully observed that these people were all burly and robust, with a faint aura of menace on their faces, and their waists were bulging as they carried pistols. At this moment, a bald man with no eyebrows and lipstick marks on his face looked disdainful and curled his lip. The nightmare world isn't about having a lot of people. If you bring these useless people in, they'll just be a burden in the end. Oh, right, that's assuming you actually have a way to get that many people in. Chapter 24 Nightmare World. The bald man speaking was Yang Dongqing. Since the two reached an agreement, Su Mu had released him. Under the influence of psychological suggestion, Yang Dongqing did not cause trouble, but worked honestly, waiting to live happily ever after with Jasmine in 3 years. As for the lip print on his face, it was naturally Jasmine's. The kid wanted to see Jasmine as soon as he came out. The two cuddled for a while, and he learned from Jasmine that his younger brother had become the factory manager, and that Jasmine herself had been signed by a record company. This ending can be described as a happy one for everyone. The younger brother becomes the factory manager. Jasmine is able to pursue her dreams, and Su Mu also gains a bodyguard who is an extraordinary person. The only one who suffers is Yang Dongqing, who has to be a beast of burden for 3 years. Su Mu ignored him and instead calmly instructed, prepare to go to sleep. Yang Dongqing walked straight to the only bed in the room. Unexpectedly, Su Mu extended his snakeskin cane and stopped him. Sleep on the ground. Yang Dongqing's face darkened with anger. Isn't there a bed here? Why do I have to sleep on the floor? The bed is mine. Su Mu put away her snakeskin cane and glanced at him indifferently. Yang Dongqing could only lie on the floor, cursing and swearing. At this moment, Su Mu instructed Zhao Chaoyao and the others, "You all go to sleep too." Bang bang bang. A dozen or so men in black lay down on the ground and fell asleep immediately. Some even started snoring. Yang Dongqing's eyebrows twitched as he looked at them. Do these people sleep so well? Su Mu shook his head. It's just hypnosis. Do you want to try it? Yang Dongqing immediately recalled unpleasant memories from the past and refused with a livid face, then closed her eyes tightly. About 10 minutes later, he slowly drifted off to sleep. He had been doing math problems all night and was already extremely exhausted. Seeing that everyone had fallen asleep, Su Mu began his own plan. He pulled a dark gold pocket watch from his pocket, the watch head slipping from his fingertips and swinging in the air like a pendulum. 1, 2, 3. Thump. Su Mu collapsed onto the soft bed. In the vast and ethereal celestial palace, a celestial emperor stood proudly, surrounded by celestial energy, as if boundless radiance burst forth from his body. His figure was majestic and upright, as if he could support the entire sky. And this immortal emperor was none other than Su Mu. Yes, he entered his dream. Transforming into a celestial emperor was just basic stuff for him. It was a habit he had developed subconsciously. Su Mu stood in the void, his magnificent immortal robe fluttering in the wind. Embroidered with the stars of the heavens, the robe seemed to contain the ultimate truth of the universe. He slightly raised his hand, and the immortal power flowing from his sleeves transformed into dazzling light, illuminating the entire dream. Dreams have no walls, which means that dreams have no boundaries. What he needs to do now is expand. Expand the dream infinitely until it connects to Yang Dongqing's dream. In his mind, since he is the master of dreams, why can't he control the connection between his own dreams and the dreams of others? To be able to control the birth and death of the universe with a flick of the wrist is merely connecting to a dream. It shouldn't be difficult to do. Time passed second by second. Su Mu slowly closed his eyes, pushing his senses to the limit. His dream expanded wildly, like the Big Bang. Finally, he sensed something different, a very peculiar feeling, like a celestial emperor standing at the pinnacle suddenly perceiving the barrier of the world, and after his perception penetrated the barrier, he saw another world. In the desolate frontier of dreams, where there is only endless darkness, a dozen or so stars, twinkling with faint light, have appeared out of nowhere, mysterious and magnificent. Su Mu could clearly sense that those dozen or so stars were not from his dream, because he could perfectly control his own dream, so he was particularly sensitive to anything extra. Is this their dream? Su Mu opened his eyes. The immortal emperor's gaze was like a deep and boundless black hole in the universe, containing the brilliance and dimness of countless stars, and the flow and change of time. When his gaze swept across, it was like a bolt of lightning splitting the darkness of the dream's edge, revealing the dozen or so stars. Even the image above is clearly visible. The images appearing on the 12 stars were basically the same. Su Mu sat on a throne, with a dark mass of people below him, shouting, "Long live the leader!" Clearly, this was Zhao Chaoyao and the others' dream. They were brainwashed every day, and even in their dreams, they were thinking about Su Mu. Besides these 12 stars, there is another star that looks like it was cast in steel and has a metallic sheen. The image displayed on it is somewhat different. The scene is somewhat erotic. The male protagonist is Yang Dongqing, and the female protagonist is Jasmine. The two are deeply in love when Su Mu appears and steals her away. This is Yang Dongqing's dream? Su Mu frowned slightly. It's so melodramatic. In Yang Dongqing's dream, Jasmine has been successfully taken away by Su Mu, and the plot is becoming increasingly melodramatic. Jasmine. Sorry, Holly, a love triangle is too crowded. Yang Dongqing. No. Jasmine. Jasmine. How can I live without you? Su Mu. He was speechless for a moment, and just as he was about to complain, his brows furrowed slightly, and his gaze, sharp as lightning, was fixed on Yang Dongqing's dream. Suddenly, a strange crimson color appeared in Yang Dongqing's dream. That crimson hue, like old rust or dried blood, spread silently through the dream, exuding a chilling aura. It was like demon blood seeping from the depths of hell, thick and flowing slowly, each drop filled with endless pain and resentment. Yang Dongqing's dream was gradually covered in blood, and at the same time, the star representing his dream began to shake violently, as if it was about to be pulled from the world at any moment. Is this the summoning from the nightmare world? Su Mu narrowed his eyes slightly. Without further hesitation, he immediately manipulated his own dream to connect with Yang Dongqing's dream. The moment the two made contact, his body jolted violently. The celestial palace, which was originally shrouded in ethereal beauty, was somehow stained with a strange crimson color. The crimson color spread like wildfire, like a virus. He tried to control the crimson color, but found that he couldn't control it at all. Even though he was the supreme immortal emperor in his dream, everything was like a mirage to the crimson color. Only the crimson color was real. The feeling is like that of a supreme powerhouse in a novel, capable of destroying the world with a mere gesture, yet unable to escape the novel and harm a single blade of grass or tree in reality. Chapter 25. Just as I expected, the nightmare world pulls people in through dreams. As long as my dream is connected to that of the nightmare apostle, I will be pulled into it as well. Sumu's eyes flashed, and at some point, a strange blood-red color appeared in his eyes. In that case, I can use the same principle to bring that other person and the others into it as well. Sumu manipulated his own dream, connecting it with the dreams of Zhao Chaoyao and others. When all the dreams were connected, it seemed to provide a channel for the spread of blood. It spread infinitely, eventually staining everyone's dreams with blood. That crimson expanse was like a giant net, enveloping everyone's dreams, leaving them nowhere to escape. It was as if once trapped within it, they would be swallowed by endless fear and despair. And this is exactly what Sumu wanted. He sat enthroned on the highest throne, his dark gold star-patterned robes now stained crimson with blood. The blood raged wildly, gradually forming a sea of blood that slowly engulfed him. Abdomen, chest, neck. At this moment, Sumu was completely enveloped in a sea of blood, with only his head remaining. A suppressed smile appeared on his pale face. This is truly something to look forward to. As soon as he finished speaking, the sea of blood completely engulfed him. The pitch-black night enveloped Zhao family village, making the entire village exceptionally desolate. There were no lights in any of the houses, except for a few flickering candlelight in a two-story house, which stood out conspicuously in the darkness. As night fell, the two-story house seemed to be covered by a thick layer of darkness. Eerie vines climbed the mottled walls, and the rusty iron door creaked eerily in the breeze, as if it were groaning in pain. Inside the house, 4 men and 1 woman sat anxiously around a candle, glancing back at the darkness not reached by the candlelight, as if some terrifying monster might appear at any moment. It's already dark. We'll go out to find food and candles as planned. A man in his early 20s with a buzz cut said in a deep voice. Although his expression was solemn, he did not show the fear or anxiety of the others. Brother Yi, are we really going out? What if there are nightmare monsters outside? A slightly trembling voice came from a middle-aged man. He was wearing faded work clothes and worn-out rubber shoes. His skin was dark and his figure was slightly hunched, marks left by long-term heavy physical labor. The man with the buzz-cut surnamed Yi gave him a cold look. What can we do if we don't go out? Wait to die? We've been here for 3 days, and we haven't eaten a single thing in 3 whole days. If this continues, we'll starve to death without those nightmare monsters even lifting a finger. And the candles are almost gone. Once we run out of candles, I don't need to tell you what the consequences will be, do I? The middle-aged man shrank back in fear and didn't dare to say anything more, while the others remained silent. At this moment, the man surnamed Yi stood up and said, Everyone, split up and go into the village to find food. It's nighttime now, so those humanoid monsters won't appear. Just be careful of the shadowy figures. Also, bring all the food you find back, and I'll distribute it. Anyone who dares to hoard food will be dealt with rudely. After saying that, he took the lead and prepared to leave, while the only woman among them quickly grabbed the hand of the man surnamed Yi, her pretty face showing a pitiful, pleading look. Brother Yi, I'm scared, can I come with you? The woman was wearing a thin silk nightgown that subtly outlined her graceful curves. The neckline was slightly open, revealing a glimpse of fair skin and a sexy collarbone. The slender shoulder straps hung lightly on her rounded shoulders, as if they might slip off at any moment. Her pitiful appearance made the others secretly swallow their saliva, their protective instincts surging. However, the man surnamed Yi remained expressionless and coldly refused, saying, I said, we'll split up. The more people there are, the more likely we are to attract the attention of the shadowy figure. The woman persisted, biting her delicate lips as she pleaded, Please, Brother Yi, you're the only superhuman in the team. Only you can protect me. Please take me with you. I'll do anything. The man surnamed Yi sneered, a hint of mockery appearing in his eyes, and ruthlessly shook off the woman's hand. Since you know I am a superhuman, you should also understand that there are plenty of people like you around me. In the real world, it wouldn't matter, but this is the nightmare world. I can barely protect myself, let alone you. You think you can do anything? Then go and take down the shadowy figure lurking in the darkness. If you do that, I'll protect you 24/7. The woman's face turned pale instantly, as if all her strength had been drained away. The man surnamed Yi gave her a cold look, then picked up the lantern, turned and left, his figure disappearing into the darkness. The desperate woman could only cast her helpless gaze at others, but no one responded. The others weren't fools either. None of them wanted to take a burden. They all took their lanterns and left one after another. Only the middle-aged man hesitated for a long time before finally saying, "You, come with me. It'll be good to have someone to look after you." A look of joy appeared on the woman's face, and she quickly nodded in agreement. Her fair and slender arms wrapped tightly around the middle-aged man's arms, and the two picked up the lanterns and left the house. The two walked cautiously in the darkness, the white paper lanterns in their hands emitting a faint candlelight. Their bodies were pressed close together, and they could even clearly hear each other's heartbeats. After an unknown amount of time, a woman's voice rang out in the darkness. "Uncle Li, do you think we can get back alive?" Li Chang's body stiffened slightly, but he still managed to offer a comforting words. "Miss Wang, just call me Lily. Uncle Li, you're a good person. You're different from them. Lily, we will definitely make it back alive." Li Chang felt a warmth in his heart, and at the same time, the arms wrapped around his arm tightened even more. That soft touch slightly dispelled the fear in my heart. However, just then, click. Inside the village, the sound of a tree branch snapping suddenly rang out from an alleyway beside the two people. It sounded like someone had stepped on a dry branch on the ground. The two men's expressions changed instantly. They turned around abruptly, raising their lanterns to illuminate the alley. It was pitch black inside, a dark abyss that seemed to be silently swallowing everything. Who's there?" Li Chang asked in alarm. "Is it Brother Yi? Or Wang Tao?" In the dim candlelight, a figure seemed to be standing quietly in the dark alley, without making any movement. The figure was thin and tall. Li Chang mustered his courage and raised the lantern, trying to see the man's face clearly. Then, the figure moved. It seemed as if he had taken a step forward, deliberately stepping into the range of candlelight. Countless shadows receded from the person's face like tiny worms, revealing a pale face. He had delicate and handsome features, wore high-end brown glasses, and wore a polite yet elegant smile. His pale skin even shone brightly in the candlelight. Chapter 26. Do I look like a monster? Lily was the first to let out a high-pitched scream, because the face did not belong to any of their group. Li Chang was instantly gripped by fear. His mind was a complete mess. Why? Didn't Brother Yi say that the humanoid monster only appeared during the day? Before he could react, he suddenly felt a pair of soft hands push him hard. Caught off guard, Li Chang fell to the ground. The owner of those hands fled as if he had gone mad. Lily knew very well that she was no match for the humanoid monster, nor could she outrun Li Chang beside her. To survive and avoid being eaten, she could only have Li Chang by her time. Snap! The white paper lantern in Li Chang's hand also fell to the ground, and this fall almost made him faint from fright, because the white paper lantern rolled with inertia to the feet of the pale-faced man, illuminating the scenery behind him. People everywhere. Behind the pale white face stood rows of men in black, motionless like zombies, filling the dark alley. Monster, don't eat me." Li Chang's fragile mind was severely impacted. He collapsed as he scrambled to his feet, fell down, and got up again, practically crawling and tumbling as he fled into the distance. Sumu pushed up his brown glasses with a bit of helplessness. He hadn't expected that he would be mistaken for a monster by others when he first arrived in the nightmare world and hadn't even seen a nightmare monster yet. After he was completely swallowed by a sea of blood in his dream, he came to this village. This dilapidated village didn't even have lights. Most importantly, all the lighting tools he had were malfunctioning. To be precise, they weren't malfunctioning. They were still working, but the light they emitted was completely unable to dispel the darkness of this world. Sumu turned around and asked his group of underlings, "Do I look like a monster?" Zhao Chaoyao stared menacingly at Li Chang's retreating figure. How dare he insult the leader? "I'll go kill him," Yang Dongqing said thoughtfully. "It seems that this person should also be a nightmare apostle. He should have entered before us, so he might know some information about this nightmare." Sumu waved his hand. "Grab him." "Yes, Chief." Two burly men in black leaped out like cheetahs and charged straight at Li Chang. A few seconds later, a panicked Li Chang was dragged back by two burly men in black, like a dead dog. "No, don't eat me. Please don't eat me." Li Chang didn't dare to open his eyes and struggled and shouted wildly. After struggling for a while, he realized that no one was attacking him at all. He was stunned and cautiously opened his eyes, only to see the same pale and handsome face from before. The owner of that face was smiling, a very gentle smile that was not at all aggressive. Sir, are you also a nightmare apostle? Sumu asked politely. Li Chong nodded subconsciously, then suddenly realized something. You guys too? Yes, we are just like you. People who have strayed into the nightmare world, not monsters. Really? Li Chong looked at the large group of men in black in front of him with some skepticism. But why are there so many of you? And why are you all wearing the same clothes? Could it be that you came as a group? A vein bulged on Zhao Chaoyao's face as he grabbed Li Chong by the collar and said fiercely, You think this is a group tour? Do you think we're here for a vacation? Answer our leader's questions honestly, understand? Hey, how many times have I told you not to be so violent, to be polite? Yes, Chief. Zhao Chaoyao released Li Chong's collar and then stepped back behind Sumu. Sumu smiled at the panicked Li Chong and even kindly straightened his wrinkled collar. Don't be nervous. After all, we're not bad people. By the way, do you know how I should address you? Li Chong. Li Chong said, trembling. For some reason, he was even more afraid. All right, Mr. Li Chong, we are both nightmare apostles, trapped in this terrifying dream. Shouldn't we help each other? After all, individual strength is limited. Only by uniting as one can we overcome this difficulty. Don't you agree? Behind the brown-tinted glasses, a faint, eerie light emanated from the eyes. Under the gaze of those eyes, Li Chong's fear gradually subsided. You're right. We should help each other, Li Chong said earnestly. Mr. Li Chong is a very nice person. Please tell me the information you have. As the two interacted amicably, young Dongqing, who was standing to the side, felt a chill run down his spine upon witnessing this scene. No matter how many times he saw this method of controlling people's hearts, he would feel a deep sense of fear and dread. As Li Chong recounted his experiences without reservation, Sumu finally understood the nightmare he was currently experiencing. Li Chong's group consisted of 10 people, 5 of whom had already died, leaving 4 men and 1 woman. They had all entered the nightmare world 3 days prior, but unlike the rest of them who had entered together, these individuals had entered individually. Of the remaining people, only one young man named Yi Fanyu was a superhuman who had entered the nightmare world for the 3rd time. The rest were ordinary people who were entering for the first time. Upon entering, they found themselves in a village called Zhao Family Village. At night, the village was deserted, but a monster called the Shadow lurked in the darkness, reaching out its hand to pull people into the darkness. It was said that anyone pulled into it was certain to die. The daytime is even more dangerous, as the vanished villagers will reappear during the day. To be precise, they are not villagers at all, but monsters in human skin. They are incredibly strong and difficult to kill, and they will actively attack humans. Once they capture a human, they will cruelly torture and eat them. These monsters number over 100 and are impossible to deal with head-on. They can only hide inside houses. The villagers seem to have a natural fear of houses. As long as the doors and windows are closed, they cannot break in. However, these monsters can bewitch people and will try every means to lure people out of their rooms. After hearing Li Chong's description, Su Mu's smile widened. I'm starting to look forward to it a little. Chapter 27 Misunderstanding. It seems there are advantages to entering the nightmare world late. At least some good people have already risked their lives to help you obtain a lot of crucial information. For example, villagers cannot force their way into houses, and the shadowy figure likes to appear in crowded places. This kind of information may seem like just a single sentence, but to actually know it, you have to risk your life. Although the lives of the Viper Gang's underlings are not life-threatening, recruiting and hypnotizing a new batch of underlings is still very time-consuming. Mr. Li Chong, please lead us to meet up with everyone now, Su Mu said with a smile. Li Chong nodded numbly. Okay. Inside a 2-story house, Yi Fanyu and the others returned one after another. The 3 of them exchanged glances, their faces all looking grim. Zhao Gang, Wang Tao, did you two also fail to find any food? Yi Fanyu asked. The 2 shook their heads. I went to look in the field, but there were no crops at all. I searched the village's trash cans, but there was no food. Yi Fanyu's expression grew increasingly grim, but he did not readily believe what the 2 said. He first carefully examined the 2 men, and then reached out to touch their shrunken bellies. You 2, open your mouths. The 2 were terrified of Yi Fanyu, and obeyed his orders. Yi Fanyu checked, and found no food residue. He even smelled it, and found no food aroma, only the stench of not brushing teeth for 3 days. It seems we can only pin our hopes on Li Chong and Wang Li. The 3 of them, each holding a lantern, sat in a corner of the room, far apart from each other. Not long after, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the house. Open the door. Loud banging on the door, and Wang Li's terrified cries for help rang out from outside, particularly jarring in the quiet night. The three men's expressions changed, and they all stood up. Yifan rushed to the door first, but he didn't open it immediately. Instead, he asked, "What happened?" "Li Chong. Li Chong has encountered a humanoid monster. Please open the door quickly." Wang Li's once sweet voice was now distorted, and the fear that had been building up for 3 days burst forth. Yifan expression suddenly changed. "Impossible. Humanoid monsters only appear during the day. It's nighttime now. How could they come out?" To confirm the time, he even went to the window and looked outside. It was pitch black outside, with only the cold moonlight hanging down from the sky, shining on the surrounding tree branches and casting eerie, distorted shadows on the ground, exuding a suffocating and sinister atmosphere. "I don't know either, but they just appeared. Not just one, but many monsters. They filled the alley." Wang Li cried out in terror, her voice choked with sobs. Yifan didn't reply. Instead, he pressed himself against the window, carefully observing the doorway. Only after confirming that Wang Li was alone at the door did he speak. "Since there are so many nightmare monsters, how did you manage to come back alive? Where's Li Chong?" Wang Li's sobs paused. "Li Chong. He stayed behind to cover my retreat. He, sob. Bang. The door to the house was opened, and the faint candlelight shining from inside shone on Wang Li's delicate body, casting a halo around her silhouette. Her white silk nightgown was covered in mud, and her long, bare legs had several abrasions. One of her fluffy slippers was missing, and her once smooth feet were now stained with mud, with even the spaces between her toes filled with a black substance. She rushed into the room and only breathed a sigh of relief when she was enveloped in candlelight. Bang! Without a second's hesitation, Yifan closed the door. Then, without giving Wang Li a chance to catch her breath, Yifan grabbed her hand and said urgently, "Tell me quickly, what exactly happened?" He was indeed very anxious because Wang Li's words meant that the activity patterns of the nightmare monsters observed over the past 3 days were wrong or had changed, which concerned everyone's lives. I don't know. I'm so scared. Li Chong and I were looking for food when we passed through an alley and suddenly heard a noise. Li Chong thought it was you, so he took a lantern to shine on it. And then, Wang Li's breathing became more and more rapid, and her pupils involuntarily contracted, as if she had thought of something terrible. "What happened? Tell me the truth." Yifan face was contorted with rage, and he wanted nothing more than to slap her. People everywhere. The alley was filled with rows of men in black. They were motionless, like zombies. The one in the lead was deathly pale, without a trace of color, and he seemed to be wearing brown-tinted glasses. Brown glasses? That's right, it's the guy with the brown glasses. He kept smiling. He just watched us quietly, and kept smiling. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Unconsciously, images flashed through their minds. A pitch-black night, white lanterns illuminating the alleyway, and in the candlelight, rows of zombie-like figures in black came into view, their pale faces staring straight at you with smiles. Bang, bang, bang. A series of crisp knocks on the door startled everyone awake. "Open the door quickly. It's me, Li Chong." Li Chong's voice came from outside the door. Whoosh. Everyone's faces turned pale instantly, and Wang Li was so frightened that she hugged Yifan tightly, seemingly seeking comfort. "Go to hell, get out of here. Don't touch me." Yifan shoved Wang Li away, his face dark and uncertain. "Open the door. I can see light inside." Li Chong kept urging. Zhao Gang swallowed nervously. Didn't Wang Li say Li Chong was dead? Then who's outside the door? The room was deathly silent. No one answered the question. "It's possible that the villagers have changed. Don't forget they have the ability to alter their appearance and bewitch people," Wang Tao said cautiously. "Shut up. Don't make a sound. I'm going to check." Yifan shouted in a low voice, taking a step and silently approaching the window. What he saw made his heart jump. The scene outside was exactly as Wang Li had described. Li Chong was knocking on the door, and behind him stood a row of men in black. The people stood expressionless, like statues, while the man in the lead wore brown glasses and held a snake-patterned wooden cane in his hand. Suddenly, the man with the brown glasses seemed to notice something and turned his head slightly to look over. When their eyes met, the man with brown glasses gave a polite smile. "Tongue." Yifan felt a chill run down his spine and quickly moved away from the window, pressing himself against the wall to avoid that gaze. Damn it! How did so many nightmare monsters suddenly appear? Chapter 28. Who do you think you are? Everyone, immediately scatter to the corners and hide. Cover your ears, and no matter what anyone says outside, do not open the door. Without Yifan even giving any instructions, the others had already found their places, crouching in the corners with their hands behind their heads, trembling with fear. Over the past 3 days, they have experienced this kind of incident many times. Basically, as soon as it gets daytime, they are besieged by swarms of villagers. These villagers can change all sorts of ways, and can even pretend to be your relatives to lure you into opening the door. Therefore, the best solution is to not look, not listen, and not respond. Outside the door, Li Chong knocked on the door for a long time, but no one answered. Strange, what's wrong with them? Why won't they open the door? There are clearly people inside. It must be a misunderstanding. Sumu roughly guessed what the people inside were thinking. He looked back at the rows of zombies behind him. Indeed, after being chased by humanoid monsters for 3 days in the nightmare world, it was understandable to be afraid when suddenly seeing a group of people in black like this. Especially since these men in black were all hypnotized, with only one thought in their minds: to serve their leader. They had no concept of fear, making them seem somewhat out of place. Chief, I'll break down the door, Zhao Chaoyao volunteered. Go ahead. Sumu nodded, but then Yang Dongqing stepped forward. No need, I'll talk to them. Bumping into the door rashly could cause misunderstandings. With that, Yang Dongqing walked to the door and said loudly, Don't misunderstand. We are not nightmare monsters, but nightmare apostles just like you. Only we entered 3 days later. I am a superhuman. Open the door and discuss how to cooperate to get through this nightmare. Silence, a deathly silence, with no one responding from inside the room. Yang Dongqing. Bang. He kicked the door open, and the dilapidated iron door slammed heavily onto the ground with a piercing metallic clang. The moment the door opened, Yang Dongqing was greeted by a flame as big as a bullet. The fiery bullet streaked across the sky, scorching and distorting the air in its path, leaving a long, blazing trail in the dark night sky. Yang Dongqing's expression changed drastically. He had no time to dodge and had to reach out to catch it head-on. A steely color appeared on his palm. Boom. A violent burst of flames erupted, and in that blaze, Yang Dongqing was sent flying backward as if hit head-on by a cannonball, his palms charred black. From inside the room came Yi Fanyu's surprised and doubtful voice. Ironheart, you're really a superhuman. At this moment, he was making a gun shape with one hand, with his index finger and thumb raised and the other 3 fingers folded up, much like a child imitating a gun with his hand, making a beep 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 sound. However, a blazing flame was burning at the tip of his index finger, which appeared unusually bright in the dim room. Damn it! Yang Dongqing scrambled to his feet, yelling angrily. Didn't I just say we're not nightmare monsters? Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Yi Fanyu's face showed surprise, but his right hand was still in the position of a pistol, and the flame at his fingertips had not dissipated. You don't know this, but there are many monsters in this nightmare disguised as humans. They will try every means to trick us into opening the door, so I can't believe it. However, the ability you just used was indeed Iron Will, and those monsters couldn't break through doors and windows. My reaction before was purely instinctive, but now I'm certain you're a superhuman, not a nightmare monster. Yang Dongqing patted the dust off his clothes, his expression softening slightly. Then, Yi Fanyu's gaze swept over Su Mu and the others, his expression wary. Although I can confirm that you are not a nightmare monster, what about them? Why are they wearing the same clothes? Su Mu, leaning on his snake-patterned wooden cane, took a small step forward and smiled. What? Do nightmare apostles have requirements regarding attire? It's not that there are requirements for the attire, but all the nightmare apostles enter alone, and the nightmare they encounter each time is random. You guys look like you're from the same organization. Since when can nightmare apostles form teams? Don't tell me you formed an organization after entering and even prepared your outfits in advance. You'd better give me a reasonable explanation, or I'll have to suspect that you're not human at all, but nightmare monsters. Yi Fanyu held his right hand with his left, aiming intently at Su Mu and the others. If it weren't for the flame between his index fingers, the scene would have been quite comical. Su Mu narrowed his eyes slightly, and he had a guess in his mind. It seemed that the Nightmare Apostle's entry into the nightmare world was just like matchmaking in a game. Each time he would encounter a different teammate, and he could only queue solo and could not enter in a team. This is precisely why Yi Fanyu became wary. How should I lie to him? Su Mu could never reveal that he used dreams to bring everyone into the same nightmare. Of course, even if he did, the other party probably wouldn't believe him. Then, Su Mu pushed up his brown-tinted glasses, a faint smile playing on his lips. A very reasonable question, but I can't help but ask, Mr. Yi, who do you think you are? Do you think you're worthy of my explanation? Click, click. The sound of countless pistols being cocked rang out. More than a dozen dark pistols were pointed at Yi Fanyu. Whoosh. Yi Fanyu broke out in a cold sweat, The flame on his index finger nearly went out, and the stiff feeling of being pointed at with a gun surged through his entire body. He is indeed a superhuman, but he doesn't have a body of steel. Being pointed at with a dozen guns at such close range, he is bound to die. He was especially terrified after seeing the look in the eyes of those armed men. The rows of men in black stood ramrod straight, like statues, all expressionless, their eyes filled with coldness, their muscles taut, ready to pull the trigger at any moment. The faint moonlight cast shadows on their faces, making their expressions appear even more chilling and terrifying. Chapter 29 Bronze Laws, Five-Finger Flame Bullet. Is Mr. Yi satisfied with my explanation? Sumu's gentle voice rang out. Yi Fanyu froze, not daring to move. Sumu smiled. The reason he acted this way was because he was certain that Yi Fanyu could not withstand bullets. He had already learned about the strength of those humanoid monsters and Yi Fanyu's performance when hunting them from Lichang. Those humanoid monsters are several times stronger than ordinary people and have extremely strong regenerative abilities. Even if their heads are blown off, they are hard to kill. This level of strength is naturally overwhelming against ordinary people. However, if they were to face Yang Dongqing in a one-on-one fight, Yang Dongqing would definitely win. It's just a pity that the humanoid monsters rarely act alone. They usually send out hundreds of them at a time. Yi Fanyu also fought the humanoid monster several times in the past 3 days. He only dared to fire from a distance, using his fingertips to shoot fire bullets. He didn't dare to let the humanoid monster get close. Once it got close, he would turn around and run away. It can be said that they spent most of the time hiding in the house during these 3 days. Therefore, it can be seen that Yi Fanyu's extraordinary power should be related to fire, and he does not have Yang Dongqing's bulletproof defense. The tense standoff lasted for a moment, when Yi Fanyu suddenly put away the flame at his fingertips and forced a smile, saying, I was being presumptuous. Those humanoid monsters don't have pistols. Sir, please don't take offense. I didn't mean anything by it. I'm just a very straightforward person and not good at expressing myself. The main reason is that I've been feeling too stressed in the nightmare world these past few days, and my mind has been a bit tense. Now that I think about it carefully, if you were a nightmare monster, you would have killed us all the moment the door opened. If I'm not mistaken, you must also be a superhuman. Your superhuman abilities are likely related to puppets or something similar. These people are probably puppets you control, which is why they were able to enter the nightmare world together. Sumu smiled slightly, and without making any move, he simply tapped the ground lightly with his cane. The dozen or so men in black uniformly put away their pistols and continued to stand in place like statues. This is the importance of strength. When you have strength, everything unreasonable will be explained reasonably, and extraordinary people will defend you. That's how it is now. You don't even need to make up a reason. They've already found one for you. Sumu walked over and gently patted Yi Fanyu's stiff shoulder, smiling warmly. I didn't expect you to see that. It seems Mr. Yi has exceptional insight. Yi Fanyu chuckled dryly, glancing occasionally at Sumu's hand on his shoulder, as if afraid the other party might suddenly make a move. May I ask your name? My name is Sumu. It is an honor to share this nightmare with Mr. Yi. Yi Fanyu hurriedly said in a flustered manner, You're too kind. It's my honor. With 2 extraordinary individuals joining us, the chances of successfully surviving this nightmare have increased dramatically. Wang Li and the others watched the scene unfold with strange expressions. They had spent 3 days with Yi Fanyu and knew very well what kind of person he was: arrogant, selfish, and ruthless. But when he encountered someone stronger than him, all these distinct traits turned into gentleness, humility, and politeness. Afterwards, everyone exchanged pleasantries and introduced themselves to each other, and the atmosphere was very pleasant and harmonious. However, there were 2 people who did not get along well: Li Chang and Wang Li. The honest-looking middle-aged man kept glancing at Wang Li, seemingly wanting to say something, but holding back. Wang Li felt a chill run down her spine. She had already made up her mind that if Li Chang dared to report what she had just done, she would immediately turn the tables on him. However, Li Chang said nothing in the end, as if nothing had happened. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yi Fanyu spoke up. Mr. Su and Mr. Yang entered 3 days late, so they probably don't know much about this nightmare yet. How about I explain it to them? Sumu shook his head. No need. I've already heard some of the information from Mr. Li Chang. I wonder what Mr. Ye's plans are next. Yi Fanyu quickly replied. I originally planned to find a house to guard until the nightmare naturally ends and we return to reality. After all, most nightmare apostles do this. But now that there are 2 of you extraordinary beings, we can change our strategy. We can try to explore, and maybe we can break this nightmare. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. He had already learned some common knowledge about the nightmare world from Yang Dongqing. The nightmare world is called a nightmare, and naturally, one can wake up from it. Normally, most nightmare apostles choose this path, find a safe place and lie low for about 7 days before waking up from the nightmare and returning to reality, provided they don't die within those 7 days. However, this method cannot be used indefinitely. It is said that the more times one enters the nightmare world, the longer it will take to wake up, possibly 7 days, 10 days, a month, or even half a year. Perhaps in the end, one will never wake up again unless the nightmare is broken, otherwise one will remain in the nightmare world forever. Therefore, if you encounter a simple nightmare, it's best to try to break free from it. At this moment, Yifanyu added, if we're lucky, we might be able to find 1 or 2 treasures. Behind the brown-tinted glasses, he glanced at Yang Dongqing and noticed that the other person was also slightly confused, clearly not knowing what the treasure was. So Sumu followed up by saying, yes, a treasure is a good thing. I was once fortunate enough to possess one, but unfortunately, I lost it for some reason. As he spoke, a hint of regret appeared on Sumu's face. That's such a pity, Yifanyu said with regret. Even the lowest-ranking bronze-level first-tier treasure can fetch at least 5 million in the black market for superhumans. However, generally no one will sell it. Treasures possess superhuman power and significantly enhance the combat strength of superhumans. Unless they are really short of money, who would be willing to sell it? If I had a defensive noble phantasm, even if it was only bronze tier 1, with my bronze law, 5 fingers flame bullet, I wouldn't be stuck in my room with nightmare monsters all day long. He didn't hide his abilities, mainly because he felt there was no need to. Although the 5 fingers flame bullet wasn't as common as the Iron Heart, it wasn't a rare ability either, and he had already used it once before. Any superhuman with a little knowledge could basically guess it. By the way, Mr. Su, what level of treasure did you lose? Sigh, these are all sad things. Let's not talk about them anymore. Sumu seemed a little sad, as if he didn't want to bring it up again. Yifanyu couldn't be so lacking in emotional intelligence that he had to ask, that's true. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's think about how to get through the current difficulties. Mr. Su, in my opinion, we definitely can't stay in this 2-story house because the door has been damaged. The houses in the village were ordinary dwellings, easily destroyed, yet strangely enough, they could withstand the immensely strong humanoid monsters. The immediate priority was to find a house large enough to house everyone, along with food and candles, before dawn and the monsters appeared. Chapter 30 The sound of one person's footsteps is missing. Sumu frowned slightly. A house that can accommodate everyone? Wouldn't a large crowd attract the shadowy figures? Indeed, gatherings of people increase the probability of attracting the shadow, but it's not impossible for a lone person to be targeted by it. The shadow is practically indestructible. There are only 2 ways to stop it. The first is with a candle. As long as you place yourself in light, the shadow cannot attack. As for the second method, Yifanyu suddenly lowered his voice and whispered, sacrifice someone else. The shadow has a characteristic. Once it targets someone, it will follow them relentlessly and cause the candle to burn faster because the shadow is consuming light. At this point, the only way to stop the shadow from following you is to have someone else captured by it. Sumu immediately understood why Yifanyu had always brought these ordinary people with him. They were acting as a shield. If he were alone, he would be doomed if the shadowy figure targeted him. Even a candle eventually runs out of power. He also understood why Yifanyu had told him this news. His side also included many ordinary people, and Yifanyu considered him a superhuman, intending to join forces to fight the nightmare monster. Ordinary people here are simply used as consumables. I see. Then let's do as you say. Sumu nodded in agreement. The two decided on the next arrangements in just a few words, without asking for anyone else's opinion. Ordinary people have no say in front of superhumans. The group quickly set off and went outside, one after another, into the darkness. The darkness surged like a tide, covering their figures, with only the white paper lanterns in their hands emitting a faint candlelight. The group walked slowly and carefully, the only sounds in the darkness being the dense footsteps and some tense breathing. Before they had gone very far, Sumu and the group suddenly stopped. Yifanyu and Yang Dongqing, who were standing nearby, noticed Sumu's unusual behavior and stopped immediately. Mr. Su, what's wrong? Yifanyu asked in a low voice. No, Sumu replied calmly. The extraordinary mental strength made him sense something unusual. Yifanyu felt inexplicably uneasy. What's wrong? The footsteps sounded wrong. Footsteps? Not bad. One person's footsteps are missing. A smile of interest appeared on Sumu's pale face, which looked somewhat eerie in the darkness. What? Everyone was immediately shocked. He turned around, his eyes narrowed, and carefully counted the number of people. The men in black stood like statues. Hey you, how many people did you bring this time? Zhao Chaoyao's expression tightened, and he quickly said, Chief, there were 13 people with him. Upon hearing this, everyone clearly realized something and looked at the group of men in black at the end of the line. Yi Fanyu even began to count them in a low voice. 1, 2, 3, 10, 11, 12. There are only 12 people left. A shadow. It's a shadow. His expression changed drastically. Damn it, scatter. The more people gather, the more attention the shadow will attract. The group of people who had been following Yi Fanyu scattered as if by reflex, each keeping a distance of more than 2 meters, their expressions filled with fear. Unlike their panic, Su Mu and his group remained motionless, standing still. Only Yang Dongqing gritted his teeth and distanced himself from the crowd. Mr. Su quickly spread out. The shadowy figure will be silent for a short time after killing someone. Do not gather together during this time, as the shadowy figure will retreat soon. If you gather together, it may reappear. Hold on to your lanterns and do not leave the area illuminated by the candlelight, Yi Fanyu said anxiously. Because the number of lanterns was limited, there weren't enough for everyone. Apart from Yi Fanyu and the others who each had one, only Yang Dongqing, Zhao Chaoyao, and Su Mu himself each had one. Mr. Yi, does the shadowy figure only pull one person at a time? Su Mu asked calmly, his brown-tinted glasses obscuring his eyes and making it impossible to see his expression. That's right, the shadow pulls in one person at a time. Mr. Su, the shadow is hiding in the darkness all around. Spread out quickly. Although Yi Fanyu didn't like Su Mu, he didn't want him to die at this moment. Su Mu laughed. It's all right, I have plenty of people. As he spoke, he instructed the man in black at the very end of the line. Leave the candlelight and stand in the darkness. Yes, leader. Without the slightest hesitation, the man walked straight out of the candlelight and into the unfathomable darkness. He stood quietly in the darkness, his figure becoming blurred and indistinct, leaving only a human silhouette. Yi Fanyu and the others watched in horror. None of them expected Su Mu to be so ruthless, sending his underlings to their deaths. What's more, the underlings went without hesitation. Wang Li, who had initially planned to run into Su Mu's arms after failing to curry favor with Yi Fanyu, was disheartened by the sight of this scene and abandoned the idea. This person is even more ruthless than Yi Fanyu. Even though he appears polite and gentle, he is extremely cold-blooded at heart. Under Su Mu's gaze, a shadow suddenly surged behind the underlings standing in the darkness. It was a shadow darker than the night itself. It twisted and stretched, gradually bulging, and eventually grew into a human shape. The figure was extremely thin, yet very tall, like a giant over 2 meters tall with only bones remaining, but with long arms that almost reached the ground. The moment the shadow took shape, a pair of scarlet eyes opened at the location of its head, cold and indifferent, devoid of any human emotion. Yi Fanyu and the others all showed fear on their faces, subconsciously backing away and holding their breath. Su Mu watched the dark figure with great interest, wanting to see what the other party would do next. Soon, the shadowy figure moved. A black hand slowly emerged from the shadow, long and withered, like a deformed branch, with 5 slender fingernails at the tip. The terrifying black hand slowly reached towards the underling. For some reason, Su Mu saw a strange elegance in it, like a gentleman extending his hand to a beautiful lady at a grand party, inviting her to dance a waltz. Attack, Su Mu commanded. Without the slightest hesitation, the younger brother pulled out a pistol from his waist and fired wildly at the twisted figure in the darkness. Bang, bang, bang. Sparks flew everywhere. The black shadow that was hit trembled like ripples on water, but quickly returned to calm in the next second, completely unharmed. Su Mu's eyes flashed, and he took off his brown glasses without anyone noticing. His deep eyes emitted a faint light in the darkness, and an invisible spiritual force surged out, covering the shadowy figure. He decided to try and see if he could hypnotize the shadow, but the result disappointed him. The spiritual energy surged into the shadowy body, like entering a quagmire, without creating the slightest ripple. Chapter 31 Nightmare Monster. So it really won't work. Just then, the long, withered black hand moved. It grabbed the henchman's hand and pulled him into the darkness. The younger brother struggled violently, but all in vain. The surrounding darkness engulfed him like a tide, and the shadows dragged him along, his steps slow but firm, as he stepped deeper into the darkness. As the distance increased, the younger brother's figure gradually became blurred, and his faint struggles were mercilessly swallowed by the darkness. In the end, he and the shadow disappeared together into the boundless, despairing darkness, as if they had never existed, leaving only a deathly silence and fear. Such a horrifying scene had a great impact on everyone's minds. Even Yi Fanyu and the others, who had seen the shadow before, could not suppress the fear in their hearts. To them, the shadowy figure was an almost insurmountable force, seemingly immune to any attack. It was even more terrifying than a humanoid monster with immense strength. At least they could fight against a humanoid monster or hide in a house, but once caught by the shadowy figure, anyone would be dragged into darkness. Its appearance meant death, and no one could escape it. "Let's go." Sumu's calm voice broke the fear in the room. As if nothing had happened, he leaned on his snake-patterned wooden cane and walked gracefully into the darkness ahead. Behind him, 11 expressionless men in black followed closely. He had a general understanding of the shadowy figure, and now he was just waiting to meet the villagers of Zhao family village. In the endless darkness, the group moved forward with their breath held, their heartbeats and heavy breathing weaving into a terrifying symphony. Every step was filled with fear of the unknown, and every breath seemed to be swallowed by silence. Their figures appeared and disappeared in the darkness, the faint candlelight illuminating only a small area beneath their feet. Each person kept a certain distance, not daring to approach each other, because they knew that the figures in the darkness were watching them intently. Darkness, like a heavy curtain, concealed everything completely, and the fear of death was ever present. On both sides were houses shrouded in darkness, but most of them were single-story and had been abandoned by Yi Fanyu. With so many more people, single-story houses were simply not enough to accommodate everyone and could not keep everyone at a distance. It would be best to find houses with 2 or 3 stories. The group continued forward, and before they knew it, the surrounding darkness began to thin, and a white edge of light appeared on the distant horizon. Dawn was approaching. Yi Fanyu and the others were suddenly startled. "Oh no, it's almost dawn. Mr. Su, we need to speed things up. Once it's completely light, the villagers should be showing up." Sumu frowned slightly as he looked at the distant horizon. The timing is wrong. He took out a dark gold pocket watch from his pocket, and with a crisp sound, the pocket watch was opened, showing the time as 3 o'clock. The dark gold pocket watch gleamed in the candlelight, and Yi Fanyu and the others subconsciously looked at it, only to see a mysterious Ouroboros engraved on it. Time in dreams is like that, unpredictable. Looking at your watch is useless. Let's run. Yi Fanyu's tone became increasingly anxious. Clearly the villagers had left a deep impression on him. Sumu calmly put away his pocket watch and gave Zhao Chaoyao a meaningful look. Zhao Chaoyao immediately understood and quickly unfastened the backpack behind him, taking out a small and lightweight folding stretcher. After the stretcher was opened, Sumu sat on it under everyone's gaze and was lifted up by 2 men in black. "Sorry everyone, I don't like running. Let's go." Yi Fanyu and the others watched with wide eyes, wondering who this person was who was putting on airs at a time like this. Actually, Sumu wasn't putting on airs. He genuinely couldn't run anymore. If he were allowed to run, he would have died long before the villagers even chased him. The group started running, while Sumu sat quietly on the stretcher, enjoying the scenery. It was too dark before to see the village, but now he could see it more clearly. Zhao family village is desolate, like a corner forgotten by time. Many mud brick houses are crooked and look like they might collapse at any moment. The narrow village roads are covered with deep and shallow ruts, more like those of horse-drawn carriages than cars. Weeds stubbornly grow out of the cracks, and dilapidated fences lean precariously on both sides of the road, enclosing small patches of barren farmland. As the sky grew brighter, Sumu could even see the black fog surrounding Zhao family village. The thick fog enveloped the entire village, making it look like a cage. He had heard Yang Dongqing say before that these black mists were the boundaries of nightmares. Zhao family village, which was shrouded in black mist, was a complete nightmare. Once you entered the black mist, you would fall into a dream rift. If you were lucky, you might be able to reach the next nightmare, but if you were unlucky, you might be lost in the rift forever. It is said that no one can emerge alive from the black fog. Sumu stared at the black mist with great interest, feeling somewhat eager to try it out. However, he was not in a hurry. To him, the nightmare world was like a peerless beauty. Beneath her gorgeous robes, every inch of her skin was filled with indescribable allure. He wanted to explore it little by little, delve deeper, so that he could savor the deliciousness to the fullest extent. As for the possibility of death upon entering the black fog, wouldn't that make it even more interesting without the pressure of death? How can we witness the sparks of life that ignite between life and death? How can we witness the brilliance? Roar. A non-human roar interrupted Sumu's train of thought. He turned around and saw a figure that had appeared out of nowhere in the corner of the village, like a ghost. The figure was hunched over, and his eyes revealed an indescribable eeriness. Then, More and more roars rang out from all directions of the village. These roars were filled with endless pain and anger, as if a cursed soul was suffering endless torment. Every syllable was full of resentment, which was terrifying. 1, 2, 3, hundreds. Chapter 32. Jasmine is dead, I told you. A dense crowd emerged from the shadowy corners and stepped into the sunlight. These people included men and women, young and old, dressed simply, but each of them had no expression on their face, yet their eyes revealed endless malice. They gathered in greater and greater numbers, like a tightening net, surging towards Su Mu and the others. Heavy footsteps echoed through the village, like the drumbeats of death, striking the hearts of everyone. They've appeared. Run! Yi Fanyu shouted anxiously, rushing out like a cheetah. His target was a 3-story house in the northwest corner of the village, which was basically the tallest building in Zhao family village. Previously shrouded in darkness, the 3-story house now came into view thanks to the increasingly bright sunlight. While everyone was running for their lives, Su Mu leisurely watched, even taking the time to observe the appearance of the villagers. He was not flustered at all, because there was no use in being flustered. He couldn't run fast enough, and he couldn't fight back. He might as well sit on the stretcher and enjoy the scenery. He finally understood why Yi Fanyu suspected that they were nightmare monsters. To be honest, the expressions of the Viper Gang underlings were not much different from those of the villagers. They all looked like they had been hypnotized and brainwashed, with expressionless faces. Wait, what? Hypnosis? Sumu pondered. Could it be that these villagers also have a leader who is controlling them? He looked around, but couldn't see anyone who looked like the leader. Indeed, not all leaders are as classy as I am. My outstanding charisma, standing out from the crowd, is impossible to conceal. Get out of the way. Yi Fanyu, at the front of the group, roared, his right hand forming a gun shape as he fired a shot at a villager blocking his path. Boom. Highly compressed flame bullets whistled from fingertips, striking the villagers directly and bursting into intense flames. However, although the villager fell into the flames, he quickly got up. Even though most of his body was charred, he was not affected at all and still rushed towards Yi Fanyu. Bang! Bang! 2 more 5-fingers flame bullets were fired, and the villager was completely reduced to a mangled, charred corpse before falling silent. Sumu observed silently. Could it really take 3 fireballs to take down a villager? No wonder Yi Fanyu hadn't dared to go out for the past 3 days. There were hundreds of villagers, but he was the only superhuman. Unless he was a 5-finger Gatling gun, he simply couldn't fight him. At this moment, more and more villagers appeared in front of them, blocking their way, and Yang Dongqing was forced to join the battle. Compared to Yi Fanyu's dazzling fire attacks, Yang Dongqing appeared much more down-to-earth. Relying on his iron will, he charged towards the villagers like a heavily armored tank. With a single punch, a villager was sent flying several meters away, his chest dented. However, his attack was clearly less lethal than Yi Fanyu's, and the villager quickly stood up as if nothing had happened. Fortunately, the villagers had difficulty breaking through Yang Dongqing's defenses, but once Yang Dongqing was surrounded, he certainly wouldn't live long, as his physical strength was limited. With 2 extraordinary individuals leading the way, the group couldn't move quickly, but they weren't completely surrounded either. Zhao Chaoyao and the others were not idle either. Under hypnotic control, this group of elites from the Viper Gang were completely cold-blooded fighting machines. Facing the inhuman monsters, they showed no fear whatsoever, but instead became even more fanatical, as if protecting their leader was an extremely honorable thing. Bang bang bang. The dense barrage of bullets kept repelling the villagers chasing from behind, but unfortunately, its lethality was very limited. Unless you focused fire on one villager and riddled him with bullets, it was difficult to kill him. After a brief exchange of fire, Yi Fanyu, who had cleared a path with his fireballs, was the first to rush into the courtyard of the 3-story house. Without stopping, he ran straight to the gate. It was a heavy solid wood door, with a pair of bronze door knockers inlaid on it, showing solemnity and antiquity. He pushed open the door and shouted to the crowd behind him. Quick, come inside. Li Chang and the others all showed joy on their faces. After 3 days of hunger, a sliver of strength surged through their bodies again, and they ran desperately toward the gate. However, no matter how fast they ran, they couldn't outrun the Viper Gang. After all, these dozen or so members of the Viper Gang were all elites, and even carrying a stretcher, their speed was still astonishing. Of course, no matter how fast the Viper Gang was, they couldn't outrun Yang Dongqing, this extraordinary individual. He took the lead and secured second place. Just as the members of the Viper Gang were about to enter the gate with Su Mu in their arms, a sudden change occurred. No one noticed that two villagers suddenly rushed out from behind a large locust tree in the courtyard of this three-story house. They suddenly pounced on the crowd, and even the elite members of the Viper gang were knocked to the ground before they could react. Ah! Wang Li screamed in fright, and Li Chong and the others also panicked and ran away in a panic, and the scene instantly turned into chaos. "Protect the leader," Zhao Chaoyao shouted, drawing his machete and slashing at the two villagers. However, villagers who are difficult to kill even by superhumans are not something ordinary people can handle. In close combat, the Viper gang underlings are no match for them. Most importantly, the villagers behind them also caught up. Don't eat me. The man named Wang Tao was the first to suffer. He was tackled to the ground by a villager, and then several villagers rushed up and surrounded him, tearing at him frantically. Only one arm struggled through the gaps in the crowd, weakly reaching for the sky, before finally falling heavily to the ground and remaining silent. In such a chaotic scene, Su Mu, sitting on the stretcher, was a little unsteady. The stretcher kept swaying, and his underlings formed a human wall to protect him. He could even see up close a ferocious face tearing viciously at the neck of one of his underlings. Despite being fatally wounded, the underling refused to back down, instead clinging tightly to the attacking villager and, with the help of others, blocking the villager's advance. The stretcher swayed more and more, and the violent jolting made Su Mu's head start to ache again. Su Mu frowned and looked at Yang Dongqing standing at the gate. Yi Fanyu did not make a move at this moment because his 5 fingers flame bullet was very powerful. Everyone was in chaos right now, and if he used it in the courtyard, he would probably kill his teammates instead of the villagers. Yang Dongqing's expression was uncertain, as if he was hesitating. He looked at Su Mu, and their eyes met through the chaotic crowd. Su Mu understood Yang Dongqing's inner struggle. Yang Dongqing wondered if Su Mu would die like this. Wouldn't he and Jasmine be able to escape the clutches of evil? But he was also afraid that Su Mu might have other tricks up his sleeve. As the two interacted, his fear of Su Mu grew stronger. This man was simply a demon in human skin, able to smile as he watched his subordinates die, and finding the terrifying nightmare monsters amusing. Moreover, the other party actually has the means to drag so many people into the same nightmare. Suddenly, Su Mu smiled silently. Superhumans are indeed difficult to control. They will break free from hypnosis at the slightest opportunity. But isn't that more interesting? His smile was so glaringly obvious among the terrified faces that Yang Dongqing almost dared not look at him. Then he stretched out his fair and slender hand and gently traced a line across his neck. A cold, emotionless smile curled up, revealing gleaming white teeth, and thin, yet sensual lips opened and closed silently. "Jasmine is dead, I told you." Chapter 33, I like the scent of jasmine. Boom. Yang Dongqing charged into the crowd like a tiger descending a mountain, his expression furious and ferocious. His fists, brimming with rage, swung fiercely at the villagers. Ironheart unleashes terrifying power at this moment. This is his extraordinary power. His steel body is strengthened by inner driving forces such as emotions, will, and beliefs. In his outburst, 2 villagers inside the courtyard were quickly knocked down, but he did not stop. Instead, he blocked the courtyard gate alone, facing the attack of several villagers. At this moment, Su Mu, escorted by his underlings, entered through the gate. Watching Yang Dongqing's angry back, Su Mu's smile deepened. Is this still not enough to subdue you? Actually, he was just trying to scare Yang Dongqing. Hypnosis isn't that magical. Even if someone is in a nightmare world and can control an MO and deal with the scum of the poisonous snake gang, he has to use his mental power to brainwash her every day for several months to achieve her deep-rooted loyalty. How much more so for Nan Mo, whom he has only met a few times. In other words, if he really died, Nanmo, who hadn't been hypnotized for a long time, would be out of control and wouldn't be in any danger. But Yang Dongqing dared not gamble. Su Mugan, if you lose the bet, it only proves that there are truly countless heroes in this world. After all the survivors had entered the gate, Yi Fanyu suddenly stretched out his right hand, his 5 fingers spread wide, while his left hand gripped his right wrist tightly. Get out of the way. As soon as he finished speaking, flames lit up one by one at the tips of the 5 fingers of his right hand. Swish, swish, swish. As 5 flames burned at his fingertips, Yang Dongqing felt the air behind him suddenly become incredibly hot. He abruptly broke free from the villagers in front of him and lunged towards the mud on the side. 5-finger flame bullet. 5 highly compressed fire bullets shot out, trailing long fiery tails as they spun and intertwined in midair, eventually merging into a fist-sized fire projectile. Like a dazzling meteor, it streaked across the sky, scorching and distorting the air in the entire courtyard, a long trail of flame illuminating the horrified faces of the crowd. Boom! A deafening roar, like the explosion of a small cannonball, rang out, and intense flames shot into the sky, illuminating everything around them. The shock waves generated by the explosion and flames swept the villagers away like an invisible giant hand, and countless sparks flew, turning into a magnificent and surging small sea of fire. A look of shock flashed in Yang Dongqing's eyes as he got up. That attack was so powerful. If Yi Fanyu had used this attack against him before, even someone with a body of steel would have been injured. As expected of a superhuman who has experienced 3 nightmare worlds, if it really came down to a fight, I, a newly promoted superhuman, would still be a notch below, unless I could get close. The thought flashed through his mind, and he rushed into the house. Bang! The heavy wooden door was tightly closed. Only then did everyone breathe a sigh of relief, as if they had escaped a disaster. Yi Fanyu, panting heavily, said, "As long as we stay indoors during the day, we'll be fine. The shadowy figure didn't appear during the day, and there's basically no danger in the houses." He took a long time to catch his breath. Clearly the attack had taken a heavy toll on him. Inside the room, Yang Dongqing stared intently at Su Mu, his anger still burning. Su Mu got up from the stretcher, leaned on his cane, and came to Yang Dongqing's side. He smiled and patted the other's shoulder, then whispered in his ear, "Congratulations, you've saved Miss Jasmine again." Yang Dongqing clenched his fists, veins bulging on his face, and silently found a corner to stay in. Yi Fanyu noticed this unusual scene. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he seemed to be thinking about something. The room fell silent again. Having just experienced such a dangerous scene, no one was in the mood for conversation. Everyone was trying to calm themselves down, especially after witnessing so many people die before their eyes. The slightly more vulnerable Wang Li curled up in the corner, burying her head between her legs and sobbing silently. After this battle, Yi Fanyu's team lost 2 members, Wang Tao and Zhao Gang, while Su Mu's side also lost 3 members. However, Su Mu was not saddened. Instead, he was observing the villagers outside the window with great interest. The flames emitted by Yi Fanyu seemed unable to last long, or perhaps they were neutralized by the mysterious power in the nightmare. Instead of causing a large fire in the village, they quickly dissipated. The villagers who tried to rush in were probably driven back by the flames. Under Su Mu's watchful gaze, a few seconds later, the villagers outside gathered again and began to pour into the courtyard. More and more of them gathered, each with a blank expression, like zombies, until they finally filled the entire courtyard. Surprisingly, after the villagers entered the courtyard, they just stared intently at the gate, but not a single one rushed up to break down the seemingly sturdy wooden door, as if some magical force instilled fear in them. They stood stiffly, silent and still. The courtyard was deathly still, except for a dark mass of figures. Su Mu met the gazes of these people through the window. He lowered his head slightly, his glasses slipping down to reveal a pair of eyes that gleamed with an eerie light. An invisible surge of spiritual power erupted from his eyes, locking onto a male villager who looked to be 17 or 18 years old. He tried to hypnotize the villagers, but no matter how much mental energy he poured into them, it was to no avail, as if he were pouring in a corpse instead of a living person. The villagers stood in the courtyard for about 5 minutes before they began to leave, turning away slowly and heavily, disappearing from Su Mu's sight. That's how these villagers are. Once they're inside the house, they won't attack anymore. Yi Fanyu had somehow gotten close to the window. But you must not open the door at this time. They may seem to have left, but they are actually hiding around the house. As soon as you open the door, they will swarm in. Also, draw the curtains. Do not look at any noise outside. Some people in the group were fooled before. They said they saw their relatives and insisted on opening the window to let their relatives in. Because of that incident, many of us died. Su Mu turned around, pushed up his brown glasses to cover his eyes again, reached into his pocket, and under Yi Fanyu's surprised gaze, pulled out a pack of cigarettes with jasmine flowers printed on them, then skillfully took one out and put it in his mouth. "Want one?" Yi Fanyu was taken aback. Looking at the cigarette in the other person's mouth, he felt a sudden urge to smoke. He was also a smoker, but he had long since run out of cigarettes after arriving in the nightmare world. Okay. So Su Mu took out another one and handed it to Yi Fanyu. Yi Fanyu took the cigarette, but didn't put it in his mouth. Instead, he examined it carefully and asked, "What brand of cigarettes is this?" "This is the first time I've seen one like this." Su Mu smiled and said, "I like the scent of jasmine, so I specially commissioned a jasmine-flavored cigarette." In the corner, Yang Dongqing's body trembled slightly, his fists clenched tightly. Chapter 34 The Cellar. As Sumu spoke, he took out a lighter to light Yifanyu's cigarette, but Yifanyu immediately looked flustered and said, "Mr. Su, you're too kind. Let me do it." Without saying a word, he took the lighter and handed it to Sumu. Snap! A faint flame burned between the two. "After you." Sumu smiled. He naturally knew what Yifanyu meant. Yifanyu was afraid that there was something wrong with the cigarettes, so he didn't dare to smoke first. He didn't expose him and let Yifanyu light the cigarette. After Sumu took a deep breath, Yifanyu lit his own cigarette and pretended to exhale smoke. But if you looked closely, you would find that he didn't actually inhale. "Can I have one too?" Li Chang asked with a hint of longing in his voice, which trembled slightly, as if he were somewhat afraid of the two men. "Of course." Sumu smiled, his smile more polite and gentle than arrogant towards ordinary people. He handed Li Chang a cigarette, and for a moment the air was filled with the scent of jasmine. Li Chang took a deep drag, but the more he inhaled, the more something felt wrong, because he couldn't taste any smoke at all. Instead, his mouth was filled with the fragrance of jasmine. However, he didn't dare to say much, only thinking that important people might like to smoke this kind of cigarette. Enveloped in the fragrance of jasmine, everyone's emotions inexplicably eased a little, and Wang Li, who had been crying silently, had fallen asleep at some point. "Mr. Su, I suggest you take a rest as well," Yifanyu said, smoking a cigarette. "Because we can't leave the house during the day, we can only go out at night to find food and candles. So we've basically been working day and night for the past few days, sleeping during the day and moving around at night." "No rush. I just arrived, so I'll take a stroll around. Maybe I can find some clues about the nightmares." Sumu smiled and declined, his gaze shifting slightly to the hall. The spacious living room is furnished with simple and practical wooden furniture. There is a pair of blue and white porcelain vases on the counter. The floor is covered with smooth patterned tiles. In the corner of the north side of the hall, there is a wooden staircase leading directly to the second floor. Although the decoration here is also relatively simple, it is obviously a grade higher than the previous houses. Moreover, it seems to be the only three-story building in the entire village. Logically speaking, the owner of this house is most likely the village chief of Zhao family village. Yifanyu's eyes brightened slightly. The village chief's house might have food. "To be honest, we haven't eaten for 3 days. We searched several houses under the cover of darkness, but we didn't find anything to eat. This place is relatively wealthy, so maybe there's something to eat here. Let's go shopping together then." "Good." Sumu took a step forward, but stopped after only 2 steps and said to Yang Dongqing in the corner, "You come too." Yang Dongqing silently got up and followed Sumu without saying a word. The three of them quickly toured the 3-story house, but found nothing. It was just an ordinary house. If there was anything strange about it, it was that it was old and dilapidated, like a village from the last century, with no trace of modernity. Still no food. Yifanyu's face was very ugly. Although he was a superhuman, he still needed to eat. It was very uncomfortable to go 3 days without food. He could only pin his hopes on Sumu. "Mr. Su, do you have any food with you?" Sumu shook his head. "I'm sorry, I don't have any either." Yifanyu's expression darkened, and he forced a smile. "Looks like we'll have to wait until tonight." "Perhaps not." Sumu suddenly smiled mysteriously. He bent down slightly and touched the hard patterned tile with his hand. When he stood up, his pale fingertips were covered with dust. He rubbed the dust off his fingers, his gaze fixed on a corner of the hall. At this moment, Zhao Chaoyao quickly took out a white handkerchief from his pocket and respectfully and carefully wiped Sumu's fingertips clean. Yifanyu's lips twitched slightly at the sight, and he tentatively asked, "Is Mr. Su an aristocrat?" "Oh, how do you know?" "I just think that Mr. Su's behavior and demeanor are really like those of an aristocrat." Sumu simply smiled politely and did not answer. Living in the lower city, he had never seen nobles before and found it hard to imagine that there were people in the world like him. Is this what nobles are? Seeing that Sumu did not answer, Yifanyu immediately changed the subject. "By the way, Mr. Su, what did you mean when you said that perhaps it's not necessary? Have you already discovered something?" He remained very polite. In the nightmare world, when there was no conflict of interest, it would be foolish to make enemies with other superhumans, especially since Sumu, a superhuman, was clearly not someone to be trifled with. Sumu nodded, lightly raised his snakeskin cane, and pointed to the ground at the staircase leading to the second floor. "There's very little dust there." Yifanyu looked in the direction of the cane, and his expression immediately lit up with joy. The village may have a habit of building cellars to store food. That might be a cellar. He quickly went over, and the slanted shadow of the stairs blocked the tiles below. He reached out and touched them, and sure enough, there was only a thin layer of dust, much less than in other places. At this moment, he had his back to Su Mu, and no one noticed the solemnity and apprehension that appeared on his face. What keen observation skills! How many secrets is Su Mu hiding? Given his ability to control so many people and possess such sharp observation skills. He had just gone upstairs with Su Mu, but he hadn't noticed anything wrong with the tiles and the shadows at the bottom of the stairs, or rather, it wasn't something that could be seen with the naked eye. Who can see the dust on the tiles covered in shadow? This person must possess some kind of investigative technique. Yi Fanyu's guess was correct. Su Mu did not see with his eyes, but with his mental power. His extraordinary mental power not only gave him the ability to hypnotize, but also came with powerful perception. Knock knock. Yi Fanyu tapped the tile with his knuckles, producing a clear, hollow sound. He turned around, his face beaming with joy. It's hollow. He ran his hand along the seams of the tile, then found a protrusion. With a forceful push, the tile opened, revealing a cellar large enough for one person to enter. Mr. Su, there really is a cellar. Yi Fanyu walked over with delight, but did not go down immediately. He was not stupid. Although he knew there was no danger inside the house, who could guarantee that there would be no danger in the cellar? Who would be so kind as to build a cellar in their home and hide it so secretly? Chapter 35 Ting Ting. Su Mu did not expose his ulterior motives. In the perilous nightmare world, Yi Fanyu still had value to him. Hey you, send someone down to check. Yes, leader. Zhao Chaoyao immediately assigned a person from the team. That person, naturally without fear, lit a lantern and went down into the cellar. The crowd watched from above as the faint candlelight gradually penetrated deeper into the darkness, only to be swallowed up bit by bit. A moment later, the henchman's voice came from below. Boss, there's no danger inside. Su Mu remained expressionless and did not go down. Instead, he instructed, come up first. Yes, chief. Afterwards, the henchman climbed up unharmed. After a careful inspection, Su Mu was finally certain that the cellar was safe. Yi Fanyu had previously mentioned that villagers could change their appearance and imitate those close to them. If a villager in the cellar killed a member of the poisonous snake gang and then transformed into his appearance, going down there rashly would definitely be dangerous. What's down there? Reporting to the chief, it's very dark down there. There are some dried bloodstains on the walls, as well as instruments of torture. However, those instruments are rather unusual, mostly whips, chili oil, ropes, crosslocks, and so on. Yi Fanyu smiled sarcastically. Looks like this village chief is playing some tricks. Su Mu frowned slightly. Go down and take a look. Yang Dongqing, lead the way. As the human shield, Yang Dongqing naturally had to be at the forefront. Yang Dongqing, who remained silent, took the lead and went into the cellar, followed closely by Yi Fanyu, and then Su Mu. Soon, everyone went into the cellar, leaving only a few henchmen to guard the outside. The cellar was about 50 square meters in size and pitch black. Only the lantern in my hand could barely illuminate the way forward. It was filled with the smell of decay. I'll do it. Yi Fanyu was probably really starving and couldn't wait any longer. He stretched out a finger and swished. A blazing flame appeared at his fingertips, its light several times brighter than a candle, instantly illuminating the entire cellar. At this moment, everyone could finally see the entire cellar. The surrounding walls were made of cement, with many mottled bloodstains on them. Over time, the bloodstains had been imprinted on the walls, giving them a dark color. In the center of the cellar stood a huge cross-shaped lock, with bloodstains still visible on the handcuffs and shackles, suggesting that someone had been strapped to it in a starfish shape. Next to the cross lock was a wooden table with whips, short sticks, candles, and some women's clothing on it. Seeing this, it wasn't hard for everyone to imagine what the cellar was used for. Damn it, Yi Fanyu cursed under his breath. Why not use a proper cellar to store food instead of this stuff? He stepped forward and picked up the unused red candles on the table. Fortunately, there are still 3 candles left, so they can still be used to some extent. Mr. Su, there are many of you, so I'll keep 1 candle for myself and you can share the rest. Yi Fanyu was met with complete silence. He tilted his head slightly, looking at Su Mu and the others, and asked in confusion, Su. He had barely uttered a word when he realized something was wrong, because Su Mu and the others were all staring intently at the crosslock behind him. His scalp tingled instantly, and almost without thinking, he retreated rapidly, moving away from the crosslock. As he retreated, he turned his head and glanced at it out of the corner of his eye, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Unbeknownst to them, a woman had appeared on the previously empty crosslock. The woman was thin and disheveled, wearing a blue and white floral dress, and was tied to a crosslock in a starfish shape. Her disheveled hair obscured her face, and her floral dress was stained with blood and filth. Everyone looked at the woman as if facing a formidable enemy. Yi Fanyu, who was startled, was filled with shock and anger, and he immediately activated the flamethrower he was using for illumination. It left a long trail of flame in the air and hurtled towards the woman. However, the fire bullet passed straight through the woman's body, as if it were passing through air, and finally hit the corner of the cellar, exploding into a bright spark. The blow shook the entire cellar, and a lot of dust fell from the roof. With lightning speed, Zhao Qiao ripped off his suit jacket and flung it out like an umbrella, shielding Su Mu's head with it. "This is a silhouette of time," Yi Fanyu said in surprise and doubt. "What is a time silhouette?" Yang Dongqing asked, prompted by Su Mu's gaze. Yi Fanyu took a deep breath. "I heard it from someone else. The so-called time silhouette is like cutting out fragments or scenes of time like paper cutting. To put it simply, it's like watching a movie and the director is time. Everything that happens is recorded by time, and then it is revealed due to some mysterious force. The nightmare world is very special. Time is distorted here, so time silhouettes are very likely to occur. It must be that when I picked up the candle, I triggered some kind of event that caused the time silhouette. Rest assured, the time silhouette only displays sound and images and poses no danger whatsoever. Is time so boring? Why record everything?" Yang Dongqing frowned as he looked at the woman in the picture. He was disgusted by this kind of thing. Yi Fanyu shook his head. "Not everything is recorded. Only people or events with special significance, or the main characters in the scene who are in a certain extreme emotion and resonate with time, will be recorded. In this nightmare, a timeline was triggered, and perhaps the woman in the image is the source of the dream. In other words, this is her nightmare." Her nightmare? Yang Dongqing's gaze fell on the woman's floral dress. Her clothes are very retro, not like those of a modern person, but more like those of someone from decades ago. Could this be a nightmare from decades ago? It should be. The nightmare world is made up of endless nightmares. Modern people have nightmares, and ancient people had nightmares too, so it's not impossible to encounter ancient scenes in the nightmare world sometimes. The boundary between dreams and reality is blurred. Even time itself is in chaos. As everyone was talking, another person suddenly appeared in the time silhouette. It was a young man with dark skin and an honest face. He appeared in the picture carrying a plate of steaming dumplings. A thoughtful look appeared in Su Mu's eyes. There was this man among the previous villagers. Everyone looked over quickly and indeed felt that the face looked somewhat familiar. "Ting Ting, Ting Ting, I've come to see you." The man walked quickly to the woman and said happily, "Ting Ting, look, I brought you your favorite dumplings." At this moment, the woman on the cross lock seemed to be awakened and struggled to raise her head, and everyone finally saw her face clearly. Chapter 36: The Crimes of the Cellar. It was a dirty little face, except for the area under her eyes, which was relatively clean, revealing a patch of white skin, obviously from tears. Although it was a bit dirty, you could still vaguely tell that the woman had a pretty face. She wouldn't be called a beauty of unparalleled grace, but she did have a delicate and charming look. The most striking feature was his eyes, clear as a spring, but now they were filled with fear and dread. The woman's eyes lit up when she saw the steaming dumplings in front of her. "Ting Ting, did my dad abuse you again?" The man looked at Ting Ting's haggard appearance, a flash of anger in his eyes. "Don't worry, I will definitely get you out of here. Here, have some dumplings first, you must hold on." The man carefully picked up a dumpling with his hand, blew on it, and then held it to Ting Ting's mouth. Ting Ting opened her mouth with difficulty and chewed it in small bites. "Is it good? I made it myself." The man's eyes gleamed with anticipation, his voice tinged with eagerness and longing, like a child waiting for candy, hoping to hear a positive answer. "It's delicious," Ting Ting said weakly, a smile appearing on her dirty face. The smile was very pure, without any impurities or pretense, and her clear eyes curved into crescent shapes. Upon receiving an affirmative answer, the man trembled with excitement. "That's wonderful. I knew you'd like it, Ting Ting. After all, these are dog meat dumplings I made myself." "Dog meat?" Ting Ting trembled slightly. The man became increasingly excited. "Yes, it's that big yellow dog you raised since it was a puppy. Don't let its age fool you, it still has some strength. When I tried to kill it with a knife, it almost bit me." Upon hearing this, Su Mu and the others witnessed what it meant for smiles to freeze. That once innocent and pure smile gradually hardened and solidified until it shattered. Her clear, bright eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of gray that could not be washed away no matter how many tears she shed. "Eat up, Ting Ting. Don't you love dumplings the most?" The man rudely fed Ting Ting dumplings. "You fucking eat it." His expression grew increasingly excited, even bordering on ferocious. "Hurrah! What an idiot. You actually believe that? Ever since you were imprisoned, that old dog has been guarding your dilapidated hut, neither eating nor drinking. It's long dead. Where am I supposed to find dog meat? At most, I can get you a couple of dog bones. Click, click. That was the sound of Yang Dongqing's fists rubbing together with too much force, somewhat like two pieces of metal rubbing together. His face was extremely gloomy, and his eyes were like volcanoes about to erupt, with extreme anger brewing. That beast! He almost ground his teeth to powder. If the scene before him hadn't been fake, he would have already charged forward. However, what happened next was even more heinous. After feeding the man the dumplings, he began to assault him with excitement. The cellar was filled with the man's maniacal laughter and the woman's screams. How is it, Ting Ting? Has my father been here? Ting Ting, do you know what I like most about you? It's your chubby, fleshy body, huh? Bastard. Yang Dongqing was furious and rushed forward, throwing a furious punch at the man, but the punch only hit the air. It's no use. These are things that have happened before, and you can't stop them now, Yifan Yu said. Yang Dongqing's chest heaved violently, his eyes wide with fury. He turned his head away, unable to bear to look any longer. Soon, the man left, leaving behind only the dying Ting Ting and the deathly darkness of the cellar. She stared blankly at the trampled dumplings on the ground, as if she had run out of tears. The scene seemed frozen in time, without any movement. However, everyone knew that the scene was not still. Ting Ting in the scene was constantly suffering from extreme despair and grief. Suddenly, the perceptive Su Mu noticed the change in the scene and pointed to the shadow in the corner. A dark shadow has appeared. Everyone was instantly shocked and instinctively scattered, but they soon realized that the so-called dark figure was not in reality, but in the picture. In the corner of the cellar where Ting Ting was, a shadow was silently surging, twisting and stretching, gradually rising and growing into a human shape. It looked exactly like the shadowy figure Su Mu and the others had seen before. It was extremely thin, as if it were just bones, and its arms were so long that they almost reached the ground. The dark figure moved swiftly towards Ting Ting. Ting Ting stared blankly at the figure, her despair not replaced by fear. Under Ting Ting's gaze, the dark figure gracefully extended its arm, a slender arm made of shadow, as if extending some kind of invitation. Are you the nightmare Grandma talked about? Ting Ting asked weakly. The shadowy figure didn't answer. Instead, it stretched its arm forward and stopped beside Ting Ting's hand. Without hesitation, Ting Ting firmly grasped the hand of the dark figure with her small handcuffed hand. The scene abruptly ended there. Everyone remained silent. Ting Ting's experience left them feeling somewhat depressed. Su Mu pondered. If this place is Ting Ting's nightmare, then what about the shadowy figure? Logically, it should be a monster from a nightmare, but judging from the timeline, the shadowy figure has also appeared in the reality where Ting Ting is. Yifan Yu suddenly said, perhaps the shadowy figure is a monster from another nightmare that invaded reality, found Ting Ting, and some kind of reaction occurred between them, leading to the current nightmare? Or perhaps this isn't Ting Ting's nightmare at all, and the shadowy figure is the source of the nightmare. Whichever possibility it may be, the shadow is crucial. Perhaps the key to breaking the nightmare lies in the shadow. After a brief discussion, no one could reach a conclusion, and they eventually returned to the ground. Mr. Su, I'm going to my room on the second floor to rest for a while. I couldn't find any food this time, so I need to conserve my energy by sleeping. I'll have to trouble you to take care of me during the day, Yifan Yu said wearily. Su Mu nodded, letting the other person go to rest. They hadn't eaten or rested properly for 3 days. Even an Iron Man couldn't withstand that. He made some simple arrangements and told Zhao Chaoyao and the others to go and rest. Then he took Yang Dongqing to a room on the 3rd floor. Yang Dongqing was his personal bodyguard, so he would never do something as foolish as sleeping in his room and then arranging for Yang Dongqing to go to the next room. In the room on the 3rd floor, Yang Dongqing's face was gloomy, as if he was still immersed in Ting Ting's suffering. He was indeed an extraordinary person, but he was also a young man, a passionate young man, whose values simply could not accept such a tragic thing. Su Mu lay on the bed, calmly staring at the ceiling. He was thinking about the relationship between Ting Ting and the shadowy figure. As he was thinking, he suddenly felt a burning sensation in his nose. He reached out and touched it. It was a bright red bloodstain. Chapter 37. Pick it up. Pick up the clothes. Heh. He chuckled softly, took out a handkerchief, and wiped away the bloodstains. We're closer to death now. He had arrived in the nightmare world, but as Yang Dongqing had said, he had not sensed the bronze law and become a transcendent being. It seemed that he really didn't have any talent. He closed his eyes and tried to use his senses to find the omnipresent bronze law, but to no avail. Knock knock. The sound of knuckles tapping on glass rang out. Sumu opened his eyes, and Yang Dongqing also stood up instantly, looking at the only window in the room with a solemn expression. The window was blocked by curtains, and the knocking sound was coming from outside. Looks like we have a guest coming. Sumu became interested. He slowly got up, walked to the window, and used his cane to part the curtains. A woman came into view. A woman whom Sumu and Yang Dongqing were both very familiar with. Jasmine. Jasmine. Yang Dongqing exclaimed in surprise. How could you? He stopped abruptly halfway through his sentence, remembering Li Chong and Yi Fanyu's description of the villagers. These villagers would transform into the appearance of relatives to lure you into opening the door. Damn it! Yang Dongqing clenched his fists, his anger surging. He was already in a bad mood after coming out of the cellar, and now that he saw the nightmare monster had turned into Jasmine, he was even more furious. Outside the window, Jasmine's little face was filled with fear and anxiety. She kept banging on the window, calling out, Yang Dongqing, Yang Dongqing, I'm so scared, where am I? Shut up, you monster, Yang Dongqing roared. Jasmine's pretty face turned pale, her face full of heartbreak. What are you talking about, Yang Dongqing? I'm not a monster, I'm Jasmine. Don't you recognize me? I went to look for you before and found that you had both passed out. I wanted to wake you up, but I don't know how I passed out too. When I woke up, I was here. Yang Dongqing was taken aback, then suddenly looked at Sumu, his eyes almost overflowing with murderous intent. You brought Jasmine in too? Faced with the killing intent of a superhuman, Sumu smiled with interest. Interesting. Not only does it possess the ability to transform, but it can also read minds to a certain extent. Most importantly, it also has an intelligence-reducing aura. Answer me. Yang Dongqing, like a furious tiger, came up to Sumu, his fists clenched as if he were about to smash Sumu's head in the next second. Sumu remained unhurried and said, Foolish person, before you get angry, can you at least think about which floor we are on? Yang Dongqing was startled, a glimmer of reason appearing in his eyes. He strode to the window and stared intently at Jasmine. How did you get up here? I climbed up here, Yang Dongqing. Why are you being so fierce? Let me in. Climb up? Jasmine is so frail, and this 3-story house is covered in moss. How could she possibly climb up? And how did you know I was in this room on the 3rd floor? You damned monster. Jasmine looked heartbroken, her face etched with despair, small pearls falling from her eyes as she clutched her chest tightly. Yang Dongqing, why don't you believe me? Sumu watched with great interest, and he found that this fake Jasmine's acting skills were even better than the real Jasmine's. Whoosh! Yang Dongqing slammed the curtains shut and ignored it. But the next second, Sumu pulled the curtains back up. What are you doing? I'm curious about the behavior patterns of these monsters, and I'd also like to see what she's capable of doing to trick me into opening the door, Sumu said with a faint smile. Yang Dongqing gave him a cold look, then turned away, not wanting to see him again. Yang Dongqing, Yang Dongqing. Jasmine called anxiously. Miss Jasmine, his heart is as hard as his body, made of iron. I am different. I am always soft-hearted, especially unable to bear seeing a woman cry. Why don't you try begging me? Sumu smiled. This monster's ability to charm minds was something he didn't know, and he wanted to learn it. Perhaps it was Sumu's words that caught Jasmine's attention, because she stopped paying attention to Yang Dongqing and turned her gaze to Sumu. However, a look of confusion appeared in those big eyes. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly. Didn't you read my thoughts? It seems that having stronger mental power is still useful. Jasmine's bewilderment lasted only a moment before she wiped away her tears, a charming smile appearing on her face. She lightly bit her lip and began to drag things out without warning. Am I beautiful? Fuck you, Yang Dongqing roared. Pick it up. Pick up your clothes. Whoosh. The curtains were drawn again. Sumu seemed to be deep in thought, but failed to read my mind, so he resorted to the simplest and most direct method, using his beauty to seduce me. As his eyes darted around, a plan formed in his mind. He said to Jasmine behind the curtains, I yearn for transcendence. If you can help me become a transcendent, I can let you in. Upon hearing this, even the enraged Yang Dongqing was stunned. Was he mistaking the nightmare monster for a turtle in a wishing well? Don't be so surprised. Since she wants to come in so much, it's not too much for me to make a small request, is it? Sumu shrugged. Jasmine remained silent behind the curtains for a long time without replying. Sumu raised an eyebrow slightly, used his cane to lift the curtain, only to find that the person was gone. Grass. Thump, thump, thump. This time, it was a knock on the door. Mr. Su, are you all right? I think I heard a noise. Yi Fanyu's voice rang out from outside the door. It's all right, a villager came by just now, but he's already gone. That's good. By the way, Mr. Su, I've made some new discoveries about this nightmare. Would you mind coming inside to discuss it in detail? Of course. Sumu gave Yang Dongqing a look. Yang Dongqing pouted in dissatisfaction, walked to the door, and turned the doorknob. With a creaking sound, the door opened. Roar! A deafening roar rang out, and the door, which was only half open, was smashed open with a loud crash. A ferocious figure lunged at Yang Dongqing, knocking him to the ground with tremendous force, its sharp teeth aimed directly at his neck. Chapter 38 was just a little bit away. Click! The teeth clashed against Yang Dongqing's hard neck, producing a harsh grinding sound. Yang Dongqing was shocked, and then realized that it wasn't Yifan Yu who had come in, but a villager. He struggled violently, then suddenly flipped over and pinned the villager to the ground, unleashing a barrage of punches that quickly smashed the villager's head open. What on earth happened? Yang Dongqing stood up, panting heavily, still somewhat shaken. A trace of blood had appeared on his neck. If he hadn't been made of steel, he would have died from that blow. He looked at Sumu and found Sumu standing there with his head down, his body trembling slightly. He thought that the scene just now had frightened Sumu. Before he could speak, Sumu suddenly raised his head, his pale face filled with an excited grin. Yang Dongqing was startled. Ew. This is amazing. Huh. This is the feeling. Sumu's expression became increasingly manic, and an unnatural blush appeared on his pale face. He looked at Yang Dongqing with burning eyes. This is the surprise I wanted. You know, it was so close, so very close. If I had opened the door just now, I would be dead by now. Unfortunately, I'm too weak. I didn't want to take even one more step. Unexpectedly, this saved me from disaster. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Ha ha. A madman. A complete and utter madman. Yang Dongqing felt a chill for no reason. He suddenly felt that he would rather face those nightmare monsters than share a room with Sumu. At that moment, screams also came from downstairs. There are still villagers down there. Damn it. How did these villagers get in? Weren't they told they couldn't enter the house? Yang Dongqing's expression changed drastically as he cursed. Instead of cursing here, why don't you go down and take a look? Sumu's gentle voice rang out beside Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing subconsciously turned around and saw Sumu standing there with a smile on his face, leaning on a snake-patterned wooden cane, looking as elegant as a nobleman. The frenzy I just experienced seemed like a hallucination. Damn it, this lunatic. He cursed under his breath and then walked downstairs. Gunshots and screams rang out. The area downstairs was already a mess. About 5 villagers had broken into the house and were fighting with the Viper Gang members. Several corpses of Viper Gang underlings lay on the ground. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, scorching fireballs shot out, burning the air and constantly driving back the villagers. However, it was all to no avail, as villagers continued to pour in. Sumu looked in the direction the villagers had entered and saw that they had come out of the toilet on the first floor. Mr. Su, Mr. Yang, watch out. Someone has broken the window of the first-floor bathroom. Yifan Yu shouted anxiously when he saw Sumu and Yang coming downstairs out of the corner of his eye. Yang Dongqing's face grew increasingly grim. He rushed forward, using his steel body to repel the villagers and clear the road, asking, "Are you sure you didn't miss it during the previous inspection?" "I'm sure," Yifan Yu shouted. "I checked all the windows in every room, including the toilets. All the windows were definitely closed. The villagers couldn't have broken the doors and windows, so it must have been someone on our side who secretly broke the windows. That's impossible. Who would be crazy enough to let a wolf into the house? Are they out of their mind?" As he said this, Yang Dongqing subconsciously glanced at Sumu. To be honest, if he hadn't been with Sumu all this time, he would have absolutely believed that Sumu was capable of doing something so crazy. Sumu's smile deepened. "It seems there's a traitor in our team. Mr. Su, now is not the time to look for traitors. The most urgent thing is to break through the encirclement. It is no longer safe here." Sumu nodded. "Yang Dongqing, lead the way." Yang Dongqing's face darkened, but he did not disobey orders. Instead, he roared, his muscles bulging, and charged towards the villagers. His steel-like steps made the entire corridor tremble slightly, and each step made a dull thud. He charged into the crowd of villagers, his steel-like body ignoring the attacks. His arms swung like giant hammers, and every villager he touched suffered a crushed chest and broken limbs. However, these villagers completely ignored the injuries and the pain. Even with their heads dented and necks broken, they still roared and pounced on Yang Dongqing. In just a few moments, Yang Dongqing was covered in villagers who were tearing at him frantically. Yifan Yu and the Viper Gang members didn't treat Yang Dongqing like a human being either, and they fired wildly at him. With everyone's combined efforts, the villagers clinging to Yang Dongqing were all shot down. The only consequence was that Yang Dongqing had some bullet holes and burn marks on his body. He was made of steel, but that didn't mean he couldn't feel pain. After a barrage of attacks, he was already grimacing in pain. Walk. Seeing that the villagers had been driven back, Su Mu immediately gave an order. Zhao Chaoyao quickly came to his side, took out a folding stretcher, and then carried Su Mu out, with the others following closely behind. What no one noticed was that, amidst the chaos, the honest-looking middle-aged man, Li Chong, secretly picked up a pistol from the corpse of a member of the Viper gang. When everyone rushed outside, they felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, because outside they were met with a dense crowd of villagers surging in like a tide. They stared blankly at the crowd, their eyes practically overflowing with malice. A light drizzle began to fall from the sky, adding a touch of desolation to the scene. Upon seeing this scene, even Yi Fanyu and Yang Dongqing, two extraordinary individuals, couldn't help but show despair. There were simply too many villagers. Even if the two of them were exhausted to death, they would still find it difficult to defeat them. At this moment, Su Mu felt his heart beating again, something he hadn't done in a long time. In his dream, he had experienced far more thrilling scenes than the current predicament, but he couldn't feel his heartbeat because he knew that dreams were all fake and that no matter how reckless he was, he wouldn't die. But things are different now. Now you really can die? He was starting to get a little excited. Chapter 39 Traitor. Go back. Su Mu's calm voice rang out. Go back into the room. Yi Fanyu was shocked. If we retreat now, we will be surrounded and attacked by the villagers both inside and outside the house. Wouldn't we become sitting ducks? Su Mu didn't have time to explain, nor did he care to. Yi Fanyu's disobedience to his orders did not mean that others would disobey. Yang Dongqing and the members of the poisonous snake gang immediately retreated back into the house, as instructed by Su Mu. Yi Fanyu's face turned extremely ugly upon seeing this, but he couldn't face the group of villagers outside alone, so he had no choice but to retreat back inside. Just as he was about to close the door, Su Mu stopped him. Don't close the door, let them in, and go upstairs. Yi Fanyu was taken aback, but then he saw that Su Mu had already started to go upstairs under the escort of the crowd, and he finally understood Su Mu's intention. The villagers could only enter through the main entrance on the first floor and the window of the toilet on the first floor. If they were all led to the first floor, they could jump out of the window from the upper floor and escape successfully. Yi Fanyu gave Su Mu's back a long look, then followed him upstairs without closing the door. It wasn't difficult to come up with the escape plan, but what was truly difficult was being able to react and calmly devise a solution in such a short time when surrounded by hundreds of villagers. Not everyone can do that. Most people panic when faced with danger and find it difficult to make an accurate judgment immediately. Soon, the crowd rushed up to the third floor, while the villagers who had poured into the house could only catch up by taking the narrow staircase, which could only accommodate 2 people at a time. The villagers are difficult to deal with because of their large numbers. In a one-on-one fight, either Yi Fanyu or Yang Dongqing could defeat them. Now, thanks to the advantage of the terrain, the threat has been greatly reduced. Yang Dongqing will cover the rear. The rest of you jump out the window, Su Mu ordered methodically. Without hesitation, Yang Dongqing blocked the stairwell alone. Facing 2 villagers at once posed little threat to him. He was the most suitable person to cover the rear, his steel body providing him with a strong guarantee of survival. One by one, the Viper gang members jumped out of the third-floor windows and landed on the muddy ground outside the house. The infrastructure of Zhao family village was very backward. There was no cement paving. Apart from the main road, most of the ground was muddy. Basically, any healthy person could jump from the 3rd floor without injury, let alone these elite members of the Viper gang. If we were to say who in the group might be in danger if they jumped off the building, it would probably only be Su Mu and the only woman, Wang Li. I'm afraid of heights. The delicate Wang Li squatted by the window, gripping the windowsill tightly with both hands. She glanced at the ground and felt a wave of dizziness. Get out of here. Zhao Chaoyao kicked her slender waist from behind. Oh! With a piercing scream, Wang Li fell out of the window and landed on the muddy ground. Boss, please. Zhao Chaoyao respectfully helped Su Mu to the window, then shouted to the Viper gang members downstairs, get ready to catch the boss. Yes. The remaining 8 Viper gang members quickly formed a circle, then took off their shirts, stretched out their hands, and clasped them together, forming a human net. The clothes were placed on top of these crossed arms to provide cushioning. However, Su Mu did not jump down immediately, but instead admired the scenery by the window. Hurry! I can't hold on any longer. Only when Yang Dongqing shouted urgently from behind did Su Mu take off his brown glasses, take the snake-patterned wooden cane, and lightly leap from the window, finally landing safely on the human net. Wang Li, who was dizzy and disoriented from the fall, saw this scene but dared not say anything in anger. Zhao Chaoyao and Yi Fanyu quickly jumped out of the window to escape, followed by Yang Dongqing, who was covered in wounds. As soon as Yang Dongqing jumped down, several arms with bulging veins stretched out of the window, and several villagers crowded around the window, shouting violently. "Hurry up, this house can't hold the villagers for long," Yi Fanyu said, still shaken. He pointed to a two-story building not far away. "Let's make do in this house for now. Go to the east end of the village." "What?" Yi Fanyu was taken aback. "I said, go to the east end of the village," Su Mu said calmly. "Mr. Su, why are we going to such lengths? There are houses nearby where we can take shelter. Why go all the way to the east end of the village?" Yi Fanyu asked, puzzled. Su Mu gripped the temples of his glasses with both hands, slowly put on the brown-tinted glasses, and hid his eyes behind the lenses. "Mr. Yi, it's hard for me to explain to you with your intelligence. You just need to follow me." Yi Fanyu's face was gloomy, his fists clenched, but given Su Mu's composure in the face of danger, he ultimately chose to remain silent. The group sped along, dealing with several lone villagers before finally arriving safely at the east end of the village. The eastern end of the village is extremely remote and desolate, with only a small, dilapidated house on the roof, which is so simple that it couldn't be simpler. Yi Fanyu stood in front of the thatched hut, his face extremely grim. "Mr. Su, is this the house you chose? Putting aside whether this house can accommodate so many people, just looking at the quality of the house, I even have doubts about it." "Mr. Yi, I find it hard to imagine how you survived 3 nightmare worlds," Su Mu interrupted calmly. He was standing under a black umbrella, with Zhao Chaoyao, dressed in a black suit, and holding the umbrella beside him. "When it rains, you naturally need to use an umbrella." Yi Fanyu's face grew increasingly gloomy. Su Mu continued, "In the silhouette of time, do you remember what the village chief's son said?" "Never mind. I guess you probably don't remember either." The village chief's son said, "Ever since you were imprisoned, that old dog has been guarding your dilapidated thatched hut, refusing to eat or drink. It's long dead. Where am I supposed to find dog meat at most? I can get you a couple of dog bones." "Do you understand now?" Yi Fanyu was taken aback. "You mean this dilapidated thatched hut is Tingting's home?" Su Mu nodded. "You hesitated to jump from the 3rd floor because you were looking for this house." Snap, snap, snap. Su Mu smiled and clapped. "Mr. Yi, you really get it right away. I'm starting to believe you really did experience the nightmare world 3 times. Heh." Yi Fanyu grinned, a forced smile on his face. "If I'm not mistaken, the key to solving this nightmare should be in this thatched hut." Su Mu pushed up his brown glasses and suddenly changed the subject. "However, before that, we need to find the person who secretly broke the window." Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions turned serious, and they looked at each other. For a moment, the only sound in the air was the pattering of raindrops on everyone. Yi Fanyu's sharp gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on the members of the Viper Gang. "Mr. Su, I think the traitor might be in your team." Chapter 40, I can't stand seeing women cry. "Oh, how do you know?" Su Mu asked with interest. "We entered the nightmare world ahead of time and stayed together for 3 days without any problems, but you all came in and—" Yi Fanyu didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was already clear. "This is impossible. We cannot betray our leader." Zhao Chaoyao glared angrily, as if his faith had been insulted. Yi Fanyu didn't speak, but silently looked at Su Mu. Su Mu smiled faintly and walked to Zhao Chaoyao's side. "Chief, you must trust us. We would never betray you." "Don't worry, I know." Su Mu smiled and reached out to take a pistol from Zhao Chaoyao's waist. Click. The sound of a bullet being chambered rang out. "Actually, I already know who the traitor is." Su Mu slowly slid the gun in his hand in front of everyone's eyes, and then landed in front of Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing frowned immediately. "You doubt me? Heh, if it were me." "Make way." Su Mu shook his gun in annoyance, signaling Yang Dongqing to move away. Yang Dongqing was taken aback, then stepped aside, revealing Yi Fanyu behind him. Yi Fanyu's muscles tensed immediately, and his eyes narrowed slightly. "Mr. Su, this joke is not funny." Su Mu frowned slightly. "You move aside too." Yi Fanyu was also stunned. He realized something and immediately stepped aside. This time, the person who was revealed was Wang Li, who had been hiding behind the crowd. When the delicate Wang Li saw that everyone's eyes were on her, she turned pale with fright. She quickly turned around, hoping that there was someone behind her and that Su Mu would ask her to move aside, but no one did. There was no one behind her. Wang Li's face turned even paler. She frantically waved her hands. "No, it wasn't me. How could I break the window and let those monsters in? I would die too." Yi Fanyu looked at her with a questioning gaze. "Mr. Su, Are you mistaken? With her courage, it's impossible for her to damage the doors and windows. Yes. Why are you so sure it was me? What proof do you have? Wang Li cried out as if grasping at a straw. Sumu smiled and pointed his gun at Wang Li, saying, "Of course." He paused for a moment. "The evidence is that when I was about to jump, you deliberately delayed me by the window, preventing me from jumping." Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. What kind of evidence was this? "I didn't deliberately delay. I'm just afraid of heights. Is that my fault?" Wang Li argued vehemently. "You all be the judge. He's clearly blaming me for wasting his time. He's retaliating against me." Yi Fanyu didn't speak, but felt a chill in his heart. This Su Mu was simply a madman, wanting to kill Wang Li for this reason alone. But he didn't stop him. It would be irrational to make an enemy of Su Mu for the sake of an ordinary person. Even Yi Fanyu didn't support Wang Li, so naturally no one else would stand up for her. Wang Li's face turned ashen, and she stared at everyone in disbelief. You can't do this to me." Why? Can't I even be afraid of heights?" Only Yang Dongqing looked reluctant and was about to speak when Su Mu continued. "Wang Li is indeed afraid of heights, but you are not." Wang Li's expression froze. "What are you talking about?" "I am Wang Li. Tsk tisk." A mocking smile appeared on Su Mu's face. "Is your acting really that good? Seeing your superb performance, I'm even thinking of signing you. I happen to own a film and television company. Unfortunately, even if a nightmare monster like you were to sign a contract, it probably wouldn't be legally recognized, right?" "A nightmare monster?" Yi Fanyu's expression changed slightly. "Mr. Su, are you saying that the real Wang Li is dead, and this person in front of you is a villager in disguise?" Sumu shook his head. "I'm more inclined to believe that she is Wang Li, just Wang Li who has become a villager." "Wang Li, who became a villager? Have you ever considered that the villagers were once human, and now they've become nightmare monsters? Wang Li was also once human, so why couldn't she change?" Wang Li frantically waved her arms, as if trying to clear herself of suspicion. "I'm not. I've been with you guys the whole time. How could I possibly become a nightmare monster? Don't make false accusations." At this moment, Li Chang, who was standing to the side, seemed to have thought of something, and his face suddenly turned ugly. "You have not always been with us. When you met Mr. Su before, you ran back by yourself." The atmosphere instantly became tense upon hearing this. Yi Fanyu and Yang Dongqing both distanced themselves from Wang Li, staring at her menacingly. "You guys, I'm really not a monster, wah." Wang Li started shedding small pearls without saying a word. "Sigh, I can't stand seeing women cry," Sumu said with pity. "So you should just die?" He slowly raised his pistol and aimed it at Wang Li's head. Terrified, Wang Li dared not cry anymore, and kept covering her head with her hands, trying to block the bullets in this ridiculous way. "Don't kill me. This is just your guess. You have no proof whatsoever that I am Nightmare." "No, I do," Sumu said calmly. "If you take a shot from me and you die, then you are Wang Li. If you don't die, then you are a villager." Wang Li's expression at this moment was beyond words. Shock, anger, fear, disbelief, all sorts of complex emotions were mixed on her small face. It was hard to imagine that a human face could hold so many emotions at the same time. I'm dead. It was Wang Li. What if you're wrong? Did I die for nothing?" "You were wrong. But even though you're dead, at least you left your innocence behind." Sumu shrugged. "Innocence? Bang." The loud gunshot temporarily drowned out the sound of the rain, and a metal bullet pierced through the rain curtain and accurately struck Wang Li's smooth forehead. Wang Li's voice stopped abruptly, and she collapsed to the ground. Yi Fanyu was startled, not by the gunshot, but by Su Mu. He had experienced 3 nightmare worlds and believed that he had lost his conscience and could not be called a good person. But now he suddenly felt that he was a good person. At least he would not be so indifferent to human life. "Su Mu, Yang Dongqing glared angrily, but a non-human roar interrupted him. Roar. Chapter 41 Dumplings. A ferocious roar came from Wang Li's corpse. The next moment, the already dead Wang Li stood up, without using her hands to support herself, just standing straight up. His pale face was expressionless, except for a pair of eyes filled with burning malice, just like the villagers. "What? It really is her," Yang Dongqing exclaimed in surprise, not expecting that Su Mu had actually guessed correctly. In fact, only Su Mu himself knew that he was not guessing, but was 100% certain that Wang Li had become a monster because his hypnosis had failed. When he tried to hypnotize Wang Li, he encountered the same reaction as the villagers he was trying to hypnotize. Roar. Wang Li roared as she charged toward Yi Fanyu, who was closest to her. Yi Fanyu's expression darkened slightly, and he quickly clenched his right hand into a gun shape, aiming it at Wang Li. Five-finger flame bullet. Bang bang bang. Three scorching fireballs roared out, exploding into intense flames on Wang Li's body. In just a moment, Wang Li was engulfed by the terrifying flames and burned into a desiccated corpse. After dealing with Wang Li, Yifanyu walked to Su Mu's side and asked in a low voice, "Mr. Su, what exactly happened? Why did Wang Li suddenly turn into a villager? As far as I know, the villagers don't seem to have the means to transform humans into their own kind. Everyone who is captured by the villagers ends up being torn apart and eaten." Su Mu smiled slightly. "Where do you think those people who were pulled into the darkness by the shadows ultimately went?" A shadowy figure. Yifanyu was stunned. Could the shadowy figure be the culprit that turned the villagers into monsters? "I'm just guessing right now, but maybe the answer is in this room." Su Mu pointed to the thatched hut in front of him with his snakeskin cane. "Yang Dongqing," he called softly. Yang Dongqing took the lead and entered the thatched hut without even needing Su Mu to give specific instructions, clearly indicating that he had been well trained. Bang! The door of the thatched hut was opened, and Yang Dongqing entered. After looking around and seeing that there was no danger, he invited everyone to come in. After Su Mu entered, his scrutinizing gaze swept around through his brown-tinted glasses. The interior furnishings were all old, consisting of only a wooden recliner, a large square table with peeling paint, and an old-fashioned cabinet against the wall. One side of the main room is the bedroom, with simple patterns carved on the bed frame and some children's doodles. Although the bedding is faded, it is clean and tidy. Further inside is the kitchen, where a large earthen stove occupies one corner. Pots, pans, and bowls are placed on the stove, and dry firewood is piled up next to it. The walls are blackened by smoke. Although the house was dilapidated, it had all the necessary facilities. Just then, the roar of villagers could be heard not far from the door. Yifanyu's expression changed. "Oh no, those villagers are catching up." Bang! He quickly closed the door and peered through the crack at the approaching villagers, his heart pounding in his chest. The main reason was that the house was too dilapidated. Even the door was made of solid wood and couldn't close properly. He seriously doubted whether the door could actually keep the villagers out. Fortunately, the villagers stopped when they reached the door. "Call." Yifanyu breathed a sigh of relief. "It's blocked." He turned around and was stunned to see Su Mu taking out a plate of dumplings from the old-fashioned cabinet. The dumplings seemed to have been sitting for a while. They were no longer glistening and plump, but rather dry and wrinkled. The dumplings were pressed against each other, and some were slightly deformed. The juice from the dumpling filling seeped into the plate, pooling into a murky liquid that emitted a faint, unpleasant odor. "These are dumplings?" Yifanyu swallowed hard. In the real world, he would definitely throw away dumplings that looked like this, but he was really hungry now. "Is it edible?" Li Chong, standing to the side, also stared wide-eyed. Su Mu smiled and placed the dumplings on the table. "Please help yourselves if you would like some." Yifanyu and Li Chong gathered around, staring intently at the dumplings and swallowing hard. Su Mu and the others arrived relatively late, and although they were somewhat hungry, it wasn't unbearable. "There are 12 dumplings in total. I still need to fight, so I'll get 8, and you get 4. Yifanyu didn't discuss it with Li Chong, but decided on the distribution of dumplings directly. Although Li Chong longed to eat more, he didn't dare to object. He stared at the dumplings and nodded. "You eat first," Yifanyu said. Li Chong hesitated. In such a strange place, a plate of dumplings of unknown origin appeared. Who would dare to eat them directly? "Hurry up," Yifanyu urged impatiently. Li Chong steeled his heart. So what if he died? This damned place. Even if he died, he would die with a full stomach. He grabbed the dumplings from the plate and stuffed them into his mouth, like Pigsy swallowing a ginseng fruit, and ate 4 dumplings in one go. After finishing his meal, he looked at the remaining dumplings with a lingering sense of satisfaction. Although the dumplings were a bit spoiled, they were an unparalleled delicacy for him, who had been starving for 3 days. Yifanyu was very cautious. He carefully observed Li Chong's reaction and waited for a long time. Only after seeing that Li Chong was really not abnormal did he feel relieved and slowly started eating dumplings, while still observing Li Chong. After eating 8 dumplings, Yifanyu finally felt alive again. "Mr. Su, why are there dumplings here?" Yifanyu asked. Su Mu's behavior just now made him realize the gap between his intelligence and that of the other man. "Because Tingting loves dumplings, and this is Tingting's home," Su Mu explained with a smile. Then, Yifanyu had only uttered one word when his expression suddenly changed drastically. Not only that, even Yang Dongqing and the others changed their expressions. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on the wooden bed in the bedroom. Because the wooden bed had just made a dull thud, as if someone had hit the bed frame with their head. "Who is it? Come out." Yi Fanyu's expression was tense. His right hand was already clenched into a gun shape, and flames kept shooting out between his index fingers, causing the temperature in the room to continue to rise. Zhao Chaoyao and the others also drew their machetes from their waists. They had almost run out of bullets from their previous battle with the villagers. In this somber atmosphere, a dark shadow seemed to be trembling under the bed. "Come out quickly," Yi Fanyu shouted again, and the fireballs at his fingertips were almost shot out. Just then, a snakeskin cane blocked his way. Yi Fanyu looked at Su Mu with a puzzled expression. "Mr. Su." Su Mu shook his head at him, signaling him to put down the gun. Yi Fanyu extinguished the flame at his fingertips, while Su Mu took a step forward and whispered to the area under the bed. "Ting Ting, we're not bad people, come out." "Ting Ting?" Everyone was startled. Could it be Ting Ting under the bed? As expected, the shadowy figure under the bed stopped trembling immediately upon hearing these words. A moment later, a timid little girl's voice came from under the bed. "Are you really not bad people? You really won't hurt Ting Ting." Chapter 42 Grandma is watching you. Everyone froze again. The voice was wrong. Ting Ting was clearly a young girl, but the voice from under the bed was that of a little girl. Su Mu's smile grew even gentler, like that of a kind older brother next door. His tone was soft yet firm, and every word seemed carefully chosen. "Ting Ting is a good child. Of course we won't hurt her." After hesitating for a long time, the dark figure under the bed finally crawled out. She was a little girl of about 6 years old, with her jet black hair casually tied into 2 small braids. It was a little messy but natural. She was very thin but had a lively and agile figure, like a little deer in the mountains. She had a round face with a slight blush, a mark left by frequent exposure to the sun. Her eyes were large and bright, like clear mountain streams, pure and flawless. Her long eyelashes were like 2 small fans, fluttering gently in the blink of an eye. The little girl, dressed in tattered clothes, looked timidly at the people in the room, her dirty little hands nervously clutching the photo frame in her hands. The group remained vigilant. Given the recent incident involving Wang Li, no one could guarantee that the little girl wouldn't suddenly transform into a monster like the villagers. I just felt that the little girl in front of me did look somewhat similar to Ting Ting from before. "Mr. Su, this little girl is quite a bit younger than Ting Ting. Could they be sisters?" Yi Fanyu asked in a deep voice. "No, she is Ting Ting." Yi Fanyu was even more surprised. "How did you know?" Su Mu gave him a strange look. "This is Ting Ting's house, so naturally Ting Ting lives here. Is that so strange?" Yi Fanyu was momentarily speechless. "Ting Ting, why are you hiding under the bed?" Su Mu asked with a gentle smile. The little girl, Ting Ting, said nervously, "I heard some noise outside, so I hid because I was scared. There are bad people outside, and they will bully Ting Ting." As Ting Ting spoke, her eyes caught sight of the empty plate of dumplings on the wooden table. Her lips trembled, and her big eyes filled with tears. "Those are the dumplings Grandma left for me." Li Chong, who had just eaten dumplings, scratched his head awkwardly. Yi Fanyu didn't take it seriously, but instead looked wary. "Grandma? Where is your grandma?" Ting Ting looked a little surprised and aggrieved. She stretched out her dirty little hand and pointed behind everyone. "Grandma is right there." Yi Fanyu was startled and turned around abruptly, only to see a wooden rocking chair with no one on it. Strangely, the rocking chair was rocking on its own without any wind, making creaking sounds. He felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, and a chill ran up his spine, making his hair stand on end. Su Mu narrowed his eyes slightly. "Ting Ting, good children don't lie." Ting Ting pouted unhappily, and her innocent childish voice rang out. "Ting Ting didn't lie. Grandma is clearly lying in the rocking chair. She's looking at you right now, and she's even greeting you." Everyone stared in horror at the empty rocking chair that was still swaying, a sense of indescribable fear rising in their hearts. Yi Fanyu and Yang Dongqing, both extraordinary individuals, were on high alert, their foreheads covered in cold sweat. Their eyes kept scanning Ting Ting and the rocking chair, completely unsure which side to confront. They were capable of fighting the villagers, but they were also afraid of these unseen and bizarre monsters. It's like someone with a hunting rifle being asked to choose between facing a bear and a ghost. Without hesitation, they would choose the bear. In such a tense and eerie atmosphere, Su Mu smiled politely at the rocking chair and said, "Hello, Grandma." The abrupt greeting evoked an uncontrollable sense of unease in everyone present. Yang Dongqing asked nervously in a low voice, "Can you see it?" Su Mu smiled slightly. "I can't see it, but as a junior, I should definitely respond to the greeting of an elder so as not to appear impolite." "Madman." Yang Dongqing once again labeled Su Mu with a new tag, a gentleman with a touch of madness. At that moment, a silvery laugh rang out. Grandma praised you for being a very polite young man. Tingting seemed to have forgotten about the dumplings, and a naive smile appeared on her face. Sumu smiled politely and nodded to the rocking chair in a very gentlemanly manner. Thank you for the compliment. You are also a very kind elder. The atmosphere grew increasingly eerie. To everyone else, Sumu seemed to be talking to thin air, even though the rocking chair was completely empty. Grandma said it's getting dark and there might be shadowy figures outside, so you can stay here. Is it getting dark? Everyone hurriedly looked out the window and found that the sky had been covered with a layer of gloom, just like their gloomy mood. Clang. A crisp metallic clang drew everyone's attention. It was the sound of Sumu opening his dark gold pocket watch. He checked the time, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It gets dark really fast. He put away his pocket watch, the dark gold Ouroboros pattern flashing briefly before everyone's eyes. Then, he expressed his gratitude to the rattan chair. Grandma, then we'll take our leave. A moment later, everyone huddled in a corner, far away from the rocking chair, and kept their eyes fixed on it. Meanwhile, Tingting was obediently playing with a rag doll in the bedroom, constantly combing its hair with a small wooden comb. The sky darkened at a visible speed. The only sound in the room was the creaking of the rocking chair. Mr. Su, it's getting dark. Let's leave quickly. This place is too eerie, Yifanyu said in a low voice. Is it weird? Cute Tingting, kind mother-in-law, this place is clearly very safe. Sumu was enjoying the peaceful atmosphere. Mr. Su, this is not the time for jokes. There must be some strange connection between Tingting and the Tingting in the time silhouette. And that old woman. You can't even see her. How do you know she's kind? Yifanyu roared. Isn't it kind of my mother-in-law to take in homeless people like us? Yifanyu's expression turned angry, but he dared not leave alone. Just then, creak, creak. The creaking of the rocking chair stopped. Everyone tensed up instantly, because they all knew that the rocking chair stopping meant Grandma had gotten off. Who knows where an invisible person might go? Perhaps she has already come up to you, staring at you intently without moving, a kind smile on her wrinkled face. Sizzle. The candles on the table spontaneously combusted, illuminating a faint glow. It's getting dark, those bad guys are gone. The little girl Tingting skipped out of the room and said to the air beside her, Grandma, I'm going out to find my sister. Chapter 43 Su Mu was taken away by the shadowy figure. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines and stared nervously at the air beside them. Although there was no one there, they knew that a kind, old woman was standing there quietly. Soon, Tingting skipped and hopped out the door. At this moment, Sumu stood up and said to the air beside him, Grandma, it's getting dark and my eyesight isn't very good. Please forgive me if I bump into you. After saying that, he went to the bedroom where the little girl had been, under everyone's gaze. When he came out again, he was holding a photo frame. It was the same photo frame that the little girl had been holding in her hand. He flipped the photo frame over to the front, and what came into view was a yellowed black and white photo, a family portrait. There are 4 people in the photo, an old woman with a full head of white hair, a frail face, and a hunched back, a girl named Tingting who looks a little younger, and a woman named Tingting who looks a little younger. As for the other 2, they had no heads at all. Their necks were completely severed. They could only be identified as a man and a woman from their clothes and other parts of their bodies. They looked quite young, and they were holding Tingting's hands on either side. Tingting's face was beaming with a happy smile. Yifanyu leaned closer, looking at the strange photo in front of him. This man and woman should be Tingting's parents, but why are they headless? Sumu looked puzzled. It's not that the parents are missing heads. The point is that there's one person missing from this photo. Who? Yifanyu's expression shifted. Little sister. Sumu adjusted his brown-tinted glasses and said calmly, Tingting just said she was going out to look for her little sister, but she's not in this family photo. So the question is, who is she? Yifanyu's expression grew increasingly grim, and the strange feeling in his heart intensified. By this time, it was completely dark, and the empty rocking chair began to rock again. Creak, creak. Everyone stared nervously at the rocking chair as it swayed back and forth. Suddenly, an old voice rang out. Sleep soundly in the dim night fog. The whispers of demons linger around you. Moonlight peeks through the cracks in the window, and dark shadows stalk and chase you from the corners. Everyone was shocked and instinctively gripped their weapons tighter. Is this singing? Yifanyu asked, his brows furrowed. Lullaby. Sumu squinted, gazing at the rocking chair, as the song continued. The wind blows, the candlelight flickers, the embrace of darkness is quiet. Close your eyes and don't run around. Fear slowly burns in your heart. Sleep, sleep, baby, don't wake up. A dark shadow lurks in the corner, silent and still. Sleep, sleep, Don't open your eyes wide. There's a hand in the darkness, inviting you to cross the bridge. Sleep, sleep. Close your eyes and don't hide. Your soul is lost and cannot find liberation. Sleep soundly through the night. Don't ask whether it's real or unreal until dawn breaks, and the nightmare will turn away. The simple melody paired with an aged voice carried an eerie quality in the dim night. As everyone listened to the eerie song, they all had the feeling that an invisible hand was stroking their scalp in the darkness. Unbeknownst to anyone, as the song began, a shadow quietly rose in a corner of the room where the candlelight couldn't reach. It rose higher and higher, eventually slowly transforming into a human figure. What does this song lyric mean? Yifanyu felt inexplicably annoyed. This strange environment made him very uncomfortable, and he subconsciously asked Sumu. But the moment he turned to look at Sumu, his scalp tingled, his face changed drastically, and he retreated rapidly to create distance between himself and Sumu. A shadowy figure. He retreated abruptly to the corner of the room, his right hand clenched into a gun shape, pointing it firmly at Sumu's back. Everyone was shocked and quickly looked at Sumu, only to see a long-armed, thin, humanoid shadow standing strangely behind him. Leader, Zhao Chaoyao cried out in alarm, raising his machete. Sumu, behind you. Yang Dongqing stared intently at the dark figure behind Sumu, not daring to make a move. Sumu didn't turn around, but instead smiled faintly. Behind me? Mr. Su, the shadowy figure has already targeted you. Quickly, have someone else replace you. Yifanyu shouted urgently. However, Sumu did not arrange for his underlings to die in his place. Instead, he calmly turned around, his tall, thin, dark figure reflected in his brown glasses. At this moment, the dark figure stretched out its thin, withered arm towards Sumu. Are you inviting me? Sumu asked. The shadowy figure didn't answer, but instead stretched its hand even further forward, the sharp fingertips formed by the shadow almost touching the brown glasses on its face. Sumu smiled slightly and extended his hand to the shadowy figure. I accept your invitation. The next moment, a fair and slender hand tightly grasped the hand of the dark figure. Everyone was shocked. Leader, Sumuyu. Sumu turned around and smiled at everyone. The faint candlelight shone on his face, and the candlelight reflected on his brown glasses, making them flicker slightly. Don't worry, the answer is hidden in that lullaby. After saying that, he closed his eyes and walked into the darkness hand in hand with the shadowy figure. Everyone stared blankly at Sumu as he disappeared into the darkness, lost in thought for a long time. A deathly silence fell over the room. After a long while, Yang Dongqing said, although he is a madman, I don't think he would want to die. He just said that the answer is hidden in the lullaby. Perhaps he has discovered something. A thoughtful look flashed in Yifanyu's eyes. The lyrics of that lullaby say, don't open your eyes wide. There's a hand in the darkness, trying to invite you across the bridge. And then close your eyes and don't hide, for the soul is lost and cannot find liberation. The phrase, a hand in the darkness, likely refers to a shadow, so closing your eyes and not hiding might be the way to deal with it. It's possible. Sumu did close his eyes just now. Oh, Mr. Su actually risked his life for a single lyric. This is simply. Yifanyu hesitated, not finishing his sentence. Yang Dongqing spoke for him. He's simply insane, isn't he? That's right, he's insane. It's not surprising that he's capable of anything. You bastard. How dare you insult the leader? The leader has his own plans for what he wants to do. How dare you gossip about him behind his back? Zhao Chaoyao glared angrily. Yang Dongqing gave him a cold look and ignored this person who had already been brainwashed and made stupid. Now is not the time to argue. The best we can do now is to split up and go out to find candles and food. The appearance of the shadowy figure means that this place is no longer safe, Yifanyu suggested. The group looked at each other and finally agreed to Yifanyu's suggestion. Chapter 44 Illusion. In the darkness, Sumu kept his eyes closed, holding the large, slender, cold, and hard hand formed by shadow. Those weren't human hands at all. They looked more like the hands holding the corpse of some kind of monster. Because his eyes were closed, Sumu was unable to know his surroundings. Although his spirit was strong, it was not strong enough to replace his eyes. He was like a blind man, led by a shadow, slowly moving forward. Here, time seemed to lose its meaning. He couldn't perceive the passage of time at all. It felt like he had walked for a long time, yet also like he had only walked for a short while. The surroundings were completely silent. There was no sound of the shadowy figure or his own footsteps. Gradually, Sumu heard the sound of water beneath his feet, but the sound was somewhat muffled, not like walking on rain, but more like stepping on some kind of thicker liquid. Blood? Sumu made casual guesses, feeling no panic whatsoever, but rather a faint sense of anticipation. He had previously seen Tingting holding hands with a shadowy figure in the silhouette of time, and guessed that the shadowy figure was pulling people into the darkness, perhaps not to kill them directly. It's a very simple logic. If Tingting were killed by the shadowy figure, she would most likely turn into a monster like Wang Li, who is also a villager. However, Tingting was not seen among the villagers. Moreover, Tingting in the time travel silhouette clearly recognizes the shadowy figure, and even speaks with it. "Are you the nightmare Grandma talked about?" This statement indicates that Tingting had learned of the existence of the shadowy figure from her grandmother a long time ago. The lullaby that Grandma just sang was probably the one she sings to her every night. Why wasn't Tingting turned into a monster by the shadow? It's probably because she listened to her grandmother, closed her eyes, and walked away hand in hand with the shadow. That's why Su Mu chose to go with the shadowy figure. He wouldn't live for more than a few days. According to his thinking, even if he couldn't become a superhuman, perhaps becoming a nightmare monster like the villagers wouldn't be bad, since the villagers' bodies were very strong and difficult to kill. As time ticked by, Su Mu noticed that the sounds around him were becoming clearer, and he could even hear the wind whistling past. Thump! He stepped onto the hard ground. There was no sound of water. As he continued forward, he discovered that the ground was sloping upwards and had an arc. A bridge? He remembered the song that said there was a hand in the darkness, wanting to pull you across the bridge. He continued to follow the shadowy figure. After the ground rose to a certain height, it began to descend again, as if he were going down a bridge. He quickly stepped off the bridge, and then he heard voices around him. "Leader." Su Mu recognized the voice. He clearly remembered it as the voice of the underling who had been dragged away by the shadowy figure earlier. The younger brother sounded very excited, as if he hadn't expected to see the leader here. "Chief, have you come to save me?" A hurried running sound came from the darkness, clearly from a henchman. However, Su Mu ignored him and did not open his eyes. Instead, a smile of interest appeared on his lips. "Interesting. Chief, why aren't you saying anything? Open your eyes and look at me." The henchman's voice was even closer this time, almost right next to Su Mu's ear. Su Mu frowned slightly, but kept his eyes closed. "Get lost." The underling's footsteps faltered, his voice trembling with a hint of resentment. "Leader, are you going to abandon me? I've always followed you. Hold head high." Su Mu responded with complete confidence. He always remembered the lyrics. "Sleep, sleep, close your eyes and don't hide. The soul is lost and cannot find relief. Sleep in this night. Don't ask if it's real or not. Until dawn breaks, the nightmare will turn away." The meaning of this lyric is quite clear. You must keep your eyes closed and not be deceived by illusions, otherwise your soul will be lost in darkness. As for when you can open your eyes, you will naturally wait until dawn. When it comes to bewitching people, Su Mu is second to none. He could never be fooled by a mere illusion. After being rejected, the henchman's breathing became noticeably heavier, and his tone turned icy. "Leader, since you've abandoned me, you won't live either." Dot. A voice filled with resentment rang out, and the underlings rushed madly towards Su Mu. Most people would have been startled and opened their eyes, but Su Mu didn't. He just calmly walked forward, completely ignoring it. Sure enough, when the sound of his underlings charging reached Su Mu's ears, everything came to an abrupt halt, and silence returned once more. He continued walking and gradually felt a warmth. A beam of light pierced his tightly closed eyes. It felt like facing the sun in broad daylight with your eyes closed. Even with your eyes closed, you could still feel the blinding light. "Leader," Zhao Chaoyao's overjoyed voice came from afar. "Mr. Su, you're back?" Yi Fanyu's voice also carried a hint of surprise. "Su Mu, wake up. Why are your eyes still closed? What happened to you after you left with the shadowy figure?" The cacophony of voices filled Su Mu's ears, but he still didn't open his eyes. Instead, a mocking smile played on his lips. "How clumsy. Can't you use your brain before lying?" Su Mu was too lazy to even comment anymore. If a normal person saw themselves return alive, their first reaction would definitely not be welcome, but rather wariness and suspicion, since Wang Li had become a monster like the villagers. Moreover, it is known that the shadow only appears at night or in the shadows. Now that the sunlight is so bright, how is it possible that the shadow's hand is still holding his hand? The surrounding sounds paused, and then Zhao Chaoyao and the other's tone turned icy cold. He discovered it. "Kill him. Yes, kill him." A group of people charged at Su Mu, letting out inhuman roars. Similarly, these sounds subsided after they reached me. Su Mu walked for a while longer, and this time he heard some different sounds, the voices of children. "Fool. Hee hee, here comes the silly Tingting. Hurry up, we don't play with idiots." A group of children were laughing and playing when Tingting's aggrieved voice rang out amidst their mockery. Tingting isn't stupid. Look, this idiot is crying. Aren't you stupid? Your parents abandoned you because you're stupid. You're talking nonsense. Grandma said that Mom and Dad went to work in another city. That's why they didn't abandon Tingting. Chapter 45 Truth is always on my side. Sumu kept moving forward without stopping, and the innocent voices of the children became more and more mature, as if they had grown up. This idiot is still playing in the mud. She'll definitely play in the mud. After all, she's mentally challenged. Hey, look, this idiot's got quite a big crown/girl. It really is. Let's go take a look. Tingting, let's play together. Really? Tingting exclaimed in surprise. You guys are willing to play with me? Sumu noticed that even Tingting's voice had changed, becoming more and more like the Tingting in the silhouette of time. Of course, we are from the same village after all. How about this, Tingting? Let's play a fun game. Okay, what game? You'll find out when you play, but you absolutely mustn't tell your grandma, or we won't play with you anymore. Wah, I don't want to play games. This game isn't fun. You're all bad people. You're bullying Tingting. Grab her quickly. Don't let her get away. You beasts! An old voice rang out, followed by the sound of a wooden stick hitting a person and screams of pain. Sumu recognized the voice. It was Tingting's grandmother. Tingting, remember, when Grandma goes to work in the fields during the day, you stay at home, lock the door, and don't open it for anyone. Grandma made your favorite dumplings and put them in the cupboard. If you get hungry, just take them out and eat them. Yes, Grandma. Tingting remembers. Grandma, why do they call Tingting an idiot? They are all bad people. Tingting is not stupid. Tingting is the smartest child in the world. A silvery laugh rang out. It was Tingting cheering excitedly. Tingting is the smartest child in the world. Tingting is the smartest child in the world. Tingting, open the door for your uncle. No, Grandma says uncle is a bad person. How could your uncle be a bad person? Look, your uncle even brought you your favorite lollipop. Really? Of course it's true. Open the door quickly. You're lying. You're a bad person. Hee. Tingting is getting more and more beautiful. Hey, look, this idiot is taking dumplings to the cemetery again. She's really silly. Aunt Lee saw that she hadn't eaten for several days and kindly gave her 2 steamed buns, but she didn't want them. She insisted on dumplings and said that her grandmother loved dumplings the most. The village chief was kind enough to give her dumplings every few days, but she went and took dumplings to her grandmother's grave every day. I don't know who told her that her grandma was sleeping underground, and then she started going door to door asking for dumplings. I heard that as long as you give her dumplings, she'll be fine. Then, the sound stopped abruptly. The hand holding the shadowy figure had also disappeared without anyone noticing. Sumu opened his eyes and saw a dark, dilapidated house. The rocking chair inside was not rocking, and the sky outside was just beginning to lighten. The little girl, Tingting, was standing quietly in front of him, tilting her head and looking at him with curiosity. Big brother, were you sleeping standing up just now? Sumu smiled gently and ruffled Tingting's dry, frizzy hair with his hand. Yes, Big brother just fell asleep standing up. Upon hearing this, Tingting laughed happily. Big brother, you're lying. No one sleeps standing up. Sumu feigned surprise. Tingting actually saw through it. Tingting is so smart. Tingting smiled even more happily, her big eyes curving into crescents, revealing a row of small white teeth. Of course, Grandma says Tingting is the smartest child in the world. Yes, Tingting is the smartest child in the world. Sumu nodded with a smile. At this moment, Tingting seemed to have thought of something, and quickly ran to the cupboard, opened it, and took out a plate of dumplings. Big brother, do you want to eat dumplings? They're so delicious. Tingting and Grandma both loved dumplings the most. Suddenly, the voices of Yi Fanyu and others could be heard outside the house. Damn it gets light so fast, Yang Donqing complained. This room is too small. If we stay here any longer, we'll only attract more shadowy figures. Listen to me. Let's find another room. No way, Zhao Chaoyao said firmly. What if the leader comes back and can't find us? You guys sigh? Yi Fanyu sighed. Do you really think Mr. Su can come back? Even if he did come back, would he still be the same person? As they were talking, there was a crack. The door to the thatched hut opened. Everyone stopped in their tracks and looked solemnly at the gate. Then they saw a man in a suit and tie, carrying a snakeskin cane and wearing brown glasses, slowly walk out of the house. Leader, Zhao Chaoyao, and the other Viper Gang members were overjoyed. Don't go over there. Yi Fanyu stopped them, his eyes fixed on Sumu. Mr. Su, are you still yourself? Sumu smiled slightly. Of course. I told you the leader would be all right. Zhao Chaoyao exclaimed excitedly. about to go find Su Mu, but Yi Fanyu stopped him. Wait, what evidence do you have to prove it? Upon hearing this, Su Mu's smile deepened. Mr. Yi seems to have forgotten again. He gently pushed up his glasses, the smile on his face slowly fading, and said indifferently, Have you forgotten who you are? You want me to prove myself to you? Are you worthy? Yi Fanyu's face suddenly turned ashen, as if he had eaten shit, while Zhao Chaoyao and the others walked behind Su Mu without hesitation. Yang Dongqing hesitated for a moment, then walked over as well. Mr. Yang, even you. Yang Dongqing said without turning his head. I just think the nightmare monster shouldn't be able to imitate it so well. Yi Fanyu's expression grew increasingly grim, with only the anxious Li Chong beside him. Su Mu said calmly, So, Mr. Yi, do you understand? Whether I am a nightmare or not is not important. What is important is that the truth will always be on my side. You call having a lot of people the truth? Yi Fanyu said darkly. Su Mu smiled slightly. A large number of people is merely a manifestation of power, and power is truth. After saying that, he led everyone into Tingting's home. Li Chong hesitated for a moment and then followed him inside, leaving only Yi Fanyu with a gloomy expression. He stood there for a long time before finally entering the house with a somber face. Upon entering the house, Yi Fanyu's gaze was immediately drawn to Tingting, who was sitting at the table eating dumplings, or rather, to the dumplings themselves. He rushed over and snatched the plate of dumplings from Tingting's hands. Grandma gave it to me. Tingting pouted, about to cry. Chapter 46 The Method of Returning to Reality. Yi Fanyu didn't care about any of that. Once he got the dumplings, they were his. Yang Dongqing. Su Mu gave the order, and Yang Dongqing, who was already annoyed, immediately rushed forward to snatch it. Yi Fanyu was startled, not expecting Yang Dongqing to make a move suddenly, and hurriedly dodged backward. At this moment, Tingting hurriedly waved her hand, her little face turning red with anxiety. Don't fight. Tingting doesn't like fighting. If you want dumplings, you can have them. Yang Dongqing hesitated, but Yi Fanyu snapped. Stop your unnecessary sympathy. We're human. What about her? She's a creature from a nightmare. Maybe even a nightmare monster. Don't fight. Tingting doesn't want the dumplings anymore. Tingting became more and more anxious. Kind-hearted, she didn't want to see people quarrel. Did you hear that? She said she didn't want it anymore herself. Yi Fanyu said in a low voice, barely suppressing his anger. Yang Dongqing finally loosened his fists. He knew that snatching it back would be useless and would only make Tingting more unhappy. After the minor dispute subsided, Yi Fanyu picked up the dumplings and invited Li Chong to come and eat. The 8 dumplings from yesterday were practically nothing to someone who had been starving for 3 days. You eat first. I'll give you 2 this time, Yi Fanyu said coldly. Li Chong agreed in a muffled voice, but when he went to get the dumplings, he exclaimed softly, 11? 1 less than yesterday. Yi Fanyu looked closely and found that there was indeed 1 less than yesterday. He looked at Tingting and asked, Why is 1 missing? Did you eat it, or did you hide it? Tingting shook her head. I didn't eat them, and I didn't hide them. Grandma made 11. Yi Fanyu gave her a deep look, then said nothing more and continued eating dumplings with Li Chong. Yang Dongqing ignored Yi Fanyu and the other person, and instead asked Su Mu, What happened after you left? Su Mu made no attempt to hide anything, stating frankly, Just as I expected, the shadow is not insurmountable. As long as you close your eyes, hold his hand, and keep walking, you will return from the darkness when dawn breaks. Yang Dongqing was taken aback. It's that simple? It's simple for me, but it might not be for you. Yang Dongqing's face immediately fell. What do you mean? It's meaningless. In the darkness, all sorts of sounds will tempt you to open your eyes. Once you open your eyes, you will be completely lost in the darkness and eventually become a monster like the villagers. Yang Dongqing curled his lip in disdain. It's just closing your eyes. What's so difficult about that? Since I know those voices are fake, I definitely won't open my eyes. Yes, you're right. A flash of anger crossed Yang Dongqing's face. He felt he had been slighted, but he had no evidence. Although Yi Fanyu was eating, he had already been listening intently. At this moment, Su Mu changed the subject. I also obtained some information in the darkness, information about Tingting. He glanced at Tingting, only to find that the little girl had run back into the bedroom to comb her doll's hair. He slowly recounted what he had seen and heard in the darkness, mainly the sounds he heard from Tingting. 5 minutes later, Yang Dongqing's face was contorted with rage, his fists clenched so tightly that the veins on them bulged. Beasts. These beasts. Fuck them. At this moment, he felt his chest filled with an unprecedented rage, and even his skin gleamed with a metallic sheen. He wanted to kill. He couldn't stop wanting to kill. In contrast to his anger, Yi Fanyu beside him was beaming with joy. That's great. What did you say? Yang Dongqing glared angrily, like a furious lion. No, don't misunderstand. What I mean is, according to Mr. Su's description, Tingting is very likely the source of this nightmare. In other words, this is Tingting's nightmare. Yi Fanyu's gloomy expression vanished, replaced by excitement, because he had found a way to break free from this nightmare. A few minor setbacks were nothing compared to being alive. He said excitedly, "This is my third time entering the nightmare world. I have some experience with nightmares. Although nightmares are bizarre, they are also traceable. For example, if someone watches a zombie movie before going to bed, there is a high probability that they will dream of zombies that night. In other words, dreams are a reflection of reality." Mr. Su's explanation just now made me understand everything. It's because in reality, Tingting is mostly bullied by villagers during the day. In Tingting's eyes, villagers are just villagers. They are out during the day and rest at night. Think carefully about what Tingting said when she went out to look for her sister. It's not normal for her to call the villagers bad people instead of monsters. This is Tingting's nightmare, so the villagers' actions all follow Tingting's logic. Tingting's grandmother told her to hide at home, which is safe, so the villagers cannot enter the house. It is likely that this is also the case in reality. No matter how much the villagers bully Tingting, they would not dare to forcibly break down doors and windows or force their way into a private residence. The villagers could change their appearance and use various means to lure people out, which perfectly corresponds to someone using a lollipop to trick Tingting into leaving her house. This must have happened more than once. So in Tingting's eyes, the villagers would use all sorts of sweet talk to trick her into opening the door. Yi Fanyu became more and more excited as he spoke, but he didn't notice that Yang Dongqing's face was getting even more gloomy. And another thing, in the timeline, the village chief's son was called Tingting the Fool. I thought it was just a casual remark, but I never expected Tingting to actually be a fool. The reason she's acting like a little girl is because that's how big her mind is. After all, a fool's intelligence is basically equivalent to that of a child. Enough! Yang Dongqing shouted angrily. He couldn't tolerate Yi Fanyu calling Tingting an idiot. A kind-hearted girl with intellectual disabilities, who did nothing wrong, was treated this way. She loved dumplings, yet she chose to go hungry to give them to her deceased grandmother. Even now, when Yi Fanyu tries to take her food, she's not concerned about her own hunger, but rather about a potential fight. Yi Fanyu's smile gradually cooled. "Mr. Yang, I understand your feelings. You sympathize with Tingting's plight, but don't forget, this is the nightmare world. The real Tingting is long dead. The current Tingting is, strictly speaking, a nightmare monster." Yang Dongqing's chest heaved violently. He had nowhere to vent his anger. He knew Yi Fanyu was right, but he was still angry and frustrated. Yi Fanyu turned his gaze to Su Mu. "Mr. Su, I know you are rational, and with your wisdom, you must have already guessed all of this. So, the rest is very simple. As long as we work together to eliminate the source of the nightmare, which is killing Tingting, this nightmare will be broken." Chapter 47 I Refusal. Yi Fanyu's voice suddenly dropped to a low hue. He glanced discreetly at the little girl combing the hair of her doll in the bedroom and continued. "Killing Tingting shouldn't be difficult. The only obstacle should be her deceased grandmother. When we take action against Tingting, we are very likely to have a direct confrontation with her grandmother, especially since none of us can see her. We don't even know if she's home right now. I guess she probably isn't there, since in Tingting's memory, her grandmother had to work in the fields during the day and wouldn't come back until dark. However, just to be on the safe side, I have a plan. It would be best if we didn't make a move here, but instead lure Tingting out first. Among our group, Tingting should trust you the most, Mr. Su, so perhaps you could." "I disagree." Yang Dongqing suddenly erupted in anger, his fists clenched as he glared at Yi Fanyu. "What did Tingting do wrong? She's just a victim. There must be other ways." Yi Fanyu's expression grew even colder. "Mr. Yang, I hope you can calm down. She's not human. She's a nightmare monster. Killing a nightmare monster can save everyone's lives. Isn't that a good thing? As you said, besides killing the source of the nightmare, there is indeed another way to break free from the nightmare, which is to save the source of the nightmare. This nightmare started with Tingting. As long as all the villagers are killed, without these evil people, the nightmare will naturally not be a nightmare. But do you think that's possible? With just a few of us, facing hundreds of villagers, we have absolutely no chance of winning. Especially since you shouldn't forget, there's no food here. Even superhumans will starve to death without food, and they'll grow weaker and weaker until you can't even use your abilities anymore. How will you kill the villagers then?" Yi Fanyu had clearly analyzed the pros and cons, but Yang Dongqing's answer remained the same. "I disagree. This young man, who had just become a superhuman, showed unprecedented determination at this moment. He clenched his teeth, the veins on his face were faintly visible, and his eyes were already filled with anger. I will kill all the villagers to avenge Tingting. Yi Fanyu was both shocked and furious. Are you fucking crazy? You'll kill everyone if you do this. How are we supposed to deal with hundreds of villagers? Revenge? What revenge are you talking about? They're all dead now. It's all a dream. Dream? Yang Dongqing's eyes burned with an incomparably blazing and bright flame, and the metallic color on his body became even more intense. These scumbags don't even deserve to live in dreams. Why should they be able to bully Tingting in dreams for eternity after they die? Tell me, by what right? Damn it. You're insane. You're really insane. Yi Fanyu was also furious. Mr. Su, I can't reason with him. You're a smart man. As long as we follow my plan, we can definitely return to reality. For a moment, Yang Dongqing and Yi Fanyu's eyes were both focused on Su Mu. Yi Fanyu knew that Su Mu was a cold-blooded and intelligent person and would definitely make the right choice. As for Yang Dongqing, he clenched his fists. He knew Su Mu's cold-bloodedness and ruthlessness, so he was prepared to fight against both of them at the same time. But deep down, he also secretly hoped that Su Mu would refuse Yi Fanyu's proposal. Facing their gazes, Su Mu smiled slightly. I refuse. Yang Dongqing was both surprised and delighted, while Yi Fanyu was completely stunned with disbelief. You refuse. Yi Fanyu found it utterly unbelievable. Someone like you. Would you really care about the life or death of a nightmare monster? Su Mu adjusted his brown-tinted glasses, maintaining his elegant smile. Mr. Yi seems to have a deep misunderstanding about me. Actually, I've always been a good person. Ha ha. Yi Fanyu laughed strangely and menacingly. You? A good person? You are all good people, and I'm the only bad one. He pointed at himself somewhat frantically, never expecting that he would end up in such a state when he was about to escape the nightmare. His joy had vanished completely. All I want is to live. What's wrong with that? Mr. Yi, you're being too attached to appearances. In this world, there's no such thing as right or wrong, only strength and weakness. I understand your desire to live, but please be sure to abide by my decision. Su Mu could not choose to kill Tingting and return to reality. Before he became a superhuman, even if he returned now, he would still die. At this moment, Yi Fanyu's expression turned completely cold. His eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent, and his right hand spread out 5 fingers, with one blazing flame after another lighting up. You're right, there's no right or wrong in this world, only strength and weakness, but who said I'm the weak one? As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room froze instantly. Yang Dongqing stepped forward and stood beside Su Mu, while Zhao Chaoyao and the others drew their machetes, their fanatical faces filled with murderous intent. Su Mu smiled faintly. Mr. Yi, if you are really strong enough, then from the moment you saw me, you should have understood that you had no chance of winning from beginning to end. A mocking smile appeared on Yi Fanyu's lips. It seems that my previous forbearance has caused you to misunderstand me. Previously, it was because there was no irreconcilable conflict between us, and since we were both in the nightmare world, it would be irrational to kill each other, so I tolerated it in every way. But now, the key to breaking the nightmare has been found, and I have no more worries. Moreover, I have already ascertained your strengths. Yang Dongqing is merely a newly promoted superhuman who is not yet proficient in controlling his own abilities. As for you, you are nothing more than a group of ordinary people controlled by your puppet abilities, but your true self is even weaker than that of ordinary people. Most importantly, your men have run out of bullets in the previous battles. Do you think you can still pose any threat to me? Su Mu's expression remained unchanged. Who said we've run out of bullets? Yi Fanyu's expression changed slightly. His 5 fingers flame bullet mainly focuses on attack and cannot rely on his physical body to defend against bullets like Yang Dongqing. If the opponent still has a gun, then he is indeed in some danger. You don't need to bluff. I saw with my own eyes that we were out of bullets. You're right, I've indeed run out of bullets, but Mr. Li Chong doesn't. Upon hearing this, the focus immediately shifted to Li Chong, who had been hiding in a corner, not daring to utter a sound. The taciturn middle-aged man slowly pulled a black pistol from his waist, his hands still trembling uncontrollably. Yi Fanyu's heart sank. Although a gun posed no threat to him, that was only true in a one-on-one situation without Yang Dongqing and the others. He was not afraid of a gun at all. Li Chong, don't you want to live? The opportunity is right in front of you. As long as you kill that little girl, we can return to reality. The middle-aged man, whose spine had been broken by the burdens of life, trembled even more. Chapter 48. I was just kidding. You idiot. I want to live. Mr. Su, I have always been an honest and law-abiding person. I want to go back alive. I still have family, relatives, and friends. I really can't die here. Mr. Su, I don't want to kill anyone. Please, please step aside. A big shot like you has the resources to seek justice for the monster. But I've already exhausted all my strength just to survive, and my family is still waiting for me in reality. Stop, Sumu interrupted. Nobody likes to hear your sob story. If you want, go join Yifanyu. It won't make a difference if you're one more person. At that moment, the middle-aged man's face suddenly turned red. He abruptly raised his gun and aimed it at Sumu, then moved closer to Yifanyu. I don't want to kill anyone. Don't force me. You either agree to kill that monster, or you die. No one expected Li Chong to suddenly erupt at this moment, and Yang Dongqing, Zhao Chaoyao, and others quickly protected Sumu behind them. Yifanyu sneered, Mr. Su, do you see? Not everyone is on your side. Oh, is that so? Sumu gently pushed up his brown glasses, and the eyes behind the lenses emitted an invisible, eerie light. Bang! The sudden gunshot startled everyone, but what surprised them even more was that the shot had hit Yifanyu. Yifanyu, as expected of a superhuman who has experienced 3 nightmare worlds, actually gave a warning when faced with a cold shot from behind, and twisted his body to deflect the bullet that should have hit him. However, even so, he was still shot, and a bloody hole appeared on his right back, from which blood gushed out. Yifanyu groaned and suddenly retreated, putting distance between himself and the others. His face was now covered in pain and anger. Li Chong, you. No, it's not my fault. My hand is out of control. Li Chong panicked completely, his body trembling violently, his dark face filled with fear, as if he had encountered something unpredictable. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out, and deadly bullets whistled towards Yifanyu. But he was, after all, a superhuman. With the distance created, the astonishing physical abilities of a superhuman became apparent. Facing the bullets fired by Li Chong, he was like a nimble snake, suddenly flipping over and smashing through the window to escape from the house. Brother Yi, I really didn't mean to. My hand just wouldn't cooperate, huh? A burst of wild laughter suddenly erupted from Li Chong's mouth as he chased after the gun while firing. I was lying to you. You idiot. How dare you disobey the leader? You deserve to die. You bunch of lunatics. You all deserve to die. Outside the house, Yifanyu, who was desperately trying to escape, was completely blinded by rage. Bang! A fiery projectile shot from his fingertip, leaving a trail of blazing flames in the air before striking Li Chong hard in the body. In an instant, Li Chong's maniacal laughter ceased abruptly. He was consumed by the flames. At this moment, several villagers who had been waiting outside the house roared and charged towards Yifanyu. Enraged, he attacked in succession, firing several fireballs that instantly killed the villagers. Yifanyu stared intently at the dilapidated, thatched hut. He knew he had to deal with the villagers before they arrived, so he suddenly spread his arms wide, aimed at the hut, and said in an extremely cold voice, 10-finger flame bullet. His 10 fingertips lit up with blazing flames one after another, which quickly twisted and converged, transforming into 10 compressed fireballs. Boom! 10 fireballs roared out, leaving 10 trails of flame in the air. They swirled and intertwined, eventually merging into a single fireball the size of a fist, which struck the thatched hut hard. The fireballs collided violently with the thatched hut, sparks flying everywhere in an instant. The hut was like a giant bonfire being lit, the flames mercilessly devouring every piece of wood. The crimson flames shot straight into the sky, and thick smoke rose up, forming a huge black column that obscured the sky. Previously, Yifanyu had concealed his strength, always using the 5 fingers flame bullet to deal with the villagers' attacks. But this time, facing Su Mu and the others, he used his full power. Is he dead? Yifanyu gasped for breath. The pain from the gunshot wound in his back, continuing to irritate his nerves. Just when he thought everyone was dead, he discovered that behind the raging flames, several figures dressed in black suits were faintly visible. They emerged safely from the side of the flames, converging like a small black torrent. The leader was Su Mu, and beside him, Yang Dongqing was holding Tingting, who looked terrified. Yifanyu's face darkened. He realized that Su Mu and the others must have escaped through the back window beforehand. He didn't need to think to know who came up with the idea. It must have been Su Mu. Only Su Mu had the brains to guess in advance that he was going to burn down the house. Yang Dongqing put Tingting down, a gentle look appearing on his steely face. Tingting, be good, stay away. Brother will go and deal with this bad guy first. Although Tingting's intelligence was still at a young age, she was not incapable of distinguishing between good and evil. She nodded obediently, then jumped down from Yang Dongqing's arms and ran away with her short legs. Yang Dongqing was not worried about Tingting's safety. She was the source of the nightmares and had lived here for an unknown amount of time. Nothing in the nightmares could easily harm her. Then, Yang Dongqing stared intently at Yifanyu with his tiger-like eyes. Neither of them spoke, but both could see the determination in the other's eyes. The two had different ideologies, and neither could persuade the other. The only option was to fight. The atmosphere in the arena instantly became tense. Yang Dongqing stood there like an iron fortress, his body gleaming with metallic luster. Yifanyu's fingertips flickered with fire, and the air around him rose and twisted, radiating terrifying high temperatures. Suddenly, Yang Dongqing moved. He pounced out like a swift cheetah. He knew very well that his only chance to defeat Yifanyu was to get close to him. Yifanyu was aware of this as well. So the instant Yang Dongqing charged at him, he formed his hands into a gun shape and fired. Bang, bang, bang. He fired continuously with both hands, while his body moved rapidly in response, widening the distance between them. Several fire bullets whistled out, as if the surrounding air had been ignited. Yang Dongqing, who was speeding along, rushed towards the flames, intending to withstand the flames head-on and not give Yifanyu any time to move. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs rained down on Yang Dongqing, making him stagger and leaving faint traces of char on his body. But he still didn't stop and charged towards Yifanyu. Because of Tingting, his body, which was in a state of intense rage, was noticeably stronger. 10-finger flame bullets. Yifanyu's eyes turned cold, and he fired 10 flame bullets at once. The terrifying flame bullets intertwined and merged in the air, turning into a large flame bullet that slammed into Yang Dongqing's body. Chapter 49. My ability is Stand User. Boom. The power of this attack was terrifying. The explosive flames exploded directly on Yang Dongqing's body, instantly turning into a raging sea of fire that engulfed his figure. With a roar of anger mixed with pain, Yang Dongqing, his body charred, forced a gash through the sea of fire and rushed out. The little bit of hair that had just grown out was now gone. He leaped up suddenly, pouncing on Yifanyu like a tiger descending a mountain. Yifanyu was startled and quickly dodged. Following closely behind was Yang Dongqing's rain of punches. The metallic fists made the air explode with each strike. But Yifanyu was obviously faster. He took a step back and dodged the punch. He was experienced in combat after all. Taking advantage of the gap in Yang Dongqing's attack, he seized the opportunity and fired a fireball at Yang Dongqing's face. Yang Dongqing was shocked and quickly used his hands to block. Little did they know, this was exactly what Yifanyu wanted. Ultimately, they were still too inexperienced. Yifanyu's face contorted with rage, and his right hand shot out suddenly, his 5 fingers forming a claw. Swish! A series of sparks ignited at his fingertips, transforming into 5 highly compressed fireballs. However, this time, he did not fire the fireballs. Instead, he clenched his 5 fingers tightly. What happens when he holds 5 highly compressed flame bullets in his hand? The next moment, Yifanyu gave his answer. His entire fist seemed to be set ablaze, burning fiercely. The flames were no longer a bright orange-yellow, but were mixed with a touch of fiery red. Flame fist. He threw a punch, which landed squarely on Yang Dongqing's exposed abdomen. Boom. A deafening explosion rang out, and terrifying flames engulfed the two people almost instantly. A scream rang out, and a charred figure was sent flying backward like a cannonball. His body arced through the air before crashing into a row of thick trees. With a series of cracking sounds, several trees fell, and leaves flew everywhere. He crashed heavily to the ground, the powerful impact carving a deep furrow in the earth, sending dust and gravel flying everywhere. The person who flew backwards was Yang Dongqing. He thought Yifanyu wasn't good at close combat, but little did he know that Yifanyu had a trump card up his sleeve, and it was all just an illusion. At this moment, Yang Dongqing's abdomen was charred, and even emitted a pungent smell of burnt roasted meat. His consciousness began to blur, his eyes rolled back, and he struggled to get up, but collapsed heavily to the ground. He stared blankly at the sky, and only then did he realize that he had always been weak, even after becoming a superhuman. Am I going to die? He himself had fallen, and he didn't believe that Su Mu could defeat Yifanyu. Perhaps this was where they would all perish. But why am I so unwilling to accept this? I haven't avenged Tingting yet, and Jasmine is still waiting for me to come back. I can't die yet. A strong will caused a surge of power to rise within him once more. With this power, he struggled to his feet, his eyes brimming with fighting spirit. He can't fall down yet. Boom. A flaming bullet streaked through the air and landed precisely on Yang Dongqing. Bang. Yang Dongqing's eyes rolled back completely, and he fell asleep immediately. he eventually collapsed. Yi Fanyu didn't give him a chance to stand up at all. At this moment, the flames around Yi Fanyu had dissipated. He was in very bad condition. His face was pale, his chest was heaving violently, and there were even burn marks on his body, especially his right hand, which was charred and hanging limply. Su Mu, who had been watching the battle, narrowed his eyes slightly. The 5 fingers flame bullet provided Yi Fanyu with a high level of fire resistance. Otherwise, he would not be able to control the flames. However, this fire resistance was also limited. The flame fist just now could be said to have hurt both the attacker and himself. The 5 compressed fireballs exploded at close range, first injuring Yi Fanyu's hand, and then Yang Dongqing. However, Yi Fanyu blocked most of the damage thanks to his fire resistance. Although Yi Fanyu was in a sorry state with one hand crippled, he wore a smug grin that suggested he had the upper hand. He walked towards Su Mu step by step. "Mr. Su, you're the only one left." Zhao Chaoyao and the others tensed up and immediately grabbed their machetes to block Su Mu's way. Yi Fanyu's smile grew even more sinister. "You think you can stop me with just a few ordinary people? Hara, weren't you always so arrogant? I'm quite curious to see what kind of ugly behavior someone like you will show before he dies." Faced with Yi Fanyu's maniacal laughter, Su Mu also smiled. He waved his hand, signaling Zhao Chaoyao and the others to disperse. Zhao Chaoyao and the others, who were obedient to orders, naturally dispersed, revealing Su Mu, who had been protected all along. Yi Fanyu paused, his face showing wariness. "Mr. Su, in the face of absolute strength, any tricks you play are useless." Upon hearing this, Su Mu smiled faintly, his slender, fair fingers gently removing the brown glasses from his face, folding them slowly and deliberately, and then putting them into his pocket. That confidence in controlling everything made Yi Fanyu even more vigilant, and he dared not let his guard down in the slightest. At this moment, Su Mu smiled and said, "Mr. Yi, do you really think my abilities are those of a puppet?" Yi Fanyu's heart skipped a beat. "What do you mean? How could your ability not be a puppet? If you're not a puppet, how could you bring so many subordinates into the nightmare world?" Su Mu gently shook his head. "My ability is stand user. A substitute? I don't care what your ability is, just die." Yi Fanyu suddenly launched an attack, and a blazing fireball shot out, hitting Su Mu's body squarely. Boom. Su Mu died, his body reduced to a charred corpse. Playing tricks." Yi Fanyu sneered. "Mr. Yi, be careful." Su Mu's voice suddenly rang out from behind Yi Fanyu. Yi Fanyu was startled and turned around to see Su Mu rushing towards him at high speed. The speed he displayed in that instant was not like that of a weak person. He was even faster than an ordinary person. "How is this possible? I don't believe it." Yi Fanyu roared in shock and anger. 5-finger flame bullet. Bang! A blazing fireball ripped through the air and landed precisely on Su Mu, causing him to burst into flames. However, the next moment, Su Mu rushed out of the flames. Although most of his body was charred, he still kept moving towards Yi Fanyu. Yi Fanyu was increasingly shocked. How could someone with an iron body withstand his fireball? And if he had just killed Su Mu, then who was this person in front of him? An overwhelming sense of unease gripped his mind, and he fired again. Bang bang. 2 more fireballs were fired, finally killing Su Mu completely. Another charred corpse fell to the ground. However, Yi Fanyu did not relax at all. He looked around nervously, and sure enough, the thing he feared most happened. Chapter 50. Kill me, then become me. Sumu. Sumu is everywhere. At this moment, he felt utterly absurd. He was actually surrounded by a group of Su Mu. No, this is impossible. What on earth is going on? Yi Fanyu was completely panicked. He had never seen such a bizarre scene before. He fired like a madman, the fireballs spraying out in all directions like a stream of water. In an instant, the entire battlefield was engulfed in flames. In that sea of fire, the Sumu, their bodies twisted and their skin charred black by the flames, still charged towards him fearlessly. "Sumu!" Yi Fanyu roared to the sky, his eyes already bloodshot. "I don't care what kind of weird abilities you have. As many as you come, I'll kill them all." He went completely mad, his emotions seemingly ignited, and he charged madly at Su Mu in all directions, killing anyone he saw. Kill me, and then become me." The voices of Su Mu, who looked exactly the same, rang out simultaneously from all around. Die. All of you die. 10-finger flame bullet. Flame fist. Explosions, flames, and the thud of corpses falling filled the air, weaving a symphony across the fiery battlefield. 5 minutes later, only one figure remained standing on the entire battlefield, swaying and panting heavily, nearly exhausted. It was Yi Fanyu. He bent over, his hands supporting his knees, breathing in the scorching air, his eyes even glistening with snowflakes. But he was laughing, a hysterical laugh as if venting his frustration, looking around at Su Mu's corpse. Ha! I won. In the end, I still won. Cough, cough, cough. He was coughing violently, and his back was hurting so much that he could barely straighten up. It took him a while to calm down. Just as he was about to get up, he froze, as if someone had cast a spell on him, and he stood there motionless. His expression was one of utter horror, as if he had seen something terrifying, his pupils almost shrinking to pinpoints. What he saw was a small puddle on the ground, a puddle left over from the previous rain. It contained some rainwater, which mixed with the soil and made it look very murky. But in that murky puddle, a face was reflected, a face that terrified Yi Fanyu to the extreme. Su Mu's face. That pale, handsome face was still smiling, polite and elegant. The next moment, Yi Fanyu trembled as he touched his face, his expression almost crazed. Su Mu, who was in the puddle, touched his face, making the same gesture as Yi Fanyu. No, 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 this isn't real. Yi Fanyu frantically tore at his face, as if trying to rip the skin off. He suddenly remembered Su Mu's words. Kill me. And then, become me. I'm Su Mu. Yi Fanyu broke down. No, that's not right. I'm Yi Fanyu. Su Mu, get out here. I'm going to kill you. I've always been here. Su Mu's gentle voice rang in Yi Fanyu's ears. I am you. You're going to kill me, aren't you? Go ahead and do it. Yi Fanyu became increasingly distraught. You can't fool me. Get out here. In the puddle, Su Mu's face smiled silently. I said before, my ability is a stand user. From now on, I will live in your place. Your power, your wealth, even your family, friends, wife, will all belong to me. Don't even think about it. Yi Fanyu roared madly, his eyes bloodshot. I'd rather die than let you succeed. You want to live in my place? Ha ha. Then we'll die together. He suddenly raised his right hand, which was clenched into the shape of a gun, and then shoved his index finger into his mouth. With his eyes bloodshot and flashing with madness, Yi Fanyu did not hesitate at all and chose to fire. 5-finger flame bullet. He fired the last 5 fingers flame bullet of his life, and the target of that fireball was himself. Bang! Yi Fanyu fell to the ground with a thud. See? He committed suicide. It has nothing to do with me. Deep in the woods, Su Mu shrugged helplessly, while Yang Dongqing beside him was already dumbfounded. As a spectator of this battle, he was arguably the most qualified to speak on the matter, having never witnessed such a bizarre fight. After being knocked unconscious by Yi Fanyu, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his lower body while he was unconscious, and then he woke up. When he woke up, he found that Su Mu was hitting him with a snake-patterned wooden cane. Just as he was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Su Mu shushed him and pointed at Yi Fanyu. He looked at Yi Fanyu and saw that the man was slaughtering villagers like a madman, shouting Su Mu's name as he did so. Finally, he shot himself in the head. What's going on? Yang Dongqing didn't understand at all, but he did understand why Su Mu had woken him up. The villagers had appeared and were attacking not only Yi Fanyu, but also Su Mu and the others. After waking up, Yang Dongqing, Zhao Chaoyao, and others worked together to kill a group of villagers, at the cost of heavy casualties on their own side. Let's go. If we stay here, we'll just get attacked by the villagers again. Let's go find Tingting, Su Mu said calmly. Severely injured, Yang Dongqing dragged his broken body, following closely behind Su Mu. He looked at his own charred body, and then at Zhao Chaoyao and the others covered in blood, feeling utterly absurd. Of the Viper Gang members who had followed Su Mu earlier, only 5 remained. One of them was Zhao Chaoyao, and the names of the other 4 were unknown. All of them were seriously injured. Only Su Mu, in his impeccably dressed and elegant demeanor, looked as if he were going to a banquet. This made Yang Dongqing wonder if he and the others were really experiencing the same nightmare as Su Mu. In a low-rise residential house, Su Mu and his group settled down temporarily, with a dense crowd of villagers outside the house. I never expected someone like you to choose to help Tingting. Yang Dongqing stared at Su Mu, as if trying to see through him to understand what kind of person he really was. Su Mu smiled slightly. What kind of person do you think I am? You're a madman, a gentleman who doesn't care about human life at all and keeps talking about witnessing something amazing. Yang Dongqing gave his objective assessment. Thank you for the compliment. Yang Dongqing retorted angrily. I'm not praising you. I just don't understand why someone like you would help Tingting. Su Mu pushed up his glasses, his dark, unfathomable eyes fixed on him, and said calmly, Yang Dongqing, what do you think I mean by wonderful? Yang Dongqing snorted coldly, recalling his previous encounter with Jasmine. You like to manipulate human nature and watch people struggle to satisfy your perverse tastes. Isn't that the kind of excitement you crave? Chapter 51. The world shouldn't be like this. Sumu slowly shook his head. You're wrong. The struggle of humanity is certainly wonderful. But isn't the indomitable resistance against fate, the selfless dedication to ideals, the unwavering devotion to love, and even the genuine feelings revealed in the simplest and most ordinary life also wonderful? These are the elements that make up a person's wonderful life. Yang Dongqing was somewhat lost in thought, wondering why he could hear such fervent sincerity in Su Mu's calm voice. He remained silent for a long time, as if he were seeing Su Mu for the first time. You're right, Yang Dongqing said earnestly. He believed it. He believed it. He actually believed it. Ha! Su Mu laughed happily at Zhao Chaoyao beside him, like a child who had successfully pulled off a prank. You son of a bitch. Yang Dongqing instantly lost his composure. If he hadn't been seriously injured, he would have jumped up right now and smashed Su Mu's head in. Yang Dongqing, your expression right now is just as interesting, huh? Yang Dongqing's face was as black as coal. He was so angry that he turned his head away and ignored Su Mu. Chief, what should we do next? Should we kill all these villagers? Zhao Chaoyao asked worriedly. He wasn't worried about his own life, but about Su Mu's safety. In his current state, it's very difficult for him to protect the leader. Su Mu shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, even if we kill all these villagers, the nightmare won't be over. What? Zhao Chaoyao was shocked, and even Yang Dongqing, who had turned his head away, turned back. Didn't Yifan say before that there are two ways to break free from nightmares? One is to kill the source of the nightmare, and the other is to save the source of the nightmare. If we kill all the villagers, wouldn't that be the same as saving Tingting? Yang Dongqing couldn't care less about being stubborn anymore, and said in a hurried tone. He knew Jasmine was waiting for him, and he didn't want to die here. Su Mu stared at him and said slowly, do you really think that killing the villagers will save Tingting? She is the source of the nightmare. Everything here is because of her. In other words, those villagers can't actually hurt her at all. What trapped her was never the villagers, but her own obsession. Her own obsession? A look of doubt appeared on Yang Dongqing's face. Isn't her nightmare these villagers who have been bullying her? As long as these villagers are killed, how could the nightmare not be broken? Su Mu recalled the innocent little girl, and a gentle smile appeared on his lips. A little girl who didn't want you to have a conflict with Yifanyu, and who would rather go hungry than eat her favorite dumplings. Was revenge really her obsession? Perhaps she never harbored hatred. She was just an innocent little girl, a little girl longing to find her family. Do you remember that photo? Even when Tingting hid, she would still hold on to the photos. So, in Tingting's heart, what mattered was never hatred, but family. Yang Dongqing was suddenly jolted, and an indescribable emotion welled up in his heart. For some reason, he felt a deep bitterness in his heart, and that bitterness climbed up his heart to his eyes. He remained silent for a long time, and when he spoke again, he found his voice was already hoarse. This world shouldn't be like this. Su Mu gave him a deep look, her calm words chillingly cold. Perhaps this is just how the world is. Then I will change the world. Yang Dongqing suddenly clenched his fists, veins bulging on his face. Su Mu's tone remained calm. Do you know? Many young people's initial dream is to change the world, but in the end, they are all changed by the world. I'm different from them. Yang Dongqing roared, as if making a vow, or as if reaffirming his belief. Since God has bestowed this power upon me, I will use it to change this damn world. Yang Dongqing, have you ever thought that you might not be able to change anything? Behind every nightmare, there might be a Tingting. You can't even save Tingting now, so how can you talk about the future? Right now, you're blinded by enthusiasm. But what about a few days later? When you're starving and dying of thirst, will you agree with Yifanyu's idea? Impossible. I, Yang Dongqing, would rather die than do anything to harm Tingting. She's already pitiful enough. She doesn't deserve to be treated like this. Yang Dongqing said, his eyes bloodshot. Su Mu elegantly pushed up his glasses. Really? What about Jasmine? You'd rather die here than go back to see Jasmine one last time? Jasmine loves you so much. She even drew her sword against me for you. If you die, what will happen to Jasmine? These words were like a sharp knife, piercing Yang Dongqing's heart and turning his face instantly pale. Jasmine, wake up, Yang Dongqing. This is the cruelty of reality. Yang Dongqing suddenly looked up and said firmly, I will help Tingting find her family and then return to the real world. Su Mu smiled and said, Yang Dongqing, you are surprisingly greedy. You want to have your cake and eat it too, but that's not something you can do just by talking. For example, you still don't even know who the younger sister Tingting has been looking for is. Yang Dongqing was stunned, and an indescribable sense of frustration welled up inside him. He hated his own incompetence, but the next second, as if he had thought of something, he grinned. I really don't know anything, but I still believe I can. Oh, Sumu asked with slight curiosity. Who gave you that confidence? Yang Dongqing stared intently at Sumu and said firmly, You. Sumu was taken aback, then pointed to himself. Me? Yang Dongqing grinned. Even though the pain from his wound made him wince, he still smiled. That's right. It's you who gave me confidence. A dangerous guy like you could kill Yi Fanyu without hesitation, which means you must have a way to help Tingting. Sumu stared at Yang Dongqing as if he were getting to know him all over again. Yang Dongqing did not look away, and his determined eyes met Sumu's gaze directly. Suddenly, Sumu smiled silently. Yang Dongqing, I'm really impressed with you. Yes, I do have a way, but I'm not sure if it will work. You need to understand that if we fail, we might all die. I don't care. Sumu's smile widened. What a coincidence, me too. Chapter 52, The True Meaning of Illusion. Very good. Sumu leaned on his snakeskin cane and stood up from his chair. This elegant nobleman issued his first command. First, find Tingting. Wait a minute. You still haven't told me who Tingting's sister is. Yang Dongqing asked curiously, as he was indeed very curious about the sister who didn't exist in the photo. Sumu glanced at him. Are you sure you want to know? Of course. Yang Dongqing was a little puzzled, wondering why Sumu would ask such a question. Since that's the case, then I'll tell you my speculation. Sumu paused, then continued. First of all, you need to understand one thing. The real Tingting isn't this age. She's not a little girl, but a young woman. Yang Dongqing nodded. I know that. The reason Tingting looks like a little girl is because her mindset is still that of a child. So, who do you think is the younger sister that the girl who is often bullied is talking about? The one who doesn't appear in the family photo? How would I know about my sister? Yang Dongqing was stunned for a moment. The next moment, his face turned extremely ugly. Boiling killing intent almost surged through his entire body, causing his seriously injured body to tremble uncontrollably. He clenched his teeth so tightly they almost broke, veins bulging on his face, making him look like a ferocious demon. In that instant, he understood everything. There was no younger sister in the family photo, no younger sister in Tingting's life story in the shadows, and even only traces of life between the two people in Tingting's home. Her grandmother always left only a plate of dumplings. It seems you figured it out. Tingting may never have had any siblings. The reason she's called little sister is because she doesn't have that concept. Enough. Stop talking. Yang Dongqing roared angrily. Damn it. Damn it. Yang Dongqing smashed the tables and chairs in the room in a fit of rage until the room was a complete mess before he stopped. As a result, his wounds reopened, and bright red blood soaked his clothes. However, the next moment, a metallic luster emerged from his body. Under the illumination of the metallic luster, his injuries continued to heal, and even the surface of his skin appeared golden. A glint of light flashed in Sumu's eyes. Is this the Iron Will? He had previously confirmed that emotional willpower could enhance a body of steel, but he never expected that when Yang Dongqing was in an extreme emotional state, this enhancement could reach such a level. He even suspected that if superhumans had levels, Yang Dongqing's level might have been 1 before, but now it had become 2. It is obvious that Yi Fanyu became a superhuman earlier, and his combat power is significantly stronger than Yang Dongqing's, which shows that their abilities still have the potential for further development. Your abilities have improved? Sumu asked. Yang Dongqing's chest heaved violently, and after a long while, he finally let out a heavy hum. Great, then we are more confident now. Let me briefly explain my plan. It's actually very simple. Hypnotize Tingting. Yang Dongqing suddenly turned his head, clearly sensitive to the word hypnosis. Ignoring his ferocious expression, Sumu continued. It's impossible to find Tingting's family, because they're already dead. Even Tingting herself only exists in nightmares. Besides, even if we found them, it wouldn't be a happy ending, since Tingting's parents deliberately abandoned her. Therefore, the only solution is hypnosis. Through hypnosis, Tingting will experience hallucinations, leading to a family reunion. What kind of method is this? Yang Dongqing roared. Even if it works, what's the point? It's all fake, all an illusion. Sumu pushed up his brown glasses, hiding his gaze behind them, and calmly said, You're wrong. This is the true meaning of illusion. People you can't see in reality, you can see in illusions. What you can't do in reality, you can do in illusion. Do you remember the last line of the lullaby? Sleep soundly through the night. Don't ask whether it's real or unreal, until dawn breaks, and the nightmare will turn away. Yang Dongqing fell silent. His mind was in turmoil, so much so that his brain was unable to think. Do you think the nightmare before you is real or fake? Since the boundary between dream and reality has been broken, it means that reality is also fake, and fake is also real. Since Tingting can manifest such a nightmare, why can't I use illusion magic to construct the beautiful dream in her heart, and then let her get rid of the nightmare and manifest a beautiful dream? Can it really be done? Yang Dongqing asked hoarsely. Sumu nodded. Theoretically, it's absolutely possible. First of all, Tingting is the source of the nightmare, which means that everything is caused by her. As long as her mindset is changed, the nightmare will naturally change as well. However, there is one troublesome thing. I suspect that the rules of nightmares will change during the hypnosis of Tingting, because hypnosis is equivalent to modifying her cognition, and nightmares are based on her cognition. And the villagers will definitely stop me. After all, they live on nightmares, and changing their dreams is tantamount to killing them completely, so leave it to me. Yang Dongqing roared, his metallic gleam shining even brighter. These damned beasts. Even if they're just living in a dream, I won't allow it. Very well, then let's wait for nightfall. With that, Sumu plopped back down on the stool. Yang Dongqing, who was full of vigor, paused. Aren't we looking for Tingting? Let's go. Sumu shook his head. This is Tingting's nightmare. If she doesn't want to come out, no one can find her. She won't come out during the day. After all, she has to avoid the villagers. If Tingting's house hadn't been destroyed, we could go there to look for her, but now we can only wait. Then I'll go out and kill a few villagers first. Yang Dongqing couldn't hold back any longer and was about to set off immediately. Wait a minute. A snakeskin cane blocked his way. What you need to do now is conserve your energy. There will be a big battle tonight. But can you guarantee you'll be able to find Tingting tonight? Sumu smiled mysteriously. Of course, but I need to get some sleep before that. After saying that, Sumu leaned back in his chair and fell asleep under Yang Dongqing's surprised gaze. His hands were folded over his abdomen, and his posture remained upright. Even in his sleep, he still gave people a refined and elegant feeling. Sumu fell asleep not because he was tired, but because his mental energy was depleted. He had expended a lot of mental energy to hypnotize Yifanyu. In fact, from the moment he met Yifanyu, he began to lay the groundwork for hypnosis. Whether it was looking at the pocket watch repeatedly or smoking jasmine-scented cigarettes, it was all for the purpose of hypnosis. Chapter 53. My good friend, you finally arrived. During the battle with Yifanyu, thanks to the preparations made over the past few days and the addition of a large amount of mental energy, he successfully altered Yifanyu's perception. There is a disease in this world called prosopagnosia, face blindness. People with prosopagnosia usually cannot distinguish faces. In the eyes of people with prosopagnosia, everyone looks pretty much the same. Sumu used this principle to modify Yifanyu's perception, causing him to see everyone as Sumu. Hypnotizing superhumans is a very mentally taxing task. Fortunately, Yifanyu's mental resistance was clearly not as good as Yang Dongqing's, which he guessed was due to the difference in their abilities. One is the 5 Fingers Flame Bullet, and the other is the Iron Heart. Each extraordinary ability will bring an all-round enhancement to the extraordinary person, but this enhancement has a focus. For example, while the 5 Fingers Flame Bullet enhanced Yifanyu's physical fitness and mental strength, it focused more on his affinity for and resistance to flames. Yang Dongqing's Iron Will did not grant him the ability to control flames, but it did enhance his physical abilities and mental resistance. Through his understanding of the extraordinary, Sumu increasingly felt that he was not an extraordinary person, because his enhancement was not comprehensive at all, but severely unbalanced, with no other bonuses besides the enhancement of mental power. He went to sleep at this moment mainly to restore his mental strength in order to prepare for hypnotizing Tingting. Otherwise, unless there were special circumstances, he would not have chosen to sleep at all, as sleeping would only hasten his death. Night. You're finally awake, Yang Dongqing said softly. Sumu slowly opened his eyes. The intense pain in his brain made him frown slightly. Suddenly, he felt a warm sensation in his nose and eye sockets. Sumu, leader. Yang Dongqing and the others quickly surrounded him, looking at Sumu in surprise. Sumu was in very bad condition. Blood was flowing from his nose and eyes, making his already pale face even paler. He took the handkerchief Zhao Chaoyao offered, removed his brown-tinted glasses, gently wiped the blood off his face, and said with a faint smile, "It's all right. I feel much better after a good night's sleep." "You don't look well at all. You look like you're about to die," Yang Dongqing said bluntly. Sumu put his brown-tinted glasses back on. "It's the feeling of being on the verge of death that makes me feel much better." Yang Dongqing. He paused for a moment before saying, "Didn't you say we'd find Tingting by tonight?" Let's go. Sumu did not get up and remained seated in the chair. No need to set off, just wait here. Wait. Yang Dongqing frowned. Wait here for Tingting to show up on her own. Sumu slowly shook his head. No, we're waiting for the shadow. A shadowy figure. Yang Dongqing exclaimed in surprise. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be taken away by the shadowy figure again? Haven't you realized it yet? Sumu pushed up his glasses, completely concealing his dark and unfathomable eyes. Think carefully. Have the shadowy figure and Tingting ever appeared at the same time? Yang Dongqing was taken aback. He recalled the previous scene in his mind. Back at Tingting's house, after dark, Tingting said she was going out to find her sister and then left. Only after that did the dark figure appear. But what does that prove? Maybe it's just a coincidence? Tingting went out after dark, and the shadow appeared after dark. Perhaps they just happened to miss each other? Sumu smiled slightly. At first, I also thought it was a coincidence. But do you know who the first person I saw after I walked out of the darkness was? Could it be? Yang Dongqing's face instantly turned ugly. It's Tingting. Sumu nodded. So you're guessing that Tingting is the shadowy figure? Sigh. Sumu sighed repeatedly, rubbing his forehead. Such a blockhead, such a blockhead. Did you waste your time watching Time's silhouette? That was the only time Tingting appeared in the same frame as the shadow, so Tingting couldn't be the shadow. Yang Dongqing, feeling a bit annoyed by what he was being said, retorted angrily. Then what exactly do you mean? My point is simple. The shadowy figure has been parasitizing Tingting ever since that incident. When I emerged from the darkness earlier, I vaguely sensed a faint connection between myself and the shadowy figure, but that connection was very weak and barely perceptible. I suspect that anyone who passes the shadows test will gain its approval and be parasitized. It chose to parasitize Tingting, which is why the connection to me is so weak. Otherwise, what do you think the shadowy figure is doing? Just to invite you to take a walk? Also, why is Tingting's past included in the shadowy figure? Where is the shadowy figure during the day? Given that the shadowy figure fears light, it can only hide in dark corners, or perhaps in the shadow of a person. Zhao Chaoyao answered quickly. Snap. Sumu clapped his hands and said to Yang Dongqing with a look of disappointment. Even this muscle-bound guy is smarter than you, Yang Dongqing. There's a reason why you're not doing well in your studies. Yang Dongqing's fist hardened. Zhao Chaoyao scratched his bald head sheepishly, his face beaming, clearly pleased with the leader's praise. Yang Dongqing retorted stubbornly. What you're saying is just speculation. What if the shadow isn't hiding in Tingting's shadow, but in some dark corner? Sumu became increasingly helpless. Yang Dongqing. Do you know that sometimes those who raise questions are not necessarily smart people, but may also be self-righteous fools? In nature, even animals with lower intelligence than humans know how to seek advantage and avoid harm, let alone a nightmare creature like the shadow. If you were the shadow, where would you feel absolutely safe hiding? Yang Dongqing was speechless, because he had also figured it out. The safest place in the whole nightmare was definitely in the shadow of Tingting, the source of the nightmare. It seems you understand now. This is why I emerged from the darkness, and the first person I saw was Tingting. It's because I came out of Tingting's shadow. Chief, look, Zhao Chaoyao suddenly exclaimed, his tiger-like eyes fixed on the shadow in the corner of the room. Everyone turned to look and saw a shadow surging in the dark corner. Gradually, it transformed into a human figure, tall and slender, like a giant more than 2 meters tall who was now just bones. Its hands were long and almost touching the ground, and a pair of scarlet eyes slowly opened at the position of its head. Sumu smiled slightly. Good friend, you've finally arrived. He leaned on his snake-patterned wooden cane and slowly walked to the shadowy figure. Before the other person could extend his hand, he had already reached out his own. Whether it was an illusion or not, the dark figure seemed to pause for a moment when faced with the pair of fair and slender hands in front of it. Chapter 54. Help me? Are you worthy? A moment later, the dark figure slowly raised its slender, thin hand, and then it reached past Sumu and towards Yang Dongqing and the others. Sumu's smile gradually faded, and he expressionlessly pushed up his brown-tinted glasses. That's a bit impolite. After saying that, he grabbed the shadowy figure's hand and said firmly, Today you can only invite me. To be honest, Sumu didn't want the shadowy figure to invite others because it was too risky. Yang Dongqing was just a fool. Once he entered the dark illusion, he didn't even need to be lied to. As soon as Jasmine's voice came out, the idiot would definitely open his eyes. Zhao Chaoyao and the others were no match for him. He could hypnotize them and make them absolutely not open their eyes. But there was a drawback to this. Once his voice appeared in the illusion, these people would definitely obey. The shadowy figure looked at its hand being held in its crimson eyes, remained silent for a moment, and finally chose to pull Su Mu slowly into the darkness. You guys go wait outside. Once I find Ting, I'll set fire to the nearest house. Su Mu's calm voice disappeared into the darkness. Darkness, deathly silence. With his eyes closed, Su Mu was led by his best friend through the darkness, like a guide dog leading a blind person. Gradually, he began to hear various voices. Yi Fanyu, Yang Dongqing, Zhao Chaoyao, Ting. It was the same ridiculous illusion as always. Su Mu was already too tired to even complain. His attention wasn't on the illusion at all, but on himself. This time, in order to hypnotize Ting, he did not expend his full mental energy, which resulted in a huge burden on his body. He could even hear his bones creaking under the strain with every step he took. He began to bleed from his eyes, nose, ears, mouth, and all 7 orifices. Blood flowed uncontrollably from all of them, but he did not stop, even though he might die. Sometimes he even thought that he hadn't died at the hands of the nightmare monster, or at the hands of Yifanyu, and that he might end up dying from walking. But none of that matters now. Even if he doesn't die now, he will die when he returns to reality, because he has not yet become a superhuman. Su Mu, do you want to become a superhuman? A strange voice rang out in the darkness. A mocking smile appeared on Su Mu's lips. He knew that the illusion had sensed his wandering thoughts and was starting to play new tricks. Su Mu, I am the only one who can help you. Hidden in the depths of this darkness is the source of the power of the shadows. As long as you seize it, you can become a superhuman, and I can also escape. You may not believe me, but you know your own physical condition. No matter what, you're going to die. Why not take a gamble? If you win the gamble, there's still a glimmer of hope. If you lose, there's no real loss, since you're going to die soon anyway. Upon hearing this, Su Mu smiled slightly, a very tempting suggestion. In the darkness, a hint of joy crept into the unfamiliar voice. You're a smart person, you'll definitely make the right choice. Su Mu's smile widened. But, what right do you, a piece of trash who can't even escape the shadow illusion, have to help me? Are you worthy? The voices in the darkness fell silent. After a long silence, he finally said, I was just careless for a moment, which is why I'm stuck here. If, the weak always have an excuse, while the successful are simply standing there. That is the only truth. Get out of here, whoever you are, don't embarrass yourself. At this point, the sounds in the darkness fell completely silent. After a long while, Su Mu felt the shadowy hand disappear and then opened his eyes. As he expected, when he opened his eyes again, he saw Ting again. He wiped the blood off his face with a handkerchief and walked towards Ting. This is a cemetery, with many tombstones standing crookedly, and Ting's small body is squatting in front of one of the tombstones, crying. Grandma, don't you want Ting anymore? Ting brought you your favorite dumplings. The child's innocent voice carried a sorrow that even adults could not bear. While Ting was crying, she suddenly felt a large hand stroking her head. She turned around and saw a gentle, smiling face. Big brother, Ting exclaimed with surprise, her eyes red-rimmed. Ting, be good. Grandma didn't abandon you, Su Mu said gently. Big brother, do you know where Grandma went? Ting looked at Su Mu with her big, bright eyes full of expectation. Su Mu smiled gently. Of course I know. Big brother not only knows where Grandma went, but also where your parents and sister are. Really? Big brother. That's great. Ting jumped up happily, her face beaming with a pure and innocent smile. This was the first time Su Mu had ever seen Ting smile so happily. Of course it's true. Big brother never lies. Su Mu patted Ting's little head. Big brother, please tell Ting where they are. They're playing hide-and-seek with Ting. They'll appear when the time is up. How long will it take? Ting asked, tilting her head. Su Mu smiled slightly and took out a dark gold pocket watch from his pocket. The mysterious Ouroboros symbol caught Ting's eye. See this pointer? When it points to 12, they will all appear. Ting clapped her hands excitedly. Great, great. Ting is going to see her mom and dad, grandma and little sister. Ting, take this pocket watch. Big brother has some things to do. Okay, big brother. Ting smiled sweetly. Then, Su Mu went to a tree not far away, took out cigarettes and a lighter, lit all the cigarettes, and threw them onto the dry leaves, guiding the flames little by little until the whole tree was ablaze, with flames and black smoke shooting into the sky. Ting, shall we play a game? Upon hearing the word game, Ting was clearly frightened and unconsciously curled up. Su Mu smiled gently and took the pocket watch from Ting's hand. This game is called time acceleration. Time acceleration? Ting, being a child at heart, was unconsciously drawn in. Yes, actually, my older brother is a magician who can speed up time. Really, big brother? If time speeds up, Will Tingting be able to see her mom and dad soon? Of course it's true. You forgot. Big Brother never lies. Okay, now Big Brother is going to start his performance. Sumu loosened his grip on the pocket watch, letting it hang naturally. The chain at the end was caught between his fingers, and with a slight pull, the dark gold pocket watch began to swing like a pendulum. Chapter 55 Die? Tingting, take a closer look. Aren't the hands of the pocket watch moving faster? Tingting quickly opened her eyes wide, her pupils following the movement of the pocket watch. The crisp sound of the second hand moving reached her ears. It seems, it really has gotten faster. That's great, Big Brother. Tingting, you'd better watch carefully, or you'll slack off on time. Okay. Tingting nodded vigorously. Tingting will keep a close eye on things and not let time slack off. Time passed second by second, and before anyone knew it, Sumu had taken off his brown glasses, revealing a faint, ethereal light emanating from his deep eyes. An invisible spiritual force surged forth. He is trying to hypnotize Tingting, which is the biggest challenge of this project. Even he himself doesn't know if the hypnosis will be successful. After all, Tingting is not human, but a nightmare creature. Previous attempts to hypnotize the villagers and the shadowy figure had all failed, but Sumu felt there was still a chance, because the villagers were clearly being manipulated and were like walking corpses, and hypnosis would not work on corpses. The shadowy figure, this nightmare monster, is no ordinary being. It can construct a dark illusion, a feat that even with his current mental strength, he cannot achieve. Only Tingting is different. She is the subject of the dream and has her own consciousness. Even if her mental strength is stronger than his, she still has a chance to succeed because Tingting's mind is like that of a child, and she has no sense of self-preservation. The essence of hypnosis is never about crushing the other person's spirit, but about guiding them and bringing their spirit into your own rhythm. This was a high-stakes gamble. If you win, you return to reality. If you lose, you die in a nightmare world. Fortunately, Sumu won his gamble. He discovered that his mental power could invade Tingting's body. Tingting's mental power was very strong, far stronger than his own, which was normal. After all, Tingting was the main body of this dream world. However, Tingting's mental energy was very peaceful, like a calm sea, clear and pure. What Sumu needs to do is guide Tingting's mental energy little by little, thereby changing her dream. Just as he was making his efforts, Yang Dongqing and the others finally arrived and saw the fire that Sumu had set off. Yang Dongqing and the others did not disturb Sumu and Tingting. They already knew about Sumu's plan and simply watched quietly from a distance. Gradually, Yang Dongqing and the others were surprised to find that this place seemed to be undergoing some kind of inexplicable change. The sky. Zhao Chaoyao stared at the sky in shock, his mouth agape, speechless for a long time. Yang Dongqing was no better off. He was also dumbfounded. The changes in the sky were truly terrifying. The once azure sky was now covered with spiderweb-like cracks, resembling a shattered mirror. Not only that, the surrounding trees also began to distort, as if they had been pixelated, becoming extremely blurry. Looking at the houses in the distance, they saw that the houses seemed to be being violently crushed by an invisible giant hand, collapsing one after another, raising clouds of dust, and the ground began to tremble. Farmland was torn apart, revealing bottomless ravines. Sumu is going to succeed, Yang Dongqing exclaimed with elation. This should be a sign that the nightmare is about to be shattered. Roar. Countless inhuman roars interrupted Yang Dongqing's ecstasy. Everyone's expression changed drastically as they turned around to look. They saw one villager after another emerging from the woods not far away. The villagers looked even more horrifying. Their skin melted like candle wax, dripping onto the ground. These beasts, Yang Dongqing, who had been suppressing his anger for a long time, erupted like a volcano when he saw the villagers appear, and blood vessels appeared in his eyes. I'll fuck you all, you bastards, you all have to die. Yang Dongqing roared and charged toward the hundreds of villagers, while Zhao Chaoyao and the others guarded the area near Sumu to prevent any from escaping and disturbing the leader. With the blessing of Iron Will, Yang Dongqing's body erupted with an unprecedented metallic luster, and every muscle of his seemed to be cast from steel, containing terrifying power. With that roar, he stomped his feet on the ground, cracking the earth beneath him. Using the recoil, he crashed into the surging crowd like a cannonball. Die! Yang Dongqing swung his iron fists like falling meteors, accompanied by a chilling whistling sound. With each punch, a villager's head exploded like a watermelon, brains and blood splattering everywhere. His legs swept across like a dragon's tail, carrying immense force. Wherever they went, villagers' bodies were cut in half at the waist, their broken bodies flying through the air, their internal organs spilling onto the ground. In an instant, a bloody storm swept through the crowd. After becoming stronger, Yang Dongqing's strength clearly rose to another level. Even when surrounded, the villagers found it difficult to break through his defenses. He suddenly grabbed a villager, lifted him high above his head, and then tore him in two with both hands, the broken limbs and internal organs falling like rain. However, while the villagers may find it difficult to break through his defenses, it doesn't mean they can't restrain him. The villagers are equally powerful. Some villagers, who were only left with their upper bodies, tightly wrapped their arms around Yang Dongqing's legs. Caught off guard, Yang Dongqing tripped and fell. Then, the surrounding villagers swarmed over him, pinning him down, and countless gaping mouths began to tear at Yang Dongqing's body. Yang Dongqing struggled desperately, but he was no match for the overwhelming number of villagers. Gradually, even his steely body began to break. Zhao Chaoyao and the others were unable to come forward to help. They were fighting with a few survivors, but as ordinary people, how could they possibly be a match for the nightmare monsters? In just a few moments, Zhao Chaoyao and the others were knocked away by the villagers. The villagers ignored the fallen people and rushed straight towards Su Mu. "Protect the leader," Zhao Chaoyao shouted. At that moment, a fearless henchman unleashed his life force, dragging his heavily wounded body towards the villagers, shouting, "Long live the leader!" He then pounced on the villager, using his weight to knock him down, and together they fell into the huge crack in the ground and disappeared. Seeing this, the other underlings followed suit. Their mortal bodies were indeed no match for the nightmare monster, but they could choose to die with it. For their leader, for the faith in their hearts. These mortals, like ants, roared in their final moments, rushing towards the villagers and dragging them into the cracks in the earth. Chapter 56. Father, Mother, Grandmother, Sister. "Ah, you beast!" Yang Dongqing, who was pinned down, had bloodshot eyes. He looked at the villagers who were tearing at his body and opened his mouth without hesitation. His metallic teeth bit down hard on a villager's throat. At this critical juncture of life and death, Su Mu is finally about to succeed. "Big brother," the pointer has already pointed to 12. "Where are Mom and Dad?" Tingting's eyes were empty and lifeless. Clearly she had completely entered a hypnotic state. Su Mu put away his pocket watch, slowly stood up, and behind him were countless severed limbs and remains, a broken earth, and a shattered sky. He smiled gently, reached out his hand amidst the apocalyptic scene, and patted Tingting's head. "Tingting, close your eyes and listen carefully. Your mom and dad are calling you." Tingting obediently closed her eyes. "Tingting, Mom and Dad are here to pick you up." A doting male voice and a gentle female voice rang out in succession, followed by the grandmother's aged voice. "Tingting, are you hungry? Come home with us. Grandma will make you dumplings." "Sister, come play with me." Several voices entered Tingting's ears, and her small body trembled slightly. Even with her eyes tightly closed, she could not hold back her crystal tears. "Tingting, open your eyes quickly. They've come to take you home." Su Mu's gentle voice rang out. Tingting opened her eyes, her small body trembling as she turned around. In that void, Dad, Mom, Grandma, and Sister stood quietly, their faces bearing gentle, loving smiles as they waved to Tingting. "Mom and Dad, Grandma, Sister." Tingting sobbed uncontrollably. "Tingting misses you all so much." This little person threw himself into the arms of his family without hesitation. At this moment, Tingting was happy. She had finally found her family. Su Mu stood quietly in place. In his vision, he only saw Tingting crying alone. In fact, even the sound just now was imitated by him using the ventriloquism he learned from his dream. He didn't know if he had succeeded or failed. He had indeed successfully hypnotized Tingting, but the nightmare could never seem to turn into a beautiful dream. "Tingting, let's go home with your mom and dad." The unfamiliar man and woman lovingly stroked Tingting's hair. Tingting nodded vigorously, and a smile returned to her innocent face, like a flower blooming in spring, pure and radiant. She followed her family step by step toward nothingness. Slowly, her small body began to blur and become illusory, as if it too was about to merge into nothingness. But just then, Tingting suddenly stopped. "Mom and Dad, Grandma and little sister, please wait for Tingting." After saying that, the little girl turned around and ran back. She ran straight to Su Mu and smiled sweetly. "Thank you, big brother. Thank you for helping me find them." "You're welcome. Tingting, go home now." Su Mu smiled gently. Tingting nodded vigorously, then a hint of hesitation appeared on her face. She leaned close to Su Mu and whispered, "Big brother, let me tell you a secret." Actually, Tingting lied before. Tingting secretly hid a dumpling. As she spoke, She stretched out her dirty little hand and pulled a crumpled, spoiled dumpling from her pocket. Tingting knows that her older brother hasn't eaten either, so she wants to save this dumpling for him. Tingting's voice grew softer and softer, like a child who felt guilty for doing something wrong. Big brother, is Tingting a bad child who lies? Sumu took the dumplings, bent down, and gently wiped away the undried tears on Tingting's face. He spoke slowly, his tone gentle yet firm, as if stating a fact. Tingting is the best child in the world. Really? Tingting tilted her head back, her big eyes sparkling with surprise. A gentle smile spread across Sumu's face as he patted Tingting's head. Of course it's true, because Big Brother never lies. That's wonderful. Tingting is the best child in the world. Go home. Don't keep your parents waiting. Okay, goodbye, Big Brother. Goodbye, Tingting. Tingting left, and Sumu watched her walk further and further away, her figure becoming more and more ethereal. Even so, Tingting was still waving vigorously, a happy smile on her face as she was about to disappear. In a daze, Sumu seemed to see several blurry figures around Tingting, their appearance exactly the same as those in the family photo. Boom. The world completely collapsed, and everything was swallowed by darkness. The headquarters of the Viper Gang. Sumu opened his eyes and looked around. He found himself still lying on the soft bed, as if everything before had been a dream. However, it did indeed smell of blood. Ah! Yang Dongqing suddenly roared and sprang to his feet. After taking in his surroundings, a look of confusion flashed in his eyes. You're back. Chief, are you all right? Zhao Chaoyao, covered in blood, limped to the bedside. Sumu slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping around, and found that only Yang Dongqing and Zhao Chaoyao remained of the people who had been in the room. Just then, a man in a white coat came running in a flustered manner. Chief, you're finally back. You've been missing for 3 whole days. Bring me the previous recordings, Sumu ordered. The man in the white coat quickly brought over the video. Sumu stared at it and saw the scene after everyone fell asleep. About 2 minutes after falling asleep, everyone seemed to have been wiped away by something and disappeared into thin air. This also shows that the Nightmare Apostle entered the nightmare world not with his soul, but with his body. In fact, Sumu already knew this. If it were truly a soul entering his body, he would never be so weak. With his soul strength, he would definitely be the strongest among them. All right, everyone, you can all leave now. Sumuyu. The heavily injured Yang Dongqing hesitated before speaking. I said, everyone get out. Sumu dismissed everyone and lay alone on the bed, calmly staring at the ceiling. Yes, he's going to die. In the end, did I still fail? He murmured to himself, his eyes showing no fear of death, only endless emptiness and boredom. He originally thought that entering the nightmare world would allow him to become a superhuman, but fate played a cruel trick on him. Even though he successfully resolved the nightmare, he still had no hope of becoming a superhuman. His body had reached its limit, and he was absolutely certain that if he took another nap, he would wake up to find his body bursting from the overflowing mental energy. Chapter 57, The Immaculate Heart. How boring. Sumu sighed. If he had never seen the wonders of the nightmare world, perhaps it wouldn't matter if he died like this, just like a person who has always lived in darkness and has long been accustomed to it. If he had never seen the light. The door to a new world has just opened, but he is about to die. TCH, what a boring life. Sumu rolled over and pulled a crumpled dumpling out of his pocket. The dumpling wrappers were already shriveled and smelled sour. They were the ones Tingting had secretly hidden when Yifan Yu snatched them from her. He put the dumpling in his mouth, chewed it gently, and then swallowed it. It's delicious. Sumu slowly closed his eyes, drifted into sleep, and quietly awaited death. But the next second, he suddenly opened his eyes, his dark eyes gleaming with a terrifying light that even his brown-tinted glasses couldn't hide. Ha 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 ha. An uncontrollable burst of laughter erupted from Sumu's mouth. He was as happy as a child who had received a new toy. I love surprises like this. He raised his palm and watched the changes on it. His slender, fair palm was emitting a soft white light. He has always relied on a snakeskin cane to walk, so his right hand rubs against the cane every day. In addition, his skin is naturally thin, so some faint calluses inevitably remain on his palms. But now, those calluses are disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. And her already fair hands became even more warm and smooth, giving people a feeling of crystal clear jade. He suddenly sat up in bed, his body feeling incredibly light, a gentle and pure power bursting forth from him, like a silent spring rain nourishing the parched earth. He stood in front of the mirror and discovered that even his appearance had subtly changed. Before, he had thin cheeks, pale skin, and bloodless lips, which inevitably gave people a harsh and cold feeling. But now, his cheeks have become slightly fuller, and his skin is no longer as pale as a dead person's. Instead, it is a healthy, clean white, like mutton fat jade, and his lips have become rosy. Sumu smiled at himself in the mirror, looking like a gentle and refined gentleman, making it hard for anyone to dislike him. His first impression of the new skin was that it was clean, spotless, as if you couldn't scrub off any dirt even after going to a public bathhouse. At the same time, his mental energy began to shrink, or rather, it was purified. A magical power removed all the impurities from his mental energy, reducing its total amount, but greatly increasing its purity. Suddenly, Sumu looked up at the sky. His gaze seemed to traverse endless dimensions, and finally he saw a net, an invisible and intangible yet omnipresent net. Each node on it twinkled with a star, like the cosmic starry sky, mysterious and magnificent. The moment he saw the net, he naturally learned its name, Bronze Law. Above the Bronze Law, at one of the nodes, there was a star as white as jade. It cast its white light down and landed on Sumu. In an instant, an invisible connection was established between the two. Sumu finally understood the reason for his own changes. He became a superhuman and gained superhuman power, which he named the Immaculate Heart. A gift from Tingting? Sumu smiled silently. This pure and innocent little girl had selflessly shared her power. Perhaps only such a person can possess a pure and immaculate heart. He carefully sensed the power brought by the Immaculate Heart, as if he had possessed it from birth. The moment he obtained the Immaculate Heart, he clearly understood its function. Immaculate Heart transforms the owner's body into an immaculate form, slightly enhancing physical and mental strength, greatly increasing the purity of the body and mind, and providing strong immunity to all impurities. The filth here refers to toxins, curses, abnormal states, negative emotions, etc. Strictly speaking, the Immaculate Heart is not a very powerful ability, and it doesn't even have any active ability. It's all passive. It might be favored by some women who love beauty. It doesn't have the powerful destructive force of the Five Fingers Flame Bullet, nor does it have the super strong defensive power of the Iron Heart. But none of that matters. What matters is that he survived. The Immaculate Heart enhanced Sumu's physical fitness and purified his total spiritual energy, effectively extending his lifespan in two ways. According to his estimate, he could live for at least another year. Is this what it feels like to be alive? Not bad. Sumu lay back down on the bed, a peaceful smile on his lips, and slowly drifted off to sleep. He hadn't had a good night's sleep in a very, very long time, because every time he slept, he was consuming his life force and getting closer to death. This time, he could finally get a good night's sleep. Chief, welcome to the capital. We will soon be checking into the presidential suite at the Manlin Caesarton Hotel. Please make do with what you have. Your private estate is not yet completed. It is my fault for not supervising the construction properly. Please punish me. A middle-aged butler in a tailcoat with his hair neatly combed said respectfully. Sumu nodded and, led by the butler, entered the most luxurious hotel in the capital. Your room is on the 118th floor, which is currently the highest suite in the capital. The hotel just asked me to tell you that your arrival is a glorious moment in their hotel's history. Okay, I understand. You may leave. Sumu entered the room, lay down alone on the luxurious bed, and closed his eyes to prepare for sleep. It's a magical experience to fall asleep in a dream. It's mainly because there's nothing he can do about it. He appears in dreams whenever he falls asleep, but he gets tired of dreams and just wants to rest, so he can only sleep in his dreams. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, Sumu woke up from his dream, stretched comfortably, and was about to get out of bed when his expression changed slightly. Full again, he was surprised to find that his originally concentrated mental energy had been replenished and strengthened by 1% after he took a nap. If his total mental energy was 100 before, it became 50 after being condensed. He thought that after sleeping, it would increase by 1% of 50, but he did not expect that the condensed 50 would be replenished, and the replenishment was high-purity mental energy. In the end, it still increased by 1% according to 100. This means that compressing mental energy is completely useless. Fortunately, the physical enhancement brought by the Immaculate Heart took effect, preventing Sumu from being on the verge of death again. However, he had previously estimated that he could live for a year, but now he has to recalculate and think he can probably live for another month. Sumu chuckled. Fate is truly capricious. How interesting. He got out of bed without washing up, because he didn't need to at all. He was spotless, and washing up would be a waste of water. He planned to meet with his men and work on the next step of the plan. He had just taken a step when a sudden dizziness hit his head. His mental energy was surging inexplicably, and even the eyes behind his brown glasses turned azure, crystal clear like sapphires reflecting sunlight. This is... Sumu was surprised to find that just now, another bronze law had appeared in his body. Strangely, he did not connect to the great network of bronze laws at all. It was as if he already possessed it. It was only because his spiritual power reached a certain limit that it was generated naturally. Chapter 58. The Myriad Phenomena of Nature. Sumu, who knew very little about the extraordinary, was unaware of what had happened or where this extra bronze law came from. The only thing he knew was that this bronze law was called all things in the universe. The turmoil of his mental energy continued for a moment before gradually subsiding. Once calm, Sumu began to sort out his thoughts. The first thing he could be sure of was that he had obtained the myriad phenomena after taking a nap. It seemed to be an ability independent of the bronze laws, because it was not on the bronze laws network at all. This is absurd. As far as he knows, all the abilities of superhumans come from the bronze law. How could there be abilities independent of the bronze law? Could it be? Sumu had a vague idea about his dream. Perhaps this mysterious dream was a completely independent law, a law that was only related to the mind. With so little known information, he could only deduce these things. After thinking for a moment, forget it, let's just live first. This unexpected joy isn't bad either. Sumu smiled. He wouldn't worry unnecessarily. The secrets of the dream might only be revealed when he became stronger. For now, all he could do was accept it calmly. Furthermore, he was very satisfied with the abilities of all things in the world. Jasmine, you sing so beautifully. In a coffee shop, Yang Dongqing looked at Jasmine beside him with affection. Jasmine had just finished her performance and hadn't had time to change out of her costume. It was a light blue long dress with a fitted cut that perfectly outlined her graceful curves. The skirt cascaded down like a waterfall, and the upper body featured an off-shoulder design. Her fair shoulders and alluring collarbones made Yang Dongqing unconsciously steal glances at her out of the corner of his eye. Jasmine took a sip of coffee, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation for the future. She felt like she was dreaming, as if she had escaped the mire of life overnight and emerged from it, transforming into a dazzling pearl. She achieved her dream and also found love. Really? You're not kidding me. This is my first time performing on stage, and I was so nervous that I sang several words wrong. Jasmine playfully stuck out her tongue, her delicate lips still covered with coffee foam, making her look exceptionally charming. Yang Dongqing subconsciously swallowed, feeling an urge to lick it. Of course it's true. Even if you sing it wrong, it still sounds great. Jasmine smiled happily. Thank you, Yang Dongqing. My fate began to change after I met you. To be precise, it was after meeting Sumu, but Jasmine couldn't possibly mention another man's name in front of her boyfriend. Don't say that about Jasmine. It should be. Sir, your coffee. A waiter came over and placed the coffee in front of Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing frowned slightly and looked at the waiter. I didn't order coffee. The waiter smiled and pointed to the corner of the coffee shop. This was ordered for you by the lady over there. Yang Dongqing turned his head and was taken aback. He saw a woman sitting quietly in the corner of the coffee shop. She was like a quietly blooming orchid, quiet and elegant, yet exuding a silent charm. She wore a simple white silk shirt with the neckline slightly open, revealing her slender, fair neck and delicate collarbones. The cuffs of the shirt were slightly rolled up, and she wore an elegant women's watch on her slender wrist, with a simple and understated style. She paired it with black straight-leg wide-leg pants, making it difficult to determine her leg shape, but the only certainty was that her legs were very long, longer than Jasmine's. What's most striking is her long, flaxen hair, which radiates a warm and gentle luster under the caress of the sunlight. The slightly curled ends add a touch of intellectual beauty. For some reason, the moment Yang Dongqing saw the woman, he thought of Sumu. Their elegant and gentle demeanor was very similar. At this moment, the woman seemed to notice something, turned her head slightly, revealing a delicate profile, smiled, and lightly raised the white coffee cup in her hand in a simple gesture. You're not allowed to drink it. Jasmine pouted, like a kitten guarding its food, and said resentfully to Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing gave an awkward smile and looked away. I don't know her. Please return this coffee to her. The waiter looked embarrassed. Sir, I only serve coffee. If you want to return it, please talk to that lady yourself. Oh, by the way, it seems that lady also wrote something on the napkin. After saying that, the waiter left. Jasmine grabbed a napkin and said angrily, I want to see what she wrote. Yang Dongqing felt increasingly embarrassed, never expecting that he was so popular with girls. As a result, Jasmine was stunned when she opened the napkin, and her little face showed a bit of panic. Jasmine. Yang Dongqing realized something was wrong, picked up the napkin and looked at it, only to find 4 words on it. Nightmare Apostle. His expression changed drastically as he stared intently at the sophisticated beauty in the corner. She wore an elegant and reserved smile on her delicate face, as if she were greeting a new friend. Jasmine, you wait here. I'll go take a look. Yang Dongqing got up and walked towards the woman. Jasmine was a little nervous. She had been in contact with Yang Dongqing for a while and already knew what the Nightmare Apostle meant. She couldn't help but worry, but she was a sensible woman and wouldn't cause trouble for her man, so she didn't stop him. She just gripped her phone tightly, opened her contacts, and tapped on Su Mu's number. If things go wrong, she will call Su Mu immediately. In her knowledge, only Su Mu could help Yang Dongqing. Although Su Mu was cold-blooded and ruthless, Yang Dongqing had agreed to work for him for 3 years, so Su Mu probably didn't want to lose a subordinate for nothing. Who are you? Yang Dongqing sat down in front of the woman and asked in a cold voice. When he saw the woman's face, he realized that he had underestimated her beauty. Her face was even more beautiful than her profile, and she was even more beautiful than the stars on TV. The woman put down her coffee, gently tucked one side of her hair behind her ear to reveal her delicate, fair earlobe, and smiled, saying, Mr. Yang, please forgive my intrusion. It's a pleasure to meet you. This is my business card. She handed over a business card. Yang Dongqing took the business card, which read, Chairman of Bronze Coffin Company, Limited, Murong Mengli. Upon seeing the name Murong Mengli, his pupils contracted sharply, and he exclaimed in horror, You're a noblewoman? Murong Mengli seemed used to this kind of expression and did not show any change in expression, but simply smiled and nodded politely. Yang Dongqing couldn't help but gasp. At this moment, he finally understood why he thought of Su Mu as soon as he saw Murong Mengli. Their damned aristocratic temperaments were exactly the same. This was the first time he had met a nobleman, and the main reason he was able to tell that the other party was a nobleman was because of his name. Nobles all have compound surnames. He was unfamiliar with other countries, but he had heard of the nobles of the Crimson Flame Empire. According to legend, the nobles initially did not want to share the same surname as commoners, feeling that it was an insult to their noble status. Therefore, they changed their names to compound surnames to distinguish themselves from commoners. In the Crimson Flame Empire, only nobles have compound surnames. Chapter 59 Imperial Nobles. Why would nobles come to the lower city? Murong Mengli smiled and said, Of course, it's for running the company. Yang Dongqing's gaze grew increasingly wary. He had no good impression of the nobles. These nobles had a terrible reputation throughout the Crimson Flame Empire. They were arrogant, extravagant, and disrespectful of the law, treating ordinary people with contempt and considering themselves superior. They were parasites on the empire. Of course, this was all said in private by the common people. They hated the nobles, but they hated even more that they were not nobles. I don't recall having any dealings with nobles. What is your purpose? Mr. Yang, I can see your disgust for the nobility in your eyes. I will not claim to be any different from them. The reason I came to you is to invite you to join my company, Bronze Coffin. Don't rush to refuse. I know you've only recently become a Nightmare Apostle and are wary of everything, but it's actually quite common for nobles to form companies and invite Nightmare Apostles to join. Most Nightmare Apostles choose to join the company. Why? Yang Dongqing frowned. Mutual benefit. Murong Mengli stirred her coffee gently with a spoon, the spoon making a crisp sound against the porcelain cup. Mr. Yang, I don't need to elaborate on the danger of Nightmare Apostles. When traversing the Nightmare world time and time again, no one is sure how long they can live. Therefore, most Nightmare Apostles will accumulate enough wealth while they are still alive to leave to their family and friends. This is the meaning of a company's existence. Although the Nightmare world is dangerous, crisis always coexists with opportunity. Besides nightmare monsters, it also contains magical artifacts, extraordinary materials, and other things that the company needs. Yang Dongqing sneered. You mean, we Nightmare Apostles are selling you what we risked our lives for? Murong Mengli didn't care about Yang Dongqing's hostility. She remained polite throughout, just like a female CEO conducting normal business. You'll have to sell eventually, won't you? Do you think anyone in this world, besides nobles, can afford a good price? Mr. Yang, I understand your concerns. Please rest assured, I never engage in forced sales. After all, these things were obtained by Nightmare Apostles at the cost of their lives. I only want things that you don't need. For example, your bronze law is Iron Heart, and the applicable noble phantasms and extraordinary materials can only be of the strength type. If you obtain a spirit-type noble phantasm or material that you don't need, then you can sell it to the company. Of course, joining the company offers more than just this benefit. There are also corresponding employee perks. Besides a substantial monthly base salary, there are also benefits such as intelligence sharing, employee mutual assistance, and the ability to rent magical artifacts. Moro Mengli was quite a catch, but Yang Dongqing noticed something. You investigated me? Yang Dongqing clenched his fists, a subtle metallic hue appearing between his knuckles. Kid, here's a piece of advice. Don't bare your fangs in front of a strong person. A calm male voice sounded behind Yang Dongqing, who was instantly startled because he hadn't noticed anyone standing behind him at all, just as he was preparing to react. Smack! A large, well-defined hand landed on his shoulder, and at that moment, Yang Dongqing felt as if a mountain was pressing down on his shoulder. Even with all his might, he couldn't budge it an inch. He turned his head in disbelief and saw a man in a black trench coat and sunglasses standing there with an indifferent expression. The so-called steel body is like a toy in this big hand, and it will break with the slightest squeeze. Hanyu. Moro Mengli frowned slightly, seemingly somewhat dissatisfied. The man in sunglasses named Hanyu shrugged and released his grip. Boss, I was just giving him a warning. From now on, do not act without my orders. Moro Mengli's voice was not loud, but it was filled with an undeniable calmness. Hanyu nodded casually. You're the boss, you make the decisions. He casually walked to the side, sat down, and said nothing more. Yang Dongqing looked at Hanyu with some fear, his heart filled with turmoil. He couldn't believe that his power after becoming stronger was so vulnerable. I'm sorry, Mr. Yang. It was my fault for not managing my subordinates properly. Please forgive me. Moro Mengli showed a hint of apology. She continued, Actually, I didn't investigate you on purpose. It was for the sake of the company's growth that I have been sending people to search for the Nightmare Apostle in the countryside. The main issue is that you once committed a robbery, stealing 50,000 yuan. The victim reported the incident, saying that he fired a gun during the struggle with the robber, but the robber was unharmed. It just so happens that I have some connections with the chief of the 13th District Police Department, which is how I learned about this matter and led to the subsequent investigation. By the way, I also helped suppress your robbery. Although you gained superhuman powers, your methods were still too crude. Yang Dongqing. He was somewhat embarrassed when his Robin Hood-like deeds were exposed, and he never expected that Moro Mengli had secretly helped him. Moro Mengli continued, Mr. Yang, there is actually another reason why I came to you. What's the reason? Yang Dongqing lowered his hostility slightly. After all, he had received a favor from someone. Because you are kind, Moro Mengli said with a smile. Many ordinary people commit inhumane crimes after becoming superhumans, but you are different. You robbed a heartless boss who often withheld workers' wages, and you did not kill anyone. Although I do not advocate doing this, your moral standards are relatively high compared to others. Yang Dongqing smiled awkwardly, seemingly a little embarrassed. I don't want the company's employees to be wicked people who do all sorts of evil deeds, even if they are very capable. After saying all this, Mr. Yang, what do you think? Joining the bronze coffin will only benefit you. Our understanding of the nightmare world and the extraordinary beings is definitely better than yours alone. All you need to do is sell any and used magical artifacts or extraordinary materials to the company first. Of course, the company won't let you lose out on the price. Moro Mengli sincerely invited, believing that Yang Dongqing had no reason to refuse. However, Yang Dongqing remained silent for a moment, and finally shook his head. I'm sorry, Miss Moro. Although your offer is very tempting, I refuse. A hint of surprise flashed in Moro Mengli's eyes. She was neither angry nor disappointed at being rejected, but asked with interest, Can I know the reason? Yang Dongqing hesitated, his mind filled with images of Su Mu rejecting Yi Fanyu and waving goodbye to Tingting. It was this seemingly selfish, cold-blooded gang leader who stood up for him at a crucial moment and even saved his life. Mr. Su, I can't reason with him. You're a smart man. As long as we follow my plan, we can definitely get back to reality. Su Mu smiled as usual and said, I refuse. It was during this incident that Yang Dongqing's opinion of Su Mu changed. Yang Dongqing cleared the images from his mind, took a deep breath, and said, Because I promised someone that I would work for him for 3 years. Moro Mengli was somewhat surprised. That person is also a nobleman. Yang Dongqing shook his head. No, he is a gentleman with a touch of madness. Moro Mengli smiled slightly. I admire men with good manners. Would you be so kind as to introduce me to one? A strange look appeared on Yang Dongqing's face. I think you may have misunderstood. The madness I was talking about is the madness of a madman. Moro Mengli was stunned. Chapter 60, A Gentleman Like Jade. The headquarters of the Viper Gang. Sumu hung up the phone with Jasmine. An unidentified woman approached Yang Dongqing, and her demeanor was unlike that of an ordinary person. Interesting. A slight smile appeared on his lips. Aside from his status as a superhuman, Yang Dongqing was just a poor student with virtually no social connections. The fact that a woman like Yang Dongqing would approach him clearly indicated her intentions. He never forgot what Yang Dongqing had said back then. When Yang Dongqing first experienced the nightmare world, a person from the upper city said it. In the real world, superhumans are a bunch of cowardly people who reap without sowing. They all grow up by sucking the blood of nightmare apostles. Now, it seems like vampires have come knocking. Hey you, get ready, we're having guests coming in a bit. Yes, Chief, Zhao Chaoyao replied respectfully. About an hour later, a low-key yet luxurious black sedan pulled up in front of the Viper Gang headquarters. Han Yu was the one driving. He glanced at the Viper Gang headquarters, a look of disdain on his face. A gang? A superhuman being is actually employed by a gang. Yang Dongqing's expression was somewhat unpleasant. He sensed the other party's disdain, but he didn't say anything. Clearly, the man's strength had just impressed him. At this moment, Morong Mengli's calm voice rang out. Han Yu, I know you were sent by my father to help me, but that doesn't mean you can belittle my guest at will. Han Yu glanced at the other person's stunningly beautiful face and replied perfunctorily. Okay, boss. Soon, everyone got off the car. Two Viper Gang henchmen stepped forward. Welcome, guests. The leader is waiting for you. Yang Dongqing was taken aback. He hadn't expected Su Mu to know in advance. He didn't know that it was Jasmine who had informed him, and he had already sent Jasmine back ahead of time. Led by a member of the Viper Gang, the three arrived at a large hall deep inside the headquarters. The hall was brightly lit, and a dazzling giant crystal chandelier hung from the dome that was over 10 meters high, with tens of thousands of crystals refracting brilliant light. The floor is paved with precious marble, which is warm and smooth. Each stone has a unique texture. The walls are decorated with exquisite murals with delicate brushstrokes and vibrant colors. In the center of the hall, a set of luxurious sofas is arranged in a staggered manner, with a wooden coffee table in the middle, its surface carved with intricate patterns. As soon as Morong Mengli entered the hall, she couldn't help but reveal a hint of appreciation. She wasn't appreciating the luxury. She had seen places that were even more luxurious. What she appreciated was the other person's taste. The entire hall, from its spatial layout to its decorative details, exudes an exquisite artistic atmosphere, like a frozen art palace, with everything perfectly matched. Apart from the abrupt Ouroboros wall behind the sofa, Han Yu curled his lip, his expression disdainful. Another clumsy imitation of the nobility. Please have a seat, everyone. The leader will be here shortly. Zhao Chaoyao led the group to the sofa, made some tea, and then left. After taking her seat, Morong Mengli asked, Mr. Yang, is the Mr. Su you mentioned also an extraordinary person? Yang Dongqing thought about Su Mu's amazing performance and felt that he was no ordinary person. Although he didn't know what his bronze law was, he still affirmed, yes. Morong Mengli's eyes flickered slightly, clearly indicating that she had also developed feelings for Su Mu. Before long, the door on one side of the hall opened, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound. They saw a man wearing a black suit, brown glasses, and carrying a snake-patterned wooden cane slowly walk in. His appearance seemed to imbue the surrounding air with an air of elegance. Tall and upright, he walked with a steady and composed gait. His high nose bridge and slightly upturned corners of his mouth outlined a confident and charming smile that was as refreshing as a spring breeze. A strange look flashed in Morong Mengli's beautiful eyes. She rarely got moved by other people's appearance, but she made an exception today. As she watched the gentleman approach, only 4 words came to her mind. A gentleman as elegant as jade. It's not that the other person's appearance is perfect, but rather their temperament. That clean and gentle temperament, like jade, is truly hard to ignore. Besides her temperament, what's most striking about her is her skin. She found it hard to believe that a man's skin could be so good, so flawless. A hint of jealousy flashed in Han Yu's eyes. He considered himself to be good-looking, but compared to the newcomer, he seemed to be on a completely different level. A man's handsomeness lies not in his physical appearance, but in the confident aura that emanates from within. The visitor was none other than Su Mu, who greeted the guests with a warm smile and polite nods. Yang Dongqing was stunned. He couldn't understand why Su Mu had become even more handsome after just one day. He looked at him closely and found that his appearance hadn't changed, but he just felt that he was more handsome, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what made him so handsome. Let me introduce myself. My name is Su Mu. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Morong Mengli withdrew her gaze and calmly returned the greeting. Hello, Mr. Su. I am Morong Mengli. Su Mu smiled and nodded, his expression unchanged despite the other party's noble status. This gave Morong Mengli the illusion that she had returned to the upper city and was having a meeting with a real noble. After exchanging pleasantries and introductions, Morong Mengli revealed her purpose. Originally, I only wanted to invite Mr. Yang to join my company, but after meeting Mr. Su, I have changed my mind. Oh, I'd like to hear more. Sumu took a sip of tea, his gaze gently fixed on Morong Mengli. She was probably the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in reality. Even in his dreams, she was worthy of being part of his harem. I would like to invite you and Mr. Yang to join us in the bronze coffin, Morong Mengli said sincerely. She did not have the arrogance of a nobleman. She only had a genuine invitation. Sumu smiled, not directly refusing Morong Mengli, but instead asking, Miss Morong, could you give me a reason to join? Forgive my bluntness, but Mr. Su is not short of money and is also an extraordinary being, possessing the basic conditions to set up a company. However, in terms of the system of the Crimson Flame Empire, without connections with nobles, it is difficult to complete the relevant procedures, and the official management of private extraordinary companies is very strict. As far as I know, most extraordinary companies, large and small, have aristocratic backgrounds to varying degrees. Although I don't think noble status is something to flaunt, it does indeed grant certain preferential treatment and conveniences in the Crimson Flame Empire. Moreover, the Bronze Coffin organization is relatively new, and the two of you joining now are considered veterans, so you don't need to worry about benefits or compensation. Miss Morong, I can feel your sincere invitation, but Su Mu changed the subject. I have a better suggestion. Chapter 61 The Country Bumpkins of the Downtown. What suggestion? Investment. Invest in shares. A look of surprise appeared on Morong Mengli's face. She hadn't expected Su Mu to want to invest in shares. Good. But I don't lack money. Su Mu shook his head. I didn't mean investing with money, but with intelligence. Miss Morong, your company is just starting out, so your intelligence capabilities must be relatively weak, otherwise you wouldn't have only found Yang Dongqing now. I am not particularly talented, but I am extremely skilled in intelligence work. To put it bluntly, if I wanted to, there would be no secrets in the entire District 13. Ha! Han Yu suddenly couldn't help but laugh. Morong Mengli glanced at him, but he seemed not to see it and continued to laugh. Sorry, I just couldn't help it. It's just that when I saw those country bumpkins in the lower town bragging so seriously, I just couldn't hold back. Upon hearing this, Morong Mengli's expression changed, while Su Mu's face curled into an interested smile, his eyes appearing and disappearing behind his brown glasses. The master and servant do not seem to get along. Kid, you only control a small, insignificant gang, yet you dare to speak so arrogantly? You say there are no secrets in the entire 13th district, and you want to invest? Do you really think you can invest in the company of an imperial nobleman with the intelligence network of a small gang? Han Yu apologized to Mr. Su immediately. Morong Mengli's tone became unusually stern. Apologize? Boss, you're just an ordinary person. You don't understand the supernatural. I've seen plenty of greenhorns like this who have just gained supernatural power. Their sudden power makes them lose their minds and think they're so powerful, but little do they know they're just at the bottom of the supernatural world. The Morong family had sent me to assist you, so it is my duty to ensure you are not deceived. Morong Mengli's expression grew increasingly grim. She took a deep breath and said, Mr. Su, I'm sorry to have put you in such a difficult position. Su Mu waved his hand casually and smiled. Miss Morong, you flatter me. I am not so petty as to get angry if a dog on the street barks at me. Han Yu's mocking laughter stopped abruptly. He stared straight at Su Mu, his killing intent undisguised. Kid, say that again if you dare. Faced with Han Yu's threat, Su Mu didn't even glance at him. Instead, he turned to Morong Mengli and said, Miss Morong, do you need me to teach your subordinate a lesson? For some reason, the man's calm smile in front of her inexplicably convinced her. You're courting death. Han Yu roared in fury. As a retainer of an imperial nobleman and a powerful superhuman himself, he came from the upper city and naturally looked down on the people of the lower city. But he never expected to be looked down upon by the country bumpkin he despised. Whoosh. He sprang up instantly, his speed astonishing, his fists arriving almost in the blink of an eye, aimed at Su Mu's head. Stop, Su Mu. Morong Mengli and Yang Dongqing shouted at the same time, but it was too late. Han Yu's fist slammed into Su Mu's head, but Su Mu seemed not to have reacted at all, remaining seated motionless on the sofa. Just when Han Yu thought he had succeeded, something unexpected happened. The expected sound of a head exploding did not occur. Han Yu's fist passed through Su Mu's body as if it were air. The next moment, Su Mu's figure shattered inch by inch like a dream bubble. What? Han Yu was shocked. At this moment, a tidal wave of men in black surged out from the doors on all four sides of the hall, instantly surrounding everyone. Each of them was expressionless, like a group of cold machines. Faced with the encirclement, Hanyu remained calm, his eyes scanning the surrounding area, trying to find Su Mu's whereabouts. To him, the encirclement by these ordinary people posed no threat whatsoever. What truly struck him as strange was Su Mu's methods. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of a snakeskin cane striking the ground rang out, and everyone looked in the direction of the sound to see Su Mu walking out from among the men in black with a smile on his face. Miss Morong, I'm afraid today's matter cannot be resolved peacefully. However, for your sake, as long as Mr. Han Yu is willing to apologize, I can consider forgiving his offense, Su Mu said with a smile. Before Morong Mengli could speak, Han Yu scoffed, naive. You think these ordinary people can do anything to me? Su Mu's smile widened, and he said, enunciating each word clearly. Who said they were ordinary people? Thump. The snakeskin cane tapped lightly on the ground, as if signaling something, and a strange scene unfolded. Roar. Hundreds of men in black simultaneously unleashed a violent roar, a sound that seemed to come from the depths of hell, filled with endless pain and rage. Accompanied by the chilling roar, their bodies began to undergo bizarre changes. Pieces of jet-black scales grew from beneath their skin at a visible speed, rapidly spreading across their entire bodies, arranging themselves tightly together to form an indestructible armor. At their joints, sharp bone spurs pierced through the skin, stretching out menacingly like the claws of a demon. Their bodies grew taller and more twisted, their muscles bulging and their lines grotesque. Their facial features were covered by black scales, revealing only pairs of scarlet eyes that radiated a murderous aura. A chilling aura of terror permeated the entire area. They were like demons crawling out of hell, seemingly poised to unleash a bloody massacre at any moment. This sudden and terrifying change caused Murong Mengli and Yang Dongqing to change their expressions slightly, not to mention Han Yu, who was being targeted. At this moment, Han Yu felt a chill run down his spine as he was stared at by countless pairs of scarlet eyes. What kind of monster is this? Even the noble retainer, who considered himself knowledgeable and experienced, was terrified. He had never encountered anything so bizarre, and even suspected that he had fallen into a nightmare world. Mr. Han, I wonder, would they allow you to apologize? Surrounded by monsters, Su Mu asked politely with an unchanging smile on his face. Han Yu's expression suddenly turned extremely ugly. He nervously scanned the area, silently assessing whether he could defeat so many monsters, especially since he had no idea of their strength. But judging from their aura and those terrifying black scales, these monsters seem incredibly powerful. Seeing that Han Yu did not answer, Su Mu continued, It seems that my preparations were insufficient. In that case, slap slap. He clapped his hands, and countless hidden compartments appeared on the walls of the hall. As the compartments opened, machine guns slowly emerged from the walls, their dark muzzles gleaming eerily under the light. Not only that, the marble floorboards at the edges of the hall were also flipped up, revealing hidden compartments inside, where time bombs were placed. Chapter 62 Mr. Su, I was wrong. The bomb's outer shell was cast from cold metal, gleaming with a chilling light. The main body of the bomb was cylindrical, with a small electronic display screen embedded at its top. The red numbers flashing on the screen were like a devil's countdown. Around the display screen were densely packed lines and interfaces. Upon seeing this, Han Yu broke out in a cold sweat. He suddenly regretted offending this country bumpkin from the lower city. This man appeared gentle and humble, but in reality, he was an extremely dangerous person, who would be so kind as to plant so many bombs in their own home. He had originally thought about whether he could break through the encirclement and capture the leader first, directly seizing Su Mu. But when he saw the bomb, his heart sank completely. He dared not make any rash moves, fearing that he might accidentally trigger the bomb during the process. If these hundreds of bombs were detonated, the entire headquarters of the Viper Gang would be razed to the ground. Even though he considered himself quite capable, he wasn't confident enough to withstand so many bombs. Yang Dongqing broke out in a cold sweat upon seeing this scene. He had never imagined that Su Mu had so many hidden tricks up his sleeve. He felt that his defeat back then was not unjust, and even if he had won, he probably wouldn't have been able to leave the poisonous snake gang alive. Of those present, only Murong Mengli remained calm. Although the noble lady's pupils contracted, she still maintained the most basic decorum. She finally understood why Yang Dongqing had such an opinion of Su Mu, a gentleman with a touch of madness. That's definitely crazy enough. What do you think, Mr. Han? Su Mu asked politely, as if a gentleman were showing his collection to a guest. A bead of cold sweat slid down Han Yu's face. His muscles were tense, and his eyes kept flashing. Stop bluffing. I don't believe you dare to detonate a bomb. There is an imperial noble sitting here. If the crime of killing an imperial noble is confirmed, the entire Crimson Flame Empire will not tolerate you. Sumu smiled slightly. You're wrong. Miss Muron won't die. She carries some kind of defensive magic weapon. I won't die either, because this is just my clone. My subordinates won't die either. Their scale armor provides sufficient defense. Only you will die. Muron Mungli's expression changed slightly. She hadn't expected that Su Mu would see through her defensive magic weapon. Upon hearing this, Han Yu's face froze, and he pointed at Yang Dongqing, still unwilling to give up, and asked, What about him? He's also your subordinate. It's all right, he's dead, so be it. Yang Dongqing. Although he was already used to Su Mu 37 degrees off and saying such cold words, he still felt very annoyed every time he heard it. Mr. Han, now it's your choice, apologize or die. Han Yu's face grew increasingly grim. His pride wouldn't allow him to apologize to the people of the lower city, but he also didn't want to die. At this moment, Muron Mungli spoke up. Han Yu, apologize. Her tone was cold and carried an unquestionable air. I was wrong. Han Yu finally lowered his noble head, constantly comforting himself that he had obeyed Muron Mungli's orders, and besides, he didn't need to fight to the death with the country bumpkins from the lower city. Sumu shook his head. Not enough. Han Yu's face darkened with anger. What else do you want? Do you want me to kneel down? A good suggestion. You. Han Yu's chest heaved violently, his eyes almost spitting fire, this extreme humiliation brewing in his chest. Bite. Sumu took the remote control out of his pocket and pressed the button. The next moment, the bright red numbers on the time bomb displays began to flash wildly. At the same time, the scaled monsters quietly sealed off all the exits. Holy crap! Yang Dongqing panicked and immediately got up and ran outside. I told you he was crazy, but you didn't believe me. Get out of the way and let me out first. I'm one of your own. The scaled monster did not make things difficult for Yang Dongqing and made room for him to leave. Han Yu's heart pounded wildly. No, I can't die here. I have a bright future ahead of me. I don't need to fight to the death with these country bumpkins from the lower city. He kept reassuring himself, unaware that his arrogance had already been shattered by the fear of death. Thump. He knelt heavily on the ground. Mr. Su, I was wrong. Bite. Sumu pressed the remote control again, and the time bomb stopped flashing. Then, all the hidden compartments in the hall were closed, and the scaled monsters receded like the tide. Sumu returned to the sofa and drank tea with Muron Mungli, as if nothing had ever happened. Miss Muron, would you like to try this Inshan black tea? I wonder if it suits your taste. Muron Mungli gently tucked one side of her hair behind her ear, elegantly picked up her teacup, took a sip, and savored it. Smooth and mellow, with a long-lasting sweet aftertaste of fine tea. She paused for a moment and then added, I like it very much. Su Mu smiled slightly, understanding Muron Mungli's subtext. Miss Muron indeed has excellent taste. It seems that it would be a fortunate thing to be able to cooperate with Miss Muron. The elegant man and woman chatted and laughed, neither paying any attention to Han Yu, who was kneeling on the ground like a stray dog. Han Yu clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot like spider webs, but he didn't dare to stand up. Because Su Mu did not let him stand up. He dared not gamble with an enemy who always wore a smile. He feared that if he stood up, he would be targeted again and suffer even more humiliation. The bizarre ability to create clones, the subordinates who are like nightmare monsters, and the bombs that fill the entire hall. Any one of these things makes Han Yu extremely wary. Mr. Su, I admire your methods. I seem to have no reason to refuse your investment. Muron Mungli smiled, but this time her smile seemed less polite and more like that of a friend. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you. Sumu smiled and extended his hand. It's a pleasure to cooperate with you. Muron Mungli smiled and extended her hand as well. Those hands were like meticulously sculpted works of art, long and slender, each finger as straight and even as a scallion, with delicate and exquisite joints, and skin as white and smooth as mutton fat jade. A polite handshake, brief and to the point. Afterwards, Muron Mungli left her address and a pass for the upper city area, and then left with Han Yu. Sumu sat alone on the sofa, sipping tea, the business card between two fingers. Bronze coffin? Interesting. With his keen eye, it was not difficult for him to see that Han Yu and Muron Mungli were only superficially harmonious. It seemed that Han Yu was intentionally or unintentionally going against Muron Mungli and did not want the bronze coffin to grow stronger. However, out of fear of their noble status, they dared not show it too obviously. It seems that the imperial nobles are not as supreme as I imagined. Chapter 63 Upper District. In the Crimson Flame Empire, the privileges of nobles are almost above the law. It is said that nobles can kill a few commoners at will without any consequences. However, Han Yu has repeatedly disobeyed Murong Mungli's orders, which is quite intriguing. Just as Su Mu was pondering, there was a knock. Yang Dongqing came running back again. Why didn't it explode? He walked to the sofa, picked up the teacup, and drank it all in one gulp. I always thought that with your level of madness, you were bound to blow it up. Yang Dongqing, it seems you have a deep misunderstanding of me. I have always advocated resolving disputes peacefully. Fine. I didn't misunderstand you at all. Yang Dongqing curled his lip. What peace-loving person would fill their own house with bombs? By the way, why did the Viper gang members suddenly turn into monsters? How many abilities do you actually have? Su Mu smiled without saying a word, offering no explanation. Only he himself knew the real reason. In fact, there were no monsters, no machine guns, and no bombs at all. Everything was the myriad phenomena of the universe. Sun Luo signifies numerousness and enumeration, while Wanxiang refers to all things and scenes in the universe. Together, they represent the diverse and abundant phenomena and forms in the universe. It implies encompassing everything and having everything. This is the power of all things in the universe, which in layman's terms is illusionary manipulation of vision. All things in the world can manipulate vision and consume mental energy to conjure up all the scenes in the world. So, the Viper Gang's henchmen turning into monsters and the bombs were all fake illusions. As for how he knew that Murong Mungli possessed a defensive treasure, it's simple. He had previously tried to hypnotize her, but his mental power was blocked by some kind of invisible barrier. The following night, in the upper city area, Su Mu and Yang Dongqing finally arrived at the outskirts of the upper city. The 13th district was far from the upper city, and it took them several hours to get there. The two stood beneath the massive city wall, watching the endless stream of people flowing through the city gate. The tall and majestic city wall, like a sleeping dragon, meanders along the edge of the city, clearly separating the upper and lower urban areas from the outside world, just like the Chu River and Han border. At the massive city gate, a squad of heavily armed soldiers was checking passers-by. People from the lower city were not allowed to enter without a pass. Su Mu and Yang Dongqing followed the crowd. When they reached the soldier, Su Mu calmly took out the pass left by Murong Mungli. When the soldier saw the seal representing nobility on the pass, he was immediately shocked and stood at attention to salute. Su Mu smiled and nodded at him, then entered the upper city area. The moment he entered the upper city, he felt as if he had entered another world. Before your eyes stand towering skyscrapers that seem to reach into the clouds, like steel jungles, their glass curtain walls reflecting colorful yet cold light. Countless neon signs flash wildly, cutting the dark night sky into countless fragmented blocks of color. The giant screen scrolled through flamboyant advertisements, and the pedestrians were dressed in bright and fashionable clothes. The neon streetlights on both sides of the road emitted a light that resembled an ocean, engulfing every street. The red, blue, and purple lights intertwined, forming a dreamlike vortex of colors. Luxurious and extravagant. This was Su Mu's first impression of the upper city district. However, he was already used to such scenes in his dreams. He had even created a fairyland in his dreams, which was far beyond what the upper city district could compare to. In contrast to his composure, Yang Dongqing was like a country bumpkin visiting the city, completely dumbfounded, staring at every sight without blinking. He had long heard that the upper district was prosperous, but he never expected it to be this prosperous. This reminded him of District 13, where the sky was always gray, factories were everywhere, gangs roamed, and even the streets were dilapidated. Suddenly, he clenched his fists, because he knew that the reason why the upper district was so prosperous was entirely due to sucking the blood of the lower district. As someone from the lower city, he could feel the injustice most directly. As the two strolled through the streets of Shanqing district, Yang Dongqing soon noticed something amiss. Most of the pedestrians on the roadside were focusing their attention on him and Su Mu. Passers-by looked at Su Mu with amazement and awe, as if they were looking at a nobleman, but when it came to themselves, they were surprised and even contemptuous. Yang Dongqing turned to look at Su Mu and found that the other man was dressed in a well-tailored, expensive black suit, holding a gold-inlaid snakeskin cane, walking leisurely and calmly, and every move he made revealed the elegance of a nobleman. Looking at myself, I was wearing a slightly yellowed white t-shirt, ripped jeans, and bulky sneakers. I also walked with my toes pointing outwards, making me seem out of place in the Shanqing district. Damn it! Yang Dongqing made up her mind to buy a new set of clothes in the upper district before going back. He was annoyed by the stares of passers-by, but he couldn't do anything about it, so he just kept walking with his head down. Suddenly, he noticed a disheveled and unkempt beggar begging at a street corner. This upper district isn't all that great, is it? There are still beggars here. Yang Dongqing curled his lip in a disdainful manner. Sumu gave him a half-smile, clearly seeing through his thoughts, but didn't say anything. Yang Dongqing was annoyed by Sumu's gaze, but he was not good with words, so he could only turn around and walk towards the beggar, taking out a 1 yuan coin from his pocket. The people in the upper district are so rich, yet they are so indifferent, he muttered, directing his criticism at the character of the upper district residents and intending to give alms to the beggar. When he reached the beggar, he simply tossed $1 into the beggar's bowl and then turned to leave. The beggar was taken aback, then suddenly said, "Wait a minute." Yang Dongqing turned around and said coldly, "No need to thank me." The beggar looked him up and down, a hint of disdain in his eyes. "From the lower city?" Yang Dongqing frowned. "What's wrong?" The beggar took $1 from the bowl and threw it over with a look of disgust. "Go away. People from the lower city have no right to give me alms. No matter how badly I'm doing. Even if I'm begging in the upper city, I don't need your alms. Who do you think you are?" Yang Dongqing was furious. He had never suffered such humiliation as to be looked down upon by a beggar. Damn it. Even beggars in the upper city were considered superior to people in the lower city. Just as he was about to confront the beggar, a snakeskin cane blocked his way. Sumu slowly walked over and said to the beggar, "I asked him to give me the alms." The beggar was very good at judging people. The moment he saw Sumu, his expression changed drastically, becoming extremely obsequious. He kept kowtowing and thanking him, saying, "Thank you for your reward, sir. Thank you for your reward, sir." Chapter 64: The Origin of Extraordinary Beings. Yang Dongqing was furious at his arrogant attitude followed by his obsequious manner. "Let's go, don't cause any more trouble," Sumu said calmly, then left with Yang Dongqing. The two hailed a taxi and, following the address given by Murong Mengli, arrived at an office building. The office building is relatively small and located in a rather remote area, with a sign for Bronze Coffin Company, Limited hanging at the entrance. The two entered the company and were quickly greeted by receptionists. "Who are you two looking for?" "I'm looking for your chairman," Sumu said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the receptionist became even more respectful. "Are you Mr. Su and Mr. Yang?" "Exactly. The chairman is on the top floor. Please come with me." As the elevator started moving, the two quickly met Murong Mengli in the chairman's office on the top floor, but this time Han Yu was not with her. "Mr. Su, Mr. Yang, I have been waiting for you for a long time," Murong Mengli said, rising from her office chair to greet them. "It's nice to meet you again, Miss Murong," Sumu greeted politely. Yang Dongqing also whispered from the side, "Hello." He seemed a little uncomfortable. It was the first time he had ever experienced such a scene, having just arrived in Shangqing district and meeting the chairman of a large company. In particular, the chairperson is exceptionally beautiful and charming. Today, Murong Mengli wore a white women's suit with an exquisite silk scarf tied at the collar, exuding elegance in its simplicity. Her delicate face was adorned with light makeup, her fair skin glowing with a faint blush. Her long, flaxen hair was casually draped over her shoulders, adding to her charm and mature allure. Yang Dongqing only saw beauty, but Sumu saw something else different. Murong Mengli was not old, only in her early 20s, and she was obviously using her appearance to make herself look more mature and composed, and to enhance her prestige. Logically speaking, as a noblewoman, she did not need to do this, because her noble status was enough to support everything. Considering Han Yu's previous attitude, he guessed that Murong Mengli, as a noblewoman, probably did not have a high status in her family. After exchanging pleasantries, Murong Mengli got down to business, handing a document to Sumu. "Mr. Su, this is the shareholding agreement. Please take a look." Sumu flipped through the documents. Having studied imperial law in his dream, he didn't need a lawyer to read the contract. After confirming that there were no problems with the contract, he readily signed it. "Mr. Su, you are a smart man. You must have guessed from Han Yu's attitude yesterday that my status in the family is not high," Murong Mengli said calmly. Facing her partner, she did not use her noble status to seek benefits for herself, but chose to get straight to the point. Sumu nodded. "I admire Miss Murong's frankness. I believe that treating each other with sincerity is the foundation of cooperation." Murong Mengli's gaze was firm and confident. "Moreover, I don't think that success can only rely on family." "That's true." Sumu had to admit that this woman was very clever. Because of Han Yu's matter, her low status had already been exposed. Instead of hiding it, She took the initiative, to be honest. Although this would lose some of the aristocratic authority, it would at least make people feel her sincerity. Thank you for your understanding. I will now briefly explain the Bronze Coffin Company's current top priority, finding the Golden Eye. The Golden Eye? Yang Dongqing was somewhat unfamiliar with this term. The Golden Eye is the main material for making gold-grade extraordinary potions. To be honest, the original purpose of the Bronze Coffin was to create the Golden Eye. Actually, this is no secret within the Star City's supernatural circle. You two from the lower city might not know this, but my father, the head of the Morong family, has been searching for the Golden Eye for many years. He not only offered a large reward, but also encouraged his children to create a company and recruit nightmare apostles to search for it. Yang Dongqing was taken aback. Does that mean the Golden Eye only exists in the nightmare world? Morong Mengli nodded. That's right. In fact, not only the Golden Eye, but many extraordinary materials exist in the nightmare world. This is also the original intention of the Extraordinary Company, which is to collect extraordinary materials through the nightmare apostles. What's the use of collecting extraordinary materials? To create extraordinary potions. Morong Mengli said quietly. Mr. Yang, do you know how those extraordinary individuals who are not nightmare apostles came to be? Yang Dongqing wasn't stupid. He immediately realized the obvious clue. Could it be using a supernatural potion? That's right. In the beginning, there were no superhumans in the real world, only nightmare apostles. Among these nightmare apostles, those with extraordinary talents were able to connect to the Bronze Law and awaken extraordinary powers. These people were called the Chosen Ones. Yang Dongqing raised his eyebrows slightly. Perhaps the words, Chosen One, had touched a nerve with him. Later, the Chosen Ones continued to explore the nightmare world and discovered extraordinary materials. These materials, after special formulation and refining, could be used to make extraordinary potions. Ordinary people in the real world could become extraordinary by drinking these extraordinary potions. This is the origin of extraordinary people in the real world. So it was the nightmare apostles that created the extraordinary beings in reality. Yang Dongqing suddenly realized. That's right. Morong Mengli nodded. In the real world, people cannot connect to the Bronze Law on their own. According to some high-level superhumans, there must be some kind of barrier in the real world that is blocking humans. In order to connect, we can only rely on external forces such as superhuman potions to break through the barrier. The materials needed to obtain the extraordinary potion can only be obtained from nightmare apostles. Of course, sometimes nightmare monsters will invade reality, and you can take the opportunity to collect extraordinary materials from them. But this method is definitely not as efficient as using nightmare apostles. To put it bluntly, in the eyes of the nobles, nightmare apostles are a valuable resource, capable of helping them obtain extraordinary materials. Yang Dongqing's expression was rather unpleasant. No wonder that nightmare apostle from the upper city said those kinds of things. People like nightmare apostles are likely to encounter danger in any world. He could almost picture some unscrupulous nobles kidnapping the families of nightmare apostles for their own gain, then threatening the nightmare apostles to continuously help them obtain extraordinary materials until they died in the nightmare world. Although the first superhumans were nightmare apostles, due to their special nature, they rarely live long lives. As far as I know, no nightmare apostle has been able to completely escape the nightmare world. Real-world superhumans posed no such threat, so in the end, real-world superhumans grew increasingly powerful, while the nightmare apostles fluctuated constantly. Chapter 65 Classification. Morong Mengli paused for a moment, then continued. I can understand your concerns as nightmare apostles, but please rest assured that what you are worried about will not happen in the Bronze Coffin. In fact, the cooperation between superhumans in the real world and nightmare apostles has developed into a relatively stable model over the years. In the beginning, it was indeed quite chaotic, and superhumans in the real world often threatened nightmare apostles. However, people underestimated the danger of the nightmare apostle. A person who could die in the nightmare world at any time could unleash a ruthlessness far beyond that of ordinary people when faced with threats. There were even instances of nightmare apostles using suicide attacks to kill imperial nobles, leading to a gradual shift in relations between the two sides towards cooperation, eventually giving rise to the Extraordinary Corporation. Sumu smiled noncommittally. He understood human nature very well. In the eyes of nobles, nightmare apostles were employees who could die at any time, but had extremely high value. Perhaps after paying the nightmare apostle today, the person would die in the nightmare world tomorrow. Then the nobles would definitely think, if I just make a verbal promise and then wait for the nightmare apostle to die, wouldn't I save a lot of money? Even more ruthless nobles can directly threaten the Nightmare Apostle's family without spending a single penny. What can the Nightmare Apostle do, no matter how crazy he is? In the end, this world is all about strength. Would someone as extraordinary as Han Yu be afraid of Yang Dongqing's threats? Miss Morong, I recently became a superhuman. I would like to know where my strength ranks among superhumans, or rather, the hierarchy among superhumans. Yang Dongqing asked the question he cared about most. His utter helplessness in the face of Han Yu last time had cast a shadow over his heart. If all superhumans in the real world were like this, then he would have to consider keeping a low profile from now on. Morong Mengli nodded. Mr. Yang, you currently only possess the bronze law of Iron Will, right? Yang Dongqing was taken aback. I do only possess Iron Will, Miss Morong. From what you're saying, could it be that you also possess multiple bronze laws? Yes, the abilities possessed by extraordinary individuals are not singular. Mr. Yang, haven't you ever considered why the bronze law is called bronze? Yang Dongqing seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes widened involuntarily. Could there be a silver law? A golden law? Morong Mingli tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear and said with a faint smile, Mr. Yang really understands things quickly. There are 3 kinds of laws in this world: bronze, silver, and gold. Possessing a bronze law is considered a formal entry into the ranks of the extraordinary, with a rank of bronze rank 1. Possessing 2 bronze laws constitutes bronze tier 2. Yang Dongqing involuntarily opened his mouth wide. If there are 10 bronze laws, wouldn't that be bronze level 10? Morong Mengli smiled gently, like a flower blooming in spring, radiant and charming. Only at times like this did she seem to shed some of her strong woman persona and reveal a touch of girlish innocence. There aren't that many. The highest is only bronze tier 3. Above tier 3 is silver, and once you reach silver tier 3, you naturally become a gold expert. My father is a silver tier 3 extraordinary being. He's been stuck at this level for a long time and has collected a lot of extraordinary materials. Right now, he only needs the golden eye to advance to gold. Call. Yang Dongqing breathed a sigh of relief. He had almost thought that he was worlds apart from the extraordinary beings in the real world. It turned out that each level only had 3 stages. Then Han Yu is? Second order. Yang Dongqing's expression shifted. Silver? Morong Mengli shook her head. Bronze tier 2. What? Yang Dongqing's expression changed drastically. He did not expect that Han Yu was only 1 level higher than him. When they met that day, the other party had suppressed him so much that he could not move with just 1 hand. Han Yu's 2 abilities are Megaforce Fist and Unending Recovery. The former provides him with unimaginable strength, while the latter gives him recovery ability that is hundreds or thousands of times greater than that of ordinary people. It can be said that unless he is shattered to pieces, he is very difficult to kill. A sense of defeat welled up in Yang Dongqing's heart. He realized that the other party's 2 abilities were no weaker than his own, Iron Will, and in some aspects, they were even better. Before becoming a superhuman, he was always self-conscious and withdrawn. Later, superhuman power gave him unparalleled confidence. But now, after coming into contact with the superhuman world, he suddenly realized that he was still at the bottom, and his self-confidence was severely shaken. Morong Mengli seemed to notice Yang Dongqing's low spirits and comforted him. Mr. Yang, don't be discouraged. You are a chosen one, possessing innate advantages that ordinary extraordinary individuals cannot match. What advantages? Yang Dongqing asked expectantly. The chosen one's talents are unparalleled. Under normal circumstances, after an ordinary person takes a supernatural potion and becomes a bronze tier 1 supernatural being, through continuous training and combat, it takes about a year to develop their abilities to their peak. At this point, they can take a second supernatural potion and advance to bronze tier 2. The chosen ones do not need to take any extraordinary potions, and it only takes 3 months to go from bronze I to bronze 2. Some exceptionally talented chosen ones can even complete the process in less time. This isn't the chosen one's greatest advantage. Their greatest advantage is that all advancements don't require extraordinary potions. They can advance simply by connecting to the bronze laws autonomously within the nightmare world. Of course, consuming extraordinary potions would certainly save even more time. Yang Dongqing raised an eyebrow, regaining some confidence. What are the manifestations of developing one's abilities to their peak? Only those with extraordinary abilities can truly understand this. It's like breaking through some kind of barrier, suddenly becoming more adept at using their powers, and experiencing a surge in strength. Upon hearing this, Yang Dongqing's smile became even more uncontrollable than AK's. He was now absolutely certain that he was a genius among geniuses. Because in the previous nightmare world, his iron will, was enhanced, clearly reaching its peak, and he will soon advance to bronze too. Sumu saw all of Yang Dongqing's psychological changes and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. He was still too young. Everything was written on his face. Morong Mengli suddenly turned to Sumu and asked, Mr. Su, could you please tell me your level? If it's inconvenient. It's inconvenient. Sumu smiled politely. The main reason was that he didn't know what level he was in the bronze realm, 1 or 2. Immaculate Heart, plus all things in the universe, seemed to be level 2, but he hadn't developed either of these abilities to their peak, which didn't make sense in terms of advancement logic. Morong Mengli. She paused for a moment, then regained her composure. Mr. Su is indeed a man of few words. I was being presumptuous. I don't know how much Mr. Su knows about the extraordinary, but I still have a piece of advice to give you. Chapter 66, The Strongest Sequence, Foresight. I'm all ears. Morong Mengli said solemnly. Only after possessing 3 different bronze laws can one advance to silver. However, if these 3 bronze laws are not systematic or even conflict with each other, one will never be able to advance to silver. Take Mr. Yang as an example. Iron Heart is a relatively common bronze law. The path to its advancement is already clear. Mighty Fist, plus unending recovery. There is no order to these 3. Once you have them all, you will have a chance to advance to the silver law, Power Servant. However, if Mr. Yang were to ingest other extraordinary potions along the way, such as the 5 Fingers Flame Bullet, he would be forever unable to advance to the silver rank, because he would have taken the wrong path. Yang Dongqing's expression immediately turned strange. Being young and full of youthful vigor, his thoughts were always prone to making those connections. Iron Will plus Mighty Fist plus unending recovery equals Power Servant. Isn't this the 3 essentials of a real man? Hard, huge, and long-lasting. Then how do we advance to the gold rank? Yang Dongqing asked impatiently. Unexpectedly, Morong Mengli shook her head. Every extraordinary path is a secret, and the golden law is an even greater secret. Although I am a nobleman, I am still an ordinary person, and I do not know anything about the subsequent advancement. Most extraordinary pathways are controlled by the top nobles. Currently, the only publicly known pathway is the Silver Law's Power Servant pathway, because the nobles consider this the most ordinary, and they need extraordinary individuals to emerge from among the ordinary to handle the endless nightmare invasions. Yang Dongqing's hard-won confidence deflated again. What does most ordinary mean? To put it bluntly, isn't it just weakest? Damn it. At this moment, Morong Mengli got up and took out 2 paper documents from the safe, handing them to Su Mu and Yang Dongqing respectively. There's a lot of information about superhumans, so I won't go into detail. Most of the information is here, and you two can look at it yourselves. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. It's getting late, so I've arranged guest rooms for you two at the company. A staff member will take you there shortly. In a guest room at the Bronze Coffin Company, Su Mu sat alone on the edge of the bed, flipping through extraordinary documents. It contains information on the origins of extraordinary beings, the origins of the nightmare world, the classification of extraordinary levels, introductions to extraordinary potions, and rankings of the Bronze Law and Silver Law. He had already learned about the origins and rankings of extraordinary beings from Morong Mengli, so he simply flipped through a few pages and skipped over them. What he was really interested in was the origins of the nightmare world. How could he not pay attention to a thrilling amusement park? When you open it, you'll find only one page with a lot of time points, historical events, and many speculations about the origin of the nightmare world. There are many different opinions, and no one is accurate. The only thing we know is that the nightmare world has existed since ancient times, though the exact time is unknown. It once threatened human life until the emergence of gold-level powerhouses, which reversed the decline. The descendants of these gold-level powerhouses are known as nobles. The origin of nobility is the gold warriors? That means the nobles of the current empire are all descendants of the gold warriors. Sumu muttered to himself, not finding it strange. Even the gold-rank powerhouses at the top of the superhuman realm are still human. Since they saved the world and control power and authority, they would certainly treat their descendants well, and thus the nobility came into being. Sumu flipped through a few more pages, his gaze finally settling on the ranking of laws. The above records the ranking of the laws currently known to mankind, including only the Bronze Law and the Silver Law. The Golden Law has clearly been hidden. He guessed that these rankings must be incomplete. The nobles were only willing to reveal one path to the extraordinary, which shows how strict they were in keeping the secret of extraordinary knowledge. If the entire ranking of laws were released, some clever people would inevitably be able to find the path to the extraordinary from it, which would be detrimental to maintaining the rule of the nobles. As he expected, there were many gaps in the rankings. He first browsed through the entire list, but he couldn't find either All Things Under Heaven or the Immaculate Heart. I did Siyong Dongqing's Iron Heart, Sequence 9. Unending Recovery, Sequence 8. Mighty Fist, Sequence 10. It looks very high, even in the top 10, but it's actually near the bottom because the rankings are in reverse order, and the larger the sequence number, the higher the ranking. This is quite normal. After all, humans discover more and more laws little by little. If a strong law is discovered and ranked first, then an even stronger one will appear tomorrow, causing the ranking to keep changing. So the ranking is in reverse order. The data indicates that the ranking is not only based on the strength of the ability, but also on a comprehensive ranking of factors such as rarity, value of the ability, and scope of influence. Sumu lowered his gaze and looked directly at the strongest known bronze sequence. Bronze Law Sequence 241, Foresight, allows for a certain degree of foresight into future events strongly related to oneself. Theoretically, this ability can kill even gold-ranked individuals. Upon seeing the note in parentheses, Sumu smiled slightly. He naturally understood the meaning of the sentence. Predicting the future may seem to have no combat power, but in reality, if handled properly, it can exert an effect far exceeding any bronze law. For example, a prophet with the ability to foresee the future might know in advance that he will be killed by a gold-level expert 10 years from now. But right now, this gold-level expert is just an ordinary person. So he only needs to kill this ordinary person to resolve the crisis, which is equivalent to killing a gold-level expert. His gaze continued downwards, finding only blank spaces until sequence 233 where text appeared. Bronze Law Sequence 233, Death and Rebirth. Time reversal within one's own range, capable of reversing the timeline of one's own death and returning to the time before death. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. It was another time-based ability. Although it still didn't have any obvious combat power, its rarity and value far exceeded ordinary combat abilities. He just didn't know if it could be activated continuously. If it could, it would definitely be a true immortal body. Bronze Law Sequence 211, Boundless Flashing, allows for continuous spatial displacement. He looked through them carefully and found that the top-ranked abilities were mostly time and space-related, which were indeed powerful. Then he opened the Silver Law rankings. Chapter 67 The Shadow is Not White. Silver Law Sequence 121, Flower blooms in an instant. At the cost of lifespan, alter one's own timeline, putting oneself in a state of time acceleration. Another time-based attack, but this time it's different from before, clearly possessing terrifying combat power. Although the description is simple, a little thought will reveal the terrifying nature of flowers bloom in an instant. If you could accelerate your own time by 100 times, wouldn't that be equivalent to being 100 times faster? This isn't just about speed. It means that any action would become faster. For example, a set of actions that used to take an hour, such as eating, drinking, using the toilet, or taking a shower, could be completed in a second after time acceleration. If the user is already fast, it would be invincible and could even achieve a similar effect of time relatively standing still. Seeing this, Sumu couldn't help but wonder, how could such a powerful ability only be silver? Just how terrifying must a gold-level expert be? With a rustling sound, the pages turned, and his gaze fell upon the last page. Extraordinary Forbidden. 1. It is forbidden to disclose any information about the nightmare world to ordinary people. Violators will be hunted down by the Empire. Note: nightmares have the ability to spread through cognition. That is, the more people who know about nightmares, the easier it is for nightmares to invade reality. Similarly, ordinary people who know about the existence of the nightmare world are more likely to enter the nightmare world than those who do not know about it. This is easy to understand. After all, what you think about during the day, you dream about at night. It's hard for a person to dream about something they've never encountered before. Once they have information about the nightmare world in their mind, the possibility of dreaming about it increases. 2. The law is contained within the mind, with a maximum limit of 3. Exceeding this limit will trigger extraordinary conflicts and cause mental breakdown. 3. Using the wrong path to transcendence will prevent you from advancing, and forcing yourself to advance will cause mental breakdown. Mental breakdown? For some reason, Sumu felt an urge to try it out whenever he saw this word. He even wondered if he could use this method to curb the infinitely growing mental power. This world is getting more and more interesting. He closed the file, a deep smile hidden behind his brown-tinted glasses. It wasn't for nothing that I went through all that trouble to survive. He then took off his brown glasses and placed them on the bedside table, and took off his coat to prepare for sleep. A soft thud came from the next room as a door opened, followed by heavy footsteps that clearly belonged to Yang Dongqing. Thump, thump, thump. Yang Dongqing quietly made his way downstairs. They probably went to experience the glitz and glamour of the upper district. Sumu ignored him and went to sleep peacefully. Drip, drip, drip. Time ticked by, and the only sound in the room was the ticking of the clock on the wall. Moonlight streamed through the curtains, casting a hazy glow on Sumu as he lay in bed, his shadow cast on the cold floor. Suddenly, his shadow moved. The shadow's arms slowly stretched out, continuously extending, transforming into two large hands like withered tree branches. Gradually, the shadow surged and eventually stood up from the ground, transforming into a tall, humanoid black shadow whose head almost touched the ceiling. Whoosh! At the head of the shadowy figure, a pair of scarlet eyes opened, their cold gaze fixed on Sumu, who was sleeping on the bed. The scene was absolutely horrifying. No one could accept that after they fell asleep, their shadow suddenly stood up and turned into a tall monster looking at them from the bedside. Good friend, we meet again. Sumu opened his eyes at some point, his deep eyes radiating a bright blue light, as if reflecting the sky within them, appearing magnificent under the moonlight. He looked at the shadowy figure with a smile and greeted him familiarly. The shadowy figure remained unmoved, staring intently at him. Sumu had been pondering a question. The shadowy figure was clearly not the monster in Tingting's nightmare, but merely parasitizing Tingting. However, when the nightmare was destroyed, the shadowy figure did not stop it like the villagers did, allowing the nightmare to shatter. This doesn't fit the shadowy figure's behavior pattern, and now the case is finally solved. It turned out that the shadow had been hiding in his own shadow all along, and had followed him into the real world. This is normal. After all, he was one of only 2 people to survive the shadow. With Tingting gone, the shadow would naturally choose him. Hungry? Sumu suddenly asked. He had just sensed a mental fluctuation coming from the shadowy figure, like a pet asking its owner for food. He smiled slightly. No wonder you couldn't resist coming out now. You were hungry. I'm just curious what you eat. People. The shadowy figure emitted another wave of mental energy, and Sumu suddenly realized. You feed on people's spirits? Ha ha ha. Then you've made the right choice in following me. The shadowy figure dragged all the villagers of Zhao family village into darkness, turning them into monsters like walking corpses. Clearly, it didn't eat people, but only spirits, and coincidentally, spirits were exactly what Sumu had in abundance. Then, an extremely pure spiritual energy surged into the shadowy body, and the shadowy body began to chew silently. As his mental energy was being constantly depleted, Sumu's eyes grew brighter. After becoming a superhuman, he was worried about how to use up his overflowing mental energy every day. He never expected that his sleepiness would be so easily relieved. Hypnotizing Zhao Chaoyao and other ordinary people no longer consumes much of their mental energy. As a nightmare monster capable of devouring an entire village, the strength of the shadowy figure is self-evident. Sumu kept pouring in his mental energy, trying to see where the shadow's limit was, but the shadow stopped eating after he had only poured in half of it. You're full already? My friend, you don't have much of an appetite either. He sighed and shook his head, complaining about his lack of appetite. Looking back now, the shadowy figure probably didn't consume all the spiritual energy of the hundreds of people in Zhao family village at once, but rather it gradually eroded it. Well, it's better than nothing. At least it takes more mental energy than hypnotizing the Viper gang. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the shadow melted away like water, turning back into a shadow and disappearing without a trace, as if it were all an illusion. However, Sumu found that the connection between himself and the shadowy figure had become closer, probably because it had consumed his spiritual power. Moreover, he felt that the shadowy figure seemed to have grown a little taller. Since you've chosen to follow me, let me give you a name. Let me think about it. He stroked his chin, carefully considering the features of the shadowy figure. Its most prominent feature is black. So let's give it a name that doesn't contain the word black, but still makes it instantly recognizable as black. So your name is Bu Bai, right? Chapter 68. You have disappointed me. The following day, Sumu took office as the head of the intelligence department of the Bronze Coffin Company, in charge of the intelligence department. He also met the official employees of the Bronze Coffin Company, a total of 10 people besides himself and Yang Dongqing. It's worth mentioning that although these 10 people are all nightmare apostles, they are also ordinary people. The Bronze Coffin has 3 underground levels, forming a spacious underground base. Above it is the Bronze Coffin's office building, used to house ordinary employees who handle daily affairs. The underground is the core, where the nightmare apostles gather. Minister Su, These 10 are all the Nightmare Apostles currently in the bronze coffin. There were some before, but they have all perished in the nightmare world, Murong Mengli introduced. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Su Mu is the newly appointed head of the intelligence department of the bronze coffin, and he is also a powerful superhuman. Mr. Yang Dongqing, who is standing next to him, is also a superhuman. Su Mu leaned on his snake-patterned wooden cane, calmly observing the 10 Nightmare Apostles before him. 7 men and 3 women, dressed in different clothes, some bright and shiny, others plain and ordinary. The only thing they had in common was the unease and panic between their brows. This is how a normal person should react when experiencing a nightmare world. The 10 people introduced themselves one by one, and as they did so, their eyes involuntarily turned to Su Mu, clearly showing some curiosity about this newly arrived superhuman minister. Then, Murong Mengli explained the purpose of gathering everyone. The reason I've gathered everyone here today is not just to introduce Minister Su and Mr. Yang, but also to discuss an important matter. I've decided to assemble a team to explore the abandoned city area in 2 days. These words caused some commotion among the crowd. Some frowned, while others looked fearful. Abandoned urban area? Su Mu's eyes flickered slightly as intelligence about the abandoned city flashed through his mind. As the commander of the Viper Gang, his information network was far superior to that of ordinary people, including information about the abandoned city. Xingqing is divided into 20 districts. Districts 1 through 10 are the upper district, and districts 11 through 20th are the lower district. In fact, a long time ago, Xingqing did not have 20 districts, but 21. Legend has it that more than 10 years ago, a plague outbreak nearly wiped out the entire population of District 21. To prevent the spread of the plague, the Empire ordered the district to be sealed off. Over time, District 21 disappeared from people's sight and became a ruined area. The abandoned city is teeming with plague. Exploring this hellhole is just sending us to our deaths. A woman with heavy makeup said, her expression slightly agitated. Yeah, what's so interesting about exploring that godforsaken place? We joined the bronze coffin to find a way to deal with the nightmare world, not to die in vain. Everyone echoed this sentiment, clearly disapproving of Murong Mengli's decision. Su Mu also noticed that Murong Mengli didn't seem to have much authority among these people. He quickly thought of Han Yu. When he invited him and Yang Dongqing before, Han Yu had obviously deliberately sabotaged the process. These people might have been secretly instigated by Han Yu. Faced with the crowd's questions, the noble lady showed no anger on her face and calmly said, "The plague is what the Empire calls it. The truth is that the nightmare invasion caused District 21 to become a ruin. The nightmare that caused the chaos back then has been killed by the Empire's high command. But because the area has been contaminated by the nightmare, it has become unsuitable for human habitation, so it has gradually fallen into ruin. In fact, it wasn't completely deserted. There were also scavengers, fugitives, or people hiding from enemies. That's dangerous too. Who knows if there are any remaining nightmare monsters inside?" shouted a burly man with tattooed arms. Mentioning the nightmare monster caused everyone's faces to turn pale, clearly recalling terrifying memories. 1 million. Murong Mengli held up a long, slender, fair finger. The words seemed to possess some kind of magical power, instantly silencing the entire scene. Each person participating in this exploration mission will receive 1 million, and in the event of injury or death, the company will provide double the compensation to your families. The expressions on everyone's faces varied. Some had a burning desire in their eyes, while others hesitated. Since ancient times, money has been a powerful motivator. The day they became nightmare apostles, they knew they wouldn't live much longer, so they might as well make more money, either to indulge in a life of luxury or to leave for their families. This was one of the reasons they joined the company. Su Mu sighed slightly. Nobles are indeed rich. 1 million per person. 10 people would be 10 million, not even counting the appearance fees for himself and Yang Dongqing, the 2 extraordinary individuals. Despite controlling a powerful gang, his actual usable funds are only around 10 million, while others can generate over 10 million with a single mission. Even Yang Dongqing was tempted by this number. Today, Yang Dongqing had already changed into a fashionable new outfit. A loose graffiti print t-shirt, a black leather jacket, white ripped skinny jeans that exposed her knees, and white high-top sneakers with fluorescent green laces that made them stand out. He bought this outfit last night, spending 1/10 of his entire savings. Then he used the remaining 9/10 to buy Jasmine a revealing backless skirt. At this moment, he was short of money, and when he heard that it cost 1 million, his heart started pounding uncontrollably. How many clothes could that buy for Jasmine? However, coming from the downtown area, he clearly underestimated the greed in human nature. The tattooed man suddenly spoke up. I know the abandoned city area. The people there are all ruthless killers who don't blink an eye, and there are also many remaining nightmare monsters. It's no less dangerous than the nightmare world. Asking us to explore it is tantamount to sending us to our deaths. Morong Mengli frowned slightly. I'm not forcing anyone. This mission is entirely voluntary. If you don't want to go, you don't have to. The tattooed man shook his head. It's not that I don't want to go. What I mean is, it'll cost extra. Yes, more money. I can already feel the call of the next nightmare world. I could enter the nightmare world at any time. I need enough money to buy a noble phantasm. I must pay more. The speaker was a middle-aged man wearing a white shirt and gold-rimmed glasses who was balding. He was the most agitated person present, and the fear between his brows was unmistakable. How many do you want? Morong Mengli asked coldly. 2 million. Pay up front, then we'll get the work done. I want 3 million, the tattooed man exclaimed. I've been to the abandoned city before. I'm more experienced than them, so the price will be higher. Someone objected. We're all nightmare apostles. Why is your price higher? Let's all go for 3 million. As the scene spiraled out of control, Morong Mengli felt a headache coming on. Her noble status was no match for these dying people. They were going to die anyway, and they didn't care about anything anymore. Thump! The sound of a wooden stick striking the floor rang out, not loud, but like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. The chaotic scene fell eerily quiet, and the 10 nightmare apostles involuntarily looked toward Sumu. Sumu placed his hands folded on his snakeskin cane, his brown glasses slowly sweeping over the crowd, a hint of disappointment appearing in his eyes. My colleagues, you have disappointed me greatly. His calm tone carried a hint of disappointment, like a respected teacher reprimanding a naughty student. Chapter 69 Su. A sense of guilt welled up in everyone's hearts, and they suddenly felt that they had let down Minister Su's expectations. The company doesn't mind that you are a group of people who are about to die, and even provides you with jobs. Now, in order to increase your chances of survival when you enter the nightmare world next time, we have gone to great lengths to send you to the abandoned city for training. Such a good opportunity is something that others can't buy with money. But what about you? Not only do you not cherish it, but you also demand exorbitant amounts of money and valuables. Do you think that's right? Upon hearing this, Morong Mengli's beautiful eyes widened involuntarily. She had thought Su Mu intended to use his status as a superhuman to oppress everyone, but she never expected him to say something like this. Wasn't this going to incite public outrage? But what shocked her even more was what happened next. The nightmare apostles who had been shouting about the price earlier were now all bowing their heads in shame. One of the younger girls even started sobbing. Minister Su, I was wrong. Morong Mengli. Minister Su, you're right to reprimand me. I was such a scoundrel. The company gave me a job and an opportunity to gain experience. How could I let the company spend money on me? I'm personally willing to contribute 100,000 to subsidize the company, the tattooed man said with shame. Faced with the guilty looks of the crowd, Sumu shook his head with a heavy expression. The company doesn't want your money, as long as you can understand the company's good intentions. Upon hearing that the company didn't even want the money, everyone felt even more ashamed. Morong Mengli's ability to control her expressions failed her. Her rosy lips parted slightly, and her eyes widened involuntarily. At this moment, although she had lost some of the aloofness of a female CEO, she appeared even more real and touching. Looking at the crowd who were so ashamed they wanted to disappear into the ground, she even absurdly wondered if these people would suddenly wake up at night and slap themselves in the face, and then say, I deserve to die. All right, all of you, go and reflect on your actions. With Su Mu's order, the ashamed crowd all left. Then, he walked towards Morong Mengli. Morong Mengli's eyes revealed a complicated emotion. Just as she was about to thank him, she heard a deep and magnetic voice in her ear. Remember to transfer all their money to me. Morong Mengli. She stood frozen in place. The word, thank you, stuck on her lips, unable to be uttered for a moment. Su Mu ignored the dazed Morong Mengli and instead strolled around the extraordinary base. After all, it was his future workplace, so he definitely needed to familiarize himself with it beforehand. Before long, his gaze was drawn to a closed plaza with silver-white walls that looked very hard. There were also some steel mannequins and fitness equipment placed there. There were many marks on the walls and the mannequin, including fist marks and sword marks. This is the training room, a training ground for extraordinary individuals. Morong Mengli's voice sounded behind Su Mu. Su Mu turned around and saw that the noble lady had returned to her previous composed and calm demeanor. He pointed to the marks on the mannequin. Who left these marks? Hanyu sometimes comes here to train. Sumu raised an eyebrow. Hanyu uses a sword? Morong Mengli glanced at the sword marks on the dummy, a look of confusion flashing in her eyes. Perhaps. Sumu nodded thoughtfully and did not ask any further questions. By the way, Minister Su, do you have time for a simple lunch? And Mr. Yang, since you two are new to Shanqing District, I should at least extend some hospitality, Morong Mengli politely invited. Yang Dongqing hesitated. He missed Jasmine. The young couple was in the throes of new love, and he had to leave for the abandoned city in 2 days, which would mean parting ways with Jasmine again. Most importantly, he also wanted to see Jasmine wear that revealing backless skirt. Mr. Yang, if you have important matters to attend to, you can take care of them first. There will be many opportunities in the future. Morong Mengli noticed Yang Dongqing's hesitation. Yang Dongqing nodded. I do have something very important to take care of. You guys go ahead and eat. In the end, only Su Mu and Morong Mengli went to eat. In a private room of an upscale restaurant. Miss Morong seems to have something to say to me. Su Mu asked, gracefully cutting the fine M9 steak. What is Mr. Su usually like? Morong Mengli smiled, but this time her smile was less distant. Smoking and drinking. Morong Mengli paused slightly, then smiled and said, I thought a gentleman like Mr. Su might have some unusual hobbies. Su Mu smiled slightly, pushed the cut steak in front of Morong Mengli, and then took the steak that she hadn't touched. Then let me put it another way. I like the clouds in the cigarette pack and the sea in the wine glass. Morong Mengli, who was eating steak, couldn't help but smile, but still politely finished chewing the steak, gently wiped the corner of her mouth with a tissue, and said, Mr. Su is indeed extraordinary. She raised her wine glass in a gesture. But that's not what I'm asking about. Bite. The two clinked glasses gently and drank the crimson wine in one gulp. I'm asking Mr. Su whether he prefers money or treasures? What does Miss Morong mean? Su Mu's eyes flickered slightly, and he vaguely guessed what the other party was thinking. Mr. Su, we are already business partners. Calling me Miss Morong is too formal. Besides, in some situations, this surname would directly reveal my noble status. You can just call me Mengli. Morong Mengli's red lips curved slightly. Although there was no hint of coquetry or seduction, it was enough to make any man's heart race. Okay, Miss Mengli, you can also call me by my name. Morong Mengli pursed her lips slightly. The wine she had drunk earlier was still taking effect, bringing a blush to her fair and beautiful face. She glanced at Su Mu with a strange look in her eyes. Okay, Su. Su. Su Mu raised an eyebrow. He didn't like women who lacked boundaries. But Morong Mengli seemed oblivious. Su, you still haven't answered my question. Do you like money or treasures? I don't like any of them. So, Su, what do you like? Morong Mengli asked, clinking glasses again. The two drank their wine in one gulp. Su Mu frowned slightly as he looked at the woman in front of him, whose face was rosy. He noticed that her eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist, giving her a hazy look. The viscous, almost stringy look in his eyes reminded him of the term, innate tide-like sacred body, a physique he had a reinforced version of in his dreams. Chapter 70 Your honey trap was rather clumsy. Is your alcohol tolerance that low? Otherwise, why would a dignified and composed noble lady call herself Su? Morong Mengli noticed Su Mu staring at her, and whether it was her imagination or not, her face seemed to turn even redder. You wouldn't happen to like? That's right, I like extraordinary potions, preferably ones like Iron Heart, that can enhance physical abilities. Morong Mengli. Extraordinary potions are in high demand and difficult to obtain. I originally planned to use my treasure to pay for this operation. If you insist, Su, I can send someone to inquire about the extraordinary potions. Thank you for your trouble. Although Su Mu was also quite interested in the treasure, he knew that the extraordinary potion was the most suitable for him. Since he only had 1 month to live, obtaining a body-strengthening extraordinary potion and gaining abilities similar to Yang Dongqing would be the best way to extend his life. Su, I think your bronze law is related to the spirit, so physical enhancement potions are probably not suitable for you. She tilted her head slightly, gazing at Su Mu, her slender fingers gently brushing a few stray hairs from her forehead and tucking them behind her ears, a faint smile playing on her lips, a simple gesture full of endless charm. Excuse my bluntness, Miss Mengli, but your honey trap is rather clumsy. Morong Mengli's hand, which was tossing her hair, froze. She didn't know whether to put it down or continue. The eyes hidden behind the brown glasses seemed to possess a certain insight into people's hearts. Looking at the stiff Morong Mengli, he said indifferently, It seems that Miss Mengli's predicament is greater than I imagined. Otherwise, I really can't find a reason to explain your behavior. At this moment, Morong Mengli had withdrawn her hand, and the smile on her face slowly faded. Perhaps out of resentment and stubbornness, she asked, "Am I really that unfeminine?" "No, Miss Mingli is the most beautiful woman I have ever seen in real life. I'm not your type. I like young women with a girlish charm and young women with a girlish charm. You happen to be the latter. And you? However, I prefer extraordinary potions to women," Su Mu said frankly. Morong Mengli was stunned for a long time. She looked at Su Mu, who was looking very serious, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. This time, her smile seemed to have let down all her guard, and it had a kind of girlish innocence. "Su, you are really funny. Thank you for the compliment." Morong Mengli's smile faded, and she became much more serious. "You are a smart person. I can't control someone like you, but I do need an ally like you. Right now, all I can give you is sincerity and a promise, if you are still willing to listen." "I'm all ears," Su Mu said with a faint smile. "I'm sure you've noticed that besides a noble title and some money, I have nothing else. Even the bronze coffin is still in its infancy. Under Han Yu's instigation, my employees don't respect me as a nobleman." Su Mu nodded without interrupting. "I am an illegitimate child." Morong Mengli's expression became increasingly less expressive as she recounted her story like an outsider. "My mother was once a slave and was bought by my father. Later, I was born. Actually, I shouldn't have been born because my identity would bring shame to the entire Morong family. But coincidentally, I was born on my father's birthday, and my mother begged me, so I was born. After I came of age, I did not receive the support of my family or have my own business like my brothers and sisters. Instead, I was imprisoned in the manor and not allowed to go out. The reason I received support to establish the bronze coffin is because my father is dying. He is a silver tier 3 transcendent. In his youth, he consumed too many transcendent potions and used many forbidden methods to advance, which overdraws his lifespan. Now, his only way to survive is to find the golden eye, refine it into a gold-level awakening potion, and then advance to gold. This has always been his dream, to become a golden warrior, restore the glory of his ancestors, and then return to the capital and the center of power. Driven by a desperate will to survive in his dreams, he had lost his mind, refusing to let go of any hope, sending all his children to search for the golden eye. It was at this time that I got my chance." Su Mu frowned slightly, not because of the other party's tragic background, but because he sensed something was wrong. "What about Hanyu? He was sent by your father to help you. But why is he going against you at every turn? This seems to contradict your father's purpose." "Hanyu?" Morong Mengli's smile turned cold. "Although he belongs to the Morong family, he has actually been bribed by my fiancé." "Fiancé?" "Yes, you may have heard his name. Qian Zihao, the richest man in Xingqing, a rich fat man. Although he is rich, he is not an aristocrat, but he has always longed for the status of an aristocrat. He often wanders in aristocratic circles, hoping to marry a noble lady. But nobles would never look down on a nouveau riche like him, and no noble would ever marry him, except for me." Morong Mengli's eyes revealed an extreme disgust, as if she really hated Qian Zihao. Qian Zihao, who had been turned down everywhere, realized his own status and knew that in the eyes of the nobility, he was just a fool with too much money. So he compromised and approached my father, spending a lot of money to get my father to agree to the marriage. Su Mu nodded, indicating his understanding. If an unwanted, illegitimate daughter could be sold for a high price, the head of the family would definitely be willing to do so. "I think I understand, Miss Mengli, but why would Qian Zihao bribe Hanyu to oppose you?" Morong Mengli's eyes burned with even more hatred. "Because my father promised that the child who finds the golden eye will be made the family heir. If I were to become the family heir, it would be impossible for me to marry Qian Zihao. The family would not allow its future heir to marry a commoner, no matter how rich the other party is. In fact, among all my children, I am undoubtedly the weakest. I have neither awakened the talent within the golden bloodline nor have many assets or manpower. Relatively speaking, I am also the least likely to find a golden eye." But Qian Zihao was an extremely cautious man. He was unwilling to take any risks and would nip any opportunity in the bud, no matter how small. Su Mu glanced at Morong Mengli, whose eyes were filled with hatred, and at this moment he completely understood why the other party had so easily let him invest, and even directly revealed her true colors. Because she had no other choice, after 20 years of suppressed life, she finally saw hope and started her own company, only to be secretly thwarted by her fiancé. She had been driven to the brink of despair, and to survive under the weight of her family and her fiancé, she could only seek external help to break the deadlock. And she herself was the external force she sought out. Thinking of this, a strange look appeared in his mind. Perhaps the scene of frightening Hanyu to kneel down earlier had caused Morong Mengli to misunderstand something. making her think that he was very powerful and capable of dealing with the imperial nobles and the richest man in Xingqing. This made Su Mu exclaim, "You're really good at judging people." Chapter 71. You smell so good. Su, I've told you the truth, and I promise you that if you're willing to help me, I can give you everything I have. If we can find the golden eye, the Murong family will be your greatest asset in the future. Murong Mengli looked directly into Su Mu's eyes, her gaze filled with determination and sincerity. It's unclear whether Murong Mengli has some kind of quirky sense of humor, but she hasn't changed how she addresses him yet. What if we can't find it? Murong Mengli smiled, but there was a hint of coldness in her smile. Even if you can't find me, I won't let you have paid for nothing. I will give you all my assets, the bronze coffin, and even my own body. You might think it's despicable of me to say such things, but I have never been with a man. The reason I'm doing this is more out of revenge. If I can't find the golden eye, I'll have no choice but to marry Qian Zihao as my family has arranged. But before that, I must find a man, and that man is you. She picked up the wine glass on the table and drank it all in one gulp. In that instant, her face turned even redder. Su Mu raised an eyebrow. He realized that this woman was unusually persistent and insisted on giving him away. He could understand that she didn't want to give Qian Zihao away for nothing, but why did she set her sights on him? He carefully considered his tone before speaking. Miss Mengli, I always thought we were friends. Murong Mengli suddenly blinked, as if she were drunk. She rested her cheek on her hand and stared straight at Su Mu, his handsome and flawless face reflected in her pupils. She parted her red lips slightly. Is friendship such an inconvenient thing? What's wrong with good friends sharing a bed? You're right. You know what? Because of my childhood experiences, I actually really hate men. But after meeting you, I realized that what I hate is stinky men. You are different from them. Murong Mengli's eyes grew increasingly hazy, and her delicate little nose wrinkled slightly. You smell so good. You give me the feeling that I could eat your saliva. Su Mu silently pushed up his brown-tinted glasses. Miss Mengli, you're drunk. Afterwards, Su Mu took Murong Mengli back to the company, helped her take off her high heels, and gentlemanly covered her with a blanket. Although the other party said some lewd things, she was unusually quiet in her drunken state and had already fallen into a deep sleep. However, her brows were furrowed from time to time, and her eyes were filled with a helpless hatred, making her look somewhat pitiful. After Su Mu left, Murong Mengli silently opened her eyes on the bed. She looked angrily at the ceiling and muttered, "Damn Su. Even this can't win you over." The scene of the meal and Su Mu's reaction kept flashing through her mind. She felt inexplicably embarrassed and angry, and her teeth itched with rage. Finally, she bit down on the quilt and started tearing at it like a spoiled puppy. Her life experiences made it difficult for her to trust others. Although Su Mu agreed to help her, she instinctively wanted to put another strong chain between them. What else can a woman rely on to keep a man? But clearly, she failed. Su Mu left and returned to District 13. He had always known that Murong Mengli was pretending to be asleep, but he didn't point it out and even agreed to her request. He had his own plans. He had previously thought he could use his hypnotic abilities to open a passage in the upper city and then search for extraordinary potions, but now he had changed his mind. Even a noblewoman like Murong Mengli, born out of wedlock, possesses a defensive artifact that can resist hypnosis, let alone other nobles. This means that he simply cannot control a noble in a short period of time. However, extraordinary potions, artifacts, and other such items are basically controlled by the nobles. Therefore, cooperation is the best option, as a nobleman with little power is relatively easier to control. 3 days later, at the appointed time, Su Mu called Yang Dongqing and they set off together. This time, he did not bring any of the Viper Gang's underlings, because he was already a superhuman, and ordinary people could offer him less and less help. In addition, there were still quite a few nightmare apostles available for this exploration of the abandoned city, so he was not short of people. When he saw Yang Dongqing again, he found the passionate young man hanging his head, his face full of dejection and despair, as if he had been dumped. You broke up. Yang Dongqing remained silent, his face blank. Su Mu didn't say anything more and took Yang Dongqing directly to the upper city district. The silence lasted for a long time on the way before Yang Dongqing finally asked, "Does love really exist in this world?" Su Mu frowned slightly. He had no interest in being a relationship counselor, so he didn't respond. He just felt a little sad about the fickleness of love. The couple who were threatening suicide just moments ago had broken up after only a few days together. Although such examples are few, they are not uncommon. Men and women who fall in love on impulse disregard everything. But when their passion cools down, they find that they are not suitable for each other in the mundane days of living together. At this moment, he was even thinking about whether he should find Yang Dongqing another woman. Otherwise, he would be difficult to control. Yang Dongqing, unaware of Su Mu's thoughts, said to himself, Jasmine cheated on me. Cheating? Su Mu's eyes flickered slightly. This was different from the quarrel he had expected. Why would Jasmine cheat on him? He knew Jasmine well. She was stubborn, kind, and also very realistic. After winning over Yang Dongqing, such a woman would not choose to cheat on him. Otherwise, where would she find another superhuman boyfriend? He felt there might be more to the story. Why did Jasmine cheat on her husband? And who was he with? Yang Dongqing raised his head and looked at Su Mu, his eyes filled with grief. Su Mu's expression was a little strange, fearing that the other party would say something like, "You next." "I don't know," she won't say. "Then how do you know she cheated on you?" Yang Dongqing became agitated. "Yesterday I saw a red mark on Jasmine's neck, and she was wearing expensive new clothes. She must have met some rich people while performing and singing all these days. I asked her where the red mark came from, but she stammered and couldn't give me a clear answer for a long time. That bitch. I misjudged her. I loved her so much, but she..." He buried his head between his hands, and judging from his trembling shoulders, he must have been crying. Su Mu had a vague feeling that something was wrong. This was not something Jasmine would do. There was no reason for her to cheat on him. Could it be that someone was forcing her? However, he did not voice his suspicions. The most important thing now was to explore the abandoned city area, not to waste time on Jasmine. Chapter 72: The Vanished. Su, Mr. Yang, you've arrived. Inside the bronze coffin, Murong Mengli had regained her usual aloof demeanor, every move perfectly embodying the elegant and composed persona of a noblewoman, except for this unchanging form of address. Yang Dongqing, who was already feeling unwell, felt even more distressed when he heard the name Su, and his gaze swept over the two of them. This feeling is just like when you're heartbroken and you're about to confide in a friend, only to find out that your friend just got a stunningly beautiful girlfriend. A double blow. It's certainly painful to be doing poorly yourself, but it's even more painful to discover that your friends are doing quite well. What's wrong with Mr. Yang? Murong Mengli noticed that something was wrong with Yang Dongqing and couldn't help but ask. It's nothing, just a breakup. Murong Mengli looked puzzled, but didn't say much. She went straight to the point and said, I haven't mentioned the purpose of exploring the abandoned city area before, mainly because I was afraid of leaking information. Now that the operation is about to begin, I'll be frank. Please take a look. She took out a golden leaf from her handbag. The leaf had distinct and lifelike textures, making it seem as if it were a naturally grown golden leaf rather than a handmade piece. I bought this golden leaf from a scavenger in the abandoned city. I carefully compared it with the records in my family. It should be a leaf that fell from the golden tree, and the golden eye is the fruit of the golden tree. So I guess that there is a high possibility that there are clues to the golden eye in the abandoned city. Su Mu nodded. He had already guessed Murong Mengli's purpose. Why would she need to explore the abandoned city if it wasn't for the golden eye? He took the golden leaf from Murong Mengli's hand and found that it felt very strange. It looked like gold, but it felt like a leaf. Where are those nightmare apostles? Have they arrived yet? All 7 of them came, and no one backed down. Su, your words must have struck a chord with them. They really did reflect on their actions after they went back. Murong Mengli rarely joked. It was no surprise to Su Mu that everyone had arrived. His mental strength was increasing day by day, especially after he obtained the Immaculate Heart and all things in the universe, which caused it to surge. Hypnotizing the 7 nightmare apostles, who were still ordinary people, was naturally a piece of cake. I'm curious why we had to bring these 7 ordinary people along. Even if they are nightmare apostles, their actual combat power is probably not as good as that of professionally trained mercenaries. Indeed, their combat strength is weak, but the purpose this time is not to fight, but to find clues. The biggest difference between nightmare apostles and ordinary people is that they have a special sense for monsters and objects in the nightmare world, a bit like a woman's intuition. This will make it easier for you to search. Soon, led by Murong Mengli, they arrived at the underground base and met the 7 nightmare apostles they had met before. While Murong Mengli was explaining the task, Su Mu pulled down his glasses, and a flash of azure light appeared in his eyes. An invisible spiritual force surged into the 7 people's bodies, intensifying the hypnosis. Su, this is a route map given by the scavengers. The area circled in red is where the golden leaves were found, and it is also your primary target for this exploration. Su Mu carefully put away the route map and, without wasting any time, led everyone to set off before dawn. The 2 vans headed straight for the abandoned city area. Upon arriving in the abandoned city, the group felt as if they had entered another world. What comes into view is a hazy gray smog. beneath which lie countless broken walls and ruins. Human buildings have become extremely dilapidated, their reinforced concrete skeletons teetering on the verge of collapse. On the dimly lit street, broken glass shards and abandoned vehicles are everywhere. The trees on both sides of the road grow wildly, as if they have undergone some kind of mutation, growing crookedly and covered with tumor-like protrusions. The vehicle continued forward, enveloped by the fog, until the ruins on the street blocked its path, at which point it slowly came to a stop. Everyone get off the bus. At Sumu's command, all 5 Nightmare Apostles disembarked. What a thick smog. It wasn't like this when I came here last year. The tattooed man among the Nightmare Apostles fanned his arms vigorously, trying to blow away the polluted air. Sumu glanced at everyone and noticed that one person was missing. He frowned and called out, Yang Dongqing. A moment later, Yang Dongqing got out of the car looking reluctant. Clearly, heartbroken, he didn't want to do anything at the moment. Let's go, Yang Dongqing, lead the way. Sumu took out a clean white handkerchief and covered his mouth and nose. Although the pungent smog would not harm his pure body, the smell was indeed unpleasant. The group began to move forward through the smog. Out of fear of the abandoned city, the 5 Nightmare Apostles were very nervous and unconsciously gripped their guns tightly. Sumu carefully observed his surroundings. As a superhuman, his visibility was better than that of ordinary people even in the smog. He saw that the signs of the roadside shops had faded and the words were blurred. There were signs of being pried open on the doors, and the shop windows were covered with thick dust and cobwebs. Some abandoned factory walls are also covered with moss and vines. This is a forgotten district, so quiet it's almost deathly still. There's something here. Yang Dongqing, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw that there was a baby's corpse lying not far in front of Yang Dongqing. The baby was chubby and fair-skinned and looked very cute, but there was a bloody hole in its little head, which was pierced by a bullet. A female Nightmare Apostle's face turned deathly pale. This is inhumane. Why shoot a baby? This is not a baby. Sumu pushed up his brown glasses and led everyone closer to the baby. Everyone finally understood why Sumu said it wasn't a baby. The baby's lower body was surprisingly covered with 8 jet-black spider legs covered in downy hair. Sumu wiped the strange baby's wound with a handkerchief, which was immediately stained with yellowish-green blood. He examined the dryness of the blood and said, The strange baby hasn't been dead for long, probably within the last day or 2. It's possible that someone came here before us. Then, he prepared to throw the handkerchief away, but at that moment, he couldn't help but lower his gaze and stare intently at a corner of the handkerchief. There was a single character written in that corner. It was written in pen. Remember. Sumu frowned, staring at the word record on his handkerchief. He had no idea why there was an extra word record on his handkerchief, which he always carried with him. Because he used to get nosebleeds frequently, he carried a handkerchief with him every day. But now, the handkerchief I always carry with me has been written on by someone. To do this without being detected by my powerful mental strength, what kind of ability must the person who wrote it be? Chapter 73 Words I Wrote Myself. Chapter 73 Words I Wrote Myself. Wait, something's not right. Sumu carefully examined the character, G. Although it looked a bit crooked and messy, as if it had been written in a hurry, why was the handwriting so similar to his own? Still penmanship. A fountain pen? He reached into his pocket and quickly pulled out a fountain pen. This was the pen he always carried with him. It was specially made, with a sharp and tough nib, a deadly weapon. He wrote the exact same character, Jeet, on the handkerchief with a fountain pen. Upon careful comparison, he was shocked to discover that the previous Jeet was written with the same fountain pen. Did I write this myself? Or did someone take my pen and imitate my handwriting? If it's the latter, what was their purpose? Sumu fell into deep thought. There are still many corpses of strange infants here. Yang Dongqing shouted from the front. Sumu pulled himself out of his thoughts and stopped thinking about it. A smile of interest appeared on his fair and handsome face. Interesting. Regardless of who wrote the words, he was already excited. Looks like this trip to the abandoned city won't be boring. The group continued onward, and as they ventured deeper, they encountered more and more corpses of strange infants along the way. Most of them had their heads blown off by guns, while others had their bodies shattered by some kind of immense force. Wah! Suddenly, a woman's plaintive sobbing drifted from afar. Someone is crying? Could it be a scavenger? Yang Dongqing stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. He saw a woman dressed in white squatting on the ground, crying deep in the fog. The woman had her back to everyone, and her long black hair was hanging down to the ground. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. None of them were fools, and naturally they wouldn't believe that a human woman would be crying in such a strange place. Sumu smiled and gestured for Yang Dongqing to ask. Yang Dongqing nodded and approached the woman step by step. Are you all right? Wah, my child is missing. Have you seen my child? The woman heard voices and quickly got up and turned around. The terrifying scene I had imagined did not appear. The woman did indeed have a human face, and instead of being scary, she was incredibly beautiful. Her tearful appearance made her look pitiful. Did you lose your child? Yang Dongqing was not fooled by the other woman's beauty, because he was heartbroken and was hostile towards women, especially beautiful ones. The woman stared at Yang Dongqing, her face suddenly contorted with extreme hatred. It was you. You killed my child. Yang Dongqing's expression changed. What nonsense are you talking about? Why would I kill your child? It's you. It's you. And all of you. The woman screamed shrilly, her venomous gaze fixed on the crowd. Sometime later, the human pupils began to deform, as if a force was squeezing them from both sides, turning the round pupils into vertical pupils. The next moment, a bizarre scene unfolded. The woman stood still, her body motionless, but her fair and slender neck stretched out continuously, suddenly extending 3 meters, like a giant white python with her beautiful head hanging on it, fiercely biting at Yang Dongqing. Fuck you. Yang Dongqing, who was already in a bad mood, became even more furious after being slandered by the monster. He slammed his metallic fists down on the beauty's head. Bang! The immense force sent the beauty's head flying several meters away, but it quickly stopped flying backward thanks to its long neck, and let out an inhuman roar. Ta-ta-ta-ta. A series of metallic clanging sounds echoed as countless monstrous infants, their spider-like legs propelling them out of the thick fog, emerged. Their cute little faces were contorted with grotesque rage as they charged toward the group with all 8 legs working together. Yang Dongqing's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected there to be so many monsters. He could escape with his steel body, but Su Mu and the others behind him were probably doomed. All things in the universe. Before anyone knew it, Su Mu had taken off his brown glasses, revealing his eyes to be a deep blue, as if reflecting the sky. Suddenly, thick fog appeared out of thin air all around, enveloping everyone. The next second, several fictional figures emerged from the fog and rushed away at great speed into the distance. The woman in white and the strange infants were lured away by the illusion and chased after it into the distance. As the fog dissipated, Su Mu and the others were revealed. Yang Dongqing looked at Su Mu with lingering fear. You can even hypnotize nightmare monsters? Su Mu smiled without saying a word. This was not hypnosis, but a visual illusion, a hallucination constructed with mental power. The advantage of Senra Bansho is that it does not require invading the enemy's mind, but directly constructs illusions in the outside world, which means that it is not as limited as hypnosis. Hypnosis has little effect on people like Murong Mengli, who possess defensive magical artifacts or other mentally powerful superhumans, because mental power is difficult to penetrate. However, Sunluo Wanxiang is different. Anyone with eyes can see it. In fact, all things in the world is an extremely difficult ability to operate, hundreds of times more difficult than a heart of steel, which is simply a way to strengthen the body and can be used by anyone who is not in a vegetative state. However, the all things in the universe technique requires an extremely high ability to construct illusions. The whole process is like painting with mental energy. It's not something you can do just by being given a brush and ink. You need a lot of practice to paint realistically and fast enough to create illusions in an instant. It sounds difficult, but for Su Mu, who has dreamt for over 100 years, it's too easy. He has created countless things in his dreams, including the world itself, let alone mere illusions. In other words, even if others possess the ability of all things under heaven, they cannot compare to Su Mu unless they practice for hundreds of years. The group continued on their way, clearly more tense after experiencing the monster incident. Fortunately, they were quite lucky. Apart from the strange baby and the snake woman, they did not encounter any other nightmare monsters and arrived at the area marked on the route map without any major incidents. This is a dilapidated 3-story shopping mall, not very big. The walls are old and worn, covered with moss and vines, and it has obviously been abandoned for a long time. This should be where the gold leaf was found. Let's go in. Sumu walked into the mall expectantly. He first used his mental power to sense the area, but did not detect any monsters. So he said to the group, split up and look for clues. Yang Dongqing and I will search the 3rd floor together. The 4 of you will work in pairs, each responsible for the 1st and 2nd floors. We'll meet up on the 3rd floor afterwards. The 4 nightmare apostles nodded, and then split into 2 groups to explore. Su Mu and Yang Dongqing went to the third floor, which seemed to be a clothing store. Among the many shops were white mannequins, but the clothes on these mannequins were long gone, as if they had been stripped naked. Chapter 74 Awareness. Chapter 74 Awareness. Yang Dongqing looked at the mannequins and nervously swallowed. Do you think these mannequins might suddenly come to life? Su Mu smiled faintly. Wouldn't it be more interesting if they came back to life? I really didn't ask you that. Yang Dongqing rolled her eyes and continued walking. Su Mu followed behind, letting Yang Dongqing lead the way, but the strange feeling in his heart grew stronger. He felt as if he had forgotten something. What exactly had he forgotten? Holy crap! What the hell is this? Yang Dongqing's sudden exclamation interrupted Su Mu's thoughts, and he walked towards Yang Dongqing's direction. They noticed the other person had stopped in front of a shop and was nervously looking inside. When he turned his gaze to the inside of the shop, he couldn't help but frown slightly. That's a door. An old wooden door, painted red, appears to be quite old, as much of the red paint has peeled off, revealing the original color of the wood underneath. The door itself doesn't seem special. What's truly unusual is that it stands alone in the center of the shop, with nothing behind it, and it's open, letting in thick fog, like a gateway to another world. There's nothing behind this door, but there's thick fog inside. Could this be a path to hell? Yang Dongqing's eyes revealed a hint of apprehension, and he dared not approach the door easily. Su Mu naturally wouldn't risk his life, so he directly called the nightmare apostle downstairs. Soon, the tattooed man and the bald middle-aged man with gold-rimmed glasses jogged up. Have you found anything down there? The two men shook their heads. The tattooed man said, the floor I'm in charge of is completely empty, not to mention the gold leaves. Even the shops that sell gold and jewelry are empty. There are also many signs of a fight inside, probably stolen by scavengers from before. Su Mu nodded and was about to direct the tattooed man into the door when he suddenly stopped. He turned to Yang Dongqing and asked, how many people did we bring with us this time? Yang Dongqing was a little confused, seemingly thinking that Su Mu's question was idiotic. Just the two of them. Two. Su Mu narrowed his eyes behind his brown glasses appearing and disappearing. He did remember bringing two people with him, but why did it feel so strange? Does the entire Bronze Coffin Company only have 2 employees? No, not 2, but 7. A barely perceptible azure light flashed in Su Mu's eyes. Yang Dongqing looked puzzled. Are you running a fever? Where did these 7 people come from? Although I don't remember 7 people, I used the mental energy of 7 people before I left. I remember hypnotizing them once before I left. Although I remember hypnotizing 2 people, the mental energy consumed cannot be faked. Su Mu said with certainty. He finally realized something was wrong. His memories had been altered. Yang Dongqing's expression also changed slightly. You mean? Just then, unnoticed by anyone, the thick fog inside the wooden door began to churn and wisps of mist began to seep in. Have you found anything down there? Su Mu asked. The 2 men shook their heads. The tattooed man said, the floor I'm in charge of is empty, not to mention the gold leaves. Even the shops that sell gold and jewelry are empty. I guess the scavengers from before took them. Su Mu nodded and said to the tattooed man, go inside and check the situation. He couldn't let Yang Dongqing go into danger. No one knew what the situation was like inside, and he didn't want to lose a great general for nothing. The tattooed man hesitated for a moment, but under Su Mu's gaze, he quickly regained his composure and said without hesitation, thank you, Minister, for giving me this opportunity. I will certainly live up to your expectations. He then strode toward the wooden door, which was shrouded in thick fog, and his figure was gradually swallowed up by the mist. Holy crap! What the hell is this? Yang Dongqing exclaimed, pointing incredulously at the shop's door. Su Mu looked in the direction of the sound and frowned slightly. There was a door shrouded in thick fog. There's nothing behind this door. Could it be a path to hell? Yang Dongqing asked warily. Go inside and check the situation, Su Mu said to the bald man beside him. The bald man was so frightened by the bottomless fog that his heart nearly jumped out of his chest. He kept backing away, saying, no, 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 I'm scared. Su Mu's eyes flashed, and the bald man instantly transformed, saying, thank you, Minister, for giving me this opportunity. It's all for you, Minister. Then, the bald man strode into the doorway, his figure swallowed by the thick fog. Holy crap! What the hell is this? Yang Dongqing exclaimed, pointing incredulously at the shop's door. Su Mu looked in the direction of the sound and frowned slightly. There was a door with no walls on all sides, but thick fog was billowing out from inside. There's nothing behind this door, but there's thick fog inside. Could this be a path to hell? Yang Dongqing asked warily. Su Mu instinctively wanted to send Yang Dongqing in to investigate, but suddenly froze, because this did not conform to his behavior logic. According to his logic, when faced with a place where the dangers were unknown, the optimal solution should be to send an ordinary person in first. As the only superhuman under his command, it would be a huge loss if Yang Dongqing were to perish inside. But unfortunately, it was just the two of them, Yang Dongqing and himself, here. This gave him a strange feeling. Why did he only take Yang Dongqing with him when he went out? Memory and logic clashed at this moment, which was completely illogical because he rarely went out on his own. Even after becoming a superhuman, he still had the habit of bringing his underlings. Superhumans are not invincible, and there is always more strength in numbers. Is this exploration mission to the Bronze Coffin just between the two of you? Is the Bronze Coffin a shell company with no employees? Moro Mengli is so useless that she can't even recruit anyone. More and more logical flaws appeared in Su Mu's mind, but his memory told him that everything made sense, making the sense of incongruity even stronger. Suddenly, he asked, "How did we get to the abandoned city?" Yang Dongqing was utterly puzzled, looking at Su Mu as if he were an idiot. "Of course I drove here." "How many cars did you drive?" "2 cars," Yang Dongqing replied without hesitation, but then he froze. "2 cars? Why would the two of us need 2 cars?" He suddenly widened his eyes, clearly realizing something, and looked sharply at Su Mu. "It must be because you're making trouble and don't want to ride in the same car as me, so you drove 2 cars. Su Mu. Although he had long known that Yang Dongqing's blockhead was unreliable, he never expected that the other party would be so abstract. Chapter 75, I cheated on myself. Chapter 75, I cheated on myself. Su Mu took out the handkerchief from his pocket. The yellowish-green bloodstains on it had long since dried, but he wasn't looking at the bloodstains. He was looking at the word record. Looking at the character, Jeet. G. Su Mu finally understood its meaning. It was not finished writing. If it were finished, it would be 2 characters, G. G. He was almost certain that his and Yang Dongqing's memories had been altered. Both the 2 cars and the mental energy consumed were evidence of this. And at this moment, he also learned who wrote the character, Jeep. Have you ever considered that perhaps this isn't our first time here? Yang Dongqing was stunned for a moment. No, you've been talking nonsense since just now. Have you been hallucinating from inhaling too much smog? Su Mu smiled slightly. Do you remember the snake woman saying that you killed her child? If you weren't here, how could you have killed her child? Yang Dongqing curled his lip. That's a lunatic. You actually believe what the nightmare monster says. Want to know whose hickey is on Jasmine's neck? Upon hearing this, Yang Dongqing's expression changed drastically, and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. I knew it was you. Su Mu. Oh, I really don't need to explain this to you. But what I can tell you is that you probably left that hickey yourself. You're talking nonsense. I didn't know I kissed myself. Take out your phone and look at the date. Think back. Do you still remember yesterday? Although Yang Dongqing was angry, he still obediently took out his phone to check the date. Then he froze and finally realized that something was wrong, because he really couldn't remember what he had done yesterday. Su Mu, what exactly is going on? Su Mu pushed up his brown-tinted glasses and analyzed. If I'm not mistaken, this should be our second time in the ruined city, and the first time we should have brought 10 nightmare apostles. 10? Yang Dongqing asked incredulously. Yes. Su Mu took out his phone and opened the transfer record. I asked Murong Mengli to transfer their money to me before, and she did so that very night. I received a total of 10 million, 1 million each, which is exactly 10 people. Murong Mengli said she would set off in 2 days, but today is the 3rd day. This time she should have brought 7 people, because I used up the mental energy of 7 people through hypnosis. That means that 3 people disappeared in the abandoned city on the first trip. I guess that's when I first came here and realized that something was wrong with the fog, so I went back. Based on my understanding of myself, I should have gone back to get the gas mask the first time, but I found that my memory was still fading on the way, so I wrote a note on a handkerchief. Unfortunately, my memory was fading too quickly, and I forgot it after writing half of it. Later, he even forgot about the handkerchief. The strange infant corpse we encountered earlier was probably the one we killed the first time we came here, which is why the snake woman wanted revenge as soon as she saw you. As for Jasmine's infidelity, that's easily explained. You went back once, and it was probably left behind during your intimacy, but the fog made you forget. Even Jasmine's memory is impaired. And you bought the new clothes too. You can check your bank account if you don't believe me. Yang Dongqing suddenly took out his phone to check and found that his balance was indeed 0. He raised his head in disbelief. I cheated on myself. Su Mu ignored Yang Dongqing's strange focus and was thinking of a solution. It was clear that the fog here had the ability to erode memories. What do we do now? Go back. He immediately rejected the idea. Going back would be useless. He had already tried it the first time. Even if he left the fog, his memory would still disappear. In the end, he might even forget that he had ever been to the abandoned city. Forgetting itself isn't scary. What's truly terrifying is forgetting itself. This is different from amnesia. A person with amnesia knows they have amnesia and can clearly perceive a large blank in their mind. But after inhaling the mist, a person will forget that they have amnesia and will not notice anything unusual. If it weren't for a serious logical flaw, Sumu would hardly have realized that he had lost his memory. Holy crap! What the hell is this? Yang Dongqing exclaimed, pointing incredulously at the shop's door. Sumu glanced at him. Clearly, Yang Dongqing had lost his memory of what had just happened, as if he were seeing the door for the first time. At the same time, he also felt that the memories in his mind were beginning to blur again. But this time the blurring was very slow, because he was using his mental power to resist the erosion. Mental strength can still play a role in this kind of memory erosion, provided that he is aware of the abnormality and actively uses his mental strength to resist it. Let's go in and take a look. In the end, Sumu decided to go inside. It was a rare opportunity to come across such an interesting place. Wouldn't it be a pity not to go in and take a look? Holy crap. This. Shut up, clear the way. Sumu tapped Yang Dongqing on the head with his snakeskin cane, shooing him into the house. Soon, both of them were swallowed up by the fog. And just after the two of them entered, bang, the dilapidated wooden door slammed shut. In a luxurious manner in the upper town. Have Murong Mingli's two newly recruited superhumans already gone to the abandoned city? Asked a man weighing over 300 pounds, wearing an oversized white suit and a red tie. The 300-pound man was sitting on a large leather chair, his whole body embedded in it like a lump of rotten flesh. Standing before him was Han Yu, who was extremely respectful. President Xian, don't worry, everything has been arranged. Murong Mingli still thinks that the golden leaf fell from the golden tree in the abandoned city. Little does she know, the leaf is real, but it doesn't grow in the abandoned city. Instead, you bought it from the capital at a high price. Hee. So far, she has sent several groups of people to the abandoned city. Every time those people die there, her memory is altered, and she forgets that she once sent people into the abandoned city. If this cycle continues, her bronze coffin company will go bankrupt sooner or later. Hanyu laughed smugly. Snap! A large, fat hand with a silver ring slapped him hard across the face, the terrifying force sending Hanyu flying. How dare you? Mengli is my fiancé. How dare you laugh at me? A cold glint appeared in Qian Ziheo's small eyes, squeezed by his fat. Hanyu, who had fallen to the ground, quickly got up and knelt down in fear and trembling, cold sweat pouring down his face. I was wrong, President. I spoke without thinking. Please punish me, President. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but Qian Ziheo, who just knocked Hanyu away, seems to have lost a little weight. Seeing the terrified Hanyu, Qian Ziheo's expression calmed down slightly. You said before that pretty boy named Su Mu is quite strong? Chapter 76, The Unrememberable. Chapter 76, The Unrememberable. Yes, Su Mu's methods are indeed strange, but please rest assured, Guild Master, no matter how strong he is, he can't beat the unmemorable person you spent a lot of money to get. As far as I know, this is the second time he has entered the abandoned city. In order to ensure that nothing goes wrong, I specially took a memory potion, sneaked into the abandoned city in advance, and threw a lot of scavengers into the thick fog. Now the unmemorable person is even stronger, and this time he will definitely not be able to come out alive. Very good. Qian Ziheo nodded in satisfaction. Those who cannot remember are very special. I had to ask a silver-level expert with the ability to counter them to handle them. Below the silver level, unless there is a superhuman with the ability to foresee the future, whoever goes will die. After saying that, he grabbed a piece of exquisite pastry from the side and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it heartily. The day the Morong family head announces the engagement is getting closer and closer. As long as we get these extraordinary individuals under control, Mengli definitely won't be able to recruit anyone in a short time, let alone find the golden eye. In the end, she'll have no choice but to obediently marry me. A lewd smile appeared on Qian Ziheo's face. He seemed to have already imagined the scene of pressing that beautiful body down on him. Originally, he just wanted to marry a noblewoman and become a nobleman himself, but he did not expect that Murong Mengli, this illegitimate daughter, would be so good-looking. So it was perfect. President Qian, I heard that the second young master and fourth young lady of the Morong family also went to the abandoned city area. Qian Ziheo smiled sarcastically. This chairman spent a lot of money to get an amnesiac, so naturally someone has to reimburse me for that money. Han Yu's expression suddenly tightened. You mean, The eldest young master was also involved? Not too stupid. I am on good terms with the eldest young master of the Morong family, so naturally, I will help him become the family heir. Since I can deceive Mengli with the golden leaf, I can also send the message to her other brothers and sisters. These people will definitely send superhumans into the ruined city like moths to a flame for the clues to the golden eye. The young master, who truly knew the inside story, remained calm and collected, watching them deplete their strength. Even if he couldn't find the golden eye then, so what? How could the others, weakened, compete with him? Hanyu was increasingly shocked and developed a deep sense of awe for the fat man in front of him. No wonder he could become the richest man in Xingqing as an ordinary person. His methods were truly ingenious. He manipulated a group of nobles without spending a penny, and the only one he acquired by spending money who couldn't remember anything was reimbursed by the young master, so he might even make an extra profit. The guild master is brilliant. I admire him, but I still can't find the golden eye. What about the Morong family head? That old dang should have died long ago. I spent a fortune to buy his daughter, and he still dared to ask for half of the mining rights to the mithril mine? Do you really think his children genuinely want to find the golden eye to prolong his life? It's all just for show. Even if he establishes an heir, so what? The Morong family will still be ruled by him. Hanyu felt a chill run down his spine. The darkness among the nobles terrified even this extraordinary being. The fog has dissipated? Yang Dongqing stared blankly at the desolate land, where there was no fog at all. Logically, stepping through a foggy door should have led to a misty world, but the result was quite the opposite. The door is gone too. The place where the two had entered was no longer a door. There was only air left. Sumu carefully examined this desolate land. The ground was bare, all red soil, without a single plant. The ground was uneven, with some areas rising up like sand dunes and others sinking into the ground. Suddenly, his eyes flickered and locked onto a depression half a meter deep, where a person was lying. Yang Dongqing, go and take a look. Faced with the unusual situation, Su Mu sent Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing pouted in dissatisfaction, but still walked towards that direction. This time, without the interference of fog, their memories were temporarily unaffected. Yang Dongqing first kicked the man, and when the man didn't react, he carefully checked the man's breath. This is a dead man. Su Mu walked over, leaning on his snake-patterned wooden cane. The deceased was a man with an unfamiliar face, but he died peacefully, as if he had died suddenly without realizing it, and there were no wounds on his body. He must be the nightmare apostle of the bronze coffin, Su Mu said with certainty. Yang Dongqing was taken aback. What nonsense are you talking about? There are only the two of us in the bronze coffin. Su Mu did not explain further. The reason he was so certain was that he could detect residual mental fluctuations from the deceased, proving that he had hypnotized him. The two continued forward, and along the way they discovered more and more corpses, the number now exceeding 30. All the dead had peaceful faces and no wounds. Judging from the residual mental fluctuations, 8 of the deceased were found in bronze coffins, while the origins of the rest are unknown. It seems we weren't the first to arrive here. Others have been here before. Sumu thoughtfully pushed up his glasses. In a desolate place like the abandoned city district, hardly anyone would come. Moreover, judging from the deceased's clothing, several of them were from the upper city district. Why would people from the upper town come here? Is it also for the golden eye? Just as he was pondering this, he suddenly heard 2 footsteps behind a small hill not far away, as if someone was walking. With a leap, his body, enhanced by the immaculate heart, moved as lightly as a bird, swiftly soaring onto the hill. He looked closely and immediately frowned. At this moment, Yang Dongqing also came up, and his expression changed drastically when he saw the 2 people. There were 2 men, one in a white shirt with a receding hairline, and the other with a large tattoo on his arm. They looked like normal people, but what really made Yang Dongqing's expression change was that a small monster with white skin and fleshy wings was perched on the tattooed man's shoulder. The little monster had no face, only a large mouth on its head. Its bald arm reached into the tattooed man's head, groping around, and then pulled out a wad of cotton candy-like filaments and stuffed it into its mouth. Strangely, there were no wounds on the tattooed man's head. The tattooed man and the bald man seemed oblivious to the little monster and continued walking as if they couldn't see it. Watch out for the monster, Yang Dongqing shouted. The tattooed man and the bald man were startled and turned to look at Su Mu and his companion, their eyes flashing with surprise. Are you also trapped here? We're looking for a way out of this awful place. Yang Dongqing was extremely anxious. He couldn't understand why the 2 of them couldn't see the little monster. He waved his arms, shouting, "That big tattoo on your arm. On your shoulder. There's a monster on your shoulder." Chapter 77, I must have my reasons. Chapter 77, I must have my reasons. The tattooed man was startled and subconsciously looked at his shoulder. His expression immediately turned to one of utter terror. Just as he was about to scream, a look of bewilderment appeared on his face. He turned to Yang Dongqing and asked, "Where is the monster? Are you blind? It's right on your shoulder." The impatient Yang Dongqing rushed over, but Su Mu didn't stop him. Instead, he observed. He was certain that both the tattooed man and the bald man were from the Bronze Coffin Company, because they still carried traces of his mental energy. Yang Dongqing swung his fist at the little monster, but just as he entered within 10 meters of the little monster, a look of bewilderment appeared on his face, and he stopped in his tracks. He scratched his head like an idiot. What am I doing rushing over here? He forgot. Meanwhile, the little monster continued to eat the things it had pulled out of the tattooed man's brain, bite by bite. Bang! The tattooed man fell straight to the ground, dying peacefully without any wounds on his body. Yang Dongqing and the bald man were startled. What happened? Why is he lying on the ground? Could it be low blood sugar? Quickly help him up. The two men quickly tried to help the tattooed man up, but as soon as they bent down, a look of confusion flashed across their faces, and they completely forgot what they were supposed to do. Whoosh! The little monster jumped onto the bald man's shoulder again, its bare arm reaching for the man's head. Upon seeing this, Su Mu instantly understood that this little monster must be the culprit behind their memory loss, and that the fog was very likely created by it. Yang Dongqing, come back. Su Mu waved to Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing started walking back, but after one step, he stopped and asked Su Mu in a daze, "What did you just say?" Seeing this, Su Mu immediately pulled out his gun and fired at the little monster. He did not use all things in the world, because the monster had no eyes, and hypnotizing it would be too far away. Bang bang bang. The bullet struck the little monster with perfect accuracy, knocking it off its shoulder. It grimaced in pain, but the bullet did not penetrate its body, leaving only a few white marks. After landing, the little monster quickly got up from the ground, flapped its fleshy wings on its back, and fled into the distance. Why did you suddenly fire? Yang Dongqing asked, puzzled. There was a monster that could devour memories next to you just now. If I'm not mistaken, your memories will be affected if you enter within 10 meters of it. So keep your distance from me and don't get close. Yang Dongqing's expression changed. A monster that devours memories? How come I didn't see it? Can it turn invisible? Su Mu shook his head. It can't become invisible, but the moment you see it, you'll forget that you just saw it. In other words, you can only be sure that you won't forget seeing it if you keep a distance of 10 meters from it. Yang Dongqing opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked at Su Mu's shoulder in shock. You? Su Mu's eyes turned cold. Before Yang Dongqing could even remind him, the gun in his hand was already pointed at his shoulder. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the little monster reaching out its hand towards his head. Without the slightest hesitation, he pressed his finger hard on the trigger, but at that critical moment, a look of confusion flashed across his face, and Su Mu stopped his finger from pressing the trigger. Wait, what am I supposed to do next? Gun. What am I supposed to shoot with a gun? Why did I shoot? Never mind, it's not important. I never do anything meaningless. I always have my reasons. Bang. A blazing bullet whistled out and struck the little monster squarely in its open mouth, sending it flying. This time it may have hit a vital spot, as it writhed on the ground in pain, its tiny fleshy wings flapping desperately as it flew away into the distance. Su Mu instantly regained his senses, his hands as steady as precise machines, firing continuously in the direction the little monster was fleeing. Although all the bullets hit their mark, they were unable to inflict any fatal damage. In the blink of an eye, the little monster flew out of everyone's sight. Walk! At his command, he led Yang Dongqing and the other man to run in the opposite direction. That monster is really weird. What do we do now? Yang Dongqing asked Su Mu, who was about 10 meters away, as they sped along. Its own strength is very weak, and its defense is not as good as your iron heart, but there is currently no solution to its unmemorable state. The only way to deal with it is to rely on long-range attack methods such as Five Fingers Flame Bullet, or non-living things without memory. A pistol can repel it, but it cannot kill it, so the only option for now is to leave. Otherwise, once we run out of bullets, we'll be dead for sure. Su Mu's eyes gleamed with excitement, like a pro gamer encountering an extremely challenging level. He had almost died just now. If that shot hadn't been fired, he would have certainly perished. It's unrealistic to expect Yang Dongqing to save them. Even if Yang Dongqing rushes over, he'll lose his memory once he's within 10 meters and forget why he rushed over. Fortunately, he still fired the gun. With absolute confidence in himself, he still managed to fire the gun even though he had lost his memory. The three of them sped along, but before long, the little monster caught up with them again, flapping its bare, fleshy wings as it charged toward them. Sumu fired his gun while retreating. Although he couldn't kill the little monster, he could at least slow down its advance by relying on the power of his weapon. After they crossed a tall hill, they immediately saw a different view. The first thing that catches the eye is a sacrificial site surrounded by huge stone walls. The semicircular stone walls are arranged in a mysterious pattern. The walls are made of huge stones, the surfaces of which are rough and uneven, covered with mottled marks and moss. Viewed from the hilltop, it resembles a giant eye made of stone walls, with an open space in the very center, shaped like a human pupil. "Go in and take a look," Sumu ordered. This time, before he could even give any instructions, Yang Dongqing had already taken the lead and cleared the way. The bald man followed closely behind Sumu, his expression filled with fear and his face covered in cold sweat. He had completely forgotten about Sumu and the other man, and even forgot why he was there. He only knew that there was a monster behind him and that he had to run away as fast as he could. Strangely, after the three stepped onto this land, the little monster stopped in its tracks, seemingly wary of something, and dared not approach. Sumu narrowed his eyes, realizing that there was probably some danger hidden here. But no matter what danger it was, he had to find out, because with his current abilities, once he ran out of bullets, he would surely die when facing the little monster. Chapter 78 Sumu, Bronze Tier 3. Chapter 78 Sumu, Bronze Tier 3. The three of them weaved through the huge gaps in the stone wall, heading straight for the center. Along the way, they saw many ancient bronze ritual implements scattered on the ground. The bronze artifacts were very broken and rusty, but Sumu did not let them go. Instead, he carefully examined them. Although he had never seen a treasure before, the bronze artifacts that appeared in such a strange place might be treasures. However, noble phantasms are indeed not so easy to encounter. These bronze artifacts are at most antiques and have nothing to do with noble phantasms. They do not contain the power of law and are even fragile and break easily. "There's a corpse here." Yang Dongqing, who was at the front, suddenly stopped and stared intently at a dark, humanoid object in the corner. Sumu stepped forward and poked it with his snakeskin cane, discovering that it was indeed a human corpse. The reason it was charred all over was because it had been burned by flames. They continued forward, and the closer they got to the center, the more corpses they encountered. Strangely, these corpses died from two causes. Some were burned to a crisp, while others had no flesh left, only piles of white bones. Moreover, those bones showed signs of decay. Could this be some kind of sacrificial site? Yang Dongqing's face was solemn and wary. The two different gruesome corpses gave him a bad feeling. "I've heard that some people who believe in evil gods like to self-immolate to prove their piety. Could those skeletons be offering their own flesh and blood to the evil gods?" the bald man said, trembling. "Stop, there are people in the center of the square." Sumu suddenly stopped in front of a stone wall. Behind the stone wall was the central square. He had just heard faint voices, and there was more than one person. Yang Dongqing and his companion tensed up, cautiously approaching the edge of the stone wall, intending to first assess the situation in the square. "Three more unlucky guys have arrived. No need to hide anymore. You three come out." Several voices came from behind the stone wall. Seeing that he had been discovered, Sumu decided to stop hiding and openly led the two of them out from behind the stone wall. The view is of a spacious square surrounded by a ring of huge stone pillars. The surface is weathered, but traces of its former meticulous carving can still be faintly seen. In the center, surrounded by stone pillars, stands an altar as white as jade, upon which sits a statue about half a person's height. The people who spoke earlier were leaning against the stone pillar. There were 8 of them in total, 7 men and 1 woman. Each of them had a faint murderous aura on their face and were well equipped. Some carried cold weapons, while others carried guns. Most strikingly, all 8 people were injured. 3 of them had extensive burns, while the remaining 5 had rotting limbs, with the most severe cases even exposing their bones. "Which company are you 3 from?" a burly man in a tight black vest and camouflage pants asked, staring intently at Sumu and his 2 companions. The burly man's left hand was mostly rotten, and the pale white bones were faintly visible. "A bronze coffin," Sumu said calmly. The burly man frowned slightly. "Another bronze coffin? I didn't expect a newly established small company to be able to recruit so many superhumans." Again? Yang Dongqing was taken aback. "You also saw other extraordinary individuals in bronze coffins?" Before the burly man could answer, a young Taoist priest who was trembling in the corner quickly raised his hand. Me too, from the bronze coffin." Yang Dongqing looked at the Taoist priest and realized that he did not recognize him at all. Su Mu's eyes flickered slightly as he carefully examined the young Taoist priest. He had delicate features, wore a blue Taoist robe, and had his hair styled in a Taoist bun. He also carried an ancient longsword on his back. Upon seeing the longsword, he immediately recognized the other party's identity. That's right, he is the one from the bronze coffin. Su Mu's sudden voice delighted the Taoist. Fellow Taoist, do we know each other before? I didn't expect that you, who came from the realm of the unremembered, would still recognize me. Unfortunately, I don't remember you at all now. The unrememberable one, is that the name of that little monster? Su Mu shook his head. I don't know you. Huh. The Taoist priest paused. Then how can you be sure I'm from the bronze coffin? Because you were the only one among the people present who was carrying a long sword, and I had seen sword marks on the mannequins in the bronze coffin training room. But Muro Mengli had no recollection of sword marks, so I guess that other people from the bronze coffin must have entered the ruined city first, but because of the memory loss, Muro Mengli forgot about you. What? The Taoist priest was shocked. The boss actually forgot about me? I've been sending her flowers every day since I joined the company. Even though she didn't accept them, she can't just forget about me, right? Then all those flowers I sent were for nothing. The Taoist priest was struck as if by a heavy blow and became dejected, just like Yang Dongqing had when he was heartbroken. Shut up, the burly man roared. Nobody wants to hear your history of failed relationships. If we can't figure out a way to break the curse, we're all going to die. The Taoist priest turned pale and dared not utter another sound, seemingly very afraid of the burly man. At this moment, the burly man said to Su Mu and the other two, My name is Tai Feng, a bronze level 3 transcendent, and I belong to the Ling Shu company founded by the second young master of the Morong family. I am the strongest among those present and temporarily lead this hastily assembled team. How strong are you? Don't even think about hiding it. We're all in the same boat now. The moment you entered this sacrificial site, you were already being watched by the idols. Now, the only way to survive is for us to work together. Idol? Su Mu glanced at the human-shaped statue on the altar without showing any emotion. The statue was very strange, half black and half white, as if it were made of two completely different pieces of material. The black parts are ferocious like demons, while the white parts are holy like gods. Both of them have 4 wings on their backs, also composed of black and white, which together make 8 wings. God and demon are pieced together into a whole, much like angels and fallen angels in mythology. Yang Dongqing, Bronze Tier 1. Yang Dongqing was the first to announce his name and rank. Upon hearing the name Bronze 1, everyone's faces immediately showed disappointment. Clearly, they hoped to gain some powerful allies. The bald man stammered, I'm Zhao Yongqiang, an ordinary person. An ordinary person didn't die at the hands of the unmemorable one? You have a magical artifact. The burly man Tai Feng stared intently at Zhao Yongqiang and asked. The tangible pressure made Zhao Yongqiang tremble even more. He quickly waved his hand. No, he saved me. Tai Feng followed Zhao Yongqiang's gaze to Su Mu, his face showing scrutiny. Su Mu smiled slightly. Su Mu, Bronze Tier 3. Chapter 79 Idols. Chapter 79 Idols. Great, another Bronze 3? Maybe he can find a way to break the code. The only woman in the team was overjoyed, glancing at Su Mu out of the corner of her eye. You say you're Bronze Level 3? Tai Feng looked doubtful. Kid, now's not the time to lie. I don't believe a bronze coffin can attract a Bronze Level 3 superhuman. What is your bronze law? Su Mu adjusted his tinted glasses and said calmly, What? You want to try? His calm tone carried an undeniable and powerful confidence, much like a long-time high-ranking person looking down upon someone. Humph. Tai Feng snorted coldly. Kid, I'm not afraid of you. The most important thing right now is to lift the curse. There's no need to create unnecessary trouble. Although he said that, he couldn't hide the fear in his eyes. I wonder if anyone would be willing to explain the matter of the curse. Su Mu asked politely. The woman in the crowd was about to speak when the Taoist priest spoke first. He, who had been too scared to speak by Tai Feng just now, seemed to have found his backbone and straightened his back a lot. Brother Su, my name is Jun Wushang. We're one of you. Let me tell you, we all came here to avoid those who can't remember. Anyone who enters the sacrificial site will be targeted by this statue, and no one can leave. This angel demon statue will cast curses according to good and evil. Good people will see the statue completely turn into an angel and then be burned by flames, while evil people will see the statue turn into a demon and then its body rot. Previously, some people tried to attack the statue, but it was completely useless. Even Mr. Iron Peak, a Bronze 3 expert, couldn't leave a single mark on it. We could only watch helplessly as we were slowly burned to death or rotted away. As Jun Wushang spoke, he lifted his Taoist robe, revealing his mostly decaying body. Sumu raised an eyebrow slightly. How can a statue distinguish between good and evil? Curses based on good and evil? He found it somewhat inexplicable, because the standards for good and evil were difficult to judge. In the eyes of ants, humans were all bad people, who trampled their fellow ants to death for no reason every day. The statue will ask you questions and judge your good or evil based on your answers. Remember, you must never lie, or the statue will kill you. When will it ask the question? As long as you get close to the statue, it will come to life and ask you questions. Yang Dongqing's eyes lit up as he discovered a way to break the deadlock. If I don't go over there, won't I avoid the curse? Tai Feng sneered. Do you think you're the only smart one, and we're all fools? I told you before, everyone who enters the sacrificial site has been targeted by the statue. If you don't approach the statue to answer questions for a long time, you'll offend both the angels and the devil, and your body will be burned and rotten. Yang Dongqing's face stiffened, and he was a little angry, but he couldn't beat the other person in a fight or argue with him. Instead of going directly to the statue, Su Mu asked a question. Are you all affiliated with companies founded by the Morong family? Tai Feng pointed to the two people next to him. We are from Ling Shu Company, and the others over there are from Ling Yao Company, founded by the fourth young lady of the Morong family. As for you, I don't need to explain, right? Bronze Coffin, the nominal third young lady of the Morong family. He didn't mention the words illegitimate daughter, clearly still having some reservations about Su Mu's bronze rank 3 strength. So you've all come here to find the golden eye? Everyone nodded with varying expressions. If it weren't for the golden eye, who would bother coming to a godforsaken place like the abandoned city? Tai Feng scoffed. Suddenly, Su Mu smiled. It seems there is no golden eye here. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and Tai Feng asked anxiously, what do you mean by that? How do you know there aren't any here? Where did you learn about the golden eye? Why should I tell you? Tai Feng asked warily. Su Mu smiled slightly. Then I'll guess, your company probably gets all the golden leaves from scavengers, right? Upon hearing this, the people from Ling Shu and Ling Yao Company changed colors simultaneously. The two groups exchanged glances, clearly realizing that something was amiss. Tai Feng persisted. So what? The golden tree must have lost more than one leaf. Isn't it normal for many scavengers to have picked them up? This only proves that there is a golden eye here. Su Mu sighed, his gaze behind his brown glasses as if he were looking at an idiot. If what you said is true, then there should be more companies that know about the golden eye, not just the Morong family. Haven't you ever thought about why it's all the Morong family companies that come here? And all the companies are there, except for the one owned by the eldest son of the Morong family? Could it be? The group exchanged glances, all seeing the emotion on each other's faces. They weren't fools, but being cursed made it difficult for them to think calmly. Their minds were filled with thoughts of the curse. Now, after Su Mu's prompting, they immediately realized something was wrong. You mean this was a trap set by the eldest young master of the Morong family? Tai Feng suddenly stood up, letting out a painful groan as he clutched his rotting left arm, clearly aggravating the wound. Maybe, but it doesn't matter. Su Mu shrugged indifferently. Actually, he was more inclined to believe that Murong Mengli's fiancée was also involved, since Han Yu hadn't appeared at all. It doesn't matter to him who the mastermind is. He never cares about evidence when it comes to revenge. He kills all the suspects, and there will always be a real enemy involved. He really liked the surprise the other person gave him and decided to reciprocate in the future. The crowd's faces turned extremely ugly. Having been tricked into this state, it was hard for anyone not to feel resentment. Next question. After you entered the sacrificial site, did the unremembered ones reappear? Perhaps out of confidence in Su Mu's strength and intelligence, even Tai Feng didn't cause any trouble this time, and said directly, no, those who cannot remember are probably afraid of the statue and dare not enter its range. Su Mu nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that this statue was even more bizarre than the unmemorable one. But why would the mastermind behind it all put two mutually restraining things in the abandoned city? The statue is so bizarre that it can trap all the extraordinary beings here, leaving them with no choice but to wait for death. Logically speaking, the mastermind behind it should only need to send out the statue. There is no need to create another person with no memory. Unless the statue wasn't created by the mastermind behind it, but was already there. Chapter 80 If you are a god, then what am I? Chapter 80 If you are a god, then what am I? After roughly understanding the cause and effect, Su Mu gestured to the bald man Zhao Yongqiang. Under the influence of hypnosis, Zhao Yongqiang resolutely stepped into the area covered by the statue. Zhao Yongqiang's actions immediately attracted everyone's attention. They seemed to be extremely afraid of the statue. When they saw someone step into the area covered by the statue, they all endured the pain and got up, constantly retreating. When Zhao Yongxiang stepped about 10 meters away from the statue, crackling sounds. The sound of stones rubbing together rang out, and the head of the half-human-sized god-demon statue slowly turned to face Zhao Yongxiang. Its black and white eyes seemed to come alive at this moment, turning slightly and staring straight at the living person in front of it. A terrifying pressure descended at that moment, and the surrounding space froze. The feeling was indescribable, as if one had suddenly been placed in the deep sea at a depth of 10,000 meters, surrounded by writhing darkness, suffocating, cold, and desperate. Thump! Under this terrifying pressure, Zhao Yongxiang actually knelt down on the ground, his face pale and his body trembling, almost collapsing from exhaustion. Sumu narrowed his eyes. He had just hypnotized Zhao Yongxiang to relieve his fear, but when faced with the statue, the overwhelming fear overcame the hypnosis. "Mortal, tell me the most wicked things you have done." A deep, sinister voice and a cold, grand voice rang out simultaneously. They were two completely different voices, as if an angel and a demon were speaking. When the statue spoke, the extraordinary beings were all terrified, not daring to even breathe, and hid behind the pillars to watch. Zhao Yongxiang trembled even more, his words becoming increasingly fragmented. "I embezzled money from my previous company and framed someone else." Buzz. With a strange buzzing sound, the statue slowly fell silent, and the terrifying pressure dissipated completely. What followed was Zhao Yongxiang's scream. My leg." He screamed and frantically tried to pull up his trouser leg, only to see that the flesh on his right calf was beginning to rot. "He has been cursed by a demon," Tai Feng said in a low voice, a hint of confusion in his tone. "Among our sins, his embezzlement of public funds is the least serious. I thought he would be cursed by angels, but I never expected him to be a devil. Who knows? Maybe in the eyes of angels, embezzling public funds is considered betrayal, and therefore not kindness." Suddenly another scream rang out, this time from Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing was seen clutching his left hand with a pained expression. 3 of his fingers were slowly rotting, while the other 2 fingers seemed to be burned by invisible flames, their skin turning black. "Go answer the statue's question quickly, or you'll be cursed by both angels and demons," Jun Wushang, also from the Bronze Coffin Company, hurriedly reminded him. Yang Dongqing gritted his teeth and, enduring the excruciating pain, rushed toward the statue. Then, the statue came to life again and looked at Yang Dongqing. The young man with a body of steel immediately felt a terrifying pressure, like a dark mountain pressing down on him. He tried to grit his teeth and persevere, but he was defeated after only a few seconds and knelt down straight in front of the statue. "Mortal, tell me the most wicked things you have done." It's still the same problem. Yang Dongqing was in a dilemma because he was unsure which of the 3 things was truly evil. He thought about killing people, including many members of the poisonous snake gang, but he didn't think that was evil. Sumu had clearly committed the crime first by taking Jasmine away, and the members of the poisonous snake gang were all scum, so their deaths were not unjust. After a moment's thought, Yang Dongqing raised his head with difficulty and said, "Robbery. I robbed 50,000 yuan." Buzz. An eerie buzzing sound rang out. The statue began to change in Yang Dongqing's eyes. The statue, which was originally half god and half demon, began to turn black rapidly and completely transformed into the appearance of a ferocious demon. At the same time, the burns on his palms disappeared rapidly, replaced by the rotting of his entire palm. "Another demon?" Jun Wushang exclaimed. "This is too ridiculous. Stealing 50,000 yuan makes you a demon?" This woman wiped out her enemy's entire family for revenge, not even sparing the children, yet she received an angelic curse. The woman who was called out turned cold and sneered. "It's only right that a life should be paid for a life. What's wrong with me taking revenge? Look at yourself. The worst thing you've ever done is not paying for a foot massage. You're already labeled a demon, and you still have the nerve to talk about others." Jun Wushang blushed immediately, clearly embarrassed that his secret had been exposed. "I forgot to bring my money." Tai Feng's gaze swept over the group, and he said in a deep voice, "Something is definitely not right. Is the standard of judgment really good and evil? Is robbery a greater crime than murder? Could it be because Jun Wushang is a Taoist priest, and his actions are considered a violation of the Tao he believes in? So regardless of the severity of the incident, it is also counted as betrayal?" A short, thin man pondered. Possibly. Tai Feng couldn't figure it out either, so he could only reluctantly accept this explanation. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on the last person, Su Mu. Some people wondered in surprise, He hasn't answered any questions for so long. Why hasn't he been cursed by gods or demons? Everyone noticed the problem. Su Mu and Yang Dongqing arrived at the same time, and logically they should have suffered the dual curse of gods and demons at the same time. However, only Yang Dongqing was cursed, while Su Mu seemed to be unharmed. He must have been cursed. The wound should be covered by his clothes. He probably has a high pain tolerance, so he didn't show any abnormalities. Hearing the discussions, Su Mu smiled slightly and did not explain. He was not actually cursed. He had vaguely felt two strange forces invading his body, but they were blocked by the Immaculate Heart. The passive effect of Innocent Heart is that it provides strong resistance to various forms of filth and negativity. However, he still chose to walk towards the statue, because he could feel that as time went by, the two strange forces were getting stronger and stronger, and it wouldn't be long before they broke through the upper limit that the Immaculate Heart could withstand. To avoid being afflicted by both curses, one can only answer the questions posed by the idol. Click, click, click. As Su Mu entered, the head of the statue began to turn, and the terrifying pressure descended once again. The feeling of fear and despair, as if falling into the deep sea, surged into his heart. It was not so obvious when he was far away, but now that he was being watched by the statue, the feeling was especially strong. It's as if a real god or demon is standing in front of you, their majestic bodies piercing the sky and standing shoulder to shoulder with the planets. The intense sense of oppression is enough to suffocate you. However, just when everyone thought Su Mu would kneel down as they had before, they found him smiling, a smile that was calm and even carried a hint of contempt. His figure was as upright as a pine tree, and his gaze was calm and peaceful, as if he did not feel the pressure from gods and demons. Su Mu smiled gently, his lips barely moving as he silently asked the statue, "If you are a god, then what am I?" The statue fell silent, as if it were a lifeless object. Chapter 81, I once destroyed a city out of boredom. Chapter 81, I once destroyed a city out of boredom. How is this possible? Typhon looked shocked. Even as a third-tier bronze saint, he couldn't withstand the pressure of the statue. Su Mu was also a third-tier bronze saint, so how could he? Could it be that Su Mu's strength far surpasses his own? At this moment, he had no doubt about Su Mu's strength anymore, and was even extremely wary of him. What he didn't know was that Su Mu wasn't even a bronze 3, let alone a bronze 2 in the strictest sense. I've seen plenty of gods like you. Go ahead and ask. Su Mu pushed up his brown-tinted glasses, his lips moving silently as he urged the statue. He wasn't lying. In the dream, someone of his caliber wouldn't even be qualified to step into the celestial palace and pay homage to him. After a long silence, the statue finally asked the question mechanically. Tell me the most heinous things you have done. Murder, Su Mu said calmly. Brother Su, that won't do. Many of them have killed people. You need to tell us how many they killed and why they killed them. Jun Wushang shouted from afar. Su Mu thought for a moment and then changed his words. I once destroyed a city out of boredom. I don't know how many people were destroyed, but there must have been millions. After he casually uttered those words, the entire sacrificial site fell into an eerie silence. In the distance, Typhon and the others stared at him in disbelief, their faces filled with disbelief. They even doubted their own ears. Destroying a city out of boredom? Millions of people? We've never killed that many people even in a game. Brother Su, don't lie. The statue will kill those who lie. Jun Wushang shouted anxiously, fearing that the statue would come to life and be killed by Su Mu at any moment. However, his fears did not come true. Buzz. An eerie buzzing sound rang out, and the statue fell silent. God, statue this. Jun Wushang was now incoherent, and his body even began to tremble slightly. Wait a minute, let me sort this out. You can't lie in front of the statue, or you'll be killed. Brother Su said he once destroyed a city. He. Jun Wushang couldn't sort this out any longer. He looked at Su Mu in the arena, who was smiling and dressed in a suit and tie, looking as elegant as an aristocrat. For some reason, he felt a strange sense of terror sweep over his body, and his scalp tingled. Suddenly, Su Mu frowned slightly. He felt a burning pain on his left arm, which was covered by his clothes. At the same time, the statue in his eyes changed. It was no longer a dual image of god and demon, but became as white as jade, and was completely a statue of a holy angel. He also saw the angel's full appearance. It had 8 wings on its back, 3 eyes, and silver vertical pupils on its forehead. An angel? As expected, he had roughly understood the principle behind the curse cast by the statues of gods and demons. It was not about good or evil. He slowly walked out of the statue's enclosure and toward the crowd. But as he approached, everyone took a step back in unison. their expressions tense as if facing a formidable enemy, looking as if they were looking at a demon king about to destroy the world. Typhon was extremely nervous. This Su Mu was definitely lying. He wasn't a bronze 3, this was silver 3. Destroying a city? He had thought that he had done some dirty work for the nobles and killed hundreds of people, which was already unforgivable. But now, compared to Su Mu, he felt that he should be cursed by angels, not demons. Su Mu, you really destroyed a city? Yang Dongqing asked with a complicated expression. Su Mu smiled slightly. Of course it's fake. Do you know how troublesome it is to destroy a city? For a medium-sized city, if you use explosives, you would need at least 879.35 tons, provided that there are no military buildings such as air raid shelters in the city, otherwise you would need even more. Call. Yang Dongqing breathed a sigh of relief. I knew it was impossible. Typhon and the others were speechless. They even wanted to slap Yang Dongqing to bring him to his senses. Didn't they hear that the amount of explosives was accurate to the decimal point? Furthermore, you cannot lie in front of a statue of a god. At this moment, Yang Dongqing seemed to remember something. Wait a minute, isn't it forbidden to lie in front of a statue of a god? Su Mu shrugged. Who knows? Maybe it's broken. After all, even lie detectors can fail sometimes, let alone a pile of rocks. That's true. Yang Dongqing nodded in realization. Why the hell are you nodding? You actually believe this kind of lie? Typhon watched as Yang Dongqing's eyelids twitched. He finally understood why Yang Dongqing could follow this murderous tyrant. It turned out he was a fool, so he wasn't afraid. In fact, Su Mu wasn't lying. He often set off the entire city when he was bored in his dreams. Then, everyone fell silent, and the atmosphere became very subtle. Everyone kept their distance from Su Mu, as if they were avoiding some terrifying monster, except for the hot-headed Yang Dongqing. What do we do next? We're all under a curse now. Yang Dongqing habitually turned his gaze to Su Mu. Oh right, I almost forgot to ask. Are you cursed by an angel or a demon? Demons, Su Mu said without changing his expression. He lied again, because among the people present, only 3 were cursed by angels, and the rest were demons. Although he didn't know what this meant, he habitually put himself in the group with the most people. Anyway, the burn marks were covered by his clothes, and no one dared to lift his clothes to verify, so he could say whatever he wanted. Everyone increasingly felt that Yang Dongqing was an idiot. He had destroyed an entire city. What else could he be but a demon? Su Mu's gaze slowly swept over everyone present. Sensing his gaze, everyone looked away, and not one dared to meet his eyes. Finally, his gaze fell on the woman who was cursed by the angel. The woman was in very bad condition, with pain flashing across her face from time to time. Her exposed neck, thighs, and arms were covered with burns, and the burns were slowly spreading, almost reaching her face. Clearly, this woman will be the first victim. He walked to the side, leaned his tall body against a stone pillar, and pondered a solution. With so little information available, even he couldn't immediately find a way to break the curse. However, he had a vague suspicion that it might not be a curse at all, but he needed time to verify it. Time passed slowly, and the atmosphere among the people became increasingly oppressive. No one liked the feeling that life was continuing to move towards its end. I can't take it anymore. The woman suddenly roared in pain, stood up, and said to the crowd, I'm about to die, and you won't live much longer either. Rather than waiting to die, we might as well fight the idol. Chapter 82 Mr. Su has made his move. Chapter 82 Mr. Su has made his move. Fight. Typhon sneered. I'm only half a step away from connecting with the Silver Law, Power Servant. Even with my full strength, I couldn't harm the statue in the slightest. What do I have to fight with? What else can we do? Wait to die. The woman's taut nerves finally snapped under the pressure of death. She screamed hysterically, her expression becoming increasingly frantic. Suddenly, the woman seemed to remember something, and looked at Su Mu with excitement and pleading in her eyes. Mr. Su, with your strength, you can definitely shatter the statue. You are a powerful figure who can destroy a city. As if grasping at a last straw, her eyes were filled with pleading. Mr. Su, please help me quickly. As long as you can break the curse, I will definitely repay you in the future. You can have anything I have, even if it means becoming my slave. Horrific burns had crept onto the woman's face, and this extraordinary individual showed no difference from an ordinary person when facing death. Some say that death is the fairest thing in the world, and Su Mu agrees. The woman's words gave everyone a glimmer of hope. Perhaps this powerful figure who had once destroyed a city could truly do it. Typhon carefully considered his words. Mr. Su, how about we trouble you to give it a try? Faced with everyone's sincere requests, Su Mu naturally did not refuse. He nodded calmly, like a peerless expert who had finally agreed to come out of seclusion to save the world. Everyone stepped back to avoid accidental injury. Everyone was overjoyed and obediently retreated, walking a full 100 meters before Su Mu told them to stop. Everyone was even more eager to see what kind of powerful attack Mr. Su would use that would require us to retreat 100 meters. Only Yang Dongqing looked puzzled. Could it be that Su Mu, this sickly fellow, really had some powerful attack methods hidden? That shouldn't be the case. He just captured me not long ago and questioned me about the extraordinary. In the nightmare world, he relied entirely on his underlings and my protection. Although Su Mu was the one who broke the nightmare world in the end, I didn't see him show any strength from beginning to end. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Su Mu slowly extended a finger, and all things in the universe was instantly activated. Just as everyone was wondering why Mr. Su was pointing to the sky with one finger, suddenly, the sky darkened. Everyone looked up in horror and saw that a huge dark cloud had suddenly appeared in the sky above the sacrificial site, stretching for thousands of meters and enveloping the entire sacrificial site. The thick, dark clouds rolled endlessly like surging black waves, changed the heavens with his own power. You're telling me he's a Bronze 3? Jun Wushang was dumbfounded, and the others were also shocked. Even the strongest typhoon was the same. As a Bronze 3, he follows the path of a commoner superhuman, the power servant, possessing 3 bronze laws: Iron Heart, Mighty Fist, and Unending Recovery. His fighting prowess is nothing more than that of a humanoid Tyrannosaurus Rex, using his fists and feet to crush his opponents. Now, looking at Su Mu, who is also at the Bronze 3 level, he can change the celestial phenomena with just one finger. They are not on the same level at all. This gives Typhoon the illusion that a martial artist is facing a cultivator. Suddenly, from the depths of the thick, impenetrable clouds, a dazzling golden light flashed. Then, to everyone's astonishment, a massive golden sword, as large as a mountain peak, slowly emerged, like a sword of judgment from the heavens. The golden celestial sword was surrounded by dazzling light, within which countless stars seemed to twinkle and mysterious runes seemed to flow. The moment everyone saw the golden celestial sword, their minds went blank, and they were so shocked that they were speechless. What kind of law is this? How can it be so terrifying? At this moment, Su Mu's outstretched, jade-like fingers slightly lowered, and the heavenly sword in the sky seemed to receive some kind of signal, suddenly falling with the force of a thunderbolt. The terrifying aura terrified everyone, and they fled in panic. Although they knew the heavenly sword wasn't aimed at them, they still instinctively wanted to escape. Only the dying woman was incredibly excited, her eyes reflecting the golden light of the heavenly sword and her desire for life. She clenched her fists. With Mr. Su's strength, he can definitely do it. However, things in life rarely go as planned. Just as the heavenly sword fell, a jet-black, demonic light suddenly erupted from the statue of gods and demons. The black light shot out and landed in midair, instantly transforming into a bottomless black hole, like the gaping maw of a giant abyss beast, which swallowed the heavenly sword in one gulp. The dark clouds in the sky slowly dissipated, and the black hole disappeared as well, as if nothing had ever happened. Su Mu shook his head at everyone. My strength is still too weak to deal with the idol. The stunned crowd didn't dare to reply. You call this weakness? Do you have some misunderstanding about the definition of weakness? Typhoon forced a smile, which was tinged with flattery. Mr. Su, you are joking. When we attacked the statue, we couldn't even elicit a reaction from it. But you made a move that caused the statue to retaliate. I'm not exaggerating when I say that. To date, I have never seen a superhuman more powerful than you. No one thought there was anything wrong with Tai Feng's change from arrogance to obsequiousness. This was a normal reaction when facing a strong person, especially since he had spoken rudely before. The fact that he didn't kneel down to apologize now was simply because he saw that Su Mu didn't care too much about what had happened before. Su Mu smiled and nodded, a hint of helplessness in his smile, as if he was troubled by his inability to destroy the statue. In truth, only he knows his real thoughts. He was acting the whole thing. The heavenly sword and the black hole were all illusions conjured by the myriad manifestations of the universe. He never attacked the statue, and the statue never reacted. It was all for show. Even Iron Peak, a Bronze 3 warrior, couldn't damage the statue, let alone him. It's not surprising that people do anything under the pressure of death, let alone a group of extraordinary individuals. Therefore, he must establish an absolute position of strength, not only to ensure his own safety, but also to better lead the group and increase the success rate of breaking the deadlock. To say there was no attack wouldn't be entirely accurate. He had just tried to control the statue with his mental power, but failed, as if the statue were just an ordinary stone. Among the crowd, a short, dark-skinned man stared intently at Su Mu with a hint of doubt in his eyes, as if he had noticed something. Ah! A shrill scream drew everyone's attention. The woman with the most serious injuries had collapsed to the ground, rolling around frantically. Horrible burns had spread all over her body. Strangely, no one could see the flames on her body. Moments later, the screams subsided, and the woman turned into a charred corpse. Chapter 83 Methods to Break the Curse. Chapter 83 Methods to Break the Curse. The woman's death cast a shadow over everyone's hearts, especially after witnessing that even a terrifyingly powerful figure like Su Mu was unable to destroy the statue. Besides the woman and Su Mu, there were two other people present who were cursed by the angels and had burn marks on their skin. As they looked at the woman's miserable death, their faces grew increasingly grim, as if they could already see what would happen to them soon. Huh, my rotting seems to be getting better. Taoist Jun Wushang suddenly lifted his Taoist robe, revealing his long rotting belly. His belly, which was originally completely rotten, had now recovered quite a bit, and the rotten parts had shrunk by a whole size. Everyone quickly checked themselves. Mine too. The rotten part has shrunk a whole size. Me too. My whole leg was rotting just now, but my thigh is healed now. Only my calf is rotting. What exactly happened? Jun Wushang asked in surprise. Did Mr. Su's attack just now take effect? Wait a minute. Why aren't my burns getting better? Mine didn't get any better. In fact, it got worse. Su Mu narrowed his eyes, observing the changes in everyone, and already understood the principle behind the curse. He carefully observed the expressions of the crowd and found that several people had already realized what was happening. The two men, both afflicted by the angelic curse, exchanged a glance, seemingly realizing something. Their expressions suddenly changed drastically, but they quickly concealed their emotions and began to communicate subtly with their eyes, occasionally glancing at the man afflicted by the demonic curse who was ecstatic. Their reaction was quick, but someone else reacted even faster. Boom. A pair of metallic fists suddenly appeared behind one of the men's heads. Bang. The man didn't even have time to react before his head exploded, leaving him a headless corpse lying on the ground. The remaining person's expression changed drastically. Tai Feng Yu. Before he could finish speaking, a gust of evil wind swept in from his right, and the one who made the move was the short, dark-skinned man. The short man's right hand had somehow transformed into a tiger's claw covered in red and black fur. Its sharp nails gleamed with a cold light, and with a single strike, it tore off most of the flesh from the man's neck, causing blood to gush out instantly. The man's eyes widened in anger, but he couldn't utter a single word before finally collapsing heavily to the ground. The sudden attack by Tai Feng and the short man shocked everyone. They quickly distanced themselves from the two, their faces showing shock and anger. Tai Feng, Xie Quan, what are you two doing? Why did you kill someone? Someone shouted. The crowd stared at the two men, as if they would attack them if they couldn't give a reasonable answer. Tai Feng sneered, Fool, look at your own rotting body before you ask questions. The crowd's expressions changed slightly, and some began to examine the decay on their bodies. My decay has lessened again. This time it's reduced by more than half, and it's still slowly recovering. What on earth is going on? Why would their death cure our curse? Could it be some intelligent people had already realized the crux of the problem and stared intently at the corpse on the ground? Snap, snap, snap. A round of applause rang out from not far away, and Su Mu walked over with an approving look on his face. You two are truly admirable for your decisiveness. The moment you discovered the method to break the curse, you didn't hesitate at all and directly killed them unexpectedly. Brilliant. Upon seeing that it was Su Mu who spoke, Tai Feng's fierce expression vanished completely, and he transformed from a tiger into a kitten, his face full of flattery. Mr. Su, you flatter me. I was only trying to help everyone break the curse. These two are quite strong. If we let them launch a sneak attack first, we might have even more people killed or injured. Su Mu, what exactly happened? Yang Dongqing walked over with a grim expression. He couldn't accept that the people who were just teammates had suddenly turned on each other. Su Mu smiled slightly and explained, Angels and demons are inherently opposed. This statue is a dual representation of gods and demons, and they have achieved a delicate balance, making it impossible to determine a winner. This is where external force is needed. In reality, the so-called curse is merely a division of factions. Those afflicted by the angel's curse are followers of the angel, while those unaffected are followers of the demon. I suspect that angels and demons use this method to determine the victor, forcing their respective factions to fight each other through curses. A look of understanding flashed in Yang Dongqing's eyes, but his face remained grim. So that's how it is. But these angels and demons are no good either. They're so cruel. Wait, something's not right. The short man named Xiaquan suddenly cried out and lifted his clothes, revealing a rotting patch on his chest. Why hasn't the decay completely disappeared? They've clearly killed all the angel followers. Typhon was also shocked to find that he was in the same situation, with only one last piece of decay remaining. This can't be. Isn't this the way to break the curse? The faces of the people who were originally immersed in joy turned gloomy again. Sumu frowned and walked up to the crowd. The method to break the curse should be correct. Since the curse has not completely disappeared, there is only one possibility. What's possible? Someone asked eagerly. There are still angel believers among us. Sumu's eyes swept across the crowd like lightning, as if searching for the last angel believer. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. They all looked at the people around them with suspicion, and some cautious people even quietly stepped back and distanced themselves from the others. How is this possible? Mr. Su, everyone present should be a follower of the devil. Typhon was stunned and could hardly believe it. Sumu's expression grew increasingly grave. Perhaps one of us is lying. He is a believer in angels, but deliberately lied about being cursed by a demon. Typhon's expression changed, and his murderous gaze fixed on everyone except Sumu. Who's lying? Step forward now, or I might leave you with a whole corpse. Everyone, show your wounds. Typhon, go check them. Sumu commanded in an unquestionable tone. Under the pressure of the powerful figure, everyone lifted their clothes, revealing the last small patch of decay on their bodies. Typhon examined them one by one with his sharp, hawk-like eyes and found that everyone had decay, which meant that they were undoubtedly believers in the devil. No, Mr. Su, they are all demons. Typhon's words suddenly stopped, his pupils contracted sharply, and he looked at Sumu in disbelief, instinctively taking a step back. Not only did he realize it, but everyone else did too, looking at Sumu in horror and retreating continuously. Sumu suggested checking them, but no one checked Sumu at all. Chapter 84 Typhon, you still say you're not a believer in angels? Chapter 84 Typhon, you still say you're not a believer in angels? Mr. Su, Typhon's expression changed drastically, and he didn't even dare to say the next words. If Sumu was an angel believer, would he and his demon believers still be alive? Facing the fearful and suspicious gazes of the crowd, Sumu smiled slightly. If I were a believer in angels, would I have advocated for the inspection of everyone, and even suggested that there might still be believers in angels alive? After saying that, he gently lifted the sleeve of his left arm, revealing his arm, where a small piece of rotting flesh remained on his forearm. Upon seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If Sumu were a believer in angels, they didn't think they could kill him. But if it wasn't Sumu, then who was that angel believer? Typhon, you just checked everyone's wounds. Now let everyone see yours too, Sumu suddenly said. Typhon nodded and said respectfully, Yes, Mr. Su. He verbally agreed, but inwardly he was complaining about Sumu's unnecessary actions. Among everyone, he was the one wearing the most revealing clothes, a tight black vest that exposed his arms and chest muscles. When he was rotting, his clothes couldn't cover it at all, and everyone had seen it. But since Sumu had spoken, he didn't dare to disobey. He then boldly lifted his tight black vest, turned around, and revealed the wound on his back. You all saw that, right? I'm a follower of the devil, just like you. Typhon casually put down his black vest, turning around as he said, It seems that to break the curse, besides killing the angel followers, there must be other hidden conditions. What's with that expression on your faces? Turning around, Typhon was startled. He found everyone staring intently at him, their expressions strange, shock, anger, suspicion. His heart skipped a beat, and a bad premonition began to rise within him. Wait! Sunfire chains, a middle-aged man in a leather jacket shouted. A chain made of lava suddenly appeared in his hand and instantly wrapped around Typhon's body. Typhon was shocked. What do you want to do? I'm a follower of the devil. One of our own. Still trying to lie? You clearly have burns on your back. You're talking nonsense. Mr. Su, you have to believe me. I really am a follower of the devil. Everyone saw it when I was rotting. Typhon struggled violently, his body turning metallic. He anxiously explained to Sumu, his face filled with the words, innocent. Sumu knew, of course, that Typhon was innocent. After all, only those who have wronged you truly know how wronged you are. Typhon is not a believer in angels, because he is one himself, and the burns on his back are an illusion he created using the all things in the world. Mr. Tai, perhaps you were a believer in demons before, but you changed sides halfway through. Angels represent goodness, and perhaps it was your act of stepping forward to help everyone break the curse that turned you into a believer in angels. You don't need to explain anymore. Saying more won't help. After all, the burns on your back can't lie. Su Mu sighed softly, as if he felt sorry for Typhone. Typhone was stunned by these words. You can switch sides? But I just killed someone to save my own life. Kill him quickly. I can't hold on much longer, the man in the leather jacket shouted anxiously. The others then launched their attack, surrounding Typhone. Jun Wushang drew his long sword and shouted, Peerless sword dance. The gleaming sword light, like a streak of lightning, sliced through the air and stabbed fiercely towards Typheng's eyeballs. He knew that his opponent possessed a body of steel, so he aimed to attack his eyes. Facing the onslaught of the crowd, Typhone roared furiously, his body radiating more and more metallic light, and his muscles swelled up like an inflating balloon. Bang! The flaming sun chain snapped instantly. However, Typhone, who had escaped, did not retaliate. Instead, he glanced at Su Mu with great apprehension before quickly fleeing. He knew clearly that with Su Mu in the demon camp, he, as an angel believer, had no chance of winning and could only run away. Of course, no one would let him go, and they chased after him in a swarm. Su Mu watched Typhone flee in disarray, a smile of interest curving his lips. He had to admit that Typhone was indeed very strong, far surpassing Yang Dongqing by more than one level. The marks left by the fiery sun chains had already mostly healed as he ran, clearly due to the effectiveness of the unending recovery ability. However, no matter how strong you are, it's useless. Real battles don't rely solely on brute force. Typhone was very fast. After all, his abilities were all related to his physique, but the superhumans chasing him were not ordinary people either. One of them suddenly stopped, took a deep breath, and then opened his mouth and roared. Buzz! A piercing noise came from this person's mouth, and the surrounding air trembled eerily as a powerful sound wave surged toward Typhone. Typhone screamed in agony, clutching his head and falling to the ground, with faint red blood flowing from his ears. As he fell to the ground, several attacks arrived in an instant. Several chains of lava bound him, and the lava burned his skin, emitting a burnt smell. Jun Wushang's sword gleamed white light and slashed fiercely, leaving several deep sword marks on Typheng's body that revealed bone. But that was all. It could not cut through the bone at all. Yang Dongqing also made a token 2 strikes, then walked away looking dejected, because he realized that he was the weakest among them. Even though he had fully mastered Iron Heart, he couldn't break through Typheng's defense at all. It was like 2 iron blocks colliding. In contrast, everyone else's methods were capable of harming Typhone. Even the seemingly most cowardly Taoist, Jun Wushang, could wound Typhone with his sword. No wonder Hearts of Iron is only sequence 9. Its ranking is not without reason. At this moment, the man who had released the sound waves earlier pulled out a silver revolver. The revolver had a strange shape, with a barrel that was almost as long as a baby's arm. It was entirely silver and looked exceptionally bright under the sun. Bang! A silver bullet shot toward Typheng's head. As he fell to the ground, Typhone immediately felt a chilling sense of crisis. He struggled with all his might, but the bullet did not hit his head. Instead, it struck his chest. A splash of blood bloomed on his chest. His proud, steely body had not been able to stop the bullet. Mithril bullets. Typheng's expression grew increasingly panicked, clearly showing extreme fear of the gun. Typhone, for everyone's sake, I have no choice but to ask you to die. The man holding the silver gun slowly walked over, raised the pistol, and pointed it at Typheng's head. Typheng's eyes were bloodshot as he struggled desperately, but there were too many lava chains binding him, making it impossible to break free in a short time. Chapter 85 We've all been treated like idiots by him. Chapter 85 We've all been treated like idiots by him. Just as the man with the silver gun was about to pull the trigger, Xia Quan, who had not yet made a move, suddenly spoke up. Wait a minute. I feel something is amiss. The man with the silver gun sneered. What? You're getting soft-hearted just because you two work for the same company. Xia Quan said with a solemn expression. Don't you find it strange? Su Mu is so powerful. If he wanted to kill Typhone, he could do so with a flick of his finger, but he hasn't made a move yet. And who is Mr. Su? Why would he need to personally deal with someone like this? Get out of my way right now, or I'll kill you too. Hold on. I need to check Typheng's wounds again. Xia Quan was still trying his best to stop him. However, the man with the silver gun had already lost his patience and was about to pull the trigger. Xia Quan's eyes turned cold, and countless brown feathers instantly sprouted from his short body. His hands transformed into sharp eagle claws. Whoosh. The silver spear-wielding man's arm was instantly severed by the eagle's claws, and blood gushed out. I'll kill you. The silver spear-wielding man, missing a hand, was about to unleash a sonic attack, but Xiaquan wouldn't give him the chance. The feathers on his body transformed into monkey fur, and his figure became increasingly emaciated. He bent down, using his hands and feet to exert force simultaneously, his whole body like a nimble monkey, instantly appearing behind the man with the silver spear. Then, with lightning speed, he stretched out 2 hands covered in monkey hair, grabbed the man's head, and twisted it forcefully. Snap. The man with the silver gun had his neck snapped instantly and collapsed to the ground. Xiaquan Yu. Typhon was shocked. He never expected that his relationship with Xiaquan was so close that the other party would risk his life for him. I said I want to check his wounds again. Xiaquan's face, covered in monkey hair, was filled with murderous intent, and everyone hesitated for a moment. What's the point of checking? Seeing is believing. He's a follower of the angels. The man wielding the fiery chains said warily. I can tell you clearly want to save him. Xiaquan coldly said. If I join forces with him, do you think the few of you can stop me? Although I am only Bronze Eye, my Bronze Law Beast Mimicry sequence is ranked 102nd. I don't need to explain what that means, do I? Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed immediately. Even the extraordinary young Yang Dongqing was frightened. He had previously read the information given to him by Murong Mengli. Although he had not memorized all of the bronze sequence, he understood what sequence 102 meant. Sequence 99 is a hurdle. A sequence that can reach 100 is called a high sequence, which is a qualitative change compared to a low sequence. Sometimes, a single high sequence user can even kill a low sequence user at Bronze 2. He recalled the description of beast mimicry. He couldn't remember the exact words, but he remembered the general ability. It could mimic the forms of 100 beasts. Although this Bronze Law didn't have strong offensive power, it was very comprehensive and could fight on land, sea, and air, which was enough to deal with most crises. Seeing that he had intimidated everyone, Xiaquan's hand transformed into an eagle claw once more, his sharp nails gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Swish! He suddenly waved his hand, and Tai Feng's tight vest ripped open, revealing a muscular body with a metallic sheen. Turn around. Tai Feng didn't hesitate and turned around immediately. He knew he couldn't possibly defeat the combined forces of everyone. If Xiaquan wanted to harm him, there was no need for him to kill the Silver Spear man. The charred wound was once again exposed to everyone's eyes. Xiaquan, what else do you want to argue about? The evidence is irrefutable. The man controlling the blazing sun chains roared in dissatisfaction. However, Xiaquan did not respond. Instead, he turned his nose into a dog's nose, sniffed hard, and then a cold smile flashed across his face. He bent down and grabbed the burned area with his hand, tearing off a piece of rotten flesh. Everyone was immediately shocked. What happened? Wasn't he burned? Why is there rotting flesh and blood? Xiaquan gave a cold laugh and looked at Su Mu, who was leaning against a stone pillar in the distance. Su Mu seemed to sense the gaze, smiled slightly at him, and nodded in acknowledgement. We've all been fooled. That guy surnamed Su is the real believer in the angels. Xiaquan's murderous intent intensified. He couldn't bear being made a fool of like a clown. Don't talk nonsense. If Mr. Su is a believer in angels, how do you explain the decay on his body? Don't forget that it was he who suggested that there were believers in angels among us, and took the initiative to check everyone. Jun Wushang didn't believe Xiaquan's words at all and retorted. The man also looked incredulous, but Yang Dongqing, who knew Su Mu best, felt a sudden unease. Oh no, this is something he's capable of doing. If I'm not mistaken, Su Mu's ability should be related to illusion. He used illusion to change the wound and pointed the finger at the strongest Tai Feng, wanting to use everyone's strength to kill Tai Feng first. Do you believe it or not? As long as Tai Feng dies, there will definitely be another angel believer among us who will switch sides. Unfortunately, he underestimated my nose. Although the appearance of the wound has changed, the smell of burning and rotting is completely different. Xiaquan explained coldly. Jun Wushang still didn't believe it. Are you kidding me? With Brother Su's strength, would he need to resort to such petty tricks? If he were an angel believer, we would all be dead by now. Why would he be putting on an act with you? At this moment, Tai Feng also came to his senses, and his face turned extremely ugly. Perhaps he doesn't have such great strength at all, and his previous attacks were just illusions. Not bad. Xiaquan smiled coldly. I was wondering before why an attack that could change the celestial phenomena was silent. Because of the beast mimicry, my 5 senses are beyond those of ordinary people. I can have the eyes of an eagle, the nose of a dog, and the ears of a cat at the same time. So even though the distance was far away, I could still detect the abnormality. After the dark clouds appeared, the air humidity did not change, and there was no airflow that the falling giant sword should have generated. It can be said that apart from what the naked eye could see, nothing else should have been there, which completely defied common sense. This can only mean one thing. Sumu possesses an illusionary ability that manipulates vision. He's treating us all like idiots. The chains of lava snapped in an instant, and Typhoon dragged his injured body to his feet with difficulty. His eyes were filled with unimaginable rage. The feeling of being fooled was worse than being killed, especially when he thought about his previous fawning and ingratiating appearance. He was so angry that his heart felt like it was going to explode. I should have realized this sooner. If he is really that powerful, why would he be forced to the sacrificial site by the unmemorable ones, just like us? Chapter 86. If you all see through my illusion, I actually know a little bit of martial arts. Chapter 86. If you all see through my illusion, I actually know a little bit of martial arts. Click, click, click. The sound of steel being squeezed and rubbed against each other kept coming from Tai Feng's mouth. He was almost grinding his teeth to powder. The situation completely reversed at this moment, with the spearhead pointing directly at Su Mu. Yang Dongqing realized something was wrong. He was naturally on Su Mu's side, but now the two of them were forcibly divided into the camps of angel and demon, which made them mortal enemies. This made him hesitate. Kill him, Typhoon roared, his face ashen, and charged toward the center of the sacrificial site like a human tank. Xie Quan transformed into a werewolf, standing on all fours, and followed closely behind. The chain man did the same, and all three of them had a furious killing intent flashing on their faces. Only Yang Dongqing and Jun Wushang showed hesitation. Brother Yang, what should we do? After all, Brother Su works for us, Su Mu, run. Yang Dongqing suddenly shouted and rushed towards the crowd to stop him. Jun Wushang was taken aback. He hadn't expected Yang Dongqing to choose to stand on Su Mu's side. After all, only one side could survive, the angel or the demon. Boy, how dare you betray us? Tai Feng's killing intent surged, and he showed no mercy to Yang Dongqing, who was charging towards him. His right arm muscles bulged instantly like an inflating balloon, becoming thicker than an adult male's thigh. The bulging muscles had hard, distinct lines and contained terrifying power. His eyes narrowed, and he suddenly swung his right fist, which sliced through the air with a sharp, explosive sound. Don't kill him, Xie Quan suddenly said. Trusting Xie Quan, Tai Feng's fist changed direction in midair, moving from Yang Dongqing's head to his chest. Yang Dongqing's arms gleamed with metallic light as he tried to block the punch. However, the difference between Bronze I and Bronze III was too great. His proud steel body was as fragile as paper in front of this punch. Click! His defensive arms were instantly broken, and the terrifying force slammed into his chest cavity through the severed arms. Yang Dongqing was sent flying backward, blood gushing from his mouth. That punch severely injured him. Why can't we kill him? Typhoon asked, still furious. Killing the demon cultists will benefit the angels. Su Mu's strength is currently unknown, so we cannot allow his burns to heal. Xie Quan said coldly. Kill Su Mu first, and don't cause any more trouble. The two exchanged a glance, and then rushed toward Su Mu. Soon, the three of them arrived at the center of the sacrificial site, forming a triangle that firmly surrounded Su Mu. You, surnamed Su, have deceived us so badly. Typhoon, covered in wounds, stared intently at Su Mu, while the bald man who had been hiding in the corner was ignored. Surrounded by three extraordinary individuals, Su Mu showed no panic whatsoever. Instead, he smiled slightly and said, How can you call it a lie about extraordinary individuals? You're just too stupid. You can't blame anyone else. The three were instantly enraged. They hadn't expected Su Mu to be so arrogant even after being exposed. But it was precisely because of this that they dared not act rashly, as none of them knew Su Mu's true strength. If what he said about being Bronze 3 was true, then it means that besides visual illusions, he also has two other hidden abilities. Su Mu, you don't need to bluff. If we don't kill you, we'll all be dead for sure, so you can't scare us. Xie Quan's small eyes flashed with a cold light, and his hands had somehow transformed into a pair of tiger claws. Faced with the threat, Su Mu's smile widened. This is more interesting. Actually, I was really worried that you were all idiots who would keep killing each other until they died without realizing it. I didn't expect that you would find out after only one person died. Come on, let's all come at you. The group exchanged glances. Although they were somewhat wary, in the face of life and death, none of them cared about martial ethics, and they immediately charged forward side by side. Let's do it. Typhoon took the lead, his legs suddenly exerting force. The ground instantly cracked, and he soared into the air, crashing towards Su Mu like a cannonball. At the same time, a lava chain arrived in an instant. Faced with the two men's combined attack, Su Mu did not take any action. However, when their attacks came one after another, his figure disappeared inch by inch like a dream bubble. Illusion! Tai Feng exclaimed in shock, realizing the strangeness of Su Mu's methods. At this moment, Xia Quan, who had not yet made a move, sneered and his tiger claws tore through the air as he attacked the area behind the stone pillar. A figure in black leaped lightly and dodged the tiger's claws. Su Mu, your illusions may fool them, but they can't fool me. Xia Quan's eyes gleamed with smugness. The sound of your footsteps when you move has already given you away. You two listen to my instructions. Don't believe your eyes. I'll show you where he is. Surrounded again, Su Mu remained calm. He adjusted his brown-tinted glasses and said indifferently, "You three don't think I'm only good at illusions, do you?" A look of caution flashed across the three faces, but none of them were intimidated by Su Mu. They continued to press closer to him, constantly tightening their encirclement. Su Mu smiled faintly. "If you all see through my illusion, I actually know a little bit about martial arts." Then, as before, he stretched out a finger and slowly pointed it to the sky. In an instant, the weather changed dramatically. Huge dark clouds formed out of thin air and enveloped the entire sacrificial site. The sky darkened. Seeing him resort to the same trick again, Xia Quan became even more smug. "Hee, you've run out of tricks. The air humidity hasn't changed, and the airflow hasn't moved. Don't embarrass yourself with such a false illusion." Illusion? Su Mu's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of mockery flashing across his face. "Still unaware of your impending doom? Shadow summoning. Demonic descent. Shadow summoning?" Everyone was slightly surprised. Was this another bronze law of Su Mu? How come they had never heard of it before? Could it be some kind of hidden law? "Xia Quan, watch out behind you," Tai Feng suddenly shouted anxiously. Xia Quan quickly turned his head and saw that a humanoid monster more than 2 meters tall, whose body was made of shadows, had emerged from the darkness behind him. Its body was thin and looked like a dried corpse. Its hands were long and hung down to the ground. The part of its face opened up a pair of scarlet blood eyes. Xia Quan was startled, but then he sneered. No footsteps, no smell, just a mere illusion. However, what he didn't know was that shadows don't make footsteps or have any smell. Then, completely ignoring the shadowy figure behind him, he looked at Su Mu with a mocking smile. "It seems you really have no other tricks up your sleeve. Then prepare to die." Just as he was about to make his move, everything suddenly went black. It turned out that the humanoid shadow had stretched out its withered arm, its 5 fingers extended like branches, and its body was bent, like a gentleman extending an invitation to dance. Humph! Xia Quan completely ignored it and was about to walk straight through the shadow, but, bang! Xia Quan stood frozen in place, staring at the dark figure's arm blocking his way, a pain shooting through his forehead as if he had hit a tree. Instantly, his expression changed drastically, an overwhelming fear gripping his very soul. This is not an illusion. Chapter 87 Good and Evil. Chapter 87 Good and Evil. Before he could finish speaking, the impatient figure grabbed Xia Quan's hand and forcibly dragged him into the darkness. "No! Tai Feng, save me!" Xia Quan screamed shrilly, his terrified cry sending chills down the spines of Tai Feng and his companion. The next second, the sound stopped abruptly. The dark figure disappeared, and Xia Quan also disappeared. It all seemed like an illusion. Heh! A soft laugh broke the deathly silence in the room. Tai Feng and the other man stared in horror at Su Mu's smiling face, which looked like the smile of a devil. Su Mu elegantly pushed up his brown-tinted glasses. "Let me make this clear in advance. I do not accept surrender." Shadow summoning. Thump! The luxurious snakeskin cane lightly touched the ground, and darkness surged from its tip like a tide, spreading rapidly and transforming into countless tiny, mysterious runes that spread across the land centered on Su Mu, forming a strange and mysterious magic circle. Then, a scene that terrified Tai Feng and his companion unfolded. From within the massive magic array, humanoid shadows, each over 2 meters tall, emerged. 1, 2, 10, 100. A full 100 shadowy monsters emerged from the magic circle, surrounding Su Mu like stars around the moon. At this moment, Su Mu was like a shadow emperor. He waved his hand lightly, and the shadow monsters instantly swarmed out. "Run!" Tai Feng's eyes widened in horror, and he turned and ran in terror. He never expected that Su Mu would have such a hidden skill. This time, he didn't think it was an illusion, because Xia Quan's screams were still vivid in his mind. Su Mu ignored the two who were running away and instead chuckled. "Sigh. I lied again by accident today. What if this becomes a habit? The Shadow Legion was obviously an illusion. Only the shadow that killed Xia Quan was real, his good friend whom he brought from the nightmare world, and not innocent. There are two limitations to using the not white skill. First, it must be dark. Second, you can only kill one person at a time. So when he pointed to the sky with one finger, causing dark clouds to cover the sky, his purpose was to prepare for Bu Bai's appearance. Now, all he had to do was wait for Bu Bai to finish digesting Xia Quan before killing Tai Feng and the other two one by one. A clever illusion, like a clever lie, must be a mixture of truth and falsehood, reality and illusion. At this moment, Yang Dongqing and Jun Wushang ran over, looking at Su Mu with complicated expressions, hesitant to speak. Su Mu, are you really a believer in angels? In the end, Yang Dongqing couldn't hold back any longer and asked the question that had been on his mind. Su Mu nodded. Of course, I have always emphasized that I am a good person. Now that we have the statue as a witness, no one can slander me in the future. What time is it? You're still in the mood for jokes. Yang Dongqing said anxiously. You're an angel. We're demons. Only one of us can survive. Su Mu patted Yang Dongqing on the shoulder. Don't worry. I will take good care of Jasmine for you. Go in peace. You son of a bitch. Yang Dongqing instantly became furious. If his arms hadn't been broken, he would have punched Su Mu right away. Haha, just kidding. Actually, I already had a way to break the curse. Brother Su, do you really have a way? Jun Wushang was overjoyed. He really didn't want to have to kill his colleagues to survive. There is a way, but it requires the cooperation of the two of you. Oh, right. I almost forgot there's one more person. With that, Su Mu pulled Zhao Yongqiang, the nightmare apostle who had been hiding in the corner trembling with fear, over. In fact, the idols are not divided into camps based on good and evil. What is the basis for that? Jun Wushang asked hurriedly. Although Yang Dongqing, who was still angry, had already perked up his ears. Su Mu didn't keep them in suspense and explained. Based on your inner guilt, or rather, your clear thinking, as long as you believe you are right, then you are in the angel camp. Take Yang Dongqing for example. This guy killed a lot of people, but he believed that the worst thing he did was rob 50,000 yuan. In other words, in his heart, he felt that these people deserved to die, but robbing money was wrong. That woman from before wiped out her entire enemy family. From her tone, you could tell she believed in the principle of a life for a life, and that she had done nothing wrong. Therefore, she was on the angelic side. Jun Wushang suddenly realized, I understand. Even if I do evil, as long as I don't think I'm doing evil, then I'm in the angel camp. Yes, who can distinguish right from wrong? From the perspective of ants, all humans are evil, but from the perspective of God, no matter how evil the things humans do, they will only think that it is a group of ants fighting. Therefore, God doesn't care whether people are good or not. The only thing he truly cares about is yourself. Brother Su, how can we break the curse? Of course, we should kill everyone in the opposing camp. Jun Wushang's expression changed slightly. Brother Su, please stop joking. Su Mu shook his head. I'm not joking. There is only one way to break the curse because it is a rule set by the gods and demons. Unless you have enough strength to defeat the gods and demons, you can only follow the rules of the game they set. Don't worry, since it's a game, there will naturally be loopholes. We don't need to fight each other, we just need to switch sides. How do I change? Jun Wushang looked troubled. To be honest, I didn't pay for the foot massage last time, but that didn't make me feel guilty. I paid back number 8 a long time ago after I earned the money. What I really feel guilty about is that I have failed my master's teachings. My master told me to stay away from worldly desires and women and focus on the Tao, but I have gone against the Tao. That's simple. Just relax and accept my hypnosis, Su Mu said calmly. Jun Wushang's expression changed drastically. Hypnosis? You're not going to do anything strange to me, are you? Su Mu, I've noticed that you've disobeyed your master's orders more than once, haven't you? You don't read Taoist scriptures on a regular basis, but you've watched a lot of pornographic videos, haven't you? Upon hearing this, Jun Wushang's ears turned red, and his eyes flickered as he said, I was just looking around. All right, if you believe me, then relax and don't resist. If you don't believe me, then join Tai Feng and the others. It's your choice. Jun Wushang's expression changed several times before he finally nodded with difficulty. We are all people from the bronze coffin. I believe Miss Morong would not hire bad people into the company. I believe you. Su Mu frowned slightly. He didn't understand why all his colleagues were love-struck. No, Yang Dongqing could be considered love-struck, but Jun Wushang could only be considered a simp at the moment. Chapter 88 I understand now. Foot massage is also a way. Chapter 88 I understand now. Foot massage is also a way. Look at this pocket watch. A dark gold pocket watch with an Ouroboros pattern came into Jun Wushang's view. A moment later, Jun Wushang excitedly opened his eyes and looked at Su Mu with great excitement. Brother Su, I understand. Foot massage is also a way. The Tao is everywhere, from the vast heavens and the earth to a single flower and tree, all contain its essence. It can be the first ray of sunlight in the morning, or the bed made for me on the 6th, or the bowl of clear soup served to me on the 8th. Yang Dongqing, standing to the side, stared in disbelief. So you actually found 2 more? Jun Wushang became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he had touched upon the Tao that he had been searching for all along. Brother Yang, you're too attached to appearances. Finding a few isn't the point. The point is, how can one transcend the world without experiencing its troubles? How can one comprehend the mysteries of the great Tao without experiencing the hustle and bustle of the mortal world? A person, stripped of their skin, is nothing more than 206 bones. Dressed, they possess 18,000 forms. Seeing a beautiful woman as white bones makes me without desire. Seeing white bones as beautiful women makes me without fear. Without desire and without fear, the great Tao is within reach. Looking at Jun Wushang, who was talking loudly and eloquently, Yang Dongqing held back for a long time before finally uttering a single word. Fuck. So that's your excuse for not paying for your foot massage? All right, Jun Wushang, go to the statue and answer the questions again and switch sides. Sumu really didn't want to listen to these two's rambling and urged them directly. All right, Brother Su. Having seen the great Tao, Jun Wushang walked briskly to the statue and answered its question again. Sure enough, this time, he believed that even foot massage was a form of healing, but the decay on his body was completely gone, leaving only burns. Yang Dongqing, it's your turn. Sumu glanced at Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing took a deep breath, his eyes full of distrust, and said, Don't take this opportunity to instill any strange ideas in me. Sumu was too lazy to pay attention to him. This kind of hothead was someone who could be controlled without hypnosis. Unless necessary, he was unwilling to waste his mental energy on Yang Dongqing. He would rather feed Bubai. After a moment, Yang Dongqing's eyes cleared. Now I understand. Robin Hood is a righteous act, and no one has stipulated that you can't rob others of their wealth to help your own poverty. Then he went to the statue and switched sides again. Finally, there was Zhao Yongqiang, who had been largely ignored. Considering that Zhao Yongqiang was also part of the bronze coffin and thus one of his subordinates, Su Mu hypnotized him and switched his allegiance. At this point, there were 4 angel believers and only 2 demon believers left. Due to the change in numbers, Su Mu and the others found that their burns were beginning to lessen, while the decay on Tai Feng and the other 2 was worsening. Brother Su, since we can switch sides in this way, why don't we just hypnotize them too instead of fighting each other with Tai Feng and the others? Jun Wushang suggested. Su Mu shook his head. Do you think Tai Feng and the others will agree? Jun Wushang was stunned, and his words trailed off. Yes, how could Tai Feng and the others agree to hypnosis? It was tantamount to handing their lives over to someone else. If Su Mu had malicious intentions and took the opportunity to smuggle something into the hypnosis, the 2 of them might become slaves forever. How about I try to persuade them? Jun Wushang thought for a moment and said, Their refusal to accept hypnosis is simply because they are worried about being manipulated, but I have already accepted hypnosis, and I'm fine, aren't I? Perhaps some gentle persuasion will work. Su Mu smiled slightly. You want to persuade them? Do you think they'll think you've been manipulated by me and are deliberately deceiving them? Jun Wushang was at a loss for words. Also, who told you I would never manipulate them under hypnosis? Why would I refuse 2 powerful thugs? Brother Su, don't joke around. You're a good person. If you really wanted to do this, I would definitely be the first one you brainwashed. Oh, how can you be sure you haven't been brainwashed by me? Su Mu's lips curled into a mysterious smile. Jun Wushang chuckled. Brother Su, what are you saying? Do you think I don't know whether I've been brainwashed or not? Su Mu smiled without saying a word, but Yang Dongqing felt a strange unease. This Jun Wushang is acting strangely. He's already told you the truth, and you still think Su Mu is a good person? Damn, has he been brainwashed? Thinking of this, Yang Dongqing panicked a little. He even wondered if Su Mu had taken the opportunity to brainwash him. But then he thought that probably not. After all, he had already agreed to work for him for 3 years, so there was no need for him to brainwash him. With that thought, he felt relieved. My hand. Tai Feng, who was running for his life, suddenly screamed. He raised his arm and found that the rot that had previously recovered had reappeared and was spreading rapidly. The man with the blazing sun chains was in the same state, his face filled with panic. What's going on? Why is the decay speeding up? Could it be that Jun Wushang and the others were killed by Su Mu, causing the angels to become stronger? Suddenly, Typhon looked at the Black Shadow Legion that was constantly pursuing him, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes. He was like a badly wounded beast preparing to fight to the death. We can't let this go on any longer. If we drag this out any longer, even if we aren't killed by the Shadow Legion, we'll die from the demon's curse. Let's fight them to the death. With a roar, Typhon abruptly turned around and charged towards the Shadowy Legion. Seeing this, the man with the blazing sun chains also showed a look of madness. Damn it, let's fight. The two launched a desperate charge against the hundreds of shadowy figures. However, the moment the two clashed, they were stunned, because their attacks passed right through the Shadow Legion, as if they had hit nothing at all. The two exchanged an incredulous glance, both seeing shock and anger in each other's eyes. Damn it, this is an illusion too. We've been completely fooled. Typhon roared angrily, feeling like his intelligence had been thoroughly rubbed into the ground by Su Mu. Being fooled wasn't scary. What was scary was being fooled by the same trick twice in a row. That's not right. If it was an illusion, then how did Xie Quan die? Typhon's eyes flashed with a murderous glint. You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? I don't care how Xie Quan died. I only know that if we don't kill Su Mu, we'll both die. Come on, let's go back and kill our way back. Before long, Typhon and his companion returned to fight their way back. When they found Su Mu, they discovered that he was standing in a pile of corpses, his fair hands covered in blood, and at his feet lay the gruesome bodies of Jun Wushang, Yang Dongqing, and others. Typhon's pupils contracted. Just as he expected, Su Mu had indeed killed Jun Wushang and the others, which was why the curse on the two of them was becoming stronger. Chapter 89. The Myriad Phenomena of the Universe. Black Vision. Chapter 89. The Myriad Phenomena of the Universe. Black Vision. Su Mu, you really are ruthless. I never thought that with only you left in the angel faction, you would turn the tide and wipe out our demon faction to this extent. Typhon, whose face was half rotten, looked at Su Mu, whose hands were covered in blood and who was smiling, and felt a chill rise in his heart. This was definitely the most dangerous opponent he had ever encountered in the first half of his life. The danger did not refer to how strong the opponent was, but rather to the opponent's cunning and unpredictable methods. He single-handedly nearly wiped out the demon cultists who had the upper hand. Stop wasting time talking to him. Attack. A crimson chain made of lava rushed toward Su Mu. The next moment, Su Mu's figure shattered like a bubble. Damn it, it's an illusion again. Without Xie Quan, it will be very difficult for us to break his illusions. Don't panic. Even if our hearing isn't as good as Xie Quan's, it's still far superior to that of ordinary people. Concentrate and listen carefully, and we'll definitely be able to hear his footsteps. Typhon said urgently. So the two of them immediately held their breath and strained their ears, trying to hear the slightest sound. And they actually heard it. Breathing sounds. There are breathing sounds all around. Wait, something's not right. Why are there 4 people breathing? Ah! The man controlling the chains suddenly let out a scream. Typhon was shocked and looked over, and was immediately horrified. Half of a gleaming sword blade was visible through the man's chest. And standing behind him was none other than Jun Wushang, who had already died. Not only Jun Wushang, but also Yang Dongqing, and that ordinary person came back to life. You guys. Typhon was both shocked and furious. At this moment, how could he not see that these people had faked their deaths in order to cooperate with Su Mu? The only thing he couldn't understand was that these people were clearly from the demon camp. Weren't they just courting death? Before anyone knew it, Su Mu, who was spotless, slowly emerged from behind a stone wall, gently tapping the ground with his snakeskin cane, his steps light and elegant. Typhon, I can give you a chance to live, to submit, or to die. Su Mu said calmly. You don't need to worry about the curse. If you choose to submit, I will help you transform into the angel faction. After he finished speaking, he gestured to Yang Dongqing and the others with his eyes, and they all showed off their burns. He didn't intend to subdue both of them. Humans are creatures that won't behave unless they're pushed to the brink. They have all sorts of thoughts in their minds, and compared to the blazing sun chains, Iron Peak of Bronze 3 is clearly more valuable to subdue. Typhon's face was ashen, his eyes flickering. What is the method to switch sides? Hypnosis. As long as you accept my hypnosis, I can help you switch sides. Hypnosis. Upon hearing these 2 words, Typhon's heart sank to the bottom. You've pushed me to this point, and now you want me to submit? Su Mu shrugged indifferently. Anyway, you're used to being a dog for nobles. After all, what difference does it make who you're a dog for? I'll fucking kill you. Typhon went completely berserk, charging towards Su Mu like a human tank, leaving behind a dense spiderweb of cracks on the ground with every step he took. Tisk. Su Mu shook his head helplessly. Why would a perfectly healthy person choose to seek death? The next moment, he took off his brown glasses, and his deep eyes suddenly burst forth with a bright blue light, turning his entire eyes a crystal blue. All things in the universe. Black vision. Whoosh. Tai Feng's vision went black, as if an invisible black cloth had covered his eyes, and he had become completely blind. This is one of the uses of Senra Wanshou. Since it is an illusion that manipulates vision, it can also deprive people of their vision. I'll kill you. Unable to see, Tai Feng was like a mad beast, wildly swinging his fists. Wherever he went, walls and stone pillars were smashed to pieces, but he couldn't hit Su Mu. Su Mu's true form had already hidden far away, watching Tai Feng go berserk. He did not use the black shadow Not White, because Not White had not yet finished digesting Xie Quan. It was probably the first time he had devoured a superhuman, and the digestion process was exceptionally slow. Of course, he wasn't worried that Xie Chuaning would come out alive. Bu Bai's abilities were strange. Unless he knew the way to break the dark illusion in advance, who would keep their eyes closed and let Bu Bai lead them around. Su Mu, what should we do next? Yang Dongqing stared intently at the crazed Tai Feng, somewhat worried. He knew Su Mu's true nature, a complete sickly person who relied entirely on hypnosis and illusion. Although Tai Feng was now blinded, he couldn't kill him with illusion alone, which had no offensive capabilities. He wanted to help, but his hands had been broken by Tai Feng, leaving him with virtually no fighting ability. Going up there would only be suicide. Jun Wushang gripped his long sword tightly, seemingly about to step forward, but was stopped by Su Mu. Watch closely. He smiled faintly, then pulled a silver revolver from his waist. The barrel was thick and long, like a baby's arm. Yang Dongqing was taken aback. Isn't this the gun that Sonic Kid used before? Tai Feng even mentioned mithril bullets back then. When did you get them? Su Mu did not answer, but took out a white handkerchief and carefully wiped the silver-white pistol. He did not like to use things that others had used, so he needed to wipe off the sweat and fingerprints first. Soon, after wiping it clean, he gently raised the silver-white pistol and aimed it at the crazed Tai Feng in the arena. Bang! A loud gunshot rang out, and a burst of blood erupted from Tai Feng's heart. He fell heavily to the ground, his eyes blinded, and screamed in agony. His survival instinct made him clutch his head to protect his vital organs, and he struggled to his feet. Bang! Another shot hit his right chest, this time seemingly breaking his spine, causing him to fall to the ground again, his hands hanging limply at his sides. Bang! The final shot hit the head, instantly creating a bloody hole. All movement ceased abruptly, and there was no sound. Tai Feng is dead. At this point, the demon faction was completely wiped out. Looking at the tragically dead Tai Feng, Jun Wushang showed a look of pity and shook his head repeatedly. 2 bullets to the body and 1 to the head. Even a god would be worried. The battle was that simple. Su Mu only used a negligible amount of mental energy, plus 3 bullets, to directly or indirectly kill several superhumans, including one of them, a Bronze 3. With Tai Feng's death, the burns on their bodies completely disappeared. Call. Su Mu blew on the still smoking muzzle of the gun, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. Not a noble phantasm, yet possessing power comparable to one. Is this the mithril bullet? From now on, you're mine. I'll call you Silver Rose. He twirled the gun, and then tucked the silver rose into his waistband. What are mithril bullets? Yang Dongqing looked at the silver rose with envy. This gun could actually ignore Tai Feng's steel body, which was truly extraordinary. Su Mu glanced at him. It's written in the extraordinary information about the bronze coffin. Go back and look it up yourself. Chapter 90 Primal Angels. A bad student is a bad student. They lose patience to read anything with even a little bit of text. Yang Dongqing was furious. He knew that Su Mu had looked down on him again, but he could only be angry. Taoist, what are mithril bullets? He asked Jun Wushang in a low voice. Jun Wushang patiently explained to him. Mithril is the hardest metal in the world, and it has a certain restraining effect on superhumans. Ordinary bullets cannot break through iron heart, but mithril bullets can. I have heard that some powerful superhumans also use mithril to forge weapons. Upon hearing this, Yang Dongqing's heart burned with excitement. He couldn't believe such a wonderful thing existed in the world. If he had a mithril knife today, would he have had his arms broken by Tai Feng? However, Jun Wushang's next words poured cold water on his enthusiasm. I really want a mithril longsword, but mithril is too expensive. It costs at least 10,000 yuan per gram. The bullets that Brother Su just fired probably weigh about 10 grams each, which is 100,000 yuan. 100,000 yuan per shot. 3 shots in total. 300,000 yuan. This is even though Tai Feng can't see. If he could see, it would be very difficult for bullets to hit him, and the $1,000,000 investment would probably be wasted. This is something nobles play with. Ordinary, extraordinary individuals can't afford to even touch it. Yang Dongqing's burning passion instantly turned to ice. Impoverished as he was, he couldn't believe that any metal in the world could be so expensive, 10,000 yuan per gram. He suddenly stared intently at Tai Feng's corpse, jogged over, and tried to pry out the mithril bullet from the body, but unfortunately, both his hands were broken, so he had to call Jun Wushang for help. The two spent a lot of effort to pry out 3 broken mithril bullets. "I'll take 2. You take 1. Jun Wushang said, quickly distributing them. Yang Dongqing objected. "Why should you get 2? "Because I dug these bullets out with my sword." "You?" Yang Dongqing was about to argue when he suddenly remembered that Tai Feng had been shot by the Sonic Kid, so he quickly asked Jun Wushang to dig. In the end, they each had 2 mithril bullets and were laughing very happily. 400,000 in hand. It definitely won't reach 400,000. After all, these are used mithril bullets, so there's bound to be some wear and tear. Plus, the buyback price isn't as high as the selling price. I estimate I'll be lucky to get 200,000. 100,000 per person is worth it. At least I can buy Jasmine a dress. I misunderstood her last time, so I have to buy her a dress to make amends. Jasmine is your girlfriend? That's impressive, Brother Yang. You don't even have any hair, yet you have a girlfriend. Unlike me, I can only use this 100,000 yuan to learn foot massage. I'm not bald, my hair is from being burned twice before, and it hasn't grown back yet. While the two were digging for mithril bullets, Sumu came to the statue and carefully examined the angel statue in front of him. Because he was a believer in angels, all he could see were angels. At this moment, the angel statue was radiating a holy white light, its face gentle and full of compassionate divinity. However, Sumu knew that all of this was an illusion. God never pitted mortals. They were merely victims of the struggle between angels and demons. Now that all the demons are dead, the angel in the statue should be able to suppress the demons. He guessed there would be further developments. Just as he had predicted, the holy light on the angel statue grew softer and brighter, and it seemed to come alive, its divine eyes gazing at Sumu. The next moment, the angel really came to life. The statue stretched out its limbs, and its 8 sacred wings trembled behind it, as if it had stepped directly down from the altar. Sumu narrowed his eyes. He didn't know what the angel was going to do. Out of caution, he left an illusionary clone in place while his real body quietly retreated behind the clone. However, the previously invincible, all things in the universe, seemed to fail at this moment. The angel completely ignored the clone and walked straight towards the main body, opening its arms as if to embrace it. Click! The silver rose bullet was chambered and aimed at the angel's head. If you want to express your gratitude, just give me some extraordinary potions. No need for a hug. Devout believers, return to God's embrace. A grand and ethereal Sanskrit chant emanated from the angel's mouth, making one want to obey God's command. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, Sumu fired directly at the angel's head. However, the mithril bullets that could pierce through, iron hard, could not harm the angel in the slightest, not even leaving a mark. Yang Dongqing and his companion, who were cleaning mithril bullets not far away, were startled by the gunshot. Why were they shooting again? Another 50,000. The two looked in the direction of the sound and were instantly horrified to see the angel statue closing in on Sumu. The two, bewildered, were about to run over when they saw the angel transform into a beam of holy light and directly enter Sumu's body. Darkness, a darkness as if one were in the starry universe. Sumu felt as if he had fallen into cold, dark seawater, his body sinking and sinking, seemingly without end. Just then, suddenly, an invisible giant net, as brilliant as the starry sky, appeared above the endless dimensions. That was the bronze law. Each node of the bronze law is inlaid with a dazzling star, emitting starlight. Suddenly, the law rotates, and a star that looks like the sun appears in Sumu's vision. It was completely different from other stars, dozens of times larger in size, and radiated holy light. The warm holy light dispelled the surrounding darkness, and Sumu was able to see the scene around him clearly. A sea of blood, an endless sea of blood. He was in the sea of blood, surrounded by countless unconscious people, still in a falling position. Soon, holy light fell upon him, and a sudden realization arose in his mind. The bronze law, the primordial angels. Bang! The surrounding environment shattered instantly. When Sumu regained his sight, He saw a dark and dilapidated house with a rocking chair inside and a dimly lit sky outside. The little girl, Ting Ting, was standing quietly in front of him, tilting her head and looking at him with curiosity. "Big brother, were you sleeping standing up just now?" Sumu narrowed his eyes, carefully examining Ting Ting before him. What was going on? Had time reversed? Why had he returned to the nightmare world? Countless questions flooded his mind. He felt no fear of the unknown, only a longing for surprises. Unexpected surprises kept stimulating his senses. For him, it felt like his girlfriend had given him a mysterious gift on a day that wasn't a birthday or holiday, and he was waiting to open it. He tried to recall the scene carefully, his memory stopping at the angel statue transforming into holy light, crashing into him, and then he fainted. When he woke up, he was back in the nightmare world. Illusion? Chapter 91 Outside. You call me immortal, and I won't argue with you. That was his first reaction. Just as he continued to ponder, Yang Dongqing's voice rang out from outside the door. Damn it, it gets light so fast. This room is too small. If we stay here any longer, we'll only attract more shadowy figures. Listen to me. Let's find another room. Yi Fanyu's voice followed. Sumu was slightly dazed. He looked down at his shadow at his feet, but there was no dark figure in it. He then tried to sense the immaculate heart and all things in the universe, but he couldn't sense them either. The only bronze law that existed within him now was the primordial angel that had just dispelled the darkness for him. A memory floated into my mind, the memory of entering the shadow illusion. He remembered everything. There was no such thing as a pure heart or all things in the universe. It's all an illusion. He was completely immersed in the illusion of shadows, where the bronze coffin, the unrememberable beings, and Typhon and the others were all fake. The truth is that he never escaped the illusion of the shadows. At the time, he thought he had succeeded and felt the shadow's hand disappear, so he opened his eyes. This caused him to break the rules and fall directly into an endless sea of blood, trapped in a false illusion. Everything that happened after I emerged from the shadowy illusion was a lie. He never escaped the shadowy illusion. Now he has truly emerged from the brink of despair, becoming the chosen one and connecting with the bronze law, primal angel. It was the holy light of the angels that dispelled the darkness for him and led him out of the illusion. It turns out that I failed before, trapped in the illusion and unable to extricate myself. But at the critical moment, my inner universe erupted, and I was blessed by the gods, awakening the primordial angel, which allowed me to step out of the illusion. The angel I encountered in the illusion was actually a sign that I was about to awaken as the primal angel. Sumu murmured to himself, gradually understanding everything. Am I also the chosen one? He frowned involuntarily. He disliked this feeling. He craved excitement and thrills, but the feeling of divine intervention when danger struck and all victories depended on luck was really boring. Soon, Yang Dongqing, Yi Fanyu, and the others entered. Sumu revealed the information about Ting Ting from the shadowy illusion. Yi Fanyu was delighted and analyzed how to break the nightmare. Kill Ting Ting. Yang Dongqing disagreed with this approach, but Yi Fanyu was eventually moved by Yang Dongqing's kindness and decided to help Ting Ting together with everyone. Things went smoothly. The primal angel worked its magic, and Sumu received divine guidance, found Ting Ting's family, and finally returned to reality. Back in reality, Sumu was recruited by various companies. He learned from them that the primordial angel was the legendary strongest bronze law, even stronger than the precognition of the future. Not only could it use the power of the gods, but it would also receive divine assistance in the dark. Therefore, they all wanted Sumu to join their companies, and even fought each other to recruit him. Just as Sumu was making his decision, the princess of the Crimson Flame Empire appeared. She was holy, beautiful, and flawless. She drove away all the competitors and recruited Sumu. Later, Sumu began his life as a protagonist in a wish fulfillment novel. In his adventures through nightmare worlds, he relied on the help of the gods to grow stronger and quickly became a gold-level expert. He was invincible among his peers and was known as the strongest in the empire because he could wield divine power. The princess secretly fell in love with him and vowed to marry no one but him. The emperor of the empire thought highly of him and promised to bestow the throne upon him. Years later, Sumu, the greatest emperor of the Crimson Flame Empire, the world's strongest man, an angel incarnate, a god's agent, and the only nightmare apostle in history to break the nightmare curse, successfully stood at the pinnacle of the world and lived happily ever after with the princess. On the enormous throne, Sumu looked at the imperial nobles kneeling before him, then at the stunningly beautiful princess beside him, her face filled with love. He pushed up his glasses, his face devoid of any happiness, only filled with endless emptiness and boredom. He sighed. Sigh, this isn't satisfying either? He turned his gaze to the 100-meter-tall angel statue standing in the center of the palace square, its silver vertical pupil in the center of its forehead shining brightly. I know you want me to believe in you and prepare a smooth life for me, but can you please put some effort into it? I've already done all that before. The 100-meter-tall angel statue remained lifeless, offering no response. Sumu frowned slightly and waved his hand. Guards, take down the statue for me. The kneeling ministers below all changed color and kept trying to stop him. Your Majesty, you mustn't demolish it. That would be blasphemy against the gods. The gods will unleash divine punishment, and the entire Crimson Flame Empire will suffer as a result. Your Majesty, angels are the faith of the Crimson Flame Empire. If you insist on this, the people will surely rebel. Sumu felt increasingly bored. He slowly raised his palm, and an extremely dazzling holy light appeared. Then he pressed down suddenly, and a huge holy light palm appeared out of thin air, directly enveloping the entire palace. Boom! The palace was reduced to ruins, and the world fell silent. The ministers died, and the princess died too. Sumu emerged from the ruins and strolled to the angel statue. Just as he was about to make his move, the angel statue came to life. Like a true angel descending to earth, standing 100 meters tall, with a compassionate divine radiance on his face, he looked down at Sumu, yet his silver vertical pupils held only endless coldness. Mortal, I have bestowed upon you all the riches and glory of this world, yet you still dare to blaspheme. Sumu smiled, raised his head, and his crystal blue eyes met the angel's cold eyes, which were devoid of any human emotion. I remember, you entered my body and then I passed out, right? The angel's voice grew colder and louder, like the voice of heaven. Mortal, answer my question. Sumu remained expressionless, his posture upright like a pine tree. His golden imperial robe swayed slightly in the wind. Beneath his high nose bridge, his thin lips were pressed into a straight line. Suddenly, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a cold smile bloomed on his lips. Though the arc was shallow, it carried endless chill and disdain. Outside, you call me immortal, and I don't mind. But in my dreams, you say, what should you call me? Boom. A tremendous change has taken place. Everything in the Crimson Flame Empire was shattered, and in its place rose a vast celestial palace, its celestial light illuminating the heavens, the void surging, and countless laws trembling. Sumu took a step forward, and endless laws formed a path to the heavens beneath his feet, carrying him to sit on the supreme imperial throne of the supreme immortal palace. His figure became incomparably majestic, seemingly as tall as heaven and earth. A celestial emperor's robe was gently draped over his body. Just sitting there was enough to make the world lose its color and all things tremble. He radiated a divine light as bright as the sun, and with a flick of his wrist, he controlled the cycle of life and death in the universe. With a turn of his hand, he dominated the changes in time and space, as if he were the center of the universe and the end of all paths. The angels who had previously seemed like gods now appeared like ants in his presence. Chapter 92, Devouring Divinity. The angel's compassionate face turned expressionless. All the changes around him were beyond his expectations. He seemed not to understand why a mere mortal could be so high above. Blabatur die. He was like a malfunctioning robot, his face as cold as ice, and his whole being transformed into a beam of holy light, rushing straight towards Sumu at the top of the world. Sumu sneered disdainfully. He had already guessed the angel's intentions. It was nothing more than wanting him to be forever immersed in the illusion, to believe in the angel, and then to control his body. It was just a pity that God's imagination was too lacking. These illusions were not only not beautiful to him, but also extremely annoying. If he were in the outside world, he might not have a good solution to this level of illusion. But this is his dream world, his home turf. The only one to blame is the angels for letting him fall into a coma. Because as soon as he falls asleep, he enters that omnipotent dream. He waved his hand gently, and billions of stars hanging in the universe fell like rain. They crashed madly towards the dazzling holy light. But no matter how the stars shattered and the world collapsed, the holy light seemed to be the only unchanging thing, completely unshakable. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. Just as I expected, everything in the dream was fake, while the angels were real from the outside world. Illusion cannot shake reality. He had anticipated this scene, because it had been the same when he dealt with the Crimson Nightmare world before. Illusion could not shake reality, even if his dream was more real than reality. Bang! The holy light struck his imposing body fiercely, like a leech, spreading wildly across his skin. In an instant, Su Mu's crystal blue eyes were tinged with holy light, and his expression became somewhat devout. An impulse rose in his heart, an impulse to praise the angel. He knew that the angels were forcibly changing his mind and turning him into a believer in the angels. But Su Mu was not flustered at all. Instead, he smiled silently. In my dream, although I cannot change the external reality, I can change myself. As soon as he finished speaking, his majestic body crumbled inch by inch, disappearing into thin air, while the holy light flew around aimlessly like a headless fly. Beyond the endless dimensions, Su Mu quietly watched the holy light, examining it with great interest. A god? Nothing special. Although he cannot destroy the holy light will not find him in the dream. He can divide a dream into endless dimensions in the blink of an eye, while he himself can hide outside of those dimensions at will. What should I do next? He stroked his chin, deep in thought. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Although illusions cannot affect reality, their greatest function has always been deception. Why not try deceiving a god? Then, an identical Su Mu appeared before the holy light. This was a clone he had created, a completely identical clone. The angel was indeed fooled. He seemed to lack much intelligence and went straight into the clone, which was then engulfed by holy light. Su Mu could sense that the angel was merging with his clone. Aren't you just courting death? Su Mu muttered to himself. He couldn't control the external reality, but if you insisted on merging into it, then he would have no choice but to accept it. He did not allow his clone to resist, letting the angel merge with him. Moments later, the two became one. The clone grew silver vertical pupils on its forehead, and 8 holy wings like those of an angel appeared on its back. Snap! Su Mu snapped his fingers, and his clone instantly vanished into nothingness, along with the angel, all merging into this dream world. Just when he thought he had solved it, the entire dream suddenly changed drastically. Everything that had been conjured up before shattered, and all things returned to nothingness. In this void, Su Mu stood alone. He frowned slightly, looking at the emptiness around him. A feeling told him that the dream seemed different now, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what was different. He tried to conjure up the celestial palace at the top again. The dream quickly changed according to his wishes, and the celestial palace soon appeared. Everything was just like before, but the feeling in the dark became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, a look of realization flashed in his eyes, and he understood what this feeling was. Reality. After the dream merged with the angel, it gained a touch of reality. That magical feeling was indescribable, but Su Mu truly felt it. The dream and reality became even closer. At the same time, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his forehead, as if it were on fire. Whoosh! A huge full-length mirror appeared in front of him, reflecting a tall and slender figure. Su Mu looked in the mirror and was surprised to find that a silver vertical pupil had appeared on his forehead, its gaze cold and indifferent, like a high and mighty god looking down on all living beings. With the appearance of vertical pupils, some memories that did not belong to him flooded into his mind. In a daze, he saw 2 towering gods fighting. One was a demon with jet-black wings on its back, and the other was an angel with silver eyes on its forehead and pure white wings. During the battle, the blood shed by the two fell onto a dark stone, which was stained with blood and eventually transformed into the statue of the 2 beings, god and demon. Later, the ground began to crumble from their fighting, and eventually the statue fell into the abyss and disappeared without a trace. The second image shows a group of people in black and white robes kneeling before a statue on an altar, then fighting each other, their blood staining the sacrificial site. The third and final image shows a small, bald monster with wings and no eyes or nose. It continuously releases a thick fog, seemingly disrupting some kind of balance. An old wooden door appears in the fog, and the little monster discovers it and opens it. The scene abruptly ended there. Do gods and demons really exist in this world, or are they just products of the nightmare world? Su Mu's eyes gleamed with excitement. This is wonderful. The more dangerous and bizarre the world is, the more excited he becomes, like a pro gamer who is never afraid of a game being too difficult, but only afraid that the game is too boring. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he quickly analyzed the information he had just received. The blood of gods and demons had endowed the statue with divinity, and the statue must have been found by some cult, which then built a sacrificial site for it. The sacrificial site is not located in the abandoned city. It was only after the unremembered ones arrived in the abandoned city that they inadvertently disrupted a certain balance, causing the entrance to the sacrificial site to appear in the abandoned city. This all makes sense now. He had previously guessed that since the person behind the scenes only needed someone whose memory was lost to achieve their goal, why would they need to create a statue? Therefore, the statue must not have been created by them. Now it seems that this was indeed the case. It was the idol released by the unremembered one, but it was the idol that trapped it in the sacrificial site. The thick fog it created, which eroded memories, was driven away by the statue and expelled entirely through the wooden door. His own dream was also quite peculiar, as it could devour the divinity of the statue, adding a touch of reality. If this were to be deduced logically, wouldn't it mean that as long as he devoured more divinity, the dream could become reality? Become a real world? What exactly was this dream? Could it really be a dream that a mere mortal like myself could have? More and more mysteries shrouded Su-mu, constantly stimulating his excited nerves. He loved the unknown and the surprises. Just as he was getting too excited, a sudden shaking sensation came, and then the whole dream began to shake violently. Chapter 93 Silver Vertical Pupils. Su-mu, are you still alive? Brother Su, don't die. Bronze Coffin hasn't paid me this month yet. I really can't afford to give a wedding gift. Su-mu opened his eyes and looked at the two people in front of him. Stop shaking me. Yang Dongqing and Jun Wushang were immediately overjoyed. That's great, Brother Su, you're finally awake. What just happened? Where did that statue go? Su-mu slowly got up from the ground. Although he had fallen to the ground, there was not a speck of dust on his body or even his clothes. This was because the Immaculate Heart was working. Now is not the time for idle chatter. Let's hurry and leave, or the sacrificial site will collapse soon. Without wasting any words, Su-mu led the three of them towards the outside of the sacrificial site. However, after taking only 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and stretched out his hand to Yang Dongqing. Give it to me. Yang Dongqing's expression changed, and he stammered. Take what? The next moment, everything went black and he lost all his vision. Then he felt a lightness around his waist. When he regained his vision, he found that Su-mu had a silver pistol in his hand. He gave an awkward laugh and scratched his head sheepishly. I didn't mean anything by it. I was just about to carry you to the hospital, but I was worried the bumpy ride would cause the gun to fall off. Su-mu ignored him and turned to Jun Wushang, saying, he didn't say anything about you, right? Jun Wushang's face fell, and he took out 5 mithril bullets from his Taoist robe and handed them over. Su-mu glanced at the two of them. You're already dividing up the inheritance before I'm even dead. The two were quite embarrassed, one scratching his head and the other looking at the stone at his feet. Besides, you're not my children, so you don't seem to have any right to inherit my estate, do you? All right, enough with the excuses. Given your egregious behavior, as the head of the Bronze Coffin Intelligence Department, I have decided to confiscate your mission bonuses for this mission. Didn't I return the things to you? What? Brother Su, you're a minister? Quick, this place is about to collapse. As they spoke, spiderweb-like cracks appeared in the sky above the sacrificial site, and the sky shattered like a mirror. As he ran, Su-mu looked up at the sky. He had a strange feeling. He felt that this place was very similar to the nightmare in the nightmare world. Thinking about how the nightmare world would invade the real world, he guessed that this sacrificial site came from the nightmare world. Then who were the black-robed and white-robed figures who knelt before the statue? Were they people like Ting in the nightmare world? Brother Su, which way do we run? We can't find the door we came in through, Jun Wushang said anxiously. Su-mu did not answer, but focused his mind on the space between his eyebrows. The next moment, a crack appeared between his eyebrows, and a silver vertical pupil suddenly emerged from the crack, his gaze cold and indifferent. Through his silver vertical pupils, he quickly spotted the wooden door hidden in the void. A flash of holy light in his eyes revealed the door. Su-mu, on your forehead. Yang Dongqing stared in shock at Su-mu's forehead, horrified to discover that the eye there was exactly the same as the eye on the angel statue. Su-mu did not explain, but led the 3 men toward the wooden door. They were very fast, except for Zhao Yongqiang, the bald man at the very end of the group. However, there are people even faster than them, or rather, not people, but those who cannot remember. The unremembered being, who had been trapped in the sacrificial site, saw the wooden door appear, flapped its wings, and instantly arrived in front of the wooden door, wanting to open it and leave. Because the distance between them and him was more than 10 meters, they did not forget the person who could not remember. Yang Dongqing shouted urgently, Su-mu, hurry! Use mithril bullets. A look of helplessness flashed across Su-mu's face. Sometimes, having a terrible teammate can be really frustrating. If mithril bullets can really kill those who cannot remember, then why do you think that Sonic Man didn't kill it before? Because he was kind, right? Yang Dongqing was stunned for a moment before he realized what was happening. Just then, The one with no memory pushed the door open with its hand. It had just stepped halfway in when, boom, a dazzling holy light suddenly shot out from Sumu's third eye. The next moment, the unmemorable one was struck by the holy light, and almost instantly, its body was completely annihilated in the holy light and vanished. As Sumu said before, dealing with those who cannot remember is actually quite simple. Either attack from a distance or use non-living entities such as puppets. Previously, he lacked ranged attack methods and was unable to deal with those who could not remember. But now it's different. After the dream devoured the angel's divinity, he also gained some angelic power, which is the silver vertical pupil that appeared on his forehead. Although he couldn't unleash the true power of this eye, it was still a divine object, and even if he could only unleash a portion of its power, it was still terrifying enough. The unremembered one, whom even mithril bullets could not kill, vanished instantly under this gaze. However, the price was also very serious. His mental and physical strength were instantly drained. Not only that, Sumu could even feel a large number of his cells dying and his various organs failing, as if his life force had been forcibly extracted. This single blow, while killing the one who couldn't remember, also put him on the verge of death. Sumu's body fell uncontrollably to the ground. Jun Wushang quickly grabbed his arm, hoisted him onto his shoulder, and ran swiftly towards the door. After a long while, the two vans drove away from the abandoned city area. In the back seat of the van, Sumu leaned weakly against the seat. He never expected that he, who had survived so many dangers without injury, would almost be killed by the backlash from the silver vertical pupil. If lifespan had a numerical value, he felt that this would shorten his life by several years. It's too much of a stretch for a mortal to use divine artifacts. He hadn't been this weak in a while since becoming a superhuman, and now, well, he was back in a wheelchair. Yang Dongqing, who was sitting in the front passenger seat, was still rambling on. Could you please not deduct money from my pay? I need to buy clothes for Jasmine to make amends. I made her cry last time. Or you could deduct less. Shut up. Didn't you pick up a few mithril bullets? You can sell them for money. Sumu was too lazy to pay attention to Yang Dongqing. Ever since the moment the people with no memory died, all their lost memories had returned. Yang Dongqing also remembered that he had left the hickeys on Jasmine's neck and that he had bought her the new clothes. He felt extremely guilty at that moment. Sumu's memories naturally returned, but whether they returned or not was not important, because he had already deduced the lost memories before they were restored. Chapter 94 Memory Recovery. Bronze Coffin Company. Murong Mengli, who was processing documents, suddenly stopped writing. A look of confusion flashed in her eyes, followed by a flood of memories. The next moment, her expression changed drastically, and she abruptly stood up and rushed out the door. She remembered everything. The Bronze Coffin Company once had more than 20 employees, and there was also a superhuman named Jun Wushang, who was from the Longevity Dojo, not a nightmare apostle. His bronze law was the 98th ranked Peerless Sword Dance. Jun Wushang is a sycophant. It was almost effortless to recruit him back then. Even with Han Yu interfering, he couldn't be driven away. I once sent Jun Wushang with some nightmare apostles who were ordinary people to the ruined city to search for clues about the Golden Eye, and then, nothing happened. Her memory began to fade from here, and she mistakenly believed that there were no superhumans in the company. So she began to search for them, and found Yang Dongqing and Sumu. As Sumu and his group reached the abandoned city, she lost her memories of them. Only now did she realize that she had sent people to the abandoned city many times, forgetting each time and repeatedly sending people to their deaths. Damn it, why are there people with no memory in the abandoned city? Su. Murong Mengli's beautiful face was filled with worry, not only because she was worried about the great loss of the bronze coffin's strength, but also because she was worried about Sumu. He was the only man she had never disliked since childhood, and the only man who showed no desire in her eyes. She recalled the conversation at the dinner table that day. Miss Mengli, I always thought we were friends. Friends. Murong Mengli had never had any friends. Her status destined her to be looked down upon by nobles and fawned over by commoners. Notify the armed forces to assemble and prepare the vehicles. Head to the abandoned city. Go to the basement safe and take out the black box inside. Also, if I haven't returned by midnight tonight, send someone to the Murong family to ask my father for help. Murong Mengli's expression was cold and stern as she issued instructions methodically. Although she knew that the person with no memory was dead, which was why their memory had returned, she still prepared for the worst, since the abandoned city was not the only nightmare monster, the person with no memory. Moreover, she didn't believe Sumu could kill the unmemorable one, a nightmare monster feared even by silver-level experts. She guessed that other powerful nightmares must have killed the unmemorable ones, and that Su Mu and the others might already be dead. But she needed to see him alive or dead. Su Mu was her last hope. She didn't have time to recruit any more superhumans, and it would be difficult to recruit someone stronger than Su Mu. Soon, the main force was assembled, and more than a dozen armored vehicles stopped in front of the Bronze Coffin Company. Murong Mengli changed out of her CEO attire and into a specially made black leather jacket, her long flaxen hair flying in the wind. Set off. Just as she was about to get into the car, the sound of a car speeding by suddenly came from afar. Murong Mengli was stunned. She recognized the car. It was the one Su Mu and the others had driven away earlier. Sizzle. The vehicle braked suddenly, drifted to a stop in front of the Bronze Coffin Company, leaving a black tire mark on the ground. Bang! The driver's cab door opened, and Jun Wushang revealed half of his body, looking at the dashing Murong Mengli with a surprised expression. Boss, are you here to welcome me? Where are the others? Murong Mengli asked quickly. In the car. She strode forward, opened the car door, and saw Su Mu, pale as a sheet, lying weakly on the seat. Su, are you all right? Murong Mengli asked with a worried expression. Su Mu smiled gently. Thank you for your concern. I'm fine for now. Someone, bring me my medicine box. A black metal box was handed to Murong Mengli. She opened the box, revealing colorful potions inside, each with a label. She quickly took out a bottle filled with green liquid, opened the cap, and brought it to Su Mu's mouth. This is a vitality potion from the Federal Pharmaceutical Company. It's a kind of extraordinary potion that has a remarkable effect on the recovery of injuries. After saying that, she directly fed Su Mu the drink. After taking a bottle of vitality potion, Su Mu immediately felt warm all over his body, as if he had returned to the embrace of his mother. At the same time, his body was rapidly recovering and regaining its vitality. Is there any of this medicine left? There are 2 bottles left. Su Mu slowly stood up. Please exchange the reward money from this operation for vitality potions. Okay, we'll talk about that later. The vitality potion won't fully restore you. The company has a professional medical team. Come with me for treatment first. Miss Murong, actually I also, Yang Dongqing, standing to the side, raised his broken hands and looked at the vitality potion with great longing. Mr. Yang, I've already promised to give these 2 bottles of vitality potion to Su. I see that your injuries aren't very serious, and you're made of steel, so normal medical treatment should be enough. After saying this, Murong Mengli ignored Yang Dongqing and followed Su Mu upstairs. Yang Dongqing. He suddenly missed Jasmine. Brother Yang, are the boss and brother Su related? Jun Wushang asked hopefully. Why do you ask that? Yang Dongqing looked at the other person with surprise. I saw the boss call him Su. They seem to know each other very well. Does familiarity mean we have to be relatives? You're obviously a single dog. Yang Dongqing regained his sense of superiority, gave Jun Wushang a disdainful look, and then went upstairs with his arms hanging down, leaving Jun Wushang alone in the wind, bewildered. He was utterly dejected for a long time before suddenly coming to his senses, his face contorted with heartache. Sigh. All those flowers were wasted. If I had known this would happen, I should have given them to number 8. What a waste. Inside the medical room, Murong Mengli's pretty face was filled with coldness, and her 2 fair hands were clenched tightly. Su, your suspicions are valid. This matter is definitely related to the eldest young master of the Murong family, and Qian Zihao may even be involved. This is clearly a setup. I had tried many times to get Han Yu to go to the abandoned city with me, but he kept making excuses, saying that his father's orders to him were to protect me. Now that I think about it, he probably already knew the truth. Murong Yun, Qian Zihao. Her delicate, long nails dug into her fair palm from the force she applied. Su Mu looked at Murong Mengli, whose face was full of hatred. He knew very well what she was thinking. She had finally had the opportunity to set up a company, but before she could even show her skills, she was betrayed by her own older brother, and the company suffered heavy losses. Such is the nature of the struggles among nobles. There is no brotherhood whatsoever, and they are even more ruthless towards their own siblings than towards outsiders. It seems that the golden eye is indeed hard to find. This young master of the Murong family seems to have given up long ago and is planning to take another approach to directly eliminate other competitors. Chapter 95 Extraordinary Potion, Mega Force Fist. Murong Mengli shook her head. Although Murong Yun is ruthless, he only dares to target people from our company. He wouldn't dare to kill nobles, even if they are nobles themselves. The life and rights of every imperial noble are paramount. This is a rule established by all nobles. A commoner who kills a noble, regardless of the reason, will be judged by the entire Crimson Flame Empire. Conversely, a noble who attacks another noble will pay a heavy price unless there is a legitimate reason. Oh, Sumu's lips curled into a smile of interest. It sounds like killing nobles would be a very interesting thing. Morong Mungli immediately looked at him seriously. Su, please don't have such thoughts. I'm not joking. The Crimson Flame Empire was established by the Golden Nobles, and they will never allow anyone to offend the dignity of the nobles. This unspoken rule applies to other empires as well. Even during wartime, unless there are special circumstances, enemy armies will not kill nobles. At most, they will capture them and demand ransom. This is a red line that no empire can cross. There was once a gold-rank powerhouse, a nightmare apostle. Dissatisfied with the oppression of the nobility, he assassinated one after becoming a gold-ranked individual. Later, everything about him was erased. His family, friends, the faction he belonged to, everything was forcibly wiped out by the empire. That sounds even more interesting. Su Mu's smile widened. For the first time, he realized that killing someone could be so interesting, and that such a person was called a nobleman. You. Morong Mingli's eyes flickered, wanting to say something more, but then she suddenly realized that this man who didn't care about nobility seemed to exude a dangerous charm. By the way, there's been news about the extraordinary potion you requested. Su Mu immediately perked up. He had longed for an extraordinary potion for a long time. Which one? The type is ordinary. It's the Bronze Law Megaforce Fist. Law potions like this, which can directly help ordinary people become extraordinary, are extremely precious. Even the most common Megaforce Fist, Unending Recovery, and Iron Heart are hard to come by. This time, I was just lucky to find one. As for higher series potions, forget about it. These things are impossible to obtain. They are basically monopolized by the great nobles. For ordinary people to acquire them, they can only become chosen ones and comprehend them themselves in the nightmare world. Is it the Mega Fist? Sumu was very satisfied. He didn't mind that the sequence was low. What he wanted was this kind of simple and direct extraordinary medicine that could directly increase physical fitness. When will it arrive? I've already arranged for people to keep an eye on it. As soon as it appears at the auction, they'll notify me immediately. Oh, by the way, Su, Morong Mingli suddenly curled her red lips slightly. Although your prize money is quite a lot, it's probably not enough to bid for the Mega Force Fist. But don't worry, I'll make up the difference for you, even if you owe me one. Sumu raised an eyebrow, about to speak, but was interrupted by Morong Mingli. I know you don't like owing others, but you don't have to treat me like an outsider. Miss Mingli, you've probably misunderstood. I didn't mean to refuse. What I was asking was, could you possibly owe me a little more? Morong Mingli was stunned. Besides, Mighty Fist, I see you have quite a few other potions in your medicine box. How about this, perhaps? Not good. Morong Mingli turned away from the bedside, her long flaxen hair flashing past Su Mu's eyes, leaving a faint fragrance in the air. She walked to the door, paused, and turned back to say, you should stay at the company and recover from your injuries these next few days. This time you killed the person with no memory and ruined Murong Yun and Qian Ziheo's plans. They might target you. With me in the company, they will be more wary. Also, the mark between your eyebrows is nice. It looks good. Then, Morong Mingli gracefully departed. Sumu looked at the empty ward and touched the space between his eyebrows. Ever since he used the silver vertical pupil, a faint silver mark had been left between his eyebrows. The shape was somewhat like lightning, but it was not as sharp as lightning. Instead, it looked like someone had gently drawn it with the tip of a brush. The traces are very faint, almost invisible unless you look closely, but they are definitely there. On the surface, there was nothing supernatural about it, but only he knew that behind the silver mark was a silver vertical pupil, the eye of an 8-winged angel. It possesses terrifying power. With his current strength, he could barely activate it and immediately fell into a near-death state. This power should not be used lightly unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, if you miss the enemy, you'll be the one who gets crippled first. Although we didn't find the golden eye, the harvest was plentiful. It was an eye from a god, and even if it wasn't a real god, but just a statue of a god, its power was still considerable. And Sumu paused, then waved his hand, and the shadow under the hospital bed stood up like a person. The shadow then began to wriggle, and the next moment, Xie Quan emerged from the shadow. At this moment, Xie Quan was expressionless, his face stiff, and his eyes devoid of any light, like a zombie. Clearly, Xie Chuanru and the villagers of Zhao family village were controlled by the shadowy figure, which was tantamount to them being controlled by Su Mu. Previously, Ting Ting was the master of the shadow, so the villagers under her control acted entirely according to Ting Ting's understanding. Now that the shadow has a new master, Xie Quan is naturally under Su Mu's control. He gave Xie Quan the order, and then something magical happened. Xie Quan, who was originally in human form, suddenly got down on all fours, grew wild dog-like fur on his body. His face protruded, his nose turned black, and his teeth turned into canines, making him look just like the legendary dog demon. Su Mu, intrigued, once again manipulated Xie Quan to transform into an eagle, tiger, lion, bat, snake. He discovered that Xie Quan could run a zoo all by himself, and the animals he could conjure were far stronger than ordinary animals, combining the advantages of both superhumans and animals. As expected of Sequence 102, Beast Mimicry. If it weren't for Bu by directly defeating Xie Quan, that battle would have been very difficult to win, because Xie Quan was truly too well-rounded. He was the first to detect the illusion, and during the battle, he even saw through his own true form, rendering the myriad manifestations, technique largely useless against him. All things in the world is ultimately a visual illusion, which has great limitations and makes it very passive against enemies who do not rely on their eyes. For 3 consecutive days, Morong Mengli came to check on Su Mu's recovery almost every day, which left him speechless with her enthusiasm. Su Mu asked her what she wanted to do. Morong Mengli, however, said that she was cultivating feelings because the clues to the golden eye had been cut off, and her father's birthday banquet was approaching soon, at which time she would announce her engagement to Qian Zihao. She knew she couldn't change her fate, so she decided to find a man before that happened. And this man is Su Mu. Faced with her honesty, Su Mu had nothing to say. After all, she hadn't been harassing him, she had just come to visit. On this day, Morong Mengli came again. This time, however, she brought a silver-white metal box containing several bottles of extraordinary potions. Besides the promised Mighty Fist and 2 bottles of Vitality Potion, there are 3 extra bottles. 1 bottle of Antidote, 1 bottle of Sedation Potion, and 1 bottle of Berserk Potion. Chapter 96, The 3 Bronze Laws. You didn't take this potion yourself, did you? It's clearly not compatible with your abilities, Morong Mengli reminded her. Su Mu nodded. I know. That's good. If you're giving it to Yang Dongqing, remember to make sure he's fully digested the iron will before giving it to him. A person's spirit is like their stomach. If you eat something that hasn't been fully digested, it will burst. A strange look appeared on Su Mu's face. Give it to Yang Dongqing? How did you figure out that our relationship is that good? You should get some rest. I have something to do, so I'll be going now. After saying that, Morong Mengli left in a hurry, as if she was busy with something important. Su Mu carefully examined the medicines in front of him. Although they were all different colors, they were all labeled, so there was no need to worry about taking the wrong medicine. The nobles really do have the power after all. He sighed with some emotion. Back then, he had gone to great lengths to obtain the extraordinary power, using a combination of deception and trickery to persuade Yang Dongqing, and even went to the nightmare world before finally gaining it. However, this noble lady, Morong Mengli, easily produced a bottle of the extraordinary potion Mega Force Fist in just a few days. This is just the power of a noble woman's illegitimate daughter. It seems that when I kill Morong Yun and Qian Zihao in the future, I can't forget to take their assets, Su Mu said casually, then opened the Mega Force Fist, extraordinary potion and drank it all in one gulp. As for being mentally overwhelmed, it does not exist. Hot. It's piping hot and spicy. It felt like I had drunk straight from the broth of a hot pot with butter. A surge of scalding heat rose within Su Mu's body, quickly spreading throughout his entire being. In an instant, his fair skin became unbearably hot, flushed with a rosy hue, as if a raging fire were burning within him. At the same time, his consciousness soared infinitely, as if breaking through some kind of barrier, and he once again saw the Bronze Law, hidden in endless dimensions and omnipresent. At a certain node in this great net, a star descended with light. He has connected with the Bronze Law, Mega Fist. A powerful force surged forth like a tide. Su Mu could clearly feel his muscles bulging, his strength increasing dramatically, and his entire body containing violent energy. His muscles swelled even more, showing a tendency to change into the size of Tai foam, as if he had instantly transformed from a weak scholar into a fitness instructor. But then the Immaculate Heart took effect, and a pure white light surged throughout his body. His swollen muscles seemed to have been cleansed of impurities, shrinking at a visible speed. A moment later, Su Mu returned to his original state. He was still tall and slender, but if you looked at his clothes, you would find that his once frail body had developed streamlined muscles, and every inch of it contained a violent power. Call. Su Mu let out a long breath, his eyes behind his brown glasses gleaming with a faint blue light. Is this what power feels like? Or is the improvement of physical strength the most direct? But now that I've collected all 3 bronze laws, shouldn't I start preparing to advance to silver? It seems like you can't advance with 3 different bronze law systems, right? It'll cause a mental breakdown. Interesting. I'll try it out later. With the physical enhancement brought by the mighty fist, he no longer needs to worry about the unlimited growth of his mental power for a short period of time, and can live a little longer, at least until the new year. He slowly got up from the hospital bed and stretched his body. His previously seriously injured body had already fully recovered, partly due to the effects of the vitality potion and partly due to the Megaforce fist. He shook his head and suddenly felt a throbbing sensation in his head, as if it were filled with something. My spirit is completely full. Sumu frowned slightly. It seems that with my current mental strength, I can only accommodate 3 incompletely digested bronze laws at the same time. He didn't pay too much attention to it. The swelling was only a matter for today, and it would stop once his mental strength increased again tomorrow. Mengli, it's been a long time. Your beauty has only become more and more captivating. Come and try this. This is a scaled fish that I specially brought from the frozen sea at a high price. The meat is delicious and melts in your mouth. Every gram is worth as much as mithril. Only such a delicacy is worthy of your beauty. Weighing over 300 pounds, Qian Ziheo's face was plastered with a fawning smile, his small eyes, almost squeezed out of shape by his fat, staring intently at Murong Mengli sitting opposite him. Murong Mengli's face was as cold as ice. She didn't touch her chopsticks and said directly, Qian Ziheo, immediately evacuate your men from the vicinity of the bronze coffin. Qian Ziheo's smile remained unchanged. That won't do. You're my fiancé. What if someone careless bumps into you? This is necessary protection. Protect? Murong Mengli sneered. No one in the Crimson Flame Empire has ever dared to lay a hand on a noble. You don't need to pretend anymore. You were the one who did the things in the ruined city, weren't you? Qian Ziheo was slightly taken aback. What abandoned district? I don't understand what you're talking about. Mengli, have you encountered some troubles lately? Tell me, in this small corner of Xingqing, is there anything that Qian Ziheo, can't handle? As he spoke, he stretched out his large, fleshy hand to grasp Murong Mengli's hand. A flash of undisguised disgust crossed Murong Mengli's eyes, and she immediately stood up and moved away. Qian Ziheo, given your relationship with Murong Yun, even if you didn't do it, you're still implicated. Get your people out of here immediately, and if you dare to lay a hand on anyone from my company again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Qian Ziheo's smile slowly faded. Someone from your company? You mean that lowly commoner from the lower district? I think his name is Su Mu, right? You cannot touch anyone in the bronze coffin, not just Su Mu. Mengli, you've really misunderstood me. Everyone in Xingqing knows that I, Qian Ziheo, always do things openly and honestly. The bronze coffin is your company, so it's practically mine. Why would I lay a hand on my own company? If, and I mean if, I actually did it, what then? Murong Mengli's expression grew increasingly cold, even revealing a hint of murderous intent. Her clear, cold voice carried a resolute tone. Then you can wait to receive a corpse on your wedding day. After saying that, she turned and left, her delicate high heels making a cold, clattering sound against the ground as she walked away. Qian Ziheo squinted and stared intently at Murong Mengli's slender and sexy back. The half of her snow-white calves exposed under her coat kept tugging at his heartstrings. Hiss! He stretched his neck and took a deep breath towards where Murong Mengli had been sitting. The woman's fragrance, along with the aroma of phosphorescent fish, filled his nostrils, and his mouth watered. He reached out his large hand and grabbed the whole phosphorescent fish from the plate, not caring that the soup dripped down his thick fingers. He swallowed the whole fish in one gulp and chewed it heartily. A short while later, Han Yu appeared behind him and respectfully asked, President Qian, shall we withdraw our people? Chapter 97 It's just murder. Why do I need evidence? Qian Ziheo greedily sucked on his fingers, saying nonchalantly, Withdraw. Of course we have to withdraw. Didn't you hear what my fiancé said? A hint of hesitation flashed across Han Yu's face. Didn't you say before that as soon as Su Mu left the bronze coffin, you would immediately send someone to kill him? Snap. A hard slap sent Han Yu sprawling to the ground. Qian Ziheo's furious voice rang out. What's the conflict between withdrawing people and killing Su Mu? That pretty boy killed the unrememberable person I spent a fortune to acquire, and he also ruined my relationship with Mengli. He must die. With a look of fear and trepidation, Han Yu covered his face and knelt on the ground, bowing his head and hurriedly agreeing. But his face was already filled with resentment and malice. Damn fatso, do you and Murong Mengli have feelings for each other? Damn it, the day I gain power, You'll be the first one I kill. But Chairman Qian, you heard what Miss Morong said just now. I'm afraid she might do something drastic. Qian Zihao sneered. Her? Have you ever seen someone who really wants to commit suicide give advance notice? She has no bargaining chips, so she can only threaten me with her life. But unfortunately, I know very well that this woman will not commit suicide. She will not die before the head of the Morong family. Han Yu was immediately jolted, his expression growing increasingly terrified. He felt as if he had heard some terrible news. Qian Zihao stroked the silver ring on his hand, recalling the information he had inadvertently obtained, and the sneer on his face grew even stronger. Go to the Bronze Coffin Company and find an opportunity to deal with that pretty boy. Huh? Me? Han Yu was shocked and pointed to himself. The scene of being threatened by Su Mu was still vivid in his mind. He didn't think he could deal with Su Mu. Trash, Qian Zihao said with disdain. I didn't ask you to kill him. Your task is to find out about that pretty boy's background. If he can kill someone who can't remember, he must have some unknown trump card. Didn't you say before that he had a group of inhuman monsters under his command? I guess his abilities are related to puppets, and he probably killed those with no memory from a distance using puppets. Find out how many puppets he has. Also, find a way to lure him out of the bronze coffin. Doesn't he have a gang in the lower city? Start from there, and make sure he leaves the bronze coffin. Once he's gone, Mr. Mu will naturally deal with him. Upon hearing the name Mr. Mu, Han Yu instinctively trembled. Yes, I understand. However, my strength is too weak. Morong Mengli already suspects us. If I were to go and investigate further, I'm afraid it would. Why did I end up with such a piece of trash like you? Thump. A thick thigh kicked Han Yu hard, and Han Yu cried out in pain. He quickly used the force to roll several times on the ground to make himself look more disheveled. She, Morong Mengli, only has suspicions. Without solid evidence, would she dare to attack you? She's just a noblewoman's illegitimate daughter. Even if she had 100 lives, she wouldn't dare. Didn't you see she only came to issue a warning today? Even she didn't dare to lay a hand on him. Do you think that lowly commoner Su Mu from the lower city would dare? Besides, even if an investigation were to be launched, it would first target Morong Yun. What does it have to do with me, Qian Zihao? His company's people weren't the only ones not investigated in the abandoned district. Even a fool would suspect Morong Yun first. Han Yu nodded repeatedly in agreement. He thought about it carefully and realized that it made sense. Su Mu would definitely suspect Morong Yun first, and at most think that Qian Zihao was an accomplice. This was Shanqing district. Without evidence, would a commoner dare to attack the richest man in Xingqing just because of a little suspicion? The training room with the bronze coffin. Violent impacts continued to ring out, and the mannequins in the training room were completely deformed under the tremendous force of the blows. At that moment, an employee dressed in work clothes, working on the bronze coffin, trotted in. Leader, Han Yu has appeared. Su Mu slowly stopped what he was doing, took the towel handed to him, and wiped his hands. Bring him to see me. He casually tossed a towel to an employee, then walked over to a nearby table and began to drink tea. Not long after, Han Yu appeared, his face showing a hint of nervousness, but he concealed it well. Mr. Su, I went back to the Morong family to take care of some business. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen in just a few days. I heard you were injured. Are you all right? Su Mu smiled slightly and gently put down his teacup. I'm fine, of course, but someone else is in trouble. Upon hearing this, Han Yu immediately tensed up. Facing Su Mu's ambiguous gaze, he always felt like he was being watched by a venomous snake. Does Mr. Su find the appearance of those with amnesia suspicious? Su Mu nodded. The news about the golden leaf was only known to the Morong family's children other than Morong Yun, so there's something fishy about it. Moreover, as far as I know, the unremembered ones also suddenly appeared in the abandoned city recently. Han Yu's expression changed. You suspect Morong Yun? Not only Morong Yun, but also Qian Zihao. Qian Zihao? Han Yu was startled. Although he has a good relationship with Morong Yun, there's no reason for him to target his fiancé's company. You suspect him? Do you perhaps have some evidence? Su Mu smiled faintly and shook his head. No, I have no evidence. Han Yu breathed a slight sigh of relief. It was good that there was no evidence. After all, if this matter were to be exposed, it would mean that Qian Zihao had offended all the children of the Morong family except for Morong Yun. He still needed to rely on Qian Zihao to climb the social ladder and did not want this big tree to be in trouble. However, Su Mu's next words caused his expression to change drastically. However, evidence is essential for solving cases. What evidence do you need for murder? This. Han Yu looked up suddenly, but everything went black before his eyes. He realized he couldn't see anything at all. The sudden blindness threw him into a state of panic. At the same time, A gust of wind swept up from behind his head. Blind Han Yu instinctively tried to dodge, but suddenly the evil wind changed its attack and struck Han Yu's abdomen directly. Normally, he could easily dodge such an attack, but only if he could see. The human sense that we rely on most is our eyes. Unless we have received special training, once we lose our sight, we simply cannot use our ears to quickly identify external information. Sizzle. That was the sound of guts being ripped open. A sharp eagle claw pierced through Han Yu's abdomen. Ah! Han Yu screamed in agony, struggling to escape backward. Blood and intestines spilled out. What would be a fatal wound to an ordinary person did not kill him. On the contrary, the recently torn abdomen showed signs of healing. This is the Bronze Law, unending recovery. At work, it's difficult to suppress this recovery ability unless you use mithril bullets. However, no matter how fast he recovered, it couldn't match Xia Quan's attack speed. Chapter 98. The leader just told me to live like a human being. In an instant, Xia Quan, expressionless, struck again. His eagle claws had transformed into bare paws, and the thick bare paws, carrying immense force, slammed into Han Yu's legs. With two sharp cracks, his legs broke. Then Xia Chuanfei stepped forward, his right leg transforming into an elephant's leg, and with two thuds, he crushed the bones in Han Yu's hands. Amidst the opponent's shrill screams, he placed his final foot on Han Yu's waist, breaking his spine. Now, Han Yu was completely crippled. He couldn't even stand up, and even his screams had subsided somewhat. Su Mu, who was standing to the side, was still sipping his tea and didn't look at Han Yu once from beginning to end, as if the other person was not as attractive as the cup of tea. Ah! Han Yu screamed in agony. The powerful life force that unending recovery had given him had become a curse that prolonged his torment. You can't kill me. This has nothing to do with me. I'm a retainer of the Murong family. Su Mu slowly put down his teacup, slightly surprised, and said, Nobody said this has anything to do with you. Then why did you attack me? Su Mu was increasingly surprised. Does murder need a reason? If you want to hear one, how about I make one up right now? You'll regret this. I'm a retainer of the Murong family, and Qian Zihao is my boss. By attacking me, you've offended both the Murong family and the richest man in Xingqing. They won't let you get away with this. Have you finished saying your last words? Han Yu's expression grew increasingly terrified, and he writhed on the ground like a maggot, trying to escape. No, you can't kill me. If you suspect me, you can't use vigilante justice. Only the Murong family and Qian Zihao can judge me. Su Mu leaned down, looked at the terrified Han Yu, and suddenly laughed. You're right. Only they can judge you. Bring him to the detention cell. I want to have a serious talk with Mr. Han. The next day, Han Yu left the Bronze Coffin Company with gratitude. He wrapped his trench coat tighter around himself. The wounds he had sustained were still throbbing, but the injuries had mostly healed. On the surface, he was fine, except that his bones had not fully healed. But he couldn't wait for his bones to heal. He had to act immediately to live up to the leader's trust. Damn Qian Zihao. Han Yu's face suddenly contorted with rage, his eyes filled with boundless hatred. He felt he must have been out of his mind to choose to be Qian Zihao's dog. He worked diligently, but the other party ruthlessly trampled on his dignity. Why? Is Qian Zihao the richest man in Xingqing just because he's rich? I am capable, I am willing to endure hardship, and I dare to fight. Just because I come from the downtown area, do I have to endure this injustice? This is unfair. Absolutely unfair. The leader is right. I will seek justice for myself and live with dignity, like a human being. In this state of excitement, Han Yu quickly arrived at Qian Zihao's manor. At this moment, Qian Zihao was sitting at the dining table, eating and drinking heartily. Seeing the majority of the phosphorescent fish that the other party casually threw away, Han Yu's eyes became even more bloodshot. He couldn't afford this fish even with a month's salary, but Qian Zihao only took one bite and threw it on the ground. Qian Zihao, who was having a meal, asked without looking up, Have you found out anything about Su Mu? Han Yu's face grew increasingly ferocious. He stepped forward and replied, It's out. Oh, I didn't expect you, this piece of trash, to have some use. Tell me, how many puppets does he have? He has no puppets. Qian Zihao paused in his munching on a pig's trotter, his short, thick eyebrows furrowed, and he turned to look at Han Yu, who was bowing respectfully. No puppets? Are you fucking an idiot? If there are no puppets, then what were those monster gang members you saw before? A follower. Qian Zihao was stunned. Followers. He suddenly flew into a rage. What bullshit followers? Where did all these monster followers come from among the lowly commoners of the lower city? Suddenly, Han Yu raised his head, his expression as calm as still water, staring intently at Qian Zihao, and said seriously, A person's background does not determine everything. Some people are born to be followed. Qian Zihao blinked in disbelief, as if he were seeing Han Yu for the first time, but he quickly flew into a rage and slapped him across the face. Did you take the wrong medicine today? Bang! Han Yu gripped that fat hand tightly. You've gone too far. You dare to fight back? Let me go. Qian Zihao was both shocked and furious. He sensed something was wrong. I don't blame you for not understanding the greatness of the leader, but you shouldn't insult the leader. Die, fat pig. Han Yu's face suddenly turned ferocious. His right fist suddenly swelled up, his muscles bulged like a balloon, and he slammed it hard towards Qian Zihao. Boom. A white light flashed from the bone necklace around Qian Zihao's neck, instantly forming a light shield that firmly enveloped him, while Han Yu was thrown back by the light shield and slammed hard against the wall. You actually betrayed me? How much did he give you? Qian Zihao's face fell completely. Han Yu fiercely wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, stood up again, and his eyes no longer held the cowardice of the past, but only a resolute determination to move forward. The leader didn't give me any benefits. He just told me to live like a human being. Han Yu charged forward again, throwing punches with reckless abandon. His Mega-Force fist was pushed to its limit, and he punched the light barrier again and again, causing it to tremble violently. His fists were quickly covered in blood and gore, but he didn't stop, as if he wanted to vent all the grievances and anger he had accumulated over the years. Qian Zihao sneered. I paid a hefty price for this treasure. Money, money, money. All you ever talk about is money. Just because you have money, does that mean you can disregard human life and trample on other people's dignity at will? Qian Zihao laughed angrily. I don't know what's wrong with you, Han Yu. Don't forget who gave you the job when you came to the upper city, helped you break through to Bronze 2, and even let you join the Morong family. You traitor, have you forgotten all that? I haven't forgotten. Han Yu's expression grew even more ferocious, his fists revealing white bones. These things were all given to me by you. But do you think I didn't know? Back then, I relied on my own abilities to pass the exam and get into the law enforcement bureau. It was you who secretly had people ostracize me, frame me, and get my supervisor to fire me. You contacted me because you want to place people in the Morong family's household, and because I'm a distant relative of the family's steward. Qian Zihao's face suddenly darkened. Men, arrest him. Soon, a flurry of footsteps sounded outside the door. However, Han Yu remained undeterred, seemingly having already disregarded life and death. He continued to attack the light shield, which trembled more and more violently until finally, crack. Chapter 99. Even the richest man in Xingqing is afraid. A tiny crack appeared. Qian Zihao's expression immediately changed. Damn it, you bunch of useless trash. Hurry up and get over here. Grab him right now. Han Yu's grin widened, a sense of pleasure rising within him from Qian Zihao's fear. You're scared? You're scared of those lowly people from the lower city you've always looked down on, huh? The next moment, a barrage of gunfire erupted behind Han Yu, and mithril bullets pierced his body one after another. Bang! He collapsed helplessly, but his head remained raised, staring intently at Qian Zihao, laughing wildly. Ha! So even the richest man in Xingqing is afraid. Grasp! Qian Zihao emerged from the light shield and kicked Han Yu hard in the face with his big feet, leaving him bloodied and his teeth knocked out. You lowly commoner. You lowly commoner. You damned lowly commoner. You're nothing but an insatiable dog. Everything you have was given to you by this guild master. How dare you lay a hand on me? He vented his anger for a while, until Han Yu was covered in blood and gore, before he finally stopped. Are you more sober now? I didn't expect Su Mu to even control you. Han Yu's lips trembled as his flesh was mangled and bloodied. His voice was extremely weak, but still firm. The leader did not control me. He made me understand what a person should live for. Heh. Qian Zihao laughed in anger. What's the point of living? You listened to him, and now you're about to die. What's the point of living? Han Yu's consciousness began to fade, and his voice became increasingly erratic as memories of the past few years in the upper city district flashed through his mind. From initial high hopes to setbacks everywhere, to being schemed against and completely abandoning his dignity to become a dog, the final image freezes on the leader's gentle and encouraging smile, which is the first time he feels like a human being. I used to think that gold would shine wherever it went, but the upper city is brightly lit even at night. I didn't give up. I worked twice as hard. I kept asking myself, what am I lacking compared to the people in the upper city? Why do I have to linger at the bottom? Even if I pass the exam to join the law enforcement bureau, I'll still be bullied. Everyone wants to become a superhuman, but what good is it if you become one? Ordinary people are divided into noble and lowly classes, and so are those who are extraordinary. I'm not reconciled. Every time I feel humiliated, I tell myself that one day I will overturn all of this. Unfortunately, I forgot about it later. It was the leader who reminded me of the oath I had made. Long live the leader! A final roar erupted from his broken body, and as if in a final burst of energy, he charged fiercely towards Qianzihao. Even with his limbs broken, he did not give up. With his last bit of strength, he opened his mouth and bit down hard on the fat on Qianzihao's stomach. Ah! A pig-like scream came from Qianzihao's mouth. Kill him! Kill him! Bang bang bang! Mithril bullets were fired like they were free, riddling Han Yu's body with holes until he finally collapsed, lifeless. Several people rushed out from the side, carrying medical kits, and quickly bandaged Qianzihao's wounds. The pain made the veins on his face bulge. Su Mu! Summon Mr. Mu here. I want Su Mu dead. Dead now. Qianzihao was so angry that he lost his mind. He never expected that Su Mu would use such strange and bold methods. Before he could even make a move against him, Su Mu had already attacked him first. How dare he? A mere lowly commoner from the lower city. How dare he? Dusk. Morong Mengli suddenly arrived at the door. At this time, Su Mu had already left the ward and was reading a book in his own office. Reading is a habit he developed in his dreams. He reads all kinds of books, especially those he has never read before, because not reading before represents the unknown. Morong Mengli pushed open the door, about to speak, when she saw Su Mu reading quietly and suddenly paused. The tranquil moonlight shone on him, as if he were draped in a mysterious glow, making one reluctant to disturb him. Suddenly, Su Mu raised his head and looked at Morong Mengli, who was in a hurry. He smiled gently and said, Miss Mengli, aren't you off work yet? It's so late? Morong Mengli took a deep breath, shaking off the random thoughts that had entered her mind, and solemnly asked, Did you do what happened to Han Yu? Su Mu nodded, not denying it. It's me. Morong Mengli's expression turned serious. You were too impulsive. As the richest man in Xingqing, Qianzihao is surrounded by experts and possesses countless treasures. Han Yu alone cannot kill him. My inside man told me that Qianzihao is now furious and has decided to take revenge on you. Oh, Su Mu's lips curled into a smile of interest. Is it finally coming? To be honest, I never expected Han Yu to be able to kill Qianzihao. Then why? Because I'm bored. Under Morong Mengli's puzzled gaze, Su Mu said calmly, I've been out of the abandoned city for 3 days now. Qianzihao made me wait for too long, and I really couldn't wait any longer. Morong Mengli was stunned, never expecting that this was Su Mu's reason. Did he think life was too mundane and needed to find some excitement? Su, do you know what you're doing? These past few days, I first leaked information about the person with the missing memory to the other children of the Morong family, instructing them to fight amongst themselves against Morong Yun, preventing him from intervening. Then I went to Qianzihao to stop him from making any rash moves. But you, Shu. Su Mu gently put his finger to his lips and whispered, Miss Mengli, I am very grateful for everything you have done, but please do not interfere with my decision. Sometimes, constant compromise doesn't bring peace, it only escalates the situation. Besides, I've learned from Han Yu that Qianzihao is the real mastermind. Since he's chosen to attack me, I have no choice but to retaliate. The gentle voice carried an undeniable domineering air. For some reason, Morong Mengli's heart raced, and the words that were on the tip of her tongue were ultimately swallowed back down. Suddenly, Morong Mengli smiled and said, You're right. My mother once said that when a man makes a decision, whether it's right or wrong, it means that he has made all the preparations and is willing to pay any price for it. And the people around him can only support him, not question him. You have a wonderful mother. Yes, I've always thought so. Chapter 100 Silver Treasure, Crimson Heart. Morong Mengli slowly walked to the desk and sat down next to Su Mu. Since you have made your decision, I will naturally support you. You are a member of the Bronze Coffin. Qianzihao is wary of my noble status and will definitely not dare to do anything openly. He can only send assassins in secret. As far as I know, he has 3 silver-level experts by his side, but he can only use one at present. The other 2 are guarding the mithril mine and rarely leave, and the other is in another city, cooperating with Qianzihao's Chamber of Commerce to carry out business. Therefore, the only person he could use was Mu Cheng, who was extremely mysterious. Rumor had it that he wasn't a superhuman, but rather a cyborg. Cyborgs. Su Mu raised an eyebrow. The term brought to mind many things. That's right, a cyborg, and a mithril alloy cyborg at that. Cyborg technology is no secret in the upper city, but most small companies simply can't afford it. The amount of money required to create a qualified cyborg is enormous. Rumor has it that Mu Cheng's body is completely covered in mithril alloy, an extremely strong alloy with defensive capabilities comparable to the Silver Law Power Servant. Furthermore, he is said to be equipped with numerous lethal weapons, making him incredibly destructive. The power of technology? Sumu was already starting to look forward to it. He had seen many superhumans, but he had never seen a cyborg before. Many ordinary people who have no hope of becoming extraordinary, or extraordinary individuals who have no hope of advancement, will choose to take the path of cyborgs to improve their strength. As long as they are willing to spend money, their strength can be rapidly improved in a very short period of time. Full body modification or partial modification. Partial modification is not feasible with current technology. It's just a concept, uploading a person's consciousness to a computer and then installing the computer on the modified body to achieve immortality of consciousness or mechanical ascension. But that's not realistic. Most cyborgs only replace an arm or a leg, while more advanced ones replace all their skin, muscles, and bones with machines, leaving only their internal organs and brain. Mu Chung was the latter. Morong Mengli paused for a moment. Su, I've told you everything I know. What are you planning to do next? Su Mu smiled slightly. Of course, we need to leave the bronze coffin and lure Mu Ching out. The enemy is in the dark while we are in the light. How can we make a move if we don't lure him out? Are you confident? Morong Mengli's face showed a hint of worry. Mu Chung, a mithril alloy cyborg, has almost perfect defense. Unless a silver-level expert takes action, it will be very difficult to break through his defense. If you have to be absolutely certain before doing anything, you will accomplish nothing. You want to find the golden eye, right? Then you must deal with Qian Ziheo's people first, otherwise he can trip you up once, and he can do it again. Upon hearing the words golden eye, Morong Mengli's eyes dimmed slightly. Actually, I've already given up hope. There's no time left. In another week, it will be the Morong family head's birthday banquet, which is also the day he announces his engagement. If the news from the abandoned city were true, perhaps there would still be a chance, but now. In contrast to her pessimism, Su Mu did not think so. He smiled gently and said, haven't you heard that there's always a way out? Until the very last moment. Who can say for sure? Su Mu's gentle smile seemed to have touched Morong Mengli, and a glimmer of light returned to her clear eyes. You're right. The outcome is still uncertain until the very last moment. She leaned forward slightly, her stunningly beautiful face drawing ever closer, her eyes fixed intently on Su Mu. Su, what have you thought about that matter? Su Mu frowned slightly. What is it? It's just, Morong Mengli bit her red lips, a blush rising to her face, as if she was having some difficulty speaking. It's just what I told you before, that I need to find a man. Why are you so fixated on this? Stop asking. Just tell me if it's okay or not. No. Why not? Because I'm bored. Morong Mengli was taken aback, a strange look in her eyes. You wouldn't be? Miss Mengli, I can sense that you are hiding something from me, which is not your usual style. Su Mu narrowed his eyes, his deep gaze seemingly able to see through people's hearts. Morong Mengli seemed to deflate, slowly leaning back in her seat, a bitter smile appearing on her lips. I do have reasons I can't say. You are the only man I find pleasing to the eye, so I think if we have to do this, you are the best choice. And you've been targeted by Qian Ziheo. You could die at any moment. I'm worried. Are you worried that if I die, I won't be able to find another man I find attractive? Morong Mengli nodded very directly. Su Mu was somewhat puzzled as to what exactly made Morong Mengli so insistent on having sex. Never mind, it's not important. Compared to Morong Mengli's little secret, he's more looking forward to Mu Chung. Don't worry, I won't die. Su Mu's tone remained gentle, but his words carried an undeniable confidence. Morong Mengli fell silent. After a long while, she stretched out her delicate hands, which were like works of art, and ran them through her loose flaxen hair to the back of her neck. She removed a silver necklace made of mithril, with a small, exquisite pendant on it, a ruby that shimmered with an eerie luster under the moonlight. I'll lend you this necklace. Su Mu glanced at the ruby necklace, a thought flickering in his mind. This is a noble phantasm? Morong Mengli nodded, her gaze towards the necklace carrying a hint of nostalgia. A silver treasure, crimson heart, capable of withstanding one attack from any level below gold rank. It can be used repeatedly, with a one-day cooldown. You. Don't worry about me. Morong Mengli smiled. A noble status is more useful than a silver treasure. Are there any other noble phantasms? Morong Mengli. The smile she had just displayed instantly turned cold. She casually tossed aside the crimson heart, then coldly stood up and walked towards the door. After half of her body had stepped into the doorway, She paused again and coldly left behind a sentence, "Don't die." Then they left completely. Sumu didn't care about Murong Mungli's displeasure. He was just happy to have acquired a new silver-gray treasure. He picked up the crimson heart. The delicate necklace still carried a faint warmth. It can withstand any attack below the gold level once a day, a good treasure. He then put the crimson heart around his neck, the ruby pendant slowly disappearing beneath his collar. Chapter 101: The Arrival of Silver-Rank Powerhouses. Night. Wearing a black overcoat and carrying a snakeskin cane, Sumu left the company amidst the farewells of the people in the bronze coffin. At the main gate, a low-key yet luxurious black sedan was parked. Upon seeing Sumu emerge, a man in black quickly opened the car door and invited him inside. Soon, the car drove away. Half an hour later, Sumu quietly left the bronze coffin through the side door, his figure slowly blending into the night. The previous Sumu was merely a clone he created using the myriad manifestations of the world. This time, he'll be facing a cyborg comparable to a silver-ranked expert, so he must be fully prepared. He seeks thrills, but he's not looking for death. Soon, Sumu got into a black sedan, driven by a member of the Viper gang whom he had arranged in advance. "Let's drive." Before long, the vehicle left the upper city district and headed straight for the 13th district. Sumu admired the scenery outside the window, watching the brightly lit upper city gradually recede into the distance, his mind constantly pondering his next plan. He has 3 things to do. First, I need to return to District 13 to develop my influence. My initial goal is to become the underground emperor of the entire lower city. It wasn't for the enjoyment of power, but for the money. This trip to the upper city made him realize the importance of money. With his current assets, it would be difficult for him to even buy a bottle of extraordinary potion. In the end, it was Morong Mungli who funded it. Secondly, we need to go back and make arrangements to try and take advantage of the terrain to kill Mu Cheng. Thirdly, it is to help Morong Mingli find the golden eye as much as possible. The noble status is very useful. If an illegitimate daughter has such power, then once she takes control of the Morong family, she will provide unimaginable assistance to herself. Just as he was pondering this, his phone rang, and he answered it. "Chief, I am not in any danger." The person making the call was the underling who had left with his clone earlier. "Okay, I understand." Sumu hung up the phone, frowning slightly. Were they not targeting the clone? Is it because Qian Zihao hasn't yet allowed Mu Qing to make a move? Or does the other party possess some means to see through illusions? The fact that the clone failed to lure Mu Qing out made things even more interesting. Sumu's lips curled into an interested smile. Suddenly, he realized that the scenery outside the window was wrong. This was not the way back to District 13 at all, but led to a desolate wilderness. He narrowed his eyes and silently pulled out a pistol from his waist, aiming it at the head of his henchman who was driving. Bang! The gun fired, but the sound was wrong. It wasn't the sound of a bullet piercing a skull, but rather the sound of metal clashing, like 2 pieces of metal hitting each other. On the back of the younger brother's head, the hair that had been hit by the bullet had fallen off, revealing the silver metal skull underneath. Click, click. The sound of gears turning filled the air, and the younger brother's neck involuntarily turned 180 degrees, staring directly at Su Mu in the back seat. The original human face had completely disappeared, replaced by a silver-white metallic face resembling a skull. Where the human eyeballs used to be, 2 metallic prosthetic eyes that glowed red were placed. "Su Mu, you can't escape." "Escape? I've finally waited for you, Mu Cheng." Su Mu smiled slightly, put away his gun, and leaned back in his seat, looking relaxed and at ease. Mu Cheng looked at Su Mu, who was smiling in the seat, and was slightly surprised. "You can still laugh when you're about to die. You're quite a character. It's just a pity that Qian Zihao said he would torture you to death. I can't give you a quick death. Get out of the car." Screech. The vehicle screeched to a halt in the pitch-black wilderness. Su Mu in the car did not move. A strange red light flashed in Mu Cheng's eyes. "It seems you still don't understand the situation." As he spoke, he reached out his hand to Su Mu. At this moment, Su Mu smiled and shook his head. "You're wrong. It's you who can't see the situation clearly." Sizzle. The sound of the fuse burning rang out, and a pungent smell of gunpowder filled the air. Mu Cheng sensed something was wrong and was about to leave. Boom. A massive burst of flames shot into the sky, instantly shattering the black sedan Su Mu was riding in and engulfing Mu Cheng in the flames as well. A moment later, a robot with a cold metallic sheen emerged from the flames. Flames were still burning on its body as its artificial skin was burned away inch by inch, revealing more and more of its silver metal skeleton. "Su Mu." Mu Cheng muttered to himself, a cruel smile creeping across his cold, mechanical lips. Why can't the scum of the lower city just obediently die? He strode away and disappeared into the darkness. The headquarters of the Viper Gang. The real Sumu was leisurely swirling the red wine in his glass, a playful smile on his lips. Intriguing that he wasn't fooled by the clone, but instead went after the subordinate impersonating me. Actually, the Sumu who was just blown up was also a fake. It was a member of the Viper Gang, with Sumu's face on his body. It wasn't a disguise technique, but a face created using the myriad manifestations of the universe. Knowing that Mu Chung was a cyborg, he naturally thought of the technological means he might possess, such as an infrared imager. This kind of instrument can detect a person's vital signs. Under such high-tech means, the effect of all things in the universe is greatly reduced because it cannot conjure up the temperature of a human body. To prevent this from happening, the real Sumu had already changed his appearance and quietly left the upper city, blending in with the employees of the Bronze Coffin who were leaving get off work. "Chief, everything is arranged." Zhao Chaoyao jogged over and said, "Very good, let's prepare to welcome our guests." Mu Chung didn't keep Sumu waiting for long. He had just finished drinking half of his red wine when a loud bang came from outside. Inside the Viper Gang headquarters, a cyborg covered in silver alloy descended from the sky, smashing the ground and creating a deep crater. The metallic prosthetic eye, glowing with an eerie red light, scanned the scene. Its silver alloy shell exuded a sci-fi feel, making it resemble a cold and ruthless killing machine. A group of men in black, armed with guns, surged out like a tide, and without a word, pulled the trigger hard. Their movements were synchronized, skillful, and swift, as if they had practiced countless times. A barrage of gunfire erupted, flames shot from the muzzles, and bullets streaked through the air like meteors, emitting sharp whistling sounds. However, Mu Chung didn't even glance at these people, and strode straight into the depths of the Viper Gang. The barrage of bullets exploded into bursts of light on his body, but it couldn't budge him an inch, or even leave a mark on the silver alloy. "Is this all you're relying on? A bunch of lowly commoners from the lower city? How laughable." Mu Chung sneered. He casually extended his mechanical right hand, his movements steady and powerful. As his arm stretched out, a cold light flashed. His right hand bent downwards, revealing a Gatling gun barrel at his wrist. In an instant, the gun barrel began to spin rapidly, emitting a chilling, buzzing sound, and flames spewed out like a raging dragon. Bullets rained down like a storm, tearing apart a group of Viper Gang underlings in an instant. In less than a minute, the scene was littered with severed limbs and blood, resembling a living hell. Mu Chung stepped into the headquarters of the Viper Gang and saw Sumu sitting comfortably in a chair in the hall, holding a glass of red wine. Chapter 102, All the Explosives in District 13 are here. Chapter 102, All the Explosives in District 13 are here. "You're not Sumu. Where's Sumu?" Mu Chung, whose body gleamed with metallic luster, said coldly. Sumu, seated on his chair, smiled slightly. "Kill me, and you will naturally be able to see the leader. A boring trick. No matter how many doubles you have, you're still just a bunch of ants." Mu Chung slowly raised his right hand, the slightly reddened gun barrel pointing at Sumu. Seeing this, Sumu remained calm and gently raised the detonator in his hand. "Ha!" Mu Cheng's cold, mechanical voice rang out. "The lowly commoners of the lower city are indeed ignorant. Do you think explosives can destroy mithril alloy?" Sumu slowly rubbed the detonator button with his fingers and said calmly, "Mithril is the hardest metal in the world, so explosives can't destroy it. But that's only if your whole body is made of mithril." A strange red light flashed in Mu Cheng's eyes, and he nodded in agreement. "You're right. I do have some sophisticated electronic components in my body, and to ensure flexibility, mithril cannot be used at the joint connections. But don't think you're the only smart person in the world. The weaknesses of cyborgs that you can think of, I, as a cyborg myself, naturally know even better, and I have already strengthened myself to address these weaknesses. When I enter defensive mode, all vulnerable points will be covered with mithril." As he spoke, he walked straight to Sumu's stand-in, stretched out his silver metal-covered hand, and took the detonator. Sumu's stand-in did not refuse, allowing the other party to take the detonator. "You know what? Your smile is really annoying. When the lowly people in the lower city see me, they can only feel fear and awe, not the knowing smile you have on your face. Ignorance makes you fearless, so what I'm going to do now is destroy your ignorance." Snap! Mu Chung sneered and pressed the detonator in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. The pre-planted bombs were detonated instantly. The world was enveloped in a blinding light, and a deafening explosion rang out, with a massive shockwave spreading outwards with overwhelming force. The intense flames engulfed Mu Cheng, but his maniacal laughter could not be concealed. Hara, Sumu, tremble in the shadows. I'll be here soon. What? How much explosives did you plant? Mu Cheng's voice suddenly turned horrified. He realized something was wrong. There seemed to be a lot of bombs. The explosions echoed throughout District 13, growing louder and seemingly endless. Flames shot into the sky, and a small mushroom cloud rose slowly above the Viper Gang headquarters. In an instant, the entire Viper Gang was razed to the ground. District 13 is destined to be sleepless tonight, as everyone has been awakened by this earth-shattering explosion. In the far distance, Sumu, holding binoculars, gazed at the destroyed headquarters of the Viper Gang and smiled slightly. Not much. All the explosives in District 13 are here. He knew that explosives would hardly kill mithril alloy cyborgs, but talking about power without considering dosage was just being irresponsible. It was like comparing a hand grenade to a ton of grenades. Both explode, but could their power be the same? District 13 is his territory, and the reason he insists on returning to District 13 to deal with Mu Cheng is naturally because he has a great geographical advantage. In District 13, he could gather all the explosives in the district in less than half a day with just a single order. Keep in mind that he controlled not only the Viper Gang, but also many other hypnotized people, such as factory owners, high-ranking officials in the district, and even ordinary passers-by. In other words, Mu Cheng is not making an enemy of Su Mu, but of the entire 13th district. He once told Moron Mengli that there were no secrets in the entire 13th district to him, and that was true. When all the explosives in the area are detonated in one place, the resulting power is terrifying. Although it still cannot destroy the mithril, it can damage the delicate electronic components inside Mu Cheng's body and his internal organs through the impact. Current technology is insufficient to create a fully modified human, so Mu Cheng's body should still retain organs such as the brain and internal organs. The terrifying explosion lasted for a full 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the Viper Gang headquarters had long since disappeared, replaced by ruins with firelight scattered everywhere. On the ruins, Mu Cheng knelt on the ground. The silver-white metal shell was already charred black and even severely deformed. Fragile electric sparks occasionally flickered at some joints, and wires were faintly exposed. The eyes that had previously flickered with an eerie red light were now covered with dense cracks, revealing dim infrared lights inside. In the darkness, illuminated by the firelight, a tall, slender figure emerged calmly. He wore a sharp black suit, every fold perfectly placed, like a meticulously crafted work of art. The collar of his white shirt was slightly open, revealing a small section of his delicate collarbone. Her jet-black hair was meticulously combed, and her deep eyes shone with a crystal blue light in the darkness. Beneath her high, straight nose, her thin lips were slightly upturned, carrying a faint smile. Her right hand rested on an ornate snake-patterned wooden cane, the gold ornaments on the cane gleaming with a cool luster in the dim light. Sumu looked at the disheveled Mu Cheng and frowned slightly. If you died so easily, that would be really boring. Mu Cheng remained motionless, as if he were truly dead. Bang! A mithril bullet shot out from the silver rose in Su Mu's hand, aimed directly at Mu Cheng's head. Almost the instant the gunshot rang out, a flash of dim red light appeared in Mu Cheng's eyes. He turned his head strangely and dodged the shot. He slowly stood up, his body crackling with electrical bursts. Su Mu raised an eyebrow. Seeing that Mu Cheng was still alive, he was excited, but he also realized that Mu Cheng was probably a fully modified human. Otherwise, if the other party really had internal organs, the impact of the explosion just now would definitely have shattered them. But Moron Mengli said that the current technology is not enough to support the emergence of fully cyborgs. Is her information too outdated? Su Mu, you really deserve to die. Mu Cheng, who had already stood up, stared intently at Su Mu. His cold, mechanical voice revealed a strong killing intent. If he had only been doing this to complete the task assigned by Qian Zihao before, now it had nothing to do with the task at all. Do you know how much it cost me to create this body? It's an amount you've never seen in your life, and now you've actually damaged it. The reward for this mission isn't even enough to cover the repair costs. Tell me, don't you deserve to die? Su Mu shrugged. If you die, we'll save on repair costs, right? Die. Mu Cheng, his body severely deformed, charged towards Su Mu in a rage. Even though his body, made of mithril alloy, was damaged, it still unleashed terrifying power, like a human tank, crushing all the ruins and debris in his path. Chapter 103 Battle Against Silver. Chapter 103 Battle Against Silver. Excitement flashed in Su Mu's eyes. The physical enhancement brought by the Megaforce Fist was fully displayed at this moment. He exerted force with both legs, and his figure retreated instantly, creating distance between himself and Mu Chung. The silver rose and his hand shot out. Bang, bang, bang. The mithril bullets gleamed with a cold light and whistled out, each one angled with extreme precision, all aimed at Mu Cheng's joints. Mu Chung ducked low, effortlessly dodging the mithril bullets, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Su Mu. He did not use firearms, but chose to fight hand-to-hand. The explosion had already thrown his internal electronic circuitry into disarray, causing some of his internal precision weapons to malfunction. The gleaming silver metal arm didn't strike Su Mu. Instead, it hit a broken section of the wall to Su Mu's right. Bang! The wall shattered instantly, and a dark figure lightly touched the ground with its toes, like a bat in the night, leaping several meters to dodge the fatal punch. In the midst of the rampage, Su Mu narrowed his eyes and glanced at Mu Cheng's metal prosthetic eye, which was flashing red. He knew that it was an infrared night vision device that could image through the temperature emitted by the human body. With such a device in place, the myriad phenomena was completely useless. However, he remained completely calm, only feeling excited. As expected of a powerhouse comparable to a silver-level expert, to withstand such a massive amount of bombs and still be able to see through all things in the universe. It was simply amazing. This time, I might really be killed. The next moment, Mu Chung arrived in an instant. His metal prosthetic eye, flashing with an eerie red light, entered Su Mu's eyes. He threw a punch without any fancy moves. Su Mu did not take the punch head-on, but instead displayed amazing fighting skills. This was a killing technique he had practiced diligently in his dreams for many years, but due to his physical weakness in reality, he had never used it even once. Now, he finally has the opportunity to show his skills. He ducked, his metal fist brushing past Mu Cheng's hair, and a powerful uppercut landed with surgical precision on Mu Cheng's chin. However, the burst of the mighty fist only caused Mu Cheng's head to tilt slightly upwards, and it did not cause any damage at all. Su Mu seemed to have anticipated this situation. After landing a blow, he immediately changed his posture, first narrowly dodging Mu Cheng's downward strike, then bracing himself on the ground with one hand, unleashing the power of his arm and waist, spinning his body like a top, and then sweeping his right leg hard, kicking Mu Cheng's knee joint. The area had already been damaged by bombs, revealing a dense network of wires. With a powerful kick, Mu Cheng immediately lost his balance and fell uncontrollably. But strangely, just as his body was rolling to the side, an invisible force seemed to smooth his body back up, allowing him to stand up again, completely defying the principles of mechanics. Su Mu's eyes flickered slightly. Taking advantage of the moment, he stepped on Mu Cheng's chest and used the momentum to do a backflip to create distance. "Are you a superhuman?" Su Mu asked, but his tone was full of certainty. Not only did the other party stand up against the laws of mechanics, but he also encountered strong mental resistance when he tried to hypnotize him during the battle. If Mu Cheng was just a modified human, he could not possibly have such strong mental power. Mu Cheng, now firmly on his feet, gave a cold laugh. "Feeling hopeless, isn't it? But the real despair is yet to come." Su Mu smiled slightly. "It's not despair, it's excitement." Whoosh! His figure suddenly disappeared, blending into the surrounding darkness. A red light flashed in Mu Cheng's eyes, and he quickly gave chase. But as soon as he stepped into the darkness, a ferocious tiger's roar rang in his ears. It was Xia Quan, whose entire body was covered in yellow and black hair. The powerful tiger claws were aimed at Mu Cheng's head. Faced with the sneak attack, Mu Cheng was not flustered at all, and did not even defend himself, letting the other party strike his head. Sizzle! The tiger's claws collided with the mithril skull, producing a teeth-grinding scraping sound. After this attack, Xia Quan lost 3 of his tiger claws, while Mu Cheng was unharmed, with only a few white marks on his head. His defense, comparable to that of a power servant, was perfectly demonstrated at this moment, or rather, it was even stronger than the defense of a power servant, because the former at least had internal organs that could be injured by shock, but Mu Cheng did not. Bang! A gunshot rang out in the darkness. Su Mu's last mithril bullet shot out, leaving a scorching trail in the air as it flew towards Mu Cheng's eyes. He would still have a chance if he could destroy the other person's eyes. However, the mithril-made eyelids, resembling metal plates, quickly fell down, directly blocking the bullet. The mithril bullet penetrated half an inch and became lodged in the eyelid, but it quickly fell out as the eyelid opened and closed. At this moment, Mu Cheng had already grabbed Xia Quan, and with a slight exertion of his metal arms, he directly broke Xia Quan's hands. Su Mu's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately controlled Xia Quan to transform. In an instant, It was as if all the bones in Xie Quan's body had been removed, making him as soft as a boneless person. His body lengthened, and his eyes turned into cold, dark yellow vertical pupils. Dense snake scales appeared on his skin. Xie Quan, now in snake form, wrapped himself around Mu Cheng, attempting to restrain him. However, as Mu Cheng exerted his strength, countless snake scales burst open, and his skin tore open, revealing fibrous muscles. It's just like when you're eating fried chicken, tearing off a piece of meat with your hands, with bits of meat still attached. Not white. Su Mu gave a low shout, and the shadow beneath his feet instantly stretched out, extending to Mu Cheng's front. Then, the shadow surged like a fountain, and a gaunt black figure more than 2 meters tall quickly took shape, extending a black hand that resembled a withered tree branch towards Mu Cheng. A feeling of strain came from Bu Bai. Su Mu realized that Bu Bai was unable to forcibly pull the other party into the shadow space. The two were locked in a struggle, and Mu Cheng was clearly in the lead. However, Su Mu never expected Bu Bai to be able to kill a silver-level expert directly. He only wanted to restrain the opponent for a period of time. Su Mu, I have to admit that as a lowly commoner from the lower city, you do have some tricks up your sleeve. You must be a nightmare apostle, right? You obtained some strange methods from the nightmare world, but unfortunately, that's all. Mu Cheng sneered, then suddenly exerted his strength, tearing Xie Quan's body apart inch by inch, and Bu Bai's body also trembled violently, as if it was about to collapse. Just then, the silver mark between Su Mu's eyebrows emitted a mysterious silver light, and the next moment the silver mark tore apart, revealing a silver, vertical pupil inside. Cold and indifferent, like the eyes of a god. When the silver eyes appeared, Mu Cheng, who had been sneering, was suddenly startled, because he felt a deathly pressure from them. He hurriedly tried to break free, but it was too late. A dazzling silver light shot out like lightning, instantly tearing through the void and striking Mu Cheng with a heart-stopping force. The mithril alloy, which was once as hard as dragon scales, was like paper in front of this silver light and was instantly pierced. Mu Cheng's entire upper body seemed to vaporize and completely disappear, along with Xie Quan's torn body and Bu Bai's arm. Chapter 104 Desperate Situation. Chapter 104 Desperate Situation. Sizzle. The severed lower half of Mu Cheng's body revealed a dense network of wires, with tiny blue arcs of electricity flashing continuously, becoming the only remaining sound in this world. Su Mu emerged from the darkness, his face pale. Most of his weight was resting on his snake-patterned wooden cane, clearly indicating that the attack had left him nearly exhausted. If he hadn't obtained the Bronze Law, Giant Force Fist, which greatly enhanced his physical abilities, he would have already fainted. Is this the strength comparable to silver rank? This battle made him realize how terrifying a silver-level expert was. Although he won in the end, the price he paid was enormous. All the explosives in District 13 were used up, the headquarters of the Viper Gang was razed to the ground, Xie Quan died, Bu Bai lost an arm, and he himself was on the verge of collapse. But Su Mu had a premonition that the battle was not over, but rather, just beginning. Because Mu Cheng was not simply a cyborg, he was also a superhuman. What exactly was the superhuman power that he never revealed until his death? Was it because they underestimated the power of the silver vertical pupils, and therefore didn't have time to use them? Or, slap slap slap. A burst of applause suddenly rang out in the darkness, followed by a shocking scene. 6 identical cyborgs, their bodies covered in mithril alloy, slowly emerged from the darkness. Their steps were perfectly synchronized, and their silvery white metal shells gleamed with a chilling light under the moonlight. One of them, Mu Cheng, praised, "I didn't expect you to be hiding such terrifying power. But judging from your appearance, it will be difficult for you to use it a second time in a short period of time, right? And I still have 6 cyborgs left, Su Mu. As I just said, even more despair is yet to come. Now I can't help but ask, are you in despair?" Seeing such a despairing scene, Su Mu laughed, a very happy laugh. Why should I be in despair? Shouldn't I be happy about such an interesting development? Mu Cheng's expression turned cold. As expected, the Nightmare Apostles are a bunch of disgusting lunatics. Killing people like you brings me no pleasure whatsoever, especially since you destroyed one of my cyborgs. Why can't you short-lived creatures just stay in the shadows and wait to die? Why do you have to come out and make your presence known? Oh, Su Mu smiled slightly. You hate Nightmare Apostles? Then how did you obtain your extraordinary power? Don't tell me it grew on its own. Humph. Mu Cheng snorted coldly. I obtained my extraordinary power through the Nightmare Apostles, but so what? Did I make them become Nightmare Apostles? Blame their bad luck. Since it's already destined, They should obediently accept their fate instead of being like you, not enjoying the rest of your life and insisting on coming out to die. Sumu, I've suffered a great loss because of you. However, your illusionary abilities are quite rare, so turning you into a puppet will at least make up for it. Puppet? Sumu's eyes flickered slightly, and he uttered softly. Silver Law, Sequence 24, Master of Servants. Mu Chung gave a cold smile. You do have some knowledge. Are you surprised? A servant master, with a low rank, can possess such powerful combat strength. He didn't even wait for Sumu's reply, and continued. This is the power of money. People only know that the servant master rank is very low, and the path to transcendence is unknown. They can't advance to the gold rank, and can only control servants weaker than themselves. But they don't realize that they are wrong. Controlling fully modified humans is the most correct use of the minion master. Fully modified humans don't know how to resist like controlled superhumans, and they can be mass-produced as long as you have money. Where in the world can you find such perfect servants? As long as I have enough money, I can even build an army of cyborgs. So what if I can't advance to gold rank? With thousands of cyborgs at my command, I am gold. Mu Chung was clearly in a high mood, much like someone who had a huge advantage in a game and was camped in the enemy's fountain, typing taunts without actually destroying their base. Sumu could easily guess some of Mu Chang's past experiences from his words. He possessed the Silver Law, Master of Servants, but his rank was low and he had no hope of advancement, so it was inevitable that he would be looked down upon by other silver transcendent beings of the same level. It's estimated that she later met Qian Zihao, who owned a mithril mine, discovered a new world of cyborgs, and then began her life as Qian Zihao's lackey, saving money to create cyborgs. Now he completely understood why the previous bombs hadn't killed Mu Chung. It was because Mu Chung was a completely modified human, with all his internal organs discarded, meaning he had no weaknesses inside or out. Murong Mingli's information was correct. The level of technology was indeed insufficient to create a completely modified human. After all, a modified human still has the word human in his name and is controlled by a human. A person without internal organs is a dead person and cannot be controlled. However, Mu Chung combined the power of the master servant with technology and used his extraordinary power to control a completely modified person, which can be considered to be at the forefront of technology. You can't compare to the gold-level superhumans. They don't need to fight against an army of cyborgs. They just need to carry out a decapitation plan and kill you, the controller. Sumu kindly pointed out the flaw to him. Mu Chung was not appreciative. Instead, he sneered. Do you think I didn't think of that? I abandoned my own body long ago and parasitized my soul in a cyborg. As long as there is one cyborg, I will never die. Flesh and blood are weak and feeble, while machinery soars to new heights. Sumu wasn't surprised. He had already guessed Mu Cheng's plan. Since he admired cyborgs so much, he would definitely try to modify himself. He had read the description of the servant master's abilities and knew that the servant master could parasitize his soul in his servants, or even transfer it within his servants. Brilliant. As expected, everyone has their own shining points and yearns for an extraordinary life. Even as a low-ranking silver tier 1, he still has a heart that longs for gold. Sumu clapped and praised him. He admired Mu Cheng's courage to abandon even his physical body for his ambition. True strength is never stingy with praise for one's enemies. Sometimes, enemies are the best mirror to reflect oneself. What kind of person you are determines what kind of enemies you will encounter. Faced with Sumu's praise, Mu Chung showed a disdainful look. Sumu, I know you are stalling for time, but I don't care. In the face of absolute power, all tricks are useless. True despair is when you are fully prepared, but still cannot change the outcome of failure. I'm giving you time to prepare, and all you need to do is despair. Sumu smiled helplessly, realizing that the other party had misunderstood. Actually, I don't need to prepare time. I'm just curious because it's the first time I've met someone like you who has given up their body. Oh, so you're saying you're prepared to die? Mu Chung sneered, as 6 cyborgs shimmering with silver light slowly surrounded Sumu. Sumu shook his head slightly, his tone unusually calm and composed, as if stating an undeniable fact. You can't kill me. Chapter 105 Trump Card. Chapter 105 Trump Card. Mu Chung immediately flew into a rage. I'd like to see how long you can keep up your confidence. The next moment, the 6 mithril alloy cyborgs tightened their encirclement, moving slowly towards Sumu, as if deliberately putting pressure on him, trying to see the fear of despair on his face to satisfy Mu Cheng's twisted mind. However, they were destined to be disappointed. Sumu smiled slightly, elegantly extended his palm, and grasped the invitation sent by Bubai. The two hands, one black and one white, clasped tightly in the air. Mr. Mu, your methods and your story are very pleasing to me, so I've decided to give you a surprise. Please don't refuse. Mu Cheng felt a growing unease. Quickly, grab him. The 6 mithril cyborgs rushed forward, and then they missed. Su Mu was nowhere to be seen. Only a pitch-black shadow remained before them. Yes, Su Mu has escaped into the shadowy space of Bubai. The shadowy space of Bubai is not only for killing, but can also be used to escape powerful enemies. Yeah, Su Mu. Amidst the ruins, Mu Cheng roared furiously. He was absolutely livid. He thought victory was in his grasp, but the opponent had escaped right under his nose. It felt like deliberately not pushing the base in a game, typing taunts, and then getting the game turned around. If he hadn't already transformed himself into a cyborg with no face, his face would probably be burning with pain right now. Su Mu, if you have the guts, don't ever come out again. I'll stay here and guard you. Mu Cheng thought fiercely. The 6 of them formed a circle and stared intently at the figure on the ground, Su Mu's shadow. He guessed that Su Mu must be hiding in this shadow. Otherwise, why would the shadow remain even though the person disappeared? Mu Cheng's guess was correct. Although Bu Bai could help Su Mu escape into the shadow space, don't forget where the exit of the shadow space is. Right in Su Mu's shadow. However, what Mu Cheng didn't know was that Su Mu entered the shadow space not to hide, but to prepare a big surprise for him. In the shadowy space, Su Mu took out a bottle of vitality potion from his pocket, drank it all in one gulp, and his previously consumed physical strength was quickly restored. He didn't take drugs to use the silver vertical pupil again. It wouldn't have mattered anyway. Mu Cheng's soul could transfer between the 6 modified humans, which meant that unless all the modified humans were destroyed at once, he couldn't be killed at all. With the current power of the silver vertical pupils, it can only destroy one body. His real killer move was never the silver vertical pupils, but the dream. Since absorbing the divinity of the angel statue, his dreams have gained a touch of reality. During his rest days, he has been constantly exploring the changes that this touch of reality has brought to his dreams. Persistence pays off, and he finally discovered that this experiment had a real effect. Feeling that his body had almost recovered, Su Mu began the next step. He slowly walked into the depths of darkness without taking Bu Bai's hand. He is now considered Bu Bai's master and feeds him every day, so he doesn't need to worry about breaking the rules and being attacked by Bu Bai. Soon, Su Mu stopped in his tracks. A person appeared in front of him, a person with closed eyes, a blank expression, standing in place like a zombie. Judging from the person's slightly trembling body, he had obviously been standing there for a long time. The man, dressed in a white shirt, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and slightly balding, was none other than Zhao Yongqiang, the nightmare apostle of the Bronze Coffin Company. Zhao Yongqiang is the only ordinary person who survived in the abandoned city, and he is also the one who is about to enter the nightmare world. When Moro Mengli first met Zhao Yongqiang in the bronze coffin, the middle-aged man appeared nervous, saying that he had already sensed the call of the next nightmare world and needed enough money to buy a magic weapon, and then asked Moro Mengli to add more money. It was at that time that Su Mu noticed Zhao Yongqiang. He really liked the nightmare world, but under normal circumstances, it would take at least a month for a nightmare apostle to sense the next call of the nightmare world. That was too long, and he couldn't wait that long. So he thought of finding an opportunity to follow Zhao Yongqiang into the nightmare world. This is why Su Mu specifically protected Zhao Yongqiang in the abandoned city area, because Zhao Yongqiang equals nightmare world ticket. After learning that Mu Cheng was coming to kill him, he hypnotized Zhao Yongqiang early on, preventing him from falling asleep and pulling him into the shadow space. All for this moment. Mu Cheng is now guarding the entrance to the shadow space, which was exactly what Su Mu had expected. He couldn't possibly be without a backup plan, and Zhao Yongqiang was his backup plan. He could enter the nightmare world through Zhao Yongqiang in the shadow space. Su Mu began to hypnotize himself, and after a moment, he fell asleep and slowly entered a dream. This time, the dream contained nothing but emptiness. This is the most normal state of a dream. As long as he doesn't manipulate it, the dream will present an emptiness where nothing exists. Su Mu stood in the void. With a wave of his hand, the void before him dispersed, revealing the scene of the real world. On the ruins, an enraged Mu Cheng was crouching, surrounded by 6 mithril alloy cyborgs who stared intently at the shadows on the ground. This is one of the additional abilities that dreams gain after merging with divinity. It's as if the connection with the real world has been strengthened, allowing one to see reality through dreams. The enhanced dream also has a second ability, to forcibly pull the consciousness of others into the dream. While recuperating in the bronze coffin, he attempted to pull the ordinary employees inside into his dreams. Although he encountered great obstacles, he eventually succeeded. The obstacle comes from the physical body, which is a barrier to consciousness. To pull someone's consciousness into a dream, you must first control the dream to break through the barrier of the physical body and envelop the consciousness before you can pull it in. Ordinary people have weak physical bodies, so after consuming a lot of mental energy, he successfully broke through the physical barrier and pulled the other party's consciousness into the dream. He then tried to pull Yang Dongqing and Jun Wushang, two extraordinary individuals, into his dream, but found it impossible. Their physical barriers were too strong. He initially thought this ability was useless. After all, why would he need to drag ordinary people into his dreams? Just so that one more real person would kneel before him, the Heavenly Emperor? But now, after seeing Mu Cheng, he discovered the usefulness of this ability. Because Mu Cheng has no physical body. All that's there are some mithril alloys and electronic components. Chapter 106 What exactly did you do to me? Su Mu. Chapter 106 What exactly did you do to me? Su Mu. His original plan was that if he couldn't defeat Mu Cheng, he would directly escape into the shadow space, then use Zhao Yongxiang to jump to the nightmare world, find some opportunities to become stronger in the nightmare world, and then kill Mu Cheng after returning. But who would have thought that this kid would actually destroy his physical body? They even talked about how flesh and blood are weak and vulnerable, while machines ascend to immortality. This made Su Mu change his mind instantly, and he decided to give Mu Cheng a big surprise. He exited the dream, and his mental energy, which had been completely depleted by the silver vertical pupils, was instantly replenished and strengthened by 1%. Snap! He snapped his fingers, and Zhao Yongxiang instantly lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground and falling into a deep sleep. Su Mu smiled with interest. Things are getting more and more interesting. You became a superhuman by relying on the Nightmare Apostle, but you look down on the Nightmare Apostle. How interesting your expression will be once you become a Nightmare Apostle yourself. This is truly exciting. He then re-entered the dream and manipulated his own dream to connect with Zhao Yongxiang's dream. Gradually, a crimson hue appeared in Zhao Yongxiang's dream. As the dream was gradually swallowed up, the crimson hue spread like a plague to Su Mu's dream. Mu Cheng was still waiting anxiously. As time went by, his initial rage subsided, and he regained the composure of a silver-level expert, sneering inwardly. I am a fully modified human. I can wait here without eating or drinking. Su Mu, what do you have to compare with me? Just as he was thinking this, suddenly, a blood-red color appeared in his vision, as if his retina had been covered with a layer of blood. Although he did not have a retina, this blood-red color was still very strange. Mu Cheng was startled, but before he could react, the crimson color suddenly disappeared. When his vision returned, he was completely stunned. This is... He looked around in astonishment. The previous ruins had completely disappeared, replaced by a lush forest with the sun high in the sky and trees towering into the clouds. However, the seemingly vibrant forest was completely silent. No wind, no birdsong, no falling leaves. Nothing at all, only deathly stillness. The primeval forest-like scene made Mu Cheng panic for a moment, but when he saw Su Mu not far away, his panic turned into a cold laugh. Under a large tree not far away, Su Mu leaned on his snakeskin cane and smiled in greeting, his eyes behind his brown glasses containing an unfathomable smile. It seems I underestimated your illusionary abilities. You actually managed to fool my metal prosthetic eye. This kind of illusion must directly affect the soul, right? Mu Cheng sneered. However, illusions are ultimately just illusions. In the face of absolute power, they are all a joke. Seeing Mu Cheng's confidence, Su Mu felt relieved and smiled, welcoming him. Mr. Mu, welcome to the nightmare world. A nightmare world? Mu Cheng was slightly startled, but quickly recovered. Humph, playing tricks. You think I'm not a nightmare apostle, so you don't know anything about nightmares. Shoo. Su Mu gently placed his finger to his lips and said with a faint smile, whether it's playing tricks or not, you only need to sense the law. There are barriers in the real world, and even if you become a superhuman, you can only vaguely sense the law. But the nightmare world is different. As long as you sense it carefully, you will find that the law is clearly visible. Seeing the seriousness with which Su Mu spoke, Mu Cheng's heart tightened. Although he instinctively disbelieved him, he still subconsciously tried to sense the silver law, and the result. A silver law, spanning endless dimensions and surpassing the bronze law, clearly appeared in his perception. This is impossible. Mu Cheng roared in a hoarse voice. Illusion. It's all an illusion. You can't fool me. How could I suddenly appear in the nightmare world? I've always been awake, and since becoming a cyborg, I don't need to sleep at all. I couldn't possibly become a nightmare apostle. Seeing you so happy, Mr. Mu, puts my mind at ease. It wasn't for nothing that I went to all that trouble to invite you into the nightmare world. I don't believe it. Mu Chung was even more terrified. As a silver-level transcendent, he had dealt with nightmare apostles many times in his daily life. He knew how terrifying the nightmare world was. It was a curse that meant certain death. Whoever got tainted by it would die. This is all an illusion. Once I kill you, the illusion will be dispelled. I'll kill you. Mu Chung was about to charge towards Su Mu with the 6 cyborgs, but the next second, he suddenly stopped, and his body, made of mithril alloy, began to tremble slightly. It was because he suddenly discovered that countless red dots had appeared in his metallic eyes, densely packed red dots. His metal prosthetic eye has infrared imaging capabilities, allowing him to see the body temperature emitted by living organisms. These red dots represent countless living creatures hidden in the forest. Furthermore, the red dot is constantly enlarging, proving that these living creatures are surging towards this place like a tide. Su Mu's eyes flickered slightly as he glanced into the depths of the forest. Although his view was obscured by the lush trees, his powerful perception, aided by his spiritual energy, allowed him to sense that something was rapidly approaching. Suddenly, a person rushed out of the forest and stood between Su Mu and Mu Chung. Upon seeing this person, Mu Cheng's expression changed drastically. This person could not be called human at all. Although he had a human form, his neck was a smooth cross-section with no head. The most bizarre thing is that the headless man's body is covered with countless ears, each with a different shape, as if they were embedded in his flesh. Some are small and delicate, while others are large and thick. The headless man with ears stood silently between the two, as if frozen in place, motionless, with only his ears trembling slightly, as if searching for something. Su Mu narrowed his eyes slightly. He keenly noticed something strange. The headless man had clearly rushed out of the forest, but when his body broke through the flowers and grass, he made no sound, and there was no sound of footsteps. The appearance of the headless man was like the last straw that broke the camel's back, causing Mu Chung to collapse. He realized that this was not an illusion, because illusions could not fool the metal prosthetic eye. The red light flashing in Metal Yi's eyes clearly showed that the headless man in front of him was alive. Why? Mu Chung roared like a madman. He could no longer deceive himself. Both the clearly visible laws and the headless man in front of him, who was a living being, clearly told him that this was no longer reality, but a nightmare world. Why did I come to the nightmare world? Why did I become a nightmare apostle? What did you do to me? Su Mu. Chapter 107 The Second Nightmare. Chapter 107 The Second Nightmare. Mu Chung roared furiously, his voice even containing a hint of despair. His breakdown wasn't due to fear of the monster before him. He had killed some nightmare monsters in the real world, and even the unrememberable ones were ones he had personally captured. What he truly feared was the nightmare world, a nightmare from which one could never escape, once tainted. Just then, the headless figure that had been blocking the two of them suddenly moved. Its ears twitched slightly, as if it had locked onto a target, and it turned around abruptly, charging straight towards Mu Chung. Driven to madness, Mu Chung had no intention of tolerating the headless man. Seeing him charge, he raised his right hand without a word, and his wrist snapped instantly, revealing the silver barrel of a Gatling gun. Get out of my way. Tap, tap, tap. A huge gunshot rang out, and the headless man, who hadn't even reached them yet, was instantly torn to shreds by bullets. After dealing with the headless man, he turned his attention to Su Mu. Su Mu, you're the one who put me in the nightmare world. You must have a way out, right? Tell me. Su Mu pushed up his brown-tinted glasses, a smile of excitement spreading across his fair face. That's the expression. Huh. You, who always look down on nightmare apostles, are so pathetic in the nightmare world. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I'm really curious. What's it like to suddenly become someone you once despised? I'll fucking kill you. Mu Chung roared furiously, his reason almost completely consumed by rage. But before he could make a move, headless men rushed out of the deep forest one after another. At a rough glance, there were no less than 100 of them, and there were even more headless men pouring out from behind. Their ears twitched excitedly, even turning slightly red, as they charged towards Mu Chung without hesitation. Get out. Get out of here. You monsters. The 6 cyborgs opened fire simultaneously, and gunfire erupted. Headless men fell one after another, but strangely, their numbers did not decrease. Instead, they increased with each passing gunshot. Sound. Su Mu roughly figured out the headless people's behavior pattern. In his line of sight, Some headless people were greedily devouring the sounds Mu Chung was making. There were obvious vortexes formed by air vibrations around their ears. As the vortex appeared, the gunfire, which should have been intense, gradually weakened. When it reached Su Mu's ears, the sound of bullets was even less loud than the sound of stomping his feet. It seems these headless people feed on sound, so everything here is silent, and any sound will attract them. This pattern is not hard to discover, but unfortunately, Mu Chung had already lost his mind when he first entered the nightmare world. Mu Chung fired wildly, but there were simply too many headless men, and their vitality was exceptionally tenacious. Without heads, they seemed to have no fatal weaknesses, and unless they were torn to pieces, it would be difficult to kill them with just a few bullets. Soon, many headless men pounced on the cyborg, excitedly pounding on its metal skin, creating a huge sound. The sound was quickly swallowed up, and strangely, those headless men who absorbed the sound began to grow larger. The enlarged headless man became stronger, and the sound of him beating the cyborg became louder, seemingly creating a positive cycle. Compared to Mu Chang's disheveled state, Su Mu appeared somewhat calm and collected, quietly watching the show from the sidelines. He didn't make a sound, so naturally he didn't attract the headless man's attention. Originally, he planned to directly enter the shadow space, and then use the nightmare world to weaken Mu Chang's power, but now it seems that he doesn't need to. Besides Su Mu, who was not attacked, Zhao Yongqiang, who entered with him, was also not attacked. This was because Zhao Yongqiang was still under hypnosis and stood still, without moving unless Su Mu gave an order. Mu Chung is very strong. No matter how many headless men there are, it will be difficult for them to break through his mithril alloy. However, as the sound of the headless men devouring increases, the outcome may change. Seeing Mu Chung being besieged, Su Mu felt a little bored, so he quietly walked into the depths of the forest. Su Mu, don't even think about running away. Mu Chung suddenly roared, and the 6 modified humans went all out, charging towards Su Mu regardless of the headless people hanging on their bodies. He raised the barrel of his gun, intending to fire to stop Su Mu, but instead heard a series of empty gunshots coming from his arm. He was out of bullets. Enraged, he could only chase after them on foot. 5 of the cyborgs worked together to stop the headless army, while the remaining cyborg broke through the encirclement. Ultimately, he was a silver-level expert. Even though he used a modified human body, the speed he unleashed was unmatched by Su Mu. The distance between the two shortened rapidly, but at that moment, Su Mu suddenly stopped, standing motionless like a wooden statue, even holding his breath. Although Mu Chung had doubts, he was too enraged to care and continued running, the mithril alloy on his body making heavy noises. Suddenly, everything went black before his eyes, and he was covered by a huge shadow. When he looked up, he was shocked to find a headless man more than 10 meters tall excitedly listening to him. A giant hand covered in ears descended from the sky and viciously grabbed at Mu Chung. Mu Chung was shocked and rolled away to avoid the attack. However, the sound of his roll was too loud because he was made of metal. The headless man, who was 10 meters tall, almost stopped and grabbed at him again. He scrambled and tumbled frantically to dodge. Although mithril alloy is hard and difficult to break, it can still deform under tremendous force. The more he hid, the bigger the commotion became. Before long, many smaller headless figures appeared in the forest and surrounded him. Mu Chung was extremely anxious. What on earth was going on? Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Su Mu, who was unharmed beside him. Su Mu even waved to him in a friendly manner, signaling his encouragement. Son of a bitch. Why is that bastard all okay? Wait, I must have overlooked something. Think carefully. How did those lowly nightmare apostles survive one nightmare after another? These headless people have no heads, but their bodies are covered with ears. I understand now, it's a sound. As long as I don't make a sound, I won't attract the monster's attacks. Thinking this, Mu Chung suddenly stopped. However, things didn't go as planned. The headless men who were chasing him had already heard the sound. Stopping was tantamount to walking into a trap. The headless figures, running wildly, crashed into the metal shell, making loud noises as they excitedly pounded on it, continuously creating more sounds. Mu Chung was furious when he saw this. You damn monsters, get out of here. He wasn't afraid of these smaller headless men, but the 10-meter-tall headless man had also come over following the sound. Chapter 108, Idiot. Don't you dare move. Chapter 108, Idiot. Don't you dare move. A large hand descended from the sky and grabbed Mu Chung in one swift motion, crushing several smaller, headless men to death on the spot. Mu Chung breathed a sigh of relief. At least the headless man wasn't randomly hitting him. As long as he didn't make a sound, he should be fine. The fact that he thought that way clearly showed that he regarded the headless man as an idiot. The next second, the 10-meter-tall headless man suddenly grabbed Mu Cheng's leg with two thick fingers and began to smash it wildly against the surrounding trees. Bang, bang, bang. Several large trees were knocked down by Mu Cheng, making a loud noise. The 10-meter-tall headless man got excited and started to swing wildly until all the surrounding trees were knocked down. Still not satisfied, it started to smash the cards on the ground, just like a child throwing cards, using all its strength to throw them, then picking them up and throwing them again, enjoying it immensely. Boom. Mu Cheng was once again slammed into a deep pit. The ground beneath him was already cracked, and his indestructible mithril body was severely deformed. Even the connection between his legs and body had come loose, revealing a dense network of wires. You damn monsters. I've had enough. A roar filled with rage erupted, and he could no longer hold back. He felt targeted. Even though he had stopped making a sound, why wouldn't they leave him alone? Damn it. You all deserve to die? Sumu deserves to die too. You all deserve to die. Mu Cheng crawled out of the deep pit, his eyes flashing red light wildly. You fucking like sounds, don't you? This time I'll let you hear enough. Initiate self-destruct program. Upon hearing this, Sumu, who was taking a walk in the distance, immediately quickened his pace, not caring that the sound of his footsteps might attract some headless people. Boom. Mu Cheng self-destructed, and the huge explosion almost echoed throughout the entire forest. The first to be hit was the 10-meter-tall headless giant. In a blinding white light, the giant turned into a shower of flying flesh and blood, scattering across the sky and earth. Some of the smaller headless people nearby were also blown to pieces. The area within a radius of 100 meters was almost completely leveled, and even Sumu, which was a kilometer away, was significantly impacted. The enormous sound immediately attracted all the headless men present, who dropped everything and rushed frantically toward the center of the explosion. Sumu tidied his hair, which had been messed up by the shock of the explosion, and smiled silently. 1. Swish, swish, swish. 5 mithril alloy cyborgs, gleaming with silver light, rushed towards them at an extremely fast speed. Sumu slightly raised his eyes to check the distance between himself and the cyborg. He remained calm and even straightened his suit, which had been wrinkled from running. Then, under Mu Cheng's watchful gaze, he accepted Bu Bai's invitation and disappeared into the shadow space. Mu Cheng was so angry he wanted to roar at the sky, but he didn't dare. He had finally managed to lure away all the headless men with the self-destruction of a cyborg, and now shouting would be pointless. Frustrated and exasperated, he could only repeat his previous actions, waiting at the entrance to the shadow space. However, unlike last time, this time he dared not move at all, for fear of making the slightest sound. Gradually, the group of headless people dispersed from the center of the explosion. They began to wander around, searching for the sound. Some even walked up to Mu Cheng, making Mu Cheng's heart pound with fear. Fortunately, this time there were no accidents. The headless man walked past him and headed away into the distance. Ta-ta-ta-ta. A soft sound of footsteps suddenly came from behind Mu Cheng. Mu Cheng was taken aback. What was that footstep sound? He slowly turned around to look, not daring to speed up, afraid that the sound of his neck turning would be too loud, since his neck was made of metal. When he saw the source of the footsteps, he was stunned. The footsteps came from none other than the bald man, Zhao Yongqiang. It turned out that Zhao Yongqiang had somehow gotten around while the headless man was at the center of the explosion. Upon seeing this, Mu Cheng became extremely anxious, his eyes flashing red as he signaled Zhao Yongqiang not to move. However, Zhao Yongqiang seemed not to see this and continued to approach. Several headless figures wandering not far away suddenly stopped, their countless ears twitching slightly, as if they were listening. You fucking idiot. Don't you dare move. Mu Cheng roared inwardly, and perhaps his curses had an effect, because Zhao Yongqiang really stopped moving and stopped about 3 meters away from Mu Cheng. Call. Mu Cheng breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he wasn't too foolish. He was unaware of the relationship between Zhao Yongqiang and Su Mu, assuming that the other party was also a newly arrived nightmare apostle. If he had known, he would never have felt relieved. Because, without warning, Zhao Yongqiang opened his mouth wide and howled wildly, the sound so loud it was as if someone had broken his leg. Mu Cheng was startled by the shout. You son of a bitch. For the leader. Zhao Yongqiang rushed toward Mu Cheng with a fanatical expression, shouting repeatedly. What does it feel like when someone suddenly shouts with all their might in a deathly silent forest? It feels like a thunderclap from a clear sky. Instantly, the headless figures wandering aimlessly all around seemed to have received a signal. Their ears stood up, and they rushed towards this place without regard for anything else. You deserve to die. Mu Cheng was furious. He threw out his silver-glowing metal fist, smashing Zhao Yongqiang's head apart with a single punch, and his voice came to an abrupt end. Seeing that Zhao Yongqiang's body was about to lie flat on the ground, he was so frightened that he quickly grabbed him, but it was too late. His shout had already attracted the headless men. Damn it, he cursed under his breath, then directly controlled a cyborg to run away into the distance, deliberately making a loud noise. Upon hearing the sound, the headless people immediately changed direction and chased after the cyborgs. Before the crisis was over, an arm silently emerged from the shadowy humanoid figure on the ground, then elegantly picked up a small pebble and tossed it at one of the cyborgs. The power carried by the Megaforce fist exploded instantly, and the small stones made a sharp popping sound as they hit the cyborg's body hard. When a crisp, loud collision sound rang out. When Mu Cheng turned around, he was stunned and only saw that arm wave its hand before returning to the shadow space. Sumu, I'll fucking kill you. Aya. A person's mental state can collapse in an instant, sometimes because of something of great importance, and sometimes because of something as trivial as throwing a pebble. You want to use these monsters against me, huh? Well then, I'll kill them all first, and see what you can do then. Having been repeatedly tricked, Mu Cheng had completely broken down. Unable to hit Sumu, he could only vent all his anger on the headless man. In his view, these little headless men were not dangerous, at most a bit troublesome, but they could be dealt with a little effort. A major battle has begun, all because Sumu dropped a small pebble. Chapter 109 The Headless Man's Lair. Chapter 109 The Headless Man's Lair. Enraged, Mu Cheng displayed the full strength of a silver rank expert, and the 5 cyborgs cooperated seamlessly, slaughtering the headless men around them with extremely high efficiency. Come on, you monsters like me, don't you? Come on over here. He cursed as he killed, as if venting his anger. Sumu, just wait. After I kill them, I'll come and kill you. No, I won't kill you. I'll imprison you and torture you slowly. You destroyed everything I had. I'll let you know what despair is. I, a silver transcendent, had a bright future ahead of me, and a perfect mithril alloy body. I had long since surpassed the limits of human lifespan, but you ruined all of that. Ruined it. This damned nightmare world could take my life at any moment. I'm living one day less each day, but until then, I'll torment you until the day I die. Then we'll die together, so I can continue tormenting you in hell. Huh? Mu Cheng laughed wildly, his cold mechanical body unable to contain his overflowing madness, a hysterical outburst born of desperation. Although he was not a nightmare apostle, he understood nightmare apostles better than they did. They were cursed beings, destined to die young, no matter how much they struggled, even if they became gold-ranked warriors. Mu Cheng laughed wildly as the corpses piled up at his feet, almost burying him. He continued to kill, venting his anger in this way. But gradually, a shadow covered him, then a second, a third, and a 10th. Mu Cheng's body stiffened, and he raised his head with some difficulty. The red light in the metal eyes almost went out. In his vision, the entire sky was plunged into darkness, and 10 headless giants were arranged in a circle, listening to him. Inside the shadow space, Sumu looked through the shadows at Mu Cheng, who was being kicked around by 10 giants, and felt a little sorry for him. How could a dignified Silver Realm expert have fallen to such a state? It's so simple, you can't even do something as easy as just not making a sound. Boom, boom, boom. 3 cyborgs self-destructed, and the terrifying explosion killed 10 headless giants. Taking advantage of this gap, Sumu emerged from the shadow space and swiftly ran away into the distance. At this point, Mu Cheng only had 2 cyborgs left. In his anger, he began to feel fear, because it meant he only had 2 lives left. Fear brought him back to his senses. He realized he had been too impulsive. Those short-lived nightmare apostles had said that fighting monsters head-on in a nightmare was the worst thing to do. The best strategy was to find the source of the dream and then break the nightmare. He was extremely annoyed. If he had followed the advice of those nightmare apostles earlier, he might not have ended up in this predicament. This dream wasn't actually difficult. As long as I didn't make a sound, I wouldn't be attacked. I just needed to slowly search for clues. But now it's too late to say anything. Watching Sumu run further and further away, Mu Cheng gritted his teeth and followed. He already had a plan in mind. This time, he dared not act recklessly again, but planned to try a different approach. The distance between the two began to close, and then Sumu started throwing stones again. Upon seeing the flying stones, Mu Cheng was both shocked and furious, dodging them as if they were deadly bullets, not daring to let them hit him. What's most infuriating is that he can't throw stones. because Sumu is made of flesh and blood, and the stones don't make much of a sound when they hit him. Most importantly, Sumu can dodge flexibly and make large movements, while he cannot, because he has a metal body, which is very heavy, and the larger the movement, the louder the sound. He never imagined that one day his proud mithril alloy body would have such great inconvenience. As he ran, Sumu suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Mu Chung froze in place, not daring to move an inch. He quickly looked into the depths of the forest directly in front of him, turned the infrared function of his metal prosthetic eye to the maximum, and then he froze. Red dots. Thousands upon thousands of red dots appeared before my eyes. This is the lair of the Headless Men. At this moment, Sumu suddenly turned around and waved to Mu Chung. Although he didn't say anything, the meaning was very clear: come here. Mu Chung was furious. He knew that as soon as he went over, Sumu would make a sound and then disappear into the shadows, at which point he would be attacked by thousands of Headless Men. But in order to get revenge, he went anyway. A cyborg was sent to stealthily pursue Sumu, and a comical scene unfolded. A tall, cyborg covered in metal hopped on tiptoe and trotted around crouching low. Mu Chung had no choice. Once he reached the vicinity of the Headless Man's lair, he dared not make a sound. Sumu paid no attention to Mu Chung sneaking behind him and ran lightly toward the Headless Man's lair. His powerful mental strength gave him unparalleled perception, allowing him to accurately judge the path under his feet. There would be no ridiculous scene like in the movies where he suddenly broke a dead tree branch and attracted the enemy's attention. After he crossed a large tree, the Headless Man's lair came into view. It was a city. It was a very simple city, with all the buildings made of bare stone blocks that showed signs of weathering and had obviously existed for a long time. The buildings in the city were more like caves than houses, without doors, and entirely made of huge piles of stones, where countless headless people lived. Some were sleeping, while others were eating. Their eating method was very simple. They picked up a stone and pounded it to make noise, but these sounds could not be transmitted and were all swallowed by the Headless Man. The appearance of Sumu did not attract their attention, because the Headless Man had no eyes and relied entirely on the ears that covered his entire body to perceive things. They continued doing their own thing. After a brief look around, Sumu realized that the city was on the edge of a nightmare, with a black fog that blotted out the sky and surged silently behind it. Without hesitation, he entered the humble little town, and because of the low buildings, he quickly discovered a place that was quite different from others. In the center of the city is a huge square, somewhat like a concert venue. The square is surrounded by a semicircular stone wall. The stone wall is very thick, and there are deep pits dug out on it, resembling seats, where many headless people lie quietly. In the square, there was a huge, irregularly shaped boulder with dozens of headless giants, each 10 meters tall, prostrating themselves around it, as if in worship. Just as Sumu thought they were kneeling before the boulder, a person sat up straight on the boulder. His body shape was no different from that of a normal adult man, but his body was covered with ears, his skin was pale, and most importantly, his neck was not empty. Instead, it grew a huge ear. Chapter 110, This is the thrill I've been searching for. Chapter 110, This is the thrill I've been searching for. It looked extremely bizarre. Where a person should have a head, there was a huge ear, almost the size of a head. The leader? Sumu's eyes flickered slightly as he silently approached the headless leader. He nimbly stepped over the sleeping headless men on the ground, his speed showing no sign of slowing down, like a dancer treading on a knife's edge, where one wrong step would lead to utter destruction. But his powerful mental strength and enhanced physical abilities made his steps as precise as a scalpel, without a single mistake. Mu Chung, who was still 100 meters away from Sumu, had a red light flashing in his eyes. He did not back down and followed closely behind. At this moment, the headless leader seemed to hear a slight noise, and actually stood up. His large ears on his neck scanned like radar, and invisible sound waves created tiny vortexes in front of his ears. They quickly located Sumu and Mu Chung. Upon seeing this, the two stood motionless, as if playing a game of red light, green light. The headless leader waited for a while, but heard nothing unusual, so he turned around and began to explore in other directions with his large ear. Sumu realized he couldn't go any further. The headless leader's hearing was clearly better than that of ordinary headless men, and he couldn't miss even the slightest sounds. But Mu Chung seemed to have lost his mind and continued to advance, attracting the gaze of the headless leader several times. However, whenever he is watched, he immediately stops and stands still. He took such a risk just to get a little closer to Sumu. Finally, when he was about 10 meters away from Sumu, he stopped. Sumu looked him over with interest. knowing that Mu Cheng must have some means to use. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sent a cyborg to his death for nothing. Sure enough, the next moment, Mu Cheng revealed a sinister smile. He slowly raised his left arm, and the tip of a metal finger split open to reveal a thin black tube inside. Sizzle. Purple poisonous gas shot out in a line, covering Su Mu. Su Mu raised an eyebrow. After waiting for so long, this is all poison gas. He was still hoping Mu Cheng would pull some surprises, but now he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Soon, purple poisonous gas enveloped Su Mu, but he didn't dodge, letting the gas enter his body. Mu Cheng was overjoyed upon seeing this. This was a specially made poison gas. Inhaling even a single breath could be fatal, and even without inhalation, it would still cause poisoning if it came into contact with the skin. In his eyes, Su Mu was already a dead man. However, as time went by, Mu Cheng's ecstatic mood gradually cooled down. He saw that Su Mu was still standing there unharmed, and even yawned out of boredom. That's impossible. Sizzle. The poison gas was almost gone. A few wisps of purple smoke, like endless urination, were exhaled intermittently before it was completely used up. The poison gas is good, but unfortunately it's countered by innocent heart. Su Mu lost his patience. His shadow moved without wind, and the black shadow, Bubai, quickly emerged from the shadow, stretching out its only remaining arm. Su Mu grasped Bubai's large hand, and then, Mr. Mu, since you have no surprises for me, then I can only ask you to die. His voice was soft, even gentle, but in the deathly silent city, where you could hear a pin drop, this gentle voice was like a bolt from the blue, instantly shattering the silence. The next moment, in the square and in the deep pit in the stone wall, circle after circle of headless people stood up in unison, staring straight at Su Mu's direction. Ha! In such a tense moment, Mu Cheng laughed wildly. Su Mu, do you really think I can't do anything to you? Do you think you're the only one with a trump card? Countless headless figures surged toward the two like a tidal wave, their terrifying presence seemingly threatening to engulf them. But Mu Cheng was still laughing. You destroyed everything I had. Even if it costs me this cyborg body, I will kill you. Aren't you relying on that monster? Now let's see if that monster can still save you. Su Mu's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately noticed something was wrong. Bubai, who was supposed to pull him into the shadow space, was now frozen in place as if someone had cast a spell on him. Is this the power of the Master of Servants? Hurrah! You guessed right. This is Silver Law Sequence 24, Master Servant. You destroyed my cyborg, but that just made room for a servant, giving me enough mental power to control it. Although I can't directly control your shadow monster without refining it, I can forcibly influence it. You're dead, Su Mu. Mu Cheng's expression grew increasingly ferocious, and even his metallic face couldn't conceal that ferocity. Su Mujing's blue eyes shone with a unique light. He released Bubai's hand and couldn't help but applaud Mu Cheng, praising, as expected of a Silver Realm expert, what a fine Silver Realm expert. Only matches where a comeback is possible at any moment can be considered exciting. Mr. Mu, you have not disappointed me after all. I don't need your praise. Go to hell, Su Mu. Mu Cheng hated being praised. It made him feel like a primary school student being praised by a teacher. He burst forth, rushing towards Su Mu, by which time the headless man had completely surrounded the two of them. A horrifying scene unfolded as Mu Cheng, his body gleaming with metallic light, leaped high into the air and charged forward like a human tank, surrounded by a tidal wave of headless monsters. At this moment, Su Mu was truly in a situation where there was no way out but to heaven and no way out but to earth, and he was doomed to die. But he kept laughing, his smile widening and even starting to distort, his expression carrying a hint of manic excitement. This is the thrill I've been searching for. He flipped his hand, and a bottle of pale red potion suddenly appeared in his hand. He raised the red potion in his hand, but before he could even open the cap to drink it, there was a cracking sound as the transparent glass bottle was crushed. Su Mu tilted his head back, and the pale red liquid mixed with glass shards fell into his mouth. Gurgle. He swallowed hard, completely ignoring the stinging pain in his throat from the glass shards. His expression grew increasingly excited, and a hint of blood appeared in his eyes. Even his fair skin had a faint blush, making him look like he had drunk too much. This is the effect of the Berserk Potion, which forcibly unleashes terrifying potential at the cost of overdrawing the body's reserves. Chapter 111 Looking Forward to the Next Meeting. Chapter 111 Looking Forward to the Next Meeting. In an instant, Su Mu felt a surge of violent power coursing through his body. His muscles bulged involuntarily, and he suddenly exerted his strength, his legs like springs, cracking the ground as he stomped on them. He soared into the air, charging towards Mu Cheng without dodging or avoiding him. The two figures, both exuding an indomitable spirit, met in midair, below them a pile of headless men scrambling to climb. Mu Cheng sneered inwardly. He thought Su Mu had gone mad, actually thinking of fighting him, a silver-level expert, in this desperate situation. Well, so be it, he could kill him with his own hands. The gleaming silver metal arm was operating at full power, its inner walls subtly heating up and emitting a crimson glow, causing the surrounding air to distort due to the intense heat. Su Mu was equally unwilling to be outdone, pushing his Megaforce fist to its limit. The muscles of his entire right arm swelled, unleashing a terrifying burst of power. Die! Boom! Amid Mu Cheng's ferocious roar, the metal fist collided violently with the human fist. The moment they made contact, he sensed something was wrong, because Su Mu's fist had absolutely no power. However, he didn't think too much about it. Anyway, Su Mu would definitely die if he took this punch head-on. This was the confidence of a silver-level expert. Bang! Su Mu's figure flew backward like a cannonball. Mu Cheng, who had avenged his great enemy, laughed wildly and let the headless men around him attack him. He didn't care, he only wanted to kill Su Mu. But the next second, Mu Cheng's smile froze, because in his sight, Su Mu, who was flying backward, turned around in midair as if nothing had happened, then stepped on the neck of a headless man and quickly fled into the distance, jumping onto the high walls around the square in the blink of an eye. This is impossible. Mu Cheng, who was overwhelmed by the headless men, hurriedly shut down the self-destruct program and chased after Su Mu like a madman. His cold metal arm swung wildly, and each swing was accompanied by many headless men being swept away. A noble phantasm. It's a defensive, noble phantasm. He realized the key point and understood everything in an instant. This was all Su Mu's scheme. He pretended to fight desperately, but in reality, he didn't use any strength at all, letting him knock him away, all in order to escape the encirclement smoothly. No wonder Su Mu dared to fight head-on. He had a defensive treasure. On the high wall, a tall figure stood, his snake-patterned wooden cane resting on the edge of the wall. He smiled as he watched Mu Cheng being swallowed up by the headless men. The sunlight shone on him, casting a long shadow on the ground. A gentle breeze blew up his clothes and the crimson heart hanging on his chest. Beneath the high wall, countless headless figures scrambled to climb, stepping on each other's bodies as they ascended little by little. Su Mu. Mu Cheng roared in a hoarse voice from the pile of people. He struggled to stretch out his hands from the pile of headless people, trying to take the opportunity to climb out, but there were just too many headless people, and he was quickly buried again. You can't escape. This is a dead end. After they kill me, they'll come after you. Su Mu, standing atop the high wall, smiled slightly, ignoring Mu Cheng's threat. His expression was elegant and composed. He gently pushed up his brown-tinted glasses and said, "Thank you for everything you've done, Mr. Mu. I am very pleased and look forward to our next meeting." After saying that, Su Mu waved his hand as if saying goodbye to a friend, and then turned to look at the black mist behind the high wall. The black mist was impenetrable, as if leading to hell, deathly silent. You want to go into the black fog? Huh. You'll die anyway. No one ever comes back alive from the black fog. No one. Su Mu didn't reply, saying, "No need for Mr. Mu to trouble himself. Just as I was able to pull you into the nightmare world, I also already have a way to escape from the black mist. So goodbye." What? You have a way? That's impossible. You must be. Mu Cheng's words came to an abrupt halt, for Su Mu had already leaped into the black mist and disappeared without a trace. Within the endless black mist, Su Mu looked around in surprise. He was not surprised by the black mist, but by the nightmare he had escaped. The black fog wasn't very interesting. It felt like being in a bottomless deep sea, surrounded by ethereal black mist with extremely low visibility. What was really interesting was the nightmare I just experienced. It was a huge, white, glowing bubble that vaguely reflected the scenes from the nightmare. A barren, headless city, with the faint glow of explosions and countless headless people being blown away. However, because it was viewed through the bubble, the image was extremely distorted and blurry. Could it be that all nightmares are contained within these bubbles? Su Mu exclaimed in amazement. He had never imagined that nightmares could be contained within bubbles when viewed from the outside. This nightmare bubble was enormous, and its light slightly illuminated the surrounding black mist, allowing Su Mu to barely see the scenery around him. He turned his gaze to the soles of his feet, and with the light from the bubbles, he could see clearly what was beneath him. What was beneath our feet was not earth at all, but a layer of brown rock, bare and devoid of any vegetation, with only some pebbles. He raised his head again and looked at the top of the bubble. With the help of the light emitted by the bubble, he could see the sky in the black mist. There was no sky at all. Above the top of the bubble was a layer of brown rock. Beneath his feet were layers of rock, and above him were layers of rock. Sumu even felt as if he were inside a hollowed-out mountain. Only this place was filled with endless black mist. Gradually, he gained a clear understanding of the structure of the entire nightmare world. First of all, there was no sky here. The place that originally belonged to the sky was covered by layers of rock, and there were also layers of rock under his feet. The space between the two layers of rock was filled with black mist. The so-called nightmare was the bubble in the hollow space in the middle. Each bubble represented a nightmare. Amazing. Sumu found this kind of unknown exploration very interesting. If he didn't personally walk into the black mist to see for himself, who would have thought that the nightmare world would have such a structure? Just then, a strange scene unfolded. The surrounding black mist surged and churned, quickly covering and obscuring the bubble. The light around it grew weaker and weaker until it finally disappeared completely. At the same time, the headless nightmare bubble also disappeared. Sumu tried to find it, but when he got to the spot where the bubble had been, he couldn't find it at all, as if it had teleported away. He guessed that the space within the black mist was likely distorted, and with the disappearance of the bubbles, it meant he could never go back. He lied when he said he had a way to get back from the black fog, so that Mu Chung would die with regrets. However, whether or not we can go back is not important. What matters is whether the black fog is interesting. Chapter 112 The World in the Black Mist. Chapter 112 The World in the Black Mist. Sumu took a step forward, walking deeper into the black mist. With the disappearance of the glowing bubbles, the surroundings had been completely plunged into darkness, a deathly silence. Walking through it, you can only feel wisps of mist brushing against your face like gentle little hands. His eyes shone with a crystal blue light, and his powerful mental strength enhanced his perception, allowing him to vaguely see scenes several meters away. The ground was uneven, with some places even rising up like small hills, but there were no living creatures. Does this mean that all the nightmare apostles who enter the black mist eventually starve to death there? Sumu frowned. This was not the surprise he wanted. If the black mist was like a prison, then exploring this place would be meaningless. He continued onward, walking for a very long time. Judging by his pocket watch, 3 hours had passed, but even so, he still did not see any living creatures or any other glowing bubbles. This doesn't make sense. If all the nightmares are glowing bubbles scattered in the black mist, then why haven't we seen any other bubbles yet? It's important to understand that these 3 hours weren't taken at the pace of an ordinary person, but by someone with extraordinary abilities. At Sumu's current speed, 3 hours would be enough for him to walk out of a small county town. This place is either like some kind of maze, where you'll get lost once you enter, or the world of black mist is just too vast. Perhaps this isn't a mountain that's been hollowed out, but rather underground. A glint of light flashed in Sumu's eyes. Only underground could there be such a huge area. If there is underground, then there must be above ground. Where on the ground could that be? Where else could it be? Could it be that the so-called nightmare world is actually an underground world, located beneath the real world, where nightmares are put into bubbles and stored underground? This discovery is revolutionary regarding the origin of the nightmare world. Previously, all nightmare apostles believed that the nightmare world was an alternate dimension, an independent world composed entirely of nightmares. But now it seems that everything was wrong. The nightmare world is very likely one with the real world, and it is located underground. Just as Sumu was pondering, suddenly, buzz. A strange buzzing sound emanated from all around, interspersed with what seemed to be some kind of whispering, the tone odd and chaotic, a sound that no human could possibly make. The voice was like the murmur of an evil god, deep and chaotic, seemingly close to the ear, yet also as if it came from a distant time and space. Sometimes it rolls like muffled thunder, shaking the depths of the soul. Sometimes it whispers like a ghost, sending chills down your spine. Every syllable seems to challenge reason. Sumu's head began to ache, and he felt a surge of mad and violent emotions rising within him. The berserk potion he had just ingested had not made him go berserk, but now, after only hearing some delirious ramblings, his mind was in turmoil. A pure heart. A soft white light rose from his body, and suddenly the whispers in his ears became much quieter. Although they didn't disappear completely, they were within a tolerable range. A normal person would definitely run away immediately after hearing these delirious murmurs, but Sumu is not a normal person. He is very curious about the sounds that can cause him mental disorder. Since he is already here, how can he not go and see? So he headed toward the source of the murmurs, and gradually the eerie sound grew louder and louder. His immaculate heart could barely hold on. Finally, he saw the light. Not far away, in the sky, or rather, on the upper rocks, suspended a huge sphere emitting a yellow light, as bright as the sun. However, the sunlight emitted by this sun was not warm at all. On the contrary, it was unusually cold. The sun? There's a sun underground too? Sumu quickened his pace and ran towards the huge glowing sphere. As he got closer, the evil murmurs were almost deafening, and blood was faintly flowing from his ears. When he looked up, a flash of yellow light appeared, and his eyes were instantly stung with pain, a line of bloody tears flowing down his face. He went blind. But the only image I had before I went blind lingered in my mind. That's not the sun, it's an eyeball. An enormous eyeball, embedded in the upper rock, with a dark yellow vertical pupil that was as cold as a cold-blooded animal. Danger! 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 Once Sumu's brain stored the image of the eyeball, his body instinctively issued the highest level of alarm, like the most primal fear etched deep into human genes. However, when the body's signals reached his consciousness, they were automatically replaced by excitement. Excitement! Excitement! He had never encountered such a being before. A single glance evoked a fear etched deep within his genes, as if humans were born to fear such a being. That's absolutely brilliant. Suddenly, the blind Sumu felt a bone-chilling cold, as if he were being washed by some indescribable being, and his whole body felt a dull, stinging pain. At the same time, his mind began to be corrupted, and terrifying delirium seemed to come alive, like millions of tadpoles frantically burrowing into his body. The immaculate heart was instantly pushed to its limit, with a massive amount of spiritual power poured into it. Under this frantic stimulation and external pressure, the immaculate heart seemed to undergo a qualitative change, and its purification ability rose to another level. Sumu knew that this meant the immaculate heart had been completely digested, but it was all in vain. The bronze laws were utterly ineffective against this high-latitude pollution. The rest was up to Sumu to bear. As the pollution invaded, his consciousness was affected, becoming extremely violent and chaotic. His mind was filled with all sorts of dark thoughts. He wanted to kill people, to annihilate all living things, to destroy everything he could see, and even had a tendency to destroy the world. But just moments later, an even stronger feeling welled up inside me. How boring. The moment the thought of destroying the world arose, it stirred up feelings of boredom. In his dream, he was truly tired of destroying worlds. When he was extremely empty and bored, his mood became extremely violent, and then he started destroying worlds. These were all things he had done before. Just as an innocent child is easily corrupted by darkness, how can someone who is used to it, or even tired of it, be corrupted? To die someone who has destroyed the world countless times and vented all their darkness in their dreams black, you would need to come up with a dye that is blacker than black. The so-called pollution is nothing more than amplifying the dark side of human nature. Sumu doesn't need anyone's help with this. In his omnipotent dream world, and without any supervision, no one can imagine the darkness within him. Chapter 113 The Gaze of the Gods. Chapter 113 The Gaze of the Gods. And so, miraculously, he did not lose consciousness, even though his mind was filled with countless negative emotions and thoughts. However, although consciousness did not collapse, the body could not withstand it. Under the gaze of this being, the cells in the body showed a faint tendency to undergo genetic collapse. He tried to summon Bu Bai to enter the shadow space, but Bu Bai's response was very weak, as if he was about to die. His shadow rippled like water before falling silent again. This time, Bu Bai's contact was completely lost. It seems that this gaze also hurt Bu Bai. Am I going to die? No wonder no one can get out of the black mist. With such a being in the black mist, even a gold-level expert would probably die. Sumu never imagined that he would die just because a certain being glanced at him. But it doesn't matter anymore. I still want to take a look at you. Whoosh. The silver mark between his brows tore open, revealing a silver vertical pupil. The cold and indifferent vertical pupil met the dark yellow vertical pupil on the dome, as if two gods were staring at each other. The moment the silver vertical pupils appeared, the murmurs in Sumu's ears vanished instantly, as if they had never happened, like an illusion. However, the trend of physical collapse did not abate, and his body was simply unable to withstand the gaze of the eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, Sumu instantly activated his silver vertical pupil. Boom! A dazzling silver light burst forth from his eyes, transforming into a silver pillar that connected heaven and earth, and slammed into the dark yellow vertical pupils. The silver beam of light was very thin, like a toothpick poking into a giant bubble, accompanied by a loud popping sound, bang. The dark yellow eyeball burst open, and countless thick, yellowish-green pus streams fell like rain, landing on the rock with a violent corrosive sound. Sumu immediately downed the last bottle of vitality potion to recover from the depletion caused by his silver eyes. His movements were as agile as a dancer, constantly dodging the falling pus. The yellowish-green pus contained some kind of egg-shaped solid, which was wrapped in the viscous pus and shattered on the ground. A snake man covered in black scales, with a snake-like body but with hands and feet, crawled out. Its dark yellow vertical pupils stared intently at Sumu, as if it had spotted its prey. All things in the universe. Based on the principle of striking first, Sumu directly activated an illusion to try to deceive the snake man, but he failed. Although a brief look of doubt appeared in the snake man's eyes, his gaze never left him. Is it thermally sensitive? It seems that snake people possess some of the talents that snakes should have. As is well known, snakes have very poor eyesight. They do not rely on sight to catch prey, but rather on thermal sensing. They can detect infrared radiation emitted by surrounding objects. Sumu never expected to be so unlucky. His originally powerful, all things in the world, had encountered its nemesis one after another. Moreover, these snake people had strong mental power and could not be hypnotized instantly like ordinary people. Gradually, more and more snake people were born, their numbers exceeding 1,000 and continuing to surge. Like newborns, they adapted to their newly formed bodies and, driven by their instinct to feed, set their sights on Sumu. Sumu had already run far away. He wasn't stupid. How could he sit and wait to die? Now it seemed that the huge eyeball from before was some kind of mother organism, designed to incubate these snake men. He ran wildly at breakneck speed, quickly leaving the snake men far behind. But this short distance wasn't enough for him to escape, as the snake men were also increasing in speed. Their growth rate is astonishing. They go from being as unsteady as babies to walking briskly in less than a minute. Although Sumu was no longer in sight, they seemed to possess some special sense, locking onto Sumu firmly and following closely behind. What kind of monsters are these snake men? And what is the origin of their enormous eyeballs? Even as he ran, Sumu remained calm and thoughtful. He even felt that the giant eyeball was related to a deity and that it resembled the primordial angel from before. It was also the primordial angel's power that had pierced the eyeball. If eyeballs are gods, then aren't these snake men the offspring of gods? The nightmare world is indeed fascinating. How many secrets are still hidden here? He ran for about half an hour, but the footsteps in the black fog behind him were still following, and there was also a kind of friction and crawling sound mixed in, like countless venomous snakes slithering across the ground. He knew that the snake man had grown again, from running on his legs at the beginning to now using both his legs and snake tail. Hiss! The sound of a snake flicking its tongue came from behind Sumu. A snake man had already rushed over, opened its blood-red mouth, and bit him fiercely with its sharp fangs. As if he had eyes in the back of his head, Sumu ducked to avoid the attack, then quickly turned around and delivered a precise, mighty fist to the snake's head. When the fist touched the opponent's black scales, it felt like hitting steel, or rather, like hitting Yang Donching himself. Bang! The snake man was knocked several meters away, but it merely shook its head and stood up again as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Sumu was like a newbie who had accidentally entered a hellish dungeon, unable to even defeat a single monster. The black mist, which even gold-level experts struggled to escape, is indeed terrifying. This is only the beginning of the exploration, and no one knows how many terrifying monsters are still hidden in this endless black mist. If nothing unexpected happens, I'm really going to die this time. Sumu sighed slightly, as if he was regretting something. He wasn't lamenting his own life, but rather that he had just discovered such an interesting place, only to have to stop exploring just the tip of the iceberg of the nightmare world. By this time, many snake people had gathered around. Their growth rate after maturing had surpassed that of Sumu. The cold, serpentine eyes, unique to cold-blooded animals, stared at him, their gaze filled only with predatory instincts. Let's try one more time. Sumu's silver vertical pupil between his eyebrows lit up. This was his only way to kill the snake man, but unfortunately, he could only use it once. Boom. The silver beam of light illuminated the endless black mist once more, piercing through a line of snake men. Their hard black scales were like paper in front of the silver light, and a single strike took away hundreds of snake men. After the blow, Sumu's breathing became erratic, and a sense of powerlessness washed over his body. He could only barely stay upright by relying on the snake-patterned wooden cane in his hand. He was out of vitality potions, and even if he had some, it wouldn't have mattered. He had used the silver vertical pupil 3 times in one day, and his body was completely exhausted. If it weren't for his powerful mental strength, he would have already fainted. At this point, he was in a complete predicament. His physical and mental strength were both exhausted. Bubai was seriously injured and in a deep sleep, and he had almost used up his extraordinary medicine. The snake men who had been charging forward stopped in their tracks, a primal fear appearing in their cold snake eyes. Clearly, they were frightened by the power of the primordial angel and hesitated for a moment. The situation reached a stalemate. One side was powerless to act, while the other dared not. The two sides faced each other in the black mist, and all around was silent. Chapter 114, The Divine Messenger. Chapter 114, The Divine Messenger. Heh. Sumu chuckled softly. Are you all so timid? Since you don't dare to come over, then I'm going to sleep. After saying that, he ignored the thousands of snake men around him who were eyeing him menacingly, sat down on the cold, rocky ground, propped his elbows on his thighs, rested his chin on his hands, and then fell asleep. After he fell asleep, the snakes, who had been quiet all along, finally overcame their fear and approached him step by step. They moved slowly, hesitating with each step, but never stopped. The scene was terrifying. If anyone else had witnessed it, they might have fainted on the spot. Within the endless black mist, an elegant gentleman in a suit and tie slept peacefully. Surrounding him were countless snake men with dark yellow, vertical pupils, and black scales and limbs. They slowly closed the circle, drawing ever closer. Just as the encirclement shrank to less than 5 meters. Sumu stretched and yawned as he woke up from his dream. He had slept for a full minute, but including the time from falling asleep to waking up, his actual sleep time was less than a minute. However, the recovery of mental energy is not related to sleep time. As long as he enters a dream and wakes up, his mental energy will be fully replenished and increased by 1%. Sumu's sudden action startled the snake people around him, who instinctively took several steps back. They stared intently at Sumu, not daring to make any rash moves. Hara, interesting. Sumu chuckled, then slowly stood up, a simple movement that caused the snake people to take several steps back again. However, he didn't expect to scare the snake people away by intimidation. That was unrealistic. The snake people clearly didn't have human intelligence and wouldn't play the game of betting that his gun was unloaded. Taking advantage of the snake man's hesitation, Sumu attempted to save himself. He poured his immense spiritual power into Bubai's body to help him recover from his injuries and see if he could awaken him. Perhaps it was a case of heaven leaving no stone unturned. With the influx of spiritual energy, Bubai truly showed signs of awakening. For Bubai, spiritual energy was the best medicine. But the snake men wouldn't give him much time. They had waited too long and could no longer contain themselves. One of the snake men tentatively approached Sumu. Buzz. A glint of silver light appeared in Sumu's silver vertical pupil between his eyebrows. The snake man's face immediately showed fear, and he retreated repeatedly. The silver light also dimmed. Sumu didn't have the strength to fire the silver light again. He had only used his mental power to slightly activate the silver eyes, which was just to scare the snake. This scare tactic was very effective, and it managed to keep the snake man in place for another minute. Although snake people grow extremely fast, this is more reflected in their physical development than in their intelligence. A minute later, the snake man couldn't hold back any longer, and then Sumu's silver vertical pupils lit up with silver light again. The two were like a man and woman of high skill level, constantly pulling and probing each other. Gradually, the silver vertical pupils became less and less intimidating to them. They seemed to realize that Sumu was bluffing, and finally couldn't hold back any longer, hissing intimidating sounds continuously. Just as the snake men were about to swarm forward, Sumu had already grasped Bubai's hand. Yes, Bubai had awakened. Although extremely weak, she eventually woke up. Hiss! The snake people sensed something was wrong, and tens of thousands of them rushed forward, but they missed. Sumu's figure disappeared into thin air, leaving only his shadow on the ground. Hiss hiss hiss. The snake people seemed to be enraged, constantly attacking the shadows on the ground and smashing the rock layer where the shadows were, but it was no use. In the shadow space, Sumu continued to sleep. He had almost exhausted his mental energy in trying to wake Bubai, but that didn't matter. Mental energy was free for him, and he could use it as he pleased. In his dream, he observed the snake people outside. Those snake people were a bit stubborn, just staying there and circling around the shadow. He kept thinking of countermeasures. First of all, there were no supplies in the shadow space, so he couldn't last long. It was okay if there was no food, but the key was that there was no water. Given his physical condition, he could die if he didn't drink water for 3 days. Secondly, 3 days is enough to barely recover some physical strength. If overdrawn, one might be able to launch the silver light again. But the question is, after launching it, whether one will have the strength to escape is also a question mark. After much deliberation, he realized he had only two options. Either wait and see if the snake man retreated first, or if he died of thirst, or, once he regained his strength, fight to the death for a chance of survival. In the end, Sumu decided to wait 3 days. If the snake man left, all the better. If not, he would take a gamble and try. A day later, some of the snake people retreated, but most remained in place, waiting and occasionally trying to attack the shadow. 2 days later, some of the snake people retreated again, this time about half left, but more than 1,000 remained to guard the area. On the third day, none of the more than 1,000 snakemen left. They were still waiting. Sumu had already spent 3 comfortable years. He extended his dream time and didn't find it boring. He spent his days eating, drinking, playing, and enjoying life in his dream. He would occasionally destroy worlds, become the heavenly emperor, and even rewatched Until Death Do Us Part, and wreaked havoc in the dream world. On this day, he woke up from his dream, feeling his body recover slightly. He estimated that he could barely manage one more round, so he prepared to go out and meet the more than 1,000 snake people. Whoosh! Sumu's figure emerged from the shadows, instantly attracting the attention of the remaining snake people. In the past 3 days, they had grown even larger, not only exceeding 2 meters in height, but also showing muscle bulges beneath their black scales. Hiss! This time they didn't hesitate at all and pounced directly on Sumu. Sumu didn't tolerate them either. A dazzling silver beam shot out, like a laser weapon, instantly piercing through the snake men in a straight line. The terrifying power caused fear to appear on the snake men's faces. Taking advantage of their moment of fear, Sumu prepared to break through, but the next second, an extremely weak dizziness surged into his heart. His fair hands barely managed to grip the snake-patterned wooden cane, which prevented him from falling to the ground. Alas, the human body is still too weak. Here it is. The holy light is here. A joyful voice suddenly rang out from the distant black mist. I have finally found the messenger of the gods. Praise be to the primordial angels. Another voice, choked with sobs, came from the black mist and grew closer. Get out of my way. You children of evil gods, do not harm the divine messenger. Several whooshing sounds rang out, and Sumu barely managed to look up. He saw several white-robed figures suddenly appear in the black mist, their expressions excited and fanatical. White-robed figures. Divine messengers? The scene he'd witnessed at the angel statue flashed through his mind. A group of people in black and white robes simultaneously worshipping the statue. His thoughts came to an abrupt halt. The continuous overexertion of his body, coupled with 3 days without a drop of water, caused him to faint. Chapter 115 The Truth About the Nightmare World? Chapter 115 The Truth About the Nightmare World? Warmth. The warmth of basking in the sun. This was Sumu's first feeling after waking up. The divine messenger has awakened. Great. The divine messenger has finally awakened. Praise be to the primordial angel. Thump thump. A dozen or so people in white robes knelt down around Sumu, their expressions devout and fervent as they chanted incantations, some even shedding tears of emotion. Sumu glanced around and found that his eyes were healed. He no longer needed to rely on the silver vertical pupils for vision. Not only that, but the physical damage caused by being stared at by the giant eyeball had also healed, and his physical strength had even returned to its peak. He was leaning against a simple rock chair, which was being carried by 2 men in white robes. Put me down, Sumu commanded with practiced ease. He had a rough idea of why these white-robed men were so fanatical. It was probably because of his silver vertical pupils. Upon hearing this, the 2 men in white robes quickly put down their rock chairs and joined the kneeling worship team. What happened to those snake people? Reporting to the divine envoy, the evil god's offspring have been killed by us. These filthy beasts dared to attempt to harm you. They deserve to die. It's a pity we didn't bring enough men this time. Otherwise we would have captured them all, taken them back to the divine cult, and burned them to death with the sacred fire. The one who answered was a tall man in white robes. He seemed to be of higher status than the other men in white robes, because only his white robe was trimmed with red. Sumu asked calmly, killed them all. The tall man in white robes trembled, his head almost touching the ground, and choked out. Reporting to the divine envoy, it is my incompetence that I failed to kill all the offspring of the evil god. I know that every moment these offspring of the evil god live is a desecration of the primordial angels. But this time we have too few people, so we can only break through with you first. But rest assured, Once we return to the primordial god cult, I will immediately report to His Holiness the Pope, and then we will ensure that all these evil god offspring are wiped out. The primordial god cult? The Pope? It sounds like a cult that worships primordial angels. But is there really a human cult in this black mist? Are these white-robed figures human or nightmare creatures? Seeing Su Mu remain silent, the tall man in white robes grew even more fearful. It is my incompetence that is the fault of this humble man. Please punish me, Your Excellency. No, you did very well. The primordial angels saw everything you did, Su Mu said gently, patting the tall man in white robes on the head. Upon hearing this, the tall man in white robes seemed to experience a mental orgasm, trembling with excitement. Large tears dripped onto the rocky ground as he frantically kowtowed, shouting, "Praise be to the primordial angels! Praise be to the divine messengers!" Seeing the other person's fanatical appearance, Su Mu suddenly realized that if he were asked to die now, he would commit suicide without hesitation. "May I have your name?" "Your Excellency, my name is Wan." "Wan." Su Mu frowned slightly. "What's the surname?" "We humans have no surnames. All followers must erase their surnames after joining the primordial god cult. Surnames represent family and ancestors. Followers of the primordial god cult cannot have any symbols or external objects. We are believers of the primordial angel and can only symbolize the primordial angel." Su Mu hadn't expected that the primordial god cult's brainwashing of its followers had reached such an exaggerated level. "Raise your head." "Yes, Your Excellency." Wan immediately raised his head, revealing an extremely pale face. Even a corpse that had been dead for 3 days wasn't as pale as him. "Everyone, look up." Soon, more than a dozen people in white robes also raised their heads, their faces equally pale. Upon seeing this, Su Mu understood that these people must have lived in the black mist for a long time, and because they had never seen the sun, their skin was extremely pale. "How did you find me, the divine messenger?" "My lord, we are an exploration team sent by the Pope to find heaven. There are hundreds of such teams, almost scattered throughout half of hell. 3 days ago, our team suddenly sensed the aura of holy light. So we rushed here and ended up meeting you, my lord." "Oh, I didn't expect that you could recognize me even though I'm in a mortal body. The eye between your eyebrows is the legendary eye of God, exactly the same as His Holiness the Pope's eyes. I would rather die than mistake it." Wan Jing looked at Su Mu's brow with reverence. "Does your Pope also have the eye of God?" When the Pope was mentioned, Wan's expression of awe deepened. His Holiness the Pope is the person closest to God. He can even hear the teachings of the primordial angels, so he was also granted the eye of God. "Your Holiness, if the Pope knew that you had come, he would be very happy." Su Mu smiled noncommittally. It seemed that he couldn't go to the primordial god cult. He wasn't a follower of the primordial angel. He had only devoured a drop of the angel's blood through a dream. If the Pope wasn't exaggerating and could really communicate with the primordial angel, then going there would be like walking into a trap. Wan continued fervently. "Divine messenger, you must have come down from heaven, right? Are you here to guide us to heaven?" "Heaven? Hell?" Su Mu's eyes flickered slightly. Hell must refer to the world of black mist. But what about heaven? He didn't know what heaven was that one was talking about. Could it be the real world? "I, the messenger of the gods, have come from heaven, but not to guide you, for only the most devout believers are qualified to go to heaven." As soon as the words were spoken, the dozen or so people in white robes became excited and rushed to prove their piety. "My lord, I was born into the primordial god cult. My purpose in this life is to go to heaven and return to the embrace of the primordial angels. My lord, I am devout enough that I can recite all 108 Bibles in the church." One was not to be outdone. "Divine envoy, I am the high priest of the primordial god cult, and I am the most devout." Su Mu pushed up his brown-tinted glasses and said indifferently, "Piety is not something that can be said with words. As for who can go to heaven, this divine messenger has his own considerations." When he spoke, the surrounding noise instantly fell silent. "Let's talk about your understanding of heaven and hell first. People who can't even understand the concepts are not qualified to go to heaven." Upon hearing this, Wan immediately became excited, his face turning red, as if the question had touched a nerve. He almost blurted out, "The place we are in now is hell. Heaven is where the gods exist, and the kingdom of the primordial angels is in heaven." Su Mu frowned slightly. His words were as good as saying nothing. "Your understanding of heaven and hell is so shallow." Chapter 116 Life is Born in Hell. Chapter 116 Life is Born in Hell. Wan's expression changed drastically in an instant, as if the sky had collapsed. He was so anxious that his face turned red. No, Your Excellency. please give me another chance. I haven't finished speaking yet. Explain. Hell is located beneath the surface of the earth and is the habitat of humans and nightmares. Some extremely evil gods are also hidden in hell. Those snake people just now were the offspring of the snake god. The snake god likes to lay eggs on the rock walls. A serpent god? Laying eggs? Could the enormous eyeball we just saw have been nothing more than the serpent god's egg? Heaven is located above the earth's surface. It is the most beautiful place on earth, with an ever-burning sun and an unchanging starry sky. There will be no worries or sorrows there. You can enjoy the ultimate bliss, listen to the teachings of God, and there will be no birth, old age, sickness, or death. Sumu believed that Juan was telling the truth, but the truth spoken by fanatics had been embellished too much by art. There was no such place in the world. There was only one sentence in it that could be believed. Heaven is above the surface of the earth, and hell is below the surface of the earth. This confirmed his previous speculation that the nightmare world is located beneath the surface. But why would nightmares exist underground? And how were nightmare apostles born? More and more questions arose in his mind. Then why are you in hell? Wani was taken aback, seemingly surprised, but still answered honestly. Humans are born into hell. Your ancestors have been in hell for generations. Juan nodded, a slight bitterness rising in his heart. The question from the divine messenger reminded him of a primal believer who once asked a beggar, "Since you can't get food, why don't you eat meat?" Now the messenger gave him the same feeling. This is probably because people in heaven will never understand the suffering of hell. Why are they in hell? If they could go to heaven, why would they be in hell? Isn't it because they can't go up? Yes, Your Excellency, it's not just my ancestors, but everyone in hell. This is the origin of humanity, while heaven is God's paradise. Humans are born with sin, and only by devoutly believing in the primordial angels and washing away their sins can they go to heaven. Ignoring the artistic embellishments in Juan's words, Sumu roughly understood that the humans here had been living in hell for a long time, to the point that the surface of the earth had become a legendary paradise, which the church used for its religious propaganda. Do gods truly exist hidden in the real world? Are gods merely products of nightmares? Or is what they say true? Perhaps the earliest humans really did originate underground? Sumu made this judgment because there was no language barrier between the two sides. They spoke the common language of the Federation, which is used by humans in the real world. Therefore, the two should be the same world. The real world is on the ground, and the nightmare world is underground. It is just unknown whether the origin of mankind is on the ground or underground. Interesting. The environment in hell is so harsh. What do you usually eat? Where do you live? Juan Ufa was certain that the divine messenger came from heaven, because only in that blissful paradise where one had no worries about food and clothing would such a question, so ignorant of human suffering, be asked. Reporting to the divine envoy, we live in a dream world. Within this endless black mist lie countless nightmares. Their surface is a dream barrier that can isolate the black mist and the spying of evil gods. They look like semi-transparent bubbles and are the habitats of nightmares. Some are suitable for human survival, with false sunlight and land, while others are desolate places. Humans in hell survive by exploring and conquering the dream world. The headquarters of the primordial god cult is a dream, the largest known dream explored by humanity, capable of housing tens of millions of people. The more answers Juan gave, the more questions Sumu had. Have you seen people from heaven before? Sumu wondered. Since these people lived and dwelled in nightmares, they might have seen nightmare apostles, also known as people from heaven. Unexpectedly, Juan shook his head. I've never seen it. The human race calls the area they occupy the center of hell and divides hell into 5 major prisons: east, west, south, north, and central. The human race only occupies the central prison, and they haven't even fully explored it. There are legends of people from heaven coming to the other prisons, but no one has ever seen them with their own eyes. Where are we now? Eastern prison. His Holiness the Pope believes that there is no entrance to heaven in the central prison. So every year he sends exploration teams to the other 4 domains to search for it. But very few people can return alive. But this time is different. Juan's expression suddenly became fanatical. We have found the divine messenger. The divine messenger will guide devout believers to heaven. Divine messenger, please come back to the primordial god cult with us. The Pope will be very happy to see you. Sumu smiled slightly. The Pope would probably be happy to kill him, right? Just as he was about to refuse, a white-robed man's expression suddenly changed drastically. His eyes shone with a faint light as he stared intently at the black mist behind them. He hurriedly said, Divine Envoy, those evil god offspring are catching up. Let's hurry back to the primordial god cult. We can't go back now. It's at least half a year's journey from here to the divine sect. The serpent god's offspring are notoriously difficult to deal with. Once they set their sights on their prey, they're almost never going to give up. We won't be able to reach the divine sect at all. One looked very anxious and quickly shielded Sumu behind him. The best course of action now is to find the nearest dream to hide in, and wait until the serpent god's offspring disperse before setting off back to the cult. Everyone, the time has come to test whether you can go to heaven. If you die to protect the divine messenger, the great primordial angel will surely guide your souls to heaven. Upon hearing this, the dozen or so men in white robes instantly became fanatical, even scrambling to get to the front. I'll cover you from behind. And me, I will give my life for the divine messenger. Get out of my way. What right do you have? I've been a member of the church the longest, so if anyone's going to give their life, it should be me first. An elderly man in white robes rudely pushed the others aside. Seeing that everyone was about to fight amongst themselves, one directly designated 3 people to hold off the others, thus preventing a quarrel. The 3 chosen people were as if they had received tickets to heaven. Their faces showed no fear, only boundless ecstasy. The others looked at the 3 with immense envy and jealousy. Soon, led by the crowd, Sumu sat on the stone seat again and was carried away. Sizzle. The roars of the snake men came from afar, and more snake men were visible to the naked eye rushing out of the black mist and charging towards the group. The 3 white-robed figures who remained at the rear roared, "Praise the primordial angels! Sacrifice!" The next moment, splat. The 3 men in white robes pulled out daggers and slashed their wrists, blood gushing out. They used the blood to draw a strange, scribbled magic circle under their feet, then let the blood flow freely, uttering inhuman mutterings. Boom! 3 blazing flames erupted from the magic array beneath their feet, engulfing the 3 white-robed figures in holy fire. Their bodies emitted a burnt smell as they charged headlong into the Snake Man army. Chapter 117, Taking the Fanatic Back. Chapter 117, Taking the Fanatic Back. Before they had even run halfway, the 3 of them had almost turned into human-shaped charcoal, their flesh and blood shrinking at a visible rate. When the 2 collided, boom, boom, boom. 3 incredibly intense flames shot into the sky, exploding like incendiary bombs among the Snake Man army. The flames of faith formed a sea of fire, halting the Snake Men's advance. Countless Snake Men were burned by the sacred fire, letting out mournful howls. Sitting on the stone seat watching, Sumu felt for the first time that his hypnosis skills were not the best in the world, and that perhaps the hypnosis of the primordial god cult was even better than his own. He could send his underlings to their deaths, but such self-immolation was extremely painful, and in the midst of extreme pain, the underlings were very likely to break free from hypnosis, unless, like the primal god cult, they were subjected to daily hypnosis and brainwashing. The group ran at breakneck speed. The members of the primordial god cult were very professional. Even at extremely high speeds, they maintained the stability of the stone seat, and Sumu on the stone seat remained as steady as Mount Tai. He thought for a moment, then pondered. "Do you know where my recent dreams are?" One respectfully replied, "I don't know." The black mist can obscure the location of dreams, making them sometimes impossible to see with the naked eye. It's all a matter of luck. But please rest assured, Divine Envoy, we encountered a dream a month ago and stayed there for a while. The primordial god cult possesses a divine art of tracing origins. Once we get rid of these snake god offspring, I will use this divine art to find the dream we stayed in before. Tracing the origins? Divine arts? What kind of power system is this? It doesn't sound like law. However, Sumu did not ask. As a divine messenger from heaven, he could be unaware of the situation in hell, but it would be too strange if he didn't even know about divine arts. Judging from the name, it sounded like a power bestowed by the gods. You encountered a dream a month ago, which is too far away. When I first descended to the mortal realm, I encountered a dream that was much closer. Let's go here first. If someone were overjoyed upon hearing this, and had a dream that was closer to home, who would want to go to such lengths? However, since I am inhabiting a mortal body, some divine spells are temporarily inconvenient to use. You will have to find them. They had no doubt whatsoever. On the contrary, they felt it was only natural. The divine messenger's status was so noble. How could they trouble the divine messenger with such a trivial matter as finding a way? Yes, Your Excellency. About 5 minutes later, the hissing sound behind them disappeared. One stopped and turned around to Sumu respectfully, saying, "Please, divine envoy, grant me some personal items to use for the tracing and source tracing technique." Sumu nodded, casually took out a white handkerchief, and tossed it to Juan. Juan hurriedly held the handkerchief in both hands as if it were some sacred object, and then handed it to one of the men in white robes. After taking the handkerchief, the man in white robes pulled out a dagger without saying a word, slashed his wrist hard, and splattered it. Blood gushed out instantly, and he splashed it along some mysterious path, quickly forming a rudimentary blood magic circle on the ground. He then placed a handkerchief in the center of the circle and muttered incantations that seemed inhuman. Praise the primordial angels. Sacrifice, the white-robed man suddenly roared, then plunged the dagger into his own heart with a thud. He collapsed onto the formation, his body covered in blood that seemed to be controlled by some invisible force, spreading wildly across the ground like snakes, stretching towards the distant black mist and drawing a trail of blood. The man in white robes died, his face contorted with fervor, as if he had accomplished some supreme mission. Is it another sacrifice? Sumu suddenly realized that the divine magic they were talking about was sacrifice, wasn't it? To exchange sacrifices for the power of the primordial angels? That's wonderful, divine envoy. The primordial angel has given us guidance. Let's set off, Wan Quangxi exclaimed, showing no trace of grief for his fallen companion. Sumu nodded, and the group followed the trail of blood on the ground and set off again. On the way, he casually asked, Wan, how far have you progressed in your divine arts? As Wan ran wildly, a look of shame appeared on his face. I have been practicing divine arts since I was a child, for 30 years now. But so far, I have only sacrificed more than 10,000 people. I am not as good as the bishop and the cardinal. I am currently just a high priest. More than 10,000 people? So this is the origin of the name? In comparison, the primordial angel is not much better than the serpent god, and may even be worse. Along the way, Sumu kept subtly probing for information about divine arts and hell. Time flew by, and half an hour later they found a huge glowing bubble. Looking through the bubbles, you can vaguely see a lush forest and scattered headless figures moving about within it. Found it, Wan Quangxi exclaimed, taking the lead and clearing the way for everyone as they plunged into the bubble. Instantly, the space changed, the oppressive black mist disappeared, and in its place appeared blue sky, white clouds, and a primeval forest. Sumu is back, but this time he's brought his underlings with him. Upon entering the headless man's dream, everyone immediately fell silent, making no sound whatsoever. This was as Sumu had instructed them beforehand, having informed them about the headless man. One is quite familiar with headless people. He says that these monsters are called ear beasts, which feed on sound and are extremely cruel. Once they capture a living creature, they do not kill it immediately, but imprison it and torture it madly, making the creature scream in agony so as to devour more sound. Sumu neither agreed nor disagreed with this. He felt that the primordial god cult had no right to say that the ear beasts were cruel. In fact, they were all pretty much the same. Through subtle inquiries, he roughly learned some information. First of all, the divine magic of the primordial god cult is sacrifice. They believe that the law is the power of evil gods, and only the divine power obtained from the primordial angels through sacrifice is the power of justice. It is worth mentioning that the primal god cult believes that all gods except the primordial angels are evil gods. In the entire underground world, which is hell, only the middle hell has a large number of humans and can barely be called human territory. The other 4 hells belong to nightmares and evil gods. The power system of the hell humans is very diverse. Some follow the path of law like the superhumans, while many cultivate divine arts. Humans do not worship just one god. The primordial angels are only one of them. Furthermore, the methods of practicing divine arts vary greatly depending on the belief. Primordial angels sacrifice living beings, and the more living beings sacrificed, the more power they gain. It is a very versatile method, just like the summoning of the sacred fire and tracing the origin. Its application methods are quite diverse. According to this fanatical believer, the primordial angels are omnipotent and can obtain everything through sacrifice. Chapter 118 Effortless. Chapter 118 Effortless. Having obtained so much information, Sumu was already beginning to suspect that the Hell race might actually be a product of the nightmare world. After all, it's normal for people to exist in nightmares, and it's even normal for gods to exist. Whether it is true or not is not important. What is important is that the nightmare world is really wonderful. It is much more interesting than the real world. Perhaps after returning to the real world, we can find some clues in it. If what once said is true, and the primordial angels lived in heaven, which was also on the surface of the earth, then how could they have left traces in the real world? Another white-robed man stabbed him, but he did not die. He only sacrificed a little blood to draw a sacrificial array. With a flash of white light, a semi-transparent light shield enveloped Sumu and the others. My lord, with this soundproof barrier, we won't be overheard by the headless men. We can also listen to your teachings at any time. Please bear with us in this dream for a few days. Once the snake god's offspring have left, I will immediately take you to the primordial god cult, Wan Kuang said. Children, you have done very well. You are all devout children of the primordial angels. Sumu knew how to fool fanatics. As soon as he said this, Wan and the others almost ascended to heaven on the spot. Some were even moved to tears and knelt on the ground to kiss Sumu's shoes. Sumu calmly dodged the fanatic's mouth and said indifferently, "This divine messenger has one more thing for you to do. Please give your orders, Your Excellency. We will do anything, even die 1,000 deaths." The fervent voices almost blew the soundproof barrier off. When I descended to the mortal realm this time, I was unfortunately discovered by the metal evil god. Therefore, he sent his subordinates to the mortal realm to try to destroy my current physical body and prevent me from leading my devout people to heaven. What? Wan and the others' eyes instantly turned red. Preventing them from going to heaven was even more hateful than killing their father. What kind of deity is the metal evil god? How dare he send people to intercept and kill you, divine envoy? The metal gods are one of the evil gods in heaven who are hostile to the primordial angels. They are dissatisfied with the primordial angels' rule over heaven, so they joined forces to try to deal with the primordial angels. They were defeated but were still unwilling to accept it. They often hide in the dark and cause trouble. This time, they learned that I, the god, had descended to the mortal world, so they specially sent their retinue here. Sumu made things up off the cuff, just as he was unaware of information about hell. These people were completely ignorant of information about heaven, and the right to interpret everything belonged to them. Wan immediately flew into a rage. "My lord, where are the followers of the metal god? I will go and kill them right now." Sumu said indifferently. This divine messenger has already sensed that he is in this dream. This creature is humanoid, but it has no flesh or blood and is made entirely of metal. Completely made of metal? Wan Qi trembled violently. To dare to so desecrate flesh and blood, he truly is a follower of an evil god and deserves to die. Divine envoy, rest assured, I will certainly slay him. Deep in the forest, Mu Cheng, covered in leaves, crouched furtively behind a large tree. This was the last cyborg body he had left. The previous one had died in the headless man's lair while trying to kill Sumu, so he became extremely cautious with only one life left. They stuffed leaves into the metal joints and even made leaf shoes to cover the metal feet in order to reduce the noise when moving. He had no experience in completing the nightmare, nor did he know how to find the source of the nightmare. Although he guessed that the clues might be in the headless man's lair, he dared not go there with only one life left. So he decided to use the stupidest and safest method, which was to wait. Wait a few days, until the nightmare naturally ends. Damn Sumo. Mu Cheng cursed Sumu countless times in his heart. He had a bright future ahead of him, but everything was ruined because of Sumu. A dignified silver-level expert had actually been reduced to wrapping himself in leaves and squatting in a grass pit. The mere thought of Sumu filled him with rage. Now, 3 days had passed, and he was almost certain that Sumu had died in the black mist, and that his death was far too easy. Just as Mu Cheng was cursing, he suddenly tensed up and even dared not move his metal prosthetic eye, because several figures appeared in his thermal imaging camera. The headless people have arrived? No, wait, how come these people have heads? Could they be new nightmare apostles? My lord, the metal god's followers are behind that tree. I sense their spiritual fluctuations. They are not weak, but they are too foolish. They actually abandoned their physical bodies and parasitized their souls in the metal. Without the protection of a physical body, their souls are like duckweed, without any foundation. Wan sneered. How do you plan to deal with him? Sumu's words carried a hint of consideration. Wan Ziran understood that this was a test from the divine messenger, and quickly said, "This being's body seems to be made of mithril, indestructible, but I can use the soul-binding divine technique to easily capture its soul." Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. It seemed that he had underestimated Wan's strength. Facing a silver-level expert could be described as effortless. However, Wan's strength should not exceed the silver level, otherwise he wouldn't be being chased by the snake people. "Let's get started," Sumu ordered. "Yes, Your Excellency." Wan looked at the 9 white-robed men behind him with a serious expression. "Let's begin." The 9 white-robed figures frantically drew their daggers and shouted, "Praise be to the primordial angels! Sacrifice!" The 9 men plunged daggers deep into their hearts, then tilted their heads and died. Wan hurriedly squatted down and used their blood to draw the sacrificial array. Sumu, standing to the side, was speechless. He understood for the first time what a generation gap meant. Did this mean it was easy? To sacrifice all the white-robed people directly? As the sacrificial array was completed, Wan Ko began chanting strange incantations. Gradually, the corpses of all the white-robed men burned and turned to ashes in a very short time. A wisp of green smoke floated above the ashes. Wan pointed at the smoke and said, "Stop." Whoosh. The wisps of smoke rose without wind, vaguely transforming into a hand that reached out to grab Mu Chung from behind a large tree not far away. Mu Chung, who was originally feeling uneasy, suddenly felt a strong alarm bell ring in his heart, and a fearful tremor surged from the depths of his soul, as if he were being watched by some unseen force. Run, run, run now. He didn't have time to think and instinctively wanted to run away. However, the moment he stood up, the green smoke arrived and entered the metal gap almost without any hindrance. Mu Chung froze, his metal prosthetic eye instantly losing its light, and he stood motionless. A moment later, Qing Yin returned, holding a semi-transparent, cloud-like humanoid figure in her large hand. One hurriedly pulled out a transparent glass bottle from his person and opened the cap. Chapter 119, The Omnipotent Primordial God Cult. Chapter 119, The Omnipotent Primordial God Cult. Whoosh. The translucent, cloud-like humanoid figure was quickly sucked into the bottle. Wan Xianbao held the bottle above his head like a treasure. "My lord, the retinue of the metal god has been apprehended." Sumu took the small bottle. Inside was a small figure, middle-aged, frantically smashing the bottle wall with a terrified expression. It was Mu Chengdue's soul. Mu Cheng had no idea what had happened. When he regained consciousness, his soul was already inside the small bottle. He was terrified, but something even more terrifying happened. Suddenly, a huge human face appeared before him, its eyes bigger than his own body. He screamed in terror, but the next second he realized that the huge face looked familiar. Sumu. Mu Cheng's expression changed drastically. He would rather die than mistake Su Mu's face. What on earth is going on? He looked around in horror, and then realized that he had been put into a small bottle. It wasn't that Su Mu had grown bigger, but that he had shrunk. "Let me out. Let me out now." Su Mu examined the little figure in the bottle with great interest. He suddenly became very interested in divine magic. It was too versatile. As long as a sacrifice was made, it could do most things. However, he was only interested and did not intend to learn it, because he simply couldn't learn it. The prerequisite for learning the divine arts of the primordial god cult was to believe in the primordial angel. Only in this way could one establish a connection with the angel and then offer sacrifices. He is now, in the strict sense, a blasphemer. If he were to make contact with the primordial angels, he would likely face certain death. Ding ding ding. Su Mu shook the small bottle in his hand, and Mu Chung inside immediately wobbled and flipped, constantly hitting the bottle wall and making a crisp sound. "Su Mu, what did you do to me?" Mu Chung, who was dizzy and disoriented from the fall, struggled to his feet and shouted tremblingly. Su Mu brought the small bottle closer, his fair face reflected in the transparent glass. Suddenly, a charming smile appeared on his lips as he softly asked Mu Chung, "Mr. Mu, are you in despair?" Mu Cheng's soul trembled. In that instant, he felt as if he were enveloped by a silent terror, fear permeating his very soul. The dignity and pride of a silver-level expert were utterly shattered. "Let me go? Please let me go. I have money. I have lots and lots of money. Just let me go." "Mr. Mu, I always thought you were a respectable person, but now you are not respectable at all. I hope you will not shatter my beautiful image of a silver-level expert." After saying that, Su Mu ignored Mu Cheng's pleas for mercy and threw the bottle to Wan. He had no use for the soul. First of all, he did not lack spiritual power and even wanted to suppress the growth of spiritual power. Secondly, he did not know how to use the sacrificial divine technique. Wan respectfully put away the bottle. "My lord, now that the metal evil god's minions have been dealt with, let's find a place to rest for a while. Once the snake god's offspring outside have retreated, I will immediately take you to the primordial god cult." Sumu nodded without refuting, but he was calculating in his heart. He definitely couldn't go to the primordial god cult. First, the journey was too far, and second, it would be easy to expose himself if he met the Pope. He could explore it when he was stronger, but definitely not now. But how do we convince Wan? He glanced sideways at Wan, whose face was full of fanaticism, and thought that persuading him would be a very simple matter. To a fanatical believer, the words of the messenger of God were a holy decree. He could just make up a reason to let Wan go back first. However, he did not intend to let Wan go so easily. Wan was not weak and had strange methods. He had to squeeze out the last bit of value from him. With this thought in mind, Su Mu said, 10,000. Wan hurriedly stood up and stood respectfully to his side, saying, Your Excellency is here. This divine messenger is hungry. My lord, I have food here. One was extremely excited, as if helping the lord was a great honor. He quickly pulled out a small sheepskin bag from his body, reached inside, and soon pulled out a piece of dark, dried meat. He couldn't tell what kind of meat it was, but it was very long, almost as long as an adult's arm. Su Mu's eyes flickered slightly. A storage treasure? One respectfully handed over the dried meat, but Su Mu didn't even glance at it. Instead, he said indifferently, "Do you think this divine envoy is only fit to eat this kind of garbage?" Sensing Su Mu's displeasure, Wan's expression changed drastically, and he knelt down with a thud. "I deserve to die. I deserve to die? What kind of status does the divine envoy have? Such vulgar things are naturally unworthy of you. But all I have on me are these dried meats. What would you like to eat? I will go find them right away." Seeing his upright attitude, Su Mu's expression softened slightly. Hell is far less barren than heaven. I, the divine messenger, will not make things difficult for you. Go and find some golden eyes. In hell, only things like these are barely edible. Wan Yi was stunned. "My lord, may I ask what the golden eye is?" Seeing Wan Yi's blank expression, Su Mu realized that the name of the golden eye might be different in the two places. After all, the golden eye was the name given by superhumans in the real world. So he took out the golden leaf that Murong Mengli had given him earlier. "These are leaves from the golden eye." Wan took a look and blurted out, "Holy Radiance Fruit. Divine Envoy, these are the leaves of the Holy Radiance Fruit. Legend has it that the fruit was formed from the radiance of the primordial angels that fell upon hell. It is called the golden eye in heaven." Su Mu completely ignored the primordial angel mentioned in Wan's words. In the eyes of fanatics, the whole world belongs to the primordial angel, so naturally everything can be related to the primordial angel. At this moment, one couldn't help but gasp. He hadn't expected that such a rare item as the Holy Radiance Fruit would be barely palatable to the divine envoy. What do people in heaven eat every day? He simply couldn't imagine. This further strengthened his belief that he wanted to go to heaven. "Can you get it?" Wan Shun's expression hardened, and he quickly replied, "Yes. Although the holy radiance, the golden eye is precious, I can produce it immediately if your excellency needs it." This time, Su Mu was surprised. What a coincidence. This one actually carried the golden eye. But the next second, he changed his mind, because Wan pulled out a dagger and pointed it at his own heart. "My lord, please wait a moment. The golden eye will be here soon. However, I'm afraid I won't be able to take you to the primordial god cult." With that, Wan took Mu Cheng's soul out of the sheepskin bag and handed the bag to Su Mu. "My lord, the emblem of the primordial god cult is here. After you have finished consuming the golden eye and rested, you can go into the black mist to activate the emblem and contact the nearest primordial cult member to pick you up." Su Mu took the sheepskin bag and said to Wan indifferently, "I have already felt your piety. Goodbye, heaven." Chapter 120 The Golden Eye. Chapter 120 The Golden Eye. "Goodbye, heaven." Wan's face flushed red with excitement, and she even began to stammer incoherently. Heaven, can I really do it, your excellency? I'm just a high priest." Su Mu frowned and said solemnly, "Wan, remember this. The children of the primordial angels do not care about rank, but only about the sincerity of your heart. As long as you are sincere enough, even ordinary believers can go to heaven. If you are not sincere enough, even the Pope can only be trapped in hell." Wan became increasingly excited and was about to say something more when Su Mu interrupted him. "Wan, I'll be waiting for you in heaven." Uft. In a fit of rage, Wan plunged the dagger into his heart, then ripped it out with a brutal slash. A bright red heart, still connected to scarlet blood vessels, was pulled out, its end plunging into his gaping chest cavity. His face gradually paled, but he did not die, and not a single drop of blood flowed from his chest. "My lord, please wait a moment while I prepare the golden eye." Then, clutching his heart, Wan dragged his weakened body away. Watching Wan walk away, Su Mu turned around and put Mu Cheng's mithril alloy cyborg into the sheepskin bag. Then he watched Wan walk into the headless man's lair, squeezing his heart hard as he walked. Blood dripped from his heart, drawing long marks on the ground. Because of the soundproof enclosure, the headless man did not notice Wan's arrival and allowed the other party to set up an array in the nest. After the blood magic circle covered the entire headless man's lair, Wan was no longer human and had become a dried-up corpse with skin and bones. So much blood. Su Mu couldn't help but sigh. He was certain that it was not a human body. In any case, he had never seen a person bleed a ton of blood. Wan knelt in the center of the sacrificial circle, his withered heart tossed aside, devoutly chanting eerie incantations. Then he took out Mu Cheng's soul and the golden leaf, placed them in the center of the formation, and gradually, as the incantation intensified, a strange holy light suddenly shone from the huge blood formation, like a silver flame burning, and the air was filled with a nauseating smell of blood. The eerie bloodstains drawn on the ground seemed to come alive at this moment, constantly twisting and turning, and finally completely detached from the ground, transforming into countless silver rune chains that soared into the sky. They merged and intersected with those in midair, forming a huge chain cage that completely enveloped the headless man's lair. Just then, the headless men finally noticed something was wrong. Although they couldn't see anything, the extremely eerie and evil aura made them feel uneasy, and the headless men began to riot. But it was too late. The formation was already fully formed. Whoosh! Holy light shot into the sky, covering the entire world in silver. An indescribable oppressive atmosphere filled the air, making it difficult to breathe, as if the air itself had become thick and heavy. Praise the primordial angels. Praise the messengers of God. The fanatical and hoarse voice became Juan's dying words. The fanatic roared out his last words, then plunged the dagger into his eye, fell to the ground, and fell silent forever. He sacrificed everything he had, including his soul, just to satisfy the appetite of the messenger of God. It sounds absurd, but in the eyes of the fanatic, it was all perfectly justified. God gave birth to all things to nourish man, and man had nothing to repay God with. Now that the messenger of God needed him, he naturally had to give everything. Buzz! Strange murmurs echoed through the heavens and earth, like millions of believers chanting praises. The headless figures began to go mad, frantically tearing at their ears in an attempt to block out the eerie murmurs, but they had too many ears. From a distance, Sumu felt a strange movement between his brows. The silver mark there split open uncontrollably, revealing a silver, vertical pupil inside. The pupil seemed to have its own consciousness, darting around in its narrow socket. Through the silver vertical pupils, Sumu saw a colossal creature. Its body was larger than this world, its outline blurred and distorted, and its 8 holy wings slowly flapped behind it. Primordial angels. Suddenly, the primordial angel in the sky moved. He opened his mouth, which was like a black hole, and the headless man on the ground melted away inch by inch, turning into a pool of thick blood. The blood pooled up and eventually turned into a river of blood. The river of blood surged into the sky and flowed into the mouth of the primordial angel. Mixed in with the blood river were many white figures, the souls of headless men. They were incredibly ferocious and twisted, as if they had suffered great pain, and were swept into the mouths of the primordial angels by the blood river. Sumu even saw Mu Cheng's terrified soul screaming and howling wildly in the river of blood, as well as Juan. This fanatic was unlike anyone else. His face showed no fear or pain, only pilgrimage, as if he were returning to God's embrace. One seemed to sense Sumu's gaze, twisting his head 180 degrees unnaturally. He smiled and waved at Sumu, his lips moving as if he couldn't make a sound. However, Sumu could tell from his lip movements that Juan was saying, "My lord, see you in heaven." After the entire river of blood was devoured by the primordial angel, his enormous body began to slowly fade. The holy light between heaven and earth began to weaken, and everything returned to silence. Whether it was a misperception or not, Sumu felt as if the primordial angel glanced at him in the last moment before disappearing. Sumu didn't care, since this wasn't the first time he had been watched by a god. When the holy light completely dissipated, the entire headless man's lair was empty and desolate, except for a dazzling golden light shining in the center of the lair. Sumu immediately walked towards the direction of the golden light, and saw that the original golden leaf had now taken root in the ground, sprouted, and was wrapped around a kneeling skeleton like a gourd vine, with lush branches and leaves, and was exceptionally bright. Beneath the most lush golden leaves, a golden fruit, shaped like a human eyeball, gleams brightly. The golden eye? Sumu reached out and picked the golden fruit. The texture was very peculiar. It looked like it was made of gold, but the overall feel was soft and smooth, like holding an eyeball. As the golden eye was plucked, the golden gourd vine withered instantly, along with Juan's bones, which scattered all over the ground. Sacrificing nearly 10,000 headless people, plus the souls of silver-level experts and the high priest of the primordial god cult, is all it takes to obtain a golden eye. It truly deserves to be the main ingredient of the gold-level awakening potion. Sumu sighed slightly, noticing that the value of gold-level experts was still rising. A powerhouse of this caliber would be considered a strategic weapon within the Crimson Flame Empire. No wonder the descendants of the Gold Saints are nobles. For such powerful individuals, Ensuring their descendants enjoy wealth and luxury is as easy as turning their hand. At the same time, he also sensed the madness of the primordial god cult, as if anything that could be solved through sacrifice was easy in their mouths. Chapter 121 Bronze Treasure, Silent Sound. Chapter 121 Bronze Treasure, Silent Sound. Click. Suddenly, cracking sounds echoed all around. Sumu looked up and saw that tiny cracks had appeared in the sky, and the cracks were expanding at a visible speed. The headless people have all been sacrificed. This nightmare world is about to be destroyed. Sumu had already experienced this scene once before in Tingting's nightmare, so it was a familiar one for him. He knew that when the nightmare world was destroyed, the nightmare apostles would return to the real world. He used to think it was normal, but after seeing the black mist, doubts arose in his mind. Why was it a return to the real world, and not the black mist? Logically speaking, after the bubble of the dream bursts, the people inside should return to the black mist. Could it be that the so-called hell is actually just an even bigger dream? Only people in the real world can return to reality after the dream shatters, while people like Juan, who are dreamers to begin with, can only live in the dream forever. Sumu couldn't figure out the answer, nor did he want to know it so easily. Click, click. The sounds of dreams shattering grew more frequent, and countless cracks appeared throughout the entire world. Even the giant rock that the headless leader had previously occupied began to crack at this moment. Sumu's eyes narrowed. Something seemed to be glowing from within the shattered boulder. Seeing that the surrounding cracks were about to engulf him, he acted swiftly and scooped up the glowing object. Sumu's figure appeared out of thin air amidst the ruins of the Viper Gang. There was no one around, only a cordon that had already been set up, along with some warning signs and fences. There were also signs that many people had surveyed the site. Sumu didn't care. Such a huge explosion by the Viper Gang would definitely attract the attention of the entire 13th District, and even Star City. It was perfectly normal for the Law Enforcement Bureau to seal off this place. After all, almost 4 days had passed. He opened his palm, revealing a small, exquisite ear, shaped much like a human ear, but made entirely of white jade, crystal clear, emitting a faint glow under the moonlight. When he probed his mind with his spiritual power, countless chaotic sounds immediately filled his mind. Screams of people, roars of various animals, the sound of wind, rain, explosions, and impacts. It was as if the sounds of an entire world were ringing out in his mind at the same time. But gradually, as the sounds grew louder and louder, all the sounds disappeared, and he could no longer hear any sound. As Sumu withdrew his spiritual power, faint traces of blood appeared in his ears. However, there was no sign of pain on his face. Instead, he smiled and said, Bronze Tier 3 Treasure, Silent Heaven. This is a treasure created by tens of thousands of headless people over an unknown period of time, using all kinds of sounds from around the world. Its functions are quite simple. First, it can imitate any sound within a 100-meter range. Second, it can use sound to launch attacks. If you add the storage treasures and sheepskin bag he acquired earlier, he now has a total of 3 treasures. Although this battle was extremely dangerous, the gains were not bad. 3 treasures, a mithril alloy cyborg, and a golden eye. The golden eye, in particular, is priceless, as it is a divine object that can help silver-level cultivators advance to gold level. Once it appears on the market, even nobles would fight tooth and nail to get their hands on it. Just then, a light suddenly appeared in the distance, and a joyful voice rang out. Chief, that's great. I knew you would be all right. Zhao Chaoyao ran over with a flashlight in hand, accompanied by a stern-faced man in black with a bulging waist. How did you know I was here? Sumu asked, looking at the 2 people who were jogging over. Zhao Chaoyao quickly replied, Since you disappeared, I have come to check on you every day. During this time, people from the Law Enforcement Bureau, people from the Bronze Coffin, and many strangers have come one after another. They all said that you were dead, but I didn't believe it. I thought that if you came back, you would definitely need someone to take care of you. So I come to check on you every day. That's thoughtful of you. Sumu praised him lightly, and Zhao Chaoyao grinned, clearly very pleased. At this moment, the man in black suddenly said, Minister Su, I am from the Bronze Coffin Special Forces. The boss has been worried about you, so he sent me to keep watch here. Now that you are back, I will inform the boss immediately. The boss mentioned by the man in black was naturally Murong Mengli. Sumu did not stop her from making the call. His return was no secret, so there was no need to hide it. Minister Su, the boss is on the phone. Sumu picked up the phone, and Murong Mengli's cold voice immediately came through, mixed with a hint of barely perceptible excitement. Su, I knew you wouldn't die so easily. Although I don't know where you've been these past few days, It's good that you're all right. Sumu smiled slightly. Thank you for your concern, Miss Mengli. If it weren't for your crimson heart this time, I'm afraid I would have had a hard time coming back alive. In the end, all of this is because of me. After all, they really want to deal with me. If I hadn't invited you to join the bronze coffin, none of this would have happened. Never mind, let's not talk about this now. You should come to the bronze coffin right now. During the days you and Mu Chung were missing, Qian Zihao was furious. He even mobilized the silver-level superhuman guarding the mithril mine to search for you. Once he finds out that you have appeared, he will definitely not let this go. Upon hearing this, Su Mu's smile widened. That really sounds exciting. Bronze Coffin Company. Su Mu met Murong Mengli, who looked slightly haggard. She still had exquisite makeup and impeccable taste in clothing. Every item she wore seemed to be tailor-made for her, with perfect color matching and style selection. However, the haggardness between her brows could not be concealed by her exquisite makeup. The moment Murong Mengli saw Su Mu, the weariness between her brows lessened slightly, and a genuine smile appeared on her face. Welcome back, Minister Su of our bronze coffin. Murong Mengli slowly stood up, revealing a sumptuous dinner and an expensive bottle of red wine that had been prepared on the table behind her. She didn't ask what Su Mu had gone through during his disappearance, but instead smiled and pointed to the dinner. You're welcome, dinner. Su Mu accepted the invitation and took a seat. He was indeed hungry. He had barely eaten anything during his days in the nightmare world. Murong Mengli poured Su Mu a glass of red wine, the rich red liquid swirling in the crystal goblet. She picked up her wine glass and looked at Su Mu with a smile. This first glass of wine is to congratulate Su Su on your safe return. Bang! The crisp sound of glasses clinking rang out. Su Mu downed the wine in his glass in one gulp. It tasted smooth, but had a slightly off taste. Chapter 122 Nangong Mengli. Chapter 122 Nangong Mengli. Would you be interested in telling me about your experiences over the past few days? Of course. Su Mu smiled slightly, casually telling the lie. After a long pause, a look of surprise flashed across Murong Mengli's delicate face. Mu Chung was actually killed by you. So the weakness of the metal cyborg is the soul. Indeed, Mu Cheng's physical body is indeed impeccable, but without the physical barrier, he is completely unable to deal with mental superhumans. And coincidentally, I am a mental superhuman. Of course, Bubai also helped me a lot. If it weren't for it, I wouldn't have been able to withstand Mu Cheng's final self-destruction. Bubai. Murong Mengli chuckled. You're a naming genius. I never imagined you had such a trump card, actually managing to subdue a nightmare monster. Indeed, no one expected Mu Cheng to self-destruct. After being invaded by your mental power, he decisively chose to self-destruct. If it weren't for Bu Bai's shadow space, I'm afraid I would never have seen you again. Su Mu shook his head. It's not just that it's not white. Your Crimson Heart also played a role. If it weren't for the Crimson Heart buying me time, I probably wouldn't have been able to escape into the shadow space. So you've been recuperating in the shadow space all this time? Why haven't you returned to the bronze coffin? No. I originally planned to recuperate in the shadow space, but then I suddenly felt the call of the nightmare world, so I went there and just got back, Su Mu said seriously. Yes, he lied. He told Murong Mengli that he had defeated Mu Cheng, the cyborg, with his mental power, concealing the fact that Mu Cheng was a silver-level expert. Then Mu Cheng self-destructed, and he hid in the shadow space. Later, he jumped from the shadow space to the nightmare world. In his account, everything was false except for the name. Murong Mengli had no doubts. She seemed somewhat absent-minded, often staring blankly at her wine glass. Come on, have another drink. She picked up her glass again and drank it all in one gulp, a blush appearing on her fair and flawless face. Setting down the glass, she gave a slightly bitter smile. This is probably the last time we drink together. Before Su Mu could ask, Murong Mengli continued. I'm leaving. Su Mu's eyes flickered slightly. Leave? Because of the Murong family head's birthday in 3 days? Murong Mengli nodded absent-mindedly. That's right, there are only 3 days left. I've used every resource I can, but I still haven't found any clues about the Golden Eye. In order not to marry Qian Zihao, I have no choice but to leave. Where are you planning to go? Murong Mengli shook her head. Don't ask anymore. I can't say. There are some things that, even if you just know them, will put you in great danger. Call. Murong Mengli took a deep breath, biting her delicate lips tightly. Her gaze towards Su Mu held a peculiar meaning, as if she were somewhat reluctant to speak, but she still mustered the courage to say it. Su, there's one more thing I need to do before I leave. I hope you won't blame me, but I really need a child. So that's your reason for drugging me? Su Mu calmly pushed up his brown-tinted glasses, his expression composed. Morong Mengli was taken aback. You knew all along? Su Mu smiled slightly, picked up the red wine glass in his hand, and swirled the deep red wine. Royal Cellar, Platinum Premium 158. The color is a deep and rich ruby red. The initial aroma is complex, with fruit and floral aromas such as black cherry and violet, as well as the woody aroma from the oak barrels. But there was a faint medicinal scent mixed in with the wine. Given Miss Mengli's status, I doubt she would buy counterfeit wine. Therefore, there's only one answer. The wine is poisoned. Seeing that Su Mu had seen through her act, Morong Mengli simply stopped pretending and frankly admitted, "That's right, there was indeed poison in the wine. Once I leave, I don't know when we'll meet again, maybe never in my entire life. It's hard for me to meet another man like you who doesn't disgust me and who possesses such a strong spiritual talent. I need a child." At this moment, Morong Mengli had already stood up and gently took off her royal blue coat. As the coat slipped down, a silk camisole dress was revealed underneath. The slender shoulder straps outlined her graceful shoulder lines, and the exquisite camisole design highlighted her charming collarbone and swan-like neck. Su, please don't blame me. Without the golden eye, I can only place all my hopes on the child. The words abruptly stopped. Morong Mengli, who had already walked up to Su Mu, suddenly became breathless, her beautiful eyes fixed on Su Mu's palm. In his palm, a dazzling golden eye was quietly radiating light. This is... Morong Mengli lost her composure. This dignified noble lady even began to stutter, staring at the golden eye in complete disbelief. Su Mu smiled slightly. "As you can see, the golden eye." Morong Mengli suddenly raised her head, her eyes flashing with shock, excitement, and disbelief as she looked at Su Mu. The figure holding the golden eye pierced her eyes. Under the neon lights outside the window, the young man's outline seemed to be coated with a layer of light. The light softened his cold features, and even the ends of his hair were painted with a bright color, like a ray of light that illuminated her gloomy life. "Take it." Su Mu gently pried open Morong Mengli's stiff hand and placed the golden eye in her palm. He felt no reluctance to part with the mere golden eye, for it was of no use to him. He was not a nobleman, nor did he possess any bloodline to awaken. As for selling directly to the head of the Morong family, that was not even on his radar. Why would such a powerful noble family trade with commoners? If nobles were this kind of benevolent, they wouldn't be nobles. If they didn't exploit people, would they even be considered nobles? Why buy when you can just rob it? He understands the darkness of human nature better than anyone. Perhaps the head of the Morong family will spend a lot of money to buy it at first, but what will happen after it becomes gold? Moreover, what Su Mu wanted was not money, but the entire Morong family. Wouldn't it be interesting to use Morong Mengli as a base to gradually erode the entire Morong family? Feeling the touch of the man's palm and the coolness of the golden eye, Morong Mengli finally came to her senses. She stared blankly at the golden eye and sat back down in her seat, seemingly lost in thought. Before she knew it, tears had welled up in her eyes, which reflected the neon lights. She remained silent for a long time before speaking in a hoarse voice. Su, thank you." Su Mu smiled and raised his glass. "I also want to thank you for your crimson heart." Morong Mengli wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and raised her wine glass as well. "Consider it an obligation I owe you. You helped me, but I poisoned you. Were you poisoned? If so, I can." Su Mu shook his head. "No, but I'm quite curious. Why are you so insistent on doing this?" Morong Mengli felt as if a huge weight had finally been lifted from her heart. She smiled and said, "If before it was because I wanted a child, now I admit. I'm really tempted. Would you like to hear my story? I'm all ears." Bang! The stemmed crystal glasses clinked gently, producing a crisp sound. Amidst the sounds, Morong Mengli began to tell her story. "Actually, my surname isn't Morong. My real surname is Nangong Mengli." A hint of reminiscence flashed in her eyes as she spoke of this name. Chapter 123 Silver Law Sequence 121 Flowers Bloom in an Instant. Chapter 123 Silver Law Sequence 121 Flowers Bloom in an Instant. You may not have heard of the surname Nangong, because it has disappeared for nearly several decades, and information about the Nangong family has been erased by the royal family of the Crimson Flame Empire. Nangong. Su Mu had never heard of a nobleman named Nangong. He didn't know much about nobles, as they were too far away from the lower city. The Nangong family was once the most prestigious noble family in the Crimson Flame Empire, and the strongest person in the Crimson Flame Empire was also from the Nangong family. When the Crimson Flame Empire went to war with other empires, the Nangong family was highly valued by the royal family. The head of the Nangong family at that time even killed 3 gold-level experts from the enemy country on the battlefield with his own strength and was extremely famous for a time. But after the war ended, his achievements overshadowed the master's? Murong Mengli nodded, a hint of hatred appearing in her eyes. That's right. It's a case of merit overshadowing the master. There's nothing new under the sun. Similar scenes have played out countless times in history. It's just that this time it's the Nangong family's turn. The head of the Nangong family at that time had already retired gracefully and handed over his military power after the war, but in the end he was still purged by the royal family. The royal family simply cannot tolerate a gold saint who has the ability to kill them at any time. Do you remember what the highest sequence of the silver law is? Su Mu pondered for a moment, then slowly uttered the silver law, the highest known sequence. Silver law sequence 121. Flower blooms in an instant, at the cost of lifespan, alters one's own timeline, putting oneself in a state of accelerated time. The Nangong family is the one that controls the flower blooms in an instant. There have even been instances where a silver-level third-tier superhuman from the Nangong family killed a gold-level superhuman. It can be said that the strength of the Nangong family is inseparable from the flower blooms in an instant. This is the core of their entire superhuman path. The other laws they possess are basically all in service of the flower blooms in an instant. What is the golden law of the Nangong family? Sumu asked curiously. Since the Nangong family members could achieve challenges beyond their level with the flower blooms in an instant technique, the golden law must be even stronger. Unexpectedly, Nangong Mengli shook her head. I don't know. The hatred on her face intensified, and her delicate fists clenched tightly. With the destruction of the Nangong family, the golden law has long been lost. This information was all told to me by my mother. My mother was a member of the Nangong family, and the only one who escaped that purge. To avoid being tracked down by the Empire, she sacrificed her extraordinary powers, becoming an ordinary person. Later, during her escape, she was kidnapped by human traffickers, enslaved, and finally bought by the head of the Murong family. And who is your father? My father was also a member of the Nangong family. My mother was pregnant with me when she was fleeing. It's ridiculous that Murong Jua always thought I was a premature baby and raised me for the Nangong family for 20 years. When Murong Jua was mentioned, Nangong Mengli's face showed even more hatred. Su Mu saw through the deception. Your true purpose doesn't seem to be to offer the golden eye to Murong Jua? I would rather die than give the golden eye to that old scoundrel Murong. A deep-seated hatred surfaced on Nangong Mengli's exquisite face. She forced my mother into marriage and killed her. If it weren't for that old scoundrel Murong, my mother would never have died. Then what do you want the golden eye for? Nangong Mengli calmed her agitated emotions slightly and looked at Su Mu seriously, saying, Su, the moment you gave me the golden eye, I chose to believe you. Now that you know about my background, I might as well tell you all my plans. Actually, I took the golden eye not for that old thief Murong, but for myself. The greatest function of the golden eye is to develop one's own bloodline. This thing has no effect on ordinary people, but it is something that nobles dream of. Nobles are all descendants of golden powerhouses. Gold is a qualitative change. After becoming a golden transformer, a person's essence will change, and the power they possess will be passed on to their descendants through bloodline. In other words, every nobleman has the potential to make gold. Of course, the premise is that one can perfectly develop the power contained in the golden bloodline, and the golden eye is the divine medicine for developing the golden bloodline. Otherwise, the old thief Murong would not have always wanted the golden eye, hoping to advance to the golden level with it. I sought the golden eye to awaken the power of the Nangong family's bloodline. For years I've strived relentlessly, hoping to awaken the golden bloodline on my own, but my talent is too lacking. Without external help, it's impossible. Now, with the golden eye, I can recreate the Nangong family's moment of blooming flowers. Su Mu frowned slightly. Flowers bloom in an instant is a silver law. Does that mean you can directly advance to silver after consuming the golden eye? Nangong Mengli smiled slightly, tucking her stray hair behind her ear to reveal her exquisite profile. Although I hate nobles now, I have to admit their advantages. As descendants of gold-level experts, nobles with gold blood flowing in their veins can start at silver level 1 as soon as they awaken their bloodline. This is the foundation laid by their ancestors, and the basis for the nobility's long-standing superiority over all others. Doesn't that sound unfair? But that's just how the world is. Some people are born with a higher starting point than ordinary people. Or rather, the starting point for the nobility is the end point for ordinary, extraordinary people to strive for their whole lives. Of course, This is all predicated on these nobles being able to awaken their golden bloodline. Sumu swirled the red wine in his glass and said calmly, "From a genetic point of view, this makes perfect sense. The offspring of highly intelligent people are likely to have highly intelligent children as well. Not to mention the descendants of the legendary gold saints. This explains it all. If the nobility didn't have this kind of foundation, they would have been overthrown by their subordinates long ago based on their past practices. After all, this is a world of extraordinary individuals. They don't care if you're a noble or not. Since the nobility hasn't been overthrown, it proves they can suppress ordinary extraordinary individuals. Su, you are indeed extraordinary. I have met some extraordinary people among ordinary people. When they learn about the background of the nobles, their first reaction is often jealousy or anger. They feel it is unfair. Why did they have to risk their lives to climb to the silver rank? However, nobles only need to awaken their bloodline to advance to silver rank. They don't even need to seek extraordinary paths afterward. They only need to follow the path their ancestors took, step by step, gradually developing their gold bloodline to have a chance at gold rank. Sumu remained noncommittal. I don't think jealousy and anger are absolutely negative emotions. In fact, in many cases, they are the driving force of human progress. As long as we keep them in moderation and don't get lost in jealousy, we can manage them. Chapter 124. Killing nobles must be very interesting, right? Chapter 124. Killing nobles must be very interesting, right? It seems you've handled it very well, Su. I can tell you're not jealous at all, which makes me very curious. To be honest, even though I'm a nobleman, I sometimes envy those nobles who are very talented, and I envy them for being able to awaken their bloodline so easily. Can you tell me how you did it? Nangong Mengli carefully examined Sumu, as if she wanted to understand more about the man's inner thoughts. Sumu smiled faintly. It's very simple. I'll just become a gold saint, right? After all, those high and mighty gold saints were just ordinary people at the beginning. Hearing the confident and composed words of the man in front of her, Nangong Mengli was inexplicably lost in thought. Yes, even the gold-level experts started out as ordinary people. At this moment, Sumu said again, I think I understand why you are so determined to have a child. If you don't find the golden eye, you will choose to leave Star City and quietly raise the next generation of offspring, hoping that your child can awaken the golden bloodline of the Nangong family. Nangong Mengli came to her senses. This is exactly what I planned at the beginning. The revenge for the Nangong family must be taken. Our family sacrificed their lives for the Crimson Flame Empire, but in the end, we were wiped out. As the only surviving descendant of the Nangong family, I not only want to kill the old thief Morong to avenge my mother, but also to overthrow the Crimson Flame royal family to avenge my family. When talking about her enemies, her tone was calm, but anyone could hear the determination in her words. If I cannot take revenge, then I will pass on the hatred to my child. I know this is very unfair to the child, but as a descendant of the Nangong family, this is the fate he must bear. You are the only man I find pleasing to the eye, and you possess powerful spiritual talent, which is very helpful in awakening the golden bloodline of the Nangong family. You are the best candidate to be the father of my child. However, I don't need to now. With the golden eye, I can take revenge myself. At this point, Nangong Mengli blinked, a captivating glint in her eyes. Of course, if you want. I have no objection. After all, I don't have anything to offer you in return right now. Sumu's expression remained completely unchanged. He pushed up his brown-tinted glasses and said, More than that, I'm curious about what you'll do after you get the golden eye. Su, do you know, what you're doing makes me feel very frustrated. Sumu smiled without saying a word. Nangong Mengli had no choice but to continue. I have already collected all the other materials for the Bloodline Awakening Potion, except for the golden eye. Now that I have the golden eye, I can awaken my bloodline. The Nangong family's golden bloodline contains 3 silver laws. As long as the silver law I awaken is flower blooms in an instant, I will kill Murong Jua at the Murong family's banquet in 3 days. Sumu raised an eyebrow. He knew that Nangong Mengli wasn't the type to boast. Baiyin killed Baiyin San's Murong Jua in front of everyone? Since the other party had such confidence, it was enough to prove the power of flowers bloom in an instant. What happens after Murong Jua? As far as I know, killing a nobleman in the Crimson Flame Empire is considered a major crime. Afterwards, I will join the Revolutionary Army. If there is anywhere in the Crimson Flame Empire that can tolerate someone who kills a noble, it is only the Revolutionary Army. Revolutionary Army? Yes, the Revolutionary Army. It's an organization established by a group of people oppressed by the nobility, with the goal of overthrowing the rule of the Crimson Flame Empire. Are you sure you can kill Morongjua in front of everyone and get away unscathed? Sumu found it hard to imagine that a silver level 1 could kill a silver level 3 in a noble gathering and leave alive. If flower blooms in an instant was really that powerful, it shouldn't be silver law, but gold law. A solemn expression appeared on Nangong Mengli's face. I'm not sure, but I have to kill Morongjua. I've waited for far too long. I have nightmares every day about the day my mother died. If I have the chance, I will try no matter what. Sensing the determination hidden within the woman's delicate body, Sumu smiled. It's been a long time since I've encountered something so interesting. Count me in. Nangong Mengli's expression changed slightly. This matter has nothing to do with you. You don't need to risk your life for me. Sumu felt helpless. Miss Mengli, you're being a bit narcissistic. I just think it would be interesting to have the chance to kill an imperial nobleman. Nangong Mengli. She scrutinized the man before her, trying to discern whether he was telling the truth. She didn't find killing imperial nobles amusing. On the contrary, it was tantamount to courting death, incurring the wrath of the entire empire, and potentially even mobilizing gold-level experts. The lives of nobles were paramount. That was an ironclad rule. If it weren't for her own sake, she would find it hard to imagine that Su Mu would kill imperial nobles. Perhaps, Su Mu was afraid that she wouldn't agree, so he said it on purpose? All right, Miss Mengli, wish us success. Su Mu smiled and raised his wine glass, a hint of excitement hidden in his eyes behind his brown glasses. Killing an imperial nobleman would be quite interesting. Bang! The delicate crystal goblet rang out with a crisp sound, and the fate of an imperial nobleman was sealed. 3 days later, the entire upper district suddenly became lively, with lanterns and decorations everywhere. Huge red banners were even hung on the landmark buildings of major chambers of commerce, filled with various words of praise to congratulate Morongjua, the head of the Morong family, on his 60th birthday. The huge LED screen, which originally played advertisements, was transformed into a display of glamorous celebrities offering their blessings to Morongbo with sincere smiles. The whole city seemed to be celebrating a festival. People wore insincere congratulatory smiles on their faces. Many armed law enforcement officers patrolled the streets. All the beggars in the city disappeared overnight because Master Morong was kind-hearted and could not bear to see the poor. The influence of the nobility reached its peak at this moment. As the most powerful nobleman in Star City, Morongjua's birthday celebration was so grand that it was no exaggeration to say that the entire upper district was celebrating for him. Night fell quickly, and the Upper East Side remained brightly lit. The parking lot of the largest hotel in the city center, the Pullman Hotel, was packed with luxury cars, many of which were cars that ordinary people had never seen in their entire lives, all gathered here like a car show. One after another, glamorous men and women, adorned with jewels, stepped out of luxury cars, walked onto a nearly 100-meter-long red carpet, and entered the Platinum Hotel. Among them were celebrities, models, and even CEOs of major companies. At this moment, a woman wearing a gorgeous rose-red evening gown stepped onto the red carpet. Her appearance immediately stood out from the crowd. Her innate aristocratic temperament and stunning beauty made the entire red carpet shine. Her hair was piled high, with a few strands of flaxen hair falling naturally on both sides of her face. She wore white silk gloves and carried a small handbag. She walked with elegant steps and graceful posture. Every movement exuded aristocratic temperament and elegance, like a princess who had stepped out of a fairy tale. Her appearance sparked a lot of discussion, and some people wanted to go up and chat with her, but a fat man beat them to it. Chapter 125 The Eve of the Performance. Chapter 125 The Eve of the Performance. He was a fat man weighing over 300 pounds. His expensive white suit could barely contain his bulky figure. His greasy face was full of smiles, and he was holding a bouquet of bright red roses. Mengli, my fiancé, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for so long. Qian Zihao stretched out his greasy hand, seemingly wanting to take Nangong Mengli's hand, but Nangong Mengli only glanced at him coldly and said indifferently, "Sorry, I already have someone." As she spoke, she reached out to her side, and her soft hand, gloved with white silk, was quickly grasped by a long, strong hand. Suddenly, a young man in a sharp black suit, carrying a snakeskin cane, walked over. He gently took Nangong Mengli's hand and smiled warmly, saying, "Excuse me, may I pass by?" After saying that, Sumu led Nangong Mengli past Qian Zihao and walked step by step toward the Platinum Hotel. From beginning to end, neither of them glanced at Qian Zihao. Qian Zihao's face darkened suddenly when he felt ignored. Sumu, the deep voice was mixed with the sound of clenching teeth. "Damn bastards. He naturally knew that Su Mu had returned alive, but Mu Cheng had disappeared. The implications of this were self-evident. Over the past few days, Qian Zihao had thought it over and over again, but ultimately decided not to make any rash moves. Others may not know Mu Cheng's strength, but he knows it perfectly well. Mu Cheng is not only a silver rank expert, but also a completely modified human. He can even fight against some high-ranking silver rank experts, but in the end he died at Su Mu's hands. Before he has fully grasped Su Mu's strength, he cannot send his two remaining silver rank experts out to their deaths one by one. Even a lion will fight a rabbit with all its might. He plans to spend a lot of money to hire another silver-level expert after this banquet. When the three silver-level experts attack together, Su Mu will surely die. Forget it. You lowly commoner won't be able to cause trouble for long. Once I marry Mengli and become a nobleman, my wealth and power will rise to a new level, and that will be your death day. Qian Zihao silently pondered, then put on a fake smile again and greeted the people around him warmly. The 68th floor of the Platinum Hotel is a huge banquet hall. When Su Mu and Nangong Mengli walked into the hall, the waiter who had been waiting at the door slowly pushed open the door and bowed, saying, "Welcome, distinguished guests." As the two stepped into the banquet hall, it was as if they had entered a fairy tale world. Dazzling crystal chandeliers hung from the high ceiling, shining like stars and casting a bright and soft light. The floor was covered with a gorgeous carpet with exquisite patterns and a comfortable feel underfoot. The hall is surrounded by tall pillars, carved with exquisite patterns, and huge oil paintings hang between the pillars. It is unknown which famous artist created them, adding an artistic touch to the place. Nearly 100 people had arrived in the banquet hall, but it did not feel crowded at all. On the contrary, it was rather spacious. Neatly dressed waiters carried trays and moved among the guests, serving them snacks and wine. People chatted in small groups, each with a warm smile on their face. The volume of their conversations was just right, lively but not chaotic. The melodious piano music flowed gently through the banquet hall, like a clear spring, nourishing people's souls and making them feel as if they were in a fairy tale banquet for a princess and prince. "Are you really sure?" Nangong Mengli smiled and nodded to the passing guests, her lips moving slightly as she asked Su Mu beside her. Su Mu wore a calm and elegant smile, as if he were the protagonist of the banquet, blending in seamlessly without appearing out of place. "I certainly wouldn't want to miss such an interesting banquet." A complex look flashed in Nangong Mengli's eyes. She wanted to say something more, but Su Mu pulled her aside. "2 glasses of red wine, please." The waiter smiled politely and respectfully handed over 2 glasses of red wine, without being obsequious, before slowly retreating to find the next guest who needed service. Su Mu took the red wine, handed a glass to Nangong Mengli, and then skillfully led her to the sofa in the corner. "My preparations are complete. Now it's up to you to see if your abilities are as powerful as the legends say." A look of worry appeared on Nangong Mengli's face, but she ultimately did not try to persuade her further. "I won't joke with my own life. What were you preparing for when you disappeared for half a day?" Su Mu smiled mysteriously. "A grand performance naturally requires behind-the-scenes work. You'll find out soon enough. Everything is proceeding according to plan." A day ago, Nangong Mengli successfully awakened the golden bloodline of the Nangong family with the help of the golden eye, and she obtained the silver law, flower blooms in an instant, which is the highest known sequence ranking. According to her, the flower blooms in an instant skill is extremely difficult to awaken. It is only thanks to the powerful effect of the golden eye that it can be achieved in one step. Otherwise, even when the Nangong family still existed, apart from a very few exceptionally talented clansmen who started by awakening the flower blooms in an instant skill, the rest of the clansmen all had 2 other silver laws contained in their bloodline. After that, Nangong Mengli had a conversation with Su Mu. Her original plan was to tell Murong Zhuo at the banquet that she had obtained the golden eye, and when offering the golden eye, to activate flower blooms in an instant to put herself into a state of time acceleration, and then launch a surprise attack to kill Murong Zhuo. The plan was simple and straightforward, but undeniably effective. None of the guests present, including Murong Zhuo, would have imagined that the illegitimate daughter who had always been disliked was actually a descendant of the Nangong family, let alone that she had awakened the strongest silver law. With a well-intentioned but unprepared attack, Silver 3 was destined to die on the spot. Moreover, Murong Zhuo's silver laws are all offensive and have no defensive capabilities. A fatal wound to any of them is certain death. As Murong Zhuo's adopted daughter, Nangong Mengli revealed all of his secrets early on. Murong Zhuo's 3 silver laws are Eye of the Storm, Speed of the Wind Shadow, and Wind Dance Spirit Blade. These 3 silver laws grant him great mobility and lethality, but lack any defensive capabilities. Therefore, for Nangong Mengli, killing Morong Zhuo with the flower blooms in an instant technique is not difficult. The real challenge lies in how to leave alive. While the time acceleration of the flower blooms in an instant technique is powerful, it has 2 fatal drawbacks. First, it requires burning one's lifespan to accelerate one's own timeline. Second, once in the time acceleration state, the body will be under immense pressure and cannot maintain this state for long. These 2 major drawbacks mean that Nangong Mengli has no ability to fight continuously. In addition, she has only recently awakened, so she can be said to be a fragile assassin. She can kill with 1 hit, but after killing, she can only wait to die on the spot, unless she recklessly enters the time acceleration state again and escapes the scene. The problem is that, having killed an imperial nobleman in full view of everyone, Nangong Mengli, now in a state of extreme weakness, could not possibly escape the scene, let alone Star City. Chapter 126 Morong Zhuo. Chapter 126 Morong Zhuo. Nangong Mengli's plan was a gamble, betting that she would be lucky enough and that her body would be able to support her escape. Sumu rejected her plan and proposed a better one. The 2 men and women, who were preparing to kill the imperial nobles, calmly chatted while holding wine glasses, occasionally discussing interesting things happening in Star City. No one could tell that such crazy ideas were hidden beneath their composed and elegant exteriors. Susu, do you know that Yang Dongqing has been looking for you a lot while you were gone? Although he keeps saying that it would be better if he died and that he would get himself killed sooner or later, he is very concerned about your whereabouts. He must have come to see you in the few days since you came back, right? Nangong Mengli seemed to recall Yang Dongqing's awkward expression, a faint smile appearing on her lips. Sumu nodded. I looked for him. He said something about good people not living long, but bad people live a long life. He knew I definitely wouldn't die, so he took an advance on next month's salary and left. Uffed. Nangong Mengli couldn't help but laugh. He also asked me for an advance on his salary, saying he was going to buy clothes for his girlfriend. I really don't know how many clothes he's going to buy. Sumu shrugged. This kid says he's buying clothes to apologize, but I bet he has ulterior motives. Oh, what ill intentions do you have? Nangong Mengli leaned closer, her eyes smiling. Sumu didn't answer such an obvious question. With Yang Dongqing's brain, what could he possibly be up to? He probably just saw that the clothes in the upper city were glamorous and sexy, and planned to dress Jasmine in them before launching a surprise attack on the upper city that night. As the 2 chatted and laughed, on the other side of the banquet, Qian Ziheo's eyes were practically spitting fire. He stared intently at Su Mu and Nangong Mengli, unable to suppress the jealousy and anger in his heart. Damn you 2. Just wait. After tonight, you'll be completely mine. Damn it. Why isn't that old bastard Morong Zhuo here yet? The banquet starts in half an hour. Hurry up and come here to announce the engagement. Perhaps Qian Ziheo's curses had an effect, because the main character of the banquet, Morong Zhuo, the head of the Morong family, finally appeared. When he appeared, the once bustling banquet hall was instantly put on pause. Everyone stopped talking and looked at the old man at the entrance. He was dressed in a dark, luxurious robe, made of exquisite fabric with delicate embroidery outlining ancient patterns. His silver hair was neatly combed and slightly swept back, revealing a slightly furrowed forehead. His eyes were deep, like unfathomable lake water, and his lips were tightly pursed, exuding an air of authority without anger. Beside him were 2 men and a woman, all with an extraordinary air about them. They were Morong Zhuo's 3 children, who escorted him as he gracefully entered the hall. Greetings, Patriarch Morong. It's been a long time. Patriarch Morong is still as energetic as ever. A group of people rushed forward, greeting him with all their might, not asking for anything else but to become acquainted with him. As the most powerful nobleman in Xingqing and a silver level 3 transcendent being, Morong Zhuo held an extremely prestigious position. It is no exaggeration to say that Xingqing was his personal fiefdom. However, Morong Zhuo seemed to be in a bad mood today. Despite the enthusiasm of the crowd, he kept his brows furrowed and only nodded perfunctorily. The guests also knew when to stop, and none of them dared to provoke trouble. Why was Morong Zhuo in a bad mood? It wasn't a secret in the upper city circle. It was simply because of the Golden Eye. Without the Golden Eye, he couldn't break through to the Golden Realm. In addition, he was too eager for success when he was young and abused extraordinary drugs, which caused his body to be severely depleted and his life was coming to an end. No one would be in a good mood under such circumstances. Soon, Morong Zhuo's 3 children were surrounded by a crowd. Their thinking was simple. Morong Zhuo was doomed sooner or later, so they naturally had to intensify their efforts to win over the children who might become his heirs. Among them, the eldest son, Murong Yun, was surrounded by the most people. With Murong Zhuo's arrival, the atmosphere of the banquet reached a climax. The guests became even more enthusiastic, and the pianist changed the program to a cheerful piece. Gradually, men and women began to dance in the center of the dance floor, and celebrities even sang songs. People toasted each other and took turns wishing Murong Zhui a happy birthday. In contrast, Nangong Mengli's place was very deserted, as if she had been abandoned by the world. Everyone knew that Murong Zhui disliked this illegitimate daughter, and apart from a few people at the bottom of the banquet who were trying their luck, almost no one came to find Nangong Mengli. At this moment, Qian Zihao couldn't sit still any longer. The banquet was already halfway through, but Murong Laoding still hadn't shown any intention of speaking. He just sat there frowning. He couldn't stand it anymore, so he stood up, dragged his fat body, and walked over to Murong Zhuo with his wine glass. "Uncle, your nephew Qian Zihao wishes you a long and healthy life, and that you enjoy the happiness of family forever." Qian Zihao's voice was loud and clear, and his face was full of smiles, which immediately caught Murong Zhuo's attention. Murong Zhuo looked up at the fat man in front of him, frowned slightly, and seemed somewhat displeased. At this moment, Qian Zihao hurriedly said, "To celebrate your birthday, I would like to offer you a mithril mine in the west of the city. Please accept it, uncle." Upon hearing this, gasps of surprise erupted from all around. A gift of mithril, or what a grand gesture. The birthday gifts they prepared to please Murong Zhuo were naturally very valuable, but even the most valuable items paled in comparison to mithril ore. Some people who knew the inside story were secretly shocked. Although the output of the mithril mine in the west of the city was very low, it was still a mithril mine, which was extremely valuable. Qian Zihao really went to great lengths to marry Murong Mengli. Upon hearing the words, mithril mine, Murong Zhuo's brows relaxed. The old nobleman showed no surprise on his face, but instead remained calm. "You are very kind, my nephew." Qian Zihao's smile widened, but inwardly he was cursing. Old Bai is pretending to be something he's not. Damn it. If it weren't for my noble status in Mengli, would I have gone to such lengths? He agreed in private, but he had to make me say it in public. At this moment, Murong Zhuo slowly stood up, and his eldest son, Murong Yun, quickly handed him a cup of wine. Murong Zhuo raised his wine glass, and all the guests present wisely fell silent, waiting for him to speak. "Thank you all for attending my birthday banquet. Today, with so many distinguished guests and friends gathered here, it is truly a great joy in life. Although I am now in my twilight years, seeing this lively scene fills my heart with warmth." Murong Zhuo launched into a long speech, demonstrating his expertise in such situations. The guests listened attentively with smiles on their faces, each behaving with impeccable politeness. Qian Zihao's hand holding the wine glass was almost stiff, and the fake smile on his face became more and more fake. Damn old Biden, he can really talk nonsense. He had a long face before, but now he's talking about the spirit of mithril mine? Chapter 127 The show begins. Chapter 127 The show begins. Today, on the occasion of this birthday banquet, I would like to take this opportunity to chat with you all about everyday life and share our deepest feelings. I wish you all good health, harmonious families, and successful careers. I also hope that our friendship will be like this fine wine, growing more mellow and ever new with age. Come, gentlemen, let us drink to this cup. Amidst a chorus of praise, everyone raised their glasses in a toast, beaming with joy. Qian Zihao downed the drink in one gulp, cursing inwardly with increasing gusto. "Old Bai Dang, are you going to take the postgraduate entrance exam? Your talk is like an old sow wearing a bra, one thing after another. Why don't you just announce the engagement already?" "Gentlemen, besides my birthday, there is another joyous occasion to announce today." Under Qian Zihao's excited gaze, Murong Zhuo finally got to the point. Murong Zhuo paused, his imposing gaze slowly sweeping across the room before finally landing on Nangong Mengli in the corner. When he noticed Su Mu beside Nangong Mengli, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Su Mu smiled slightly. "The show is about to begin." "Mengli, come here," Murong Zhuo said calmly. Nangong Mengli slowly rose, her delicate face displaying a composed demeanor. She walked gracefully towards the center, instantly drawing all eyes to her. She seemed born to be the center of attention, showing no discomfort whatsoever in this setting. The piano music in the room suddenly became more intense, as if foreshadowing something. "My daughter Mengli has reached marriageable age." Murong Zhuo was about to announce her engagement to Qian Zihao when he saw Nangong Mengli coming over, but before he could finish speaking, a clear and cold female voice suddenly rang out. "Mengli wishes her father a happy birthday." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, and the atmosphere in the room became slightly strange. Morongjua was about to announce the good news. So what did you mean by interrupting him suddenly? Such rude behavior, especially in front of everyone, was quite intriguing. As expected, Morongjua's expression gradually turned cold, and his imposing gaze fell on Nangong Mengli, his deep eyes making it impossible to guess his emotions. His 3 children behind him looked on with expressions of anticipation, clearly eager to see what would happen to their brother next. Nangong Mengli seemed oblivious to Morongjua's gaze, continuing, Mengli has specially prepared a birthday gift for you. What birthday gift is so important? Can't you see your father is speaking? You may step back and we'll talk later. Morongjua's calm voice interrupted Nangong Mengli's words. Those who knew him well knew that this old nobleman was already on the verge of anger. However, Nangong Mengli did not leave. Instead, she took out a small mahogany box from her handbag. Father, this birthday gift is too precious to wait even a moment longer. The crowd erupted in uproar. They all thought Nangong Mengli had gone mad, openly defying the head of the Morong family, and she was just an illegitimate daughter. In this situation, even if the eldest son, Morong Yun, dared to do such a thing, he would be severely punished. After all, nobles are the group in the world that cares most about status and dignity. Morongjua's face darkened completely. It seems that I have spoiled you too much in the past, to the point that you... He paused suddenly, as if he had thought of something, and a look of excitement suddenly appeared in his eyes. He considered himself to know this illegitimate daughter fairly well. She was usually low-key, cautious, and never dared to contradict him, let alone in public. Could her unusual behavior today be? Is your birthday gift? Nangong Mengli nodded. That's right. It is indeed the golden eye. What? Qian Zihao was the first to exclaim, his face full of disbelief. The 3 children of the Morong family also changed color at this moment, as if the words golden eye had some magical power. Morongjua's dignified demeanor crumbled completely, and his aged heart began to race. Nangong Mengli smiled slightly, and, in front of everyone, opened the mahogany box in her hand. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light flashed. A golden bead, resembling a human eyeball, lay quietly in the box. The golden eye? It really is the golden eye, exactly the same as described in the ancient books. Morongjua's voice trembled slightly. He was so excited that he could hardly contain himself, and his entire mind was drawn to the golden eye. Not only him, but everyone else did too. Everyone looked at the golden eye with a strong sense of greed. These people from high society naturally knew the value of the golden eye. Compared to it, the mithril mine was nothing. This is a rare item that can create a golden realm expert. Because of this, no one noticed that Su Mu, at the end of the crowd, had eyes that shone with a crystal blue light hidden behind his brown glasses. Mengli, my good daughter. Ha ha ha. Among all my children, you are the one I value the most. Quickly, give me the golden eye. When the thing he had longed for many years appeared before him, even this old nobleman couldn't help but lose his composure. Although he said that, his hands were faster than his words. He took 2 quick steps and reached out to grab the golden eye. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. Whoosh! Just as Morongjua was about to obtain the golden eye, the bright lights in the entire banquet hall went out instantly, and silent darkness enveloped the whole place. Click! The sound of the huge crystal chandelier hitting the ground echoed throughout the venue. Ah! A woman in the crowd let out a piercing scream. Hurrah! The golden eye! The golden eye! Morongjua laughed wildly in the darkness. He was so excited that he didn't care about the lights suddenly going out. He cared about the golden eye in his hand. As long as he got his hands on it, he could ignore even if the entire Platinum Hotel exploded. Heh! A low, mocking laugh rang out at that moment. The laugh was not loud, but it seemed to be heard clearly in everyone's ears. Morongjua, thank you for your selfless dedication. I gladly accept the golden eye. As soon as he finished speaking, the lights in the banquet hall suddenly turned on, and the blinding light made everyone squint. But when they saw the scene clearly, their expressions changed. There was a person in the room out of nowhere. There stood a man in a tuxedo, amidst the shattered crystals scattered on the ground. The dazzling crystals shimmered with a dreamlike luster under the lights, as if they were a crystal carpet laid out for him. He was tall and upright, like a pine tree, exuding an innate noble air. Chapter 128 Friendly Reminder, this road is blocked. Chapter 128 Friendly Reminder, this road is blocked. His black tuxedo was perfectly tailored to fit his body, outlining his slender figure. He wore a black top hat and white gloves, as if he had never been touched by the dust of the world. What is most striking is the silver-white mask on his face. The mask is an arrogant smiling face, slightly upturned with a hint of disdain, mocking everyone equally. The eye area is hollowed out, revealing a pair of deep and mysterious eyes. The arrogance in the eyes is exactly the same as the smile on the silver-white mask, making people dare not look directly at him. Upon seeing this man, these high society guests even had the illusion that the man before them was the true aristocrat, while they themselves were merely monkeys in a crown. "Where is my golden eye?" Morongjwa's furious voice reverberated throughout the entire venue. Veins bulged on his aged face, and his eyes revealed unimaginable rage. Only then did everyone realize that what Morongjwa was holding was not the golden eye at all, but a bright green grape. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light appeared in the masked man's hand, and a bright golden eyeball lay quietly on the white glove. Beneath the silver-white smiling mask came a slow, deliberate voice. "Wrong, it's mine. You're courting death." Morongjwa roared, and the air in front of him suddenly distorted. A highly compressed blade of wind shot out, carrying countless tiny white streams of air, and attacked the masked man. "Silver Law, wine dance blade." Whoosh! The masked man's body was torn apart by the wind blades. The terrifying wind blades continued to pierce through the wall and glass behind him, leaving a smooth crack in the wall. Because this is a high-rise building, when the wall cracked, the cold air from high above immediately rushed into the banquet hall, bringing a slight chill. Just when everyone thought the masked man was dead, they saw that there was no blood flowing from his broken body. Instead, his body began to fade, eventually becoming completely transparent and disappearing. "What?" Morongjwa's face was unusually gloomy, his hawk-like eyes scanning his surroundings. He would never allow the golden eye to be taken away by anyone. Morongjwa's women and Qian Zihao all had different thoughts. When they saw someone snatch the golden eye, they were actually relieved because none of them wanted Morongjwa to get the golden eye. Qian Zihao's problem stemmed from the marriage agreement, while his children's problem arose from the issue of succession. In particular, the eldest son, Morongyun, was the one who most wanted Morongjwa to die quickly. Without the golden eye, Morongjwa wouldn't live for more than a few years, and then he would be the rightful heir. At that moment, the sharp-eyed Morongjwa suddenly noticed a dark shadow flash past the window outside. His eyes flashed with a cold light. Trying to escape? Whoosh! A gust of wind suddenly erupted from his body, his magnificent robes fluttering in the wind, and he seemed to transform into the wind, disappearing from the spot. A violent explosion rang out in the air, and the exquisite desserts at the banquet, as well as some of the nearby guests, were overturned to the ground by the strong wind. Bang! The window shattered suddenly, and the figure, as swift as the wind, plunged headfirst out of the window. And this was the 68th floor. The silver law, speed of wind, grants Morongjwa whirlwind-like speed, even allowing him to briefly fly on the wind. The height of 68 floors is as easy for him as walking on flat ground. Morongjwa disappeared from everyone's sight, and the guests looked at each other in disbelief. No one expected that such a thing would happen at a banquet. At this moment, the eldest son of the Morong family, Morongyun, stepped forward. As the eldest son of the Morong family, he had to step forward to take charge of the situation, both morally and logically. "Gentlemen, this time." As soon as he opened his mouth, screams suddenly erupted from the crowd. Morongyun frowned and looked at the screaming people in the crowd, only to find that their eyes were all filled with terror as they stared at him intently. A soft laugh sounded behind him. Morongyun's pupils suddenly contracted, and his scalp tingled. When he barely hesitated before activating Wine Shadow Speed and speeding away. After creating some distance, he noticed that a man wearing a silver mask was standing there, staring at him with great interest. That arrogant gaze both shocked and enraged Morongyun. Without exchanging a single word, he immediately unleashed the Wind Dance Spirit Blade. As the eldest son of the Morong family, he possessed top-tier talent and resources, and had already risen to the ranks of Silver 2. Aside from the Morong family's strongest technique, Eye of the Storm, which he hadn't yet mastered, he believed his other two silver laws were no worse than Morongjwa's. But he quickly realized the difference in strength. The highly compressed wind blades, carrying the power to tear everything apart, attacked the masked man. But the next second, the masked man's figure disappeared like a ghost. Morongyun was shocked. He hadn't expected the other party to be faster than him. He hadn't even seen the other party's movement trajectory. At that moment, the same light laughter rang out again behind Morongyun. "Can't even touch the hem of my clothes? It seems you're far inferior to your father." Whoosh! As if reacting to an emergency, Morongyun fiercely hurled a wind blade behind her. But the result was, she missed the masked man, and the wind blade instead smashed into the crowd. Ah! Several screams and shrieks echoed throughout the venue. 5 well-dressed guests were cleaved in two by the wind blades, their blood and intestines spilling out onto the ground. Most of these guests were ordinary people. The extraordinary individuals were ultimately a minority. The crowd erupted in chaos. This group of high society members completely shed their elegant and noble facades, terrified and running frantically toward the gate. Among them was Qian Zihao. Qian Zihao valued his life very much. He never imagined that there would be anyone in the world who would dare to cause trouble at a noble banquet. He should have brought bodyguards with him. This masked man even fooled the head of the Murong family, so he must be at least a Silver 3 expert. If such a powerful figure were to start a war, the entire Platinum Hotel would collapse. He has more money than he can spend, and he doesn't want to die here. But the next second, a man dressed in a tuxedo and wearing a silver-white, smiling mask reappeared. He stood on the high platform like the host of the banquet, and his cold and arrogant smile on the mask came into everyone's view. He said calmly to the crowd trying to escape, "Friendly reminder, this road is blocked." But the terrified crowd wouldn't listen to his advice. A middle-aged man closest to the door frantically pushed it open, revealing a dark and silent corridor without a single light. He rushed into the darkness like a madman. But the moment he took his first step out the door, thud. Chapter 129, Whoever Touches Dies. Chapter 129, Whoever Touches Dies. The middle-aged man collapsed to the ground, clutching his neck tightly with both hands, veins bulging on his face, his expression ferocious, and his legs twitching uncontrollably. The sudden turn of events startled everyone, causing them to pause in their tracks. However, some people, having rushed forward too quickly, were unable to stop and ended up outside the gate. Without exception, everyone who stepped out of the gate instantly collapsed to the ground, as if controlled by an invisible hand, tightly gripping their own necks and convulsing violently. Upon seeing this, Qian Zihao's expression changed drastically, and he braked repeatedly. However, once his massive body started moving, the inertia he carried made it impossible for him to stop instantly. At this moment, the silver ring on his large finger flashed with a subtle luster, and his figure seemed to shrink slightly. His legs seemed to be rooted to the ground, and he came to a steady stop. Call. He was panting heavily, and his fat face was already starting to ooze oil. The first few people to step out the door struggled a couple of times before falling completely silent. Silence. The crowd fell into dead silence. As we all know, people cannot make a sound when they are in extreme fear. Sometimes screaming is more like a way to vent fear. But when fear spreads like a tide and fills the mouth and nose, people feel a blockage in their throat and cannot make any sound. The only thing playing in the entire banquet hall was the piano music that never stopped from beginning to end. No one knew why the pianist was so dedicated, still playing even in this state. And the more he played, the more fitting the atmosphere became. And the piano music also became low and somber, accompanied by the almost stagnant and oppressive atmosphere in the room. But at this point, no one paid any attention to the pianist. The stiffness brought on by fear spread throughout the body. No one could have imagined that the masked man's methods would be so bizarre, killing people from a distance. Slap slap. The masked man on the stage clapped his hands. "Gentlemen, the night is long, and I expect Murong Zhuo won't be back for a while. In the meantime, how about we play a game?" Everyone stared at the masked man with fear in their eyes, and no one dared to make a sound. Even the extraordinary individuals like Murong Yun were extremely wary. His ghostly speed and bizarre killing methods had easily toyed with even the strongest member of the Murong family. With such a powerful figure in front of them, who would dare to make a rash move? In the crowd, Su Mu and Nangong Mengli were still acting. Su Mu had a perfectly measured fear on his face, and his body trembled slightly as he tried his best to act like everyone else. Nangong Mengli was filled with anger, shock, and fear, as if she had not yet accepted that the golden eye had been snatched away right before her eyes. The two actors, a man and a woman with superb acting skills, supported each other and, like everyone else, gazed at the masked man high above them, as if they were sinners awaiting divine judgment. "How did you do that?" Nangong Mengli's red lips approached Su Mu's ear, her soft voice accompanied by a hint of warmth. She was really curious. She knew the masked man was an illusion created by Su Mu, but what about the voice? And how did the person at the gate die? Is it possible to achieve this level of skill using only illusion magic? Su Mu was terrified and continued to tremble. He didn't answer. He didn't think this was a good time to explain. Only he himself knew the real answer. The masked man was indeed an illusion he created using the all things in the world technique, and the voice was simulated using the treasure, Silent Heaven. As for the sudden power outage and the death of those who stepped out of the door, these were all actors he had arranged in advance. Before the banquet began, he disguised himself as a waiter and entered the banquet early, randomly selecting a group of lucky audience members to be hypnotized. In other words, half of the people at the banquet were his people. He only needed to have his own people stand near the door in advance. Then the first few would run out the door, and he could use hypnosis to make them strangle him. With his current mental strength, hypnotizing ordinary people into committing suicide would be a piece of cake. The reason for the deaths of a group of people was, of course, to deter the group of extraordinary individuals led by Morong-yun. If the masked man only dodged and did not make a move from beginning to end, someone would soon realize that something was wrong. Therefore, for the sake of this grand performance, deaths were necessary. Most importantly, the core objective this time is to kill Morong-jua. However, if he only kills Morong-jua, his intentions would be too obvious. Therefore, he chose to make a big fuss as much as possible, because the bigger the fuss, the less likely it is to be guessed his true intentions. Changed to a more upbeat piece, the masked man instructed the pianist beside him. The pianist, like a puppet being manipulated, immediately changed the tune, and the music began to play. The heavy notes were pressed down hard, surging and powerful like a tidal wave. The melody was sometimes like a storm, sometimes like a stampede of horses. Every strike of the keys seemed to hit the hearts of everyone present. While the masked man was selecting a song, Morong-yun subtly gave a wink to the extraordinary individuals beside him. They nodded solemnly and quietly surrounded the masked man. Suddenly, the masked man turned around, startling the group into stopping immediately. He completely ignored the several superhumans who were quietly approaching, and said to the panicked crowd with great interest, "Now, the game begins. The name of this game is Whoever Moves Dies." His slow, deliberate voice carried no sharpness, yet to the ears of the onlookers it sounded like a devil's death knell. Damn it, Morong-yun cursed inwardly. He never expected that the Morong family's home turf would be controlled by a mysterious person. He knew he had to take action. Otherwise, how could the Morong family ever hold their heads high again? Just as he was about to give the order to act, a man in a suit and leather shoes with heavy foundation on his face trembled as if he were terrified. "You moved." A mocking voice came from beneath the silver mask, and everyone tensed up instantly, watching the masked man's next move. The masked man slowly raised his right hand, which was covered by a white glove and clenched into a gun shape. Bang! The masked man mimicked the sound of a gunshot, as if he were playing a prank. But strangely, at the moment the gun went off, even though no bullet was fired, the man with the heavy makeup let out a shrill scream, clutched his chest, and collapsed to the ground. His face was contorted with fear, and he lay stiffly on the ground, lifeless. Such a bizarre scene frightened Morong-yun so much that he dared not make a move. His eyes widened in disbelief, and his heart was filled with turmoil. What kind of method is this? How can someone kill someone from a distance without bullets? Is there any known law about this? As the man died, the people around him could no longer withstand the pressure and screamed in despair. I don't want to die. Help!" The panicked group scrambled to escape, completely disregarding their surroundings. However, in reality, they were merely actors manipulated by Su-mu. Chapter 137 Deadly Sins, Arrogance. Chapter 137 Deadly Sins, Arrogance. Bang bang bang. The masked man continued to simulate the sound of gunfire at a leisurely pace. His fingertips, clad in white gloves, were like the fingers of death, ready to kill anyone he touched. Knock knock knock. The fleeing men suddenly stiffened and fell straight to the ground, lifeless. After that, no one dared to run away anymore. Everyone stood frozen in place, their faces filled with terror, not even daring to breathe loudly. Morong-yun dared not move. He was afraid that he would also be shot. The higher one's position, the more afraid one is of death, because he is reluctant to give up everything he has. He did not know whether he, as a superhuman, could withstand such a bizarre killing method. He dared not gamble. The unknown is always the most terrifying. If the masked man used a real handgun to kill people, these superhumans would naturally not be afraid. What they fear is the unknown, the fact that they have no idea how the masked man killed people. What on earth is going on? Where are all the people outside? Are they all dead? How come no one has come to check after such a commotion? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Morong-yun's forehead. He couldn't understand why so many people were screaming without anyone outside noticing. Where were the Morong family's guards? Where were the law enforcement officers? The reason why no one outside noticed anything unusual here was because Su-mu had already used Silent Heaven to absorb all the sound, preventing it from reaching the outside world. In fact, his grand performance had flaws. If someone had observed carefully, they would have discovered that all the people who died on the scene were insignificant ordinary people. They might have been rich and powerful in the outside world, but they were ultimately no match for true nobles, not even for Qian Zihao, the richest man in the country. Even high society circles are divided into levels, and these people are undoubtedly the lowest class. They don't even have protective magic weapons. Perhaps they have hired superhuman bodyguards, but no one would bring a bodyguard to the Murong family's banquet. At most, they would place the bodyguards outside. Just when the atmosphere was at its most oppressive, a sudden gust of wind swept through the arena, and Murong Zhuo appeared in the arena as if he had teleported. "Patriarch Murong!" Someone shouted excitedly as if they had seen a savior. Bang! The masked man raised a finger slightly, and the man died instantly. Murong Zhuo looked at the mess and corpses scattered around the banquet hall. His face was ashen, and the murderous intent in his eyes was almost tangible as he stared intently at the masked man on the high platform. "Who exactly are you?" he growled hoarsely, like a lion issuing a warning. The masked man on the high platform elegantly removed his top hat and bowed slightly to the crowd like a nobleman. His calm voice reached everyone's ears. "Let me formally introduce myself. I am Pride, the first of the 7 deadly sins." Impeccable etiquette, humble self-reference. It seemed like a very modest self-introduction, yet for some reason, everyone could sense the underlying arrogance beneath the surface of humility. Su Mu casually made up a non-existent organization to give the Crimson Flame Empire a false target. Otherwise, how would the Crimson Flame Empire investigate after killing Murong Zhuo? Murong Zhuo frowned, racking his brains for a moment, but he couldn't find any information about the 7 Deadly Sins organization. He could only make a simple judgment based on the literal meaning of the words. The 7 deadly sins refer to the 7 original sins of mankind, namely pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. Does this mean there are 7 people who commit the 7 deadly sins? I don't care who you are, hand over the golden eye, and I might leave you with a whole corpse. Heh! A disdainful chuckle escaped his arrogant lips, as if mocking Murong Zhuo's overestimation of his abilities. I really want to know, what gives someone who's just a silver 3 rank the courage to say that? A murderous glint flashed in Murong Zhuo's eyes. His patience had reached its limit. Whoosh! He rushed toward arrogance like a whirlwind, leaving afterimages in the air with his speed. But after he shattered the arrogant body with a single punch, a mocking voice rang out behind him. "Too slow, old man." What? Murong Zhuo was startled and quickly turned around to attack, but his punch hit empty air. Looking closely, he could not see the arrogant figure anywhere. It was as if the person had vanished into thin air. "Where did he go?" Murong Zhuo roared. Murong Yin shook his head with a grim expression. "I didn't see him. He vanished into thin air." Disappeared into thin air? Murong Zhuo stared intently at everyone present. He couldn't have vanished into thin air. What I was chasing was just an illusion. If this person truly possessed such terrifying speed, he would have already escaped. He must be hiding among these people, sealing off this area so that no one can leave. "Yes, father," Murong Yin quickly agreed. He knew his father was furious and dared not disobey in the slightest. He hurriedly led his men to seal off the main entrance and windows. The atmosphere became extremely oppressive once again. Murong Zhuo's hawk-like eyes kept searching through the crowd, trying to find a omen, but no matter how hard he searched, he could not find anyone in the crowd who was similar in build to Aomen. Ding ding ding. The stirring piano music continued to play, making Murong Zhuo's temples throb. "Stop playing," he roared, but the pianist seemed not to hear him and continued playing. Whoosh! A blade of wind instantly sliced through the pianist's body, severing him in two, his crimson blood staining the black and white keys. After killing the people, Murong Zhuo was stunned. Not only him, but everyone else was also stunned, staring blankly at the piano. Ding ding ding. The stirring piano music continues. The intense piano music struck everyone's hearts like a series of heavy hammer blows. "Ghost! Ghost!" someone screamed, this completely illogical event constantly challenging everyone's reason. "Shut up," Murong Zhuo roared, his large hands suddenly slashing down, and countless white streams of energy immediately swirled around his palm. Whoosh! The wind blade, accompanied by a sonic boom, sliced the piano in two, but the piano music continued. This completely snapped the nerves of some vulnerable people. "A ghost! He's a ghost! I can't take it anymore. I want to leave. Please let me go." A man rushed to the gate and pleaded with Murong Yun. Murong Yun's face turned extremely ugly. "Get out of the way." He shoved the man to the ground. "Father, what do we do now?" "Humph," Murong Zhuo sneered. He must be hiding among these people, appearing and disappearing mysteriously, But in reality, he's just playing tricks. If he's really that powerful, why doesn't he dare to fight me head-on? I was planning to play a little longer, but it seems you're already getting impatient. Chapter 131 Killing Imperial Nobles. Chapter 131 Killing Imperial Nobles. An arrogant and frivolous voice rang out in the room. When the voice rang out, everyone present was shocked. Some guests who were closer to Murong Yun at the door were so frightened that they collapsed to the ground. Because the voice was clearly coming from Murong Yun. Murong Yun's eyes were bloodshot as he frantically scanned his surroundings, only to find no one there. At that moment, Murong Jua's hawk-like gaze fell upon him. No, it wasn't me. Father, I didn't say that. Of course it's not you. The arrogant voice rang out again, followed by a terrifying scene. Murong Yun's body became a double image, and arrogance slowly emerged from his body. You. Murong Yun was so frightened that she almost peed herself on the spot. She quickly checked her body, fearing that the other party had done something to her. He strolled with arrogance and composure, causing crowds to disperse wherever he went. His silver smile pierced Murong Jua's eyes, causing his pupils to contract involuntarily. As a silver tier 3 transcendent, although he rarely fought, he still had keen eyesight. This kind of bizarre method was not one of the known laws. Teleportation? Possession? Killing from a distance? What kind of law is this? I'm getting a little tired of this. It's time to take the final bow of this performance. Arrogantly, he walked towards Murong Jua step by step, his disdainful attitude even making Murong Jua's face turn ashen. Whoosh! Murong Jua struck first, unleashing several wind blades that blocked all directions around Ao Man. The sharp wind blades sliced through Ao Man's body, but it was as if they were cutting through air, having no effect whatsoever. His attack failed, but a cold smile appeared on his lips, and his aged eyes gleamed with a knowing light. Just as I expected, you didn't create the slightest breeze as you moved, and you were able to ignore my wind dance spirit blade. If I'm not mistaken, this is not your true form at all. It's nothing but a mere illusion. This old nobleman eventually discovered the clue. All his laws were related to the wind, and if one paid close attention, one could naturally perceive that arrogance's every move did not stir up the slightest breeze. The wind is everywhere. Whether you walk, make a sound, or even tremble your hair, it will create a breeze. This is difficult for ordinary people to notice, but it is not difficult for Murong Jua. He hadn't noticed it before because people are ultimately used to perceiving with their eyes, and his entire mind had long been disturbed by the golden eye. Arrogance remained arrogant even after his background was exposed, and his voice became increasingly mocking. So you people are used to calling things you can't understand illusions? It seems I'll have to get a little more serious. As soon as he finished speaking, the entire banquet hall began to flicker frequently, as if the circuit had been interfered with and the connection had become faulty. The arrogant figure appeared and disappeared, like a ghost, and the silver smiling mask on his face seemed to come alive at this moment, with the mocking look on his lips becoming even more intense. In an instant, a low, ancient murmur filled the air, as if gushing from a dark abyss. It was an incomprehensible murmur, full of chaos and madness, a serious provocation against human reason. Screams rang out continuously. Some ordinary people in the scene were like madmen, collapsing to the ground in pain, their bodies struggling and their muttering sounds like slender fingers scraping their eardrums. The shadow beneath Arrogance's feet bloomed and twisted like a kaleidoscope, splitting into 10 in the blink of an eye, surrounding him. The shadows dispersed, and countless tiny, tadpole-like runes moved within the twists, covering the entire banquet hall. Murong Jua's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly doubted his judgment. The terrifying murmur clearly carried some kind of evil power, unlike an illusion. This is certainly not an illusion, but rather the serpent god's murmur simulated by Su Mu using silent heavenly music. Although it has form but no spirit, it is more than enough to influence some ordinary people. Murong Jua, I pronounce you dead. Amidst the eerie murmurs, an arrogant voice rang out like a divine judgment, filled with indifference and superiority. The next moment, Arrogance slowly raised his arm and gently slashed at Murong Jua, who was still several meters away, while the flashing lights just happened to go out. Flowers bloom in an instant. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and everyone stood motionless as if time had stopped. Even those who had fallen and screamed were now silent. Arrogance remained in the raised hand gesture, and the fear on Murong Jua's face had long since solidified, as had the fear on the faces of the others. But if you look closely, it's not time standing still at all. People are still moving, but their movements have become incredibly slow. Faced with the arrogant movements, Murong Jua's aged eyebrows furrowed at a snail's pace. At this moment, Nangong Mengli in the crowd moved. As if her soul had left her body, she stepped out of her own body, leaving behind an identical copy of herself, maintaining the original posture. The one who remained in the same spot was an illusion created by Su Mu beforehand. The real Nangong Mengli had icy eyes, and her body seemed to be under immense pressure as she trembled as she moved forward. Her speed was not fast, but compared to the movements of others which were countless times slower, her speed was so fast that the human eye could not form an image on the retina. She walked step by step, her body shrouded in darkness, and soon she reached the back of Arrogance. She continued forward, her figure gradually overlapping with Arrogance's, and then, as if passing through a mold, she walked out of Arrogance's body and came to Morongjua's front. Morongjua finally reacted. Fear and shock took shape on his face at an incredibly slow pace, and his pupils began to contract. He seemed to realize something, and his right hand slowly rose upwards. Watching the other party's movements, which seemed to be in 10 times slow motion, Nangong Mengli's lips curled into a cold smile. Go to hell, Morongjua. Whoosh. A flash of cold light appeared. It was the mithril dagger in Nangong Mengli's hand. She used all her strength in this strike, carrying 20 years of hatred, and slashed at Morongjua's neck without any hindrance. A thin line of blood appeared, revealing the throat, neck bone, and fresh blood inside. Fresh blood spurted out, crawling into the air drop by drop. After doing all this, Nangong Mengli seemed completely exhausted, her face turning pale. She struggled to support her nearly collapsing body and return to her original position, but her expression was incredibly relaxed, as if she had unloaded a heavy burden. The moment she returned to her place, time resumed its normal flow. The flashing lights shone brightly, illuminating the horrifying scene before them. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the arrogant hand slowly lowered, and at the same time, a line of blood appeared on Morongjua's neck. That line of blood expanded at a visible speed, sizzling. Blood gushed out wildly. Morongjua's head began to shift, and finally, thud, it fell to the ground. The entire hall fell silent instantly. Morongjua is dead. Chapter 132 The Curtain Falls. Chapter 132 The Curtain Falls. In everyone's eyes, with a mere wave of his hand, Arrogance severed Morongjua's head, and this silver rank 3 expert died in such an absurd manner. The fear and shock lingered on the severed head. The overwhelming fear made everyone feel as if a huge rock was blocking their chests, making it impossible to breathe. Or rather, no one dared to breathe, for fear of attracting the attention of the figure standing in the center of the arena. Father, Morong Yun and his children were shocked. Looking at Morongjua's headless corpse, their hearts were filled with fear. They had never imagined that such a day would come. Their once dignified and powerful father had died like a joke. A gold-tier expert. The word gold-level expert flashed through everyone's minds. The masked man was a gold-level expert. Besides a gold-level expert, who else could kill a silver-level expert in one blow? Arrogance adjusted his top hat, his mocking gaze sweeping over the crowd through his silver smiling mask. Now that this matter is settled, I should be leaving. Tata. His gleaming black leather shoes clattered heavily on the blood-stained, luxurious carpet. He strolled leisurely toward the main gate as if he were in an empty house, and the crowds dispersed wherever he went, with no one daring to look him in the eye. Even Morongjua's children dared not utter a sound, as if they had forgotten to avenge their father. They were even secretly relieved that the other side had not intended to kill them all, and had only killed Morongjua. But just then, a woman's voice rang out in the room. Stop. Everyone was instantly shocked and turned to look. They saw a stunningly beautiful woman step forward. Her beautiful face was pale, and her body was trembling slightly, as if she were overwhelmed with fear. It was Nangong Mengli. Who are you? Why did you kill my father? The voice, though not loud, was filled with determination. Upon hearing this, everyone nearly wet themselves in fear. Morong Yun and the others were horrified, wishing they could gag Nangong Mengli and beg her to stop talking. They were afraid that Nangong Mengli would provoke a omen and turn around to kill everyone present. Arrogance stopped in his tracks, and the silver-masked figure slowly turned its head, watching the woman who dared to stand up with great interest. I didn't expect the Morong family to be all useless. Beautiful lady, you have great courage. To reward your courage, I have decided not to kill you. After speaking, amidst the horrified gazes of the crowd, Arrogance raised his right hand again, clenching it into a gun shape, and slowly pointed his fingertips, covered by a white glove, at Nangong Mengli. Nangong Mengli's face grew paler, but she still met the arrogant gaze defiantly. Answer my question. He chuckled arrogantly. Why kill Morongjua? Don't you find killing an imperial nobleman quite amusing? The chuckles were like the whispers of a demon, sending chills down everyone's spines. Interesting. Kill nobles? What an obscure phrase. Can these two words really be put together like that? Madman. Absolutely madman. To take pleasure in the torture and slaughter of nobles. This behavior is even more heinous than that of the revolutionaries. Bang! As the arrogant voice fired a gunshot, Nangong Mengli's body went limp and she fell straight to the ground. At that moment, a pair of strong hands caught her slender waist and supported her. With her face pale and eyes tightly closed, Nangong Mengli heard a gentle male voice in her ear. Not bad acting. Nangong Mengli, who was pretending to be unconscious, trembled slightly with her red lips. I can't compare to you. Do me one more favor. You say? Kill Qian Zihao. Welcome to serve. Tap tap tap. His arrogant footsteps seemed to pound on everyone's hearts, each step sending shivers down their spines. But as he passed by Qian Zihao, he suddenly stopped and turned to look at him. This sight almost sent Qian Zihao's soul soaring to heaven. His small eyes, squeezed by the fat, kept daring to look away, not daring to meet the gaze at all. You're getting in my way. A deep, emotionless voice came from the arrogant mouth. Qian Zihao's expression changed drastically in an instant. People around him scattered as if avoiding a plague, leaving him standing there dumbfounded, holding a bouquet of bright red roses in his hands. He had originally planned to give them to Nangong Mengli in front of everyone after Morong Zhuo announced the engagement. As the richest man in Xingqing, he reacted very quickly. In almost 0.1 seconds, he threw down the flowers and knelt down decisively, throwing all dignity and face to the back of his mind. My lord, spare my life. I deserve to die. I'm too ugly to offend your eyes. I'm willing to compensate you. 100 million. No, 10. Qian Zihao's words came to an abrupt halt. With an arrogant gesture, an identical line of blood appeared on Qian Zihao's neck, and his large head fell to the ground. The necklace around his neck emitted only a faint light before quickly extinguishing. Fast. Too fast. The speed of flower blooms, in an instant, exceeded the speed of the noble phantasm's self-protection, leaving no time to react. After dealing with Qian Zihao, Aoman left completely, his tall and slender figure stepping out of the door and disappearing into the darkness. Nangong Mengli, who was in Su Mu's arms, was even weaker. Her face was almost bloodless, and she had great difficulty walking. This scene was exactly what Su Mu had anticipated, which is why he deliberately arranged for Nangong Mengli to provoke the arrogant one, just so that no one would suspect why Nangong Mengli suddenly became weak. Of course, whether this scene happened or not doesn't really matter. Morongjua's death was like an earthquake, shocking everyone's minds. Under such circumstances, basically no one would notice Nangong Mengli's abnormality. This is just to be on the safe side. The crowd stood there, stunned, as if they hadn't yet woken from this nightmare. After the first person screamed and scrambled away from the scene, everyone else rushed off in a panic. Su Mu followed the panicked crowd, half embracing Nangong Mengli's weak body, and left the scene. Soon, the two got into the car. At this moment, the Platinum Hotel burst into flames. It was set by someone who had been hypnotized by Su Mu beforehand. He didn't know if the Crimson Flame Empire had any special means to find him, so to be on the safe side, he still set a fire to destroy the scene. Thank you, Su Mu. I underestimated the side effects of flowers bloom in an instant. If it weren't for you, I probably wouldn't have been able to escape unscathed. Nangong Mengli looked at Su Mu and expressed her sincere gratitude. Su Mu smiled slightly. I should be thanking you for letting me enjoy an interesting banquet. I never expected that the blood of nobles is also red. Nangong Mengli smiled weakly. Golden bloodline is just a name. How could a human possibly have golden blood? Oh, by the way, this is for you. She placed a silver ring in Su Mu's hand. Chapter 133, Qian Zihao's Ring. Chapter 133, Qian Zihao's Ring. Su Mu picked up the ring and examined it briefly. This is Qian Zihao's ring. His observation skills have always been very sharp, so he naturally noticed that Qian Zihao had worn this ring. Nangong Mengli nodded. That's right, this is a silver tier 1 treasure, the energy-devouring ring. I took it off when I killed Qian Zihao. After all, I went to the trouble of killing him, so I couldn't let it go to waste. Su Mu glanced at Nangong Mengli, whose face was pale, and agreed with her strong logic. He carefully wiped the ring clean with a white handkerchief before putting it on. The silver ring had a very simple design, without any patterns, just like an ordinary silver ring. When he put it on, as his spiritual energy flowed in, he immediately understood the function of the energy-devouring ring. It can directly convert physical or mental energy into attack power. For example, an adult male can deliver a punch with a force of 200 Jin, 100 caddies. But after using the energy-devouring ring, the ring can absorb the energy stored in the body and unleash it all, allowing you to deliver a punch with a force of 1,000 Jin, 500 caddies. However, the price is that you become extremely thin because the energy stored in your body is drained. This transformation also applies to mental strength, converting mental strength into physical power. However, few people do this because the recovery of mental strength is 10 times more difficult than the recovery of physical strength. Physical weakness can be remedied simply by eating and drinking, but mental strength rarely has any means of replenishment and usually relies on time to recover slowly. Furthermore, excessive extraction of mental energy may turn one into an idiot. Sumu, however, did not have such worries. He felt that the ring was very suitable for him because he had enough mental energy, and the ring could convert his mental energy into real and usable combat power. He roughly understood why Qian Zihao had made himself so fat. He was probably storing up energy so that, in the event of danger, he could unleash terrifying power no weaker than that of an extraordinary being using the energy-devouring ring. This ring isn't a thank you gift. I've said I would definitely repay you. Anything I have, I can give you. Nangong Mengli leaned weakly against the back of the chair, her eyelids already drooping. Do you know, I've waited for this day for so long. I will never forget the day my mother passed away. She held my hand and told me to forget the hatred and not to seek revenge. But I can't forget the hatred of the Nangong family and my mother's hatred. They remind me all the time. I have been confused, and I have read many books that persuade people to do good. They say that people should not live for hatred, but should let go and cherish the people who are alive. But where is anyone alive? I'm the only one left in the entire Nangong family. If I don't avenge them, who will? The thought that those who killed my family are still living happily in this world fills me with hatred. I hate them. Why should we die? Why? Nangong Mengli was speaking to herself rather than to Su Mu, a self-narration of an avenger. Her head grew heavier and heavier, her eyelids drooped more than once, and her voice grew softer and softer. In a daze, she smelled a floral fragrance. The refreshing aroma entered her nostrils and made her feel itchy. Where is the fragrance of flowers coming from? She opened her eyes with some difficulty, and what came into view was a tattered rose, as if it had been thrown to the ground and stepped on twice. It was ugly, very ugly. Su Mu's voice rang out from the side. Although it's a bit inappropriate, it's almost midnight, so, happy birthday. Nangong Mengli stared blankly at the roses in front of her. At this moment, she seemed to have forgotten her hatred and her exhaustion. Where did you get these flowers? I picked him up from Qian Zihao's body. Just like you said, after all, it took a lot of effort to kill him, so I can't just kill him for nothing, right? Uft. Nangong Mengli chuckled softly, her eyes, which had been filled with hatred, softening considerably. She carefully took the nearly broken rose, brushed aside the stray strands of hair, and gently inhaled its fragrance. Her eyes curved into a pair of beautiful crescent moons, reflecting the neon lights rushing by on the roadside, as well as the sapanwood and roses. Thank you, Sumu. Driving, Sumu kept his eyes straight ahead, the bright and dim lights of the roadside neon lights constantly intertwining on his angular face. No need to be polite. It's only right to send birthday wishes. After speaking, Sumu suddenly felt his lips were a little wet. He was sure he hadn't licked his lips, which made him frown slightly. The humidity in the car shouldn't be that high. Unless... He glanced sideways at Nangong Mengli, only to find that she had already fallen into a deep sleep, clutching a rose tightly, clearly due to excessive exertion and exhaustion. A day later, the entire city of Xingqing was under unprecedented martial law, with a large number of law enforcement officers in uniform and with guns at their waists appearing in every corner to conduct a thorough search. This caused a great deal of panic in Xingqing. Even the streets were less crowded than usual. The most pitiful were the shops selling tuxedos. Several shops were shut down because the styles they sold were very similar to those worn by Pride, the first of the 7 deadly sins. The tuxedos were taken back and severely tortured. The name of the 7 deadly sins, Pride, seemed to resound throughout Star City overnight. To be precise, it wasn't just Star City. Other surrounding cities and even the entire Crimson Flame Empire were alarmed. The killing of an imperial noble is a major scandal in the Crimson Flame Empire. Even during wars with other countries, nobles have the right to be pardoned. Even if a noble is captured, he or she will be treated well by the enemy country and wait for the enemy family to ransom him with a large sum of money. If this was the case during wartime, how much more so during peacetime? The news of Murong Zhua's murder caused a huge uproar, dominating the front pages of major newspapers. Rumors are circulating among the noble circles of Star City that the imperial family is furious and has dispatched a gold-level expert to Star City, determined to capture the 7 deadly sins. Pride. The non-existent 7 Deadly Sins organization also successfully topped the Crimson Flame Empire's wanted list, even overshadowing the Revolutionary Army for a time. Even the Revolutionary Army never killed nobles. It is rumored that they only captured nobles and used them to exchange for large amounts of resources. I heard about the fire at the Platinum Hotel yesterday. I heard a nobleman died inside. I heard that not only one nobleman died, but many celebrity bosses died, including Qian Zihao, the richest man in Xingqing. Chapter 134 Gold Level Expert. Chapter 134 Gold Level Expert. You've only heard about it, but I saw it with my own eyes. I was working as a waiter at the Platinum Hotel that day. All the dignitaries of Xingqing came to celebrate the birthday of the Murong family head. You don't know, but the pride of the 7 deadly sins appeared out of nowhere like a ghost. With a wave of his hand, the Murong family head's head fell to the ground on the spot. Isn't that an exaggeration? It's no exaggeration. I was terrified. Not only the head of the Murong family, but also many other VIPs. Whoever he pointed at would die. Everyone was too scared to move. In the end, we just watched him leave. Oh, by the way, only the 3rd daughter of the Murong family was brave. She really dared to stand up and question Arrogance, asking him why he killed people. Do you know what Arrogance said? What did he say? What did he say? He said, the man lowered his voice. Don't you find killing imperial nobles very interesting? Hiss. A collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the surrounding area. Similar scenes were not uncommon on the streets of Xingqing. There were too many witnesses, and the version of how the arrogant man killed the nobleman kept spreading, becoming more and more outrageous. In the end, some people even said that he was the incarnation of a god, who came to punish Murong Zhua for his many evil deeds. Xingqing Law Enforcement Bureau. Wei Zheng, the director of the Law Enforcement Bureau, was constantly wiping the sweat from his face with a handkerchief. He was bowing and scraping to a woman sitting in the seat. The woman was dressed in a black, fitted outfit, similar to leather, which accentuated her slender figure. She had shoulder-length black hair that gave her a capable look, and her face was delicate with a healthy tan. Her lower body was also covered by tight-fitting trousers with smooth lines that extended from her waist to her ankles, highlighting her 2 straight legs. The trouser legs were tucked into black high-top tactical boots, and she wore no other accessories. Captain Mu, do we really have to capture all the survivors? They are mostly high-ranking officials and nobles in Star City, and some of them even have business dealings with the nobility in the capital. This is a huge matter, and I really can't make the decision. The woman surnamed Mu is named Mu Lingxi, and she is the captain of the action team sent by the Capital Law Enforcement Bureau. Sensing Wei Zheng's reluctance, Mu Lingxi said coldly, "This is Lord Xikong's intention." Upon hearing the name Xikong, Wei Zheng instinctively trembled, and his peripheral vision involuntarily drifted toward the man sitting on the sofa at the far end of the office. He was a middle-aged man. Time had left its mark on his face, but it did not diminish his dignity and charm. His hair was slightly silver gray, meticulously combed, and neatly swept back. He had thick eyebrows like swords, sharp eyes, and a well-defined, bronze-colored face. He simply sat there, like a majestic mountain peak, giving people a sense of unshakability. Lord Xikong Zhen this. Wei Zheng looked troubled. Xikong Zhen raised his eyes and looked at Wei Zheng. At that moment, Wei Zheng suddenly felt as if he were being watched by a top predator. He began to have difficulty breathing, as if something was pressing down on him and making it hard to breathe. This powerful sense of oppression made him dare not say anything more. "Do as I say," Xikong Zhen said slowly, his voice calm yet authoritative. "Yes, Lord Xikong." Wei Zheng stood up straight abruptly, like a soldier facing a general. Wei Zheng left to carry out orders. As soon as he left the office, his face was immediately replaced by a bitter expression. These people sent from above showed no mercy. They were quick to arrest people, but they would just walk away and leave, leaving him to be the one who had offended everyone. He is the director of the Xingqing Law Enforcement Bureau, and he will be working in Xingqing for the rest of his life. Although he thought this way, he didn't dare to say it to her face. If it were just Mu Lingxi putting pressure on him, he could have made excuses, since she was just a captain in the general administration, who was technically his equal. But Xikong Zhen had spoken, and he dared not disobey, because Xikong Zhen was a golden-level superhuman from the capital, and the surname Xikong also represented the other party's noble status. In the Crimson Flame Empire, nobles are not necessarily gold-level transcendents, but gold-level transcendents are always nobles. Even wild, powerful gold-level warriors are granted noble titles by the Empire, which invites them to join its ranks in order to consolidate its rule. What people truly hate is not the nobility, but rather the fact that they are not nobles themselves. Bronze Coffin Company. Nangong Mengli leaned back wearily in the large leather chair, which sagged slightly, the soft leather enveloping her graceful figure. A cup of hot tea sat on her desk, steaming gently. Sitting opposite her was Sumu. Sumu held the newspaper in his hand, sipping hot tea as he examined it. The headline described the 7 deadly sins, pride, a heinous crime involving the public assassination of an imperial nobleman, for which he was wanted nationwide. Wei Zhong, the director of the Xingqing Law Enforcement Bureau, called me and ordered everyone who attended the banquet to go to the bureau. It's mandatory. He said it was an order from Sikong Jun, a gold-level expert from the capital. Nangong Mengli said wearily. The after-effects of flowers bloom in an instant were too great. Even after resting for a day, she still hadn't recovered. However, this also proves its power. To step into the realm of time with a human body is the strongest known silver law. Ever since witnessing the flower blooms in an instant, that day, Sumu understood why the Crimson Flame Empire's royal family was determined to eliminate the Nangong family. No one wanted such terrifying power to be in the hands of others. During wartime, the Nangong family is the best weapon, but once peace arrives, the royal family will begin to be wary and even afraid, as no one wants to keep someone who can kill them at any time by their side. Nangong Mengli can instantly kill a silver level 3 if she is already at the silver level 1. So what if she reaches the gold level? Activating Flowers Bloom in an instant comes at the cost of burning your lifespan. How much of your lifespan did you consume this time? Sumu asked. Nangong Mengli seemed unwilling to bring up the matter, but she still answered. 5 years. 5 years to live. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. This number didn't sound like much, but how many 5-year periods does one have in a lifetime? Silver-level superhumans are still human beings after all. Even with their immense power, their lifespan is not much longer than that of ordinary people. Each use of their power lasts for 5 years, so they can't use it too many times in their lifetime. This is a special case because the gap between me and Morongjua is too large. In order to avoid any unforeseen complications, I must activate the power of Blooming Moment to the maximum to obtain the ultimate speed and not give him any time to react. Therefore, it will consume more energy. If I were to deal with a weaker enemy, it would not consume this much energy. Sumu nodded. Do you know anything about Sikongjin? Nangong Mengli seemed a little cold, her slender hands holding the cup of hot tea, the steam blurring her face. I don't know. The information of every gold-level expert is top secret and not allowed to be circulated. However, I do know a little bit. I heard it from Qian Zihao. The Sikong family approved Qian Zihao's mithril mining license. At the time, he mentioned his connections in the capital to show me his strength, but these connections were nothing special. All the wealthy people in the country were scrambling to curry favor with the nobles in the capital, and Qian Zihao was just one of them. Now that Sikongjin has come, it seems the mithril mine left behind by Qian Zihao won't be able to stay. Chapter 135 Interrogation. Chapter 135 Interrogation. Sumu smiled slightly. He roughly understood why Sikongjin was the one who came to investigate. Even nobles would be tempted by the value of the mithril mine. It was not hard to imagine that Qian Zihao would definitely send a large amount of funds to the Sikong family every year in order to obtain protection. Now that Qian Zihao was dead, the Sikong family naturally had to find a new agent to take over the mithril mine. Of course, Qian Zihao couldn't just send money to the Sikong family. He also had dealings with other nobles in the capital and even various departments. Personal relationships are never a straight line, but a complex and intricate network. The decision of who to send to Star City for this investigation likely involved a small power struggle among the nobles of the capital. In the end, the Sikong family emerged victorious, coming to reap the rewards and, incidentally, investigate the 7 deadly sins, pride. Let's go to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Don't keep our distinguished guests from the capital waiting. Sumu slowly got up from the sofa, elegantly straightened his slightly wrinkled clothes, picked up his snakeskin cane, and left with Nangong Mengli. Xingqing Law Enforcement Bureau, Interrogation Room. The lighting was dim, with only one spotlight on in the interrogation room, shining directly into the center. The central area was empty except for a chair made of mithril alloy, which was cast into the ground and looked very sturdy. Murong Yun was so blinded by the light that he could barely open his eyes. His body was bound to the mithril alloy chair. Looking at the blurry figures hidden in the darkness beyond the light, he felt inexplicably nervous. This was the first time he had entered the law enforcement bureau in this manner. Normally, he would have been dissatisfied long ago, but upon hearing that it was Sikong Jun who gave the order, he could only suppress his dissatisfaction. He was indeed a nobleman, but even nobles were divided into different ranks. If Morong Zhuo were still alive, the Morong family might have some standing among the nobles of the capital, but now, Morong Yun, tell me the details of the incident. Tell me everything you know, without hiding anything. In the darkness, Mu Lingxi's icy voice rang out. Morong Yun glanced at the other party. Although the other party's figure was hidden in the darkness, as a silver second-tier transcendent, he could naturally see him clearly. She's a beauty. Beautiful women are not important. He has plenty of those. What truly interests him is the woman's identity. A law enforcement captain from the General Law Enforcement Bureau. When a beautiful woman is adorned with the aura of high rank and power, it does indeed make him somewhat tempted. Of course, right now he only dares to itch. All of this was due to pressure from the golden aristocracy. Morong Yun began to honestly recount what had happened. He spoke in great detail and embellished the story to some extent, as he didn't want anyone to know that he had been like a fool, unable to move, when his father died. He frequently displayed grief and resentment, acting very much like a victim who had lost his father. Mu Lingxi listened expressionlessly, while the law enforcement staff beside her took notes. Captain Mu, I've told you everything I know. You must find arrogance and avenge my father. He's an imperial nobleman. Before Morong Yun could finish speaking, Mu Lingxi interrupted him. As far as I know, arrogance once possessed you? Why didn't you mention that? Morong Yun's heart skipped a beat, and her expression stiffened slightly. I forgot for a moment, but it wasn't possession. He just walked out of my body. He was like a ghost, as if he had no physical form. I didn't feel anything unusual at the time, and I checked myself when I got back, and my body was indeed fine. A ghost? Other witnesses said that the Morong family had suspected that arrogance was not a physical entity, but an illusion. What do you think about this? Morong Yun shook his head repeatedly. How could it be an illusion? How could there be such a realistic illusion in this world? I saw arrogance kill people with my own eyes. He killed many people, and his methods were very strange. He could kill anyone he pointed at with just a finger. Even my father. He just waved his hand, and my father's head fell to the ground. When Morong Yun talked about her father, she unconsciously began to choke up, and her eyes reddened. My father made this judgment because of his arrogance and lack of a sense of wind. He was misled by his preconceived notions. A gold-level expert can perfectly conceal all his aura and blend into the surrounding environment. It is not difficult for him to walk without a sense of wind. You think arrogance is a gold-level transcendent? Mu Lingxi's eyes narrowed slightly. Morong Yun was somewhat excited. Of course it's a gold-level transcendent. How could someone other than a gold-level transcendent do this? You don't know. Back then he said he had enough fun and was going to get serious. Then his powerful aura directly affected the lights in the banquet hall, causing them to flicker. Eerie, delirious chanting echoed all around. Many guests died instantly upon hearing the sounds. Who else could it be but a gold-ranking transcendent? Who else but a gold-ranking transcendent could accomplish this? He was exaggerating. In reality, the serpent god's murmurs didn't kill the guests. At most, they caused ordinary people to have splitting headaches or faint. After all, it was a murmur imitated using this silent heavenly music, so its power was limited. However, Morong Yun still wanted to exaggerate, because only the more powerful arrogance was, the less he would appear incompetent. If arrogance were a silver transcendent, how could the entire Morong family hold their heads high in the aristocratic circle? It will be all over the place by then, have you heard? The Morong family held a banquet on their own territory, and a silver-level transcendent came knocking on their door. Not only did he kill the Morong family head in one move, but he also scared the entire Morong family so much that no one dared to move. Thank you for your cooperation. Someone, take Mr. Morong Yun downstairs for a medical checkup. Morong Yun's expression changed slightly. Didn't I already say? After I went back, I had someone conduct a comprehensive checkup. He began to protest. After all, no one likes their body being manipulated at will by people who don't understand them. Especially if some supernatural methods are used, there might be some after effects. However, no one paid attention to his protests. This Star City nobleman was no match for the true Golden Noble. After Morong Yun was taken away, a staff member asked, Captain Mu, the lie detector sounded an alarm several times. Morong Yun lied in many places, especially when he expressed his grief for his father. Mu Lingxi's lips curled into a mocking smile. I've seen plenty of this kind of person. He can't wait for the head of the Morong family to die, so he can inherit the entire family. I don't care about the petty squabbles among nobles. I'm here for only one purpose, to capture arrogance. Bring the next one in. Soon, Nangong Mengli, dressed in plain clothes and without any makeup, entered the interrogation room. Her appearance made Mu Lingxi's eyes narrow slightly. After Nangong Mengli sat down in the interrogation chair, Mu Lingxi began to ask questions. Miss Morong, I heard that you were the only person at the entire banquet who dared to stand up and question arrogance. Chapter 136 Nangong Mengli's Acting Skills. Chapter 136 Nangong Mengli's Acting Skills. Nangong Mengli's cold face revealed no emotion. She calmly nodded. Mu Lingxi raised an eyebrow and picked up the documents on the table. Morong Mengli, 23 years old. Birthday is September 17th. Mother Wang Suiping was once a slave bought by the head of the Morong family from human traffickers. Is the above information true? Nangong Mengli's expression remained unchanged. It's true. Mu Lingxi casually tossed the documents onto the table, leaned forward slightly, and her sharp gaze seemed to pierce through the darkness as she landed on Nangong Mengli. Based on the evidence I have, Morongjua doesn't seem to treat you well. There are even rumors that your mother was indirectly killed by him. This makes me very curious. None of your brothers and sisters have the courage to stand up for you. So what makes you dare to stand up for Morongjua? Nangong Mengli slightly raised her eyes and met those sharp eyes. She pondered for a moment and finally said slowly, "That's not a rumor. My mother died because of him." Oh, Mu Lingxi's lips curled up slightly. That makes it even more interesting. Logically speaking, you should hate Morongjua, but you have done something contrary to common sense. Why is that? What do you think I am? Nangong Mengli suddenly asked a very strange question. This made Mu Lingxi frown. What do you mean? Aren't you the third young lady of the Morong family? Do you have another identity? Nangong Mengli nodded calmly. When Morongjua was alive, I was the high and mighty third young lady of the Morong family. But what am I now that Morongjua is dead? Mu Lingxi's brows furrowed deeper and deeper, as if she had understood something. I do hate him, but I don't hate Ronghua Fugawei. He can die, but I must have a share of the Morong family's inheritance. This is what he owes me, and it is what I deserve. His cold words revealed a hint of firm ambition. So you're standing up for yourself? To make a name for yourself, and thus fight for the inheritance. Otherwise what? Nangong Mengli's lips curled into a smile, seemingly with a hint of pleasure. If not for yourself, then for Morongjua? Aren't you afraid that arrogance will kill you? I'm not afraid. Why aren't you afraid? Because arrogance is also a man's trait, and beautiful women always receive some preferential treatment in front of men, and this has proven to be true. Nangong Mengli smiled, and the dazzling light softened under her smile. Her eyes and brows were painted with a shimmering color by the light. The two male law enforcement officers in the room suddenly began to breathe heavily, and an uncontrollable look of amazement flashed in their eyes. Ahem. Mu Lingxi coughed lightly, bringing the two male law enforcers back to their senses. The two lowered their heads somewhat awkwardly. Next question, Miss Morong. What is your relationship with Su Mu? He is a shareholder of the Bronze Coffin and my business partner. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Qian Zihao is your fiancé, yet you brought Su Mu to the banquet. Aren't you afraid? I like him, Nangong Mengli said coolly, her straightforward words causing Mu Lingxi to pause slightly. You like him? Mu Lingxi was very skeptical. Would a woman who was willing to risk her life for her own wealth and glory easily fall in love with a man from the lower city? What? Is that not allowed? Miss Morong, judging from what you just said, wealth and power seem to be more important to you than love. A nightmare apostle from the lower city is only at the bronze level. He can't possibly be as good as Qian Zihao, the richest man in Xingqing, right? Yet you chose to attend the banquet with Su Mu instead of Qian Zihao. That in itself is quite intriguing. At this moment, Nangong Mengli suddenly revealed a meaningful smile. Captain Mu, I think you will know the answer to this question the moment you meet Su Mu. Are there any other questions? If not, I need to go back and mourn for Morongjua. Mu Lingxi stared at him for a moment, then finally let Nangong Mengli go. Captain Mu, Miss Morong did not lie. The lie detector did not sound an alarm throughout the entire process. Mu Lingxi glanced at the lie detector, her eyes filled with an unreadable expression. Bring Su Mu in. The moment Su Mu entered, Mu Lingxi and the others finally understood why Nangong Mengli had said those words. This man, dressed in a sharp suit, wearing brown glasses, and holding a snakeskin cane, looked like an aristocrat straight out of a classical oil painting, naturally exuding an elegant and composed air. When he sat in the interrogation chair, the blinding light shining on him was like a spotlight on a stage, illuminating a superstar and giving his fair, flawless skin a fluorescent glow. without any visible pores or pimples, like the smoothest silk in the world. At this moment, Mu Lingxi felt a flutter in her heart. This feeling had nothing to do with love. It was just like the instinctive reaction of a man seeing a beautiful woman or a beautiful woman seeing a handsome man. People always like to pursue beautiful things. How can a grown man have skin this good? Pretty boy. Mu Lingxi cursed inwardly a couple of times before suppressing the strange feeling in her heart. She was there to interrogate, not to admire handsome men. Mr. Su, you were not invited to the banquet. Why did you attend? Su Mu wore a gentle smile, his soft gaze seemingly able to pierce through the darkness as he looked at Mu Lingxi, who was asking the question. He was like a gentleman with good manners, always remembering to look at the other person when talking to them and to give them enough respect. At the invitation of a beautiful lady. Is it Morong Mengli? Exactly. What is your relationship with her? Colleague and friend. Oh, Mu Lingxi narrowed her eyes slightly. But I think Miss Morong and you have a close relationship. Moreover, she just admitted that she likes you. As far as I know, when Aoman was leaving, he suddenly stopped and turned around to kill your rival Qian Zihao. Why did he not kill others, but only Qian Zihao? And another thing, you brought the golden eye back from the nightmare world and then gave it to Morong Mengli to present to the Morong family head. But just by chance, arrogance suddenly appeared and stole the golden eye. What do you have to say? Su Mu was still smiling. You suspect me of being arrogant? If you can't answer this question, then I have reason to doubt you. Su Mu calmly pushed up his brown-tinted glasses and smiled gently. Captain Mu, if I may be frank, do you think you would still be sitting there unscathed asking me questions? Snap. A male law enforcement officer slammed his hand on the table. Su Mu, watch your tone. This is the law enforcement station, not your home. He had long disliked Su Mu. Jealousy between men is most obvious. Su Mu looked at the male law enforcement officer with a deep gaze. Even though he was restrained by the interrogation chair, his words still made people feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Chapter 137 If I Were Pride, what do you think would happen? Chapter 137 If I Were Pride, what do you think would happen? His tone was calm and gentle, without the slightest hint of threat, but rather as if he were joking with an old friend. Sir, aren't you afraid that I am truly arrogant? Upon hearing this, the male law enforcement officer felt a chill run down his spine. If I were truly arrogant, guess what would happen? I would speak disrespectfully to someone who is suspected to be a gold saint. You might think this is the law enforcement agency, with a gold-level expert in charge, capable of capturing arrogance. But before capturing arrogance, it's quite reasonable for him to casually kill a few insignificant people, isn't it? You. The male law enforcement officer seemed to have something choking him, unable to speak at all, or rather, he dared not speak anymore. He was indeed afraid. If Su Mu was truly arrogant, he knew he wouldn't survive. He didn't believe that someone who dared to kill even nobles wouldn't dare to kill someone in the law enforcement bureau. Su Mu chuckled softly. Sir, don't be afraid. I was just joking. After all, I'm just a second-tier bronze transcendent. How could I be arrogant? This joke is not funny at all, Mu Lingxi said coldly. Su Mu shrugged, looking nonchalant. Looks like I don't have much of a talent for humor. Su Mu, what is your bronze law? Mega Force Punch. And the other one? Instead of answering directly, Su Mu suddenly asked, Don't you think it's too dark here? Mu Lingxi frowned, about to speak, when she heard a click and the interrogation room lights were turned on. She turned around abruptly and looked at the staff member guarding the door. What are you doing? The staff member scratched his head blankly. I just think it's a bit dark. Mu Lingxi realized something and quickly shifted her gaze to Su Mu, her eyes sharp as swords. Was this your doing? Su Mu nodded. Bronze Law Sequence 44, Mind Control and Thought Guidance, can be commonly referred to as hypnosis. This is a real bronze law, and it's also the one most similar to his hypnotic ability. He doesn't intend to hide his hypnotic ability because it's easy to find out. Mu Lingxi's gaze remained sharp. Your actions are already considered a provocation against the Law Enforcement Bureau. Actions speak louder than words, don't they? Su Mu's words had a double meaning, and no one knew what he really meant. Was he trying to prove his hypnotic abilities through action, or was he telling Mu Lingxi not to make such meaningless threats and to just take action? Suddenly, Mu Lingxi smiled and said, Mr. Su, you are very arrogant, which is very similar to arrogance, the first of the 7 deadly sins. However, the arrogance of the 7 deadly sins is even more outward. He recklessly barged into the banquet and killed people. He clearly had the strength to kill Morong Zhua instantly, but he insisted on playing around with him first. You are reserved and seemingly gentle, treating everyone equally, but in reality, you don't take anyone seriously. Even in the law enforcement bureau with a gold-level expert in charge, you still dare to act arbitrarily. Even Murong Yun, a silver 2 and a nobleman, couldn't help but feel nervous and anxious here. But you, a bronze 2 from the lower city, didn't panic at all from beginning to end. I'm really curious why that is. Perhaps you really are just arrogant? Su Mu smiled slightly and gave Mu Lingxi an answer that surprised her. Because I am the Nightmare Apostle. Mu Lingxi was taken aback. Nightmare Apostle? Yes, he was a Nightmare Apostle, a type of person who faced the dangers of the nightmare world at any moment. These kinds of people are either hysterical or paranoid and insane. It's hard to find a normal person among them. Not every normal person can remain calm and collected when they are fully aware that they are about to die. The explanation was reasonable, but she still felt something was off. She felt that Su Mu had the madness of a Nightmare Apostle, but he didn't seem like one. However, she ultimately said nothing and let Su Mu go. After Su Mu left, the law enforcement officer who had been intimidated earlier said with a grim expression, "Captain Mu, are we just going to let him go like this? Look at his attitude. He might really be arrogant." Mu Lingxi glanced at him sideways and said indifferently, "Do you think we would still be alive if he were truly arrogant?" Lord Sikong-jun went to the mithril mine and wasn't at the enforcement bureau at all. Even if he were arrogant, would you dare to arrest him? The law enforcement officer's face stiffened, and he was speechless with frustration. Moreover, according to normal logic, he shouldn't be arrogance. Arrogance has the strength to instantly kill a silver tier 3 transcendent and is suspected to be a gold tier expert. Su Mu, on the other hand, is just a Nightmare Apostle from the lower city. I checked his information. He hasn't been a Nightmare Apostle for very long, and he can already be considered a genius for reaching bronze tier 2. The law enforcement officer looked up, his tone slightly hurried, and said, "Since he's bronze 2, then arrest him too." Mu Lingxi's sharp gaze was fixed on the law enforcer, causing him to tremble and swallow the rest of his words. He's not arrogant, so why arrest him? Just because he joked with you? We are law enforcement officers, not gangsters. Yes, Captain Mu, I understand. The law enforcement officer lowered his head in shame, though it was all an act. There are few magnanimous people in this world, and no one will bow their head and admit their mistake because of someone else's words, unless that person is a leader. When the leader is in front of you, you have to admit it whether you want to or not. He cursed inwardly. It's not that I can't catch you because of your arrogance, but that you're too arrogant to catch me. What the hell are you doing here? Did his lie detector light up? No, it didn't light up even once the entire time. Mu Lingxi narrowed her eyes slightly. The lie detector only judges whether someone is lying based on their heartbeat. Some criminals with strong mental fortitude will not trigger the lie detector even if they lie. Arrogance allows him to kill imperial nobles with impunity. His mental fortitude must far surpass that of ordinary people. The subordinate who was fiddling with the lie detector cast a questioning look at him. I know what you're thinking. Why do you insist on using a lie detector even though you know it's useless? Mu Lingxi's lips curled into a smug, confident smile. This is a reverse lie detector test. On average, people lie at least 25 times a day, mainly for 3 purposes: showing off, pleasing others, and self-protection. Many lies are said subconsciously, such as Murong Yun. Even as a victim, there are still many lies in his words that have been processed by his subjective consciousness. You mean lying is normal, and not lying is abnormal? Mu Lingxi shook her head. You can understand it that way, but the lie detector can only be used as a reference. There are many people in this world with strong mental fortitude, especially among the superhumans. My real purpose is to make them lower their guard. Lower your guard. The man's eyes widened. Do you have other tricks up your sleeve? Mu Lingxi stopped talking and stared at the person who asked the question with interest. Shaoli, you've been talking a bit too much today. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival, everyone. Chapter 138 Bronze Laws, Dream Journey, and Spiritual Traces. Chapter 138 Bronze Laws, Dream Journey, and Spiritual Traces. Shaoli looked slightly flustered. I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to learn more from Captain Mu. Your question just now, was it what you really wanted to ask, or what Su Mu wanted to ask? Shaoli's expression immediately changed drastically. Captain Mu, what are you talking about? What does this have to do with Su Mu? Of course there's a connection. If he could control you to turn on the lights just now, why couldn't he control you to investigate the law enforcement agency's secrets? Captain, I'm not. I'm willing to undergo a mental health check by the law enforcement agency. I'll make sure you undergo a mental examination even without you saying so. Someone, take Shaoli away for a checkup. Not only him, but all the ordinary law enforcement officers that Su Mu just contacted must undergo mental examinations. Following Mu Lingxi's order, The Law Enforcement Bureau was thrown into chaos, with many people being taken away for inspection without any explanation. "Let me go? I'm mentally sound. I don't want a mental examination," someone shouted in panic. As an employee of the law enforcement agency, he naturally knew what a mental examination meant. The mind is different from the body. Even a slight mistake can cause permanent damage. A routine X-ray at the hospital involves radiation, let alone a mental examination. Mu Lingxi was very cautious, but Su Mu was even more cautious. Su Mu, who was used to hypnotizing others, did not hypnotize the ordinary employees of the Law Enforcement Bureau this time. Firstly, because ordinary employees had no access to classified information, so hypnosis would be useless. Secondly, the Law Enforcement Bureau might have some means to check for hypnosis. After all, it was led by a gold-level expert, and a group of elites from the Imperial Capital Law Enforcement Bureau came. If hypnosis is really that powerful, then the bronze law of mind control wouldn't only be ranked 44th. Night. After a busy day, the gold-level transcendent being, Lord Sikong Jun, returned. His usually furrowed brows relaxed for once, and he couldn't help but feel happy as he thought of the mithril he had just acquired. He figured he couldn't have come for nothing. He had the mithril mine in hand, and the Murong family too. As the local tyrants of Xingqing, the Murong family controlled a considerable number of industries. Now that Murong Zhua is dead, the Murong family is left with only a few members. If handled properly, they may be able to extract even more profits. Knock, knock, knock. A soft knock sounded on the door. Sikong Jun, whose train of thought had been interrupted, frowned slightly. "Go in." With a snap, the door was pushed open by Mu Lingxi, who was holding a list in her hand. She went straight to the point and said, "Lord Sikong, this is the list of suspects from the banquet. I have screened all the people who attended the banquet and found a few key suspects. Please take a look." Sikong Jun didn't reach out to take it, but waved his hand dismissively. "You're a professional at investigating cases, so just go ahead and do it. I'm only responsible for arresting people. If you really find arrogance, then let me know." Mu Lingxi's expression was indifferent, as if she had already expected this outcome. She didn't buy into Sikong Jun's high EQ remarks at all. He clearly didn't want to get involved, but instead put a professional label on himself. "Lord Sikong, my plan is this. First, let these suspects think they've passed the screening, and once they lower their guard, we can proceed with the second step." Sikong Jun interrupted, saying, "You are in charge of handling all these matters. You don't need to report to me. I only need the exact location of arrogance." "Yes, Lord Sikong." Mu Lingxi put away the list and left the office expressionlessly. Bronze Coffin Company. Sumu was playing with Bubai. After being fed a lot of spiritual energy, Bubai had grown new arms and was growing taller and taller, from more than 2 meters to 3 meters, showing a sense of no destruction, no construction. Eat up, poor child. I bet you haven't had a proper meal before you met me, have you?" Sumu continuously poured his mental energy into Bubai's body, even though the other party was already full. He kept pouring it in, and his mental energy was replenished every day, which was equivalent to automatic refresh. If he didn't consume more, it would be a waste. Finally, he stopped when he saw the 3-meter-tall, slender-limbed woman with a large belly, looking as if she were pregnant. Then he lay down on the bed, closed his eyes and fell asleep, a hopeful smile on his lips, as if anticipating what surprises tomorrow would bring. Time passed by, and soon it was late at night. Sumu was already fast asleep. He slept, but others did not. Inside the Law Enforcement Bureau, Mu Lingxi held a cup of coffee, taking small sips. Sitting opposite her was a young man with severe dark circles under his eyes and thinning hair. The man wore thick-rimmed black glasses and had lifeless eyes. His eyelids kept opening and closing, clearly indicating that he was extremely tired. "Zhuangqing." Mu Lingxi called the man's name, and he immediately woke up, hurriedly wiping away his drool. "Huh? What time is it?" 2 in the morning. "It's already 2 a.m.? Zhuangqing's face fell, and he tidied his sparse hair. "Captain, can we start now? I really can't stay up any longer. Look at me, I'm almost bald. Now when I go out and tell people I work in the Law Enforcement Bureau, no one believes me. They all say I'm a programmer." Mu Lingxi nodded. "Wait a little longer. The nightlife in the upper city is very vibrant, and many people stay up late. Wait another half hour. After half an hour, activate Dream Journey to infiltrate the target's dream." Upon hearing that there was still half an hour left, Zhuangqing looked utterly devastated. "Ugh, why is my ability called Dream Journey? It should be renamed Sleep in the Night, so I have to stay up all night with the target every time, and then sleep with them after they fall asleep." "Shut up," Mu Lingxi scolded. "What are you complaining about? This is the greatest use of Dream Journey spirit tracks. People are defenseless in dreams, so it is the easiest time to extract secrets. Back then, you failed all 5 subjects in the law enforcement exam, but I valued your abilities and made an exception to admit you. Is this how you repay me? Cheer up. Zhuang Qing shrank back, clearly somewhat afraid of Mu Lingxi, but he kept muttering. You want me to cheer up? At least let me have a cup of coffee. No, what if you can't sleep after drinking coffee? Zhuang Qing shook his head repeatedly. No, I've learned a particularly effective way to fall asleep. It makes me sleepy as soon as I use it, so it definitely won't interfere with my sleep. What method? Zhuang Qing looked troubled. He glanced at the aloof Mu Lingxi, thinking that she probably wouldn't understand, so he said, the airplane sleeping method. Mu Lingxi sneered. You plan to fall asleep in my office this way? By having me provide you with my photos? Chapter 139 The 7 Deadly Sins Meet. Chapter 139 The 7 Deadly Sins Meet. Zhuang Qing blushed as red as a monkey's bottom and stammered for a long time. Do you have any more revealing photos? Mu Lingxi remained silent, staring at him expressionlessly. Zhuang Qing lowered his head further and further, almost burying it in his crotch. It's almost time. Let's go to sleep. Oh. Zhuang Qing quickly turned to lie on his side on the bed, but strangely, even though he was so sleepy just now, he couldn't fall asleep at all. Captain, could you please stop looking at me? Mu Lingxi frowned deeply, grabbed Zhuang Qing by the collar, and lifted him up. You really plan to fall asleep like an airplane, huh? No, I'm used to being single, and I'm used to sleeping alone. I can't sleep when there are people in the house, especially women. Bang! Mu Lingxi threw Zhuang Qing back onto the bed and left without looking back, adding as she went, If I find any strange smells in the office, you're dead. Zhuang Qing was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she immediately dismissed her original thought. He obediently lay on the bed and started counting sheep. There was no way around it. All his drowsiness had been scared away by Mu Lingxi. 101, 102, 388. The more he counted, the more bitter his face became. He couldn't sleep. He simply couldn't sleep. He discovered that people are just like that. When you're not allowed to sleep, you can barely keep your eyes open, but when you're actually allowed to sleep, you just can't fall asleep. As he counted, he started to drift off. 554, 556, 553. Oh dear, you already counted me once. A little white lamb hopped out from the flock and complained. Zhuang Qing was startled. Holy crap, why are they all sheep? He found himself in a sheepfold, surrounded by pure white lambs. He shook his head violently, only then realizing that he had entered a dream. He was so engrossed in counting sheep that his dream was filled with sheep. With this thought in mind, he ignored the sheep and began searching through Su Mu's dream. When Su Mu was being investigated by the Law Enforcement Bureau, Mu Lingxi had already secretly intercepted a trace of his aura. Using this aura, Zhuang Qing quickly found Su Mu's dream. Then, he swaggered into Su Mu's dream, a task that was already second nature to him. Mu Lingxi said that Su Mu was the prime suspect. After the investigation during the day, he must have let his guard down. So she told her to enter his dreams at night to see if she could find any clues about his arrogance. She even suspected that Su Mu was arrogant, but there was no evidence, just a gut feeling. Zhuang Qing remained completely unfazed. Even if Su Mu was arrogant, it didn't matter. After all, it was a dream, and everything in a dream was fake. Even a gold-level expert couldn't kill him in a dream. And so, he fearlessly plunged into Su Mu's dream. The scene before my eyes changed rapidly, and I was greeted by an extremely prosperous modern metropolis, with bright lights and flashing neon signs, even more prosperous than the capital city. Zhuang Qing's eyes widened. He had entered many people's dreams, but this was the first time he had ever seen such a realistic dream. Previous dreams were like virtual games, and each scene required loading. Due to the limited computing power of the human brain, most scenes were blurred, and only the places where the protagonist was located would appear real. But Su Mu's dream was different. Every blade of grass and every tree there was no different from reality. He suddenly realized that Su Mu might really be arrogant. Otherwise, how could a second-level bronze transcendent support such a realistic dream? My heart was inexplicably racing, like an ordinary person who had accidentally discovered a big-shot secret. He suppressed the pounding in his heart and searched for Su Mu's location. It was hard to find. In his previous dreams, he only needed to go to the clearest scene to find the dream's owner. But everything here was very clear. However, this did not stump Zhuang Qing. He randomly asked a passerby on the street, "Excuse me, do you know where Su Mu is?" The passerby was taken aback. Who is Su Mu? This time, Zhuang Qing was stunned. It didn't make sense. Logically speaking, Everything in a dream is a manifestation of the dreamer's subconscious, so asking a passerby for directions is actually asking the subconscious. Suddenly, Zhuang Qing had a flash of inspiration and quickly changed his question. Excuse me, do you know where Lord Arrogance is? The passerby suddenly realized. You mean Lord Arrogance? He's on the top floor of that tallest building. A look of joy flashed across Zhuang Qing's face as he clenched his fist. Fantastic. I'm going to make a big contribution this time. When we get back, the captain will definitely look at me in a new light, and maybe he'll even give me a revealing photo. He hailed a taxi and headed straight for the tallest skyscraper, which was over 100 meters high and almost pierced the clouds. He encountered no obstacles along the way and walked straight into the building. He didn't find it strange at all. On the contrary, he thought it was normal because people are usually unguarded in dreams, and it is also difficult for them to realize that they are dreaming. Bite. He boarded the elevator and rode it upwards for several minutes before it finally stopped. He swaggered into the top floor and discovered that it was a huge conference room. Looking through the glass into the conference room, he was instantly taken aback. In the large conference room, there was a huge round table, around which sat 7 people. These 7 people were dressed in the same style of tailcoat. Their clothes were neat and sharp, and they were of different shapes and sizes, both men and women. And they all wore silver masks on their faces. The silver mask was very strange. It had no patterns, only an expression etched into the cold metal. Although the design was simple, it was remarkably lifelike. By observing their expressions, he could roughly determine the emotions represented by each mask: pride, rage, envy, greed, gluttony, lust, and sloth. The 7 deadly sins. Zhuang Qing almost cried out in surprise. He never expected to see the 7 deadly sins holding a meeting in Su Mu's dream. He immediately realized that this was a very important opportunity, and he might be able to learn more about the 7 deadly sins organization from the content of the meeting. The nightmare gate is ready. All that's missing is the sacrifice, he said in a gruff, raspy voice, his tone tinged with displeasure and anger. It was unclear who had provoked him. As for the offerings, the number of living people in the entire Star City should be enough. If not, it's okay. This time, the capital sent many extraordinary individuals to Star City to search for us. The souls of extraordinary individuals are of very high quality, so with them, it should be enough. Jealousy was a short-haired woman who was casually fiddling with her newly done nails. The white nails are inlaid with tiny diamonds, making them very delicate. Thump, thump. Zhuang Qing's heart was pounding so hard, he could hardly believe his ears. Was this the 7 deadly sins? They were actually planning to kill all the humans in Star City, including the superhumans from the capital. Didn't that include him? The news was so explosive that his brain almost went blank. Chapter 140: The 7 Deadly Sins Will Overturn the Entire World. Chapter 140: The 7 Deadly Sins Will Overturn the Entire World. Finally, this moment has arrived. I can't wait to see the wonderful scene of the nightmare's descent. This corrupt world needs a great cleansing. How weak the human body is. Only by fusing with nightmare monsters can humanity's ultimate evolutionary direction be achieved. Is there anything more perfect in this world than nightmare creatures? They are powerful, existing between reality and illusion, defying lifespan limitations, and possessing limitless potential. Humans have limits, but nightmares do not. Greed was so excited that his body trembled slightly. The next moment, a thick tentacle emerged from his body, wagging excitedly like a dog's tail. The sudden appearance of tentacles seemed to have nothing to do with the crowd. Gentlemen, the arrogant figure seated at the head of the table suddenly spoke. You are all pioneers of human civilization. Although you are not yet understood by the world, when the gate of nightmare opens, decay will be banished, and new life will belong to every human being who embraces evolution. May you all join me in this glorious evolution. As the arrogant and inspiring words resounded, the 7 deadly sins were completely agitated. Zhuang Qing, who was outside the conference room, felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. This group of lunatics. They actually want to use the power of nightmare creatures to overthrow the entire world. They're even more dangerous than the Revolutionary Army. No, I must get this message out as soon as possible, or it will be too late. Zhuang Qing trembled slightly, revealing his inner horror. While I was shocked and horrified, a sense of mission also arose in my heart, the mission of a savior. He took a deep look at the conference room and prepared to turn and leave, but then he suddenly realized that the arrogance in the conference room was gone. He was horrified. This was the dream of arrogance. How could arrogance have suddenly disappeared? The sudden turn of events frightened him. He couldn't care less about pride anymore. The seven deadly sins' insane plan made him feel unsafe even in his dream. A group of people who wanted to overthrow the world. Even a fool could imagine how terrifying their power must be. Just as he was about to turn and run away, a mocking voice suddenly rang out behind him. "Sir, what are you afraid of?" Zhuang Qing was instantly shocked. He quickly turned around and saw a silver-white smiling mask with a mocking smile on its lips. His face turned deathly pale. Aye. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the conference room and noticed that the other members of the seven deadly sins had all turned around and were staring straight at him. "Looks like a little mouse has infiltrated my dream," arrogantly chuckled. Bronze Lost Sequence 1, Dream Journey. "Who gave you the courage to invade my dream? Do you really think I can't do anything to you in a dream? Have you ever considered why Dream Journey is considered the weakest sequence?" At that moment, Zhuang Qing felt his scalp explode, and he felt like he was drowning, unable to breathe. He almost instinctively turned and ran, not daring to stop for a moment. They didn't even have the courage to turn around and see if Arrogance was chasing after them. As Arrogance said, Dream Journey is the weakest bronze law, offering almost no benefit to the body. This resulted in his combat power being 0, his never having participated in any battles, and his mental fortitude being extremely poor. Zhuang Qing jumped out of the window, standing 100 meters in the air, frantically chanting "Return" in his mind. The next moment, a blinding white light flashed before his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, the bustling city was gone, replaced by an endless flock of sheep. Meow, meow, meow. The white lambs bleated around him. "Get out of here. All of you get out of here. I need to wake up quickly. Wake up, please." Zhuang Qing was sweating profusely. He dared not delay for a moment because he had been discovered by pride. Perhaps they had already led the seven deadly sins to attack the Enforcement Bureau. He had to pass on the message. Perhaps heaven rewards those who persevere, for the surrounding sheep began to blur. Zhuang Qing was overjoyed, but his dream shattered inch by inch, and the ceiling of Mu Lingxi's office appeared before his eyes. Tung! He sprang out of bed, his face filled with anxiety, and was about to run outside when the door suddenly opened. Mu Lingxi frowned as she looked at the panicked Zhuang Qing. "How could you? Captain, there's no time to explain. Take me to see Lord Xikongzhen immediately. Something terrible has happened." Mu Lingxi realized the seriousness of the situation. "What exactly happened? Did you see something in Su Mu's dream?" "Captain, hurry. Otherwise we'll be too late. Let's talk as we go." The two quickly left the house and headed straight for Xikongzhen's office. "What exactly happened?" "Lord Xikongzhen is resting. Unless it's something extremely urgent. You know the consequences of disturbing him." Su Mu is arrogant." "What?" Mu Lingxi exclaimed in surprise. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure," Zhuang Qing shouted in a panic. "I saw it with my own eyes in my dream. There are 7 people in the 7 deadly sins. They are all madmen. Their goal is to open the gate to the nightmare world and let the nightmare monsters invade reality." As they spoke, the two arrived at Xikongzhen's office. Knock, knock, knock. Mu Lingxi kept knocking on the door, her fingers, adorned with exquisite manicures, bent and her knuckles striking the door frame. However, no one responded after knocking for a long time. Zhuang Qing grew increasingly anxious. "Where is Lord Xikongzhen at this hour?" "Captain, if necessary, we should call Lord Xikongzhen. This matter concerns the lives of the entire Star City, and even the entire empire." Mu Lingxi nodded solemnly, took out her phone, and tapped away on her white, diamond-encrusted nail polish. No one is answering. She continued trying to make the call. "Calm down first. Tell me everything you know. Have you forgotten what I taught you? Stay calm in a crisis. Don't panic. The more you panic, the more likely you are to make a mistake." Zhuang Qing forced himself to calm down and began to recount everything he had seen in a trembling voice. "I saw the 7 deadly sins having a meeting. I couldn't see their faces clearly because they were all wearing masks, but I do remember their builds. There were 6 men and 1 woman, some of them muscular and some of them thin. The woman was very slim, with short hair and her hands, and..." At this point, Zhuang Qing suddenly stopped, staring intently at Mu Lingxi's hands as she frantically tapped on her phone. Those hands were slender and long, adorned with exquisitely manicured nails, white tips studded with tiny rhinestones. The design is exactly the same as envy, one of the 7 deadly sins. In an instant, Zhuang Qing was enveloped by a silent terror. His hair stood on end, and he could barely breathe. "What else do you have in your hand?" Mu Lingxi asked. Thump, thump. Zhuang Qing's heart began to pound, but the expression on his face gradually cooled down. "And nothing. I can't remember clearly." "Captain, you go and gather the team to find Lord Xikongzhen. I'll make a statement and write down everything in my dream first, because I'm afraid I'll forget it later. Chapter 141, because I am also one of the 7 deadly sins. Chapter 141, because I am also one of the 7 deadly sins. Mu Lingxi looked up and smiled inexplicably. She rarely smiled, but when she did, she looked very beautiful. However, Zhuangqing only felt fear. You're finally starting to look like a law enforcer. All right, go ahead. Remember what I said. Stay calm in any situation and don't panic. Try to recall the details of your dream. If anything seems unusual, report it to me immediately. After saying that, Mu Lingxi left. Zhuangqing's back was almost soaked with cold sweat, and he felt dizzy. Captain, why? He stared at Mu Lingxi's departing figure, his eyes filled with sorrow. The next moment, he shook his head violently, his eyes hardening. Zhuangqing, pull yourself together. We must get the message to Lord Xikong no matter what. We absolutely cannot let the 7 deadly sins plan succeed. He turned and walked into the dark corridor, his figure gradually swallowed by the darkness, like a lone warrior. On the street, Zhuangqing drove at breakneck speed, heading straight for Qian Ziheo's manor, guessing that this was the most likely place for Xikong to be. Half an hour later, they arrived at Qian Ziheo's manor. Halt! Who goes there? 2 bodyguards in black blocked Zhuangqing's path. Zhuangqing was overjoyed to see the 2 men, as they were subordinates brought by Xikong, or rather, servants of the Xikong family. I am Zhuangqing from the Law Enforcement Bureau. I came to Xingqing with Lord Xikong. We've met before. This is my identification. I have important matters to report to Lord Xikong. He took out his identification and handed it to the 2 men for inspection. He was quickly allowed to pass. Anxious, Zhuangqing rushed into the manor and saw Xikong sitting on the sofa in the hall. Xikong, dressed in gray pajamas, said with a cold expression, "You'd better really have something important to say." Zhuangqing disregarded the other party's dissatisfaction and hurriedly told them everything he had seen, including the fact that Mu Lingxi was suspected of being jealousy, one of the 7 deadly sins. To everyone's surprise, Xikong showed no expression after hearing such explosive news, as if he had heard something insignificant. Lord Xikong, Zhuangqing asked cautiously, "You're saying Captain Mu is one of the 7 deadly sins, envy?" Xikong said coldly. Zhuangqing nodded repeatedly, afraid that the other party would not believe her, and hurriedly explained, "Jealousy has short hair and white nail polish with diamonds, just like the captain, and their figures are almost identical. This is definitely not a coincidence. Although I don't want to believe it, the facts tell me that the captain is jealousy." Xikong nodded, then suddenly asked from the darkness beside him, "Captain Mu, what do you think of this matter?" "Captain Mu?" Zhuangqing turned his head in disbelief and saw Mu Lingxi slowly walking out from the dark corner, her expression calm. "Tongue." Zhuangqing was so frightened that she jumped up from the sofa and backed away. You, Lord Xikong, seize her. She's just jealous." Neither Xikong nor Mu Lingxi moved, their expressions equally calm. Mu Lingxi raised her hand, looked at her beautiful nails, and said with some annoyance, "I should have known better than to get my nails done. I didn't expect to be found out." "Lord Xikong, did you hear that? She admitted it herself. She's just jealous. Arrest her now." Zhuangqing was almost frantic, fearing that Mu Lingxi would suddenly attack and hurt someone. "Yes, I know she is one of the 7 deadly sins," Xikong said calmly. Zhuangqing looked utterly bewildered. "Then why haven't you made a move yet?" Suddenly, Xikong slowly stood up, his tall figure carrying an imposing aura, and stared at Zhuangqing, saying slowly and deliberately, "Because I am too." A thick tentacle extended from his body, its end wrapped around a silver mask with a greedy smiling face, which finally pressed against Xikong's face. Mu Lingxi smiled slightly, took out the jealousy mask, and put it on her face as well. The 2 masks stared intently at Zhuangqing. Fear, a palpable fear that permeated my very soul. Zhuangqing's body stiffened, his eyes widened in horror, he could hardly believe his eyes, and his throat, filled with fear, could not utter a single word. "Jealousy, should we kill him?" Xikong asked. Mu Lingxi shook her head. "Forget it. I quite like him. He's a bit silly. Besides, a bronze tier 1 transcendent is the weakest sequence 1. He's not even qualified to be a sacrifice. Let him go. Let him go. Aren't you afraid he'll go around telling everyone?" Mu Lingxi chuckled. "I'm the captain of the Enforcement Bureau's headquarters. What is he?" She didn't say anything more, but her silent contempt was already self-evident. Zhuangqing left the manor in a daze. He had no idea how he left or where he was going. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. "So, I'm not even worth killing after all." As he spoke, he clenched his fists, veins bulging on his face. At that moment, he even thought about returning to the capital to tell the Law Enforcement Bureau and the royal family about the matter, but then he remembered Mu Lingxi's words. I'm the captain of the Enforcement Bureau. What is he? He released his fist weakly. Yeah, what am I? What am I worth? Who would believe me? Forget it. I'm tired. Let's destroy ourselves. In the dream, Su Mu sat on the throne of the Heavenly Emperor, looking at Zhuang Qing with a slight frown. At this moment, Zhuang Qing's eyes were closed, and his expression was sometimes ferocious and sometimes sad, as if he had a split personality. Sigh, he sighed. Why did you have to come in to deliver it? Su Mu sighed. He never expected that someone would dare to intrude into his dream. The last person so brave was the primordial angel. He sensed Zhuang Qing entering the dream the moment he did, and then casually wove a small illusion for him. His original plan was to wait for Zhuang Qing to wake up from this illusion, then weave another illusion, and then wake up again and weave another one, and so on in a cycle. To put it simply, it's a dream within a dream. You think you've woken up from a dream, but in reality, you've entered a second dream. Then, when you wake up from the second dream, you arrive at the third dream, and so on in an endless loop until a year later. Because the duration of his dream can only be controlled for 1 year, and he can't extend it any further. Unexpectedly, Zhuang Qing was so fragile that he suffered a mental breakdown after only the second level of the dream. This made Su Mu somewhat dissatisfied, as he hadn't had enough fun yet. Fine, let's leave it at that. The next moment, a massive surge of mental energy flowed into Zhuang Qing's body, successfully hypnotizing him. Inside Mu Lingxi's office, Zhuang Qing opened his eyes, stretched, and called out, Captain, I'm ready. Not long after, Mu Lingxi walked in. Looking at Zhuang Qing, who had a lazy expression, she frowned and sniffed the room. Finding no strange smell, her expression softened slightly. What do you mean by you're all better? Don't say such ambiguous things again. Zhuang Qing's face fell. No, Captain, aren't you being too harsh on me? Can't I even say I'm fine? What's the ambiguity in that? You're the one who came up with it. Mu Lingxi opened the gun holster at her waist, startling Zhuang Qing into immediately shutting up. Did Su Mu discover anything in his dream? No. Chapter 142, I'm looking forward to it. Chapter 142, I'm looking forward to it. What did he dream about? There's some nightmare monsters. He's fighting them in his dreams. Captain, let me tell you, this kid's pretty freakish. He's dismembered a lot of nightmare monsters. The scene was wow. Mu Lingxi fell into thought. Had she dreamt of a nightmare monster? That was normal. Nightmare apostles most often dreamt of nightmare monsters. These people entered the nightmare world through dreams, so they naturally resisted sleeping, and having nightmares was a common occurrence for them. Did you guide him in your dream? Zhuang Qing nodded naturally. Of course I guided him. I implanted a lot of information about the 7 deadly sins and pride into his dream. His reaction was normal. In my opinion, the theft of the golden eye and the killing of Qian Zihao are probably just coincidences. An evil organization like the 7 deadly sins is not something that a small place like Xingqing can cultivate. Mu Lingxi was slightly dazed. Was her feeling wrong? Perhaps arrogance and Xingqing had no connection and were just passing through? Captain, you've been working all night. How about some late-night snack? Zhuang Qing approached with a grin. Go back to bed. Next, we'll enter Muron Munli's dream and investigate all these suspects. Huh? Zhuang Qing looked reluctant. Captain, I just woke up. How can I fall asleep now? Could you give me a photo? Click. That was the sound of a bullet being chambered. Looking at the dark muzzle of the gun in front of him, Zhuang Qing fell asleep immediately. I suddenly feel so sleepy. Captain, I'm going to sleep first. Mu Lingxi put away her pistol, turned around, and left. As she left, Zhuang Qing, who had been joking and laughing, instantly became expressionless, lying flat on the bed like a robot, and slowly closing her eyes. 3 days later, in the newly established headquarters of the Viper Gang in the lower city, Su Mu was quietly listening to a record called I Expect. The record player's wooden bass has natural grain and a warm luster. The slender tone arm acts like a flexible conductor's baton, transforming the texture of the record into a beautiful female voice. The woman's voice was clear and ethereal, like that of a young girl in the throes of first love, slowly narrating her beautiful expectations for the future and for love. A gentle breeze caresses the sea of flowers, sunlight spills onto the hem of a skirt. The dream of springtime is like a vibrant painting, filled with anticipation for the future. I look forward to a bright future. My dreams shine brightly in the distance. I long for love to arrive, like stars illuminating my heart. I hope it will always feel like the first time I met you. I look forward to the holly's verdant green reflecting the light of time. I look forward to your expectations. Did you hear that? My name. Yang Dongqing shouted excitedly from the side. This is the song Jasmine wrote for me. Before the ethereal female voice in the album had even finished, Yang Dongqing's scream instantly shattered the beautiful anticipation in the music. Let me tell you, this song is super popular now. Jasmine is going to be a big star. He was so happy, even happier than if he were a star himself. Sumu looked at Yang Dongqing, who was yelling and shouting like a gorilla, and felt a headache coming on. You came all this way just to give me this record? To show off that Jasmine wrote a song for you? How could that be? I'm not that bored. I came here mainly to tell you that I feel the next nightmare world is approaching, and I've been a little uneasy these past few days. Yang Dongqing's excited expression cooled slightly when he mentioned the nightmare world. This piqued Sumu's interest. Was it finally coming? He had been bored for 3 days. The arrival of the gold-level powerhouse made the entire Star City feel incredibly oppressive. All undercurrents ceased, and no one wanted to cause unnecessary trouble at this sensitive time. This made Sumu very bored, but the summons from the nightmare world piqued his interest. Actually, if he could, he wouldn't want to rely on other people's nightmare summoning, mainly because he himself has never felt the call of the nightmare world, possibly because he goes there too frequently. Every time, before they were even drafted, they would volunteer to join. You can rest at the Viper Gang's place for the next few nights and wait for the nightmare world to arrive. Yang Dongqing nodded. This was exactly why he had come. To be honest, no one wanted to face the nightmare world alone. In Tingting's nightmare last time, if it weren't for Sumu's presence, he certainly wouldn't have survived. Understood. I'll stay with Jasmine during the day and go back to the Viper Gang tonight. With that, Yang Dongqing got up and left to find Jasmine. Sumu shook his head helplessly. How could such a superhuman have developed such a love-struck mind? In the conference room of Xingqing Law Enforcement Bureau, Mu Lingxi looked serious, her brows furrowed, as she pondered the clues she had gathered. Captain, I've invaded the dreams of all these main suspects, and they have no connection to the 7 deadly sins. What do we do next? Zhuang Qing asked, yawning with huge dark circles under his eyes. Mu Lingxi did not respond. Her brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Things were in trouble now. She could not find any clues in Xingqing. How was she going to explain this to the Empire? There hadn't been a heinous incident of a noble being killed in decades. Now that one had occurred, there was no clue whatsoever. The capital was already very dissatisfied. At this moment, Sikong Jun, who was sitting to the side drinking tea, suddenly spoke up. Since we can't find any clues using conventional methods, we can only rely on unconventional methods. What do you mean? To foresee the future, Sikong Jun uttered softly. Mu Lingxi was taken aback. Bronze Law Sequence 241, Precognition, hasn't appeared for over a decade. Does Lord Sikong know where there are extraordinary individuals who can foresee the future? Sikong Jin slowly shook his head. Although I don't know where the superhumans who can predict the future are, I know there are other methods that can achieve a similar effect, such as divination. Fortune-telling? Mu Lingxi pondered for a moment. Then, as if she had thought of something, she blurted out, Changsheng Dao Temple, Master Xianqing. Indeed, it is Taoist Xianqing. But Master Xianqing travels far and wide, with no fixed abode. He only stays in one place for a year at a time. It would be difficult to find him now. Sikong Jun smiled slightly. There's no need to search for it deliberately. Taoist Xianqing just happened to be traveling to Xingqing this time. Mu Lingxi's face lit up with joy. Is it in Xingqing? That's perfect. I've long heard that Master Xianqing is an extraordinary person, proficient in divination, with effects comparable to predicting the future. When he traveled to the capital, he was even summoned by the royal family. If he lends his help, finding clues to the 7 deadly sins won't be difficult. Let's go see Master Xianqing. Sikong Jun stood up and strode out of the conference room. Chapter 143, The Temple of Longevity. Chapter 143, The Temple of Longevity. In the suburbs of Xingqing, far from the hustle and bustle, a simple and ancient Taoist temple stands quietly. The vermilion gate is very new, the blue-green tiled roof is layered, and the auspicious beast sculptures on the roof ridge stand tall, as if it had only been built recently. Above the main gate hangs an ancient-style plaque with 4 large characters, Changxing Taoist Temple. Sikong Jun and Mu Lingxi stepped into the Changxing Taoist Temple. Walking on the bluestone slabs in the courtyard, a handsome Taoist priest was lazily sitting at a stone table playing on his phone. He seemed to have seen something interesting and kept making laughs that only men would understand, so much so that no one from the temple noticed him. Mu Lingxi stepped forward. Excuse me, Taoist Master Xianqing, is he here? Jun Wushang was startled. as if he had been caught in the act of adultery. He hurriedly locked his phone, then looked up and froze, staring blankly at Mu Lingxi in front of him. She was dressed in a black tight leather outfit and tall boots, which outlined her graceful figure and slender legs. Mu Lingxi remained expressionless and continued to ask, "Is Taoist Xianxing here?" Jun Wushang then came to his senses and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, yes, Master is in the main hall. Mu Lingxi nodded, and then she and Xikongzhen walked towards the main hall. Jun Wushang's eyes were practically popping out as he kept scanning the other person's long, straight legs. Holy crap, those legs are even more upright than my character. Xikongzhen and his companion entered the main hall, where they were greeted by an ancient and grand altar that occupied almost 1/5 of the hall. What was strange was that on such a large altar was a miniature statue of a god, less than 20 centimeters tall. The statue was human-shaped, made of clay, and painted with cheap paint, with many cracks already visible. Beside the altar, an old Taoist priest with a sage-like appearance and a full head of white hair sat cross-legged before the statue of the deity, his back to the two of them, as if in deep meditation. 2 wisps of green smoke rose in front of him, spreading out and adding to the ethereal atmosphere. Master Xianxing, it has been 5 years since we parted in the capital, Xikongzhen said with a hearty laugh, as if he were seeing an old friend he hadn't seen for many years. The Taoist Master Xianxing, with his otherworldly air, slowly turned around, revealing a face covered with age spots. So it's layman Xikong. This humble Taoist, Swan Kingzi, greets you. Xikongzhen and the other man looked at Xianxing, who seemed like a highly accomplished Taoist master, with strange expressions on their faces. Master Xianxing noticed their gazes, and without making a sound, wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth with his wide Taoist robe, as if nothing had happened. He said inscrutably, "I wonder what brings layman Xikong here today. If it is to persuade me to return to the capital, then I will not waste my breath. Throughout my life, I have believed in the celestial venerable of longevity, and I aspire to travel the world to expand the lineage of the Tao of longevity. I cannot remain confined to one place." Xikongzhen seemed to have anticipated that Master Xianxing would say this, and did not care. Instead, he went straight to the point and said, "Master, you misunderstand. I came here mainly to ask you to help me with a divination. I'm sure you've heard that not long ago, an organization called the 7 Deadly Sins appeared in Xingqing. The leader of the 7 Deadly Sins, Pride, even killed an imperial nobleman in full view of everyone. This matter has enraged the entire Crimson Flame Empire, which is why they sent me to investigate. The case has now reached a bottleneck, so I would like to ask for your assistance, Taoist Master." Faced with the request from a gold-level expert, Master Xianxing unexpectedly shook his head. "I stopped telling fortunes many years ago. Please leave, layman." Mu Lingxi frowned slightly. "Taoist Xianxing, the 7 deadly sins are extremely heinous. The royal family has issued a death order to bring them to justice. I beg you to lend a hand." Both the heinous crimes and the royal family were cited as reasons for her to pressure Xianxing by invoking both morality and imperial power. Master Xianxing remained calm and composed, instead asking in return, "Lady, how old do you think I am?" Mu Lingxi was somewhat puzzled, but still replied, "Judging from the Taoist priest's appearance, he should be 80 years old." Master Xianxing stroked his white beard and laughed. "Too high. 70. Master Xianxing smiled and shook his head. Mu Lingxi raised an eyebrow. 60? She didn't expect that Master Xianxing would look so old. She had just said 80, which was an understatement. Judging from his appearance, people would believe he was 100. Unexpectedly, Master Xianxing continued to shake his head. "It's still too high." Mu Lingxi was somewhat surprised. 50? 49. Master Xianxing stated his age. Seeing the doubt on Mu Lingxi's face, he explained, "Fortune-telling is revealing heavenly secrets and will shorten one's lifespan. I am the best example. I am only 49 years old, but I look like a centenarian. So it's not that I don't want to help you, but that I am willing but unable to do so." This. Mu Lingxi didn't know what to say for a moment. She couldn't very well ask someone to risk their life for fortune-telling. Although she had never met Master Xianxing, she had heard the legends of this extraordinary person in the capital. Being summoned by the royal family and sought after by countless nobles, such a person would not be afraid of threats. Xikongzhen seemed unfazed by this and said directly, "Taoist Master, name your price." Master Xianxing immediately displayed agility beyond his years, quickly holding up one finger. 100 million. Mu Lingxi. Xikongzhen nodded calmly. "Okay, I haven't finished yet. 100 million plus a supernatural material, 8-leaf phoenix orchid. Pay first, then deliver. Also, if I can't calculate it, the money will not be refunded. Master Xianqing rattled off a series of demands like a machine gun. Mu Lingxi. If it weren't for the certification from Sikong Zhen, a gold-level expert, she would have seriously doubted that the Taoist master, Xianqing, in front of her was a fraud. All right, I'll go back and prepare. I'll bring the money and the 8-leaf orchid at this time tomorrow. I'll trouble you then, Taoist master. Sikong Zhen said calmly, then left with Mu Lingxi. As soon as they left the Taoist temple, Mu Lingxi couldn't help but ask, Lord Sikong, isn't 100 million a bit too much? Besides, that 8-leaf phoenix orchid is extremely rare. If you hadn't mentioned the royal family's strict order, perhaps 10 million would have been enough. Mu Lingxi was speechless again. She had lost count of how many times she had been speechless. It turned out that this damned old Taoist priest was raising prices on the spot. The more anxious you were, the higher his price would go. As long as we can catch the 7 deadly sins, any sacrifice is worthwhile. By the way, let the Enforcement Bureau reimburse this money, just 200 million. Sikong Zhen said casually, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. Mu Lingxi. Chapter 144, I will become the god of the new era. Chapter 144, I will become the god of the new era. Master, who was that girl just now? What does she want with you? Jun Wushang rushed into the main hall impatiently. Master Xianqing glanced at him and said casually, Naturally, I came here because of your reputation. Master, you're just bragging. Chongqing Taoist Temple has been open in Xingqing for almost a year, and this is the first time we've had guests who have come all this way because of our reputation. You don't know anything. Didn't I tell you long ago that back when I was a powerful figure in the capital, even members of the royal family had to respectfully address me as Taoist master, and the nobles below would do anything to see me? Yes, master, you're the best at bragging. Jun Wushang was clearly tired of hearing these words. You unfilial disciple. Taoist Xianqing roared in fury. I was even thinking of getting you a set of extraordinary materials for this sword heart clarity technique, and you dare to doubt me? You're asking for a beating. Master Xianqing kicked Jun Wushang in the butt, sending him flying against the wall. Ouch! Jun Wushang rubbed his buttocks, his face full of anger. You old bastard, you've got your bragging exposed, so you resort to violence, huh? Make your own lunch today. I'm not serving you anymore. Faced with Jun Wushang's threat, Master Xianqing nonchalantly reached into his sleeve and then tossed out 100 yuan coin. Disciple, one shouldn't let pride and money cause trouble, don't you think? Jun Wushang glanced disdainfully at the 100 yuan bill lying on the ground. Do you think I'm still as easy to fool as before? 100 yuan for 4 dishes and a soup a week? Let me tell you, I've joined the Bronze Coffin Company and am highly regarded by the boss. Even the department heads at Bronze Coffin call me brother. Do you know how much I earn a month? Whoosh. The old Taoist priest Xianqing threw out another 100 yuan bill. 200. That's the most I can do. Jun Wushang was furious, feeling his dignity had been trampled on. 300. Not a penny less. The next day, Sikong Zhen and Mu Lingxi came to visit again, bringing a bank card and an orchid with 8 leaves that looked like sharp blades, each leaf gleaming with a cold light, as if it could cut through steel. The old Taoist priest Xianqing smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum and warmly welcomed the two in, even offering them tea. This was the service provided after payment. Master Xianqing, thank you for your trouble, Sikong Zhen said calmly. The old Taoist Xianqing waved his hands repeatedly, his face serious. Oh, no trouble at all. What does it matter if I live a few years less to help the empire? Sikong Zhen didn't care about the other party's change of expression. He only cared about the result. Master Xianqing began to bathe and burn incense. He first went back to his room and took a bath for an hour, then changed into a clean Taoist robe, put on a black Taoist crown, and respectfully lit 3 incense sticks for the miniature statue of the celestial venerable of longevity. As the wisps of smoke rose, he began to tell fortunes. An ancient copper coin sword appeared in his hand. He chanted an unknown incantation, his figure moving with the wind. While wielding the sword, he took out a stack of yellow talismans from his pocket and scattered them into the air. This charlatan's act made Mu Lingxi frown. It wasn't just like a charlatan, it was downright charlatanic. She even suspected that Master Xianqing had learned his fortune-telling techniques from some trashy TV dramas, as they were exactly the same. Is it time for it to breathe fire next? Sure enough, Master Xianqing took out the red gourd from his waist, took a sip, and then sprayed it onto the candles on the wooden table. Boom. A large ball of flame appeared, scorching the surrounding air. Some fallen yellow talismans were ignited by the flames, creating a spectacular scene. As luck would have it, A lit yellow talisman landed right on the head of the statue of the celestial venerable of longevity, carried by a gentle breeze. Holy crap! Master Xuanqing's expression changed drastically. He rushed over to put out the fire for the celestial venerable of longevity. The fire was quickly extinguished, but the celestial venerable of longevity also became covered in soot. Please forgive me, heavenly venerable, please forgive me. He nervously wiped the statue of the heavenly venerable with his sleeve, wiping it for a long time, and even wiping off a piece of red paint from the statue. Heavenly venerable, no, no, please don't peel off the paint. Mu Lingxi was completely speechless. She looked at Xikong Zhen and noticed that beneath his calm expression, the corners of his mouth were twitching. Master, are you still not done calculating? She couldn't help but urge him on. As a result, he was met with a glare from Master Xuanqing. What's all the noise about? Can't you see the heavenly venerable is angry? He touched up the paint and performed numerous prostrations and kowtows, working for half an hour before finally getting back on track. The old Taoist Xuanqing knelt before the celestial venerable of longevity, bit his finger, and dripped a drop of blood onto the statue. Disciple Xuanqing respectfully requests the celestial venerable to display his divine powers. Whoosh! The statue of the celestial venerable of longevity suddenly burst forth with a strange blue light, forming an image in midair like a projection. The image trembled like ripples on water and gradually became clearer. Mu Lingxi was stunned. So this was what fortune-telling was all about, invoking a deity to perform supernatural powers. Then what were you doing all that bathing, burning incense, and dancing before? It's just an add-on service, making us feel that spending 100 million is worthwhile? The image in midair became clearer, and Xuanqing Laodao's face aged several years at a visible speed. It was because of seeing this scene that Mu Lingxi gave up her plan to get the 100 million back afterward. This is the 7 deadly sins. Mu Lingxi exclaimed softly, her eyes fixed on the scene in midair. The scene had now fully formed, showing 7 men and women dressed in tailcoats. They had different figures, some tall and slender, others muscular and robust. The only thing they had in common was that they all wore identical silver masks. The screen zoomed in again, and the group was able to see the scene clearly. Dark clouds filled the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The earth cracked, mountains collapsed, and once prosperous cities were reduced to ruins. Firelight flickered in the ruins, mercilessly devouring everything, and the whole world seemed to be plunged into endless darkness and despair. In this shattered world, 7 men and women dressed in tailcoats and wearing silver masks stood proudly atop the ruins, as if they were the masters of all things. The arrogant leader slightly raised his chin, his disdainful gaze watching the destruction of the world. Mu Lingxi gasped. Xikong Zhen's brows were already furrowed. The screen began to flash rapidly, and more things appeared on the screen. They saw countless severed limbs and remains, the collapse of the empire, and the destruction of human civilization. Ladies and gentlemen, the old era has ended, and the new era is about to begin. An arrogant voice rang out from the screen. He stood at the pinnacle, seemingly with the whole world beneath his feet, as if declaring to the world, "And I will become the god of the new era." His calm words contained a deep arrogance, an arrogance that transcends all living beings and belongs only to the gods. Chapter 145 The 7 Deadly Sins of the Future, Lust. Chapter 145 The 7 Deadly Sins of the Future, Lust. Master Xuanqing, what exactly is going on? Xikong Zhen was also unsettled. He knew Master Xuanqing's methods. Although the other party seemed unreliable, he might have gained the approval of the royal family and actually possessed real skills. Master Xuanqing? Master Xuanqing didn't reply. He stared at the scene in midair with a horrified expression, so much so that he fell to the ground with a thud. World destruction. World destruction. The world will perish because of the 7 deadly sins. What? Xikong Zhen and Mu Lingxi exclaimed at the same time, their faces full of disbelief. They never imagined that a fortune-telling would predict such a shocking future. While the two were shocked, neither of them noticed the abnormality of Master Xuanqing. If they had looked closely, they would have found that Master Xuanqing's eyes were fixed on one of the 7 deadly sins, lust. It was a lecherous silver-white mask that covered the person's face. The person's long hair was tied up with a simple hairband, and a long sword was carried on their back. The whole thing was extremely blurry, as if it had been covered with a mosaic. It was so blurry that even the person's own mother would have to spend an hour trying to figure it out. Master Xuanqing seemed to recognize the other party, his eyes filled with unparalleled shock. This shamelessness is unmistakable, absolutely unmistakable. Holy crap, my good disciple. If I had known you'd be this awesome in the future, I wouldn't have kicked your butt, he thought regretfully. Taoist master, do you mean that the 7 deadly sins will destroy the world in the future? Sikong Jun asked urgently, a look of worry appearing on the face of this gold-level expert for the first time. How would I know? Isn't this a vision of the future right here? See for yourselves. Sikong Jun's face was ashen. Although he was unwilling to believe it, he believed in Master Xuanqing's abilities. Back when Master Xuanqing was in the capital, he had calculated everything perfectly and never made a mistake. Master, I remember you once said that the future is not immutable. Quickly calculate who the members of the 7 deadly sins are. Even if the world is destroyed, it is still a matter for the future. Now, as long as we know their true identities, we may not be unable to stop it. There are 7 of them in total. How could I possibly have that many lifespans to count all 7 at once? Master Xuanqing said, his eyes gleaming. Arrogance, Mu Lingxi said coldly. He is the leader of the 7 deadly sins. It's enough to figure out who he is. Master Xuanqing gritted his teeth, looked at the man in the picture wearing a black tuxedo, a top hat, and a silver smiley face mask, and silently began to form hand seals. But then, a shocking change occurred. The arrogant figure in the scene slowly turned his head, and his mocking silver mask came into view, as if he were silently mocking everyone. Everyone was startled. At that moment, they had the illusion that arrogance was watching them. That disdainful gaze seemed to cross the gap of time, casting a line from the future to the past. Uft! The old Taoist priest Xuanqing suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face as white as paper, his expression horrified. He discovered me. Oh, an arrogant chuckle echoed in the video. Mere people of the old era, daring to pry into the gods of the new era? Bang! The screen shattered, and all sound and strange phenomena abruptly ceased. The entire hall was deathly silent. The 3 of them stared at each other in horror. Such a bizarre scene made their scalps tingle. They had never imagined that there could be someone in this world who could communicate with the past from the future. This is impossible. Master Xuanqing suddenly roared, breaking the silence in the room. His expression was ferocious. I borrowed the power of the eternal life, celestial venerable, to divine the future. How can he see the past through the future? Is he stronger than the eternal life, celestial venerable? No one could answer his question. The celestial venerable of longevity is the greatest deity. How could there possibly be an existence in this world that surpasses the celestial venerable of longevity? Master Xuanqing, could you please calculate the identities of the 7 deadly sins again? If pride doesn't work, could you calculate the identities of the others? The Empire is willing to offer another 100 million, Sikong said in a deep voice. Upon hearing the names of the others, Master Xuanqing regained some composure and directly refused, saying, "This is not about money. Do you think I'm some kind of street charlatan who can just open my mouth and tell fortunes? This time, my fortune-telling backfired, and I simply can't do it again for a while." I understand. Sikong nodded absent-mindedly. Without any formalities, he led Mu Lingxi away from the Chongqing Taoist temple. Lord Sikong, do you really believe in the future this old charlatan predicted? And what about the celestial venerable of immortality? He worships there are no gods in this world. I guess he just possesses some unknown laws. Mu Lingxi was clearly skeptical. She didn't believe that the world could be destroyed by the power of just 7 people. Even if these 7 people are all gold-level experts, it won't work. You have to know that there are 7 empires in this world, and the Crimson Flame Empire is just one of them, and it's not even ranked high. Even so, the 7 gold-level powerhouses couldn't even overthrow the Crimson Flame Empire. So how could they possibly destroy the world? Sikong shook his head. There really are gods in this world. Mu Lingxi was stunned. She didn't expect that Sikong, a gold-level expert, would say such a thing. In her understanding, so-called gods were just more powerful people. In the past, when information was not readily available, some gold-level experts were mistaken for gods. Sir, have you ever seen a deity? You've misunderstood. The god I'm talking about isn't the god you imagine, but a nightmare monster. Mu Lingxi understood immediately and came up with the answer right away. You mean, gods are also products of the nightmare world? Sikong nodded. If people can dream of monsters, why can't they dream of gods? It's normal for some fanatical believers to dream of their own gods at night. The fact that so many fanatical believers dream of the same god has resulted in most of the gods in the nightmare world becoming unprecedentedly powerful, far surpassing ordinary nightmare monsters. Mu Lingxi pondered. So that's how it is. The credibility of the future visions created by the celestial venerable of immortality is questionable. No, Sikong expression gradually turned serious. We cannot doubt it. On the contrary, it is highly credible. Didn't I just say that these so-called gods are all very powerful and possess all kinds of magical abilities? In other words, the future scenes predicted by the eternal life celestial venerable are even more credible than those of superhumans who can predict the future. Mu Lingxi was shocked. She found it hard to accept the news that the 7 deadly sins would destroy the world in such a short time. Then what should we do next? Xikong slowly looked up at the sky and said solemnly, I need to go back to the capital and report this matter to the royal family. The 7 Deadly Sins organization is probably more powerful than I imagined. This is no longer something that I, a gold-level superhuman, can handle. Chapter 146 The person the celestial venerable of immortality has been searching for. Chapter 146 The person the celestial venerable of immortality has been searching for. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Taoist Xianxing collapsed madly in the main hall, repeatedly exclaiming, the celestial venerable of longevity is omnipotent. How could anyone in this world possibly see through his divine powers? I understand. Master Xianxing suddenly shouted excitedly. Only he himself can see through the divine powers of the eternal life, celestial venerable. Therefore, Aoman and I are also believers of the eternal life, celestial venerable. I use the power of the eternal life, celestial venerable to glimpse his future self, while he uses the power of the eternal life, celestial venerable, to communicate with me in the present. That must be it. After all, my wicked disciple is lust, one of the 7 deadly sins, so it makes even more sense when you think about it that way. Ha 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 ha. After grasping the key point, Master Xianxing felt refreshed and invigorated. In his view, whether the world was destroyed or not was not important. What was important was that the celestial venerable of longevity must be omnipotent. In the empty hall, he danced wildly like a madman, circling the statue of the celestial venerable of longevity. Then, he suddenly stopped. He became extremely excited, almost lying on the body of the celestial venerable of immortality, his expression fanatical. You mean arrogance is the person you've been searching for? Yes, yes, I will certainly bring arrogance before you. The only sound in the entire hall was the madman's voice of Master Xianxing, who soon began to dance and gesticulate wildly again. Night fell quickly, and Jun Wushang, who had been out having fun all day, returned to the Chongqing Taoist temple. As soon as he entered, he smelled the aroma of meat. When he entered the main hall, he saw the old Taoist Xianxing sitting at the table, his old face smiling like a blooming chrysanthemum, and the table was full of sumptuous food. My dear disciple, you must be tired after a long day. Your master has prepared dinner. Come and eat. Jun Wushang immediately became wary. Old Deng, what trick are you up to now? Did you drug me and plan to steal the 300 yuan you gave me yesterday after I fall asleep? Let me tell you the truth. I've already spent all 300. Forget about it. A vein bulged on Master Xuanqing's forehead, but he still forced a kind smile on his face. My good disciple, you've been naughty again. How could your master do such a thing? I just felt that you had worked hard all day, so I specially prepared a table of good dishes to help you recover. As he spoke, he took out a bottle of dark green potion and placed it on the table. This is the extraordinary potion of Sword Heart Clarity. I just made it. Drink it while it's hot. With it, you can advance to the 2nd rank of bronze, and Peerless Sword Dance will be able to unleash its true power. Master Xuanqing's overtures made Jun Wushang even more wary, and he even took a step back and stepped out the door. If someone is being unusually helpful, they must have ulterior motives. Did you discover that I stole money from the donation box, so you're planning to get back at me? What? You even stole from the donation box? Umph. Another vein appeared on Master Xuanqing's forehead. He took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and continued to say kindly, It's all right, just take it. The eternal life, celestial venerable, is the most benevolent and magnanimous deity in the world. He won't blame you. Come and eat. I won't eat it unless you tell me your real purpose. Have I been too kind to you, Master Xianxing? He finally lost his temper and roared, Come and eat. TCH. Jun Wushang snorted disdainfully, then strode into the main hall, sat down, and began to eat. Why didn't you say so earlier? You son of a bitch. Master Xianxing suppressed the urge to kick Jun Wushang, silently chanting in his heart, Don't get angry, don't get angry. This kid is going to be the lust of the 7 deadly sins in the future. He's going to be awesome. I'll be counting on him to take care of me in my old age. Speak, what is it? Let's get this straight, no money involved. Jun Wushang mumbled, eating a chicken leg. Ahem. Master Xianxing cleared his throat. Today, a very joyous event has occurred. Are they distributing eggs in the city? Screw you. Bang. Master Xianxing finally couldn't hold back and kicked Jun Wushang away. What I'm talking about is a great joy. What's so great about giving out eggs? At most, it's a small joy. Listen carefully. This great joy is the thing that the celestial venerable of longevity has been searching for has been found. Oh, Jun Wushang rubbed his bottom, got up from the ground, and continued eating. What kind of attitude is this? Didn't you hear what I said? Eternal life, celestial venerable. I heard you. So the thing was found. If you ask me, you should go to the psychiatric department of the hospital and get your auditory hallucinations treated. Otherwise, you'll be chatting with the idol every day. I am blessed with good fortune to be able to listen to the teachings of the celestial venerable of longevity. You know nothing. All right, I don't understand. What is it that the celestial venerable of longevity has been searching for? I remember you said before that the reason you traveled around and stayed in one place for a year was to find this thing. When asked what you were looking for, you couldn't give a clear answer. You said it could be a person, it could be an object, it could have a physical form, or it could not. Master Xianxing smiled mysteriously. Now I've confirmed it. It's a human. Who? We don't know yet. Jun Wushang put down his chopsticks, reached out and touched Xianxing Daoist's forehead, and said seriously, Master, I'll take you to the hospital to register tomorrow. This mental illness really can't be delayed any longer. You don't even know who you are. What are you happy about? Your mental health is really in trouble. Master Xianxing smiled and shook his head. My spirits are excellent. I have never been so good. Although I do not know who that person is, you certainly do. That's right. He's most likely someone you've met recently, someone you should be quite familiar with, and someone who has had a profound influence on you. Do you remember when I told your fortune before? I predicted that you would lead a mediocre life and die a miserable death, but now your fate has changed. This means that you've recently met a benefactor, and that's the benefactor I'm looking for. Oh, Jun Wushang took out a small card from his pocket. Call this number, contact number 8, and mention my name for a discount. Bang. Jun Wushang was kicked away again. Old dang, what exactly are you trying to do? What I'm looking for is a benefactor who will change your destiny, not some number 8. You just said yourself that you met recently, are quite familiar with each other, and have had a deep influence on each other. That's definitely number 8. Bang. This time, Jun Wushang was met with a karate chop to the back of his neck, knocking him unconscious. By the heavenly venerable, I do not wish to do this, but this boy is not very bright, so I will have to search his memories myself. A semi-transparent tentacle emerged from beneath Master Xuanqing's wide Taoist robe, burrowed into Jun Wushang's ear, and then adhered to his cerebral cortex. Chapter 147, The God Who Rules Life. Chapter 147, The God Who Rules Life. This kid's got some tricks up his sleeve. No. First we need to get the person from the celestial venerable. He rotated his tentacles, reading Jun Wushang's memories. Morong Mengli? The little girl is quite pretty. Could it be her? According to the divination, this kid's turning point will be after he joins the bronze coffin. But this Morong Mengli is a woman, and an ordinary person. She shouldn't be arrogant. He continued his search, and eventually focused his attention on Su Mu. TSK, this Su Mu is not simple. He was able to kill the unmemorable one. The bronze law he used is also something I have never seen before. That silver vertical pupil seems to be related to the evil god. Even if this person is not arrogant, he is probably inseparable from arrogance. Let's bring him to the heavenly venerable first, and leave the rest to the heavenly venerable to judge. Brother Su, my master said he'd like to invite you to dinner at the Chongqing Taoist Temple to thank you for saving me from the unremembered one last time. Jun Wushang handed over an invitation. Su Mu's eyes flickered slightly. Inviting someone to dinner? He found it a bit strange. It was normal for a master to invite his apprentice's savior to dinner, but the timing was odd. Since it has been a long time since the person with no memory was killed, why would it have been delayed until now if it were to be a treat? He took the invitation and glanced at it. It contained nothing more than some polite words. This humble Taoist, Swan Kingzi, thanks you for saving my unworthy disciple. I am hosting a banquet at the Chongqing Taoist Temple. Please do me the honor of attending. After he finished reading the invitation, suddenly, the words on the invitation came to life, like a group of tadpoles crawling, and they crookedly formed 3 large black characters. The 7 deadly sins. Seeing this, Su Mu's lips curled up slightly. He looked up at Jun Wushang, whose expression remained unchanged, and asked, Is your master a superhuman? Jun Wushang shook his head. No, he is a Taoist priest who believes in the longevity, celestial venerable. He usually just uses a few Taoist tricks to fool people. What kind of Taoist magic? He calls it Taoist magic, but in my opinion, it's just a bunch of charlatan tricks. And he's unwilling to teach me even that, saying I'm not sincere enough to receive the true teachings of the celestial venerable of longevity. It's been a long time since I last saved you. Why is your master suddenly inviting me to dinner now? Jun Wushang curled his lip in disdain. What else could it be? He didn't have money before. You don't know how stingy my master is, Su Go. He gave me 100 yuan and made me cook 4 dishes and a soup for a week straight. I guess he made a lot of money from those 2 suckers who came before, so he's suddenly being so generous in treating me to a meal. 2 suckers. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly. Have you ever seen what these 2 look like? Jun Wushang immediately began, spitting as he spoke. A man and a woman. The man was in his 40s with silver gray hair, and the woman looked to be in her 20s with shoulder-length short hair, a 36C bust, wrists past her crotch, wearing a leather jacket, leather pants, and leather boots, with a wheatish complexion and delicate features. Stop, I understand. Sumu interrupted the other person's long-winded explanation. He already knew who those 2 people were. He had seen them in Zhuangqing's dream before, the law enforcement captain Mu Lingxi and the gold-level expert Si Kongzhen. What are those 2 doing going to see your master? I'm not quite sure, and my master didn't let me see it, but I guess it's fortune-telling. That's his specialty in deceiving people. The Chongqing Taoist temple can only survive because of his deception everywhere, fortune-telling. Upon hearing this, Su Mu became interested. A Taoist priest who could be sought out by a gold-level expert for fortune-telling must be extraordinary. What's more, after the 2 finished their fortune-telling, Master Xianqing sent an invitation with the words 7 deadly sins written on it, the hidden meaning of which was intriguing. A series of clues connected in his mind, and he could roughly guess the cause and effect. A strong person like Si Kongzhen would not go to have his fortune told for no reason. It was very likely that he wanted to find the 7 deadly sins through Xianqing Daoist's divination skills. Xianqing Daoist must have predicted his own fate, which is why he sent Jun Wushang to deliver the invitation. But since the other party has already figured it out, why not tell Si Kongzhen? He didn't believe that Si Kongzhen would come to arrest him after knowing he was arrogant. If a gold-level expert didn't even have this much confidence, he wouldn't deserve to be called gold. Therefore, it can only be that Master Xianqing didn't say it. Interesting. Since your master has extended such a warm invitation, then I shall accept it without hesitation. Sumu accepted Jun Wushang's invitation. He enjoyed the unexpected surprise. As evening fell, Sumu, led by Jun Wushang, went to the Chongqing Taoist temple at the invitation of the temple. This small Taoist temple in the suburbs really did look like a paradise. An old Taoist priest with a white beard stood at the entrance of the Taoist temple early in the morning to greet Sumu. When he saw Sumu arrive, his old face was full of smiles. This must be Layman Su. I, Xianqing, greet you. Sumu smiled and returned the greeting. Greetings, Taoist Xianqing. Please come in quickly. Master Xianqing welcomed Sumu into the Taoist temple. Jun Wushang jogged over and whispered in his ear, What kind of food have you prepared? Don't just make a cucumber salad and a plate of peanuts. Brother Su is my company's department head. Don't embarrass me. Master Xianqing glared at Jun Wushang. Is this the kind of stingy person you think of your master? Jun Wushang glanced at him sideways. Humph. You unfilial disciple. We have guests here today, so I won't stoop to your level. Hurry up and go buy some wine. I forgot to buy any. Jun Wushang was furious. You didn't forget. You clearly made me spend money on wine on purpose. Stop talking nonsense and get going. Master Xianqing sent Jun Wushang away, and then smiled as he introduced the Chongqing Taoist temple to Sumu. Master Xianqing, may I ask which deity the Celestial Venerable of Longevity is? The Celestial Venerable of Longevity is the true God who governs the lifespan of all things in the world. He is the most noble God, without exception. When Master Xianqing mentioned the Celestial Venerable of Longevity, he seemed to become a different person, his old face filled with piety. For some reason, seeing his expression, Sumu immediately thought of Wan from the primordial god cult. If one looked closely, the 2 seemed to have the same expression. Oh, then I wonder if this banquet was your idea, Taoist master, or the idea of the Celestial Venerable of Longevity. Sumu asked politely with a smile. Master Xianqing frowned, then suddenly relaxed and laughed heartily. As expected of the arrogance that is the first of the 7 deadly sins, your insight is indeed sharp. Sumu's smile widened. Does the Taoist mean you think I'm arrogant? Master Xianqing nodded. If it was just a doubt before, now that I have seen you, I am absolutely certain. Why? I have met countless people in my life, and I have never misjudged anyone. Unfortunately, Taoist master, you have indeed misjudged this time, Sumu said calmly. He was telling the truth, because he was not arrogant, and there was no such thing as arrogance in this world. Arrogance was merely an illusion. Chapter 148, The God's Second Invasion. Chapter 148, The God's Second Invasion. Layman Su need not worry. I am not a member of the Crimson Flame Empire. I have only ever believed in the eternal life, Celestial Venerable. The main reason I invited you here is that you are the person the eternal life, Celestial Venerable, has been searching for. Oh, Su Mu's eyes flickered slightly. Was a being who seemed to be a god searching for him? I have never seen the Celestial Venerable of longevity, so why is he looking for me? Master Xianxing shook his head. To be honest, I don't know either. Before I met you, I didn't even know whether the Celestial Venerable of longevity was looking for a person or an object. This time, it was by chance that I found you by deducing the 7 deadly sins. The statue of the Celestial Venerable of longevity is in the main hall. You will know when you go in. Su Mu glanced at the main hall, where wisps of smoke rose from the ceiling. It was completely dark inside, with no lights on. What if I say no? Master Xianxing sighed. Then I can only discuss the Tao with Layman Su. Su Mu looked Xianxing Taoist up and down. He looked to be nearly 100 years old. The man's thin and frail body seemed as if a gust of wind could blow him over. Master Xianxing smiled calmly. Layman Su, I know that arrogance is a gold-level expert. Don't be fooled by my appearance. If we really risked our lives, you might not be a match for me. I believe in your abilities, Taoist master. The fact that you doubt my arrogance yet still dared to invite me speaks volumes. I'm afraid that even if I hadn't come this time, you would have come to me in person, right? That's right. I will bring you to see the person the Celestial Venerable of longevity wants, even if it means my death. Also, Mr. Su, you don't need to worry. The Celestial Venerable of longevity is not one of those evil gods who harm people. He is a legitimate deity. The Longevity Taoist Temple has been passed down to this day. I dare say that it has never harmed a single person. Whether it was a misperception or not, Master Xianxing felt that after he said that the Celestial Venerable of longevity was not a harmful evil god, a hint of disappointment seemed to flash across Su Mu's face. Su Mu strode into the dark hall. He was determined to see the Celestial Venerable of immortality. He was very curious whether the gods in the real world were the same as the gods in the nightmare world. The primordial angels, the serpent god, and now the eternal Celestial Venerable. What exactly are these so-called gods? As he entered, the silent darkness enveloped him. Su Mu continued forward and soon saw the miniature statue on the huge altar, the Longevity Celestial Venerable, who was less than 20 centimeters tall. The statue of the Celestial Venerable of longevity looks very old and worn, with some paint chips, like a clay sculpture casually placed on a street stall. But the moment he saw the Celestial Venerable of immortality, Su Mu noticed a colossal figure appear in his field of vision. The figure's towering body almost pierced the sky, resembling a gigantic planet placed before him. This colossal figure was none other than the Celestial Venerable of immortality. The surrounding darkness and the main hall disappeared, replaced by a celestial palace on the roof. Su Mu, dressed in the Heavenly Emperor's robe, sat down, and not far away stood the eternal Heavenly Venerable, who was even taller than heaven and earth. Entering a dream? Su Mu's eyes flickered slightly. He realized that the eternal Celestial Venerable and the primordial angel seemed to be of the same ilk, both of them entering a dream right away. Taoist chants filled the dream world. The Celestial Venerable of immortality, who was the size of a planet, stood there indifferently, without saying a word or making any movement. A dazzling azure light rose from his body, like the rising sun, and in an instant, the azure light filled the entire dream world. As the blue light rose, Su Mu discovered that his body was also covered with a layer of blue, which spread like a plague, starting from his abdomen and continuing to infiltrate. Just like the primordial angels. With a thought, Su Mu's body crumbled inch by inch, and his soul was transferred to endless dimensions. Having encountered the primordial angels before him, he already had some experience dealing with gods. He didn't know why these gods wanted to possess his soul. Was it because of this dream? Just as he was pondering, he suddenly discovered that the soul's true form, hidden in the endless dimensions, was still spreading with a blue light. The blue light seemed to be unaffected and was invading the soul at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, a series of Taoist sounds resounded deep within Su Mu's soul. The sounds were so vast and boundless that they made people want to lose themselves in them. The dream isolation is ineffective? Could this eternal Celestial Venerable be even more powerful than the primordial angel? At this moment, the blue light had completely enveloped the body below the neck and continued to spread towards the head. No, it's not that the isolation is ineffective, but that the celestial venerable of longevity is not invading my soul. He is invading my dreams. My soul and dreams are one. So when the dreams are invaded, the soul will also be affected. Sumu's eyes flashed like lightning as he scanned the dream world. The azure color was encroaching on the dream world like a tsunami, and he had a vague feeling that the dream was about to slip out of his control. The purpose of these gods was indeed what I dreamed about. He knew that if things continued like this, he would probably be completely corrupted by the celestial venerable of immortality. But no matter how he changed the dream, he could not stop the celestial venerable of immortality from corrupting him. Illusory dreams cannot affect reality. Only gods can defy them. The next moment, a crack appeared between Sumu's brows, and a divine silver vertical pupil emerged from it, its holy radiance soaring into the sky and continuously dispelling the blue light in the dream. The azure light on his body was also forced down by the silver light, slowly retreating to his chest. Then the two sides were locked in a stalemate, but only for a moment before the azure light began to spread again. However, under the resistance of the silver vertical pupils, the spread of the blue light slowed down by hundreds of times, and it was not even visible to the naked eye unless one looked closely. Even at its slowest pace, the azure light was indeed eroding the dream. Sumu glanced at the speed of the azure light's invasion and deduced that at most 3 days, the entire dream would be completely tainted by the azure light. At this moment, the enormous statue of the celestial venerable of longevity in the dream spoke. This was the first time he had spoken. Before, it seemed that the gods were disdainful of mortals. Just as when a person steps on an ant, there is no need to talk to the ant unless the ant suddenly lifts up your foot. The sound was vast and boundless, like the voice of the great Tao. It clearly did not belong to any language, yet it seemed to reach directly to the soul. Sumu couldn't hear the other party's language, but he could sense the traces of anger contained within it. Suddenly, the Chongqing Tianzuan uttered a true name that he could understand: Primordial Angel. Having the divinity of a primordial angel, he understood when the other party uttered the true name of the primordial angel. Although it was unclear what the celestial venerable of immortality was saying, one could sense his anger towards the primordial angel, as if someone had stolen something he cherished. Sumu quickly realized that the eternal celestial venerable's goal was probably his dream. He thought he could easily control the dream, but he encountered the obstruction of the primordial angel's divinity, so he was angry. He never intended to speak with mortals from beginning to end, and his current expression of anger is directed at the primordial angels. Is this the arrogance of the gods? Sumu smiled silently, even though he only had 3 days left before he would be devoured by the eternal heavenly venerable. He felt no panic whatsoever. It was nothing more than death, a trivial matter he had simulated countless times in his dreams. Now he was filled with excitement. What an interesting thing it was to be able to play against the gods. He became increasingly curious about what his dream was that could actually cause the gods to fight over it. Chapter 149. He's become a divine messenger again? Chapter 149. He's become a divine messenger again? However, now is not the time to think about these things. Since he could not solve the problem of the eternal heavenly venerable in his dream, he could only start from the outside world. With this thought, Sumu slowly woke up from his dream. Upon waking, he heard an incredibly pitiful wail. Eternal life, celestial venerable. Eternal life, celestial venerable. How did you end up shattered like this? Sumu, it was you. It was you who broke the statue of the eternal life, celestial venerable. Elder Xianqing was in tears. When he saw Sumu wake up, his eyes flashed with extreme hatred, as if they were mortal enemies. Whoosh! An ancient longsword was drawn, and Master Xianqing walked towards Sumu while crying, asking, "Why? Why did you do this to the celestial venerable of longevity?" Although he cried miserably, his aura grew increasingly terrifying. The surrounding air almost froze, and the Chongqing Taoist temple, which had been filled with the chirping of birds and insects, fell into a deathly silence. Thick tentacles emerged from under his wide Taoist robe and wriggled in midair. Sumu slowly stood up and calmly watched the approaching Xianqing Taoist. He realized that Xianqing Taoist probably did not know the true purpose of the eternal life, celestial venerable. Given the arrogance of the celestial venerable of longevity, he certainly wouldn't bother telling Taoist Xianqing anything. The celestial venerable of longevity is the best deity in the world. He is benevolent, forgiving, and great. But you destroyed the statue of the celestial venerable of longevity. You damned celestial venerable of longevity. Clang! Master Xuanqing's long sword fell to the ground. He stared in disbelief at Sumu, who was radiating a blue light, his whole body trembling with excitement. You Why do you possess the divine power of the celestial venerable of immortality? Su Mu's lie came out without hesitation. Because the celestial venerable of longevity chose me. This isn't exactly a lie. He was indeed chosen by the celestial venerable of immortality. Master Xianxing was stunned, his old face revealing a complex mix of emotions, envy, longing, and awe, but no doubt. The world of fanatics is that simple. If you have divine power, then you are a messenger of the gods. In their minds, the god they worship is omnipotent, so it is impossible for mortals to steal divine power from gods. It can only be bestowed by the gods. Especially when he thought about the conversation between his future arrogance and his present self, he deduced that his future arrogance must have borrowed the power of the eternal heavenly venerable. Now he understood everything. Pride was the messenger of the eternal heavenly venerable, so Jun Wushang would also join the 7 deadly sins in the future. So that's how it is. He was stunned for a moment, then knelt down with a thud and kowtowed to Su Mu. Looking at the familiar scene before him, Su Mu felt a pang of emotion, wondering if he would become a divine messenger for any of the major religious sects in the future. The reason why the statue of the celestial venerable of immortality shattered was naturally because the divinity on it transferred to his body and was constantly invading his soul, so much so that the spiritual power he casually emitted carried the aura of the celestial venerable of immortality, which is why Master Xianxing misunderstood. Su Mu bent down and patted Xianxing Daoist's head with practiced ease. Get up, the celestial venerable of longevity has been watching you. Master Xianxing trembled, and tears welled up in his eyes uncontrollably. Thank you, divine envoy. The old Taoist priest shakily got up from the ground, glancing repeatedly at Su Mu, looking as if he wanted to look, but dared not. My lord, the celestial venerable of eternal life suddenly bestowed divine power upon you. Is there something important that matters? Su Mu nodded. There is indeed a crucial matter, but the time is not yet ripe, and this divine messenger cannot tell you. Upon hearing this, Master Xianxing felt a pang of sorrow. He considered himself the most devout follower of the celestial venerable of longevity, but now he had an additional divine messenger, and the messenger and the celestial venerable of longevity had a secret that he could not know. What you need to do now is to fully cooperate with me, understand? Understood, understood. This humble Taoist will obey the command of the divine messenger. Taoist Master Xianxing quickly expressed his loyalty. Su Mu waited silently for a moment, only to find that the divine nature of the eternal heavenly venerable within him did not change at all. He thought to himself, as expected, gods never care about mortals. The celestial venerable of eternal life didn't care about his devout followers. Perhaps in the celestial venerable of eternal life's eyes, Su Mu and Xianxing were like 2 ants talking, and he didn't care about the ants' behavior at all. Let's talk about yourself first. For the sake of future missions, I need to know your full strength in order to decide what important tasks you can undertake in the future. Yes, 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 I will answer all your questions. Taoist Xianxing nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I am not an extraordinary person. All my strength comes from the Tao techniques bestowed by the celestial venerable of longevity. If I disregard the consumption of lifespan, I am confident that I can fight against a gold-level expert. Su Mu was not surprised. He had previously guessed that Xianxing possessed strength comparable to that of a gold-level expert, but it seemed that his endurance was not as good as that of a true gold-level expert. The primordial angel's divine magic requires sacrifice. The more people sacrificed, the stronger the power. The medium for the longevity celestial venerable's Taoist magic should be lifespan. As Master Xianxing narrated, he gradually came to understand the other party. Master Xianxing was an orphan who lived in an orphanage. Later, the orphanage closed down, and he ended up on the streets. He was kidnapped by a gang, and his legs were broken. He was forced to become a disabled beggar on the streets. Because of his disability, he begged for a lot of money every day, but it all ended up in the hands of the gang. To maintain his pitiful appearance, the gang gave him only a little water and food each day, leaving him emaciated so that he could beg more easily. This kind of life lasted for 3 whole years. He spent every day in despair and torment. Once, a kind lady gave him a steamed bun and told him that the gods would protect him. These words became his motivation to live. He prayed to the gods every day to help him escape his suffering, but there was no response from the gods. In the winter of his final year, he was so cold and hungry that he secretly hid some money to buy some food, but he was discovered by the gangsters, and they beat him up. His severely injured body, coupled with the cold and hunger, caused him to develop a high fever and become critically ill. The gangsters naturally wouldn't waste money on his medical treatment, so they dumped him in a garbage dump. Even as his consciousness was fading, he continued to pray to the gods, and this time, the celestial venerable of immortality responded. He found the statue of the celestial venerable of immortality in the junkyard. Warm power flowed into his body, healing his injuries and disabilities. From that day on, he understood one thing. Only the celestial venerable of immortality was the greatest deity in the world, and only the benevolent celestial venerable of immortality would help him. Later, with the help of the celestial venerable of longevity, he gradually grew, established the longevity Taoist temple, and traveled all over the world, spending his life searching for what the celestial venerable of longevity was looking for. After listening, Sumu roughly understood Xianqing's mentality. In his desperate and suffering life, the one who extended a helping hand to him, whatever that person may be, would be called a god. The celestial venerable of longevity did not care about Xuanqing's faith. He only wanted to use Xianqing to find what he wanted. But Xianqing cared, and he was willing to dedicate his life to helping the god in his heart fulfill his wish. Chapter 150 The Sea. Chapter 150 The Sea. You use divination to predict that the 7 deadly sins will destroy the world in the future? Sumu asked with interest. Master Xianqing nodded. It is absolutely true. I really saw the scene of the 7 deadly sins destroying the world, and my disciple Jun Wushang is the future 7 deadly sins, lust. Sumu found it increasingly intriguing. Foresight, the 7 deadly sins organization didn't even exist yet, and even if it did, he was curious why he would lead them to destroy the world. This is not in line with his pursuit. He is pursuing excitement. But what excitement is there if the world is destroyed? Could it be that the so-called future is something that the celestial venerable of immortality did after taking over his body? As for Jun Wushang's lust, why would I let Jun Wushang join the 7 deadly sins? You should know that Jun Wushang is only a bronze tier 1 transcendent. Although his peerless sword dance sequence is not low and stronger than Yang Dongqing's, he does not have any absolute advantage. He suddenly realized something and asked, does Jun Wushang also know the Taoist arts of the celestial venerable of longevity? I have already taught him everything I can. Only the final initiation ceremony remains, whereby I will report his true name to the celestial venerable of longevity. Once the celestial venerable of longevity acknowledges him, he can then use his Taoist arts. However, for mortals to use the celestial venerable of longevity's Taoist arts, it will cost them their lifespan. My unworthy disciple is still young, and there is no need for him to come into contact with these things too early. I originally planned to initiate him when I was about to die, so that he could go and find what the celestial venerable of longevity wanted in my place. But now there is no need for that. Upon hearing this, Sumu abandoned his idea of learning the Tao of immortality. He realized that whether it was the Tao of immortality or the primordial divine art, they were essentially the same thing, both involving exchanging power with gods, provided that one could connect with a god. This feeling is very similar to the law. One can only use the law by connecting with it. Could it be? A sudden thought arose in his mind. Perhaps the law was also the power of the gods? One had once said that the law was the power of an evil god. A slightly horrifying thought stimulated Sumu's nerves. If everything was really as he expected, then this world would be far too interesting. Just as he was pondering this, Jun Wushang returned from buying wine. Master Xianqing quickly invited Sumu to take a seat, and the banquet officially began. After the brief incident, thanks to Master Xuanqing's deliberate flattery, the guests and hosts were all in high spirits for a time. Jun Wushang, who couldn't hold his liquor, was the first to get drunk, while Sumu remained calm, leisurely drinking and eating meat while inquiring about everything related to the eternal heavenly venerable from the old Taoist Xianqing. After a drinking session, Sumu didn't get much useful information. Most of it was the fanatical praise from the believers. The template was basically the same as that of the primordial god cult. Both sides claimed that their own gods were omniscient, omnipotent, benevolent, and great, while the others were evil gods. It seems that the only way to deal with the invasion of the eternal celestial venerable is to target the gods. If I hadn't devoured the divinity of the primordial angel beforehand, I would probably have already been controlled by the eternal celestial venerable. After much thought, Sumu gradually formed a plan in his mind to go to the nightmare world, use the emblem of the primordial god cult to lure primordial followers, and see if he could get help from them. After a hearty meal, he was invited to rest at the Changxing Taoist temple, which he accepted without hesitation. As night fell, Sumu lay in his guest room, his consciousness exploring the dark, shadowy space. In the shadowy space, Yang Dongqing stood with his eyes closed, like a wooden figure. He had come prepared for this trip to the Changxing Taoist temple. As the saying goes, one trick is enough to conquer the world. His backup plan was exactly the same as when he faced the silver-level expert Mu Chung. That is to put the nightmare apostle that is about to enter into the shadow space in advance, and when encountering danger, escape into the shadow space. Then hypnotize the other party to sleep, and then jump to the nightmare world. This trick is no longer useful, because it's completely ineffective against gods. Gods don't care about shadow spaces. They directly invade the soul, and there's no way to escape. Su Mu brought Yang Dongqing out, hypnotized him into sleep, and then connected their dreams, waiting for the nightmare world to descend. Almost the instant Yang Dongqing fell asleep, a crimson hue appeared out of nowhere in his dream. Ever since sensing the signs of the nightmare world, he hadn't slept for several days, suppressing its arrival. Splash, splash. The waves kept crashing against the rocks on the shore, and several seagulls circled in the sky, occasionally letting out cries. The blinding sunlight shone directly from the sky onto the beach. Yang Dongqing, who was in his sleep, frowned as he was startled awake by the sunlight. He saw a beach with yellow sand like coarse salt covering the ground, covered with seashells of various shapes that shimmered in the sunlight. Not far away lies the vast and boundless sea, with waves churning and shimmering. As far as the eye can see, the sea and sky meet in a single line. This is a nightmare world, he suddenly realized, and as if by reflex, he got up from the beach, his slightly panicked eyes scanning around. Only after seeing a familiar figure did he breathe a sigh of relief. That figure was none other than Su Mu. Su Mu was standing on a huge reef, gazing at the sea, his brown-tinted glasses reflecting the dazzling sunlight. "This is troublesome," he muttered to himself. "What's the trouble? This time the nightmare." Yang Dongqing leaned closer. Su Mu shook his head and did not answer. The trouble he was referring to was not this nightmare, but the eternal heavenly venerable. In his plan, after entering the nightmare world, he would immediately seek out the edge of the nightmare, which is the black mist. Then, he would enter the black mist world, use the emblem of the primordial god cult to contact the primordial god cult, and try to use the power of the primordial angels to fight against the eternal celestial venerable. It is still unknown whether the primordial angels or the eternal deities are stronger. Their strength cannot be judged based on their appearance in dreams, since this is not their full power, but only a small part of their divinity. It's like two billionaires. One eats a flatbread and tofu pudding for breakfast, spending 5 yuan, while the other eats seafood porridge, spending hundreds of yuan. This doesn't really show who is richer. The plan is now thwarted because this nightmare world is significantly larger than it appears. It's actually an island. He had previously looked out from a high vantage point and hadn't seen the endless black fog on the island, which meant the fog was over the sea. To enter the black mist, one must take a boat out to sea to find it, which takes time, and that's exactly what Su Mu needs most right now. At the speed of the eternal celestial venerable's invasion, he could occupy the entire dream world in at most 3 days. Chapter 151 Su Mu, save me. Chapter 151 Su Mu, save me. Look, there's a fishing boat over there, Yang Dongqing suddenly exclaimed, pointing to the sea to the northwest. Su Mu looked in the direction of the sound, and indeed saw a dilapidated fishing boat sailing toward the shore. As the boat got closer, several figures could be vaguely seen on it, waving their arms toward the shore. Yang Dongqing was somewhat puzzled. Are these nightmare creatures unusually friendly? They're greeting us from such a distance. Su Mu, could there be something fishy going on? Su Mu pushed up his brown-tinted glasses with a hint of helplessness. Are you sure they were greeting each other and not calling for help? Call for help. Yang Dongqing was taken aback. He observed carefully, and his expression changed slightly. The fishing boat had stopped moving forward and was stopped on the sea surface, and it was sinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ship is sinking. Are these people in their nightmare stupid? They're so close to the shore, why don't they just jump in and swim over? Don't tell me that people who go out to sea to fish can't swim. Su Mu gazed through his brown-tinted glasses at the deep seabed, a glimmer of crystalline blue light appearing in his eyes. His powerful eyesight allowed him to vaguely see several dark shadows moving beneath the fishing boat. The ship didn't sink naturally. Something in the sea was sabotaging their ship. This was absolutely a case of misfortune piling upon misfortune for him. The only way to find the black mist was to go out to sea by boat. But now it seemed that the sea was not safe at all, and something might be scuttling the boat. Fighting in the sea is extremely disadvantageous for humans, even those with superhuman abilities, as their strength is greatly reduced when their feet are not on the ground. At this point, the fishing boat could no longer hold on, and the 3 panicked fishermen on board finally chose to jump into the sea. They swam frantically toward the shore as if they were being chased by sharks. It was at this moment that Su Mu finally saw what was on the seabed, a person. The bodies of people, who had been submerged in seawater for an unknown amount of time and were already rotting, with even their bones exposed, had undergone a transformation. Black tendrils of flesh were growing from their decaying flesh. Whoosh! Entangled in black, fleshy tendrils, a fisherman at the very back was immediately strangled and dragged into the sea, disappearing without a trace. Save them. Sumu decisively gave the order. Although he knew these fishermen weren't real people, but rather beings from a nightmare, he still had to save them because he needed the information from this place, as well as a boat. The ships certainly can't go looking for sea monsters to take it. Bang bang bang. A series of gunshots rang out as Sumu and Yang Dongqing drew their pistols and fired continuously at the monster in the sea. Both of them were superhumans, so their accuracy was naturally excellent. Especially Sumu, who has been playing with guns in his dreams for a long time, and his accuracy is comparable to that of a sharpshooter. However, firearms seemed to be useless against the sea monsters. Even when bullets rained down on them, they could not cause any fatal wounds. Their rotting bodies were pierced by bullets, and apart from the force of the bullets slightly pushing them back, they had no effect whatsoever. Sumu narrowed his eyes, switched guns, took out the silver rose, and started firing with mithril bullets. Since Murong's death, Nangong Mengli had been fighting for the family fortune and had already made considerable progress. These tangible benefits also benefited him, with the mithril bullet being the most obvious example. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The mithril bullets, which were supposed to be able to suppress supernatural powers, were ineffective. They were useless against these monsters, and even when hit in the head, the monsters maintained their tenacious vitality. Fortunately, under the suppression of fire, the remaining two fishermen finally managed to escape ashore. Run, run, quickly find the guards. These sea monsters are unkillable. Only the guards can deal with them. Two fishermen, dressed in coarse linen shirts and with dark skin, kept shouting, trying to get Sumu and his companion to escape. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. A siren? Unkillable? Is this nightmare monster really that difficult to deal with? He was eager to try, but instead chose to leave and waited for the siren to come ashore. The two fishermen were alarmed and, without further persuasion, turned and ran away. Soon, 5 rotting humanoid creatures emerged from the sea, their bodies covered in tangled black fleshy tendrils. Slightly fishy-smelling seawater dripped continuously from them. Drip, drip, bang. A mithril bullet struck one of the sirens' heads with pinpoint accuracy, piercing the rotting skull between its brows. The sirens merely shook their heads before charging towards Sumu. Isn't it the influence of seawater? Is immortality an inherent characteristic of the siren? He continued his attempts, unleashing a massive surge of spiritual power. However, when his spiritual power probed into the sea monster's body, he was surprised to find that it was completely empty. This means that sirens have no souls. They are not living beings, but inanimate objects. But how can inanimate objects move? What force supports them? Let me handle this. Yang Dongqing smiled confidently. You think you're immortal? I'll shatter you into pieces and see if you can still live. He charged forward like a human cannonball, his body gleaming with a metallic sheen, or like a bowling ball being thrown. Boom. He threw a punch, the tip of his fist flashing with a cold metallic light, aimed at the rotting head of one of the sirens. The powerful force shattered the rotting head, but the headless siren did not stop. As if it didn't need eyes, it accurately reached for Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing looked disdainful. With that punch just now, he had already tested the strength of these sea monsters. Apart from being immortal, they were only slightly stronger than ordinary people. Even if he stood still and let them hit him, he couldn't break through their defenses. The rotting hand grabbed his body but failed to pierce his steely skin. He snorted coldly and snapped the other's hand in two with a casual flick of his wrist. Then, not forgetting to turn around, he said to Sumu with a very sophisticated air, "You can just watch from the side, I'll take care of the others." After saying that, Yang Dongqing turned around, his gaze disdainful, and what greeted him was a black, fleshy beard. He snorted again, and without dodging or avoiding, reached out to grab the tentacle, intending to cut off the black fleshy tendrils in the same way. But just as the two made contact, he was caught off guard. His face suddenly turned pale, his soul trembled, and an unimaginable pain surged through his body. He screamed. Then his body went limp and he collapsed to the ground. As Yang Dongqing fell to the ground, more and more black fleshy tendrils wrapped around his body. Every time a black fleshy tendril landed on him, he would feel as if he had been electrocuted, and his whole body would convulse violently. "Ah, Sumu, save me!" Yang Dongqing screamed and reached out to Sumu. Chapter 152 The Undying Siren. Chapter 152 The Undying Siren. Bang bang bang. The ordinary bullets struck young Dongqing with perfect accuracy, severing his flesh and leaving several white marks on his steel body. Having broken free of his restraints, young Dongqing immediately sprang to his feet and hurriedly fled from the sea monster. He returned to Su Mu's side, panting heavily, his face deathly pale. The black fleshy tendrils are strange. As soon as I touched them, I felt excruciating pain all over my body and couldn't muster any strength. Su Mu's eyes gleamed with a crystal blue light, and the myriad manifestations technique was activated silently, creating identical replicas of Su Mu and Yang Dongqing in front of the 5 sea monsters. Without any hesitation, the 5 sirens pounced on the illusion. Their eyes are already rotten, yet they are still deceived by illusions. How do they perceive the outside world? The next second, Su Mu got the answer. 5 sea monsters extended their black fleshy whiskers and attacked the illusion. The illusion, which was originally impossible to break, was shattered in response to the attack of the black fleshy whiskers. Feeling his mental energy diminish, Su Mu finally understood. The black fleshy tendrils were designed to attack the spirit. In other words, they were devouring the spirit. The black fleshy whiskers had the ability to devour spiritual energy, so they could directly devour illusions constructed from spiritual energy and ignore Yang Dongqing's steel body, directly affecting his soul. A method of directly attacking the soul? Su Mu smiled silently, somewhat eager to try it out. With a light touch of his toes, he appeared like a ghost in front of a siren and grabbed one of its black whiskers. Yang Dongqing was shocked. Su Mu, you. The moment the two made contact, Su Mu immediately felt a phantom black fleshy tendril appear in his soul, tearing at it like a venomous snake. But when the fleshy tendrils landed on the soul that was almost completely covered in blue light, sizzle, the azure light suddenly brightened, radiating a magnificent and boundless power. In an instant, the black fleshy whiskers vanished. But that wasn't all. The azure light represented the power of the eternal heavenly venerable. This divine power, as if enraged, flowed down the black fleshy whiskers and landed on the sea monster. The supposedly immortal siren died on the spot. To be precise, it turned to ashes, its body seemingly annihilated at the atomic level, leaving no trace in the world. Su Mu's eyes flickered slightly. It seemed that the celestial venerable of longevity had already taken his soul as his possession, and therefore would not allow anything else to touch it. This gave him a new idea. If there were enough sea monsters, wouldn't they be able to consume the power that the celestial venerable of immortality had left in his soul? Without much hesitation, he grabbed all 4 sea monsters' black whiskers in his hand. Sure enough, as the sea monsters began to devour his soul, a beam of azure light swept out, instantly annihilating all the sea monsters. However, a god is a god after all. Even after killing 5 sea monsters, the blue light showed no sign of weakening. You killed them all? How did you do that? Shocked, Yang Dongqing jogged over, squatted down, and kept shoveling sand, but found no trace of the sea monsters. Anyone with hands can do it, Su Mu said with a smile. Yang Dongqing's face darkened, and he was speechless, especially when he recalled his failed attempt to show off. Even his steely face became somewhat embarrassed. Fortunately, someone came to his rescue. The sound of hurried footsteps came from the island behind them. A group of soldiers in silver armor, carrying long spears, rushed over, led by 2 fishermen. My lord, the siren is just ahead, and 2 people dressed in strange clothes are being attacked. When they arrived, their hurried steps suddenly stopped, and the 2 fishermen were stunned to see Su Mu and his companion completely unharmed. The armored man at the head of the group said coldly, "You 2 want to die for deceiving the guards?" The 2 fishermen were startled and quickly explained, we didn't. There really was a sea monster just now, but they probably chased it away." The armored man turned his gaze to Su Mu and the other man. "Who are you 2? Judging from your clothes, could you be from other islands?" Su Mu nodded. "Exactly." The armored man's tone softened slightly. "Was there really a siren just now?" Yang Dongqing replied, "There were 5, but we've already killed them." Upon hearing this, the guards and the 2 fishermen fell silent. Suddenly, a soft laugh came from beneath the armor. "Ha ha! Kill sea monsters? Young man, the immortal sea monsters are beings cursed by the sea god. They can never be killed, only driven away. What you mean by killing them is probably just smashing them to pieces, right? Indeed, some outsiders might mistakenly believe they have killed the sea monster, and that once the monster is completely immobilized, it will turn into a puddle of seawater and eventually disappear. But in reality, they have simply returned to the ocean and will soon return." Yang Dongqing was stunned. Turned into seawater? He subconsciously looked towards the spot where the sea monster had died. There was only sand there, not a trace of seawater. Can't I see, this immortal sea monster is indeed amazing, Sumu suddenly said. I'm very curious, with such a difficult sea monster to deal with, it's unlikely that there are any living people on this island. The armored man said proudly, You're right, but our great king has the power to rival the gods. Sea stones blessed by him have the power to drive away sea monsters. It is because of his existence that our country can continue to exist. To counter the power of the gods? This suddenly piqued Sumu's interest. He had personally witnessed the power of the gods. Although they were not the gods in their physical forms, their power far surpassed that of humans. How terrifying would it be if someone possessed the power to contend with the gods? Even a gold-level expert probably wouldn't dare say they could contend with a god. You can tell from Master Xuanqing's attitude towards the celestial venerable of longevity. So it's highly likely that the sea god wasn't a real deity, or that the king was just bragging. You two outsiders, come with me to register. His Majesty the King is very kind and willing to accept outsiders as citizens of the Sea Kingdom. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. Are there other outsiders in the Kingdom of the Sea? Of course, every year some outsiders drift to the Sea Kingdom. Speaking of which, it seems that a few people just arrived a few days ago, but it seems that they came ashore from the east side of the island. I don't know the specifics. Sumu, could it be? Yang Dongqing leaned closer and whispered with a serious expression. There's no need to doubt something so obvious. Sumu felt helpless at Yang Dongqing's mysterious tone. Did this kind of thing even need guessing? The outsiders who come every year, a few of them just arrived a few days ago. Aren't they the Nightmare Apostles? He concluded that the so-called outsiders were Nightmare Apostles, not natives like the primal god cult, because natives mostly lived in the middle hell of hell, while Nightmare Apostles never descended into the middle hell. Afterwards, Sumu and his companion followed the guards into the depths of the island. Chapter 153, A Nightmare Full of Living People. Chapter 153, A Nightmare Full of Living People. Passing through rows of tall coconut trees, Sumu saw a sturdy and ancient city wall in the distance. The gray stones were weathered and worn, and many soldiers in silver armor patrolled the wall. The huge city gate was made of heavy wood and fixed with iron bars and nails. Chief, the Sea Kingdom is just ahead, the escorting soldier said respectfully. The other soldiers, including the two fishermen, did not react to his strange form of address, as if it were perfectly normal. Holy crap, Yang Dongqing exclaimed, quickly moving closer. When did you hypnotize them all? Sumu glanced at him, but ignored him. Although these fishermen and soldiers were all humans in the nightmare, they were essentially ordinary people. With his current strength, hypnotizing these people would be a piece of cake. He looked around at the small kingdom before him. Calling it a kingdom would be an exaggeration. It was basically a town on an island. He did not rush forward, but instead tried to extract information from the hypnotized soldiers. How many people live in the Sea Kingdom? Over 100,000, the soldier replied respectfully. How do you treat outsiders? Are there any traps inside? Sumu didn't think the people in the nightmares would be so friendly, as evidenced by both Tingting's nightmare and the Ear Beast's nightmare. So his first reaction was that the soldiers were lying and were planning to lure him and Yang Dongqing inside before taking action. But the soldier's answer was somewhat unexpected. Outsiders are very welcome, and the king is very friendly to them. Some talented outsiders even serve as officials in the Sea Kingdom. Sumu frowned slightly, putting aside the friendly relations for the moment. What was going on with this officialdom? If all outsiders were Nightmare Apostles, they wouldn't be able to stay in the Sea Kingdom for very long. Even if they couldn't break free from the dream, they would automatically wake up from the nightmare after 10 or 15 days. What were you originally planning to do? The soldier answered honestly. We originally planned to take you, our leader, to register and then meet the king. The king would meet all outsiders. If an outsider was capable, he would be given an official position and a woman. If he was not capable, he would be given a house and a woman. Sumu, are you sure the hypnosis was successful? This is too exaggerated. This is a nightmare. This is clearly a beautiful dream. He gave me a woman as soon as I walked in the door. Yang Dongqing was dumbfounded. The soldier's words almost shattered his stereotype of the nightmare world. Sumu's lips curled up slightly. Sometimes, unseen dangers are more terrifying than obvious ones. You said before that sea stones can drive away immortal sea monsters. What are sea stones? The sea stone is a stone blessed by the king, possessing the power to drive away sea monsters, the soldier said, pulling a white pebble from his armor. Sumu took the pebble and examined it carefully. A crystal blue light emanated from behind his brown glasses as invisible spiritual power surged into it. After a moment, he withdrew his spiritual power and frowned slightly. He found nothing unusual about the sea stone, His spiritual perception told him that it was just an ordinary stone. Could it be that the level of power is too high, making it impossible to see through? With this in mind, Sumu directly opened the divine eye between his eyebrows to take a look, but the answer was still the same. It was just an ordinary stone. Things are getting more and more interesting. With an enthusiastic king and ordinary stones that can drive away sirens. Let's go. He strode towards the city gate of the Sea Kingdom. As he entered the city gate, he was greeted by narrow, winding streets paved with cobblestones, lined with wooden houses with pointed roofs covered with tiles. Many dark-skinned pedestrians walked on the street, some talking loudly, others stopping in front of the stalls to haggle with the vendors. The atmosphere was very peaceful, and the people lived and worked in peace and contentment, making the island seem like a secluded paradise. Yang Dongqing felt a chill for no reason. He looked warily at the pedestrians around him and whispered, "I feel like there's something wrong with them. This is the nightmare world. How can there be so many living people? I've read similar horror stories. They say that seemingly peaceful towns don't actually have a single living person. They're all ghosts in disguise." Sumu shook his head. No, they are indeed living people. He had already used his mental powers to investigate and discovered that these people were indeed living, breathing human beings. No one says that there can't be living people in the nightmare world. It's not strange for people to have any kind of dreams. When a dream becomes reality, the people in the dream naturally become living people. Could this be a secluded island, and the nightmare monsters are the immortal sea monsters? Is it possible to return to reality by killing those sea monsters? Yang Dongqing asked excitedly. If everything was as he expected, it would be too easy. Although he couldn't kill the sea monster, Sumu could. He just needed to stand on the shore and lure the sea monster ashore, then kill them one by one until they were all gone. With this thought in mind, Yang Dongqing began to confidently deduce. I have roughly guessed the theme of this dream. It is very likely a child's dream because everything is very similar to a fairy tale. Kind fishermen live on a secluded island and make a living by fishing, but evil sea monsters often attack the fishermen. In the end, the fishermen defeat the sea monsters under the leadership of a warrior. Or perhaps it's a fisherman's dream. He grew up listening to tales of sea monsters while fishing at sea every day, and that's why he has nightmares. Not bad reasoning. Don't try to reason like that again next time, Sumu said calmly. He ignored Yang Dongqing's dissatisfaction and instead carefully observed the town. He noticed three interesting things. First, the people here dressed very provocatively, especially the women, who went out on the street barely covering their private parts. Secondly, there are no elderly people here. At least he hasn't seen any elderly people yet, not even anyone who is slightly older. Thirdly, it's about the era. This shouldn't be a modern dream, because there are no modern facilities to be seen on the streets. The arrival of Su Mu and his companion attracted the attention of passers-by, who cast curious or wary glances at the two outsiders. Soon, led by a soldier, the two went to a place that resembled an administrative hall and completed basic information registration. At this time, a neatly dressed man with a small mustache and wearing luxurious clothes walked over. He introduced himself as the governor of the Sea Kingdom. You too, His Majesty the King invites you. Yang Dongqing was slightly taken aback. The soldier who led the way had already been hypnotized by Su Mu and had not informed the king at all. How could the king have found out so soon after the registration? Su Mu smiled politely. I would also like to meet His Majesty the King of the Sea Kingdom. The consul smiled and nodded, then led the two into a carriage and headed straight for the king's castle. Chapter 154 I've spent 10 years in the nightmare world. Chapter 154 I've spent 10 years in the nightmare world. The castle is located in the center of the Sea Kingdom, and also the highest point on the island. It is built of gray stones, with towering walls, and looks ancient and grand, unlike the magnificent castles in fairy tales. When the carriage arrived at the castle gate, the heavy wooden gate was slowly opened by the people inside, making a dull sound. Upon entering the castle, the first thing that catches the eye is the spacious courtyard, with clean and tidy stone-paved ground, and a fountain shaped like a mermaid in the middle. Yang Dongqing kept looking around the castle, his expression wary, guarding against every bush or rockery, as if afraid that some monster might suddenly jump out. He had experienced several nightmare worlds, but he had never seen a nightmare so safe. Soon, the two disembarked from the carriage and, led by the consul, entered the castle hall, where they met the so-called king. The king was a middle-aged man whose skin was not as dark as that of the people outside, but rather very fair. His angular face carried a unique temperament that came with the passage of time, and he had a warm smile on his lips. He did not look like a king at all, but rather like the uncle next door. However, Sumu and his companion did not focus their attention on the king, but instead kept glancing at the 7 people sitting on the seats on both sides of the hall. The 7 people were dressed completely differently from the citizens of the Sea Kingdom. Some were in suits, some in sportswear, and some in short skirts. It's obvious that these 7 are nightmare apostles. The 7 nightmare apostles also focused their gazes on Sumu and his companion, but their gazes were strange, filled with anxiety, panic, and even despair. However, that wasn't the whole story. 2 of the 7 seemed to have given up, leaning against their chairs with lifeless eyes, each with a rather attractive maid standing behind them, massaging their shoulders. Mr. Su, Mr. Yang, hello. I am the king of the Sea Kingdom. Of course, as modern people, you can also call me by my name, Hu Jie, the king said with a friendly smile. Yang Dongqing was taken aback and blurted out, "You're from reality too?" King Hu Jie stated bluntly, "That's right, I also come from reality. I am from the Dragon Abyss Empire. May I ask which of the 7 great empires you two are from?" The Dragon Abyss Empire? Yang Dongqing was surprised. Even though he was a poor student, he knew some basic common sense. There were 7 major empires in the real world, and the Dragon Abyss Empire was recognized as the strongest among them. The Crimson Flame Empire, Sumu said with a slight smile. Oh, the Crimson Flame Empire? What a coincidence. It seems that Miss Mu Qing is also from the Crimson Flame Empire among the Nightmare Apostles who came in this time. Hu Jie looked at the only girl wearing a short skirt among the 7 Nightmare Apostles. The girl in the short skirt frowned, as if she had something on her mind. She didn't say anything and just nodded politely. Yang Dongqing glanced at Mu Qing curiously, a look of amazement flashing in his eyes. Although Mu Qing's expression was indifferent, it did not affect her beauty at all. Her face was small and delicate, with fair skin, seemingly only the size of a palm, like a white porcelain doll. Her long, straight black hair was styled in a princess cut, paired with a red JK plaid skirt, and with a height of less than 1.6 meters, she looked just like a girl who had stepped out of a manga. Yang Dongqing couldn't help but take a second look, thinking that he would buy Jasmine a JK uniform when he got back. I know you two must be wondering right now, but don't worry, dinner is about to begin. Let's eat and talk. Before long, the servants in the castle began to bring out dish after dish, filling the long table. It looked like a dazzling array of dishes, but if you looked closely, you would find that they were mostly seafood such as fish and shrimp or wild vegetables and potatoes. After everyone was seated, the king began to speak slowly. You two don't need to be so reserved. I know it sounds incredible, but in fact, this dream island is not as scary as you imagine. It is different from any nightmares you have encountered before. It is safe on the island, and there are no nightmare monsters. The only threat comes from the sea. You can even live a peaceful life here. Sumu took a sip of the coconut wine unique to the Sea Kingdom and asked, Mr. Hu, as far as I know, nightmare apostles cannot survive in the nightmare world for long. Even if they cannot break free from the current nightmare, they will automatically wake up and return to the real world when the time comes. I wonder what you mean by a peaceful life. Hu Jie smiled slightly, about to explain, but was interrupted by a nightmare apostle who looked excited. What does he mean? He means we can't go back. None of us can go back to the real world, and we can only live on this damn island forever. The speaker was a young man in sportswear, his fists clenched and his face contorted with rage. What did you say? Yang Dongqing jumped up from his seat. What do you mean by saying we can't go back? He was anxious because he wanted to go back more than anyone else. Jasmine was still waiting for him. The young man in sportswear said with a grim expression, If you can't go back, you can't go back. Ask him. He pointed at the king, then fell silent, picked up the wine glass on the table, and drank it all in one gulp. Not satisfied with just one glass, he poured himself another, seemingly trying to drown his sorrows in alcohol. Yang Dongqing looked at the king with some disbelief. Mr. Hu, what exactly do you mean by we can't go back? Sigh. Hu Jie sighed. Mr. Yang, I know it's hard for you to accept, and it's hard for every nightmare apostle who comes here to accept, but it's the truth. This nightmare is not the ordinary nightmare we've experienced before. It has been invaded by the power of the sea god. What do you mean by being invaded by the power of the sea god? What does that have to do with not being able to return to reality? Yang Dongqing became increasingly anxious. He had to go back. The sea god is a deity in the nightmare world. No one has ever seen him, and no one knows what kind of being he is. The only thing I know is that when the sea god's power invaded this dream, its connection with the real world was completely severed. In the past, nightmare apostles only needed to survive in the nightmare for a period of time, and then they would naturally return to the real world. But due to the power of the sea god, no one can go back. Hu Jie's face showed sorrow, as if recalling some past events. I don't believe it. What bullshit, Poseidon? I must go back. As Yang Dongqing's emotions fluctuated, a metallic sheen appeared on his body. There's no going back. Hu Jie sighed. Mr. Yang, do you know how long I've been here? 10 years. A full 10 years. What? Yang Dongqing was suddenly shocked. His first reaction was disbelief. How could there be a nightmare apostle who could stay in the nightmare world for 10 years? He subconsciously glanced around at the reactions of the others, only to find that everyone looked sorrowful and no one questioned him. That's right, it's been 10 years. I entered this nightmare 10 years ago. At that time, I was attacked by the undead sea monsters. They weren't very strong, but they were impossible to kill. I originally planned to kill all the nightmare monsters and then break free from the nightmare to return to reality. But when I found that they were impossible to kill, I changed my strategy and waited for the time to come so I could return automatically. But I waited for a month, 2 months, even a year or two, and I still didn't wake up from the nightmare. During this time, many nightmare apostles came. Like me, they were also unable to wake up. We then realized that this nightmare was a dead end, and there was no way to go back. After years of investigation, we learned that the culprit behind everything was the sea god. The sea god is the deity of the sea, and the immortal sea monster originated from him. His power influenced this nightmare. Chapter 155, is Sumu a gold level expert? Chapter 155, is Sumu a gold level expert? Have you seen the sea god? Mu Qing, who had been silent all along, suddenly spoke. Her voice was clear and crisp, even a little childlike, which made her serious expression with furrowed brows seem a little out of place. Hu Jie shook his head. It's ridiculous. I've been here for 10 years, and I've never seen the sea god once. I've gone deep into the sea countless times, fantasizing that maybe if I could solve the problem at its root by solving the sea god. But I failed, because the sea god is not a creature at all. It is the sea itself. Wherever the sea is, its power influences that place. Although I am a silver tier 1 transcendent, I am utterly incapable of killing the sea. Let alone me, even a legendary gold tier powerhouse would be powerless against it. That's why I said there's no going back. Anyone who sets foot on this island can never go back. Mu Qing frowned and fell silent. No one knew what she was thinking. Yang Dongqing couldn't hold back any longer. I don't believe it. These are all just your side of the story. What the king said is true. A male voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. A fat man walked in, his nose twitching, and his eyes lit up as he looked at the food on the table. Old Hu, you're really unfair. You always bring out these good things to entertain the new nightmare apostles, while we old friends get to eat leftovers. The fat man seemed to be very familiar with the king. As soon as he came in, he found a seat close to Mu Qing, sat down, picked up the food on the table, and started eating. His lecherous little eyes would occasionally steal glances at Mu Qing's slender legs exposed under her short skirt. Mu Qing glanced at the fat man expressionlessly, then casually covered her lap with the clean white napkin on the table. Who are you? Yang Dongqing asked. I am Pang Yang, the Minister of Finance of the Sea Kingdom. I have been here for 5 years. Young brother, when I first came here, I had the same thoughts as you. I thought that Lao Hu looked like a treacherous person and was definitely not a good person. He talked nonsense and was sure that he had some kind of conspiracy to deceive me. After waiting for a year, guess what? We really couldn't go back. Pang Yang ate the bright red lobster with gusto, even sucking out the innards from the head. He glanced at Yang Dongqing, whose face was full of disbelief, and laughed. Why don't you believe me yet? Little brother, don't be so suspicious. Think about it carefully. If Lao Hu is lying, why would he tell a lie that is so easy to expose? If you still don't believe me, just wait a year or two, and you'll know. Yang Dongqing was immediately struck a heavy blow. Jasmine. No, I don't believe it. We can definitely go back, Sumu. Sumu. Say something. When he was at a loss, the first person he thought of was Sumu. At that moment, Sumu was leisurely eating lobster. Feeling Yang Dongqing's gaze, he said lightly, this lobster is not bad. Who asked you how the shrimp are? I'm asking if we can go back. Jasmine is still waiting for me. Aren't you always so smart? Do you think what those two said is true? Yang Dongqing was on the verge of a breakdown, hoping to get the answer he wanted from Sumu. However, Sumu replied, I don't think Mr. Hu is the kind of person who would lie. Thump. Yang Dongqing, pale-faced, plopped down on the stool. Unexpectedly, Sumu changed the subject. However, there are ways to get out. Upon hearing this, Yang Dongqing stood up abruptly, staring intently at Sumu with eyes full of anticipation. Not only him, but everyone present also stopped what they were doing and stared intently at Sumu. What method? Yang Dongqing's voice trembled slightly. Sumu put down the clean lobster shell in his hand, glanced at everyone, and smiled. It's simple. Since this nightmare has been affected by the power of the sea god, why not just leave this dream? No. What are you talking about? If what Hu Jie said is true, then this place has already been affected by the sea god, and it's impossible to leave. He didn't mean leaving here and returning to reality, but the black mist. Mu Qing's clear voice rang out as she looked at Su Mu with burning eyes. Su Mu wiped his hands with a napkin and praised. It seems there are some intelligent people among you. His words caused everyone present to frown, but no one made a sound attack. Instead, they waited for Su Mu to continue. Miss Mu guessed correctly. The solution I suggested is to go into the black mist. This place is affected by the power of the sea god, but the world inside the black mist is not. This means that entering the black mist will allow us to get rid of the sea god's influence. TCH. A man with a scar on his face scoffed. I thought you had some brilliant idea. Everyone knows that the black mist is extremely dangerous. Nobody knows what's inside. Legend has it that even a gold-level expert who enters it cannot come back alive. You call this a solution? It's clearly just sending them to their deaths. Su Mu smiled slightly. There are other nightmares inside. The scarred man scoffed. How do you know? Have you been there? Of course I've been there. Upon hearing this, the entire hall fell slightly silent. Many of the nightmare apostles present were stunned, looking at Su Mu with disbelief. Everyone knows the danger of the black mist. Even gold-level experts dare not go there. Yet Su Mu claims to have been there? How is that possible? Anyone can brag. You say you've been there, but how can you prove it? Su Mu pushed up his brown-tinted glasses, obscuring the crystalline blue light within them. He smiled and said, with your abilities, you're probably not worthy of me proving myself to you. What did you say? The scarred man roared in fury, immediately pulling out a pistol loaded with mithril bullets and pointing it at Su Mu. Say it again if you dare. Believe me, I'll shoot you dead. Nightmare apostles are a group of people who teeter on the brink of life and death, so it's hard to expect them to have a good temper. A glint of crystalline blue light flashed in Su Mu's eyes as he calmly said, You'd better make sure you know exactly what you're holding before you fire. The scarred man froze, glancing instinctively at the gun in his hand. He was immediately terrified. That wasn't a pistol at all. It was clearly a red and black venomous snake with its tongue flicking out. The venomous snake bared its fangs and lunged to bite his hand. Ah! He exclaimed, jerking the venomous snake from his hand. Clang! The pistol made a dull thud as it struck the hard ground. This! The scarred man's face turned pale, then red. You've tricked me. Enough! Finance Minister Pang Yang, who was eating, suddenly shouted. What he said is true. I possess a bronze law called liar detection, which can distinguish between truth and lies. I can prove that what Mr. Su said is true. He really went into the black fog. The scarred man, who was about to pick up the pistol, suddenly turned pale. His face was filled with disbelief. He had heard of the bronze law of distinguishing truth from lies before. It could indeed distinguish lies, but if what Su Mu said was true, wouldn't that mean that the other party's strength was at least comparable to a gold-level expert? Chapter 156 The Carefully Fabricated Truth. Chapter 156 The Carefully Fabricated Truth. An eerie silence fell over the room. You could hear a pin drop. Various complex gazes focused on Su Mu. Shock, apprehension, ecstasy, fear. The fear naturally came from the scarred man. He had just bent down to pick up the gun when he suddenly heard Pang Yang's words. His face turned extremely pale, and his body even trembled slightly. He seemed to freeze, unsure whether to pick up the gun or not. Mr. Su is a gold-level transcendent. King Hu Jie suddenly spoke up, breaking the silence in the room. Su Mu took a small sip of coconut wine and parted her lips slightly. No. Hu Jie's eyes flickered. Please forgive my impertinence, but how did you enter the black mist and come back alive? You have indeed been a bit presumptuous. Hu Jie. The scarred man carefully picked up the pistol, silently returned to his seat, and kept his head down without saying a word, as if afraid of being noticed by Su Mu. No one present was a fool. They knew very well that Su Mu was someone who could return alive from the black mist, and even if he wasn't a gold-level expert, he was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Others might be wary of Su Mu, but Yang Dongqing wasn't. His face was filled with ecstasy. Then what are we waiting for? Let's head straight into the black mist and leave the nightmare world. The group looked at each other, and although some of them were indeed eager to return to reality, no one echoed their sentiments. It's not that they don't want to go back, but the risks are too great. That's the black mist. Even gold-level experts dare not go there. So how could they? Even with the example of Su Mu returning alive, they are still afraid. Just because others can return alive doesn't mean they can too. Yang Dongqing was taken aback by everyone's reaction. What's with those expressions? Don't you want to go back? Do you really want to live on this island forever? His gaze swept across everyone's faces, and those whose eyes were drawn either lowered their heads or avoided his gaze, with no one responding directly. I'm going back, Mu Qing suddenly said. The girl, who looked like she was from a manga, spoke calmly, but her voice revealed an unwavering determination. She looked at Su Mu. Mr. Su, if you really intend to go to the Black Mist, count me in. Su Mu glanced at Mu Qing. She didn't look threatening at all. I am a Silver Tier 1 Transcendent, and I will not hold you back. Besides, since I have decided to go to the Black Mist, I will naturally take responsibility for my own life and death. If I really encounter a crisis, Mr. Su does not need to save me. Everyone was slightly surprised. No one expected that Mu Qing, who seemed to pose the least threat, was actually a silver-level expert. The most important thing was her attitude. She truly disregarded life and death. Su Mu nodded, which was considered as his approval of Mu Qing. Perhaps because Mu Qing took the lead, another nightmare apostle soon spoke up. Count me in. My mother is still waiting for me in the real world. I have to go back. Damn it. What a coward. I'm going to. Even if I die, I'll die a glorious death, not a pathetic old age here, shouted a burly, fierce-looking man with a buzz cut. King Hu Jie, who had remained silent all along, subtly observed the group that had reached a consensus, his eyes gleaming. He suddenly laughed loudly. People really can't be compared. I never thought that the nightmare that has plagued me for 10 years would be solved by Mr. Su as soon as he arrived. If Mr. Su really decides to leave, I am willing to provide you with a ship free of charge to send you out to sea. The black fog lies deep in the ocean. I will also provide several experienced sailors to help you navigate the ship. And what about you? Don't you want to go back? Yang Dongqing asked. Hu Jie chuckled self-deprecatingly. I'm not afraid of you laughing at me for saying this, but if I had met Mr. Su 5 years ago, I might have taken the risk. But now, I've been too comfortable here for too long and have lost my edge. I'm terrified just thinking about facing countless undead sea monsters and unknown dangers in the black fog after I go out to sea. Actually, I had long ago planned to live my whole life in the land of the sea. Think about it. Being a nightmare apostle means you could die at any moment. Even if you survive this nightmare world, what about next time? And the time after that? No one can be so lucky forever. As far as I know, no nightmare apostle in this world has ever lived more than 10 years. I'm the first one, and because I've always lived on this island, and I want to live on, I won't leave. The king's self-deprecating words subtly extinguished the courage that everyone had finally mustered. Yes, nightmare apostles don't live long and will die in the nightmare world sooner or later. But if they live on this island, they won't have to experience other nightmares and can live peacefully. Some people began to show hesitation. Hu Jie smiled slightly and said, whether you leave or stay, I will support your decision. I will provide boats for those who decide to leave, and I will arrange official positions and women for those who decide to stay. Although the Sea Kingdom is lacking in resources and not as exciting as the real world, it still has a population of over 100,000, with women making up more than half of them, more than enough to satisfy everyone. Upon hearing this, everyone was even more tempted. Should they return to reality where their lives were precarious, or enjoy their twilight years in the Sea Kingdom? The banquet soon came to an end, and King Hughes arranged accommodations for everyone in the castle, boasting that ships would be seen setting sail early the next morning. As everyone settled in, one by one, young women were led to their rooms. Su Mu's room was also filled with a woman, probably because Hu Jie thought he was the strongest, so the woman he arranged was the most beautiful among them. Su Mu sized up the woman in front of him. Unlike the dark skin of the people outside who were exposed to the sun, the woman's skin was not very fair, but at least it was a healthy wheat color. She was nearly 1.7 meters tall, dressed in a bikini, and had a beautiful appearance. In the real world, she would be considered a model who could walk the runway. Lord Su. The woman walked over with a charming smile, reaching out to untie the strap of her breasts as she went. His Majesty the King sent me to serve you. I hope you will. Pay your respects to the chief. As the crystalline blue light flashed in Su Mu's eyes, the woman's charming smile vanished, replaced by an expressionless face. State your purpose. I have come to serve you by order of His Majesty the King. Su Mu smiled slightly. Things were getting more and more interesting. He could sense that there was something wrong with the king, but the king had been telling the truth from beginning to end. Even the answers he got from hypnotizing the soldiers and maids were perfectly correct. The Sea Kingdom seemed to be a peaceful, happy, and friendly land for outsiders, with evil residing in the sea monsters. Good and evil were clearly defined here, just like in a fairy tale. Unfortunately, he didn't believe it, because such a country doesn't even exist in reality, let alone in a nightmare. What's truly interesting is not an impeccable lie, but a carefully crafted truth. Chapter 157, The Celestial Venerable of Immortality as a Bodyguard. Chapter 157, The Celestial Venerable of Immortality as a Bodyguard. Sumu left the room, leaving the woman alone inside. He wandered aimlessly through the castle, his senses settling on his own soul. The azure light unique to the Celestial Venerable of Immortality was still spreading across his soul, and the several immortal sea monsters he had encountered earlier had not been able to stop the azure light in the slightest. It's like an adult walking down the street, and you want to block their path, so you send out a few ants to block their way. But the adult doesn't stop walking, doesn't even notice the ants, just steps on them and continues on their way. The siren's role wasn't to block the azure light, but rather to provide Sumu with a completely new perspective. Since his soul had already been preordained by the eternal heavenly venerable and would be completely controlled within 3 days, it sounded terrible. However, if you looked at it from another angle, his soul would be invincible during those 3 days. It is immune to any soul-related attacks. How could something predetermined by the eternal heavenly venerable be defiled by anything else? In other words, the celestial venerable of longevity was his bodyguard for 3 days. Having a god as a bodyguard sounds quite interesting. Upon realizing this, Sumu couldn't help but smile, a smile spreading across his face. Judging from your expression, you don't seem worried at all about going to sea tomorrow. A clear, slightly childlike female voice rang out. Sumu looked up and saw Mu Qing sitting by a wooden fence, enjoying the sea breeze. The damp sea breeze ruffled her hair and made her plaid skirt dance. She was very thin and petite, as if she could be blown away by the sea breeze at any moment. It's less about worry and more about anticipation. Sumu leaned against the fence, feeling the incredibly real sea breeze from his nightmare. Mr. Su is indeed extraordinary. By the way, why did you come out? Perhaps the woman the king sent you didn't meet your standards? Not good to look at. Sumu's honesty surprised Mu Qing slightly. She had thought Sumu would pretend and say something like that he wasn't a casual person. At that moment, laughter from Finance Minister Pang Yang and a woman's exclamation suddenly came from the room behind them. Your Majesty, what are you doing dressed up so elaborately so late at night? Mind your own business and get out of the way. Let me guess, you shameless woman. You must have heard from the maid that there was a handsome man among the strangers this time. So you can't wait to throw yourself into my arms, right? Get out of here. What I, the Empress, want to do is none of your business. Humph, the Empress's thoughts are written all over her face. If you ask me, the new is not as good as the old. No matter how nice a stranger is, no one can be as comfortable as me taking care of her. The sound of a table or cabinet overturning came from inside the room. Bang. The door opened, and the Empress, disheveled, ran out. Pang Yang grabbed her slender waist and was about to speak when he noticed that she suddenly stopped struggling. He looked up and saw Su Mu and Mu Qing. He was taken aback at first, then laughed and said, Mr. Su and Miss Mu have such refined tastes. How about we join them? The queen is the most beautiful woman in the Sea Kingdom. Mu Qing frowned, her eyes filled with undisguised disgust. The Empress glanced at Su Mu shyly, her heart fluttering, and her expression filled with anticipation. Su Mu smiled with interest. Mr. Pang, aren't you worried about angering the king by doing this? Pang Yang waved his hand dismissively. I'm taking care of my sister-in-law for Lao Hu. Why would he be angry? Mr. Su, you don't need to worry about this. Feel free to come. Lao Hu is a very good person. This is nothing. I won't disturb Mr. Pang's enjoyment any longer. Pang Yang stopped trying to persuade her and pulled the Empress back to her room. The Empress was very reluctant and looked at Su Mu several times with lingering affection until the door closed, thus ending their gaze. Not long after, unhealthy noises began to emanate from the room. Mu Qing remained expressionless, showing no sign of anything amiss. Hu Jie has a problem, she suddenly whispered. The Sea Kingdom also has a problem. Sumu gazed at the pitch-black sea. The sea at night was terrifying, like a gaping maw ready to swallow everything at any moment. The inky water surged, and no one knew how many terrifying creatures lurked within. I've been in the Sea Kingdom for 2 days, and I haven't seen a single old man. It's as if the old men here have disappeared. And the women here are strange too. They don't have to go out to sea or work. It seems like their only task is to please men and then have children. The strangest thing was the king. He didn't act like a king at all. He not only didn't have the airs of a king, but he also had an unusually good temper. Logically, every so often the Sea Kingdom would be invaded by nightmare apostles. Unable to leave, they would inevitably fight for power and profit here. This is the inherent weakness of human nature. Yet, No one vied for Hu Jie's position because he, the king, was merely a figurehead and never dealt with state affairs. Even the harem was open to selection by ministers. His power was less than that of the ministers below him. He was essentially a mascot, so naturally no one wanted to overthrow him. Mr. Su, are you listening? Mu Qing raised an eyebrow and looked at Su Mu, who had been admiring the scenery. The wind is picking up. Su Mu slowly withdrew his gaze, gently smoothing the wrinkles on his clothes caused by the sea breeze. He turned to Mu Qing and smiled. Miss Mu, all your doubts will be answered tomorrow. Good night. Mu Qing's brows furrowed deeper and deeper as she watched that tall, elegant figure walk step by step into the darkness and finally disappear completely from sight. She had no idea what Su Mu was thinking. The next day, early morning, the group saw the king again. King Hu Jie greeted everyone warmly. How did you all get some rest last night? Those with thick skin nodded in satisfaction, while those with thin skin avoided eye contact. It seems you are all quite satisfied. I have done my best as host. Now, I will get straight to the point. The ship is ready. It is a royal ship of the Sea Kingdom, absolutely the best. It is anchored on the west coast. May I ask which of you are preparing to set sail in search of the Black Mist? Compared to yesterday's enthusiasm, everyone was noticeably quieter today, with several of those who had boasted about going to sea yesterday now cowering in fear. Humph, coward. Mu Qing snorted coldly and stepped out from the crowd. I'm going to sea. As the only woman in the group, she had witnessed the men's behavior at night yesterday and was already very disgusted by it. Now that no one dared to stand up, she spoke out even more bluntly. Faced with Mu Qing's mockery, several people lowered their heads in silence. It wasn't out of shame, but mainly because Mu Qing was a silver-level first-tier transcendent, and they dared not contradict her. At this moment, Hu Jie stepped in to smooth things over. Miss Mu's courage is commendable, and I admire it very much. However, everyone has their own ambitions, and it is not appropriate to force them. After all, not everyone in this world is a hero, and we are just one of the masses. We admire heroes, but that does not mean we want to become heroes. I think that while heroes certainly deserve praise, valuing life is not wrong either. Hu Jie's words eased the tension on everyone's faces slightly. Chapter 158, The Horrifying Truth. Chapter 158, The Horrifying Truth. I'm not a hero, I just want to go home. Yang Dongqing stepped forward without hesitation. It seems there are only the three of us left. Su Mu slowly walked out, leaning on his snake-patterned wooden cane, with his unchanging smile on his face. And me, the burly, buzz-cut man from yesterday strode out, head held high. This godforsaken place, let whoever wants to stay. I'm not staying. Hu Jie narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the four people in front of him, a barely perceptible glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. He laughed loudly. Since the four of you are already prepared, I will not try to persuade you any further. Please follow me. Wait a minute. Mu Qing suddenly interrupted, staring intently at the smiling Hu Jie. Before we set sail, I have a few questions I want to ask. After all, I don't want to die at sea for no reason. Hu Jie's smile remained unchanged. Miss Mu, do you want to ask about the strength and number of the undying sea monsters? I want to ask you. Mu Qing was too lazy to pretend and said bluntly, I don't trust you. I think you must have some ulterior motive, and there might even be a problem with the ship you prepared in advance. Hu Jie was taken aback. Miss Mu, what makes you say that? Did I do something wrong? I believe I have treated everyone with sincerity. Besides, we are all from the same hometown and have no conflict of interest. Why would I tamper with the ship? Hey, Lao Hu, I told you you look like a cunning person. No one would think you're a good guy, but you never believed me. Peng Yang stepped forward and looked at Mu Qing, saying, Miss Mu, I know your doubts. Lao Hu has indeed been hiding something. Let me be frank, Lao Hu, old Hu, doesn't actually want you guys to go to sea. Peng Yang, you sigh. Hu Jie sighed, but ultimately did not stop him. Mu Qing said coldly, What do you mean by not wanting us to go to sea? Peng Yang glanced around and saw the wary look on everyone's faces. Without keeping them in suspense, he immediately told them the truth. As you've probably noticed, there are no elderly people in the Sea Kingdom, and the so-called sea stone that supposedly drives away sea monsters is just an ordinary stone. In fact, the Sea Kingdom is not as peaceful as you might imagine. To put it bluntly, the entire Sea Kingdom is nothing more than livestock kept by sea monsters. What? Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in surprise. Livestock? Mu Qing's delicate eyebrows furrowed tightly, as if she had made a connection to something. Yes, they are livestock. Peng Yang sighed repeatedly. Do you know the origin of the immortal sea monster? The very first sea monster was actually a fisherman who drowned in the sea. The ocean is an extension of the sea god's power. On the sea, The souls of all those who drown belong to the sea god. Once the sea god takes away their souls, the curse of immortality will spread, and the corpses of the drowned will become undead sea monsters. They will constantly attack living beings and plunder souls for the sea god. This plunder is like a plague. Those whose souls are stolen by the siren eventually become siren themselves. What? That's just like the zombies in the movies, someone exclaimed in horror. Pang Yang gave a wry smile. I wish they were zombies. At least you could kill them by blowing their heads off. But the undying siren is cursed by the sea god. That's the power of the gods. Mortals can't kill them at all. So we could only watch helplessly as the number of sirens increased, attacking the sea kingdom time and again. Old Hu and I, along with the other nightmare apostles, fought desperately to stop them, but it was all in vain. Who can defeat immortal monsters? Then why don't you build high walls to keep the sea monsters out? Although these sea monsters are immortal, they are not very powerful, Mu Qing countered. Do you think we didn't think of this method? It's useless. Completely useless. The siren isn't strong, but there are not only siren in the ocean, but also some large sea beasts. Their predecessors include sharks, whales, octopuses, and so on. If it were just them, that would be one thing. But the most terrifying thing is that there's a sea god's follower in the sea. It's the most powerful being in this area. The high walls can't stop it at all, not even Old Hu, a silver rank expert. Pang Yang's words filled everyone with despair, and they never imagined that so many terrifying beings, including those favored by the gods, were hidden in the sea. Then how did you survive? Yang Dongqing asked, his face turning pale. Hee, it's embarrassing to say. Because of the constant attacks from the sirens, the population of the Sea Kingdom dwindled until there were less than 10,000 people left. At the critical moment, it was Old Hu stepped forward. Don't think that Old Hu is a nice guy or a bit of a coward, but he's a really good person and he'll really step up when something happens. He ventured alone into the deep sea to negotiate with the sea god's retinue, telling them that once the Sea Kingdom was destroyed, they would no longer be able to harvest souls. Mu Qing's face paled slightly as she gritted her teeth and said, So you made a deal with the sea god's retinue to help them raise humans? Little girl, I know what you're thinking, but what can we do? Pang Yang's face twisted into a ferocious expression. We're facing gods. Gods. We can only make a deal with the sea god's retinue, allowing the humans on the island to multiply, and then sacrificing them to the sea monsters every so often in exchange for peace. That damned sea stone was just a tool Old Hu came up with to reassure people. The truth is, we made a deal with the sea god's retinue, telling the sea monsters not to kill those who possessed the sea stone, so that the people would think that the sea monsters also had weaknesses. Because people won't reproduce when they're in a state of extreme despair, we must give them hope. This explains everything. Why there are no elderly people in the Sea Kingdom, because they have all been sacrificed. Why sea stones, though ordinary stones, can drive away sea monsters, because the usefulness lies not in the sea stones themselves, but in the secret agreement between the king and the sea god's retinue. And why the women here are unusually open, because they want to continuously reproduce. Pang Yang's words completely shattered the fairy tale-like illusion surrounding this Sea Kingdom. There are no fairy tales in this world. Fairy tales are all lies. That's why Lao Hu doesn't want you to go to sea. The Sea Kingdom needs fresh people to reproduce. If there are too few people, it will eventually lead to inbreeding and produce some mentally challenged children with incomplete souls. The sea god's family doesn't want mentally challenged children. Don't think Old Hu is selfish. He's doing it for your own good. Going to sea is a dead end. You can't fight the endless monsters in the sea, nor the mysterious and powerful followers of the sea god. Rather than going to your deaths, it's better to stay and at least live peacefully. If there are to be sacrifices, ordinary citizens will be given priority, not us extraordinary beings. Yang Dongqing trembled, feeling utterly bewildered. You actually chose to live like this? Don't you think about your offspring? What's the point of constantly having children? Are they just to be born as livestock? Pang Yang said coldly. At least the livestock can live, which is better than them dying. But what's the use? The more sacrifices we make, the more undead sea monsters we'll have, and then we'll have to make even more sacrifices. It's a vicious cycle. One day, the rate of childbirth won't be able to keep up with the rate of sacrifices, and then the Sea Kingdom will be finished. Yang Dongqing said, trembling. Pang Yang clenched his fists tightly, his fat face contorted with rage. Then tell me what the hell we should do. Tell me, what can you people do besides stand on your moral high ground and criticize us? Chapter 159 Yang Dongqing's Promotion. Chapter 159 Yang Dongqing's Promotion. Pang Yang's roar silenced everyone. The bloody facts were right in front of them, and people had no choice but to do nothing. Yang Dongqing gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his face. He hated his powerlessness once again. The last time he felt powerless was in Tingting's nightmare. He didn't expect to feel it again so soon. Nightmares. Nightmares. These damn nightmares. He hated this place, not only because his own life was precarious, but also because he had to witness despair time and time again, and struggle and sink into despair. Suddenly, a vast net, seemingly capable of encompassing heaven and earth, appeared in Yang Dongqing's field of vision. It was shimmering with billions of brilliant stars, and on one of these stars, which looked as if it were cast in steel, a line connected to his body. He suddenly realized that this was the Bronze Law, and the steel star that connected him was the Iron Heart. The next moment, another star in the Bronze Law, shimmering with warm white light, lowered its radiance and slowly fell upon him. Buzz! A strange tremor surged through his body, as if countless mysterious pieces of knowledge were flooding into his mind. A look of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. Feeling the changes in his body, he knew that this change was called endless recovery. Yes, he has advanced to Bronze Tier 2 and obtained Bronze Law Sequence 8, unending recovery. It should have been a happy occasion to be promoted to Bronze 2, but Yang Dongqing felt no joy at all at this moment, even though he had been looking forward to the promotion for a long time. He had already shown signs of advancement in the real world, since he had fully mastered the Bronze Law Sequence 9, Iron Heart. As the Chosen One, he only needed an opportunity to advance, and now that opportunity had arrived. The moment, unending recovery, appeared, a soft white light flashed across Yang Dongqing's body, and a warm current, like soaking in a hot spring, flowed through his entire body. All the minor injuries he had suffered before, as well as the damage caused by his long-term bad habits such as staying up late and indulging in sex, were wiped away at this moment. His body seemed to have been reborn, becoming incredibly healthy, and his physical abilities were also enhanced to a certain extent. Although he couldn't compare to the previous Iron Heart, he was still a force to be reckoned with. The difference between Bronze I and Bronze 2 is not simply 1 + 1 = 2. The two extraordinary abilities complement and promote each other. Even if a superhuman with iron will and a superhuman with unending recovery attack together, they would absolutely not be able to defeat Yang Dongqing, who is at the Bronze 2 level. Yang Dongqing's extraordinary advancement attracted everyone's attention, and many people showed envy. Being able to advance on his own without relying on extraordinary potions speaks volumes. Even when Su Mu first became a superhuman, he only awakened the Immaculate Heart with the help of external forces. Congratulations on Mr. Yang's promotion. Hu Jia clapped his hands, his face full of sincere congratulations. Yang Dongqing forced a smile, a very strained one. Mr. Yang is a chosen one, with a promising future ahead of him. So why bother venturing into the deep sea? Yang Dongqing shook his head and said firmly, I must go back. There are people in the real world who are very important to me waiting for me. Mr. Yang, you misunderstood. I didn't mean to stop you from going, but rather to wait and go later. Wait a minute. Yang Dongqing was taken aback. Hu Jie continued. Think about it. You are the chosen one. You can advance on your own without relying on extraordinary potions. It is very difficult to advance on your own in the real world because the laws there are not obvious, but it is very easy in the nightmare world. The Sea Kingdom is simply the chosen land for you. If you simply live peacefully here and continuously hone your abilities, over time, you can become a silver rank expert within a few years. Wouldn't your chances of success be greatly increased than before setting off for the deep sea? A hint of hesitation flashed across Yang Dongqing's face. He suddenly realized that what the king said made a lot of sense. But Hu Jie patted Yang Dongqing on the shoulder earnestly. Mr. Yang, I know what you're worried about. It's nothing more than the fact that you can't go back for a long time, which will make your relatives in the real world worry. But everything has its advantages and disadvantages. Think about it. Rather than taking a risk now and risking your life, it's better to wait a few years. Is it more serious to make your family wait for several years, or to never see you again? Yang Dongqing clenched his fists tightly, but in the end he didn't say anything. He hesitated. Seeing his hesitation, Hu Jie smiled slightly. A person's will is easily worn down. When you finally muster up the courage, you are suddenly hindered by various concerns, and your courage will decline. After you have enjoyed the gentle embrace of the Sea Kingdom for a few years, your will be worn down again. Just as Hu Jie thought he had succeeded, a calm voice rang out. Let's go, Yang Dongqing. Leaning on his snake-patterned wooden cane, Su Mu slowly walked towards the west coast, his figure growing ever more distant from the group of people who hesitated in place. Yang Dongqing was stunned. Watching Su Mu's departing figure, all her worries vanished in an instant. and she chased after him almost without thinking. Wait for me. Hu Jie watched the two figures leave, his face darkening. Just then, another figure passed by him. It was Mu Qing. No one knew why she insisted on going back, even at the risk of her life. Perhaps everyone has their own choices and their own concerns. Mu Qing's choice was to run towards the one she cared about. Hu Jie's face darkened further, but when he turned around, his expression returned to normal, and he said with admiration, Mr. Su and the other two are indeed courageous, but that doesn't mean our choice was wrong. We just wanted to live. What's wrong with that? Gentlemen. A tall, imposing figure stepped out from the crowd. It was the crew-cut man who had been urging others to leave. Seeing the crew-cut man take action, Hu Jie narrowed his eyes. He remembered that the man's name was Lu Dongliang. He was not weak, but he was just a brute. After arriving in the Sea Kingdom, he had been complaining about this and that, and kept saying that he wanted to leave this godforsaken place. He never expected that this reckless man would dare to stand up when he knew how dangerous the deep sea was. Others want to go back because they have people they can't let go of in the real world. What do you Lu Dongliang have? In the past few days, Hu Jie hadn't heard Lu Dongliang say a single word about missing home or longing for anyone. All he had heard was his disdain for the Sea Kingdom, as if he wanted to go back simply because the Sea Kingdom was too barren and didn't offer as many things as the real world. Mr. Lu, are you going too? Hu Jie asked. Chapter 160, Let Him Be Strong. Chapter 160, Let Him Be Strong. Ugh, Lu Dongliang cursed. Didn't I tell you? This godforsaken place is no place for anyone to stay, but I can't stand it. Damn it. I choked on a fish bone when I was a kid, so I hate eating fish more than anything. And here in this godforsaken place, I'm eating fish 9 times a day. Hu Jie's eyes flickered. Mr. Lu, the Sea Kingdom is indeed not as good as the real world, but at least you can survive here. There are many powerful monsters in the sea, as well as the sea god's followers. You should think carefully about whether it is more important to enjoy yourself or to survive. Nonsense. Of course, enjoyment is more important. What's the point of living if I can't enjoy myself? I'd rather be an emperor for a day than a beggar for a lifetime. Stop trying to persuade me and get out of my way. Hu Jie was a little stunned. He didn't expect that so many oddballs would appear among the nightmare apostles this time. He could understand that others had ties and wanted to go back, but what kind of monster is Lu Dongliang? You can enjoy this even in the land of the sea, the women here. Lu Dongliang said disdainfully. You really haven't eaten fine food before. The women here are dark-skinned and strong, and their mouths smell like the sea. Only you would be interested in them. Hu Jie. He was genuinely angry. This brute was truly impervious to reason. But there are many powerful monsters in the sea. Humph. Lu Dongliang had already shaken off Hu Jie's hand that was trying to stop him, and strode after Su Mu and the others, his rough voice drifting from afar. Let him be strong as he wants. I am Lu Dongliang. Watching the 4 figures disappear into the distance, Hu Jie's face had become expressionless, and he looked at them as if they were dead men. At this moment, Peng Yang put his arm around Hu Jie's shoulder and said, Forget it, you can't persuade a damned ghost with good words. Let them be. I heard you recently took a new concubine. I'll help you train her. Sigh. Hu Jie said with regret. I really don't want to watch them die. Why can't they stay and live a good life? On the high seas, a boat carrying a dozen or so people is sailing. The boat is not big, and its hull is mainly made of wood and metal. It is about the size of a small yacht in the real world, but it is actually much simpler than a yacht. This is already considered the best ship in the Sea Kingdom, reserved for royal use. On the deck, the sailors given by the king were busy moving about. Although they were experienced, their faces were filled with fear and anxiety after learning that their destination was the deep sea. The only comfort they had was the sea stone they wore on their chests and the huge sea stone hanging on the hull. Inside the cabin, Su Mu and his 3 companions gathered together to discuss their upcoming trip. We're all in the same boat now, so let's each explain our abilities. That way, we can cooperate better if we encounter danger, Su Mu instructed, acting like a leader. Mu Qing and the others didn't think there was anything wrong with it. As a powerful figure who could return from the Black Mist, Su Mu should be in charge. Even Lu Dongliang, who seemed difficult to get along with, did not come out to compete for command of the fleet. Let me go first. Su Mu began to lie skillfully. I have many abilities, but I won't go into detail. My main ability is Annihilation Eye, which can annihilate at the atomic level. Mu Qing and Lu Dongliang were immediately startled. Annihilation at the atomic level? What kind of law is this? It's terrifying, Lu Dongliang exclaimed, his tiger-like eyes filled with undisguised shock. Mr. Su's laws are not within the known sequence. He truly deserves to be a powerful figure who returned from the Black Mist. Mu Qing's tense face relaxed slightly. As a member of the fleet, she naturally hoped that her teammates would be as strong as possible, so that their chances of survival would be greater. Although both were shocked by Su Mu's powerful abilities, neither of them questioned them. It would be suspicious if Su Mu's abilities weren't strong enough to return from the black mist. Sitting to the side, Yang Dongqing unconsciously wiggled his hips and lowered his head slightly. He knew his acting skills were not good and was afraid that others would see through his acting. He didn't know how many abilities Su Mu had acquired, but the abilities were always different, and he could just rattle them off. I'll go next. Mu Qing suppressed her shock and took the initiative to explain her ability. Silver Law Sequence 3 Nature's Call. The ability is to control plants. Her remarks drew Yang Dongqing's attention, because Yang Dongqing had finally met someone whose rank was lower than his. Although the other person was a silver rank while he was a bronze rank, it did not prevent him from feeling a slight surge of superiority. I'm also Silver 1, Sequence 18 Bloody Berserker. This ability is similar to Berserk mode in games, which can greatly increase strength, speed, resistance, etc. If it weren't for the side effect of lowering intelligence and inability to distinguish friend from foe after activation, my sequence ranking would definitely be higher than 18. Lu Dongliang seemed very dissatisfied with his own sequence ranking, so he made a point of explaining. The meaning is simple. Although my rank is low, my combat ability is by no means weak. It's just that I might kill my teammates. Bronze 2, my bronze laws are Sequence 8, Unending Recovery, and Sequence 9, Iron Will. Yang Dongqing was a little embarrassed to reveal his abilities and level. It was rather shameful to suddenly have a bronze 2 among a group of silver. Mu Qing glanced at Yang Dongqing, her face showing a puzzled expression, but she didn't say anything. Lu Dongliang, however, couldn't keep his thoughts to himself and said directly, Brother Yang, I'm a little puzzled. Why is your extraordinary level so low? If I remember correctly, you were bronze level 1 when you first came in, and you only recently broke through to bronze level 2, right? Yang Dongqing, still young at heart, retorted somewhat defiantly. That's because I haven't been a nightmare apostle for long. Give me some time, and I'll be able to advance to silver sooner or later. Lu Dongliang shook his head. That's not what I meant. What I meant was that the signs of the nightmare world are getting more and more difficult to detect. The nightmares you enter as an ordinary person are definitely different from the nightmares you enter after becoming a superhuman. You play games, right? Do you know about matchmaking mechanisms? I'm a straightforward person, don't take it personally. In general, newbies rarely get matched with pros in the same game. The three of us are all so good. We shouldn't have run into you. Yang Dongqing. Damn it, you're telling me not to mind your words? Why don't you talk to Su Mu directly like that? I'm also curious about this. It does seem a bit illogical, Mu Qing frowned. And what's even more illogical is that, given our current level, why would we encounter a legendary deity in this nightmare? Even if, as Hu Jie said, the sea god is simply the sea and has never shown himself, it still doesn't make sense unless... She paused, then looked at Su Mu, who was sitting upright to the side. Chapter 161 Attack. Chapter 161 Attack. Lu Dongliang instantly realized something, looked sharply at Su Mu, and blurted out, unless someone in the team is too strong. The matchmaking system only includes newbies to maintain balance, and the nightmare difficulty will increase along with that person's strength. Both of them looked at Su Mu, their eyes filled with deep shock. This could only be the reason. Mr. Su's strength was too great, causing the difficulty of the entire nightmare to increase dramatically. Su Mu smiled gently, perhaps. From their conversation, he gained a deeper understanding of the nightmare world and also realized why he had encountered a deity this time. Because of the eternal life, Celestial Venerable. The power of the eternal Celestial Venerable remained in his soul, and the nightmare world attributed this power to itself. After it intruded into Yang Dongqing's nightmare, the balance was disrupted. Or perhaps it is a mutual attraction between gods. But it doesn't matter anymore. We've already entered, so analyzing the reasons for entering is pointless. A siren. Suddenly, the crew members cried out in alarm on the deck. Everyone's expressions hardened, and they hurriedly went out of the cabin. They saw more than a dozen undead sea monsters crawling onto the deck, and even more sea monsters were emerging from the sea and climbing onto the ship. The smell of decay filled the air, and seawater dripped from the siren, soaking the deck. The crew members were thrown into chaos. Someone tried to take out the sea stone to drive away the sea monster, but as soon as he raised the sea stone, a black fleshy tendril ignored it and wrapped around his hand. In an instant, the man's body stiffened, his skin lost its color, and he fell to the ground without a sound. Ordinary people are basically powerless against the immortal sea monster. Its black fleshy whiskers can steal souls, and touching them is certain death. Only extraordinary individuals like Yang Dongqing could withstand a few blows, but not for long. Don't panic. Get behind me. Lu Dongliang's body began to expand strangely, his muscles bulging and his skin turning crimson. He charged forward and easily defeated the sea monsters with a single punch. But it was no use. The shattered siren turned into seawater and flowed back into the ocean, and then more and more siren climbed onto the ship. His eyes were bloodshot and bloodshot, the symptoms of his berserk state becoming increasingly obvious. Damn it. I told you not to panic, run. Get the boat and leave. If he knew how to sail a boat, he wouldn't care about these people's lives or deaths. He overestimated these pampered citizens of the Sea Kingdom. In the past, they relied on the sea stone to drive away the immortal sea monsters, which meant they had hardly ever fought. Now that the sea stone had failed, they were completely panicked. Some were even terrified and stood there waiting to die. Thump. The snakeskin cane tapped lightly on the deck, producing a crisp sound. Quiet. The calm voice seemed to possess some kind of magical power. When Sumu spoke, the chaotic sounds on the entire deck abruptly ceased. Then, the panicked crowd strangely calmed down. They ran in an orderly fashion, lined up, and ran into the cabin to begin navigating the boat to escape. This bizarre scene startled Lu Dongliang, who exclaimed, as expected of Mr. Su. Binding. Mu Qing stretched out her fair little hand, her fingers opening like flowers blooming. The next moment, countless thorny vines sprouted from the ship, tightly binding the undead sea monsters. After binding them, the thorny vines exerted their power, throwing them off the ship one by one. Although her silver rank is low, it is a rare area of effect attack, making it ideal for clearing out mobs. The ship accelerated wildly, leaving behind the undead sea monsters that had gathered in the sea. After the crisis was over, Lu Dongliang returned to normal and spat into the sea. Damn, if these things weren't so unkillable, I would have killed them all. Yang Dongqing was taken aback. What you said makes perfect sense. The ship sailed further and further away, and soon the Sea Kingdom was no longer visible to the group. All around them was a vast ocean. Although sea monsters would occasionally attack, they could not cause any waves under the suppression of the group's powerful strength. Going out to sea doesn't seem dangerous. Lu Dongliang downed his coconut wine in one gulp, a look of satisfaction on his face. Just as he was about to casually throw the bottle into the sea, a huge black shadow suddenly appeared in the water. The dark shadow rose from the seabed, growing larger and larger, and the color of the shadow became darker and darker. To the naked eye, it was dozens of meters long. The terrifying dark shadow on the seabed was several times larger than this ship. It rose from the bottom of the boat, causing the surrounding water to surge and the boat to rock violently, as if it might capsize at any moment. Oh no, it's going to capsize our boat. Lu Dongliang's expression changed drastically. Mr. Su, quickly tell them to speed up the boat. Sumu gazed intently at the enormous shadow in the sea and said calmly, this is already the ship's maximum speed. Bang! A giant tentacle, over 10 meters long, burst out of the water and slammed onto the ship like a fallen giant tree. Click! The metal-reinforced wooden boat was immediately smashed and developed several cracks. Then came the second, the third, and so on. 7 tentacles landed on the ship, tightening and binding it tightly, causing the ship to creak and groan under the strain. Go to hell! Lu Dongliang roared, his skin instantly turning crimson, and he slammed it at one of the thick tentacles. Bang! The terrifying force smashed the tentacle in half, the broken end already reduced to a bloody pulp. No! Mu Qing exclaimed as several vines sprouted from under Lu Dongliang's feet and wrapped around his body. What are you doing? Lu Dongliang glared angrily and was about to tear the vines off his body. You can't keep smashing it. The ship can't withstand your force. Lu Dongliang was startled and looked towards the spot where the tentacle had broken off, where he saw a large hole in the deck. Damn it! His anger surged, and he dared not unleash his full strength. If this were on land, I could take on 10 of these guys. Although the bloodbath skill would lower his intelligence, he hadn't used his full strength yet, so his intelligence hadn't dropped to 0. He also knew that once the ship was gone and he fell into the sea, it would be the siren's domain. Helpless, Lu Dongliang could only try to move the tentacles with his hands, hoping to throw them back into the sea. Mu Qing, on the other hand, kept manipulating the vines, repairing the ship that was about to break down, as if she were knitting a sweater. As for Yang Dongqing, he was frantically attacking one of the tentacles, his steel-like arm plunging into it and tearing at it, but the tentacle was too huge, and he couldn't cause any effective damage in a short time. As the situation grew increasingly critical, Everyone had no choice but to turn to the mysterious and powerful Mr. Su for help. Sumu did not stand idly by. He was simply waiting for the black tentacles on the giant octopus's body to appear, since he didn't possess any wide-range attack skills. Although the primordial angel's eye of God is very powerful, its attack range is very small, making it useless against such a behemoth. Moreover, fighting at sea is far too restrictive. A slight mistake could damage the ship, while sea monsters can attack at will. Seeing that the ship was about to give way, and the black fleshy tendrils had not yet emerged, Sumu knew that he could not wait any longer. So he did something that shocked everyone. He jumped into the sea. Chapter 162 Annihilation. Chapter 162 Annihilation. Mr. Su, Lu Dongliang exclaimed. Everyone knows that the sea is the domain of sirens, and even superhumans need to breathe. They can't possibly fight while treading water, can they? Underwater, Sumu's eyes shone with a crystal blue light. His powerful mental strength gave him unparalleled perception, allowing him to clearly see the full appearance of the sea monster. It was a gigantic octopus, its body so large it resembled a moving black island, its skin covered in dark, wrinkled skin like old tree bark. Countless thick tentacles churned in the seawater, covered with suckers of varying sizes, like a dense network of holes, which was enough to make one's scalp tingle. At this moment, the octopus spotted Sumu, and a thick tentacle swept across. Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly, and a massive amount of spiritual power surged into the silver ring on his left hand, causing it to burst with a faint light. The next moment, this spiritual energy was transformed into powerful physical strength. Facing the approaching tentacles, he did not dodge, but instead used both hands to grab them hard. He inserted both hands directly into the suction cups on the tentacles, then flipped his body to use the momentum to climb up the tentacles. The tentacles thrashed wildly, but couldn't shake off Sumu at all. He pulled hard again, seemingly trying to pull the octopus down, but because there was no foothold in the sea, the powerful reaction force sent Sumu rushing towards the octopus. This was exactly what Sumu wanted to achieve, because he saw the bottom of the octopus, where thousands of black fleshy tentacles floated among its tangled tentacles. He would have a hard time killing such a behemoth in the sea, but his bodyguard, the eternal celestial venerable, could. Like a torpedo, Sumu pierced through layers of tentacles and plunged straight into the dense black fleshy tendrils. His body instantly swallowed up. The black, fleshy tendrils sensed the arrival of the soul and instinctively began to frantically coil around Sumu, trying to pull his soul out. And then, nothing happened. A brilliant, boundless beam of blue light, as if descending from a high latitude, flashed out. Whoosh! The island-like octopus monster disappeared. The disappearance was so sudden that the surrounding seawater seemed not to have reacted at all, only surging in from all directions a moment later to fill the vacuum left by the octopus's disappearance. The people on the ship were startled. In their view, they only saw Sumu jump into the sea, and then a flash of blue light appeared. The tentacles that had been wrapped around the ship's hull were covered by the blue light and disappeared in a flash. No, it's gone. Lu Dongliang rushed to the side of the ship to check, only to find that the huge shadow in the sea had also disappeared. He stared in disbelief, exclaiming in horror, "Is this the power of Mr. Su's Eye of Annihilation?" It annihilated the sea monster in an instant. This is simply an unreasonable act of annihilation. Mu Qing was equally shocked, and she slowly pulled her small hand out from her bosom. Even Yang Donqing, who knew Sumu well, was stunned. He really had the Eye of Annihilation? Just how many laws did he possess? On the vast and boundless sea, sunlight spills onto the shimmering surface, creating layers of golden ripples. Suddenly, a figure emerges from the sea, wet hair plastered to his forehead, water droplets sliding down his angular face, sparkling in the sunlight. It was Sumu. Sumu came to the side of the boat, grabbed the metal bar used for fixing the boat with one hand. His arm muscles bulged slightly, and with a sudden burst of strength, he was lifted out of the water like an arrow and landed on the deck. "Chief, a towel." A crew member who had been waiting for a long time respectfully handed over a white towel. Sumu took it casually, took off his brown glasses, and wiped his cheeks and wet hair. This was the first time everyone had seen the eyes hidden behind the brown glasses. The eyes, like black gemstones, shimmered with a deep, dark light. You can tell if a person has energy and spirit by looking at whether their eyes have light. Sumu's eyes do have light, but it's a dim and indistinct light, unusually deep, like a vortex that makes people unconsciously want to lose themselves in it. "Mr. Su, you are truly amazing," Lu Dongliang exclaimed excitedly. He was a straightforward person and did not hide his admiration for the strong. Let's get out of here quickly. The monsters in the sea are unkillable, and the octopus sea monster will soon be back, Mu Qing reminded them, not forgetting their current situation. Yes, let's go quickly. Lu Dongliang hurriedly urged the crew. While drying his hair, Su Mu said calmly, "This octopus won't come back, because it's already dead." Dead? Mu Qing's pink lips parted slightly. Aren't they supposed to be invincible? Mr. Su, do you think you can kill them? Su Mu nodded. There is no such thing as immortality in this world. Even if there were, it would never happen to an octopus. Everyone was even more shocked. Was the curse of immortality broken so easily? Was this Mr. Su's true strength? The ship continued its voyage, and time slowly passed. The octopus sea monster truly did not return. In the dark depths of the sea, a humanoid creature covered in slippery green scales stared intently at the ship. It had a pair of scarlet eyes, and its back was covered in countless thick, black tendrils that seemed to bloom, surging silently in the seawater. It shifted its gaze to the spot where the octopus sea monster had disappeared, sensing the residual power in the seawater, a hint of apprehension appearing in its eyes. The power of a god. He is also a chosen one. But which god is he the chosen one of? It seems we cannot act rashly. We need to continue probing. Suddenly, it bent down to look at the dark seabed and uttered strange mutterings. Buzz. Strange murmurs traveled with the current to the seabed, and then a shocking scene unfolded. Deep in the ocean, countless scarlet eyeballs lit up, some of them enormous, the largest reaching 10 meters in diameter. On the boat, Sumu did not change out of his wet clothes. Yang Dongqing asked, puzzled, "Aren't you uncomfortable wearing wet clothes?" Sumu shook his head. "Because we're going into the water soon." Yang Dongqing was taken aback. Before he could react, Sumu had already walked to the side of the boat, looking intently into the unfathomable sea. "We're here." The calm sea surface began to shake violently the next moment, as if some enormous creature was about to break through the water. Such a huge commotion naturally attracted everyone's attention. When they looked into the sea, they were instantly terrified to see that a strange red light was shining in the water. The red light was very wide, covering an area of almost a kilometer, and it was getting brighter and brighter, as if the red light on the seabed was rapidly approaching the ship. Upon closer inspection, everyone was horrified. What they saw was not red light at all, but rather enormous scarlet eyeballs that flickered with an eerie red glow, connecting to illuminate a kilometer-wide area of the sea. Chapter 163 The Shocking Familiar of the Sea God. Chapter 163 The Shocking Familiar of the Sea God. Bang bang bang. Giant tentacles burst from the water, dancing in the air like pillars supporting the sky. Following them, sea monsters as large as mountains slowly rose up, their rough skin like ancient reefs, their bodies radiating a dark luster. They surrounded the ship, and the huge shadows cast by their bodies in the sunlight were terrifying. They were incredibly deformed, resembling a haphazardly pieced-together amalgamation of various fish and octopuses. Not only that, but along with the sea monster appeared a dense swarm of undead sea monsters. Their bodies were not fully exposed above the surface. Only their rotting heads were visible, making it look from a distance like a sea of rotting human heads floating on the sea. Such a terrifying scene filled Mu Qing and the others with despair. They had no choice but to despair. Dozens of terrifying sea monsters the size of mountains and tens of thousands of immortal sea monsters. Even on land, they would not be a match for such a lineup, let alone in the sea. At this moment, there was truly no way out, not even to heaven or earth. Mu Qing's expression changed drastically. She quickly took out 4 bottles of light blue potion from her bosom and threw them at the crowd. "This is a fish swimming potion. After taking it, you can move underwater like a fish for an hour. Drink it quickly, or the boat is definitely doomed." As soon as she finished speaking, several thick tentacles descended from the sky and slammed down on the crowd. Everyone present was an extraordinary being, so their reactions were naturally incredibly swift, and they scattered in all directions to avoid danger. However, just as Mu Qing had predicted, the ship was beyond saving. Under the sea monster's attack, the small boat instantly shattered into countless pieces of wood, which scattered across the sea, and everyone fell into the water. Without the slightest hesitation, they drank the fish swimming potion in their hands. Soon, they felt a strange sensation in their bodies, as if their skin had become as smooth as a fish's, and they felt more at ease with the seawater. Being in the ocean at this moment is like being in the air. Breathing and speaking are not affected. The resistance of the seawater was no longer an obstacle at this moment. However, the fish swimming potion only lasted for an hour. The moment they fell into the water, a group of immortal sea monsters swam up from the seabed beneath their feet. Looking at the terrifying number of enemies, Su Mu smiled mysteriously. It's time for you to show your skills, eternal heavenly venerable. He turned to the panicked crowd. Such a large number of sirens acting in unison must be controlled by the sea god's retinue. You all save yourselves. I'm going to find the sea god's retinue. After saying that, he plunged into the deep sea without waiting for anyone's reply. As expected of Mr. Su, Lu Dongliang praised. Faced with such a large number of enemies, he actually chose to charge into the fray alone, intending to capture the leader first. A fierce fighting spirit ignited in his eyes, and dense crimson light spread across them. His body swelled up strangely, and his skin turned crimson as he charged towards the surrounding undead sea monsters. Although Mu Qing was a woman, she displayed unparalleled composure. Her eyes flashed with a cold light, and her hands moved rhythmically. In the next moment, countless seaweeds extended from the seawater, frantically strangling and killing the enemies around them. Even Yang Dongqing, who was the weakest, was fighting desperately. Their courage in choosing to go to sea instead of waiting to die in the Sea Kingdom is enough to prove their bravery. Now that they are in danger, it is only natural that they would risk their lives. In the dim seawater, the undead sea monsters around him seemed to have sensed Su Mu's intentions and rushed towards him madly. Su Mu didn't indulge them either. A massive amount of spiritual power surged into the silver ring on his left hand, the energy-devouring ring. The continuous spiritual power was transformed into physical strength, giving him terrifying speed. With a sudden burst of strength, he moved like a ghost from the seabed, constantly dodging the attacks of the undead sea monster while reaching out to touch its black fleshy tendrils. All the undead sea monsters he touched were instantly annihilated by a flash of blue light. At that moment, he seemed like a god who could erase everything. Without any violent movements, with just a simple touch, the surrounding sea monsters were all reduced to ashes. The undying sea monster is not strong. Its individual strength is even inferior to that of a bronze-level first-tier transcendent. It only relies on the advantages of the seawater and its immortality to wreak havoc. Once these two advantages disappear, they will be nothing more than cannon fodder. At this moment, a huge sea monster resembling a tiger shark opened its blood-red maw and attacked Su Mu from behind. The gaping maw was so large and its coverage area was so wide that Su Mu, who was in the sea, had no way to escape the attack range. However, Su Mu did not run away and let the other party swallow him into its mouth. After swallowing Su Mu, the tiger shark sea monster swam to the other side with undiminished momentum. Deep in the ocean, a humanoid creature covered in green scales is hiding in the shadows, observing the situation. It is the sea god's servant who is controlling this attack. Was it really that easy to solve? It had a vague feeling that something was wrong. With its sharp eyes, it quickly noticed a human-shaped shadow in the spot where the tiger shark had just swum. It was a human shadow. Shadow? The sea god's retinue sensed something was wrong, and sure enough, the humanoid shadow twitched, and Su Mu emerged from the shadows unharmed. What? The sea god's servant exclaimed in shock. It can actually avoid physical damage. Just as he was about to control the tiger shark to turn around, he saw Su Mu shoot out and land on the tiger shark's back. His fair and slender hand, without any fluctuation of power, gently placed on the black whiskers on its back. Whoosh! A flash of blue light, and the tiger shark vanished. Upon witnessing this scene, the sea god's servant felt his heart sink to the bottom. His body silently sank down and disappeared into a patch of coral. The green scales on his body instantly turned into the color of the coral upon contact with it, as if they had completely merged into one, making them indistinguishable to the naked eye. The divine power carried by Su Mu was too terrifying, making it dare not confront its power. After dealing with the tiger shark, Su Mu looked around, trying to find the sea god's followers behind the scenes. His gaze swept over the coral without lingering, and having found nothing, he had no choice but to swim away into the distance. In the coral reef, the sea god's servant had a gloomy look in his eyes as he pondered a countermeasure. After the recent probing, he had gained some understanding of Su Mu's abilities. With its powerful physique, it can hide in the shadows to avoid damage, and can even directly wipe out the undead siren. It didn't care much about the first two abilities. What it cared about most was the divine power to erase the sea monsters. This power was simply unreasonable, and even though it possessed the power of the sea god, it dared not try it lightly. After all, no one can guarantee that the sea god will definitely be able to defeat the opponent's divine power. Damn it, we're both chosen by God, so why can he use divine power without limit? Is he still a chosen one? It's practically divine possession. No wonder the sea god's followers thought that way, because using the power bestowed by the gods comes at a price. Who would use divine power to clear out even the minions like Sumu? It seems we need to find another way. Chapter 164. What are you expecting? Chapter 164. What are you expecting? The sea god's attendant's eyes flickered as he carefully analyzed Sumu's process of annihilating the sea monsters, the scenes flashing through his mind like a slideshow. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual. Sumu always touched the black fleshy tendrils on the sea monsters with his hands when he killed them. There's a problem. A big problem. Why did he have to touch the black fleshy tendrils to kill the sea monster? Is divine power such an inconvenient thing? If he could truly unleash divine power without limit, he could easily control the blue light to wipe out all the sea monsters and sea monsters around him in an instant. Why bother with the trouble of touching it? And why does it have to be black fleshy tendrils? If the condition for exercising divine power is contact, can't we contact other places? As a follower of the sea god, it naturally knew what the black fleshy whiskers were. They were a special organ that existed between the soul and the body, capable of reaching the soul of the other party and then extracting it. The soul? I understand. A glint flashed in the eyes of the sea god's servant. It finally understood the condition for Sumu to release his divine power, soul contact. It seems the power wielded by the deity behind Sumu is related to the soul, which explains his obsession with the black fleshy tendrils. If that's the case, wouldn't it be better to simply kill him with overwhelming force without giving him any opportunity to touch them? Friend, what are you expecting? A gentle voice suddenly rang out behind the sea god's retinue. What? The sea god's servant was shocked and turned around in disbelief, only to see Sumu, dressed in black, standing behind him with a smile. His black clothes blended perfectly into the dark, deep sea, and if you didn't look closely, it would look like a fair human face floating on the seabed. That's impossible. The sea god's servant was terrified. It had clearly seen Sumu swimming away into the distance, so how could he suddenly appear behind it? However, he didn't have time to think, because Sumu had already reached out his hand to it. The sea god's retinue tried to dodge, but due to the sneak attack, Sumu ultimately gained the upper hand. The fair, slender hand precisely grasped a black, fleshy tendril on the back of the sea god's servant. The sea god's companion's eyes widened suddenly. At this moment, it finally understood what those immortal sea monsters felt like. The black fleshy whiskers fell into Sumu's hands and directly connected with his soul. Then a brilliant, boundless azure light suddenly rose up, spreading along the black fleshy whiskers and covering the body of the sea god's retinue. At that moment, the immortal creature felt death. Just as its body was about to be annihilated by the blue light, driven by the instinct for survival, countless mournful roars of souls suddenly resounded within its body, and those souls continued to perish. Instead, a vast, mysterious, and irresistible force, like the ocean, emerged. This power seemed to come from a higher dimension, completely beyond the limits of human imagination. Whoosh! A rich blue light emerged from the body of the sea god's retinue, meeting the azure light of the eternal heavenly venerable. Two beams of light, one blue and one cyan, shot into the sky, their brilliance reflecting each other and coloring the entire sea in blue and cyan hues. The two beams clashed fiercely, locked in a stalemate. However, this stalemate only lasted for a moment before the azure light began to repel the blue light and spread towards the sea god's retinue. The sea god's retinue was terrified, not because the sea god's power was failing, but because the souls it had accumulated over the years were being rapidly depleted, causing the sea god's usable divine power to weaken rapidly. It was terrified. Taking advantage of the stalemate between the two divine powers, it suddenly stretched out its hand covered with green scales and slashed fiercely at the black fleshy whiskers on its back. The sea god's followers screamed in agony at the sight of their souls being torn apart, but they managed to escape Sumu's clutches. Sumu naturally couldn't let it go, and immediately chased after the sea god's retinue. Unfortunately, in the ocean, he had no chance of catching up with the sea god's retinue, which was determined to escape. Within a few breaths, the sea god's retinue vanished into the deep sea, disappearing without a trace. Sumu narrowed his eyes, stopped in his tracks, and watched the other person's disheveled retreating figure, a profound and unfathomable smile appearing on his lips. You can't escape. His lips parted slightly, and his soft words drifted away with the seawater. He sensed his soul and discovered that the blue light that was supposed to cover his entire body in 2 days had faded somewhat. Although the fading was not significant, it had successfully extended his life by 1 day. For this reason alone, The sea god's retinue must die. Afterwards, Su Mu went upstream and met Mu Qing and the others. Their battle with the sea monster had already reached a fever pitch. Mu Qing and Lu Dongliang are indeed silver-ranked experts. Even though their own rank is not high, they cannot be defeated by the sea monster in a short time. Mu Qing manipulated the seaweed in the sea, often killing a large number of sea monsters with a wave of her hand. Facing the huge sea monster that attacked, she was equally fearless. She took out a light green potion from her bosom and threw it directly into the sea monster's gaping maw. Then, her slender little hand moved silently. Countless thick trees, vines, and flowers bloomed from the sea monster's enormous body, bursting and piercing it alive. Unfortunately, no matter how overwhelming the battle was, it was of no use. The dead sea monsters turned into seawater with a bang, and soon came back to life from the seawater. Compared to the visual appeal of Mu Qing's battles, Lu Dongliang's fighting style was simple and brutal. His entire body was crimson, and he resembled a human meat grinder. He plunged headfirst into the sea monster's body, frantically tearing at its flesh and bones with both hands, and soon dismembered it. As for Yang Dongqing, let's not even mention him. At this moment, he was hiding listlessly inside the mouth of a giant man-eating flower, clearly having been attacked by black fleshy tendrils, and then protected by Mu Qing. As time went on, the battle between the two became increasingly difficult. Facing an unkillable enemy, they were expending far too much energy. At this moment, Su Mu made his move. He drifted past the giant sea monsters like a ghost. Because of their enormous size, the sea monsters were clumsy and easily caught by Su Mu. With a flash of blue light, a breathtaking scene unfolded. Wherever Su Mu passed, all the giant sea monsters in the sea vanished into thin air, leaving not even a trace. Those who witnessed this scene almost forgot about the battle, staring dumbfounded at the unbelievable sight before them. Anyone who witnessed this scene would be shocked. A monster that they couldn't kill even if they fought to the death was wiped out by Mr. Su with just a wave of his hand. The shock was beyond words. Mu Qing and Lu Dongliang even suspected that Su Mu had been lying before. Mr. Su, you still say you're not a gold-level expert? With the sea monsters dealt with, everyone finally had a chance to catch their breath and began to gather around Su Mu. Mr. Su, have you found the sea god's companions? Mu Qing asked, breathing heavily. Her slightly swollen chest heaved, and the seawater made her body lines particularly prominent. Chapter 165 Tsunami. Chapter 165 Tsunami. It got away, Su Mu said calmly. Upon hearing this, Su Mu's power was immediately elevated in the minds of the two. He could even frighten away the legendary god's chosen one. Even a gold-level expert might not be able to do that. What do we do now? The effects of the fish swimming potion are almost over, and I've only made these few bottles. There aren't any left. Su Mu's eyes flickered, and he was about to speak when he heard a sound like a conch shell horn coming from the depths of the sea. As the sound spread, the sirens and sea monsters seemed to receive some kind of signal, and they retreated continuously until they all disappeared into the deep sea. What's going on? Could it be that the sea god's retinue is afraid? The listless Yang Dongqing emerged from the mouth of the man-eating flower, looking at the retreating sea monster army with a joyful expression. Su Mu shook his head. He's not afraid. He probably just thinks it's hard to kill us this way, so he's planning to try a different approach. In what way? Yang Dongqing asked. Su Mu did not answer, because Dahai answered for him. Whoosh! On the boundless sea, the wind howled and the waves surged. At the horizon, a white line suddenly rose. It's a tsunami, Yang Dongqing exclaimed. He stared intently as the white line in the distance rose higher and higher until it was fully revealed, revealing a towering wave nearly 100 meters high. The white waves roared like ferocious beasts, surging towards the crowd with overwhelming force. Before the waves even arrived, the various undercurrents in the sea were already surging wildly, even forming deep-sea whirlpools, making it impossible for the people swept away to maintain their balance in the sea. Mr. Su, the effect of the fish potion is running out. What should we do now? Should we sink to the bottom of the sea and continue to search for the black mist? Or should we return to the Sea Kingdom for the time being and wait for me to refine a new batch of fish potion before setting sail again? Mu Qing asked anxiously. Looking at the towering waves that were crashing in, Su Mu's lips curled slightly. Miss Mu, is the fish potion your own creation? Through his connection with Nangong Mengli, he was no longer a novice in the realm of extraordinary abilities. He was familiar with all the various extraordinary potions available on the market, but he had never heard of the swimming fish potion. Mu Qing was taken aback, not understanding the meaning of the question, but still nodded and said, That's right. I specially made it after I came to the Sea Kingdom, just in case. Sumu smiled slightly, understanding in his heart. Let's go back. After saying that, he turned and swam towards the Sea Kingdom. The others were a little confused, but given the current crisis, they had no choice but to follow Sumu closely and return the way they came. Sumu chose to go back because he discovered something interesting. The true purpose of the sea god's familiars seemed to be that they didn't want them to find the black mist. The giant wave, which appeared to be an attack, was actually forcing them to go back. All of them are extraordinary beings, and this kind of giant wave can only be considered troublesome. It is simply unrealistic to kill them with this kind of power, especially since they have already revealed their ability to breathe underwater in front of the sea god's followers. The most troublesome thing about seawater is that humans cannot breathe in it. Once the breathing problem is solved, the threat of seawater will be greatly reduced. Moreover, the fish potion was created by Mu Qing, so how could the sea god's followers know that the potion's effects were about to expire? Without knowing the potion's duration, the sea god's followers should have clearly understood that seawater alone could not kill everyone, and even if it could kill everyone, it could not kill Sumu, who could escape into the shadow space. Even so, why did the sea god's minions still choose to launch a tsunami attack? A simple act of venting anger? Sumu did not believe that a god who could restrain his desire for souls and keep the entire sea kingdom under his control would be so irrational. Logically, if someone capable of killing you appears in your territory and their goal is to leave, you can hide in the deep sea, wait for them to leave, and then continue to lord it over you, instead of launching useless attacks and constantly provoking the opponent. Therefore, Sumu guessed that the true purpose of the sea god's followers was to use the tsunami to force them back to the sea kingdom. Because when the tsunami surged and various whirlpools were created on the seabed, they would have no way to swim to the end of the sea to find the black mist. Combining the previous doubts, he gradually guessed the truth about the Sea Kingdom. If he was right, there would be an even grander performance to be staged in the Sea Kingdom. Things are getting more and more interesting. The group accelerated, moving forward rapidly like fish swimming in the ocean, but no matter how fast they went, they could not outrun the whirlpools formed by the various undercurrents in the ocean. The whirlpools of varying sizes were like black holes, frantically pulling at the surrounding seawater. The people's bodies were constantly being pulled by various forces. If it weren't for the superhuman physique, the turbulence alone would have been enough to tear their bodies apart. To the sea. Sumu gave the order and rushed towards the sea, with the others following closely behind. When they reached the sea, they didn't have to exert much effort. The surging tsunami carried them forward. The waves, powerful enough to smash houses, caused them physical pain but no fatal injuries. Of course, Sumu must be excluded from this group. In terms of physical strength alone, he is undoubtedly the weakest among them. Mu Qing and Lu Dongliang are both silver level, so their physical qualities are beyond question. Although Yang Dongqing is weak, he can completely ignore the damage caused by the waves thanks to his iron will and unending recovery. Only Sumu's physical attributes rely entirely on the giant power fist enhancement, but this is mainly reflected in his strength, while his defense is much weaker. Fortunately, he also has the energy-devouring ring. A steady stream of spiritual energy flowed into the ring, transforming into physical strength, enough to keep him safe and sound during the tsunami. No one knew how far they had been swept away by the giant wave. When the wave disappeared, a blurry island appeared in their sight. At this point, everyone was clearly in a much worse state. Their skin was pale from being soaked in the water, and they no longer sank to the bottom of the sea, but instead chose to swim freely on the surface of the sea, because the effects of the fish medicine had long since worn off. Soon, everyone made it safely ashore. Yang Dongqing collapsed on the beach, panting heavily. The intense battle and struggle in the sea had exhausted all his strength. Lu Dongliang was also in poor condition. His bloody berserk was an explosive skill that consumed a lot of strength. He had fought against sea monsters and swam for an unknown distance. Even an Iron Man couldn't take it anymore. Mu Qing maintained a basic level of decorum. She supported herself on her knees with her slender arms, her wet hair clinging to her delicate cheeks, and glistening water droplets dripping onto the beach. She reached into her pocket, pulled out a bottle of extraordinary potion to restore her strength, and drank it all in one gulp. Her pale complexion quickly improved. "Mr. Su, do you need it?" Mu Qing asked, holding up the extraordinary potion in her hand. Sumu smiled and shook his head. "I'll just sleep for a while." After saying that, to Mu Qing's astonishment, he casually leaned against a coconut tree and sat down, one leg stretched out and the other bent, then placed his hands on his knees, lowered his head, and fell asleep. Because of the constant conversion of his spiritual energy, Even though his spiritual energy was vast, it was starting to run out. In order to deal with what might happen next, he chose to go to sleep first. Chapter 166 Acting. Chapter 166 Acting. A minute later, Su Mu woke up, full of energy, and apart from being soaking wet, he was completely unharmed. Mr. Su, didn't you want to take a nap? It's all right, you go ahead and sleep. I've taken the extraordinary potion, and my strength has recovered. I can keep an eye on things here, Mu Qing said with a hint of surprise. I'm awake. Su Mu slowly got up, took out his brown glasses from the sheepskin storage bag, and put them on. Mu Qing suppressed the strange feeling in her heart and said seriously, Mr. Su, I thought about it carefully while you were resting. I think the most urgent thing is to go to the palace and meet up with the other Nightmare Apostles. We need more manpower. This voyage has proven that the sea god's followers are not invincible. One of the reasons they are afraid is that the sea monsters are simply unkillable. Since you, Mr. Su, can kill the sea monster, then with your call, surely more people will be willing to go to sea together. That's right. Lu Dongliang's eyes lit up. Even if those cowards still don't dare to go into the black mist, they will definitely be willing to fight the sea monsters with us. The siren is a common enemy of everyone. If they stay, they will still face more and more siren. To protect themselves, they will definitely join us. A good suggestion. Su Mu nodded, seemingly agreeing with everyone's suggestion, but a mysterious look appeared in his eyes behind his brown glasses. Afterwards, the group returned to the simple palace of the Sea Kingdom. You've actually come back? Finance Minister Pang Yang's first reaction upon seeing everyone was surprise. Then, he sneered slightly. What? You encountered setbacks at sea, so you're planning to give up? I told you long ago that you should just stay in the Sea Kingdom, but you young people just won't turn back until you hit a brick wall. Yang Dongqing immediately retorted angrily. Who said we were planning to give up? Lu Dongliang, who was standing to the side, also said angrily. Do you think we are all cowards like you? Let me tell you the truth, if it weren't for the sea god's companion running away quickly, it would have been killed by Mr. Su long ago. Pang Yang was taken aback and asked doubtfully, Kill the sea god's followers? Are you kidding me? The sea god's followers are immortal, just like the sea monsters. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Where's Hujia? Call him out now, and summon all the other Nightmare Apostles as well. Mr. Su is about to make a big move. You don't believe me, but don't you believe Mr. Su who has returned from the Black Mist? Pang Yang's eyes flickered as he glanced at Su Mu, who stood to the side with an elegant expression. In the end, he said nothing and went directly to find Hujia. Before long, the king's banquet hall was filled with more than 20 people, including not only the Nightmare Apostles who had entered, but also the Nightmare Apostles who had entered earlier and stayed in the Sea Kingdom to serve. King Hujia arrived late, after everyone had gathered. Mr. Su, it's wonderful that you're all alive. I thought this might be the last time I'd see you. Hujia looked at Su Mu and the others, who were safe and sound, with great emotion. Lu Dongliang's face turned cold. How dare you talk like that? Spit it out, you jinx. Despite being publicly criticized as the king, Hujia was not angry. Instead, he smiled and apologized. Sorry, I'm not good at speaking. I was just excited to see everyone return. By the way, Mr. Su, I just heard from Pang Yang that you almost killed the sea god's followers? Is that true? Mr. Su, please don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to question you. It's just that this matter is very important, and I must confirm it. Su Mu looked at the excited Hujia and said with a half-smile, It's true. I have mastered a law called the Eye of Annihilation, which can annihilate enemies at the atomic level. Those sea monsters, including the sea god's followers, are only relatively immortal. Once they are wiped out at the atomic level, they will die just like before. Others can prove this. Mr. Su is right. I saw him kill countless sea monsters and more than a dozen mountain-sized sea monsters. In the end, he even defeated the sea god's minions. It's just a pity that they escaped. Lu Dongliang spoke with pride, as if he was very proud to have participated in the battle. Mu Qing and Yang Dongqing both gave affirmative answers. Such shocking news exploded in everyone's hearts like a bomb. Everyone's first reaction was disbelief, as if they had heard some news that defied common sense. For so many years, the immortal sea monsters have never been truly killed, yet now someone has managed to kill them and even defeat the sea god's minions. This news is truly unbelievable. In the hall, the old and new Nightmare Apostles discussed amongst themselves, some with doubt, some with ecstasy. Their expressions varied. Mr. Su, if what you say is true, then the fate of the entire Sea Kingdom may be rewritten because of you. Hujia's face lit up with ecstasy. What do you mean by if? Lu Dongliang glared at him. We saw all of this with our own eyes. Are you saying we're all lying? Hu Jia apologized repeatedly. No, that's not what I meant. I just find it hard to accept for a moment. That's an immortal sea monster. You newcomers may not know much about it, but we old folks have fought countless times against the immortal sea monsters over the years. We don't know how many of us have died, but not a single immortal sea monster has ever died. All right. I'm too lazy to listen to your nonsense. Lu Dongliang stepped forward, his tiger-like eyes sweeping over everyone. Let me tell you, Mr. Su came back this time to recruit soldiers and horses. We need more manpower to surround the sea god's followers. As long as we don't let that bastard escape, Mr. Su can kill him. Everyone, Mu Qing added, I know you are unwilling to go to the Black Mist with us. After all, the Black Mist is dangerous, and we will not force you. However, when it comes to dealing with the sea god's followers, everyone's interests are aligned. If you want to live peacefully in the Sea Kingdom, then the sea god's retinue must die. Otherwise, with the increasing number of sea monsters, you simply won't have enough souls to fill the void. The pros and cons were so simple and clear that everyone present understood them perfectly well, even without the two of them explaining them. However, no one stepped forward to respond yet, because deep down they still didn't quite believe it. The idea that the immortal siren cannot be killed is deeply ingrained in people's minds, and it is absolutely unbelievable unless one sees it with their own eyes. Old Hu, don't you have a few immortal sea monsters locked up in your dungeon? Why don't you release them so Mr. Su can show them off? Peng Yang suddenly said. Hu Jia suddenly realized. Right. I captured a few sirens and locked them in the dungeon to study the secrets of their immortality. Someone, bring one of them up here. Yes, Your Majesty. 2 soldiers in silver armor immediately went to the dungeon, and soon after, a fully enclosed iron box, taller than a person, was carried up. Chapter 167 The Wine is Poisoned. Chapter 167 The Wine is Poisoned. At Hu Jia's signal, a soldier took out a key and unlocked the iron box. He then quickly stepped back, fearing that the undying sea monster might suddenly rush out from inside. Perhaps sensing the presence of living beings, the previously quiet iron box suddenly emitted a violent crashing sound. Bang. The door was smashed open. An undead sea monster, its body rotting and revealing its white bones, with several writhing black whiskers, emerged from it. The stench of decay, mixed with a hint of the sea, permeated the entire venue, causing many people present to frown in disgust. However, no one showed any fear. Everyone present was an extraordinary being, and naturally, they would not be afraid of a sea monster that was not much stronger than an ordinary person. At this moment, Su Mu strolled forward leisurely, and the sea monster roared and launched an attack directly on Su Mu, who was closest to it. Everyone watched Su Mu's movements closely, wanting to see if he could actually kill the sea monster. Just as the siren rushed in front of Su Mu, he calmly extended a finger and gently touched the black fleshy whiskers that were attacking him. Whoosh! A flash of blue light, and the sea monster vanished into thin air. Everyone was startled and didn't even see what had happened. They quickly looked down at the ground and saw that there was no seawater where the sea monster had died. The immortal siren is dead? It's really dead. Peng Yang rubbed his eyes hard and looked closely. He found that there was really no seawater. He said in disbelief, "This is impossible. We tried all sorts of methods before, but we just couldn't kill the sea monster. Now Mr. Su killed the sea monster so easily with just a flick of his finger. Quickly, bring all the sirens from the dungeon up. You son of a bitch." A bloodthirsty glint appeared in Lu Dongliang's eyes as he grabbed Peng Yang's sleeve and said fiercely, "What do you take Mr. Su for?" "Hey, Mr. Lu, don't ruin everyone's harmony," Su Mu said with a smile, trying to stop him. Lu Dongliang snorted coldly at Peng Yang and released his grip. Peng Yang realized his words were inappropriate and quickly apologized to Su Mu. "Mr. Su, please don't misunderstand. I didn't mean anything by it. I just..." Su Mu waved his hand and said gently, "I understand Mr. Peng's concerns. After all, it is indeed hard for people to believe." Peng Yang nodded repeatedly, his face full of a smile. "Mr. Su, I'm glad you understand. So I have a better suggestion, Mr. Peng. Why don't you experience it for yourself?" Su Mu smiled and extended his hand to Peng Yang. Peng Yang's expression changed drastically in an instant, and he retreated frantically in fear. No. I was wrong, Mr. Su. I shouldn't have questioned you. I believe you. What a joke. That finger strike could kill even a siren. He didn't want to suffer the same fate as the siren. Su Mu smiled slightly, his gentle gaze sweeping over everyone's faces. "If any of you still do not believe it, you are welcome to come forward and try it." The crowd's expressions changed slightly, and no one dared to utter a sound. They had realized that this unfathomable Mr. Su, who appeared polite and easy to get along with, was actually far more dangerous than Lu Dongliang, who was quick to resort to violence at the slightest provocation. Like a brightly colored venomous snake hidden in a primeval jungle. Huh? Hu Jie laughed heartily and began to smooth things over. Ladies and gentlemen, today is a day of great joy. The siren crisis that has been threatening the Sea Kingdom has finally seen a glimmer of hope for a solution with the appearance of Mr. Su. I wholeheartedly agree with the suggestions made by Mr. Lu and Miss Mu just now. Even if we are unwilling to venture into the black mist, killing the sea god's retinue and the sea monsters is a beneficial thing for everyone and even the entire Sea Kingdom. I believe you all think so too. I have already arranged a sumptuous dinner. Please come over so we can discuss our specific strategies over dinner. With the kind-hearted Hu Jie appearing, the crowd naturally had no reason to refuse. Moreover, they also wanted to use Su Mu's power to solve the problem of the sea god's followers, so they gladly accepted the invitation. At the banquet, Hu Jie raised his glass and said, I propose that we all toast Mr. Su. If it weren't for Mr. Su's appearance, the Sea Kingdom would not have seen the light of day, and it would probably have been completely destroyed before long. Respectfully, Mr. Su. Mr. Su is truly the savior of the Sea Kingdom. It's human nature to curry favor with the powerful, so the crowd naturally didn't let it go. They quickly toasted Su Mu, and Pang Yang, who had offended him earlier, even chugged the bottle to express his apology. The guests and hosts enjoyed themselves immensely. Only Mu Qing and a few others looked indifferent. Looking at the smiling faces of everyone at the banquet, Mu Qing felt an overwhelming sense of disgust. She wished she could immediately discuss countermeasures, divide tasks, and head out to sea, instead of wasting time here celebrating prematurely. These people living in the sea country have long lost their fighting spirit. They are all good-for-nothings. She picked up her wine glass in frustration, took a small sip, and her expression changed slightly after that one sip. The wine is poisoned. She feigned composure and glanced at Su Mu, who was being toasted by everyone. As she watched Su Mu drink one cup after another, she became increasingly anxious. Just as I was about to speak up to warn them, I noticed something touching my leg under the table. She looked down and was startled, because what was touching her leg was not a person at all, but a large, shadowy hand. The large, shadowy hand released Mu Qing's leg and instantly melted, turning into a puddle of shadow on the ground. The shadow writhed and traced several shadowy characters on the ground before rapidly receding like ripples in water, eventually returning to Su Mu's shadow. Mu Qing's pupils suddenly contracted, as if she understood something. She continued eating the seafood on the table as if nothing had happened, glancing at Su Mu out of the corner of her eye. Su Mu didn't look at her, seemingly completely absorbed in the banquet. While drinking, the group discussed their strategy. Finally, with Hu Jie's approval, they decided to implement the plan to lure the enemy. Under the guise of a sacrifice, they would try to trick the sea god's retinue into coming. In his words, he was the only one who could contact the sea god's retinue, and he was the one who handed over the sacrifices to them each time. With him in charge, there's a high chance he can deceive the sea god's retinue. If he can, all the better. If he can't, it's all right. He can just kill a group of sea monsters first, then launch a proactive attack and annihilate them step by step. After a hearty meal, everyone returned to their rooms to rest and recharge for the big battle the next day. Night. Su Mu stood alone by the window, admiring the beautiful sight of the moon rising over the sea. The silvery moonlight spilled onto the sea, creating a shimmering silver expanse. Thump, thump, thump. Mr. Su, are you resting? Hu Jie's respectful voice rang out from outside the door. Su Mu's eyes flickered slightly, and a mysterious smile appeared on his lips. No. Please come in, Mr. Hu. Squeak. The wooden door was pushed open, revealing Hu Jie's figure. He stood in the doorway, the moonlight shining on him and casting a long, dark shadow on the floor of the room. Mr. Su. A worried look appeared on Hu Jie's face. I have thought carefully about the countermeasures we discussed before, and I feel that there are still some areas that can be improved. So I came here specifically to discuss it with you. Please forgive me if there is anything inappropriate. His brown-tinted glasses gleamed with the silvery light of the moon, making it impossible to tell what Su Mu was thinking. His gentle voice rang out in the darkness. How could it be inappropriate? I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 168, Hu Jie's True Identity. Chapter 168, Hu Jie's True Identity. Hu Jie was taken aback. The feigned worry on his face vanished completely, and the expression on his face, hidden in the shadows, became inscrutable. Did Mr. Su know I was coming? Su Mu pushed up his brown glasses, smiled slightly, and stepped out of the shadows, leaning on his snake-patterned wooden cane. The cool moonlight cast from the window illuminated his tall and slender figure like ripples on water. Of course I knew, but I didn't expect you to arrive so late. I've been waiting for quite a while. But good things come to those who wait. So is everything ready? Mr. Su, what are you saying? I don't quite understand. Hu Jian narrowed his eyes, and his tone became low. Put away your clumsy acting, Mr. Hu. Or rather, I should call you a member of the Poseidon's kin. Hu Jie's pupils suddenly contracted, and the hypocrisy on his face vanished completely, replaced by endless coldness. When did you discover it? The first time I saw you. Hu Jie sneered. That's impossible. My disguise is flawless. Sumu shook his head slightly in disappointment. The more absolute a person's knowledge is, the less it proves their erudition. On the contrary, it only proves their ignorance. What you call flawless is merely your own perception of flawlessness. To me, it's riddled with holes. No matter how convincingly you disguise yourself, you can't hide the fact that you have no soul. Hu Jie's face was ashen. How did you know I have no soul? My physical body can clearly block mental probes. Sumu's expression grew increasingly disappointed, and he sighed. Do you know what it means to protest too much? Hu Jie was taken aback and instantly understood the meaning behind Sumu's words. The so-called "no silver buried here" meant that someone buried 300 taels of silver in the ground, and then, fearing that others would steal it, deliberately put up a sign on the ground that read, "No silver buried here," to tell others that there was no money there. His expression turned slightly grim. His physical body could block spiritual probes, but others could not. Wasn't this telling others that there was something wrong with his soul? He asked somewhat defiantly. Perhaps I possess some kind of magical artifact that blocks mental detection? What makes you so certain? Because you're not good enough. Hu Jie was stunned, not understanding the meaning of those words. I learned from your harem that you haven't favored them for many years, and even allowed them to have affairs with soldiers and ministers. None of your children are your own. Furthermore, you rarely eat at banquets. I asked the maid who serves you, and she said that she brings the food to your room every day, and no one has ever seen you eat heartily. Except when entertaining guests, you usually eat in your room. Cleaning toilets should be the most dreaded task for all the maids, but they would vie to clean the king's toilets because they didn't need to clean them at all. As a king, yet living like a monk, abstaining from women, alcohol, and meat, and largely delegating power, willingly becoming a puppet. Do you think that's realistic? Hu Jie remained silent. He did not refute again. If you had no strength, it would be normal for you to be a puppet. But as a silver-level expert, and the only one who can communicate with the sea god's followers, you are by no means without strength. The only reason for this is that you are not human at all, but a monster like the undying sea siren. You have no soul. Your body is just a shell. So naturally you won't have any human-like feelings. You don't need to eat or excrete, and you can't reproduce with women. Enough, Hu Jie roared, his cold eyes filled with fury that had been reopened. Sumu, do you think you're the only smart person in the world? You think you've seen through everything. But little do you know you've already fallen into my trap. His burly figure slowly approached Sumu, his eyes filled with icy killing intent. Why do you think I didn't deal with you at sea, but instead forced you back to the Sea Kingdom? You can indeed kill sea monsters, but that power has its limitations, right? Hu Jie revealed a smug smirk. Only soul contact can trigger that divine power. You are the nemesis of sea monsters, but unfortunately not the nemesis of humans. You can't be killed in the sea, but you can on land. You want to fight me on land? Sumu pushed up his brown glasses, the moonlight shining on the lenses, making them gleam silver. You couldn't even do it in the sea. Are you sure you can now? Ha! Hu Jie sneered. Sumu, your strength is indeed not weak, but how much of it can you use now? Do you really think I'm just bored and want to listen to your reasoning? You're wrong. I'm stalling for time. Judging by the time, the medication should be taking effect soon. Sigh. A long sigh echoed in the room. Sumu looked at Hu Jie, whose face was contorted with rage, with a disappointed expression. He sighed and said, Mr. Hu, do you know that I have been looking forward to this for a long time and have been waiting for a long time, hoping that you can put on a wonderful performance. For this, I have been doing my best to cooperate with you. But how have you repaid me? Can you understand that feeling? The enemy you placed so much hope in, only to find out in the end that they were utterly useless. Hu Jie's expression changed slightly as he looked at Sumu, who was still standing in front of him, and said in surprise, You weren't poisoned? Impossible. I saw you drink several cups of poisoned wine with my own eyes. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of the snakeskin cane hitting the ground echoed continuously. Sumu walked step by step towards Hu Jie. His steps were steady and elegant, making him look like a gentleman about to extend an invitation to a ball. However, in Hu Jie's eyes, this scene was filled with an indescribable sense of oppression. Suddenly, Sumu stopped in front of Hu Jie, his brown-tinted glasses obscuring his dark, unfathomable eyes. He said calmly, "I'll ask one last time. Is there any more surprises?" Whoosh. Hu Jie retreated rapidly, escaping from the room like an arrow. "Peng Yang, bring your men over here immediately and kill him," he roared, and a series of hurried footsteps immediately followed from not far away. A dark mass of soldiers surged in from all directions, along with a dozen ministers from the Sea Kingdom. They arrived at Hu Jie's side almost instantly, moving with incredible speed. These dozen or so people were all nightmare apostles from the previous batch who had come to the Sea Kingdom and had already joined the ranks. The weakest among them was at the second level of bronze, and there were even a few at the first level of silver. Such a terrifying display was all for the purpose of dealing with Sumu alone. Looking around, enemies were everywhere. Hu Jie, hiding in the crowd, said solemnly to Peng Yang and the others beside him, "Sumu wasn't poisoned, so we have no choice but to kill him ourselves." Chapter 169 Please, Mr. Su, go to your death. Chapter 169 Please, Mr. Su, go to your death. Everyone's faces darkened. This was clearly not good news for them. In their minds, Sumu was extremely powerful. Even if he wasn't a gold-level expert, he was at least a silver-level expert. If he were poisoned, they might be able to defeat him easily, but now they had no choice but to fight him head-on. Peng Yang took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Su, don't blame us. We had no choice. If you have to blame someone, blame yourself for having the power to kill sea monsters. Actually, long before you returned, the sea god's followers informed Hu Jie that we should kill you. Otherwise it would break the previous agreement and unleash a tsunami to flood the entire Sea Kingdom. For the sake of all the citizens of the Sea Kingdom, we beg Mr. Su to die." As Peng Yang spoke, the crowd grew increasingly solemn, like warriors vowing to defend their country to the death. Ironically, the enemy they were preparing to kill was not the siren, but the one capable of killing the siren. "Mr. Su, I know you must think we are despicable," Hu Jie said with a regretful look. "You clearly wanted to help the heroes of the Sea Kingdom, but we turned against you with swords. But we really have no choice. We really can't give up the Sea Kingdom where we've lived for so long and go to fight our lives in the black mist with you. That's not going home. That's going to our deaths. Besides, even if you really killed the sea god's followers, so what? As long as this ocean still exists, new sea god followers will appear sooner or later. When that happens, you can just leave, but it will be us, the Sea Kingdom, who will suffer. Therefore, for the sake of the Sea Kingdom, please make this sacrifice." Hu Jie waved his hand, and the massive army and a dozen or so extraordinary individuals began to press forward step by step, constantly tightening the encirclement. It was thanks to Su Mu's well-established persona as a powerful figure that everyone was so cautious. Otherwise, they would have rushed forward long ago. Slap, slap, slap. A burst of applause suddenly broke out in the somber atmosphere. It was Su Mu who was clapping. "Finally, you've piqued my interest a little." Su Mu smiled and praised. "Since Mr. Hu is putting on such a great performance, then I'll perform a magic trick for everyone as well." Hu Jie's eyes narrowed, and his mind raced. He guessed that Su Mu was going to reveal the truth in public and expose his identity as a member of the sea god's family. However, he quickly sneered because he was prepared and not afraid at all. People will only believe what they think is the truth. The name of this magic trick is the Great Disappearance of a Person. Hu Jie was stunned. A sudden appearance of a living person? Could it be? "Please look carefully, everyone. I am about to disappear from your sight." Upon hearing this, Hu Jie's lips curled into a barely perceptible sneer. His previous encounter at the bottom of the sea made him realize that Su Mu possessed some kind of illusion technique, which explained why he had watched Su Mu walk away, but then suddenly reappeared behind him. He wouldn't fall for the same trick twice, so the moment he saw Su Mu, he activated the siren's ability to sense souls. He was absolutely certain that the Su Mu in front of him was the real person, because the clone created by illusions did not have a soul. "Mr. Su, stop pretending when you're about to die. Attack. Kill him." With Hu Jie's order, the surrounding soldiers and the dozen or so superhumans led by Peng Yang launched an attack simultaneously. Almost instantly, several terrifying attacks struck Su Mu, tearing his body to pieces and turning him into a pile of severed limbs and remains. Everyone was stunned. What happened? He was killed so easily. Even Hu Jie himself was stunned. He guessed that apart from the strange blue light, Su Mu's strength might not be as strong as he had imagined, but there was no reason for him to be this weak. "Make way." Hu Jie pushed through the crowd and squeezed to the front. He stared intently at the tragically dead Su Mu. his eyes filled with an unyielding sense of confusion. He bent down and picked up Su Mu's head. The elegant smile on his fair face was still striking in the darkness. But the next second, Hu Jie's expression changed drastically. He stared intently at Su Mu's head, only to find that the head had somehow transformed into a woman's. This is the Empress. Pang Yang's expression changed drastically as he incredulously snatched the Empress's head from Hu Jie's hands. No, no, no. Why is it the Empress? He looked grief-stricken, as if his wife had died. Hu Jie's face darkened completely. He vaguely guessed the truth. The Empress must have been unable to wait any longer and hid in Su Mu's room before Su Mu returned. As a result, she was controlled by Su Mu and turned into a puppet. Search. Go search for me now. Search the whole country to find Su Mu. Pang Yang roared at his men, his eyes bloodshot. Wait. He can't handle this alone. He might need to go and meet up with Mu Qing and the others. Let's go check on him first, Hu Jie said grimly. He hurriedly led several extraordinary individuals to Mu Qing and the others' room, only to find that there was no one in the room at all. Damn it, Hu Jie roared in fury. He realized he had been tricked. Su Mu had seen through his plan long ago and arranged everything in advance. The entire Sea Kingdom was mobilized, countless people were awakened from their sleep, and large numbers of soldiers moved through the streets and alleys. The outsider Su Mu has angered the sea god by going to sea. The sea god has issued a decree that if Su Mu is not killed within 3 days, a tsunami will be unleashed to flood the entire Sea Kingdom. Countless soldiers shouted in the streets, mobilizing the entire nation to capture Su Mu. These people might dare to disobey the king's orders, but they would never dare to disobey the sea god. They grew up listening to the legends of the sea god, and their fear of the sea god was ingrained in their very souls. Inside a residential house, Su Mu and the others were gathered intact. Mr. Su, no wonder you said before that the king was a follower of the sea god and asked me to detoxify Yang Dongqing and the others in advance. It turns out it was true. Hu Jie's every plan was exactly what you expected, Mu Qing said softly, listening to the commotion outside. At this moment, Mu Qing and the other two were filled with shock. They found it hard to believe that Hu Jie was the so-called follower of the sea god, the king of a country, and the protector in the eyes of the people, who was actually the one who persecuted them. Su Mu smiled slightly. Don't you think the entire Sea Kingdom operates much like a farm? The farm owner feeds and waters the livestock, lets them reproduce, and then slaughters them in the end. Chapter 170 Fear of Power, Not Gratitude. Chapter 170 Fear of Power, Not Gratitude. The three were taken aback. After Su Mu's reminder, they suddenly realized that the fact that the king was a follower of the sea god was not so unreasonable, but rather quite reasonable. Sure enough, there's nothing new under the sun, Mu Qing said with her mouth slightly open. It's just that this time the livestock have been replaced with people. Mr. Su, so should our next plan be to make it public that the king is a follower of the sea god? We must expose the truth. Yang Dongqing gritted his teeth and said, this beast not only treats people like livestock, but now he's using innocent citizens to attack us. If we expose the truth, the citizens under Hu Jie's command, as well as those superhumans, will definitely rise up against us, and then the situation will be reversed. Su Mu smiled without saying a word. Mu Qing noticed Su Mu's expression and couldn't help but ask, Mr. Su, do you think this method is inappropriate? What's wrong with that? Yang Dongqing looked puzzled. I think this is the best way. If we don't reveal the truth, it's like the four of us are going to be enemies with the entire Sea Kingdom. We can't fight like that. Su Mu shook his head. You still don't understand human nature. Mu Qing's heart skipped a beat. Mr. Su, are you worried that the people don't trust us? That's certainly possible. After all, Hu Jie is the king, and we are just outsiders. If we openly say that the king is a follower of the sea god, no one will believe us. However, we can carry out the decapitation plan. I had already inquired about Hu Jie's abilities. After all, he had lived in the Sea Kingdom for 10 years, so his abilities were no secret. His silver law was Sequence 32, Paper-Cutting Evil Spirit, which specifically manifested as the creation and control of paper dolls. I guess that the reason Hu Jie could maintain his human appearance was because he put his true body into a paper doll. As long as we can attack him, we can break through the paper doll's disguise and expose his true form. Then the people will definitely be on our side. Great. Lu Dongliang became excited and started rubbing his hands together. I've been annoyed with Hu Jie for a long time. Give this task to me. After activating Berserk mode, Mu Qing, you can use the vines to throw me at Hu Jie. In my fully Berserk state, I'm sure I can hurt Hu Jie. At this moment, Yang Dongqing, whose IQ was below average, became unusually clever, proving that even a fool can have a stroke of genius. Yang Dongqing's eyes lit up, and he exclaimed in delight, "There's no need for all that trouble. I have a way to see through Hu Jie's true identity without taking any risks." "What method?" Mu Qing looked at him suspiciously. Yang Dongqing smiled smugly. "Su Mu has an illusion ability. As long as he uses this ability on Hu Jie, he can make Hu Jie look like a member of the sea god's retinue." After revealing this method, he became increasingly proud, feeling that he was a genius who could come up with such a perfect plan. The inspiration for this method mainly came from when Su Mu faked the rotting on Tai Feng's body as burns when he was making the statue of gods and demons. Mu Qing and her companion were both surprised and delighted. They hadn't expected Su Mu to be so versatile and possess such skills, which gave them even more confidence. Unexpectedly, Su Mu sighed at this moment. "I told you, you don't understand human nature. If you really understood it, you would never have come up with such a useless method." The three were stunned, especially Yang Dongqing, who had finally managed to show his worth, who said impatiently, "How could it be useless? As long as we reveal the truth, we're guaranteed to win. No matter how strong Hu Jie is, can he withstand the siege of all the superhumans in the entire Sea Kingdom? This isn't the sea, it's land." Su Mu's expression was inscrutable. He said calmly, "Do you really think that Hu Jie was able to gain the support of the entire Sea Kingdom because of his status as king? As long as it is revealed that he is a member of the sea god's family, those extraordinary individuals and even the people will turn back to him." "You're wrong. The reason those extraordinary beings obeyed Hu Jie's orders was actually because they were the followers of the sea god. As long as the sea god's followers say they'll unleash a tsunami to engulf the Sea Kingdom if they don't kill us, then we're destined to stand against the entire Sea Kingdom. Whether Hu Jie says this on behalf of the sea god's followers, or whether he himself becomes a member of the sea god's followers and says it, the effect is the same." "How can these be the same?" Yang Dongqing said in disbelief. "The sea god's retinue are monsters, while the king is human. Once everyone knows they've been deceived by the king, they certainly won't listen to him." Mu Qing, standing to the side, seemed to have figured it out, and her face grew even uglier. "Mr. Su is right. We were thinking too simply. This world is not black and white, and not everyone is willing to stand on the side of justice. Mr. Yang, you can imagine what would happen if, according to your plan, everyone found out that Hu Jie was a member of the sea god's family. Will people really rebel against Hu Jie? Why didn't you resist?" Yang Dongqing thought Mu Qing was talking nonsense. "Sigh." Mu Qing sighed, her slightly childish face revealing a maturity beyond her years. "If Hu Jie said that he would launch a tsunami if anyone dared to make a move, Mr. Yang, you have guts and no relatives here, so you can fight to the death. But what about the others? The people here have long been worn down and are used to this kind of life. Hu Jie only needs to say lightly, 'As long as you continue to listen to me, everything will remain the same.' Do you think people will listen? If you don't listen, you'll both perish. If you listen, everything will remain the same. You'll have food, drink, and women. If you were in that situation, what would you choose?" Yang Dongqing's excited expression instantly cooled, and his face turned pale. Su Mu said calmly, "The key to this matter is that, compared to us outsiders, the people are more afraid of the long-established power of the sea god's retinue. Even if the other party may not have the ability to launch a tsunami on land, as long as he says those words, the people and superhumans will definitely be terrified. Then, driven by fear, they attacked us." "Heh." Yang Dongqing forced out a suppressed laugh. "So even if we're on the side of humanity, on the side of justice, even if the truth is laid bare before everyone, they'll still choose to help the monster? Damn it." He pounded the ground hard, his heart filled with a pent-up anger that had nowhere to go. "Why is this happening? Because the people of this island nation only fear power and do not cherish virtue." Su Mu's calm words revealed the coldest truth. "Hara, as expected of Mr. Su, your evaluation is spot on." King Hu Jie's praise suddenly came from outside the house. Mu Qing and the others' expressions changed drastically, and Lu Dongliang, who reacted the fastest, was the first to strike towards the source of the sound. Bang! The wall shattered with a crash, and a paper figure was sent flying. After floating in the air for a few moments, the force from Lu Dongliang dissipated, and it landed safely. The paper-thin figure's face was outlined with simple, crude features, like the clumsy work of a down-on-his-luck painter. It had no aesthetic appeal whatsoever, but rather exuded a sense of eeriness. If you look closely, you'll find that the paper figure's features bear a striking resemblance to Hu Jie's. The paper figure looked at everyone with a strange smile. "I didn't expect Mr. Su to see through the true nature of this place after only 2 days on the island. As you all said, So what if my identity is revealed? The reason I hid my identity was simply out of compassion for the people, not wanting them to live in fear all the time, which is not conducive to reproduction. What good is it if they know the truth? The truth has never mattered. What matters is whoever instills fear in them, they will obey. Chapter 171 The Battle of the Crowd and Yang Dongqing's Instant Defeat. Chapter 171 The Battle of the Crowd and Yang Dongqing's Instant Defeat. They're here. The paper figure suddenly roared, the loud voice piercing the night sky and immediately attracting the attention of nearby soldiers and civilians. The dark streets echoed with a cacophony of hurried footsteps as a massive crowd surged forward like a tidal wave. Mu Qing and the others were extremely anxious. Mr. Su, what do we do now? Su Mu remained calm, stepped forward, and stood in front of the crowd. You go first, I'll cover the rear. At the same time, a soft voice suddenly rang in everyone's ears. Wait for me at the beach. Knowing that this was no time to delay, the group nodded heavily, and then the three of them split up and broke through to the surrounding areas. Many people chased after the three, but most remained where they were, surrounding Su Mu. They all knew very well that Su Mu was the backbone of the team, and as long as Su Mu was killed, the remaining members would not be able to cause any trouble. The three running frantically looked at Su Mu, who was already surrounded. They were anxious, but also a little moved. After all, not everyone would stay behind alone to cover the retreat for a companion they had only known for a few days. However, this feeling of being moved lasted only a second before it ended. Because Su Mu died. Hu Jie's paper doll severed its head in one blow. The head fell to the ground, revealing a dark-skinned, dull-looking face, clearly belonging to an unknown native of the Sea Kingdom. Upon seeing this, Yang Dongqing, whose eyes were already red with emotion, turned even redder. He was so angry that he wanted to curse. Is this what you call covering the rear? With Su Mu's fall, all the pressure suddenly fell on the three of them. Want to leave? Not so easy. A nightmare apostle rushed over, and for his own safety, he went straight for the weakest one, Yang Dongqing. You should pick the softest persimmon to squeeze. Yang Dongqing is only a second-tier bronze level, so who else should you go after? The man leaped into the air, his figure streaking across the night sky, hurtling towards Yang Dongqing like a cannonball. Feeling the strong wind coming from behind, Yang Dongqing's expression changed drastically. He instinctively rolled away to avoid the attack. Covered in dust, he looked closely and his heart tightened. He saw that the spot where he had just stood had been smashed into a deep crater. A man in a denim jacket emerged from the pit with a sinister grin, staring mockingly at Yang Dongqing. It's you, Yang Dongqing said with a grim expression. You were one of the Nightmare Apostles who entered the Nightmare Apostles in the same batch as Mu Qing and the others. Why are you helping Hu Jie? The cowboy sneered. Judging from your tone, you seem to be blaming me? Bah, I've been annoyed with you guys for a long time. You're the only ones who have the courage to go to sea, and we're all cowards, aren't we? Yes, I admit I'm a coward, but why did you have to anger the sea god if you're going to go to sea? How are those of us who decided to stay supposed to live? It wasn't us who angered them, it was all Hu Jie's lies. He was the one who, Yang Dongqing said hurriedly, but was interrupted by the cowboy. Stop talking nonsense. You have the guts to do it, but not the guts to admit it? Go to hell. A burst of dazzling metallic light suddenly erupted from the cowboy man's body. The light was so intense that it almost made him look like a metal man. Yang Dongqing was horrified. The follower of power. He recognized it as the silver law, follower of power, his superior law, a silver law that could only be advanced to after collecting iron will, unending recovery, and mighty fist. We can't beat them at all. Boom. A fist gleaming with metallic light, carrying terrifying force, came crashing down. Yang Dongqing felt the pressure of the punch, gritted his teeth, and raised his hands to block in front of him. But the next second, a dull metallic clang rang out, mixed with the sound of bones breaking. Bang! Yang Dongqing's arms were instantly broken, and even part of his chest collapsed. He was sent flying backward and crashed into a row of houses. Oomph! Weaklings! The cowboy sneered as he walked towards the ruins of the houses. If it weren't for the king's order to keep you around to reproduce, I would have killed you in one move. His hand, gleaming with a cold light, reached into the ruins and dragged the heavily injured Yang Dongqing out like a dead dog. Yang Dongqing's body was flashing with a white light of endless recovery, and his injuries were constantly healing themselves. The cowboy immediately threw a series of punches, breaking all four of Yang Dongqing's limbs. Ah! Yang Dongqing screamed, but there was no fear on his face. Instead, his eyes turned bloodshot as he bit down hard on the cowboy. Click! He had lost several teeth, while the other person's skin only had a row of faint white marks. The defense of the power servant is too strong. As Yang Dongqing's superior law, it is simply impossible for him to break it. Take a nap first, you weakling. Bang. The cowboy delivered a karate chop to the back of Yang Dongqing's neck, instantly turning Yang Dongqing's eyes white and causing him to lose consciousness completely. Battles broke out elsewhere as well. Lu Dongliang was surrounded by several superhumans who had arrived. He entered a state of complete berserk mode, his entire body turning crimson, like a red-haired demon crawling out of hell, and he frantically attacked all living things around him. This is the disadvantage of warriors. Being limited to physical attacks, they are easily surrounded when encountering enemies stronger and more numerous than themselves. In contrast, Mu Qing had it much easier. She stretched out her delicate white hand and slammed it onto the ground. A vibrant green light emanated from her body, flowing down her palm into the ground. In the next instant, countless vines and trees shot into the sky, trapping the pursuers within. Some ordinary soldiers were even pierced through the body by tree branches on the spot, and their bodies continued to rise with the trees, hanging on the branches. As she continued to exert her strength, the trees continued to grow wildly, and in the blink of an eye, a dense forest rose up, concealing her figure. Using the cover of the forest, she fled frantically. Whether it was an illusion or not, Mu Qing seemed to be moving even faster in the forest. Unfortunately, while trees can stop ordinary people, they cannot stop extraordinary individuals. A dark figure flashed out of the forest like a ghost, the mithril dagger in its hand gleaming in the moonlight, following Mu Qing almost like a shadow. With a slash of his dagger, he immediately left a deep, bone-revealing gash on Mu Qing's back. Mu Qing groaned, enduring the pain as she turned around and sprinkled a handful of black powder. The man's gaze sharpened. Not knowing what the black powder was, he dared not take it head-on and had no choice but to temporarily avoid its attack. He wasn't in a hurry. Mu Qing's silver law, nature's call, was ranked very low, only somewhat effective against ordinary people, and completely inadequate against superhumans. Moreover, Mu Qing had already been injured, so her speed would definitely be affected. Just as he was thinking this, he saw Mu Qing seem to be unable to hold on any longer and stumble headfirst into the bushes. Chapter 172 Actually, I had a solution on the very first day. Chapter 172 Actually, I had a solution on the very first day. He walked toward the bushes with a cold smile, his eyes flashing with wicked thoughts. Mu Qing, this little girl, was not in the same league as the women of the Sea Kingdom. Her fair and delicate skin and petite figure had long been stirring his heartstrings. There was no reason to do it before, but now that Mu Qing has been caught, the consequence is that she will be reduced to a breeding tool. Since that's the case, I might as well try it myself first. He cautiously parted the bushes with his mithril dagger, wary of Mu Qing's sneak attack, but he was stunned when he did, because there was no sign of Mu Qing in the bushes, only a patch of withered weeds. The weeds seemed to have been drained of their life force, turning yellow and withered, crumbling at the slightest touch. His expression changed drastically. Damn it, this bastard's law is definitely not nature's call. It can actually absorb the life force of plants and trees. What kind of law is this? In the woods not far away, Mu Qing crawled forward cautiously, and the deep, bone-revealing bloodstain on her back had long since healed, revealing a glimpse of snow-white skin through the torn fabric. The most amazing thing is that she seemed to have become invisible. Even though she was in the enemy's line of sight, the enemy could not see her. Mu Qing walked step by step toward the sea. She believed that the mysterious and powerful Mr. Su must have his own plans, and what she needed to do was to survive as long as possible and meet up with Mr. Su at the seaside. Of the 4 members of Su Mu's group, only Mu Qing managed to escape using her unique abilities. Yang Dongqing was captured immediately, while Lu Dongliang held out for a long time before finally being captured after exhausting himself in the face of the group's attack. As for Su Mu, he didn't appear at all from beginning to end. Sometimes the difference between people is huge, even greater than that between people and dogs. While everyone else was in grave danger, and even 2 of them were captured, Su Mu, the leader, was leisurely sitting on a rock by the sea, admiring the reflection of the bright moon in the water. No one knows when he arrived, just as no one knows what he was doing at the beach. Mr. Su, a joyful voice came from the woods not far away, and Mu Qing, with her hair disheveled and her chest heaving, ran out. Su Mu did not turn around, still calmly admiring the sea view. I thought no one would reach the beach, but I didn't expect Miss Mu to actually do it. If I'm not mistaken, your silver law should not be sequence 3, nature's call. Mu Qing paused for a moment, not giving a direct answer. Whether it is or not is not important. Now is not the time to discuss my laws. Since Mr. Su saw through Hu Jie's plan so early on, and even has the leisure to enjoy the sea view here, he must have already come up with a way to turn the tables, right? Su Mu turned around, the cool moonlight shining on his angular face, as if it were coated with a layer of silver light. He smiled slightly. What comeback? Mu Qing was taken aback. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Su Mu's gentle voice continue. His voice was like a spring breeze, gentle and soft, without a trace of sharpness or impatience, showing confidence and composure. The overall situation is in our hands. They are the ones who are truly in dire straits. His voice seemed to possess a magical power that brought peace to people's hearts, and Mu Qing, who was originally tense and anxious, was slowly soothed. We're being hunted down by the entire Sea Kingdom, and 2 of our teammates have even been captured. Isn't this a desperate situation? Mu Qing, now calmer, even had the mood to joke. Su Mu pushed up his brown-tinted glasses and said with a faint smile, Actually, on the first day I arrived in the Sea Kingdom, I already had a way to break the sea god's curse and leave this place. A look of surprise flashed in Mu Qing's beautiful eyes. Then why haven't you taken action yet, Mr. Su? Su Mu gazed at the sea and said softly, Because that would be too boring. I don't like things that are too easy, so I try my best to cooperate with Hu Jian is acting, hoping he can give me more surprises. As it turned out, he really was a good-for-nothing. While he brought a little surprise, it wasn't much, and this farce should probably come to an end now. He slowly stood up, gazing at the boundless sea in the darkness. No one knew what he was thinking. Mu Qing watched his back as the sea breeze blew, making her feel a little cold, and she unconsciously tightened her clothes. She couldn't understand why there were people like this in the world. Was it just because she found it boring? Mr. Su, is it possible that your strength is already enough to contend with the entire Sea Kingdom, including those 20-odd extraordinary individuals? Mu Qing asked, because she couldn't think of any other possibility. The most likely explanation is that Su Mu is an unparalleled expert, confident enough to take on an entire nation single-handedly, which is why he watched Hu Jie perform. Su Mu shook his head. No. Mu Qing was taken aback. Then you. Miss Mu can concoct extraordinary potions. Is that right? Su Mu suddenly asked. Mu Qing's eyes flickered, and she nodded. I once worked for a period of time at the largest pharmaceutical company in the real world, Federal Pharmaceuticals, so I learned how to refine extraordinary potions. Su Mu had long heard of the Federal Pharmaceutical Company. Most of the extraordinary drugs that Nangong Mengli had previously acquired were purchased from the Federal Pharmaceutical Company. Its business covered the 7 empires, and any extraordinary person who wanted to buy extraordinary drugs would definitely choose the Federal Pharmaceutical Company first. Legend has it that this company is already incredibly wealthy, and if they wanted to, they could even establish the 8th empire of humankind. Do you have any extraordinary potions like Mighty Fist that can permanently enhance physical attributes? Yes. Mu Qing rummaged through her bosom and pulled out a bottle of pale silver potion. It looked like silver glitter sprinkled on water, sparkling and very pretty. I have the most common supernatural potion on the market called Iron Heart. I made it to make money, but before I could find a suitable buyer, I entered the nightmare world. Su Mu smiled slightly. That would be wonderful. She walked over to Su Mu, handed him the extraordinary potion, and asked with a puzzled look, Mr. Su, could this potion be helpful to your plan? No wonder she was puzzled, because she simply couldn't fathom how Su Mu would use a bottle of bronze potion to deal with the entire Sea Kingdom. Su Mu took the medicine and smiled. No. Mu Qing. For some reason, she suddenly felt an urge to hit someone. Why did she ask me to get the medicine if she wasn't going to help you? But it's very helpful to me. Su Mu opened the lid of the potion and then drank it all in one gulp, much to Mu Qing's astonishment. Chapter 173, Iron Will and Endless Demonic Sound. Chapter 173, Iron Will and Endless Demonic Sound. Mr. Su, you. She stared in disbelief, her cherry-pink lips slightly parted. She couldn't understand why Su Mu, who was suspected to be a gold-level expert, would swallow a bottle of bronze-level potion at this moment. After drinking the potion, Su Mu slowly closed his eyes. In his vision, a vast net of stars covering the heavens and the earth appeared. Stars of different colors and emanating different auras shone brightly in this net. Suddenly, he felt his consciousness float above the net and land on a steel-like star. Buzz! The steel stars trembled, and a beam of light descended from the sky, landing on Su Mu and connecting with his soul. In an instant, a metallic sheen, just like Yang Dongqing's, began to appear on his skin. His physical abilities surged at this moment. Unlike the giant power fist, this increase focused more on defense. His skin became as hard as steel, and so did his bones. Suddenly, Sumu felt a sense of relief. The enormous mental energy no longer caused any burden on his body. If his body was a wooden bucket filled with water before, it was now an iron bucket with a larger capacity than before. The more intense the metallic color on the body became, the more pronounced this sensation became. Just as the metallic color reached its peak, the immaculate heart, which had already been digested, suddenly emitted a shimmering white light. White light surged into his limbs and bones, mingling with the metallic color. Sumu suddenly noticed that the metallic color began to weaken, as if a rough iron block had been forged in a raging fire hundreds of times, with all impurities removed, turning it into a piece of refined iron. He smiled silently. The immaculate heart was the first bronze law he obtained, and it could even be said to be the weakest law he possessed. Its enhancements in all aspects were minimal, and it had no offensive capabilities whatsoever. It was entirely a passive ability. But after these experiences, he realized that being passive is the strongest strategy. The immaculate heart purified his spirit, causing a sharp decrease in the total amount of spirit while rapidly increasing its quality. When he consumed the giant power fist and became all muscle, it was the immaculate heart that removed impurities from his body, resulting in the purer power unleashed by his giant power fist. The current Iron Hearts is even more so, having transformed crude iron into refined iron, greatly enhancing its defensive capabilities. The changes in Sumu's body lasted for a moment. After a while, the metallic color on his body surface completely disappeared, and it finally turned into a white jade color. He clenched his fist, feeling the power within his body, and smiled slightly, quite satisfied. But the next second, a look of surprise appeared on his face, and his hand unconsciously went to his throat. His throat is itchy. Not the physical throat, but the soul. He could feel a mysterious change happening in the throat, the part of his soul. Suddenly, the crystalline blue in his eyes surged, so much so that even his brown-tinted glasses couldn't hide it. A full minute later, this change quietly stopped, and another law appeared deep within Sumu's soul. It was the second law that appeared out of thin air after all things in the universe, and its name was endless demonic sound. I see. The crystalline blue in Sumu's eyes had disappeared, replaced by a look of enlightenment. He had finally figured out the origins of all things in the universe and endless demonic sound. They are like an independent law, already existing within one's own soul, and whenever one's spiritual power reaches a sufficient level, it will trigger the opportunity for them to appear in the world. The appearance of the all things in the universe is due to the enhancement of spiritual power after connecting with the pure heart. The endless demonic sound is due to the iron will, increasing mental strength. Previously, during the hypnosis of Yang Dongqing, it was discovered that iron will has a certain mental resistance, and its defensive power also increases when emotions are aroused or beliefs are strengthened. All of this demonstrates the enhancement of mental strength by iron will. Actually, it makes sense when you think about it. If the three bronze laws, namely heart of steel, mighty fist, and unending recovery, only strengthen the body and not the spirit, then the extraordinary person who possessed the silver law, power servant, would definitely become a muscle-bound idiot. The soul is too weak to control its powerful body. Even a random mental superhuman, even if the opponent is only at the bronze rank 1, can easily toy with the power servant. In conclusion, Sumu concluded that his own unique laws would naturally manifest once his mental strength reached a certain level, and he would possess them immediately upon the right time, even without taking any other extraordinary drugs. Taking the extraordinary drug only shortens the time required for this process. The reason why these laws are contained in one's soul is probably related to that special dream, a dream that even the gods coveted. Mu Qing, close your eyes. Sumu suddenly turned to Mu Qing and said. His voice seemed to have changed. It was still the same voice, but it was deeper and more magnetic. As soon as he spoke, people couldn't help but want to listen quietly. Mu Qing looked puzzled, but still obediently closed her eyes. Mr. Su, why are you asking me to close my eyes? Sumu narrowed his eyes slightly and did not answer. He was naturally experimenting with the endless demonic sound. Unlike the visual illusion of myriad manifestations, the endless demonic sound is a sound illusion. It can control others through sound, arouse emotions, enhance persuasiveness, and even simulate various sounds, as well as launch sonic attacks. With the combination of endless demonic sound and all things in the universe, the illusions he creates will be more realistic, with every movement sounding like it has voice acting, and they can even speak on their own. The effect is more significant than the noble phantasm, silent heavenly music. After all, silent heavenly sound can only imitate sounds, but the sound emitted by endless demonic sound also has illusionary properties. When facing ordinary people, it is practically equivalent to words becoming law. He can now make an ordinary person commit suicide on the spot with just one sentence. Mu Qing was his first test subject. However, simply closing her eyes wouldn't reveal anything. Mu Qing trusted herself quite a bit, and even without the endless demonic sound, the other party would most likely choose to close their eyes anyway. Therefore, to test the power, you must make the other person do something they strongly resist. So Su Mu continued, "Take off your shirt." With her eyes tightly closed, Mu Qing showed a hint of resistance on her face, but her body seemed to be out of control as she reached out and grabbed the hem of her clothes, then began to lift it up. A slender, fair waist, adorned with pink openwork patterns. The scene abruptly ended there. Mu Qing abruptly put down her clothes, her fair face flushed red, her big eyes glaring angrily at Su Mu, her little fists clenched tightly. "You, shut up." Her cherry-pink lips seemed to be pinched shut by someone's hand. Her small mouth pursed and closed completely. Su Mu seemed to be deep in thought. It seemed that the endless demonic sound could slightly affect silver transcendent beings, provided that the other party trusted him to a certain extent or was on guard. This influence depended on the other party's will. Closing your eyes is a simple matter that goes smoothly, but if you go against the other person's wishes, the more serious the violation, the greater the resistance you will encounter. To give a simple example, if I were to ask Mu Qing to commit suicide right now, she probably wouldn't even lift a finger. Chapter 174 Gambling with Life. Chapter 174 Gambling with Life. Mu Qingying's pink lips kept pouting and closing, like a girl pouting cutely. Her face turned red, and it took her a while to break free from her restraints. With a soft pop, her little mouth opened. "Su Mu." She seemed genuinely angry, calling Su Mu by his full name. Just as she was about to utter some outrageous words, her expression suddenly changed, becoming solemn. He said urgently, "A large group of people is rushing here from 500 meters to the southwest. They have touched my plants. If you have any solutions, use them quickly, or we're really going to die here." Su Mu's lips curled up slightly. Miss Mu seems to have a deep attachment to life. Whether it was following me out to sea or now, I can sense that you are not someone who is afraid of death. You must have something very important to do, so you don't want to die. The footsteps in the forest grew closer, and Mu Qing cried out anxiously, "Is this the time to talk about these things? Who wants to die if they can live?" "Huh." Su Mu's smile grew even brighter. "What a coincidence, I want to die." Mu Qing was stunned. Before she could understand what Su Mu meant, she saw him walk step by step toward the sea. The cold, dark seawater submerged Su Mu's calves, and tiny waves kept lapping against him, but he ignored them and continued to walk step by step into the sea. "What are you trying to do? Escape from the sea? It's no use. The sea is the territory of the sea god's followers. If we can't deal with it on land, what's the use of going to the sea?" Mu Qing was almost frantic. Su Mu continued walking, his gentle voice echoing from the seaside. "Of course, I'll die in the sea. Don't forget, the souls of all the drowned belong to the sea god. Maybe the sea god will take a liking to me and make me a servant of the sea god." Mu Qing was dumbfounded, thinking that Su Mu was a madman. What kind of method was this? "I will be back in 5 minutes. Please wait patiently for 5 minutes, Miss Mu. Of course, if I don't return, you can use the poison sac hidden in your molars to commit suicide." Mu Qing was shaken to her core, completely losing her composure. She didn't know what Su Mu was up to, or how he knew she had poisoned him, but all she knew now was, she had no choice but to trust Su Mu. She could not possibly defeat the entire Sea Kingdom by herself alone. If Su Mu did not return in 5 minutes, she would bite through the poison sac and commit suicide, because she knew perfectly well what awaited her if she fell into the hands of these beasts. Gradually, Su Mu's body completely disappeared into the dark sea. He emptied all the oxygen from his lungs and swam continuously toward the deep sea. Before long, a feeling of tightness and shortness of breath came over him, and a sickly redness appeared on his fair face, but he was still downstream. He wasn't lying. His purpose in entering the sea was to drown himself. This was a plan he devised on his very first day in the Sea Kingdom. For him, the real threat was never the Sea Kingdom or the sea god's retinue, but the eternal celestial venerable who existed in his soul like a time bomb. As long as the divinity of the eternal heavenly venerable is not cleared, then even if he kills the sea god's retinue, it will be of no use. Previously, when they made contact with the sea god's retinue, the sea god's divinity on the other party did slow down the speed of the longevity celestial venerable's invasion. However, The sea god's divinity available on the sea god's retinue was too weak. Even if the sea god's retinue were killed, it would only delay the invasion for a few days at most. Therefore, from the very beginning, he set his sights on the sea god. This sea is an extension of the sea god's power, and the souls of all the drowned will belong to the sea god. His plan was to drown himself in the sea, so that the sea god would take his soul. Then the interesting part would begin. His soul was already considered by the eternal heavenly venerable to be his for the taking. The thought of the two gods fighting over his soul made Su Mu want to laugh. How interesting. How truly interesting. Undeniably, this was a high-stakes gamble, a gamble with lives at stake. But he enjoyed the thrill of the gamble and the feeling of controlling the gods with his mortal body. The celestial venerable of longevity wants my soul, doesn't he? I'll just put it in the hands of the sea god. Come and take it if you dare. As for Hu Jie, a follower of the sea god, sorry, I've never taken him seriously. With such a crazy idea in mind, Su Mu's consciousness began to blur, his senses became dulled, and the whole world seemed to fall silent. The intense feeling of suffocation made his lungs feel like they were about to explode. He could only feel himself sinking, endlessly. Ashore, Mu Qing was already surrounded by Hu Jie and the others who had arrived. The seriously injured Yang Dongqing and Lu Dongliang were also dragged along by Peng Yang like dead dogs, leaving 2 long trails of blood on the ground. Thanks to the fact that both of them were superhumans, Peng Yang wasn't afraid of killing them at all, and simply dragged them along for convenience. Miss Mu, where did Su Mu go? Hu Jie asked in a sinister tone, his eyes narrowed. Mu Qing suppressed her panic and calmly said, I don't know. Hu Jie sneered. It seems that Su Mu has already abandoned all of you and run away alone. It's a wise choice. If it were me, I would definitely run away when faced with the siege of a country. Mu Qing's heart tightened. She also had some doubts about whether Su Mu had really run away. Otherwise, why would he want to commit suicide in the sea? She has her doubts, but some people don't. Hara, he won't run away. A faint laugh suddenly rang out. Hu Jie frowned and turned to look. The one who laughed was Yang Dongqing. This kid must have woken up at this moment because he was being dragged. Kid, looks like you and Su Mu have a good relationship. You're actually hoping he'll come to save you. Save me? Hara. Yang Dongqing, his face covered in blood, laughed even louder, tears welling up in his eyes, as if he had heard a hilarious joke. What are you laughing at? Hu Jie's eyes flashed with cold light. I laugh at you all for not understanding that madman. I said he wouldn't run away, not because he was worried about me and was planning to come back to save me, but because he's a madman. He wouldn't run away. How could he possibly run away? The whole country is at odds with him. He won't miss such an interesting opportunity. I bet he's hiding among you right now, probably laughing at you. The slightly manic words that came out of Yang Dongqing's mouth, coupled with his blood-stained face, gave people a chilling feeling. The chill intensified when they thought that Su Muzhen might be lurking among the crowd, silently watching them like a ghost. Suddenly, the sea breeze seemed even colder. Chapter 175 Su Mu is dead. Chapter 175 Su Mu is dead. Hu Jie's gloomy gaze swept over everyone. He also suspected that Su Mu might have already blended into the crowd. If the other party could disguise others as himself, he could naturally disguise himself as someone else as well. However, he was not afraid of Su Mu's sneak attack, because this was not his real body at all, but a paper doll clone. Su Mu, no matter where you hide, you can't escape. After I deal with them, you're next. Make your move. At Hu Jie's command, several extraordinary individuals attacked Mu Qing. Having been on high alert and fully prepared, Mu Qing rushed to the nearby woods immediately. Bang bang bang. Several mithril bullets shot out, among which were more than a dozen 5-finger flame bullets. Mu Qing's body was covered by the attack. She desperately twisted her body and narrowly avoided vital parts, falling into the woods. Even so, she was shot several times and had burn marks on her thighs and forearms. Her once fair and delicate skin was now charred and blackened, but these injuries healed instantly at a speed visible to the naked eye after she touched the trees, while a large number of the trees she touched withered, as if their life force had been drained away. Upon seeing this, Hu Jie, the nightmare apostle who had survived for 10 years, was shocked. He recognized the law that Mu Qing was using. This is not nature's call. It is Silver Sequence 111, Wood Spirit's breath. What? It's actually the legendary breath of the Wood Spirit. A greedy glint flashed in Peng Yang's eyes. Legend has it that the breath of the Wood Spirit has an extremely high affinity with plants. It is a darling of nature. It can not only control plants, but also extract the essence of various extraordinary materials, perfectly fuse them, and refine extraordinary potions. More than 50% of the world's extraordinary potions were created by the breath of Wood Spirit. This is why the breath of Wood Spirit, which is relatively weak in attack, is ranked so high. Old Hu, we've struck it rich this time. As long as we catch Mu Qing, we'll have a never-ending supply of extraordinary potions. A fiery glint appeared in Hu Jie's eyes. He even wondered if he could use Mu Qing to create some extraordinary potions that would give him human perception, so that he would never have to live like a turtle again. Although he was a follower of the sea god, he was once a living human being. He longed for fine wine, delicious food, and beautiful women. Being a follower of the sea god granted him immortality, but he lost all the joys of being human. Quick, everyone, attack together. We must capture Mu Qing. Remember, she must be alive. No one can hurt her. Hu Jie shouted urgently. Originally, he only wanted to use Mu Qing as a breeding tool, but now his thoughts have completely changed. Such a talent must be locked in a dark room and made to refine extraordinary potions 24 hours a day. Miss Mu, give up. We won't hurt you. Your abilities are extremely valuable. As long as you surrender obediently, I, Hu Jie, guarantee that I won't lay a finger on you. In fact, I'll treat you like an honored guest. You won't have to do anything in the future. All you need to do is refine extraordinary potions. I'll guarantee you a lifetime of wealth and honor. Deep in the woods, Mu Qing, who was running at top speed, heard these words and her eyes revealed a chilling coldness, as if recalling some unpleasant memory. Suddenly, she took out a bottle of light red potion that was constantly bubbling from her bosom, her eyes resolute, opened the cap and drank it all in one gulp. A violent force surged from her petite body, and her delicate face was contorted with pain. At the same time, the trees in the entire forest began to grow wildly, and countless wooden thorns and snake-like vines began to spread. In an instant, all the plants seemed to come alive, frantically strangling the surrounding enemies. Some soldiers died on the spot, their bodies crushed by plants. The situation was also very bad for those superhumans who had not reached the Silver Realm. Under the attack from all 360 degrees, casualties began to appear. However, Mu Qing's situation was still very difficult. Although her attack range was large, she could not hurt the Silver Transcendent at all. The Power Servant, who had defeated Yang Dongqing earlier, completely ignored the frenzied trees around her and almost pushed forward while enduring the attacks. The superhuman, whose figure moved like a ghost, weaving through the gaps in the tree attacks without a single leaf touching him. When he encountered trees that he couldn't dodge, his mithril dagger flashed up and down, cutting them to shreds. Before long, Mu Qing was blocked by the two men, and her situation was extremely dangerous. At this moment, Su Mu was already dead. In the icy seawater, a pale corpse floated. His face showed no fear of death, only a perfectly curved smile, as if he were expecting something. From a perspective invisible to the naked eye, the deep sea emits an eerie, buzzing sound at this moment. Suddenly, a vast, mysterious, and irresistible force, as boundless as the ocean, emerged. This force seemed to come from a higher dimension, completely exceeding the limits of human imagination. A rich blue light surged into Su Mu's body and began to tug at his soul. The ocean is the domain of the sea god, and the souls of all the drowned belong to the sea god. So the sea god's power began to collect Su Mu's soul, as always. However, something unusual happened. Under the influence of that powerful force, Su Mu's translucent soul began to slowly float out of his body, but the next second, his soul suddenly stopped, as if pulled by something, and then whooshed back into his body. At the same time, another supreme power emerged, and a terrifying blue light almost dyed the entire sea blue. In his dream, Su Mu excitedly examined the statue of the eternal heavenly venerable before him. The towering statue's face showed a look of fury, as if it had been provoked. The power of the celestial venerable of immortality continued to erupt, driving away the blue light that had invaded the dream. How could he not be angry? He had his prey in his sights, and was about to succeed, when another god interfered. Even gods have anger. Similarly, the sea god was also enraged. Since ancient times, the souls of all those who drowned belonged to him, and the actions of the eternal life, celestial venerable, were tantamount to stealing food from his bowl. Boom. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered over the sea, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and a suffocating atmosphere of terror swept across the entire ocean. The cold, dark seawater churned wildly, and towering waves hundreds of meters high frequently appeared, creating a scene reminiscent of the end of the world. On the shore, Mu Qing, covered in wounds, collapsed to the ground. The trees around her already turned into raging flames and burned to ashes. The best way to deal with her is to clear away the surrounding trees, so that she can no longer rely on the vitality of the trees to regenerate herself, and she will eventually be defeated. Just as Hu Jie and his men were grinning and preparing to capture her, a huge thunderclap sounded in the sky, and the terrifying lightning almost illuminated the entire Sea Kingdom, making it as bright as day. Hu Jie and the others were startled. Looking around, they were instantly terrified. The once calm sea was now boiling violently like water in a pot. Furthermore, blue and cyan colors emerged from the seabed, even staining the pitch-black sky. Two opposing supreme divine powers slowly spread out, and everyone was instantly horrified, their faces turning deathly pale, and they all froze on the spot. Chapter 176 Resurrection and Immortality. Chapter 176 Resurrection and Immortality. What on earth is going on? Hu Jie exclaimed in horror. Mu Qing, who had fallen to the ground, struggled to lift her head. Blood blurred her vision. She looked at the sea shrouded in blue and cyan, and suddenly smiled. Her once snow-white teeth were now stained red with blood, but she smiled very happily, her beautiful eyes filled with a strange light. 5 minutes, it's over. What? 5 minutes are up. What are you talking about? Hu Jie looked at Mu Qing in horror. Among everyone present, he was the most terrified, because no one understood the power of the sea god better than him. A deity entered the sea and is now clashing with the sea god. He dared not even imagine a battle between gods. Such beings could destroy the entire Sea Kingdom with a single glance. Mu Qing gave him a cold smile. Your death day has come. After saying that, she seemed to have been drained of her last bit of strength, and her head lolled to the side as she fainted. Hu Jie's eyes widened in horror. Mu Qing's words had triggered a deep unease within him. Deep sea. Blue and green light had already completely covered Su Mu's corpse, and they were fighting each other fiercely, as if vying for territory, neither giving way. This is merely an external manifestation. The real, intense confrontation takes place in dreams. In his dream, next to the towering statue of the eternal heavenly venerable, a monster of the same height appeared out of nowhere. This monster's body was similar to a human, but its head was like an octopus, covered with writhing black fleshy tentacles. The fleshy tentacles were incredibly thick and studded with scarlet eyeballs. Its body is covered with dense green scales, its limbs are huge claws, and it has a pair of huge bat-like wings on its back. Its abnormal deformity and unnatural appearance constantly challenge human cognition. At this moment, countless translucent tentacles emerge from beneath the wide robes of the eternal life celestial venerable, frantically coiling towards the sea god. The sea god, naturally unwilling to be outdone, caused his black fleshy whiskers to swell dramatically. The scene became extremely bizarre, with billions of translucent tentacles and billions of black fleshy tendrils intertwined, tearing and tangling wildly. From a distance, it looks like two gods devouring and merging with each other. Su Mu stared intently, the two completely different murmurs wildly affecting his reason, yet he became increasingly excited. What a wonderful scene. He was practically clapping and cheering from the sidelines. It's still unclear whether the celestial venerable of immortality or the sea god is stronger, but Su Mu feels that the celestial venerable of immortality is stronger because the power he used only came from the statues in the immortality temple. The sea god is this ocean, and it is difficult for humans to intuitively understand the levels of strength of this power. They can only roughly distinguish them by size. The eternal heavenly venerable is a statue, and the sea god is this ocean. Now the two are locked in a stalemate, and it is obvious who is stronger. It seems the true form of the sea god is not here. Su Mu's eyes flickered. He didn't know what form the sea god existed in, but he knew that what was in front of him was definitely not the true form of the sea god. If all the oceans in the nightmare world are sea gods, then this ocean can only be considered a part of the sea god. This was something he had anticipated. If the true form of the sea god was indeed here, then there would certainly be no living person in the Sea Kingdom. In other words, the size of this nightmare was simply too small to accommodate a true god. That is why Su Mu thought of suicide. If the sea god's true form were gone, he would definitely not commit suicide, because that would be certain death. No matter how strong the eternal heavenly venerable is, he cannot fight against a complete god with only the divinity attached to the statue. At this point, the celestial venerable of immortality and the sea god were almost completely covered by tentacles and fleshy tendrils, making it impossible to see their true forms. The stalemate between them continued. Su Mu smiled silently. This was the best outcome for him. No matter which of the two gods won, he would die forever. So the best outcome was for them to remain locked in a stalemate. Of course, He knew this stalemate wouldn't last long. Like two strongmen arm wrestling, after a long stalemate, one of them would eventually run out of strength, and the other would win. However, while they were locked in a stalemate, Sumu was able to free up his hands to do something else. Whoosh! In the endless depths of the sea, Sumu's corpse suddenly opened its eyes. He lived, but not fully. To be precise, his current state is similar to that of an immortal siren. His body has been affected by the power of the sea god, making him immortal. This is how the immortal sea monster came to be. Drowning in the sea, its soul was taken away by the sea god, and its body became an immortal sea monster, driven by the sea god. He had completed all the steps, and the dead body was also affected by the power of the sea god, naturally turning into an immortal sea monster. However, he succeeded, but unfortunately the sea god failed to take away his soul, which resulted in Sumu still possessing human perception. He is now an immortal sea monster with human perception, a state that Hu Jie has always dreamed of. Furthermore, because the power of the sea god resides within his soul, he possesses a sea god divinity far exceeding that of Hu Jie, a follower of the sea god. Ashore, Hu Jie and the others looked at the sea, still shaken. The sea had calmed down and seemed as if nothing had happened. Old Hu, what exactly happened just now? Did the sea god get angry? Peng Yang asked, his voice trembling slightly. Hu Jie's eyes flashed, and he followed the other person's words. That's right. It must be that the sea god is angry. He is angry that we haven't killed Sumu yet. Everyone listen up. We must find and kill Sumu before the sea god is completely enraged. A chill ran through everyone, a sense of urgency washing over them, and they were about to take action. But just then, someone in the crowd suddenly cried out, "Ah, hey, a siren. The siren is here." Everyone was instantly shocked and quickly looked towards the sea. What they saw made their scalps tingle. A sea of people thronged the vast ocean. A dense mass of human heads floated on the water, and those heads continued to rise, revealing their full form. Those were rotting bodies, empty eye sockets, and writhing black tendrils, the undead sea monsters. The endless sea monsters seemed to occupy the entire ocean at first glance, while in the deeper sea, colossal creatures hundreds of meters tall rose up like mountains rising from the sea. What's going on? Didn't the sea god give us 3 days to kill Sumu? The time hasn't come yet. They're not planning to completely destroy the sea kingdom, are they? Old Hu, can't you contact the sea god's familiar? Go and explain to him. Peng Yang shook Hu Jie with a face full of fear. But Hu Jie seemed not to hear, staring intently at the dark, monstrous army of sea monsters, his mind reeling. Go back. Who let you out? He kept urging himself on, trying to control the immortal sea monster as usual, but none of the sea monster army paid him any attention. Instead, they continued to approach the shore. Old Hu, you damn well better say something. Hu Jie's mind was in turmoil, and he had no idea what had happened. Suddenly, he saw a giant sea beast slowly extend its huge tentacles and stand on top of tens of thousands of sea monsters. At the tip of the tentacles stood a tall and slender human figure. Chapter 177, I heard you were looking for me? Chapter 177, I heard you were looking for me? Wearing a sharp black suit, carrying an elegant snakeskin cane, and sporting a gentle smile, Sumu stood quietly atop the giant tentacle, like an elegant gentleman who had stepped out of a classical painting. Beneath his feet lay a surging sea and an endless army of undead sea monsters. He looked down from the sky, appearing like a god or demon emerging from the deep sea. The moment he appeared, the world could no longer accommodate any other sound. Only his voice echoed throughout the entire world. Gentlemen, I heard, you've been looking for me? Splash, splash. The waves crashed against the rocks, like war drums beating for him. The gale whipped up dark clouds, like a trumpet being sounded for him. Hu Jie and the others on the shore, including the soldiers and citizens of the Sea Kingdom, were all completely silent, a deathly stillness. Everyone's faces were filled with disbelief. They stared dumbfounded at the figure standing in midair, whose gentle smile was unusually dazzling. Sumu, Hu Jie cried out in a terrified voice, his voice even distorted from shock. What on earth is going on? Why can he control the sea monster army? Isn't this the authority of the sea god's followers? Peng Yang's fat body trembled incessantly. Even the two of them didn't know what had happened, so the others were even more confused. They had originally been ordered by the sea god's followers to hunt down Sumu, but in the end, Sumu appeared with the sea monster army. Yang Dongqing stared in disbelief at Sumu, who appeared as if a god had descended, forgetting even the pain in his body. He knew Sumu wouldn't run away, but he never expected such a powerful return. In his limited understanding, He thought that Su Mu was just hiding in the crowd, hypnotizing a few of his underlings, and then launching a sneak attack and counterattack. Now it seems this wasn't a sneak attack at all. It was clearly a planned sweep. You, what have you done? How can you control these sea monsters? Hu Jie roared in disbelief. Su Mu smiled slightly. It's very simple. I'll just become a member of the sea god's family. He slowly scanned the astonished crowd, the moonlight reflecting off his brown-tinted glasses, making it impossible to see the deep eyes hidden behind them. All citizens of the Sea Kingdom, heed my command. King Hu Jie has angered the sea god. Kill Hu Jie before dawn to ensure the safety of the Sea Kingdom. Otherwise, I will raze the Sea Kingdom to the ground and leave no one alive. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned. Why did this word sound so familiar? It seemed like they had just heard it not long ago. Isn't this a poem by King Hu Jie? The way people looked at Hu Jie began to become strange, and some even secretly tightened their grip on their weapons. Sensing the tense atmosphere, Hu Jie's eyes flashed with fear, and he said, his voice trembling with fear, "Don't listen to his nonsense. I haven't angered the sea god. I haven't. Su Mu, you're lying. You're fucking lying." On the tentacle, Su Mu silently pushed up his brown glasses and said calmly, "I am a follower of the sea god. I said you have angered the sea god, and you have angered the sea god. Aren't you going to make your move?" As he calmly questioned, a massive army of undead sea monsters began to slowly approach, with dozens of 100-meter-tall sea beasts roaring violently. They twisted their massive bodies, instantly creating towering waves on the sea, their power astonishing. The crashing waves even lapped at everyone's feet, submerging their calves. Such terrifying power turned everyone's faces pale. They didn't care about the truth or who had angered the sea god. All they knew was that if they didn't listen to Su Mu, they would die. Under the pressure of life and death, more and more people began to turn their weapons around and aim them at Hu Jie. Even his best friend Pang Yang was the same. Pang Yang pressed closer, a ferocious glint flashing in his eyes. "Old Hu, don't blame me. Although I don't know why Mr. Su suddenly became a follower of the sea god, the power to control sea monsters and the sea cannot be faked. For the sake of the people of the Sea Kingdom, I can only ask you to make this difficult." Pang Yang, Hu Jie's eyes were bloodshot. He never dreamed that such a ridiculous scene would actually happen to him. Just now, Pang Yang was saying that he would let Su Mu die for the sake of the people, but now he turned around and applied the same words to himself. "Alas, I had no choice but to do this. As you know, we have always been livestock living in the Sea Kingdom, and the sea god's retinue are the masters of the livestock. We really cannot disobey his orders." Seeing that Pang Yang was about to make a move, the other hesitant superhumans also turned fierce and surrounded Hu Jie. You can't do this to me." I. He hesitated for a long time, but finally gritted his teeth and said, "I am the one who belongs to the sea god." Finally, Hu Jie revealed his biggest hidden secret, but no one believed him at all. "Old Hu, what nonsense are you talking about? We've known each other for 5 years. Do you think I don't know whether you're a member of the sea god's family or not?" Pang Yang said with a look of regret, "Don't worry, after you die, I will take care of your concubines and treat your children as my own." "Fuck you, Pang Yang. You're a fucking idiot." Hu Jie's face suddenly contorted into a ferocious grin. He roared at the approaching crowd like a madman. "I am a member of the sea god's family. I am the true member of the sea god's family." At this moment, Su Mu's calm voice rang out. The sinner Hu Jie not only offended the sea god, but also dared to impersonate a member of the sea god's retinue. His crime is compounded. You citizens of the Sea Kingdom had better give me a satisfactory explanation, or the Sea Kingdom will be completely submerged before sunrise. Pang Yang was immediately alarmed and no longer cared about their past friendship, so he ruthlessly attacked Hu Jie. The other extraordinary individuals were no different, unleashing countless terrifying attacks towards Hu Jie. In an instant, Hu Jie's body was torn to pieces, turning into scraps of paper on the ground. Pang Yang's eyes flickered uncertainly as he said in a gloomy tone, "This is Lao Hu's ability. Paper-cutting, evil spirit. I know him best. This ability can only be activated within 1,000 meters. He can't run far." "Leave it to me," said a middle-aged man dressed in the attire of a minister from the Sea Kingdom. He picked up a scrap of paper from the ground and put it in his mouth. "I have insight." Suddenly, he saw Hu Jie fleeing through a row of houses. "He's heading northwest. Go after him." So, a large group of people went after Hu Jie. Chapter 178, I am the true follower of the sea god. Chapter 178, I am the true follower of the sea god. Yang Dongqing, who had been thrown to the ground, struggled to his feet. He felt as if he were in a dream, as if the roles of offense and defense had been reversed. He couldn't help but recall what Sumu had said to him and the others before. The people of this island nation only fear power and do not cherish virtue. They listen to whomever they fear more. On the streets of the northwest corner of the Sea Kingdom, Hu Jie ran for his life, his mind in turmoil, frantically searching for a solution. Where should we escape to? His first thought was to escape into the sea, but then he realized that Sumu had completely taken away his power, which meant that the ocean was also under the other party's control. Wouldn't escaping into the sea be suicide? You should know that these superhumans can't kill him, but Sumu can. Damn it. What on earth is going on? As the figure behind him kept getting closer, Hu Jie became more and more distraught. He clearly still had the power of the sea god within him, so why couldn't he summon the sea monster? He was clearly the true servant of the sea god, so why did the entire ocean listen to Sumu? Logically speaking, only the sea god should be able to control the sea beyond himself. Whoosh! A flash of cold light slashed across Hu Jie's throat. It was that silver-ranked superhuman who moved like a ghost. He was the fastest, so he naturally caught up with Hu Jie the fastest and attacked with a killing move. With the sound of paper being torn, Hu Jie's throat split open, but what was revealed was not flesh and blood, but green scales. Upon seeing this, Hu Jie was not angry at all, but rather overjoyed. He stopped and quickly tore off all the paper skin covering his body, revealing his true form as a follower of the sea god. A humanoid monster covered in green scales. Did you see that? I am the real sea god's servant. You've all been fooled by Sumu. Hu Jie patted the scales on his body, trying his best to prove himself. He wanted to hide his identity as much as he did back then, and now he wants to prove it just as much. Everyone was stunned, looking at Hu Jie, who had turned into a monster, with surprise and uncertainty. For a moment, they hesitated, not understanding the situation at all. At this moment, 4 figures walked out from the end of the street. They were Su Mu and the seriously injured Mu Qing and others. Behind them was a dark, overwhelming army of sea monsters. The pungent stench of decay spread wildly through the streets of the Sea Kingdom as the Siren's army entered, causing widespread nausea. The dull thud of their footsteps and the dripping of the sea water awakened the nightmares in everyone's hearts. Having lived in the Sea Kingdom for many years, their fear of sea monsters was ingrained in their bones. Now, seeing the sea monster army land, some people even trembled with fear, afraid that the Sea Kingdom would be forcefully destroyed at any moment. It seems you are all people of great loyalty and righteousness. Since you are unwilling to kill Hu Jie, then let's die together. Sumu slowly raised his palm and waved his hand. The Siren's army behind him was about to launch an attack. Everyone's expression changed drastically. Peng Yang shouted, "Sir, please wait. We will kill Hu Jie right now." Sumu raised his hand to stop the sea monster army behind him, and smiled. There's still an hour until sunrise. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines and dared not waste any more time. Hurry up, don't keep the sea gods familiar waiting. Peng Yang was the most enthusiastic. Hu Jie's current appearance is definitely a disguise using the paper-cut evil spirit. Kill him. Hu Jie was so angry he almost vomited blood, but unfortunately he had no blood left. The world's magical nature has exceeded his imagination. He once used the paper-cut evil spirit to disguise himself as a human, and everyone believed him. Now that he has voluntarily revealed his true form, he is being accused of disguising himself. Is there any justice left? More than 20 extraordinary individuals attacked together, and even someone as strong as Hu Jie found himself in grave danger. Countless paper figures flew out from his body and joined the fray. Standing behind Sumu, Mu Qing was already numb with shock, because she had been unconscious before, so she had no idea what had happened. She only remembered that Sumu had agreed to meet her in 5 minutes. When the 5 minutes were up and she woke up again, she saw Sumu leading a sea monster army to surround the Sea Kingdom. The people of the Sea Kingdom, who were once enemies, had now turned against her and began to besiege Hu Jie, the true follower of the sea god. The most bizarre thing is that Hu Jie, who originally wanted to hide his identity, actually revealed it himself, and nobody believed him. She couldn't help but look at Sumu's tall and straight back, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. She now completely understood why Sumu said there was no need to turn the tables. It's really unnecessary. It's always Hu Jie who's in dire straits. She also realized how ridiculous her previous plan to expose Hu Jie's true identity had been. The truth was never important. The people of this island nation take sides regardless of justice or truth. They side with whoever is stronger. In a short time, Hu Jie had already sustained multiple injuries. It was true that he was a follower of the sea god, but his greatest power came from the sea and the army of sea monsters. But now all of those reliance were gone. Now he can only rely on the paper-cut evil spirit and the immortality of the sea god's followers. Die. The superhuman, power servant, seized the opportunity and punched Hu Jie in the head from behind. Bang! The ugly head shattered instantly, and the attacks from the others followed closely behind. In almost an instant, Hu Jie was torn to pieces. Whoosh! His mangled body turned into a pool of foul-smelling seawater, scattered on the ground. Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. After death, it turned into seawater. Isn't this a sea monster? Actually, everyone wasn't stupid. Some people had already vaguely sensed that something was wrong. The sea god's familiar first said that he wanted to hunt down Su Mu, but then Su Mu turned around and became the sea god's familiar, wanting to kill Hu Jie. If there wasn't something fishy going on, no one would believe it. Even if they knew there was a problem, they couldn't possibly say it, much less question the identity of Su Mahai's followers, unless they wanted to die. Pretending to be ignorant when you know the truth is the way to survive. Suddenly, the pool of foul-smelling seawater surged and transformed back into Hu Jie's appearance. Hurrah! Now you believe me, right? I am the true follower of the sea god, and I am unkillable. Pang Yang glanced discreetly at Su Mu, who was surrounded by the sea monster army, and immediately shouted at Hu Jie. Everyone, don't believe his words. I know old Hu best. Besides the paper-cut evil spirit, he also has a hidden illusion ability. All of this is an illusion he created. Quickly capture him and hand him over to the sea god's familiar. Pang Yang, you son of a bitch. When did I hide my illusion abilities? Hu Jie completely broke down, cursing wildly. Pang Yang's eyes flickered. He naturally knew that Lao Hu was innocent. After all, only those who wronged you knew how wronged you were. He had no choice but to go along with Su Mu's words if he didn't want to die. Chapter 179. You all heard it, right? He admitted that he was the fake one. Chapter 179. You all heard it, right? He admitted that he was the fake one. Among the Nightmare Apostles were many intelligent individuals who naturally understood Pang Yang's meaning. They immediately shouted, Pang Yang, why waste your breath on him? Charge at him side by side. You all. Hu Jie's eyes were bloodshot, his madness growing as he faced death. I'm going to kill you traitors. At this moment, Su Muru's refined voice rang out. What he said is true. In fact, Mr. Hu is the real sea god's favorite, while I am just an imposter. Everyone's expressions froze instantly, not understanding why Su Mu would expose this obvious lie. Was he going to settle scores with everyone? Ha ha ha. Did you all hear that? He admitted it. He admitted it himself. He's a fake. I'm the real one. Hu Jie laughed maniacally. Su Mu stared at him, a handsome smile curving his lips. That's right. Mr. Hu is indeed a member of the sea god's family. So, for the future of the sea kingdom, for the sake of human justice, I'll trouble you all to capture this true member of the sea god's family. Yes, Mr. Su. Pang Yang was the first to respond, and he attacked Hu Jie without any mercy. Hu Jie, you damned follower of the sea god. For all these years you have disguised yourself as the king and secretly devoured the souls of your people. Your crimes are unforgivable. We are fortunate to have Mr. Su uphold justice today, and we will certainly act on behalf of heaven. At that moment, everyone seemed to be the embodiment of justice, heroes acting on behalf of heaven, fearlessly charging towards the dumbfounded Hu Jie. If we disregard the process and only look at the outcome of this scene, everyone would think it's a fairy tale ending where the hero exposes the Monster King's true identity and leads his deceived people to unite and defeat evil. Mu Qing and the others, who witnessed the whole process, felt only deep irony. All this talk about being a follower of the sea god, about fighting for the sea kingdom, about justice, it's all just a facade, all just slogans. And so, surrounded by a group of immortal sea monsters, the 20-odd Nightmare Apostles and the sea god's retinue engaged in a life-or-death struggle. I want you all to die? Die. The roar of countless souls echoed within Hu Jie's body, and his body began to expand strangely, with black fleshy tendrils on his body extending rapidly like countless venomous snakes. The two Nightmare Apostles, unable to dodge in time, were directly struck by the black fleshy whiskers, letting out violent screams before their souls were ripped away. Hu Jie completely lost his mind and launched a frenzied attack on the remaining Nightmare Apostles. Faced with the immortal Hu Jie, they could only parry his attacks. After killing or wounding more than a dozen Nightmare Apostles, Hu Jie was finally brought under complete control. Its body was pinned to the ground by a spear, and it was also bound by a dense array of chains, with its hands and feet removed. The battered and bruised Pang Yang and his men approached Su Mu, their faces filled with exhaustion and obsequiousness. Mr. Su, I have not failed you. Su Mu smiled slightly. You did a good job. You can go die now. Pang Yang and the others' expressions changed drastically. No, no, no. Mr. Su, you can't kill us. We are the backbone of the Sea Kingdom. We can provide you with souls as before. Haven't you become a new follower of the Sea God? Can't we continue as before? You still need souls. Su Mu frowned and said righteously, How dare you? I have already said that I am not a member of the Sea God's family. How dare you slander me? Guards, kill them all. With a wave of his hand, an endless army of undead sea monsters surged out from behind him like a tide, surrounding Pang Yang and the others. Some of them cursed angrily, while others knelt down and begged for mercy, but the only response they received was the roar of the undead sirens. The wounded Pang Yang and his companions were no match for the army of immortal sea monsters. They fled frantically, but to no avail. Sea monsters were everywhere, and the Sea Kingdom was an island nation. Escaping to the sea was tantamount to suicide, so their fate was already sealed. Ha ha! You bunch of bastards, you deserve to die? You all deserve to die. Hu Jie laughed maniacally. Have you laughed enough? It's time for you to get going. Su Mu's gentle voice rang in Hu Jie's ears, like a warm breeze in spring. Hu Jie's body trembled, and he laughed maniacally. Su Mu, you think you've won? Ha! Being a follower of the Sea God isn't so easy. From now on, you will lose your soul, lose all the joys of being human, and you will forever be like me, a monster. Su Mu smiled and reached out his palm to grasp a black, fleshy beard behind Hu Jie. Come, feel if my soul is still there. Hu Jie's laughter faltered. The moment his palm touched the black, fleshy beard, he felt the soul within Su Mu's body with crystal clarity. No, he roared in disbelief, his face filled with utter despair. Why? Before he could even ask a question, a flash of blue light appeared, and Hu Jie died in utter despair. He died with his eyes wide open in disbelief. He had thought that Su Mu would suffer the same pain he had endured all these years and live on forever as a monster. But he found that Su Mu had already achieved the state he had always dreamed of. After dealing with Hu Jie, Su Mu turned to Mu Qing and the others and said, You guys can clean up this mess. I have other things to do. After saying that, he disappeared into the night. He randomly found a deserted place, stopped, closed his eyes, and entered a dream. Having just used the power of the eternal celestial venerable to kill Hu Jie, the balance in his soul was somewhat disrupted. Originally, the eternal celestial venerable and the Sea God were in a stalemate, but Hu Jie also possessed a small portion of the Sea God's power. Normally, this power would not have affected the eternal celestial venerable, but now it has become a key factor in breaking the balance. In the dream, the Sea God began to gain the upper hand, and more black fleshy tendrils extended out, constantly spreading towards the body of the eternal heavenly venerable. Su Mu's eyes flickered. He could not let the Sea God win, because if the Sea God won, his soul would be taken away by the Sea God, and he would be completely reduced to a monster like Hu Jie. Without a soul, it would be the same as being dead. Suddenly, the silver mark between his eyebrows cracked open, and a divine silver vertical pupil emerged from it. Only gods can stand against gods, and the primordial angels are his last trump card. Whoosh! A dazzling holy light struck the black fleshy tendrils, instantly obliterating countless of them. The celestial venerable of immortality, who was initially at a disadvantage, began to exert his strength, extending billions of semi-transparent tentacles to counterattack the Sea God. Su Mu watched silently from the side. Naturally, he couldn't let the eternal heavenly venerable win. The outcome would be the same, death. For him, the best outcome would be for both gods to suffer heavy losses. The eternal celestial venerable, who held the upper hand, continued to wear down the Sea God's power. 2 hours later, whoosh! Another beam of holy light struck the eternal celestial venerable. Poseidon instantly rallied again and began to exert its dominance in the opposite direction. Seeing this, Su Mu smiled silently. Gods are nothing more than this. He continuously used the power of the primordial angels to micromanage, trying his best to keep the two gods in a stalemate and continuously deplete their divinity. This process was very long, but he had no shortage of patience. Chapter 180 The Master-Disciple Relationship Breaks Down. Chapter 180 The Master-Disciple Relationship Breaks Down. Sikong Jin walked through a dense forest and onto a winding bluestone path, where a secluded Taoist temple soon came into view. It is the Changxing Taoist Temple. Stepping into the Taoist temple is like entering a tranquil world, with only the occasional birdsong echoing in the air. In the courtyard, several ancient pines and cypresses stand proudly, their vigorous trunks seemingly telling the story of time. A scream shattered the peaceful atmosphere inside the Taoist temple. Jun Wushang ran out of the main hall, covering his head and fleeing in panic. Behind him was the old Taoist Xianqing, who was furious and holding a sword. You unfilial disciple. I asked you to clean the statue of the celestial venerable of longevity, and you actually broke it. Today, I will punish you. Jun Wushang cried out that he was innocent. It has nothing to do with me. I just wiped it lightly, and the statue just shattered on its own. Nonsense. This statue has been worshipped by your master for many years without any problems. How could it break as soon as you touch it? You unfilial disciple. How dare you argue? Take this sword from your master. The old Taoist Xuanqing's eyes flashed, and he shouted fiercely, but his attack was very weak and powerless, and Jun Wushang dodged it several times. He knew, of course, that the statue wasn't broken by Jun Wushang. Rather, it had broken when he last met Su Mu, and he had glued it back together. The reason he had Jun Wushang wipe it this time was, of course, intentional on his part. The usually carefree Jun Wushang was genuinely terrified this time, because he knew that the statue of the eternal life, celestial venerable, was his master's lifeblood. In the past, no matter how much he misbehaved, even if he pointed his finger at his master and cursed him, his master would never truly get angry. But now, finally, Jun Wushang was cornered by the old Taoist Xianqing, and the gleaming sword was raised high, flashing with cold light. Jun Wushang turned deathly pale with fright, his eyes filled with guilt. Master, that statue really isn't. Shut up, you unfilial disciple. Even now you still want to argue? Do you really think my precious sword is useless? Master Xianqing roared in fury. Feeling guilty, Jun Wushang lowered his head. Master, I was wrong. I am willing to accept punishment. Seeing Jun Wushang's remorse, the old Taoist Xianqing chuckled inwardly. He knew he had achieved his goal. Ever since he learned that this kid's future achievements were limitless, he had been thinking about how to keep him in check. After all, the mess he had made in the past. Well, let's not dwell on it. Today's performance was a self-inflicted injury scheme that he had been racking his brains for a long time. First, let this kid feel so ashamed he wants to disappear, then I won't be able to bring myself to do it. I'll drop the sword, tears streaming down my face, and the master and disciple will embrace and weep. Seeing that the time was right, the old Taoist Xianqing brandished his sword, and Jun Wushang hurriedly covered his head and dodged in panic. He did not resist his master, and in his heart he did not want to believe that his master would kill him. As the sword was about to fall, the old Taoist Xianqing quietly released his grip, waiting for the sword to land with a clang so he could begin his performance. Tears were already welling up in his old eyes. But just then, bang! A pebble flew through the air and knocked the sword out of Xuanqing's hand. Master Xianqing, spare his life. Xikong Zhen walked over from a distance. Xianqing, the old Taoist, froze completely. He looked at Xikong Zhen, who was walking rapidly towards him, the sword that had fallen to the ground, and Jun Wushang, whose expression was complicated. He was numb, completely numb. Master, this is your only disciple after all. He does not deserve to die. Please show mercy, Xikong Zhen said solemnly. His idea was simple. Xianqing Daoist would definitely not live long, and Jun Wushang would inherit the mantle of the longevity Daoist temple sooner or later. If Jun Wushang went to the capital in the future and was sought after by the nobles like Xianqing Daoist, then he could say that he was doing this in advance. It's just a small favor, but it might earn me the friendship of a future celebrity in the capital. After all, it's a life-saving favor. Master Xianqing. With a complicated expression, Jun Wushang picked up the sword from the ground and placed it in Xianqing Daoist's hand. Master, I didn't expect you to really want to kill me because of this. Anyway, you saved my life, so kill me if you want. Master Xianqing. Young brother, your master is just angry. How could he kill you? You should leave first. I'll try to persuade him later. Besides, I've come here with important business to discuss with your master. Xikong Zhen stood between the two and persuaded Jun Wushang to leave. Fearing that Xianqing the old Taoist would not let it go, he dragged and pulled him into the main hall. Inside the main hall, Xikong Zhen frowned. He didn't understand why Master Xianqing was looking at him so strangely. Was it anger? Resentment? Master, please don't blame me. Your disciple has a good character. It's all your fault. Master Xianqing suddenly roared, his old face flushed red with anger. Who the hell told you to meddle in other people's business? Do you know that I almost? Master, calm down. He is your only disciple. Even if you kill him in a fit of anger today, you will definitely regret it later. Outside the main hall, Jun Wushang, who had not gone far, heard Master Xuanqing's furious voice and became even more dejected. He left Changxing Taoist Temple without saying a word, his figure forlorn. You want me to calm down? How can I calm down? It's all ruined. You've ruined everything. Who the hell is going to take care of me in my old age now? The distraught Taoist Xianqing squatted on the ground, repeatedly pounding his chest and stamping his feet. Xikongzhen's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. He had no intention of getting involved in the mess between the master and disciple anymore, and said directly, Taoist master, I have come here today to ask for your help with an important matter. I've already reported your deductions about the 7 deadly sins to the royal family. They've given you a strict order. You must deduce the true identities of the 7 deadly sins. Even if you can't deduce pride, any one of the others will do. No, I'll have to find another job. The dejected old Taoist Xianqing refused without even thinking. Xikongzhen narrowed his eyes slightly and calmly took out a small square box from his pocket. The royal family knows that your lifespan is coming to an end, so they specially asked me to give you the 3-leaf longevity grass. Taoist, you should know very well that even the great nobles covet this kind of precious, extraordinary material. You can imagine the royal family's determination to capture the 7 deadly sins. Xianqing, the old Taoist's eyes flickered. He naturally knew the value of the 3-leaf longevity grass. It was a divine object that could prolong life. The more leaves it had, the higher its value. The 3-leaf longevity grass could extend one's life by 3 years. He knew very well that he couldn't refuse the royal family's offer of such a treasure. It wasn't that he coveted the 3-leaf longevity grass, but rather that refusing it would inevitably lead to his annihilation. So he snatched the small square box from Xikongzhen's hand, his old face revealing a greedy, covetous look. You should have said so earlier if you had this treasure. Chapter 181 Murong Yun's Attack. Chapter 181 Murong Yun's Attack. Xikongzhen smiled faintly. Since the Taoist priest has agreed, please begin the ritual immediately. Not now? My wicked disciple smashed the statue of the celestial venerable of longevity. You have to wait for me to repair the statue first. Also, the effects of the 3-leaf longevity grass don't work immediately after they appear. How about this? Come back in 5 days. Xikongzhen looked displeased. Taoist master, I have already said that the royal family takes this matter very seriously. Master Xianqing glared and said, what's the use of paying attention? If I say 5 days, then it's 5 days. If I can't fully absorb the medicine's effects, what if I run out of lifespan and die halfway through the calculation? You don't want to be unable to calculate it, do you? In that case, I will come again in 5 days. I hope you will keep your promise. Otherwise, Xikongzhen did not finish his sentence, but the threat was evident in his words. Okay, 5 days is 5 days. After Xikongzhen left, Taoist Xianqing looked at the 3-leaf longevity grass in the box and began to worry. He was thinking of a solution. Calculating it was definitely not an option. Pride, the first of the 7 deadly sins, was the messenger of the eternal life, celestial venerable, and lust was that wicked disciple Jun Wushang. Strictly speaking, he was one of the 7 deadly sins. The divine messenger's creation of the 7 deadly sins must have been at the behest of the eternal heavenly venerable. As the eternal heavenly venerable's most devout follower, he would never betray him, even at the cost of his life. He wanted to ask the divine messenger Su Mu what to do, but Su Mu had gone to the nightmare world and had not yet returned, so he could only delay for the time being. In one of the Murong family's private residences, Murong Yun was smashing everything in the room. Expensive vases, porcelain pieces, and priceless artworks and sculptures were all thrown on the ground and smashed to pieces. He vented for a while, and finally sat on the sofa with a gloomy face, picked up a bottle of wine and frantically poured it into his mouth. Bitch! You lowly bastard, a worthless wretch born of a slave. How dare she? Bang! The wine bottle was smashed to pieces. During this period, Murong Yun was extremely frustrated. Since Murong's was death, he had been actively fighting for the family property. He worked very hard every day, getting up earlier than the chickens and going to bed later than the dogs. He was busy building relationships and didn't even have much time to play with women. Even with all his efforts, the position of family head was getting further and further away from him, and the cause of all this was that damned illegitimate daughter. Murong Mengli. Murong Zhuo once said that whoever finds the golden eye will be the next heir of the Murong family. Murong Mengli found the golden eye, although it was stolen by arrogance. But she still found it. In addition, she dared to confront arrogance when everyone was afraid, thus saving some face for the Murong family. There are growing calls for her to be the successor because she has the moral high ground. Especially the arrogant last comment. I didn't expect the Murong family to be all useless. You have a lot of courage. The comments from the gold level expert, especially since this gold-level expert dared to defy the world and kill a nobleman in public, and his arrogant reputation soared, also boosted Murong Mungli's prestige. There were even rumors circulating outside that the Murong family had no man, and that only Murong Mungli, a woman, was carrying the banner. A remarkable woman who survives a great ordeal, confronting the empire's greatest criminal, arrogance. Rumors also published various inspirational stories about Murong Mungli, such as her father's dislike and her brother's bullying, and her rise to power as an illegitimate daughter. Everyone else doubted you, but you were the one who proved them wrong. Even more outrageous is the forbidden love. I fell in love with the man who killed my father. No matter how outrageous the news is, it's clear to anyone with eyes that Murong Mungli has indeed become the most favorable candidate to succeed the family head. Indeed, no one knows better than Murong Yun how much of an advantage Murong Mungli currently possesses. Besides her reputation, Murong Mungli also gained Sikongzhen's support, because she had already promised a portion of the Murong family's assets to Sikongzhen. Whenever he thought of this, Murong Yun couldn't help but fly into a rage. That damned bitch, she hadn't even become the head of the family yet, and she had already started selling off her family property. In fact, he had also approached Sikongzhen in private and reluctantly promised him some of his family property, but the man didn't even look at it. Later, he secretly inquired and found out that Murong Mungli's asking price was 10 times his. It can be said that Murong Mungli gave away almost half of her family fortune in order to become the head of the family. He couldn't do that. In fact, none of these are the decisive factors. No matter how high Murong Mungli's reputation is or how much money she is willing to spend, she still has a fatal weakness, which is, she is not a superhuman. How could an ordinary person compete with a silver tier 2 superhuman like myself? But this weakness was eliminated today because Murong Mungli's bloodline awakened, and she awakened the Murong family's silver law speed of wind and shadow, leaping to become a silver tier 1 transcendent. This is also why Murong Yun was so angry today. He couldn't understand why this damned bastard was so lucky, awakening his bloodline at the crucial moment and making up for his last weakness. Murong Yun knew perfectly well that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, he was doomed. Fortunately, an unexpected incident still occurred. He sat on the sofa in silence for a long time before finally dialing the phone. I agree to join you. A hoarse laugh came from the other end of the phone. A smart choice. If Murong Zhuo were as smart as you, he would never have died like this. After a long while, a blood-red figure appeared out of thin air in front of Murong Yun. The figure solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye, eventually transforming into a handsome young man wearing a burgundy suit. The man was also holding a glass of red wine, which contained a deep red liquid and emitted a pungent, bloody smell. He looked at the gloomy Murong Yun, a wicked smile curling at the corner of his mouth, and drank the blood in the cup in one gulp, a look of intoxication appearing on his pale face. Indeed, the blood of a virgin is the sweetest. Murong Yun raised his head, his bloodshot eyes flashing with the madness of someone who had reached the end of their road. Can you really help me become the head of the family? The man in the red suit scoffed. Is your ambition just to be the head of a minor noble family in this small town? With our help, you should broaden your horizons and, like your father, return to the capital, to the center of power in the Crimson Flame Empire. Stop spouting nonsense. Going to the capital is a matter for the future. Right now, I just want to know if I can become the head of the family. The contempt in the man in the red suit grew even stronger. Joining us will not only make you the head of the family, but also grant you endless lifespan. You'll gradually understand how weak humans are, and that only vampires are the superior race. Murong Yun sneered. You vampires from the Blood Moon Empire always boast about the superiority of your race. If you are truly superior, then why is the world's #1 empire the Dragon Abyss Empire, and not your Blood Moon Empire? Chapter 182 Immortality and the Body of Immortality. Chapter 182 Immortality and the Body of Immortality. The man in the red suit's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and the glass in his hand shattered instantly. The Blood Moon Empire will eventually dominate the world, and the Dragon Abyss Empire will fall into our hands sooner or later. Just like what you did to the Crimson Flame Empire? If I'm not mistaken, quite a few nobles in the Crimson Flame Empire have also been transformed into vampires, haven't they? You'll understand these things once you join us. One last question. Why did my father refuse you? Your father was indecisive. He wanted longevity but didn't want to be controlled by the vampires, so he pinned his hopes on the Golden Eye. He originally planned to join the vampires before his lifespan ran out if he couldn't find the Golden Eye. It was this hesitation that ruined him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have died at the hands of arrogance. Morong Yun gave a cold smile. That's his style of doing things, so I will never follow in his footsteps. Come on. The man in the red suit slowly opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and bit down hard on Morong Yun's neck. Morong Yun lost consciousness due to the loss of a large amount of blood. He woke up after an unknown amount of time, feeling an indescribable sense of ease and full of energy. He got up from the ground, only to find that the man in the red suit had already disappeared, leaving behind only a note that read, "Congratulations on joining the great vampire clan. We will help you become the head of the Morong family. What you need to do is, after becoming the head of the family, try your best to enter the power center of the capital." Morong Yun tore the note to shreds. The gloom on her face was gone, replaced by a confident air of complete control. "This feeling is really great. Father, I never expected that you would leave me such a good legacy after you died. It is thanks to you that you did not agree to the vampire clan that I was given this opportunity. Rest assured, under my leadership, the Morong family will regain its glory. It's just a pity that by then the Morong family might no longer be nobles of the Crimson Flame Empire, but rather of the Blood Moon Empire. But it doesn't matter. Being a noble family anywhere is the same." Suddenly, his expression changed, and he clutched his abdomen tightly. A strong feeling of hunger surged through his body, and he couldn't help but want to drink blood. This thought was so strong that he even forgot his obsession with being the head of the family. He quickly picked up the phone and called over all the women he kept. An hour later, the room was filled with 7 female corpses. Their beautiful faces were filled with disbelief and terror, and there were 2 bloody holes in their necks. They were lifeless. Morong Yun, however, did not care at all. Instead, he leaned back on the sofa with a satisfied look on his face. "This feeling is really good. It's just that I didn't control my strength well the first time and accidentally killed them all. It seems that I need to find a new batch of women." After feeling cooped up for several days, he felt relaxed and happy for the first time. In a good mood, he turned on the record player and started listening to music. A clear, ethereal female voice came from the record player, like a young girl in the throes of first love, slowly narrating her beautiful expectations for the future and love. "I look forward to a bright future, my dreams shining brightly in the distance. I long for love to arrive, like stars illuminating my heart. I look forward to the lush green of holly reflecting the light of time. I look forward to your expectations." This is a very popular song in Changsha recently, and it's also one that Morong Yun really likes. Every time she hears this song, it's as if she can see a young girl in love singing softly in front of her, smiling gently. Song title: "I'm looking forward to it." As the song ended, Morong Yun slowly opened her eyes and smiled. "I'm looking forward to it too." By the way, the woman who sang this song seems to be from Changsha as well. The final moment has finally arrived. In his dream, Sumu remarked that he had been in the dream for 3 whole days. Apart from occasionally returning to reality to eat something and handle some affairs of the Sea Kingdom, he had been staying in the dream doing micromanagement. Thanks to his tireless efforts, both the celestial venerable of immortality and the sea god have been severely injured. The 2 towering giants in the dream had long since disappeared, leaving only 2 orbs of light, one green and one blue. These 2 orbs of light seemed to be embedded together, constantly squeezing into each other's bodies. As expected of the divinity of gods, even when they were about to perish, neither side stopped fighting. It was truly a fight to the death. The next moment, Sumu arrived in front of the 2 orbs of light, reached out, grabbed the orbs, and stuffed them directly into his body. He wants to completely control the divinity of the eternal heavenly venerable and the sea god, just as he controls the divinity of the primordial angels. Previously, those 2 divine powers were too strong for him to handle, but now, the snipe and the clam fight, and the fisherman benefits. As he devoured the 2 divine essences, a violent tearing sensation came, as if it were about to rip his soul apart. However, as the silver vertical pupil between his brows burst forth with silver light, the tearing sensation was slowly suppressed. He used the divinity of the primordial angels to continuously merge with them, and after a full day, he finally completely digested the 2 divine powers. At this point, Sumu already possessed the divinity of 3 gods, the primordial angel, the eternal heavenly venerable, and the sea god. These 3 divine qualities also granted him 3 different abilities. The primordial angel is the eye of God, possessing powerful annihilation abilities. The celestial venerable of immortality has an interesting ability. He waved his hand, and a semi-transparent tentacle extended from his body, waving it around casually. This tentacle is not aggressive, but it has the ability to extract lifespan. In other words, it can now extract the lifespan of others to replenish itself or bestow it upon others. If used properly, the ability to extract lifespan is essentially equivalent to immortality. However, due to the limitations of his own life level, his body cannot store much lifespan. If he wants to live forever, he can only extract the lifespan of others every once in a while. Sumu had no interest in immortality. Endless life only brought endless boredom. As soon as he had a thought, the translucent tentacles suddenly turned black, somewhat resembling a combination of the black fleshy whiskers of the sea god and the tentacles of the eternal heavenly venerable. At this point, the tentacles can extract not only lifespan but also soul. After thinking for a while, Sumu finally named it Touch of God. Aside from the touch of God, the greatest gain was the immortality that came with the divinity of the sea god. True immortality, which even Mithril cannot counter, belongs to the realm of gods. However, due to his soul, although he possesses human perception, this is also the greatest weakness of his immortality. If he encounters a powerful soul attack, he will still die. In contrast, the immortal sirens do not have this concern, because their souls are in the hands of the sea god, and unless the sea god is killed first, their souls are absolutely safe. Overall, the increase in combat power is not significant, but the ability to survive is maximized, as it is both immortal and eternal. This also made Sumu somewhat dissatisfied, because he enjoyed the feeling of dancing on the edge of a knife, and suddenly not being able to die really reduced some of the fun. Chapter 183 Dream Teleportation. Chapter 183 Dream Teleportation. Mr. Su. Mu Qing knocked on the door, but there was no response from inside the room. She pushed open the door, only to find the room empty. Su Mu was nowhere to be seen. Mu Qing looked puzzled. Where was Mr. Su? Sumu had been sleeping in his room these past few days, so why wasn't he here today? From her unseen perspective, Sumu was standing in front of her, watching her with great interest. Miss Mu, he even called out to Mu Qing, but Mu Qing seemed not to hear him and did not react at all. Sumu walked up to Mu Qing and reached out to touch her body, but his hand passed straight through Mu Qing's body. Upon seeing this, Sumu couldn't help but smile slightly. Interesting. Is this the new ability of dreams after absorbing divinity? He is experimenting with new abilities of dreams. Just as his dreams became more and more real after he devoured the divinity of the primordial angels, he can forcibly pull the souls of ordinary people into his dreams. Now that it has devoured the divinity of the celestial venerable of immortality and the sea god, the dream's true nature has become even stronger. It can not only pull people's souls into dreams, but also their physical bodies. This peculiar dream is increasingly resembling a real world. The reason why Sumu disappeared in reality was because he had completely entered the dream world. Then he covered the sea kingdom with the dream world, which created its current ghostly state. Simply put, under his control, dreams and reality completely overlap. He appears to walk freely in reality, but in reality, his true form is hidden in the dream and will not be discovered by anyone. In my current dream state, it seems that I have no effect on reality. Compared to reality, I am a non-existent person. Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. He tried to activate his mental power to penetrate the boundary between dreams and reality. As expected, his mental power entered reality very smoothly. After all, this is his dream. He can now even pull his physical body into his dream, so it's no problem for him to extend his spiritual power while in a dream. In an instant, many ideas about manipulating dreams flashed through his mind. Suddenly, the endless demonic sound was activated. Miss Mu, what can I do for you? Sumu's gentle voice echoed in the empty room. Mu Qing was startled and quickly turned around, only to find that there was no one behind her. She was quite surprised and kept scanning her surroundings with her beautiful eyes, trying to find Sumu's whereabouts, but to no avail. Mr. Su, where are you? I'm right next to you. Mu Qing was even more surprised. She even reached out and touched around, but all she could touch was air. Mr. Su, what's going on? Why can't I see you? Are you invisible? I'm here. To Mu Qing's astonishment, Sumu's figure appeared out of thin air before her eyes. Mr. Su, I never imagined you could become invisible. Sumu smiled slightly. What do you need me for? Mu Qing suppressed her surprise and said frankly, I'm going back to the real world. I've had a vague feeling of returning these past few days, so I came here to say goodbye. Mr. Su, thanks to you this time, I was able to break the sea god's curse in this dream. Otherwise, I might never have been able to go back. Sumu nodded, not at all surprised, because Lu Dongliang had already returned to reality yesterday. Previously, this nightmare was shrouded in the power of the sea god, so the nightmare apostles who entered could not return. But now that the power of the sea god has been consumed and devoured, the shroud of this power has naturally been lifted. Mr. Su, you probably already know that my law is not natural breath, but with spirit breath. I will no longer hide it. I will definitely repay this life-saving grace. This is my contact information. If you need any extraordinary potions in the future, you can contact me at any time. Mu Qing handed over a small note and said with slight hesitation, to be honest, I have quite a few enemies in real life, so I may change my contact information. But if conditions permit, I will contact you in advance before I change it. Su Mu did not take the note because his current body was fake, a manifestation of the myriad manifestations of the universe. I don't need your contact information. I'll contact you when I need it. Mu Qing was taken aback. She wanted to ask how the other party could contact her, but when she thought of Su Mu's previous amazing performance, she suddenly felt that it shouldn't be too difficult for the other party to contact her, so she nodded in agreement. By the way, when you get back, prepare to refine the extraordinary potion of unending recovery as your reward for this. I'll come back to collect it from you once you've finished refining it. Mu Qing nodded, about to say something, but found that she couldn't make a sound. She looked down and saw that her body was gradually becoming transparent, a sign of returning to reality. She simply stopped talking, waved at Su Mu, and disappeared completely. Su Mu naturally wouldn't let go of Mu Qing, a humanoid repository of extraordinary potions with exceptional potential. The reason he didn't want her contact information was because he had better methods. That is to communicate through dreams. This is also one of the new abilities of the dream world. It can build bridges with other dreams. No matter where Mu Qing is, as long as she is still sleeping, Su Mu can contact her through the dream world. It can even achieve dream teleportation, using one's own dream to invade another's dream, and then walk out of that dream. For example, right now, the Su Mu phantom in the room is shattering inch by inch. His true form in the dream instantly appeared beside Yang Dongqing. Although he couldn't teleport in reality, in the dream, he could not only teleport, but also fly and disappear into the ground. At this time, Yang Dongqing was accumulating wealth. He discovered a lot of extraordinary materials plundered from the Sea Kingdom in Hu Jie's treasure trove. Although they were not particularly rare, they were still extraordinary materials. In the real world, they could be sold for at least tens or even hundreds of thousands of dollars. I don't know where he got a leather bag from, but his eyes lit up and he started stuffing things into it like crazy. With so many extraordinary materials, imagine how many clothes I could buy for Jasmine if I converted them into money. Hara, can't we buy something else? Su Mu's voice suddenly rang out from behind Yang Dongqing. Holy crap! Yang Dongqing was startled, almost dropping the animal skin bag he was holding. He turned around and yelled angrily. You walk so quietly. You almost scared me to death. Su Mu smiled slightly. He wasn't walking silently. He wasn't walking at all. He used his dream to teleport to this place, and then his real body stepped out of the dream, creating the effect of teleportation. However, this teleportation has a serious limitation. It can only be done once. If he wants to continue teleporting now, he must first sleep, enter a dream state, and then control the overlap between the dream and reality to teleport. Chapter 184 All forces arrive at the door. Chapter 184 All forces arrive at the door. Your bag is too small. It can't hold much at all. Let me do it. With that, Su Mu took out a storage treasure, a sheepskin bag, and, to Yang Dongqing's astonishment, put all the extraordinary materials in the entire warehouse into his pocket. These extraordinary materials are mainly composed of seaweed, which is of average value and can be used to refine some water-based extraordinary potions. Damn it, leave me some. I found this place first, Yang Dongqing was shouting when he suddenly realized to his surprise that he couldn't make a sound. Then, his body began to gradually become transparent. Is it time to return? Su Mu's eyes flickered slightly. He looked at himself and found that there was no change. This surprised him. Could it be that those who entered at the same time could not return at the same time? Or is it that you are special and unable to return on your own initiative? He didn't delve any deeper because time was running out. If he really couldn't return on his own, he would be left in the Sea Kingdom once Yang Dongqing left, unless he found the source of the nightmare in the Sea Kingdom and completely destroyed the dream. For him, the Sea Kingdom no longer held any appeal, and it was time to leave. Yang Dongqing, relax and don't resist. Although Yang Dongqing didn't know what Su Mu was going to do, she still obediently did as he was told. A crystalline blue light flashed in Su Mu's eyes, instantly hypnotizing Yang Dongqing into sleep. Then he closed his eyes and hypnotized himself to fall asleep. The next moment, Su Mu appeared in the dream, disappearing from reality. He invaded Yang Dongqing's dream with his own dream. Soon, Yang Dongqing's body became completely transparent and disappeared into the Sea Kingdom. Chongqing Taoist Temple. In a guest room to the side of the main hall, Yang Dongqing's figure appeared out of thin air, lying straight on the floor, fast asleep. The air rippled like water as Su Mu slowly emerged from his dream. Looking around at his surroundings, he knew he had returned to reality. Bang! The door to the room was flung open, and the old Taoist Xianqing rushed in excitedly. Divine Envoy, I sensed someone's presence just now and came over as quickly as possible. Seeing that you are safe and sound, I am relieved. Huh? He shifted his gaze to Yang Dongqing, who was fast asleep on the ground, and asked in confusion, My lord, who is he? Yang Dongqing, a member of the bronze coffin team. Xianqing, the old Taoist, did not ask for details. He seemed to remember something and hurriedly said, Divine Envoy, I have something important to report. Not long after you left, Sikongzhen came again. He gave me a 3-leaf longevity grass to prolong my life. He did this so that I could calculate the 7 deadly sins again. This time, the royal family has given a death order that the 7 deadly sins must be found. I dare not make a decision on my own, so I deliberately delayed for 5 days. Tomorrow will be the 5th day, and Sikongzhen will come to my door then. Divine Envoy, what do you think? Su Mu became interested upon hearing this. It seems that the Crimson Flame royal family will not give up until they find the 7 deadly sins. In that case, let them find them. The old Taoist priest Xianqing was taken aback. Divine Envoy, could it be that you intend to? Su Mu's gaze shifted, scrutinizing Xianqing Taoist from head to toe. Xianqing felt a little uneasy under his gaze and gave a dry laugh. Divine Envoy, why are you looking at me like that? The Taoist priest said earlier that, regardless of the loss of lifespan, one could fight against a gold-level expert. Was that true? Xianqing swallowed hard, feeling that something bad was about to happen, but he dared not deceive the divine messenger and had to admit it with a forced smile. That is indeed the case, but I don't have many years left to live. Even if I eat the 3-leaf longevity grass, it will only increase my lifespan by 3 years. If you want me to deal with Sikongzhen, I can deal with him for a while, but if I want to win the battle, this amount of lifespan is probably not enough. Su Mu smiled slightly, and with a gentle lift of his arm, a semi-transparent tentacle emerged from his sleeve, emitting a faint blue light, slowly revealing the supreme aura unique to the eternal celestial venerable. Master Xuanqing's face immediately lit up with fervor, as if he were admiring the most beautiful work of art in the world, his eyes shining. This is the divine power of the celestial venerable of longevity. That's right. I possess the divine power of the celestial venerable of longevity and can control my lifespan just like him, so you don't need to worry about the consumption of your lifespan at all. I will obey the orders of the divine messenger. Master Xuanqing's face showed no more hesitation or worry, only fervor. Seeing Master Xuanqing's reaction, Su Mu's eyes shone with even greater anticipation. It's time for the 7 deadly sins to make their appearance. He turned and kicked Yang Dongqing, waking him from his dream. Let's go back to the bronze coffin and see what kind of surprises these people have prepared for me while I was away, Su Mu said expectantly. I'm not going back to the bronze coffin. I'm going to find Jasmine, said Yang Dongqing, who was obsessed with love. Bronze Coffin Company. Su Mu met Nangong Mengli, whom he hadn't seen for many days. Despite having avenged her great enemy, she still had a furrowed brow, as if she had encountered some difficulty. However, when she saw Su Mu return safely, her tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and a smile returned to her beautiful face. She gently brushed a stray strand of hair from her cheek and smiled sweetly, saying, Welcome back, Su Su. How was the nightmare world this time? Did you encounter any danger? Su Mu nodded slightly and said calmly, There was no danger, I just died once. Nangong Mingli was taken aback at first, then burst out laughing. You've become even more humorous these past few days. Su Mu smiled noncommittally, but only he knew that this so-called death was not a joke, but a real death. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Nangong Mengli solemnly closed the door and drew the curtains. The spacious CEO's office suddenly became dim. Su Mu frowned slightly. Could it be that they're having another child? Something has happened, Nangong Mengli said gravely. Su Mu's furrowed brows relaxed. It's good that something happened. If reality remained calm, he could consider settling down in the nightmare world. Do you remember I said before that if I couldn't find the golden eye, I would leave Star City? I didn't tell you where I was going then. I remember, judging from your expression, the trouble you mentioned is related to this matter? Nangong Mingli's expression grew increasingly solemn, her brows furrowed with an unyielding frustration. Actually, my plan at the time was that if I couldn't find the golden eye, I would join the Revolutionary Army. Because I want revenge, I want to deal with the nobles, and only the Revolutionary Army can help me in the whole world. Sumu suddenly realized. So you contacted the Revolutionary Army in advance, but because I found the golden eye, it disrupted your plan to join the Revolutionary Army? That's right, the Revolutionary Army has come knocking. Chapter 185. It's time to let the 7 deadly sins resound throughout the world. Chapter 185. It's time to let the 7 deadly sins resound throughout the world. This doesn't seem like a bad thing. Isn't your ultimate goal to take revenge on the royal family? With the help of the Revolutionary Army, you can achieve your goal faster. Sigh. Nangong Mengli sighed. That's what I thought at first too. So I met with the revolutionaries and told them that I would stay in Xingqing and secretly help the revolutionaries after I took control of the Morong family. The Revolutionary Army agreed, but they made another demand. What are the requirements? Nangong Mengli looked at Su Mu with an inscrutable expression and slowly said, "They want to see you." Su Mu's eyes flickered slightly, and he immediately understood the subtext of those words. They want to see arrogance? That's right, they wanted to see arrogance, and this is partly my fault. Nangong Mengli said with some annoyance. Because I am a nobleman, it is difficult for me to join the Revolutionary Army. They were also afraid that I was a spy, so I revealed part of my purpose, to kill Morongjua. I didn't reveal that I was a descendant of the Nangong family. Instead, I told them that Morongjua had killed my mother, and that I had witnessed too much darkness within the nobility, so I wanted revenge and to overthrow the nobility. Hearing this, Su Mu understood completely. Only the Revolutionary Army knew that your goal was to kill Morongjua, and you had already made arrangements with them to leave Xingqing and join them before the birthday banquet. In the end, not only did you not leave, but Morongjua was also killed by Ao Man. Most importantly, you stood up and questioned Ao Man, and Ao Man did not kill you. At this point, he smiled and said, "In this way, even a fool can see that you are related to arrogance. Otherwise, all of this would be too much of a coincidence." Nangong Mengli nodded with a grim expression. That's right. Although I fooled the Enforcement Bureau, I couldn't fool the Revolutionary Army. They know my purpose and naturally guessed that I was acting with arrogance at the banquet. So they concluded that I know arrogance, and this time they made it clear that they wanted to see arrogance. If I disagree, they will expose my secret contact with the Revolutionary Army, ensuring my demise. Haha. Su Mu laughed even harder. No wonder the Revolutionary Army was able to survive the siege of the Crimson Flame Empire. If they were just a bunch of naive and hot-blooded idealists who wanted to overthrow the nobles for justice, they wouldn't have survived this long. Nangong Mengli agreed wholeheartedly. It's normal for those who achieve great things to be ruthless. It's just that they used it on me. How many of them came? 1. Oh, this arrogant person dares to come looking for someone who is suspected to be a gold-level expert all by himself. And with Sikongjin currently in charge of Star City, it seems that this person is also a gold-level expert. The one who has arrived is Yin Moxie, one of the 3 deputy commanders of the Revolutionary Army, a gold-level expert. Upon hearing this name, a clear look of fear flashed in Nangong Mengli's eyes. The words Golden Realm experts piqued Su Mu's interest. Sikongjin and Yin Moxie, 2 Golden Realm experts, are both searching for arrogance. Things are getting more and more interesting. Especially Yin Moxie. He knows you're connected to arrogance, yet he still threatens you. This shows his goal isn't to recruit arrogance into the Revolutionary Army. A cold glint flashed in Nangong Mengli's eyes. They won't let arrogance join the Revolutionary Army. Why? Arrogance killed the nobles. Ha! Sumu suddenly burst out laughing. So that's how it is. I didn't expect the Revolutionary Army to be so interesting. They have never killed any nobles. Even when they capture nobles, they only use them to exchange for ransom with the Crimson Flame Empire. They are afraid of touching the Crimson Flame Empire's bottom line and provoking a crazy counterattack from the Empire. Could their true purpose in forming a revolutionary army be to gain amnesty? I don't know about that. In their words, the Revolutionary Army is still relatively weak compared to the Crimson Flame Empire, and it's far from the point of breaking ties with the Empire. At present, the Crimson Flame Empire is beset by internal and external troubles. The Blood Moon Empire is eyeing it covetously from the outside, and the various nobles within the Empire are not of one mind and are fighting each other. Therefore, the Empire doesn't have much power to deal with the Revolutionary Army, but once the Revolutionary Army crosses the line, it will likely anger all the nobles, causing them to unite against the Revolutionary Army. A faint hint of sarcasm appeared on Nangong Mengli's lips. That's human nature, Sumu smiled. For nobles, they don't care who becomes emperor, as long as they remain nobles. The Revolutionary Army understands this, so they dare not offend the nobles too much. Just like in ancient times, the powerful families remained, while the dynasties changed. In the end, it was the commoners who died in the wars. No matter who came to power, they still had to rely on these powerful families. Let me guess, Yin Moxie's purpose in seeking out arrogance is quite obvious. He probably wants to use the 7 deadly sins to kill some nobles, throw the Crimson Flame Empire into chaos, and incidentally draw fire for the Revolutionary Army. What are your plans? Nangong Mengli asked worriedly. Only she and Su Mu knew best that the so-called 7 deadly sins was just an empty shell. It was not the organization composed of 7 vicious gold-level experts as rumored. Even the leader of the 7 deadly sins, Pride, was only a bronze-level transcendent. Of course we must see them, and not only that, we must see them openly and honestly. Whether it's Sikong Jun or Yin Moxie, since they are sincerely visiting, how can the 7 deadly sins be negligent? Gradually, a grand plan emerged in Su Mu's mind. It was time to let the name of the 7 deadly sins resound throughout the world. In a quiet villa in the downtown area, Yang Dongqing stood up in front of the door, holding a bouquet of jasmine flowers. Jasmine, I'm back. Thump, thump, thump. He knocked hard on the villa door. This villa was bought by him and Jasmine together. After joining the Bronze Coffin, he made some money, and Jasmine also earned a good income by releasing records, so the two of them bought a villa to live in, bidding farewell to their old, dilapidated bungalow. Outperforming again. Yang Dongqing scratched his head. His phone and keys had long been lost in the sea in the land of the sea, so he couldn't get into his house at all. He glanced at the expensive gate, but was reluctant to break it down, so he simply ran to a public phone booth and called Jasmine. Beep, beep, beep. The number you dialed is currently switched off. Please try again later. No one's answering? Looks like she's really performing. Let's go to Jasmine's company and wait. She'll definitely go back to the company after her performance. Yang Dongqing hailed a taxi and headed straight for Jasmine's company. The roads in the lower district are congested and narrow and have been in disrepair for years. Many places are full of potholes. In the taxi, Yang Dongqing's body bounced up and down with the vehicle's bumps. The jasmine flower in his hand was the same. Its petals were somewhat deformed from being shaken around. Driver, slow down. My flowers are going to rot. Amidst Yang Dongqing's complaints, a delicate jasmine petal silently drifted down. Chapter 186 The Vanished Jasmine. Chapter 186 The Vanished Jasmine. Soon, Yang Dongqing arrived at the company where Jasmine worked, Dream Chasing Media Company, Limited, which was actually controlled by Su Mu and belonged to one of the companies under the Poisonous Snake Gang. At the time, Su Mu wanted to better control Yang Dongqing, and since Jasmine's dream was to hold concerts and become a singer, he arranged for Jasmine to join this company. Jasmine certainly has the talent to make a living in this industry. She is outstanding in both appearance and voice. With her beauty and sweet voice, she made her official debut with the song, I Look Forward, not long after. Although she is not a big star, she is at least quite famous locally, in Xinjiang. I occasionally participate in commercial performances, which has helped the company earn a lot of money. Yang Dongqing walked into the company building with ease. This was not his first time here. He used to come here almost every day to see Jasmine. Everyone in the company knows that he is Jasmine's boyfriend. Hey Laoli, where's Jasmine? Yang Dongqing called out to Jasmine's agent as he hurriedly ran through the company corridor. The agent, named Lao Li, looked up and saw Yang Dongqing. His face immediately showed anxiety. Mr. Yang, you've finally arrived. Something terrible has happened. Yang Dongqing's expression changed slightly. What happened? Is it related to Jasmine? Jasmine has been missing for 3 days. What? Yang Dongqing's expression changed drastically. The jasmine flowers slipped from his hand and scattered on the ground. He asked anxiously, what happened? Why did Jasmine disappear? Old Li was also sweating profusely with anxiety, sighing and saying, I don't know either. 3 days ago, Jasmine finished a commercial performance and went backstage to change clothes, and then she just disappeared. I searched everywhere but couldn't find her. Later, I reported it directly to the Law Enforcement Bureau, and now the Law Enforcement Bureau is also looking for her, but there has been no news for a long time. Yang Dongqing's breath hitched, as if a large hand was gripping his neck, making it hard to breathe. His heart pounded wildly, and an ominous premonition surged into his heart. Then what are you still standing here for? Hurry up and go find it. He roared with bloodshot eyes, unleashing the aura of a superhuman, which terrified Old Li. Yes, I'll go find it right away. With her heart pounding, Yang Dongqing also rushed out of the company. Jasmine, please don't let anything happen to you. He wandered around the main road like a headless fly, attracting the attention and whispers of passers-by. After running for a while, Yang Dongqing stopped because he had no idea which direction to look in. Calm down. Calm down. Think carefully about what to do. Sumu. That's right. Sumu is the leader of the Viper gang. He has so many men under him. He must be able to find Jasmine. He ran frantically toward the nearest phone booth, his hands trembling with anxiety as he dialed the number repeatedly. After several incorrect attempts, he finally got through. Hello. Sumu's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Jasmine is missing, Yang Dongqing shouted anxiously. The people at the company said she's been missing for 3 days. Sumu, please help me find her quickly. You must find her. Wait for my message. Sumu's voice remained gentle on the phone. For some reason, hearing that familiar voice calmed Yang Dongqing's anxious heart a little. What's wrong? Nangong Mengli looked at Sumu in surprise. Yang Dongqing sounds very anxious. Jasmine is missing. Nangong Mengli frowned and asked, is it the little girl I'm looking forward to singing? Sumu nodded. Jasmine is just an ordinary person. The only thing that's not ordinary about her is that she has a superhuman boyfriend. I suspect that someone is coming for the bronze coffin. After all, Yang Dongqing is an employee of the bronze coffin. I'll go out for a bit. With Su Mu's departure, a vast intelligence network covering Star City was instantly activated. He wasn't idle during his time with the bronze coffin. As the head of the intelligence department, how could he function without an intelligence network? So he often used his spare time to randomly hypnotize some lucky viewers. Currently, his intelligence network has spread across most of Star City, with people in both the upper and lower districts. Several hours later, Su Mu's intelligence network reported that the last place Jasmine was seen was a commercial performance venue in the upper city district. Surveillance footage showed that Jasmine went backstage and never came out again. During the period when Jasmine disappeared, a total of 127 vehicles left the scene. After checking the vehicle ownership, it was discovered that among the departing vehicles were the CEO of Xinghao Chamber of Commerce, a director of Chuanxing Film and Television, and a reporter from Xinjiang Radio. Sumu looked at the long list in his hand, and finally his eyes settled on the 3 words, Murong family. There was a black minivan at the scene that was registered under the Murong family's name. His eyes flickered slightly as he sensed something strange. First of all, only a few directors of major business associations and nobles in the entire Star City could have managed to abduct Jasmine at a commercial performance without anyone noticing and without the intelligence network's knowledge. Xinjiang is not home to only the Murong family, but the Murong family is the most powerful noble family in the area. Some lesser noble families have not even a single bloodline awakener and rely entirely on the legacy of their ancestors to survive. The reason for suspecting the Murong family is that at this time, the Murong family's children should not have the leisure to come and watch commercial performances. Morongjua has only been dead for a short time. Instead of being busy with funeral arrangements and fighting for the family property, they are starting to entertain themselves. And if anyone really wants to target the bronze coffin, it will definitely be one of the Murong family's children, since Nangong Mengli is currently very popular and is seen as a thorn in the side by all her brothers and sisters. Sumu judged that this was most likely done by someone from the Murong family, but he didn't know which member of the Murong family it was. The Murong family owns many properties, and nobles value privacy highly. The intelligence network he casually set up is currently not capable of investigating nobles. The only thing that puzzled him was why they would target Jasmine. Were they really so naive as to think they could use Jasmine to threaten Yang Dongqing and then bring down Nangong Mengli? Nangong Mengli's public persona is that of a silver Tier 1 transcendent who has awakened the speed of wind shadow. In reality, however, Nangong Mengli found a wind-controlling artifact and then used it to add a wind effect to herself when casting flower blooms. In their minds, Yang Dongqing was only at the first level of bronze, and the gap between them was too great. Even a sneak attack could not make up for it. If the goal was to gather information about the bronze coffin, then it was even less appropriate to approach Yang Dongqing. Those involved in the specifics were just ordinary employees. Most importantly, if you want to turn Yang Dongqing against his will, you should at least do it secretly, right? What's the point of kidnapping Jasmine for 3 days straight and making it known to everyone? Even someone as intelligent as Su Mu sometimes cannot anticipate such sudden situations arising from a whim. Chapter 187 Another Gold Rank Powerhouse. Chapter 187 Another Gold Rank Powerhouse. Bang! The office door suddenly opened, and Yang Dongqing rushed in, his face full of anxiety. Any news? One thing is certain. This matter is related to several of the Murong family's children. The Murong family. I'm going to find them right now. Yang Dongqing was furious upon hearing this and immediately tried to rush out the door, but Sumu stopped him. The Murong family's businesses are all over Xinjiang. Do you know where they've hidden their people? If you go there rashly now, you'll only alert them. What should I do? Am I just supposed to stand here and wait? Jasmine has been missing for 3 days. What if something happens to her? Don't worry. I have a way to find Jasmine. What method? Entering a dream. At night, Sumu lay in bed and fell asleep. He waited until very late to make sure that Jasmine was asleep. After entering the dream, he began to perceive Jasmine's dream. Soon, in the vast and boundless dream, a star representing Jasmine appeared. Found it, Sumu murmured to himself, gazing at the star. The next moment, the dream extended and surged into the star, taking him into Jasmine's dream as well. This is a nightmare. Hara, can't suppress your thirst for blood anymore? I love watching a stubborn girl like you fall into depravity. I don't like forcing people, so if you spend one night with me, I'll give you blood. How about it? In the prison-like room, Murong Yun laughed wildly, his eyes flashing with an eerie scarlet light. He seemed to have changed. His skin was as pale as paper, and 2 sharp fangs gleamed coldly at the corners of his mouth. Jasmine, on the other hand, was imprisoned here. She was also pale, with sharp teeth growing from her bloodless lips. No, I don't want blood, take it away. Jasmine struggled in terror, but she couldn't break free from Murong Yun's control. Suddenly, a child appeared in Murong Yun's hand. He grabbed the child by the neck and held the child to Jasmine's mouth. You can't resist this instinctive temptation. You've been turned into a vampire by me. Accept reality. Hara! With a scream from Jasmine, the surrounding scenery changed rapidly. This time it was a manor, and she was shackled and tied to a huge stage, singing, I expect, crying as she sang. Meanwhile, Murong Yun, sitting in the audience, looked satisfied. It really does feel better to hear a live singer sing. The scene changes again, this time to Jasmine and Yang Dongqing's home. The two embraced tightly, but the next moment Jasmine sprouted sharp teeth from the corners of her mouth and bit down hard on Yang Dongqing's neck. Yang Dongqing is dead. Jasmine, like a child who has done something wrong, holds Yang Dongqing's body and cries bitterly. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Upon seeing this, Su Mu frowned slightly. A vampire? Dreams are a manifestation of the subconscious mind and are usually chaotic, especially nightmares, but they reflect reality to some extent. He tried to guide Jasmine's dreams to reveal what had actually happened in those 3 days. A moment later, countless images flashed before his eyes, and he finally understood the cause and course of events. The reason is actually because of Jasmine's song. I'm looking forward to it. In this era of aristocratic rule, fame was sometimes not a good thing. Jasmine, whom I was hoping to become famous, was targeted by Murong Yun, simply because he liked the song and Jasmine's voice. Such things are common among nobles, but this time it happened to Jasmine. Then Murong Yun kidnapped Jasmine and imprisoned her. He was disgusted by the women in the upper city who were eager to please him, but Jasmine, a commoner from the lower city, who didn't care about her noble status at all, gave him a different feeling. At first, he tried to coerce and entice Jasmine, hoping to see her cry and give in, but he failed. So he devised a plan to turn Jasmine into a vampire and force her to drink blood. Vampires who have drunk blood cannot resist that temptation, and Murong Yun's goal was to watch her fall into depravity. Su Mu's eyes flickered slightly. He extended his own dream, spreading it outwards like an unfolding domain. After breaking through Jasmine's dream, he saw the real environment in which Jasmine herself was. In a dimly lit room, there were many dried bloodstains on the floor, the marks still very fresh. Jasmine was imprisoned in an iron cage, fast asleep with tears streaming down her face. Su Mu did not wake Jasmine, but walked out of the room. In his dream, he completely ignored the heavy iron door in front of him and walked straight through it. He moved through the house like a ghost, without interacting with the real world at all. A moment later, he entered the room on the top floor and met Murong Yun and a man in a dark red suit. Lord Blood Abyss, I have successfully gained control of the Blood Clan's power these past few days and can begin to eliminate the other heirs of the Murong family. However, I am not entirely confident in dealing with Murong Mengli, Murong Yun said with a troubled expression. Shui Yuan sneered. Murong Yun, I really overestimated you. As a Silver 2, and possessing the power of the Blood Clan, you can't even handle a Silver Eye woman. Murong Yun's expression grew increasingly grim, but the bloodline suppression among vampires prevented him from refuting it. He could only explain, no, Lord Blood Abyss. That woman Murong Mengli is extremely wicked. In fact, before I became a vampire, I secretly dealt with her once, using a Silver Tier 3rd Order treasure with ranged attack capabilities. But this woman's, Wine Shadow speed, is just too fast. Despite being a Silver Rank 1, she managed to dodge that noble phantasm's attack. I even suspect her speed is almost comparable to Murongjua's. I can defeat her easily, but killing her would be very difficult. So I can only trouble you to take action. You are a gold-level expert. Killing Murong Mengli would be a piece of cake. Umph. Useless trash. Shui Yuan sneered. If you had spent less time on women, you wouldn't be so bad at this. You've only been a vampire for a short time, and you dare to give someone your first embrace? Do you know how much blood you need to drink to replenish it after one embrace? Murong Yun was immediately filled with fear. You knew everything? With my senses, I could detect even a fly in this villa, let alone the fact that you've hidden a woman. Blood Abyss spoke with great pride in his vampire senses. Standing beside him, Sumu nodded approvingly. It seems that even a gold-level expert is nothing special. To test the other party's perception, he deliberately slapped Shui Yuan across the face, his palm passing right through Shui Yuan's face, yet the other party remained arrogant and completely unaware. Didn't you bribe Murong Mengli's secretary? Go and find out where she frequents. Then tell me, and I'll take action. With that, Shui Yuan turned and left. Sumu watched Shui Yuan's departing figure thoughtfully, another gold-level expert. In such a small star city, more and more gold-level experts are coming. Ultimately, it all stems from the 7 deadly sins. That damn bitch. She made me get scolded by Lord Blood Abyss. Murong Yun said with a gloomy face, and naturally attributed the blame to Jasmine. He turned and walked downstairs, arriving at the door of the room where Jasmine was imprisoned. A cold smile appeared on his lips. This bitch hasn't drunk blood for a day. She probably can't suppress her physical instincts anymore. I want to see if she'll still submit obediently in this state. Chapter 188, Jasmine's Return. Chapter 188, Jasmine's Return. Just as Murong Yun was about to open the door to the room where Jasmine was imprisoned, a dull thud suddenly came from the villa's main gate. There was a loud thud, as if something was banging on the door. Murong Yun's expression immediately changed slightly. This was his private villa, which was very secluded. How could someone be knocking on the door so late at night? He released his grip on the doorknob and walked towards the villa's main entrance with a ghostly figure. He listened cautiously at the door, but there was no further sound outside. After a slight hesitation, Murong Yun suddenly opened the door. The outside was empty, with nothing but the lawn outside the villa. His face darkened. With his level of strength, how could he possibly be hallucinating? The door must have been knocked just now. Just as he was about to search, he caught a glimpse of a low clump of grass swaying slightly out of the corner of his eye. The next moment, an orange cat poked its head out, its vertical pupils gleaming with emerald light, giving Murong Yun a cautious look before it ran away. Murong Yun frowned slightly. Is it a cat? He closed the door and walked back towards the room where Jasmine was imprisoned. What he didn't know was that Jasmine was gradually disappearing, her body becoming transparent little by little, until she finally vanished completely. Jasmine was pulled into a dream by Sumu. Since absorbing more divinity, the dream has become increasingly similar to the real world and can now initially support the matter of the real world. For example, people. However, this ability to pull people into dreams is limited. Dreams have limited capacity and cannot carry a large amount of real-world matter. Ideally, the objects should be inanimate, because inanimate objects do not move or resist. If a living creature enters the dream and struggles violently in the dream, it will affect the stability of the dream and cause the dream to collapse. Ordinary people are fine, but if a superhuman enters the dream and causes trouble inside, the dream will inevitably collapse. Moreover, the more powerful the superhuman, the stronger their own power, and the greater the damage they will cause to the dream. Therefore, this ability is not very offensive at present and can only attract ordinary people or superhumans who voluntarily enter without any resistance. Jasmine has now become a vampire, transcending the realm of ordinary people. However, she is in a coma and therefore does not resist. She was easily pulled into a dream by Sumu and taken away. Click. Murong Yun opened the door, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Little wildcat, can't you hold back any longer? As long as you obediently submit, I'll. Murong Yun stopped mid-sentence, as if she had a choke point, her eyes fixed on the empty room. Where did they go? He searched the room frantically, overturning all the clutter and cabinets, but Jasmine was nowhere to be found. Undeterred, he activated Speed of Wind Shadow, his figure instantly sweeping across the entire villa like a gentle breeze. No, not anywhere. Jasmine vanished into thin air, as if she had evaporated into thin air. In his rage, Murong Yun was overwhelmed by a chilling feeling. Jasmine could not have escaped on her own. Having just become a vampire and not having eaten for a long time, she certainly wouldn't have had the strength to run away. This means that someone just came to my villa and took Jasmine away without me noticing. How is this possible? Morong Yun's face was full of disbelief. He knew that Lord Shuiyuan had only left recently. When did that person arrive? How could he have escaped Lord Shuiyuan's notice? Shuiyuan is a gold-level expert. Anyone who can deceive his senses must also be a gold-level expert. But why would a gold-level expert come and take Jasmine away? Unless... He considered one possibility, and his expression suddenly turned grim. Unless it was Lord Blood Abyss who did it. The moment the thought crossed his mind, it spread like a plague. Just now, Lord Blood Abyss had clearly expressed his dissatisfaction with him turning Jasmine into a vampire, and only Lord Blood Abyss knew that Jasmine was being held captive in this villa. Could it be that Lord Blood Abyss deliberately took Jasmine away to give him a warning? Damn it! Morong Yun roared in fury, but he dared not go to Shui Yuan to confirm. His actions had already displeased the other party, and if he were to ask further questions now, he would be in even more trouble. He knew that he was not irreplaceable to Shuan, because the Morong family had other children. The reason they chose him was simply because he was the strongest, a silver 2, while the other children were all silver I. Moreover, he was the eldest son and the rightful heir. You are the best choice, not the only choice. In the Xiaoqing district, at Yang Dongqing and Jasmine's home. At this moment, Yang Dongqing sat on the sofa with bloodshot eyes and a near-collapsed expression, his hands clenched tightly between his hair. Jasmine, where did you go? Please don't let anything happen to you. She's all right. Sumu's voice suddenly came from the second floor. Tung. Yang Dongqing suddenly stood up and saw that Sumu had already appeared on the second floor stairs. He didn't even have time to wonder how Sumu had appeared, and rushed to Sumu in 3 steps. Found Jasmine. Sumu nodded, gesturing with his eyes that Jasmine was in the bedroom on the second floor. Yang Dongqing's near-collapse expression instantly turned into wild joy, and he rushed straight to the bedroom on the second floor. Bang! The door was flung open, and he saw Jasmine lying on the bed, her skin unusually pale. It was this loud banging of the door that woke Jasmine from her deep sleep. Jasmine seemed to wake from a nightmare, her face streaked with tears and her expression terrified. Her slender, pale arms flailed wildly. No, I don't want blood. Yang Dongqing's heart was breaking. He rushed to the window, grabbed Jasmine's flailing hands, and cried out with red eyes, "It's me. Jasmine, it's me." As if waking from a dream, Jasmine looked at Yang Dongqing. She was stunned for a moment, her eyes widening in disbelief, and then tears welled up in her eyes. She trembled as she reached out to touch Yang Dongqing's face. "Holly, is it really you? Am I dreaming?" "You're not dreaming. It's me. Are you all right, Jasmine? Where have you been these past few days?" Yang Dongqing held Jasmine's small hand tightly and pressed it against his cheek. The touch was icy cold, without any body temperature, like holding the hand of a corpse. He felt increasingly distressed. "How did I get here? Wasn't I?" Jasmine stammered. "Sumu brought you back? You were missing, and he just found you and brought you back. What happened, Jasmine? Did someone kidnap you? Who is that person? Tell me, and I'll kill him." Yang Dongqing almost ground his teeth to powder, his soaring anger almost overflowing from his chest. Chapter 189 Bloodthirsty Jasmine. Chapter 189 Bloodthirsty Jasmine. Jasmine opened her mouth, but her expression suddenly turned terrified, and she quickly stopped herself. With tears in her eyes, she said, "Dongqing, don't ask anymore. We can't afford to offend him. Don't go, you'll die." Enraged, Yang Dongqing felt Jasmine trembling and grew even more furious. "Who is that person? Even if I die, I will kill him." No. I don't want you to die. Please stop asking, okay?" Jasmine was terrified again and couldn't stop crying. She had been having nightmares about Yang Dongqing being killed several times in the past few days. In her mind, Morong Yun was a nobleman, and nobles were the heavens of the Crimson Flame Empire. Ordinary people who offended nobles were doomed, and even extraordinary individuals were no exception. This deeply ingrained concept of hierarchy had long been firmly rooted in the hearts of every citizen of the Crimson Flame Empire. Yang Dongqing hugged Jasmine tightly, comforting her. "I won't ask anymore. Don't cry, Jasmine. Everything is all right now. I'm here. I won't let anyone hurt you." Jasmine felt Yang Dongqing's long-awaited embrace. She rested her head on his shoulder, and soon that spot was wet with tears. "Jasmine, why are you so cold? Did you catch a chill? You've also lost weight. Let me make you a bowl of hot noodle soup. You must be starving." Yang Dongqing gently comforted her, but the anger in his heart not only did not subside, but instead intensified due to the temporary suppression. He did not want Jasmine to worry, so he planned to ask Sumu while he was cooking noodles. Since Sumu was the one who rescued Jasmine, He must know who kidnapped her. What he didn't notice was that the words starving seemed to remind Jasmine of her joy at their reunion, and the instincts hidden in her body were frantically stimulated by hunger. Standing at the doorway, Sumu calmly looked at Jasmine. His pale and eerie face was reflected in his brown-tinted glasses, and two sharp fangs slowly emerged from Jasmine's mouth. Jasmine's eyes changed as well, as if she had lost her humanity in an instant. Her eyes filled with a bloodthirsty beast. Clang. A metallic clang rang out against Yang Dongqing's neck, his sharp teeth blocked by his steel-like skin, even faintly sparking from the friction. Jasmine, you! Yang Dongqing was stunned. He had no idea what Jasmine was doing. The next moment, her steel-like skin was finally pierced, and her sharp teeth fell into her flesh. His blood seemed to flow uncontrollably, rushing wildly towards the pierced wound. Jasmine sucked deeply, a look of satisfaction flashing across her bewitching face, her bloodthirsty gleam intensifying. Yang Dongqing, in pain, quickly pushed Jasmine away. When he saw Jasmine's current state, he was shocked. Jasmine, your teeth, what is this? Before he could finish speaking, Jasmine, with her limbs together on the bed, glared fiercely and instantly leaped into the air, like a vicious dog pouncing on its prey, biting hard at Yang Dongqing's neck. Although Yang Dongqing was panicked, he was ultimately a second-tier bronze-level superhuman and quickly pinned Jasmine down on the bed. Jasmine struggled violently, screaming repeatedly, her beautiful lips stained crimson with blood. Blood. Give me blood. Jasmine, calm down. What's wrong with you? It's me, Yang Dongqing. Yang Dongqing shouted anxiously, his eyes filled with worry and heartache. Perhaps it was the name Yang Dongqing that awakened Jasmine's rationality. The bloodthirsty beast in her eyes slowly receded, replaced by a brief moment of confusion. When she saw the bloody hole in Yang Dongqing's neck, her pupils suddenly contracted, and an emotion called collapse erupted. This is what I did, she said in a trembling voice, her words filled with heartache and guilt. Jasmine, what's wrong with you? Jasmine trembled. Quick, tie me up. I can't control myself. Please, I don't want to become a blood-sucking monster. What blood-sucking monster? This. Jasmine. Jasmine. Yang Dongqing exclaimed in shock, because Jasmine had suddenly fainted. She's fine, I just put her to sleep. Sumu pushed up his brown-tinted glasses, concealing the crystalline blue light in his eyes. By the way, you'd better find some chains to temporarily lock her up, because my hypnosis will soon be broken by her bloodthirsty instincts. After saying that, Sumutu went downstairs without looking back. After a long while, Yang Dongqing came downstairs with a complicated expression. He stopped in front of Sumu and said in a deep voice, "What exactly happened to Jasmine?" Sumu did not hide anything and told him directly about Murong Yun kidnapping Jasmine. After hearing everything, Yang Dongqing's face contorted into a ferocious expression, veins bulging on his cheeks, his killing intent almost uncontrollable. Murong Yun. I'm going to kill him. He abruptly stood up, his anger shattering any remaining reason. Sitting on the sofa, Su Mu said calmly, "He is a silver tier 2 transcendent. What about you?" Yang Dongqing kept walking, completely unmoved. After you died, did you think about Jasmine? Yang Dongqing paused, his chest heaving violently. He stood there for a long time before he finally regained his composure. Is there a way to turn vampires back into humans? Sumu shook his head. As far as I know, there isn't any at the moment. Now is not the time to think about these things. What you should do most right now is to get some blood for Jasmine, otherwise she will go crazy if she is starved for a long time. As for dealing with Murong Yun, that's quite simple. I happen to have a plan in mind. I will kill him with my own hands. Yang Dongqing's eyes widened in anger, his fists clenched, and his teeth grinding together. His voice, filled with rage, was resolute as if he were making a vow. Sumu nodded. To him, Murong Yun was just a minor character. What he was really concerned about was the Golden Realm expert hidden behind Murong Yun, Shui Yuan. Thanks to the appearance of Blood Abyss, his plan became more complete and brilliant. Sumu then left, as Yang Dongqing and Jasmine were indeed not in a good position to meet with people. He returned to the bronze coffin to inquire about the vampire clan from Nangongmengli. The Blood Moon Empire is composed of vampires and humans. There, vampires are like nobles, while humans are like livestock, being sucked blood by vampires every day. This pattern has continued for hundreds of years, and the people of the Blood Moon Empire are already used to it. There are even special laws in the country to protect humans, requiring vampires not to attack humans at will, but to pay money to buy blood. As Nangongmengli narrated, the general operating system of the Blood Moon Empire slowly emerged in Su Mu's mind, and he was not surprised. Chapter 190 Preparations before the 7 deadly sins appear. Chapter 190 Preparations Before the Seven Deadly Sins Appear. It sounds no different from the Crimson Flame Empire. Both involve nobles riding on commoners and sucking their blood. The only difference is that one is a metaphor, while the other is actual blood-sucking. But there's one thing I'm curious about. Where do vampires come from? Are they nightmare monsters? Nangong Mengli pondered and said, I'm not quite sure if they are nightmare creatures. But according to legend, the progenitor of the vampires was the immortal king who once founded the Blood Moon Empire. The Undying King. Sumu was somewhat unfamiliar with this title. The Undying King is one of the Seven Kings, and the so-called Seven Kings actually refer to the original founders of the Seven Great Empires, who are also recognized as the Seven Golden Kings. The Undying King of the Blood Moon Empire, the Dragon King of the Dragon Abyss Empire, and the Holy King of the Holy Empire, etc. These kings have vanished into the annals of history, but the titles of the Seven Kings have been passed down and inherited by their successors, who have become the de facto rulers of the empires. Who is the king of the Crimson Flame Empire? Nangong Mengli shook her head. The Crimson Flame Empire has no king. Oh, this surprised Sumu. As we all know, there are only 6 of the 7 kings. The Crimson Flame Empire is the only one without a king. To be precise, it should have had one before, but for some unknown reason, the king disappeared. It's not just that he disappeared. His descendants and all the related historical records were also wiped out, completely vanishing from the world. Even the king's name has not been passed down. The current royal family of the Crimson Flame Empire are nothing more than ministers who once served the king. Interesting. Sumu smiled slightly. As he got to know more and more people, he found that the real world was almost as interesting as the nightmare world. This pleased him greatly, because it meant he wouldn't be bored in either reality or the nightmare world. By the way, Su, you mentioned earlier that you wanted me to meet with Yin Moxie of the Revolutionary Army. Was that part of a plan? Go tell Yin Moxie that the 7 deadly sins have agreed to see him. Sumu had a mysterious smile on his lips, and his brown-tinted glasses could hardly hide the deep light in his eyes. He then gave a few more detailed instructions and went to sleep. Of course, for someone like him, even sleeping wouldn't keep him idle. In the dream, Sumu controlled the dream to expand continuously, slowly overlapping with most of Star City. With his current level of mental strength, it was not enough to cover the entire Star City, but it was enough for the time being. The dream stopped when it expanded to the Chongqing Taoist Temple. Sumu took a step, and as if shrinking the distance, he appeared in the Chongqing Taoist Temple in an instant. Master Xianqing, who was sleeping, suddenly opened his eyes and looked warily at the dark figure that had suddenly appeared in the room. After recognizing that the person was Sumu, he lowered his guard and quickly got up to pay his respects. Greetings, Your Excellency the Divine Envoy. Sumu nodded and casually handed over a silver mask. Master Xianqing respectfully accepted the mask, examined it closely, and noticed that it depicted a lecherous, smiling face. He asked in confusion, My lord, what is this? From this moment forward, you will temporarily take the place of lust, one of the 7 deadly sins. Master Xuanqing's heart skipped a beat. He thought of the scene when he did the divination. He knew that Jun Wushang was the future lust, and he was Jun Wushang's master. He was also temporarily acting as lust. What the hell? So it turns out I was the first generation of lust. Oh no. Could it be that I met with some misfortune during the divine envoy's plan and died, and then passed on lust to Jun Wushang? No, I must call that wicked disciple back tomorrow and hold an ordination ceremony for him, so that he can gain the recognition of the celestial venerable of longevity and then practice the art of longevity. In case something unexpected happens tomorrow, the lineage of longevity will not be cut off. Sikongzhen will come tomorrow. Help him calculate some information about the 7 deadly sins. May I ask, Divine Messenger, what information do you wish to obtain? Sumu smiled mysteriously and whispered a few words. The old Taoist priest Xianqing immediately showed a look of shock. Divine Envoy, could it be that you intend to? Sumu smiled and nodded, then turned and left the Chongqing Taoist Temple. He used his dream teleportation technique again, and this time, he arrived at Murong Yun's home. It was already dawn, but Murong Yun had just gone to sleep. After becoming a vampire, he became nocturnal. Although he was not as afraid of sunlight as lower-level vampires, he instinctively hated sunlight and disliked going out during the day. Sumu enters Murong Yun's dream. It was a beautiful dream. In his dream, Murong Yun became the head of the Murong family and returned to the center of power in the capital, fulfilling his deceased father Murong Zhu's long-cherished wish and bringing glory back to the Murong family. Seeing this, Sumu found it very interesting. In this world, It is the villains who have done all sorts of bad things who dream of sweet dreams all day long, while kind and good people are often plagued by all kinds of nightmares. Perhaps it's because good people have a harder life, and good people often feel guilty for a long time after doing one bad thing, while bad people do all sorts of bad things and still feel it's all justified. He used his own dream to cover up Murong-yun's dream, and then began to manipulate it. The scene instantly shifts to Murong-ju's birthday banquet. He stands arrogantly in the center, looking down on everyone with disdain, while Murong-ju lies in a pool of blood, his head falling to the ground, staring at Murong-yun with wide, unseeing eyes. This was the most terrifying day in Murong-yun's otherwise smooth-sailing life, and a nightmare he could never shake off. On that day, his father died tragically, and the Murong family became a laughingstock. Suddenly, Murong-ju's head opened its mouth, its lips moving repeatedly. "Yuner, why won't you avenge your father?" Murong-yun, who was hiding in the crowd, was startled and his face turned pale. "Father, please don't speak. I'm scared." At that moment, an arrogant gaze fell upon them, and they said mockingly, "What? You want revenge?" Murong-yun waved his hands repeatedly, about to say he wouldn't seek revenge, but found himself unable to utter a single word. His body then uncontrollably walked out of the crowd and stood before the arrogant man. "Very good, you have great courage. As a token of my appreciation, I allow you to go down and keep your father company." With a mere flick of his wrist, the arrogant man sent Murong-yun's head tumbling to the ground. But Murong-yun, whose head had just fallen, found that he was not dead. Instead, he was sitting next to his father's severed head, watching as Ao man went on a killing spree, killing everyone present, including Nangong Mengli. The image then shattered. A new scene soon appeared. This time, Murong-yun witnessed an even more horrifying scene. It was still Murong-ju's birthday banquet, and what appeared were all 7 deadly sins. Uniform black tailcoats, top hats, white gloves, and silver masks. The only difference is that each silver mask has a different expression, representing 7 different emotions: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, lust. Chapter 191 Murong-yun's Flash of Inspiration. Chapter 191 Murong-yun's Flash of Inspiration. The 7 deadly sins, upon their arrival, went on a killing spree, slaughtering everyone at the banquet, including Nangong Mengli. After Murong-yun's death, the scene shifts again, like an endless cycle. This time, the 7 deadly sins come directly to the Murong family and wreak havoc, and Nangong Mengli dies each time. He repeated it again and again. Those 7 silver masks seemed to be engraved deep in Murong-yun's soul, making him unable to forget them for a long time. What's most interesting is that every time the 7 deadly sins mobilize as a whole and wreak havoc, it's always envy, one of the 7 deadly sins, who kills Nangong Mengli. "Ah!" Murong-yun cried out in surprise, waking up from his nightmare. He was dazed for a moment before realizing that he was dreaming, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. But soon his face contorted with rage, and he gritted his teeth, saying, "Damn the 7 deadly sins." His feelings toward the 7 deadly sins were very complex, a mixture of fear and relief. He was afraid because of the 7 deadly sins' power and ruthlessness, having killed his father in front of everyone, and he was terrified of following in his father's footsteps. Fortunately, it was the 7 deadly sins who killed her father. Otherwise, she would never have become a vampire and had the opportunity to rise to power. Murong-yun calmed down after a while, and just then, his phone rang. He picked up his phone and saw a message from the undercover agent working on the bronze coffin. 2 days from now, at 6 p.m., Murong Mengli will leave Xingqing for Lanshan, presumably to conduct a transaction with a director of a chamber of commerce from another province. Upon seeing this message, Murong-yun sneered. "I've finally waited for this opportunity. With Sikong Zhen in charge of Xingqing, it's difficult to make a move against you, but you insisted on courting death by leaving Xingqing. Huh, a golden opportunity. A golden opportunity. No, we must contact Lord Blood Abyss immediately. This is an opportunity we can't miss." Just as he was about to make the contact, he suddenly stopped, a flash of inspiration crossing his mind. His expression turned to ecstatic joy. The 7 deadly sins. That's it, the 7 deadly sins. I can totally use the 7 deadly sins in this plan. His mind raced, and a clear and feasible plan gradually took shape in his mind. Murong Mengli is a noblewoman, and her murder would definitely cause a huge uproar, especially since Sikong Zhen is in Xingqing. This is equivalent to killing someone right under his nose, which is a slap in the face to him. The killing of a nobleman by the 7 deadly sins had already shocked the nation, But then the capital sent an imperial envoy to investigate, and another nobleman died right under the envoy's nose. One can imagine the uproar this would cause. Sikong Zhen, who had been searching for the 7 deadly sins without success, must be furious. In order to prove his abilities to the royal family, he would definitely do his best to investigate the matter of Murong Mengli and give the royal family an explanation. He couldn't just do nothing after 2 nobles died in succession. As the biggest beneficiary after Murong Mengli's death, he would definitely be investigated. But if Lord Blood Abyss were to impersonate one of the 7 deadly sins to commit murder, and I happened to be present at some public event that day, providing a solid alibi, then, Murong Yun laughed excitedly, praising his own cleverness. By shifting the blame onto the 7 deadly sins, Sikong Zhen won't notice me. It's perfect. The 7 deadly sins are truly my lucky star. After a while of excitement, he calmed down and continued to think. It can't be pride that made the move, because pride let Murong Mengli go once before, and it would be illogical for him to kill Murong Mengli again now. So the only option is to arrange for the other 7 deadly sins to be involved. 7 silver masks with different expressions kept flashing through his mind. Finally, a silver mask with a face full of jealousy was fixed in his mind. Bronze Coffin Company. An ordinary-looking middle-aged man stood expressionless in front of Su Mu. Chief, as you instructed, the message has been sent to Murong Yun. Su Mu nodded. You did a good job, you can go now. The middle-aged man turned and left, his expression returning to normal. Nangong Mengli leaned against the desk, her hands supporting her round buttocks slightly deformed by the edge of the desk. She gazed at Su Mu with interest and asked, Are you sure Murong Yun will definitely have Shui Yuan pretend to be jealous? Su Mu smiled slightly. I'm sure, because I've already given him a hint in his subconscious. In fact, many times when people have a flash of inspiration, a sudden whim, a sixth sense, etc., it's all the subconscious at work. What's interesting is that when the subconscious comes out, even if it seems absurd, people often believe it firmly. Have you ever bought a lottery ticket? Do you think I need to buy lottery tickets? Nangong Mengli asked with a smile. Su Mu shrugged. What I'm trying to say is that this feeling is a bit like buying lottery tickets. For example, you suddenly think of a string of numbers, and you always have a special feeling that this set of numbers is special and that you are very likely to win the lottery, and you attribute it to intuition. In reality, it might be a subtle hint you noticed while looking at the date on the poster, the time on your phone, or other clues. Really? Nangong Mengli gently tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her fair and delicate profile, and smiled slightly. Then Su, every time I see you, I get a sudden urge. Is it because you've also planted a seed of suggestion in me? It could also be because you're more inclined to look down. Nangong Mengli. She gave Su Mu a reproachful look, then said casually, So you're sure Xu Yun will listen to Murong Yun? Why not? Actually, if they weren't so stupid, they should have thought of this plan long ago. If you don't die, Murong Yun can't take over, which doesn't fit the purpose of Blood Abyss wanting to infiltrate the Crimson Flame Empire. But if you die, Murong Yun will be the biggest suspect. At this time, the best thing to do is to find a scapegoat. A scapegoat whose actions, even if they involved killing a nobleman, would seem justifiable. Su, sometimes I think you are really scary. People's hearts are like toys in your hands. You just need to hide behind the scenes, and those gold-level powerhouses are like chess pieces on a chessboard, which you can control at will. She paused for a moment, then smiled and said, Of course, she's also very charming. Thank you for the compliment. All right, it's time for me to make my move. Nangong Mengli left and went to a secluded coffee shop. Perhaps because of its remote location and simple decor, there were no customers in the coffee shop at the time, only a young man dressed as a waiter. Chapter 192 Pride will find you. Chapter 192 Pride will find you. Hello, what would you like to drink? A cup of Emerald Estates premium taste, no roses, cold brewed with nitrogen, 3 spoonfuls of sugar in the coffee. Also, I like the swan design. Please make the latte art in the shape of a swan. Thank you. The waiter smiled and nodded. Okay, please wait a moment. Before long, a cup of coffee with swan-like milk foam floating on the surface was placed on the table. Just then, a hoarse voice rang in Nangong Mengli's mind, like the voice of an old smoker who had smoked too much, or as if it had been honed by the years and was full of stories. It's nice to meet you again, Miss Murong. Nangong Mengli took a sip of coffee with an unperturbed expression. The pale milk foam stained her red lips. She gently licked it and said softly, Mr. Yen, are you not planning to show your face? No need to speak. This is my subordinate's ability, mental link. You can think of it as making a phone call using your mind. I'm not in this coffee shop, so I'm communicating with you this way for now. So, any news from 7 Deadly Sins? Arrogance agrees to see you. Very good. Yin Moxie's hoarse voice revealed a hint of satisfaction. Time and place. Nangong Mingli put down her coffee, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. You don't need to know, because Arrogance will come looking for you personally. Yin Moxie fell into a brief silence. This sentence revealed a lot of information. As one of the deputy commanders of the Revolutionary Army, he was a wanted person throughout the country. Naturally, he had to hide his whereabouts when he came to Xingqing. It could be said that apart from himself, even his subordinates did not know his location. But Arrogance says he'll come in person, which means his every move could be under the other party's control. Otherwise, how could the other party find him? However, he was, after all, a gold-level expert, and his temperament was naturally far beyond that of ordinary people. He calmly replied, "All right, I'll wait." Then, the mental link broke, and Yin Moxie's voice disappeared. Nangong Mengli continued drinking her coffee. After all, wasting food is shameful. Right across from her, Su Mu was sitting with great interest. He was sitting on a large leather sofa, which did not dent at all, and no one noticed that there was an extra person in the coffee shop. A mental link? It doesn't seem that difficult. With his powerful mental strength, he can master some mental techniques even without relying on the law. It's like someone who is naturally strong and runs extremely fast. Even if they don't know anything about rugby, they can achieve results with just a little training. The saying, "If you understand one method, you understand all methods," perfectly illustrates this point. He slowly stood up and watched as a thin thread of spiritual energy was pulled away from Nangong Mengli's body at an incredibly fast speed, imperceptible to the naked eye. But none of this could stop Su Mu. He caught up with the disappearing spiritual thread as if he were teleporting, and his body passed through layers of walls and room after room like a ghost. Finally, his body sank into the ground and arrived at a small underground base. To maintain secrecy, the base was built to be very small, with only 3 staff members. One of them, a woman with short brown hair, was the one who had just used the mental link. Another spiritual thread is extending from afar, its origin unknown. Brother Yin, is that arrogant guy really that powerful? He was able to find you? Even the Crimson Flame Empire couldn't do that. The short-haired woman communicated via mental link. I don't know. Yin Moxie's voice was completely calm. I haven't told anyone my location, so there's no possibility that there's a spy within the organization who could have exposed my whereabouts. Perhaps Arrogance has some unknown means of investigation. But, Brother Yin, you are also a gold-level expert, and you are very skilled in concealment. Otherwise, the organization would not have sent you here. So many gold-level experts in the Empire could not find you. Arrogance has never even seen what you look like. How could he find you? In my opinion, he is just bluffing. Now I've seen it. Su Mu in the underground base had already disappeared. Following the network cable, his mental teleportation teleported him to Yin Moxie's side. He carefully examined Yin Moxie. The man was wearing a tattered black trench coat, sunglasses, and had a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He was sitting at a small stall eating stinky tofu. With a full beard and a somewhat thin build, but with well-defined features and sharp angles, he appeared to be around 30 years old, exuding the air of a mature, older man. Su Mu's purpose in coming here was to meet Yin Moxie, so that he could easily find him through dream teleportation. However, he did not expect that Yin Moxie would not show up, so he had to go through a lot of trouble. However, it wasn't a complete waste of time. At least I witnessed another use of mental power, mental linking. For many extraordinary individuals, the law is like a weapon. They possess the weapon and can use it, but they do not understand the principles behind it. But Su Mu is different. Having squandered 100 years in the dream world, his control over mental power has reached its peak. He can easily understand the principles of some simple mental laws and then learn to use them. Yin Moxie was unaware that Su Mu had already sat down opposite him and continued talking to himself. He has no need to bluff. A person who dares to challenge the bottom line of the empire and kill a nobleman in full view of everyone would not do such a pointless thing. He should really be able to find me. Perhaps the organization should raise its rating for arrogance. The strength revealed by killing Murong Ijua might just be the tip of the iceberg. The short-haired woman suddenly said with a wicked grin, "Brother Yin, how about this? You find a secluded place to hide. Aren't you very confident? I don't believe that if you really want to hide, no one in this world can find you." "I'm not that bored. I'm hanging up." Yin Moxie disconnected the mental link. He then stopped eating the stinky tofu in front of him, hurriedly paid the bill, and then blended into the crowd and left. He cautiously sensed his surroundings, and, after confirming that no one was paying attention to him, he walked into a dark alley. Then an unbelievable scene unfolded. Yin Moxie's body began to melt. as if swallowed by the shadows on the ground, and he sank into the shadows and disappeared. Seeing this, Su Mu was speechless. Was the deputy commander of the Revolutionary Army really this arrogant? He said he didn't want it, but after hanging up, he didn't even eat the stinky tofu and turned around and hid. A shadow moved swiftly in the darkness, almost blending into the darkness itself, making it difficult to distinguish. Yin Moxie, now in shadow, arrived at the edge of the alley, where the ground was bathed in sunlight. Whoosh! He disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already attached to the shadow of a passerby. Silver Law Sequence 49 Shadow Walker. Su Mu stared at the black shadow that kept flickering among the shadows of passersby, and roughly guessed some of Yin Moxie's abilities. Chapter 193 The Mastermind Behind Everything. Chapter 193 The Mastermind Behind Everything. Yin Moxie moved incredibly fast in the shadows, almost like teleportation. Under normal circumstances, even a gold-ranked expert of the same level would have difficulty catching up with him. Unfortunately, he encountered Su Mu. No matter how fast Yin Moxie is, he can never match Su Mu in the dream, because Su Mu in the dream is almost omnipotent. The two sped along, and just 10 minutes later, Yin Moxie slipped into a magnificent building and lay in wait. Upon seeing the building, Su Mu's expression turned slightly strange. He realized that Yin Moxie's thought process was truly different from that of normal people. He was genuinely fearless in his pursuit of hide-and-seek. This magnificent building is none other than the Star City Law Enforcement Bureau. He knew that Si Kongjun was in charge of the Xingqing Law Enforcement Bureau, but he still chose to hide there. It was unclear whether he was skilled and daring or simply had a strong competitive spirit. Su Mu smiled helplessly. He didn't care anyway. Even if the location was the Imperial Palace in the capital, it wouldn't make any difference to him. Then, his figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he had arrived at the Changxing Taoist Temple. Master Xianqing is helping Si Kongjun with divination. Let me make this clear first. This is the last time. I want to live a few more years. After this, whether it succeeds or not, don't come again. Master Xianqing said reluctantly. Si Kongjun nodded solemnly. I promise you, Taoist, this is the last time. He verbally agreed, but in reality, he already had a plan in mind. If he still couldn't figure it out, he would have to use Jun Wushan's life as leverage to force Master Xianqing to do so. Master Xianqing was already a dying man, so forcing him was useless, and he had no choice but to target Jun Wushan. Master Xuanqing's expression softened slightly, but he secretly chuckled to himself. They've fallen for it. He pretended to tell fortunes, resorting to the usual shamanistic rituals, which made Si Kongjun's temples throb. Master, please skip these tedious rituals. I don't have that much time to waste. Seeing that Si Kongjun's expression was unfriendly, Master Xianqing stopped what he was doing and got straight to the point, beginning to chant incantations over the newly carved statue of the Celestial Venerable of Longevity. A moment later, Elder Xuanqing's face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his body swaying precariously. Seeing this, Si Kongjun quickly helped up Taoist Xianqing. Did you fail? Master Xianqing shook his head weakly. It was successful, but the statue was newly carved, which caused the transmission of the divine power of the Celestial Venerable of Longevity to be unsmooth, so the future scene displayed could not be formed at all and was intermittent. Fortunately, my heart is sincere, and I have glimpsed a corner of the future. Si Kongjun was overjoyed. Please speak frankly, Taoist Master. The Empire will never forget your contributions. I didn't dare to count pride, but instead settled for the other members of the 7 deadly sins. Other members will do. As long as we capture any one of the 7 deadly sins, we can obtain information about them. May I ask, Master, which one did you calculate? Jealousy, jealousy, jealousy. Si Kongjun narrowed his eyes slightly. Who is his true identity? I didn't figure out his identity. I only figured out his location. What location? Si Kongjun asked anxiously, mainly because he saw that Master Xianqing was weak, as if he were giving his last words, as if he was about to breathe his last. Lon what? Taoist Master, tell me quickly, you can't die yet. Si Kongjun was extremely anxious. He quickly took out a bottle of valuable healing potion from his body, opened the cap, and was about to pour it into Taoist Master Xuanqing's mouth. But at this moment, Master Xianqing seemed to have a sudden burst of energy before death. He stared at the bottle of extraordinary potion with shining eyes, snatched the potion away, and put it into his pocket. He stood leisurely to the side as if nothing had happened, appearing dignified and ignoring Si Kongjun's gloomy expression, and said indifferently, Lanshan. Master Xianqing. Si Kongjun said in a deep voice, his eyes filled with gloom. Envy has invited Greed to meet in Lanshan in 3 days. This is a good opportunity to capture the 7 deadly sins. Greed. Si Kongzhen's anger faltered. 2 of the 7 deadly sins. Yes, that's what I saw in the future anyway. Jealousy seems to have something important to do. He met with Greed. The 2 of them were acting suspiciously. They definitely weren't up to anything. You should go to Lanshan and ambush them. Upon receiving the news, Si Kongzhen frowned deeply. What is the strength of those 2? Master Xianqing pondered for a moment. It should be gold level. The 2 seemed to be at odds and even fought. They look like gold level experts. Upon hearing this, Si Kongzhen's brows furrowed even deeper. Master Xianqing gave him a disdainful look. You forced me to do the divination, and now that I've figured it out, you're too scared to go. What good was my divination? If you can't handle it, why don't you go and call someone? Si Kongzhen ignored Xianqing Daoist's sarcasm and said in a deep voice, 3 days is too short. There is no time to transfer people from the capital, and the commotion would be too great, which might alert the enemy. The royal family has given me the authority to transfer people from surrounding cities, but among the nearest cities, only the Shinto family head is a gold-level expert. Without knowing the abilities of jealousy and greed, even with the support of a group of law enforcement superhumans, a 2-on-2 situation is by no means foolproof. What the hell is this 7 Deadly Sins organization? Is it really true, as the rumors say, that all 7 members are gold-level powerhouses? Oh, I thought it was something serious. Who said it was 2 against 2? You can take advantage of the time difference and make it 2 against 1. Master Xianqing said nonchalantly. Si Kongzhen was taken aback. Time difference. He seemed to realize something and quickly asked, Daoist Master, are there still some details about the future that haven't been revealed? In the future, jealousy arrives at Lanshan a day in advance to wait, while greed arrives on the 3rd day. Do you understand now? You can send people to ambush Lanshan on the 2nd day to capture jealousy first, and then capture greed on the 3rd day. Wouldn't that be foolproof? Si Kongzhen was immediately overjoyed. Xianqing, the old Taoist, continued talking to himself. Didn't you see the 7 Deadly Sins mask in the future vision before? If I were you, I would just impersonate greed the next day, go to Lanshan as a greed, and then take advantage of jealousy's unpreparedness to launch a sneak attack. After jealousy is injured, you 2 gold-level experts can take on one of you. Surely you can handle it. Then, on the 3rd day, they repeated the same trick, impersonating envy to ambush greed, who had come to the appointment, easily defeating the 2 of the 7 deadly sins. Si Kongzhen's eyes lit up as he listened, because Master Xuanqing's plan was completely feasible. When he heard about the time difference, he had already vaguely formed the outline of the plan in his mind. He didn't expect that Master Xianqing would say it out loud now. Master, if we can successfully capture the 7 deadly sins this time, I will report your merits to the royal family. Also, I don't need that bottle of extraordinary potion anymore. The old Taoist Xianqing immediately glared and bristled. What's in my hands you want back? No way. With a sense of relief, Si Kongzhen hurriedly prepared to mobilize his troops. At this moment, the voice of the old Taoist Xianqing drifted over. Don't blame me for not reminding you. The future is not immutable. If you know the future and do nothing, it will not change. But once you do something, especially if you make a big fuss, the impact on the future will be greater. Moreover, what I see is only a glimpse of the future, not the whole picture. No one knows what will happen after jealousy and greed collide. Despite Master Xuanqing's well-intentioned reminder, Si Kongzhen paid no attention. He simply waved his hand dismissively to indicate that he understood, and then left Changxing Taoist Temple. Su Mu, who witnessed the entire event, maintained an elegant smile throughout, observing everything silently like a bystander. The situation at the Changxing Taoist Temple is also progressing smoothly. Apart from the fact that the old Taoist Xianqing is still hard to change and embezzled a bottle of extraordinary medicine from Si Kongzhen, everything is proceeding according to plan. Chapter 194 Arrogance Appears. Chapter 194 Arrogance Appears. Master Xianqing happily played with the extraordinary potion in his hand. He opened the lid, sniffed it, and immediately his face was filled with ecstasy. It tastes just right. It's definitely the divine healing potion produced by the Federal Pharmaceutical Company. It's known as the gold-level extraordinary potion that can bring the dead back to life and heal bones as if it were a divine cure. I'm rich. Master Xianqing, I don't recall this step being part of the plan, is it? Su Mu's soft voice sounded from behind Master Xianqing. Master Xianqing was startled, almost dropping the healing potion in his hand. Turning around and seeing Su Mu, he immediately put on a smile that looked more like a grimace. Divine Envoy, I was only thinking of you. You are of noble birth. What if something happens to you during this mission? So you deliberately tricked Sikongjian into giving me the divine healing potion, right? Sumu smiled as he took the divine healing potion from Master Xianqing. Yes, yes, that's exactly right, said the old Taoist Xianqing with a mournful face. You've put in a good thought. I will report your good intentions to the Celestial Venerable of Longevity. After saying that, Sumu left with the healing potion. Master Xianqing seemed to lose all hope of living in an instant, and the light in his eyes disappeared. My miraculous healing potion. A moment later, a blood-curdling scream came from the Changxing Taoist temple, a truly horrific sound. Night. In the underground warehouse of the Xingqing Law Enforcement Bureau, Yan Moxie sat quietly on a wooden box like a statue, now somewhat regretful. In his struggle against arrogance, he acted as if he were a criminal arrested by law enforcement, locked up in a warehouse all day without seeing the light of day. How carefree it would be to eat and drink while out in the world. He patted his empty stomach and hesitated. Should he go out for some barbecue and a beer? He had just gotten up, but then sat back down. Yan Moxie thought about it and decided against it. He had already suffered all day. If he were to be found by Aomen after going out, wouldn't all the suffering he had endured that day have been for nothing? Let's wait another day. If arrogance still hasn't appeared by tomorrow, it means the other party was just bluffing. After waiting a while longer, Yan Moxie couldn't sit still any longer. He transformed into a shadow and quietly sneaked into the Law Enforcement Bureau's office area. It was nighttime, so most of the law enforcement officers had already left work, leaving only a few on-duty personnel. Many areas of the office were dark, making it an ideal place for him to infiltrate. He searched back and forth in the office area and finally found a bag of cookies that had been half-eaten on a workstation. Soon, a bizarre scene unfolded. The shadows beneath the workbench began to slowly wriggle, and a hand made of shadow quietly climbed onto the table. Then whoosh. He pulled the cookie into the shadows, and it disappeared. In the underground warehouse, Yan Moxie ate some biscuits. The cookies seemed to have been sitting for a while and weren't crispy at all, but he still ate them with great relish. Just then, a soft laugh sounded behind him. I didn't expect the deputy commander of the Revolutionary Army to have a penchant for stealing expired cookies. Yan Moxie, who was stealing food, froze. He turned around and saw a man dressed in a black tailcoat and wearing a silver mask standing on a wooden box, looking down at him. Yan Moxie narrowed his eyes slightly to conceal the shock in them. He pretended to be calm and carefully examined the newcomer. The icy sneer hanging above the silver mask, sharp as an ice blade, curved slightly upwards, full of contempt and disdain, already revealing the newcomer's identity. Arrogance, Yan Moxie said in a deep voice. How did you know I was here? Sumu didn't answer, but instead asked, Are expired cookies tasty? Yan Moxie. He glanced at it out of the corner of his eye and realized that the cookie was indeed past its expiration date. Although his face remained expressionless, his heart was in turmoil. Arrogance not only knew that he was in the law enforcement agency, but also knew that he had stolen cookies and that the cookies were expired. What did this mean? This means that your every move is under the other party's watchful eye, yet you are completely unaware of it. The feeling is almost like an invisible person following you the whole time, watching your every move, which is quite frightening. This was the second time he had felt this way since becoming a gold saint. The first time was when he first joined the Revolutionary Army and faced its leader. In fact, Yan Moxie's guess was correct. Sumu had indeed been following behind him, silently watching his every move. It tastes pretty good. Would you like to try some? Yan Moxie suddenly reached out and handed over the biscuit. Sumu smiled slightly. There's no need to test me. What's in front of you now is indeed not my true form, but just an avatar. Yan Moxie's eyes flashed. As a gold-level expert, after a brief moment of astonishment, he naturally noticed the arrogance's unusual nature. The other party seemed to be not a physical entity, but he did not expect the other party to admit it directly. Speak. What do you Revolutionary Army want to see me about? Your Excellency, Pride, if I may be so bold, our Revolutionary Army has come with sincerity this time, while you have only sent an avatar. In particular, since you 7 deadly sins always appear in person wearing masks, how can I be sure that you are Pride? Yan Moxie did not directly state his purpose. He was not stupid to have reached the position of deputy commander of the Revolutionary Army. He would not reveal everything just because he saw a clone. Of course, he also believed in his heart that the arrogance in front of him was not someone else impersonating him. After all, such terrifying detection methods were not something that ordinary people could do. He said that as a way of testing the waters further. The Revolutionary Army's desire to cooperate with the 7 deadly sins was based on initial mutual understanding, not like now, where they don't even know how many members the seven deadly sins have or their specific strength. A contemptuous laugh came from beneath the silver mask, boring, probing. I don't have time to waste on someone like you. You want to judge whether the seven deadly sins are qualified to cooperate with the Revolutionary Army. Coincidentally, I have the same idea. Does an organization that has been suppressed by the Crimson Flame Empire for so long, constantly chanting slogans to overthrow the nobility but daring not to kill a single noble, truly deserve to cooperate with the seven deadly sins? Yin Moxie's expression was somewhat grim, and he said in a deep voice, "It's not that we dare not, but that it's unnecessary. The Crimson Flame Empire would pay a large ransom to redeem a nobleman, and that money. The weak only know how to argue. If the Revolutionary Army is only this good, then don't waste my time." After he finished speaking, Su Mu's figure began to slowly become transparent, as if he was about to disappear. Yin Moxie couldn't hold back any longer. He had come here because he wanted to cooperate with the seven deadly sins, so he couldn't just stand by and watch pride leave like this. He quickly replied, "You arrogant sir, wait. How do you expect our Revolutionary Army to prove anything?" Chapter 195 The Golden Law, Shadow Demon. Chapter 195 The Golden Law, Shadow Demon. Beneath the silver mask, Su Mu's lips curled slightly. It's simple. Strength is the foundation of cooperation. Show me your strength. If you can meet my standards, then cooperation can proceed. Yin Moxie's eyes narrowed. Then I'll let Lord Arrogance see if our Revolutionary Army is truly qualified. Where is your real body? Or are you planning to use a clone to fight me? Ha! Arrogance laughed uncontrollably, as if he had heard a funny joke, his laughter full of contempt. Deputy Commander Yin, it seems you not only enjoy stealing expired cookies, but also telling jokes. I hope you'll think before you speak in the future. Fight me? You're not worthy. Yin Moxie's face was icy cold, clearly indicating that he was truly enraged. If your commander comes, I might be somewhat interested in taking action. As for you, Lust, Su Mu suddenly called out to the air beside him. In an instant, a man dressed in the same style of tailcoat and wearing a silver mask appeared out of thin air in the warehouse. Yin Moxie's pupils suddenly contracted. If he hadn't noticed the sudden appearance of Arrogance just now, he could explain it by being unprepared. But now, another one of the seven deadly sins had appeared out of nowhere, right under his nose, and he still couldn't detect any signs. What kind of ability is this? Teleportation? No, that's not right. There wasn't even the slightest spatial fluctuation. Leader, Lust said respectfully from the side, without glancing at Yin Moxie once, as if he were completely ignoring him. Go test its quality. Lust then slowly turned his head, and what came into Yin Moxie's view was a different silver-white mask. The eyes were more curved and narrow, and the corners of the mouth were upturned more, as if a person was lewdly smiling. Chief, what if we accidentally kill someone? Lust asked, his voice sincere, as if he were genuinely considering the question. The weak have no value in living. With that, the arrogant figure vanished completely. The vast warehouse was left with only Yin Moxie and Lust, who were staring at each other from afar, also known as Master Xianqing. At this moment, Master Xianqing had clearly disguised himself. He used Taoist magic to change his appearance, making his originally hunched body straight and his whole body much taller. Yin Moxie stared intently at Lust. He knew very well that since Pride had chosen Lust to measure him, it meant that Lust was also a gold-level expert. Another gold saint? Who exactly are these seven deadly sins? He originally thought that the seven deadly sins, namely Pride as the leader, was a gold saint. After all, gold saints are not easy to come by. There are only 4 in the entire Revolutionary Army. They are the Commander-in-Chief and 3 Deputy Commanders-in-Chief. Generally speaking, an organization can be considered first class if it has 1 gold-level expert. However, with the arrival of the 7 deadly sins, 2 gold-ranked experts appeared, already accounting for half of the Revolutionary Army's high-end combat power, and this was without the other 7 deadly sins showing up. If, as the rumors suggest, all 7 members of the 7 deadly sins are gold saints, then the organization's strength cannot be described as merely formidable. It is terrifying. Uncle, since the leader has said so, you'd better be careful. Don't blame me if you die. Master Xianqing shook his head slightly, his old bones making a cracking sound, but his voice was as young as a boy's. Clearly, he portrays himself as an innocent and beautiful young man. Having not made a move for many years, he could not hide his excitement at this moment. It was not that he did not want to make a move, but that the longevity technique would harm both the enemy and himself if used. Who would be so bored as to shorten their own lifespan to play with it? But now, with Su Mu's support, he no longer needs to worry about the limitations of his lifespan and can fight a good battle. Before coming here, Sumu randomly selected more than a dozen social scum in the lower city, plundered their lifespans, and instilled them into Taoist Xianqing. Because Master Xuanqing's strength is at the gold level, the quality of his lifespan is very high. The combined lifespan of these dozen or so ordinary people, amounting to several hundred years, is only enough to extend Master Xuanqing's lifespan by a few years, but it is still sufficient to deal with a battle. Seeing that Lust was about to make a move, Yin Moxie's expression changed. Wait a minute. Do you want to take action in the Law Enforcement Bureau? Master Xianqing was taken aback. Indeed, wouldn't it be suicide to make a move in the Law Enforcement Bureau? Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly remembered what Su Mu had told him to do, to be as arrogant as possible. So the words that were on the tip of his tongue turned into disdain, like a teenager bragging. So what if I fight at the Law Enforcement Bureau? If they dare to come and bother me, I'll just kill them all. Yin Moxie felt a chill run down his spine. He realized that these 7 deadly sins were all lawless and arrogant. He had already witnessed the arrogance of the arrogant, but now this seemingly young man, Lust, was also so brazen. His words showed no respect for the Enforcement Bureau. Their revolutionary army was already the largest rebel organization in the empire, and they wouldn't dare to do such a thing under normal circumstances, but the 7 deadly sins dared to. What Yin Moxie didn't know was that Master Xianqing didn't actually dare to fight here either, but that's how the game between people works. I know you don't dare, so I dare. Anyway, you'll have to persuade me later. As expected, Yin Moxie advised. There's no need to create unnecessary trouble. Come with me. Whoosh. Yin Moxie transformed into a shadow and slipped out through the crack in the window, disappearing into the darkness. A lustful, dissatisfied voice came from behind him. Hey, don't go. I've never been in a fight at the Law Enforcement Bureau before. It's so much fun. Yin Moxie ran even faster, disappearing completely into the darkness in the blink of an eye. This time, it was Master Xuanqing's turn to be dumbfounded. Holy crap, this kid's golden law is Shadow Demon. Damn it, the law that's supposed to be best at escaping and ambushing. And it's still nighttime. How am I supposed to keep up with this old Taoist? Just as he gritted his teeth, preparing to expend some of his lifespan to calculate Yin Moxie's location, Su Mu's voice rang in Xianqing Daoist's mind through the mental link. 100 li to the east. Master Xianqing was taken aback at first, then overjoyed, as he had saved several more days of his lifespan. In a desolate wilderness, Yin Moxie emerged from the shadows and transformed into human form. He looked around at the empty darkness and a slight smile appeared on his lips. His golden law, Shadow Fiend, is best at escaping. The reason he went all out to shake off Lust was to make his opponent suffer and reduce Lust's momentum. In a battle between true strongmen, sometimes the contest of momentum is also extremely important. Just as he was feeling smug, a triumphant laugh, unique to teenagers, suddenly rang out behind him. Hee hee. Got you. Yin Moxie was shocked and quickly turned around. He saw that Lu Yu was holding a gleaming long sword and was coming from 100 meters away like a sword immortal. Chapter 196 Lust vs. Yin Moxie. Chapter 196 Lust vs. Yin Moxie. Damn it, when did he get behind me? Yin Moxie, who was always extremely confident in his speed, was a little on guard at this moment. He was the one who came out of the Law Enforcement Bureau first and chose the destination himself, but Lust had actually run further than him. But he didn't have time to think about it. He spread his hands out, and the shadows around him surged silently, turning into thousands of thin black lines that converged in his palms, intertwining wildly, like weaving a ball of yarn. Just as he was about to throw the shadow orb in his hand, an even stranger scene unfolded. Lust, who was rushing towards him from 100 meters away, vanished as if by teleportation. Before he could even see how the other person disappeared, a bone-chilling coldness swept over him from behind, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Without thinking, he threw the shadow orb behind him. The shadow orb instantly transformed into a curtain of shadow. Whoosh! A flash of sword light appeared, and Lust unfolded a curtain of shadow, emerging abruptly from within. They attacked Yin Moxie again, this time with Lust gaining the upper hand. In the rush, Yin Moxie could only defend passively. Standing to the side, Su Mu smiled. Yin Moxie was quite strong, and he couldn't guarantee that Daoist Xianqing would win, so he naturally had to lend a hand. With his current strength, although he can't hurt a gold-level expert, he can still distract them. The lustful figure who charged at them from 100 meters away with a sword was actually an illusion created by all things in the realm and endless demonic sound. The reason they were so far away was to prevent Yin Moxie from seeing through the illusion. Just as Yin Moxie was distracted, The newly arrived Taoist, Xianqing, seized the opportunity to launch an attack, firmly gaining the upper hand. Yin Moxi, as expected of the deputy commander of the Revolutionary Army, quickly began to exert his strength after a brief moment of panic. He instantly disappeared into the shadows, teleporting away from Master Xianqing. He reached out his palm, his powerful 5 fingers grabbing at the darkness. The darkness seemed to come alive as he held it firmly in his hand. Then, the darkness surged like water, and with a forceful swing, hundreds of shadow orbs, resembling miniature black holes, shot out. They were everywhere, densely packed, completely sealing off the area around Master Xianqing. Master Xuanqing's expression changed. He held his long sword upright in front of him and made a hand seal with one hand. Longevity technique, 10,000 swords. Buzz. A crisp sword cry echoed across the wilderness as his long sword split in 2, then into 4. In an instant, it transformed into a sea of swords, meeting the shadow orb head-on. The sounds of fierce collisions were incessant. The shadow orb seemed to contain extremely high energy, annihilating the long swords it touched inch by inch. Fortunately, there were more long swords than shadow orbs, so it did not immediately lose. Yin Moxi seized the opportunity and pressed down with one hand. Dark surge. The darkness within a radius of several miles seemed to be dragged in by some force, frantically gathering at the feet of Taoist Xianqing, with terrifying energy brewing. Boom. The shadow energy erupted like a volcanic eruption, and the violent torrent of shadow energy, carrying an aura of destruction, engulfed Master Xianqing. Holy crap, are all young people these days this fierce? Master Xianqing exclaimed inwardly, but his hands moved without slowing down at all. The art of immortality. The cycle of life and death of all things. A beam of azure light suddenly appeared beneath his feet, spreading out to form a massive azure light array that firmly blocked the dark current. The originally raging dark currents, upon contact with the azure light array, seemed to lose their strength and began to gradually weaken. Yin Moxi's heart skipped a beat. What kind of law was this? Did it involve time? As the caster, he could clearly feel the shadow power weakening. Just like the blooming, withering, and decay of a flower, its power constantly diminishing. Meanwhile, the azure light array was growing stronger, like a seed taking root, sprouting, growing, and blossoming. Damn it! If lust alone is this troublesome, how powerful must their leader's arrogance be? He suddenly understood why arrogance had been so disdainful of him when he tried to fight it before. Judging from the current situation, he was indeed not qualified to fight arrogance. However, as a gold-level expert, he could not give up the fight just because the enemy's methods were strange. He took a deep breath, his expression became solemn, and his aura began to surge continuously. The surrounding shadows were drawn by this invisible aura, and the darkness trembled like ripples on water. Strands of shadow constantly gathered towards Yin Moxi, like countless black ribbons wrapping around him. As darkness gathered, Yin Moxi's figure was almost swallowed up by it. At this moment, he had completely changed his appearance, as if he were wearing a layer of shadow armor. Long and sharp spikes grew from the joints of the armor, as well as from his hands and feet. 2 thick shadow horns also grew from his helmet. He was like a demon king emerging from the shadows. The shadows continued to pour in, and his body began to grow taller inch by inch, 2 meters, 3 meters. Holy crap, Celestial Venerable. This brat is going to fight me to the death, Divine Envoy. Do you even have any lifespan left? Quickly give me some more, or I won't be able to control him. Master Xianqing exclaimed inwardly. Sumu naturally wouldn't let the two fight to the death. If they were both seriously injured, then the subsequent plans would be impossible to carry out. He hasn't fully absorbed the shadow energy yet. Attack him now, and I'll cooperate with you. Upon receiving the instruction, Master Xianqing no longer hesitated. His lifespan burned wildly, and the dazzling sword light tore apart the shadow orbs blocking his way, attacking Yin Moxi like a ghost. He had to break through the shadow armor before the opponent fully materialized, or else things would get complicated. A ray of blue light burst forth from the tip of the sword, like the rising sun, instantly radiating boundless light and dispelling the surrounding shadows. Yin Moxi manipulated the surrounding shadow energy, and the dark ribbons floating in midair attacked wildly, immediately hindering Xianqing Taoist's movements. Just as the opponent's transformation was about to be fully completed, at this crucial moment, Sumu activated his endless demonic sound. He approached Yin Moxi and used the endless demonic voice directly into the other's ear to simulate the sea god's murmur. Buzz. Evil, depraved, ominous, and indescribable terrifying whispers exploded in Yin Moxi's ears. Sumu, who possesses the divinity of the sea god, can be said to have the most realistic mimicry of the delirium in the world. Caught off guard, Yanmoxi was struck head-on by the sea god's murmur. His mind instantly went blank. The thousands of shadow energy bands he had been controlling immediately collapsed, and even the shadow energy covering his body briefly stagnated. However, Yanmoxi regained his senses in just a moment. But in a battle between masters, a slight mistake can lead to a huge difference in outcome. A moment of distraction can become the key to victory or defeat. Xianqing, the old Taoist, seized the opportunity. His longsword, glowing with azure light, slashed through the sky, and at the moment when the shadow energy stopped flowing, he thrust his sword into the gap in the thick shadow armor. Uft! That was the sound of a long sword piercing flesh. Chapter 197 Uncle, this won't do either? Chapter 197 Uncle, this won't do either? The swirling shadow energy slowly receded, and the tangible darkness around them subsided, while crimson blood flowed from Yanmoxi's abdomen. Lu Yu gracefully sheathed his sword, performed a sword flourish, and then put the long sword back into its sheath. Uncle, you're not good enough for this. You've lived to be this old for nothing. Master Xianqing shook his head in disappointment, seemingly feeling that the battle just now was not enough. Yanmoxi clutched the wound on his abdomen, his palms soaked with blood. The wound wasn't deep, clearly because Master Xianqing had shown mercy. Otherwise, taking advantage of his momentary lapse in concentration, the other party could have easily pierced his body with a single sword strike. His face showed no disappointment after defeat, only heaviness. Victory and defeat are common occurrences in war, and he was not so intolerant of losing, even though the defeat was somewhat unjust. If it weren't for the strange sound that suddenly rang in his ears, he would have already revealed all his trump cards, and the outcome would have been uncertain. However, a loss is a loss. Just because you have a trump card doesn't mean you don't have lust. Judging from the fact that lust hasn't been fully satisfied, there must be some powerful trump card hidden. Even if you release it completely, you might not be able to win if you really fight. Alright, we can't expect too much from middle-aged and elderly people. Let's just say you barely passed. Master Xianqing casually picked at his earwax and flicked it into the distance. Thank you, Yanmoxi said in a deep voice. Then tell us how your revolutionary army plans to cooperate with the 7 deadly sins. It would be best to stir up some big events. We don't have time to play house with you. Master Xianqing seemed to have gotten into the swing of things, and his tone became increasingly arrogant. Rest assured, I will absolutely not disappoint you. However, this is a very important matter, and I hope to have a face-to-face meeting with Your Excellency. Tell me what it is, and I'll consider whether to inform the leader. If it's a minor matter, I can make the decision myself. Yanmoxi took a deep breath and said solemnly, Kill the nobles of the capital. What? Kill nobles in the capital? Master Xianqing was suddenly shocked. He didn't expect the revolutionary army to be so bold now. Killing marginal nobles was not enough. They even had to go to the capital to kill nobles? After his initial exclamation, he realized he had lost his composure, so he sneered. Huh, I thought it was something important. Killing a few nobles. Why would you need to cooperate with us? Yanmoxi was taken aback, gaining a deeper understanding of the lawlessness of the 7 deadly sins. Was killing nobles in the capital a trivial matter? If this were between nations, and another country killed a core noble of the Crimson Flame Empire, it would essentially be a fight to the death, and both empires would be engulfed in a full-scale war. For some reason, the revolutionary army cannot carry out the killing of nobles on its own, so it hopes that the 7 deadly sins can help. Your Excellency Lust can rest assured that the reward will be very generous. Master Xianqing sneered. Sumu had already analyzed the revolutionary army's objectives with him before. For some reason, they clearly wanted to use the 7 deadly sins to draw the empire's firepower and take the opportunity to eliminate some nobles who stood firmly on the side of the royal family. Uncle, don't treat everyone like fools. Your revolutionary army's goal is nothing more than to have the 7 deadly sins eliminate dissidents for you. The revolutionary army has grown so powerful because there must be people among the nobles in the capital. But because of the unspoken rule that nobles cannot be killed, you want to use the 7 deadly sins to eliminate the royalist nobles, right? Yanmoxi's heart sank. He hadn't expected that the lustful man, who appeared to be a teenager, would have such sharp eyes, seeing through the revolutionary army's plans at a glance. He simply admitted, that's right, but this doesn't cause any loss to the 7 deadly sins, because you've already killed a nobleman and are now locked in a life-or-death struggle with the Crimson Flame Empire. You're even ranked higher on the wanted list than the revolutionary army. Killing another nobleman won't hurt you, and the revolutionary army will give you a reward that will satisfy you. What kind of reward? Master Xianqing, who had just lost a bottle of gold potion, was more concerned about this. Yin Moxie's brow twitched, somewhat surprised. Was this the power of the 7 deadly sins? They didn't care who they killed at all, as if it didn't matter who they killed, only the price. Royal treasure. Upon hearing these 4 words, Su Mu frowned slightly, because he had no idea what a royal treasure was. Fortunately, Master Xianqing, having lived to such an old age, was indeed very knowledgeable. You possess royal treasures? Taoist Xianqing asked with suspicion. If you truly did, would you be being chased by the Crimson Flame Empire? Besides, even if you did possess them, why would you offer such treasures for trade? We do have the royal treasure, but it is incomplete. As you said, if we had the complete royal treasure, the Revolutionary Army would not be in this situation now. At this moment, Su Mu transmitted his voice. What is the royal treasure? Master Xianqing quickly replied in his mind. Divine Envoy. The royal power treasure is the most powerful treasure in the world. You know the 7 kings, right? The royal power treasure is an unparalleled divine weapon created by the 7 kings with the full power of their nation. Rumor has it that the reason the 7 kings were able to become kings and crush all the gold-level powerhouses was largely because of their royal treasures, which were divine weapons that surpassed the gold level and were above the gold-level treasures. The royal treasures are the national treasures of the 7 great empires. The 7 kings' weapons? Su Mu's eyes flickered slightly, a hint of interest piqued. He hadn't expected such an unexpected surprise. However, he also knew very well that the royal treasures Yin Moxie could produce wouldn't be too powerful. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't have used them for the trade. As far as I know, the 7 royal treasures should all be in the hands of the various royal families. So why do you possess them? Master Xianqing asked, his eyes narrowing slightly. Most of the royal treasures are indeed in the hands of the royal families of the major empires, but the sword of the Dragon Abyss Empire is now only in its scabbard. Master Xianqing was startled. You possess the sword of royal power? Yin Moxie shook his head. As I said, it is a fragment of the royal power treasure. The royal power sword was shattered during the War of the 7 Kings 100 years ago. Those fragments fell into the hands of different forces. In order to recreate the royal power sword, they added many rare materials to their respective fragments, and finally forged 12 swords, which were later called the 12 Swords of Royal Power. We only possess one of them. Legend has it that if all 12 swords of the king's power are collected, the glory of the king's power sword can be restored. It's important to know that the Dragon King of the Lonyuan Empire is revered as the world's strongest being, and also the most powerful among the 7 kings. Therefore, his sword of kingship is considered the world's greatest treasure. Master Xuanqing's breathing quickened as he listened. What a treasure! Your Excellency Lust, this is the greatest sincerity our revolutionary army can offer. The 12 swords of royal power are distributed among the 7 great empires, and we simply do not have the resources to collect them all right now. Otherwise, we would never have offered this treasure as a reward. Chapter 198 Bronze Immortal Emperor Su Mu. Chapter 198 Bronze Immortal Emperor Su Mu. Master Xianqing suddenly sneered. It's not just that we don't have the energy to collect them, it's that we don't. The Sword of Kingship is an heirloom of the Dragon Abyss Empire. Whoever takes down the 12 Swords of Kingship will become a potential enemy of the Dragon Abyss Empire. Yin Moxie nodded. That makes sense, but I believe the 7 deadly sins shouldn't care. I don't care. That's the Dragon Abyss Empire, the world's #1 superpower. Say yes, Su Mu said calmly. Master Xianqing immediately said proudly. That's right, the 7 deadly sins are indeed not a concern. Then I would like to trouble your excellency lust to invite the arrogant leader to appear for a discussion. Wait. Master Xianqing began to pretend to close his eyes, his lips moving slightly as he uttered incantations that were barely audible. A moment later, a figure in black appeared out of thin air next to Lust. Your Excellency Arrogance, Yin Moxie said respectfully. His attitude was much better than the first time they met, because he had already categorized arrogance in his mind as someone on the same level as the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Only someone like a commander could control these powerful gold-level warriors under his command. I already know what happened. Now, tell me, who do you want to kill? Su Mu said indifferently. Yin Moxie glanced around warily before whispering. Gongsun Quan, the cabinet minister of the capital. This man has not awakened his bloodline and is an ordinary person, but he is unparalleled in wisdom and strategy, deeply trusted by the royal family, and holds a high position and great power. He is the commander-in-chief of the secret guards and has repeatedly besieged the revolutionary army, causing us heavy losses. I humbly request your excellency to take action. An ordinary person? The arrogant voice turned cold, and those disdainful eyes looked at Yin Moxie. You went to great lengths to find me, and in the end you only wanted to kill a piece of trash? Suddenly, the atmosphere froze, and a powerful sense of oppression emanated from Aomen. Yin Moxie's body stiffened, and he felt as if he were a mortal standing on a stormy sea. Momentum is a very subtle thing. It has nothing to do with strength, but is entirely a psychological pressure. Take ancient emperors, for example. They were just ordinary people who needed to eat, drink, and relieve themselves. Yet, when ordinary people saw the emperor, they felt nothing but awe, and the timid ones couldn't even utter a word. For example, a child who fails an exam and comes home to find his father sitting silently on the sofa. These are all manifestations of momentum. Yin Moxie now had this feeling. He felt as if he were facing a terrifyingly powerful figure who was invincible and had the whole world under his feet. That arrogant and disdainful gaze made cold sweat break out on his forehead. He couldn't even begin to imagine what kind of immense power it would take to cultivate such a terrifying aura. This is the aura unique to the bronze, immortal Emperor Su Mu. Even though he may be a bronze-level person, he still dares to think and dream. The power of aura only works when others have a preconceived notion of you. To put it bluntly, the other party must first know your identity and recognize that you are powerful before the effect of aura can be multiplied. Otherwise, no matter how imposing a beggar on the street may appear, others will only think that the beggar is putting on airs. But if someone were to say that this beggar was once a billionaire who later gave away all his wealth to charity, you would feel awe and respect for him, thinking that he had an extraordinary presence. Your Excellency, although Gong Sun Quan is just an ordinary person, he has many experts around him. Yin Moxie explained in a slightly hurried tone. Shut up. Su Mu snorted coldly, causing Yin Moxie to stop talking involuntarily. The 7 deadly sins wouldn't lower themselves to such a point as to go to such lengths to attack an ordinary person. The Revolutionary Army has really disappointed me. Cooperation is terminated. After saying that, Su Mu and Daoist Xianqing turned to leave. Yin Moxie immediately looked anxious. This time, he had witnessed the strength of the 7 deadly sins and learned about his own strength. If the cooperation failed, it would be a huge loss. You arrogant sir, please wait. He hurriedly stepped forward and blocked their path. Su Mu glanced at him disdainfully and said only one word: get lost. His behavior perfectly matched the arrogant persona, bringing that arrogance to life. The Taoist priest Xianqing, standing to the side, readily drew his longsword. A brilliant blue light rose slowly from his body, and the powerful air pressure caused a sudden gust of wind. Tiny white wisps of air even appeared beneath his feet, and the surrounding grass was blown about wildly. Yin Moxie's heart sank. Despite the pressure from the 7 deadly sins, he forced himself to say, Your Excellency, we sincerely want to cooperate with your organization. If you feel that killing an ordinary person is beneath your dignity, then we can discuss it further. In the capital, we have many targets we want to eliminate, including some powerful nobles. These are all negotiable. He spoke very quickly, as if afraid the other party would lose patience and take action. After listening, Su Mu stopped and said indifferently, We don't accept orders below the gold standard. What? Yin Moxie was shocked again. He had lost count of how many times he had been shocked, but the 7 deadly sins organization had indeed given him too many shocks. We won't accept orders below the gold level? Doesn't that mean we 7 deadly sins only kill gold-level powerhouses? This isn't just arrogance, it's downright lawlessness. No wonder the 7 deadly sins dared to kill nobles in public. Now it seems they've become much more restrained in doing so. It's important to understand that the entire Crimson Flame Empire only has a few dozen gold-level experts. Competition between empires is essentially a contest of the number of gold-level experts. Each gold-level expert is a pillar of the empire, and their death would cause a tsunami-like upheaval. Yet, the 7 deadly sins only kill gold-level experts. Yin Moxie took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and said with a hint of difficulty, Your Excellency, I need to discuss this matter with the commander. They originally only wanted to use the 7 deadly sins to divert the empire's attention and kill some nobles. They thought the incident was serious enough, but who would have thought that pride would openly talk about killing gold saints? The consequences of such a blatant act were immeasurable for the Revolutionary Army. You mean you want me to wait for you? Su Mu's indifferent voice struck Yin Moxie's heart like a thunderclap. Your Highness, we really need to discuss this, Yin Moxie said through gritted teeth. Gold-level experts are very difficult to kill. They hold high positions and great power in the capital and are surrounded by countless guards. If the battle cannot be resolved in a short time, they will be besieged, which is too risky. He said this not only to warn Su Mu of the risks, but more importantly, He was worried that if the 7 deadly sins were to be defeated and captured when they went to the capital to kill the gold-level experts, and then revealed the Revolutionary Army, it would be a devastating blow to the Revolutionary Army. Sumu's lips curled slightly. Have you forgotten? There is a gold-level expert who is not currently in the capital. Chapter 199 The 7 Deadly Sins, Gluttony. Chapter 199 The 7 Deadly Sins, Gluttony. Yin Moxie's pupils suddenly contracted. Sikongzhen. Sumu smiled and nodded. Since he has the courage to investigate the 7 deadly sins, he should naturally be prepared to die. To tell you the truth, whether or not your revolutionary army exists, we will definitely kill Sikongzhen. Now that you've come to me of your own accord, I'll just have to take one of the 12 swords of Wang Quan while I'm at it, and then go kill Sikongzhen. In short, with Sikongzhen's death, the Crimson Flame Empire has lost a gold-level powerhouse, which is also beneficial to your revolutionary army. Yin Moxie stiffened, a forced smile appearing on his face. After hearing the arrogant words, he suddenly felt that he had been taken advantage of. You won't renege on your promise, right? Yin Moxie's smile grew increasingly stiff. After a moment, he said, since we have already agreed, we will never go back on our word. Heh. Sumu chuckled contemptuously. Then hand over one of the 12 swords of royal power first. Yin Moxie chuckled dryly. I don't carry that sword with me. It's in the hands of the commander. Please rest assured, the 12 swords of Wang Quan will be presented to you with both hands after the matter is accomplished. Since that's the case, why don't you get involved in this matter? I don't really trust the character of your revolutionary army, and I seriously doubt whether you'll back out after it's all over. The 7 deadly sins will then bear the wrath of the Crimson Flame Empire and will have no time to extricate themselves. If you go back on your word, we won't have time to come after you either. So I can only feel at ease if we're all in the same boat. Yin Moxie's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, they were about to get on a pirate ship. Their purpose in finding the 7 deadly sins was to make them share the Empire's anger. If the Revolutionary Army also got involved, wouldn't they be shooting themselves in the foot? Sumu seemed to see through Yin Moxie's thoughts and sneered. Don't worry, I won't let you show your true face. Since your goal is to make the 7 deadly sins draw attention to you, you can pretend to be a member of the 7 deadly sins. As long as you send the 12 swords of kingship after the deed is done, then we'll be fine. Otherwise, I will make this public and let the whole world know that Deputy Commander Yin of the Revolutionary Army is one of the 7 deadly sins and participated in the murder of Sikongzhen. Yin Moxie's heart sank. The other party had already gone this far. If he still refused today, he would probably die before Sikongzhen did. All right. He nodded. I wonder how many people Your Excellency plans to send this time? Or are you going to take action personally? Sumu said calmly. My true form is not in Star City. The only 7 deadly sins nearby are envy and lust. Those 2 are enough. Now that you're here, if the 3 gold-level experts still can't kill Sikongzhen, then you might as well just commit suicide. Master Xianqing complained from the side. Leader, why bring that jealous guy here? I can handle Sikongzhen on my own. Shut up, I have my own plans. Master Xianqing shrank back in fear, not daring to speak again, and began drawing circles with his hands, looking utterly aggrieved. Yin Moxie, standing to the side, was shocked. Another gold-level expert. Arrogance is gold, lust is gold, and now there's even jealousy. He's increasingly convinced of the rumor about the 7 deadly sins, 7 people, and 7 pieces of gold. Deputy Commander Yin, let lust tell you the specific plan. I hope you won't disappoint me. After saying that, the arrogant figure slowly became transparent until it disappeared completely. It's that same trick again. No matter how many times I watch it, I can't see any clues. Yin Moxie frowned, staring at the spot where Su Mu had disappeared. At this moment, Master Xianqing came over and patted Yin Moxie on the shoulder. Hey, uncle, don't hold me back later. Hearing Lust's innocent voice, Yin Moxie's heart stirred. Lust was young, and perhaps he could obtain more information about the 7 deadly sins from him. Your Excellency Lust, Your Excellency Pride just told me to pretend to be one of the 7 deadly sins. So tell me, who should I pretend to be? Of course it's gluttony. Master Xianqing pulled out a silver-white mask with a wide-open mouth, as if it were swallowing food, from his bosom and handed it to Yin Moxie. Yin Moxie was taken aback. Why gluttony? Because there's only one gluttony position left in our organization. The leader gave every member a gluttony mask, so we could find a new member. So you can play the role of gluttony for now. As he said this, Master Xianqing suddenly leaned close to Yin Moxie's ear mysteriously. Let me tell you a secret. The people in the organization have bad tempers and often start fighting over the slightest disagreement. Only the arrogant boss can keep them in check. So you'd better not impersonate them, or they'll definitely cause you trouble. Yin Moxie's eyes flickered. The 7 deadly sins are divided? It seems they are only united by their arrogance and strength. This information is very important. Perhaps we can use this to turn some of the 7 deadly sins to join the revolutionary army in the future. He sneered inwardly. Although this lustful one was powerful, he was still too young. It seemed that he could extract more information from him. Your Excellency, Lust, what kind of person is jealousy? Don't misunderstand. I don't mean anything by it. It's just that the 3 of us are going to act together, and I want to find out about him in advance to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Jealous of him, old Taoist Xianqing put his hands behind his head and stretched his body, saying, "He is a very strange person. He is very aloof, doesn't like to talk, and has pale skin, just like a mouse that hides in the dark all day without seeing the sun. So if you see him, you'd better not pay him any attention." You wouldn't believe it, but once he got into a fight with someone who was furious, and you'd never guess why they started fighting. Why did they fight? Yin Moxie played the role of a good straight man in order to gather intelligence. Master Xianqing chuckled. Just because he spoke a few more words to him in a fit of rage, he became jealous and thought that the rage's voice sounded better than his own. He was deliberately showing off, and then the 2 of them started fighting. Yin Moxie was stunned. What kind of ridiculous reason was this? They actually fought over something like this? Was this jealousy insane? Do you also think that jealousy is a sign of mental illness? He has quite a personality. He has no personality whatsoever. He's just a lunatic. He even got into a fight with me once, just because he was jealous that I'm younger than him. By the way, Your Excellency, Lust, if wrath and envy were to fight, who would win? Neither of them won. The 2 had just gotten really into a fight when the arrogant boss stopped them. It seems Lord Arrogance has been quite busy lately. Yin Moxie replied casually, but his heart was in turmoil. Another gold-level expert. Jealousy is gold, so must the fury that can ignite a real fire between him. Based on this, there are currently 6 members of the 7 deadly sins, and all 6 should be gold-level powerhouses. Chapter 230 in Standing Firm. Chapter 230 in Standing Firm. 6 gold-level warriors. Their strength surpasses that of the Revolutionary Army. Damn it, where did these 6 gold-level experts come from? Yin Moxie's mind raced, but he couldn't figure it out at all. Gold-level experts weren't like cabbages. They weren't something you could just find anywhere. For any empire, gold-ranked warriors are truly strategic weapons. The number of gold-ranked warriors a country has is basically a measure of its strength. There's even a popular saying that a country needs 30 gold-level experts to establish itself internationally and qualify as an empire. This is called establishing oneself at 30. Similarly, if a country has 40 gold-level experts, then there is nothing in the world that can confuse it. This is called being free from confusion at 40. At 50, one knows the mandate of heaven. Means that when a country has 50 gold-level experts, other countries will know who the true mandate of heaven is. At 60, one's ears are attuned to the truth. With 60 golden-level experts, whatever this empire says will sound perfectly pleasing to other empires. The saying, at 70, one can do as one pleases without transgressing the rules, becomes easier to understand. With 70 gold-level powerhouses, the empire has the capital to do whatever it wants, and no other empire dares to violate the rules you set. Although it's just a nickname used by the public, it also reflects the weight of a gold-level expert. That's why Yin Moxie was so shocked. 6 gold-level experts could establish a small country if they were outside. Just as Yin Moxie was in shock, Master Xianqing said again, "Hey, uncle, don't just stand there in a daze. I'm about to explain the battle plan, so be serious." "Oh, okay." Yin Moxie paused for a moment, forcibly suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and listened attentively. Master Xianqing chuckled and said, "This battle plan is quite interesting. It's a trap set by the 7 deadly sins specifically for Xikongzhen. He's been looking for us, so we decided to turn the tables and let him find us. How do we get him to find us? By showing ourselves and then luring Xikongzhen out." Master Xianqing gave Yin Moxie a disdainful look. "Do you think Xikongzhen would fall for such a simple plan? Don't treat others like fools." Yin Moxie clenched his fists. If he weren't wary of Lust's powerful strength, he really wanted to give this brat a good beating. His words were so unpleasant to hear. A truly brilliant plan is one that lures the enemy into a trap. People may doubt clues that are handed to them willingly, but they will never doubt clues that they have painstakingly found themselves. Understand? I don't understand. In order to get more information from Lust, Yin Moxie could only suppress his displeasure and play the straight man. "Hey, I knew that old man wouldn't understand." It hardened. Yin Moxie's fist hardened. Master Xianqing said smugly, "I won't keep you in suspense any longer. I'll just tell you directly. Xikongzhen couldn't find any clues about the 7 deadly sins, so he wanted to use supernatural powers to find them by predicting the future. Foreseeing the future? Yin Moxie was shocked. He hadn't expected the Crimson Flame Empire to have such a hidden method. If it were used against the Revolutionary Army would probably be in grave danger. He couldn't help but feel fortunate that the Revolutionary Army hadn't dared to kill nobles before, allowing the Crimson Flame Empire to focus its energy on the Blood Moon Empire, which was its external enemy. Unfortunately, the arrogant boss saw through it and deliberately gave Sikong Jun a false vision of the future to lure him into the trap. What? Yin Moxie could hardly believe his ears. He considered himself a gold-level expert and the deputy commander of the Revolutionary Army, and he had seen it all, but the combination of words used by Lust was truly challenging his imagination. Can the ability to foresee the future and even see through it, and to provide incorrect visions of the future? How is this possible? If predicting the future involves the realm of time, does arrogance also possess the ability to interfere with time? The more information he learned about the 7 deadly sins, the more unfathomable pride seemed to him. Your Excellency, I must confess I don't quite understand, but can the future also be forged? Master Xianxing glanced at him and said indifferently, just because others can't doesn't mean that Boss Aoman can't. Don't ask too many questions. Just follow my lead when the time comes. After the two left, Su Mu appeared out of thin air. He walked to the place where Yin Moxie and Daoist Xianxing had fought and examined the bloodstains on the ground. That was the blood that flowed from Yin Moxie after he was injured. The reason he wanted to see the blood wasn't actually because he wanted to see it, but because it wasn't white. After a period of unlimited spiritual nourishment, Bu Bai has grown strong, and his communication has become clearer, like a toddler learning to speak. While watching the two fight in the dream, Bu Bai saw Yin Moxie transform into a shadow monster and felt a strange reaction, but Su Mu was helping Master Xianxing fight at the time, so he ignored it. When they asked Bu Bai again, Bu Bai conveyed a very interesting message. No, you mean Yin Moxie is from the same clan as you? Su Mu asked. Bu Bai immediately expressed a negative emotion, and his chaotic thoughts continued to intertwine. It took Su Mu quite a while to understand what Bu Bai wanted to express. You mean you and Yin Moxie aren't of the same race, and your race is the Shadow Demon? This time, I received a positive response from Bu Bai. Su Mu was slightly surprised. The Golden Law, Shadow Demon, was clearly a law. So how did it become a fellow clan of Bu Bai? Although both sides used the power of shadow, how could a nightmare monster and a law be of the same kind? Bu Bai tried to express himself in a babbling manner, but this time Su Mu couldn't understand him because Bu Bai was saying a long string of words. He tried to guess based on the few words he could understand, and gradually formed some ideas in his mind, but he couldn't verify them for the time being. You want Yin Moxie's blood? Would it help you? Bu Bai emerged from Su Mu's shadow, transforming into a 5-meter-tall shadow monster, and nodded vigorously. Okay, go get it. Su Mu nodded in agreement. Bu Bai immediately extended his shadowy hand, his slender, sharp fingertips touching the dark red bloodstains on the ground. Instantly, like a straw, he drew out all the blood and absorbed it into his body. After doing all this, Bu Bai returned to Su Mu's shadow and sent a message saying that he needed to sleep for a while. Under Su Mu's coordination, the seemingly calm Star City began to stir with undercurrents. He wove a large net behind the scenes, encompassing the 3 forces of the Blood Clan, the Revolutionary Army, and the Crimson Flame Empire. The powerful figures they each represented were unknowingly drawn into the game, becoming pawns on the chessboard. 2 days later, Lord Blood Abyss, this is the jealousy mask I prepared for you, and the 7 deadly sin-style tuxedo. Murong Yun respectfully held up the clothes and mask and handed them to Blood Abyss.